I, a senior researcher at Hwaka Institute of Technology with the potential to be nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics, have now become the madman everyone in Hwaka campus is shouting at. Clearly possessing research insights beyond ordinary people, I was publicly reprimanded and given a major demerit for conducting unauthorized experiments in the chemistry lab. And was even punished by being displayed in front of the teaching building, subjected to ridicule by my classmates. All of this was for the sake of activating the super god technology system. As long as it can be activated, the Chinese nation will lead the world by 1,000 years. But the school issued a final ultimatum: any further violations would result in expulsion, and once expelled, the system would be unbound. Just as I was almost despairing, locked in the infirmary, a turning point appeared. Chapter 1: The Nation S Traitor. The whole school was notified. Qin Guang, a freshman in the civil engineering department, broke into the chemistry lab and conducted unauthorized experiments, causing an explosion. This is already the second time this month, and the damage caused is incalculable. Serious demerit punishment. On Hwaka campus, the loudspeaker was announcing the punishment for Qin Guang. As for Qin Guang himself, he was punished to stand in front of the teaching building, his face blackened and dirty, his hair messy like a bird's nest, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Guarded by the security department, displayed for public viewing. Many classmates in front were pointing and whispering, all taking a schadenfreude delight. Does Qin Guang have in his head? Isn't he studying civil engineering? Why is he in the chemistry lab? Crossing fields, huh? Showing off to attract attention, probably trying to show his face because of a romance, but unfortunately, he's not very smart. It's really a disgrace to us civil engineers. Better stay away from him in case he's anti-human. Facing everyone's pointing fingers, Qin Guang forced a bitter smile, swallowing his grievances like breaking his teeth and swallowing them down. At that moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind: the host has successfully completed the second blasting experiment at Hwaka University. Completing one more within 3 days will activate the super technology system. If the task fails or if others learn of the system's existence, the system will unbind from the host. That prompt instantly drove away all the bitterness in Qin Guang's heart. This effort was not in vain after all. Although I received a major demerit, I still successfully completed the system release task. Just one more time to go. As long as I can activate the super god technology system, all the effort will be worth it. Qin Guang clenched his fists tightly, his spirit jolted. He was not originally from this world, but had been reborn into his 19-year-old self who had just been admitted to university in a parallel world. In that world, he was a senior researcher at Hwaka Institute, involved in several groundbreaking scientific studies that shocked the world, and had even been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. The moment he was reborn, he learned that the system was equipped with alien black technology surpassing reality by nearly 1,000 years. As a former researcher at Hwaka Institute, he was ecstatic. If the system could be activated and these technologies mastered, the Chinese nation could lead the world by 1,000 years. Leaping to become the #1 hegemon, completely changing the fate of being sanctioned by Western technology. However, good things rarely come easy. The system required him to conduct 3 targeted blasting experiments in the Hwaka University laboratory within a month. This task seemed easy, but there was one condition: he must not be expelled by Hwaka University. This difficulty was not just immense, it was enormous. First of all, he specialized in physics and did not have a deep understanding of chemistry. Secondly, every laboratory had strict rules, and any explosion would definitely violate school regulations. So Qin Guang first spent more than a week working day and night to master advanced chemistry, and then he started taking action. The first time, he tried to avoid the cameras to prevent being discovered, but the criminal police in China suspected that the explosion was the act of Kb molecules. They used all kinds of methods and eventually tracked Qin Guang down, investigating him thoroughly from childhood to present. Fortunately, Qin Guang had never done anything out of line before, so in the end Hao stepped in to protect him, believing that Qin Guang was wholeheartedly focused on his studies and that it was just a one-time mistake. Who would have thought that after 2 weeks of peace, Qin Guang actually did it again today? Now Hao couldn't tolerate it anymore and directly treated Qin Guang as a madman, marking a major demerit. And so the scene at the beginning came about. Everyone disperse, disperse. Just as Qin Guang was still pondering how to defend himself when caught for the third time, Zhao Guoqing, the tutor of the civil engineering department, led his dormitory classmates to part the crowd and walk over. He looked Qin Guang up and down several times, his eyes full of contempt and disgust. "Qin Guang, it really is you again. You are truly a bad apple, spoiling the whole bunch. You are the worst student I have ever taught. The school's tolerance for you has reached its limit, and I am now officially notifying you. If there is any further violation of school rules, you will be expelled immediately." In an instant, Qin Guangru felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. Expelled? You can't expel me, the school can't expel me. I am the future of the country, I am the pillar of the nation. Hush! A few words sparked laughter throughout the hall. Him? The future of the country? A complete waste. I already said there's definitely something wrong with his brain, it might even be a mental illness. A lousy civil engineer really thinks he's a master architect, even calling himself a pillar. The crowd's ridicule was even more blatant and unrestrained. However, Qin Guang didn't care about their comments at all. His mind was completely occupied with the fact that the system would be unbound after his expulsion. Technology 1,000 years ahead, what does that even mean? With it, Huaguo will be the light of the world. No longer will anyone be able to hold it back. Both livelihood and national defense will become unprecedentedly strong. But if he gets expelled from school, all of this will become a bubble. Unable to hold back any longer, he took a quick step forward, Qin Guang gripping his mentor's arm tightly. Teacher, you must tell the school that doing this will ruin Huaguo's future. It will destroy the entire nation. Madman, get away from me. This scene completely darkened the face of mentor Zhao Guoqing. This student made him lose all face at the school. The last trace of teacher-student affection was erased, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he violently shook off Qin Guang's hand, shouting, Qin Guang is crazy, you all take him to the school infirmary and watch him carefully for me. Without my permission, he is not allowed to leave. Lock him up. What? You can't lock me up. Qin Guang was anxious, but no one paid any attention. The dorm leader, along with a few classmates, stepped forward. Two of them pinned his arms and dragged him away in front of everyone. Their eyes were full of reluctance as they leaned close to his ear and whispered gently, Sorry, brother, we're taking you to get some medicine. Don't cause any more trouble. No. Let me go. Qin Guang struggled fiercely, but it was all in vain. What he did is something ordinary people simply cannot understand. In the teacher's eyes, he is a madman, and even his classmates think he is crazy. But the third mission only lasts 3 days. If he is sent to the infirmary for control, he might not even have a chance to complete the third demolition. Mission failed, system unbound. That is the future hope of Huaguo. You have to know that the annual funding Huaguo invests in scientific research is astronomical. But in the past decade or so, there has been hardly any progress, especially in basic science, as if it has been sealed off. Not only Huaguo, but the whole world has seen no breakthroughs. And his system is the only hope to break this confinement. But now, this hope was crushed under the label of a madman. As his struggles proved futile, Qin Guang's eyes lost their light, his expression like that of a walking corpse. Since he couldn't break free, he could only let his classmates drag him to the infirmary, where the door was locked from the outside with a click. Many classmates followed behind, pointing and whispering as if watching a monkey show. Standing at the back was a tall girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She was holding a copy of Frontiers of Science against her chest, her moon-like eyes sparkling with a strange light. Qin Guang, what on earth are you going crazy about? Are you really insane? As Qin Guang's class monitor and also the campus beauty of Hao University, she once happened to see Qin Guang borrowing advanced physics and chemistry books from the library and even made very in-depth insights. All of this made her full of curiosity about Qin Guang. This kind of insight is definitely not something a freshman could have. The line between a genius and a madman is very thin. Which one is Qin Guang really? While Lin Ruyun was feeling conflicted inside, the other students had already left one after another. Only Qin Guang's desperate voice came from the infirmary. I warn you, you must let me out, or else you will be destroying the future of Huaguo and becoming traitors to the nation. Chapter 2, The Future of Huaguo, I will protect it. Damn it, are you trying to kill me? At the health clinic, Qin Guang's hair was a mess, his eyes bloodshot, and he was burning with anxiety. Locked in by the school, calling out to the heavens brought no response, and calling to the earth was useless. After struggling for a while, Qin Guang resigned himself to his fate. Perhaps this is the destined national fortune of China. I already have the will but lack the strength. Moreover, even if I go out, if I violate the school rules once more, I will be expelled. At that time, how will he face his parents who expect him to become successful? Thinking of how they had worked hard to support me through college, my heart felt like it was being torn apart inch by inch. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was growing dark. Just as Qin Guang was about to give up. Click! The door lock suddenly made a light sound, followed by a loud clatter as it fell to the ground. Qin Guang, it's me. The door was pushed open, and a crisp, bell-like voice sounded, deliberately lowered but still full of energy. A beautiful figure quietly stepped in, holding a pair of hydraulic pliers in hand. Lin Ruyun? Qin Guang's gaze fixed on her face, and he was instantly stunned. His heart was filled with 1,000 emotions. This girl was his greatest regret in his past life. In his past life at school, he was self-conscious and silent, wholeheartedly focused on research, just like a block of wood. He met Lin Ruyun many times in the library and developed a deep bond, but he was too insecure to face it. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as she went abroad for further studies, and then he lost all contact. After rebirth, he was entirely preoccupied with the system and didn't pay much attention to her. Unexpectedly, in this desperate situation, she actually appeared in this way. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Lin Ruyun dropped the hydraulic pliers, grabbed Qin Guang's hand, and pulled him as they ran outside. The camera caught you, Qin Guang said as he walked, pointing to the corner above. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, they'll just punish me. I can't just stand by and watch someone die. Lin Ruyun didn't take it seriously at all. After leaving the clinic, she looked Qin Guang up and down and said with a complex expression, "Qin Guang, have you run into some trouble? You seem like a different person lately." His major was clearly civil engineering, so why did he have such deep insights into advanced physics and chemistry? These words warmed Qin Guang's heart. As expected, only she truly understands me. Instinctively, I wanted to explain, but in the end, I held back. If I reveal my secret, the system will also judge it a failure, and all the previous efforts will have been in vain. Thinking of this, Qin Guang's enthusiasm faded, leaving only frustration on his face. So what if someone understands me? If the third explosion leads to dismissal, the system will still judge it as a failure. Looking at it now, it's almost a dead end, with no way out. Lin Ruyun saw Qin Guang remain silent and raised her beautiful eyebrows. Why are you silent? Why suddenly so down? Qin Guang couldn't help but retort, if the school is going to expel you, wouldn't you be down? As long as you don't break the school rules again, why worry about being expelled? Lin Ruyun looked deeply at Qin Guang, her beautiful eyes shining, but I'm really curious, why exactly did you want to blow up the laboratory? Don't try to fool me. I've seen the materials you looked through in the library, and they have your notes on them. With your skill level, the chance of an experimental accident is only one. How could it possibly explode twice in such a short time? Qin Guang was instantly at a loss for words. He didn't expect Lin Ruyun's heart to be so meticulous, even going through the books he had read. Feeling nervous inside but unable to explain, I could only speak complicatedly, I have my reasons, and it's not convenient to tell you now. Thank you for saving me, I have to go. After saying that, I turned around and was about to leave. Looking at Qin Guang's dejected back, Lin Ruyun bit her red lips lightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but shout. Although I don't know what you want to do, I know that if a person has their own convictions and believes they are right, they must persist in following through. Otherwise, why should they succeed? These words immediately made Qin Guang stop in his tracks, as if he had grasped something, and his mind slowly cleared. A single phrase awakens the dreamer. He has lived 2 lifetimes and still hasn't had a single girl see him clearly. Persistence is the most important thing. This is the technology of Huagua's future millennium. Why should it be obtained so easily? Why can't I take another risk myself, instead of labeling it as doomed to fail before even taking action? You always have to try. What if there's a turning point? Thinking of this, Qin Guang's eyes lit up again. He suddenly turned around and bowed deeply to Lin Ruyun. I understand now, Lin Ruyun, thank you. You are a hero of Huagua. It was you who saved the future technology of Huagua. Goodbye. After saying that, he took off running. What's going on? Lin Ruyun was completely baffled by this scene. A hero of Huagua? The one who saved future technology? No way, is he really crazy? Did I save the wrong person? Qin Guang had no idea what Lin Ruyun was thinking, but at this moment, he had no more hesitation. He rushed back to the clinic, grabbed the hydraulic pliers, and headed straight for the darkened laboratory. There were still a few classrooms with lights on for evening study in this teaching building, which was convenient for moving around. Qin Guang easily found the laboratory door, familiar with the route. Looking at the thick iron chain as thick as a thumb, he didn't hesitate and cut it directly. Clang! A few minutes later, the iron chain was forcibly cut, and upon opening the door and seeing the laboratory restored to order after the explosion, he began to get busy. Deuterium and tritium, high temperature and high pressure, limited magnetic confinement conditions, so they had to make do with an explosion. Using the limited materials in the laboratory, Qin Guang quickly tinkered together a miniature reactor, his eyes shining brightly. The system's tasks were not issued randomly. These 3 explosions are in advanced form, progressing from ordinary explosions to the final miniature-controlled nuclear fusion, which is his stepping stone to mastering this technology. If one doesn't have enough innate comprehension, they simply don't deserve to activate the system. The system is purposefully selecting its host. Whether he lives or dies depends on this time. Qin Guang took a deep breath, his heart pounding with fear. The first 2 times were merely chemical explosions, which were still controllable given his abilities. But this third experiment involved nuclear fusion. Although the explosion was set to a range of only 10 meters and the power was insufficient to destroy the entire laboratory, even with full preparation, there was still a lingering fear of the unknown. At that moment, footsteps came from outside the laboratory, accompanied by the flickering light of a flashlight. I just heard what sounded like noise coming from the lab. No way? The lab is already locked, how could anyone still get in? Who knows, but if there's another explosion, both of us are going to get blamed. Hearing the sound getting closer and closer, Qin Guang's nerves instantly tightened to the point where his heart was in his throat. No way! Such a coincidence to be discovered? I was originally thinking that if by any chance I wasn't found out, I might still be able to get away with it. No way! This is the last chance, no matter the outcome, I must do it. His heart pounding nervously, Qin Guang finally reached the controller. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the button hard. At the same time, he tightly closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. Qin Guang was stunned. How come there was no reaction? I have already added all the experimental elements, so theoretically it should definitely explode. Why isn't it exploding? At that moment, the patrolling security guard outside the door also approached and immediately saw a figure swaying in the pitch-black darkness inside. Damn! It's him! It's that kid again. He actually ran out. Quick, catch him! 2 security guards roared and rushed into the laboratory. At this moment, Qin Guang's heart was in his throat, and he closed his eyes tightly, praying desperately. Make sure it explodes successfully. Make sure it succeeds. Almost at the very second before the 2 security guards caught Qin Guang. Boom! A loud explosion accompanied by a heat wave instantly swept through the entire teaching building. Immediately after, a flash of white light burst before his eyes. The scorching heat wave almost engulfed him instantly, accompanied by a strong sense of weightlessness, and his consciousness quickly plunged into darkness. Before losing consciousness, a faint smile of relief appeared on his face. Succeeded, finally succeeded. The future of Huagua, I am about to secure it. Chapter 3, Huaca Institute stirs up a storm. Son, wake up. In a daze, Qin Guang heard his mother sobbing by his ear. Immediately after, he felt his body being lifted up and then held tightly. Mom? Qin Guang's heart trembled, his excitement gradually fading, and his vision slowly returning as he murmured. What met my eyes was a scene of pure white, inside a hospital ward. I was sitting on the hospital bed, held in my mother's arms. My shoulders were already dampened by tears. My father Qin Shou's slightly trembling voice came through. You little brat, you're finally awake. Dad, why are you here? Qin Guang looked completely confused. The hometown is 700 or 800 kilometers away from the university, and it takes at least a day by car to get here. How long have I been unconscious? It's good that you're okay, really good. Shen Xiao released Qin Guang, wiping her tears, but her expression was full of relief. The school informed us that you were injured and hospitalized, so your dad and I rushed over overnight. The doctor said if you wake up within 24 hours, you'll be fine. Thank heavens for that blessing. Hearing this, Qin Guang breathed a sigh of relief. It hadn't even been a full day yet. But it was actually the school that notified us this time. The mess might be a big one. Could it really lead to expulsion? Just as Qin Guang hesitated and worried, the door to the hospital room suddenly opened. Advisor Zhao Guoqing entered with a dark expression, glanced at Qin Zhou and his wife, and stared coldly at Qin Guang, saying, Qin Guang, you're fine, but my trouble has gotten worse. Recklessly bold, you blew up the laboratory several times, and even I, as your supervisor, was punished. Like father, like son, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, and a mouse's son knows how to dig holes. People like you, born to peasants, should just honestly farm the land. You simply don't deserve to attend university. I officially notify you on behalf of the school, Qin Guang, you are expelled. A few words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, leaving Qin Zhou and his wife pale as death, their souls seemingly detached from their bodies. Qin Guang also immediately turned deathly pale. It's over. Sure enough, he was still fired. China's 1,000 years of technology, China's future, have all been destined to be a fleeting dream. The despair in his heart, combined with the anger sparked by his parents being humiliated, made Qin Guang unable to hold back any longer. For the first time, he erupted. What's wrong with farmers? Without farmers, what would you eat? Who do you think you are to look down on farmers? Old Yuan also comes from a farming background. You should be grateful to him for saving your life. Xiaoguang, you shut up. Zhen Xia interrupted her son, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Guoqing. Teacher, please plead for Xiaoguang, help him. I will kneel to you. The couple, through hardship and frugality, have only wished for their son to succeed. Who would be able to accept hearing the news of their son being expelled with their own ears? A bunch of rustic hillbillies, even wasting half a sentence on people like you is an insult to me. Zhao Guoqing was completely unmoved, sneered contemptuously, then waved his hand and left the hospital room. In despair, Zhen Xia felt her legs go weak and the world spin around her. Wife! Qin Zhou shouted in alarm and quickly supported his limp wife. Seeing this scene, Qin Guang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. His mother's face full of despair was like his heart being torn apart, making him so sad he felt like vomiting blood. I have now been expelled from school, going from the pride of my parents' eyes to a useless person who has been eliminated. The looks from the neighbors in the village back home, the pointing fingers and gossip from relatives, how could my parents bear it? Moreover, my parents were still waiting for me to make a name for myself in the city and bring them there to enjoy a better life. Thinking of this, Qin Guang's eyes instantly welled up with tears. But afraid of breaking down, the parents would be even more devastated and unable to recover. I could only grit my teeth and persuade, Mom, don't worry, the school hasn't sent a notice yet, so it's not certain that I'm expelled. Let us get discharged first. Not sure if it was because he was infected by him, or because there was no other way, Qin Zhou held his wife and sighed deeply. The doctor quickly came over to examine and agreed to let Qin Guang handle the discharge procedures. He took his parents to a hotel next to the school and booked a room. After settling his angry and anxious mother to rest for a while, Qin Guang lay down on his own bed, waiting for the last minute of the 1-month deadline to arrive. 1 minute later, he would change from the prodigy who controlled the future millennium technology of Huawei to a dropout expelled from school, bearing a bad record. If I don't say anything, my parents will be disappointed, and it will be hard to find a job in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Guang was left with nothing but utter despair. Until, 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes have passed. The system didn't give any prompt? What's going on? Got stuck in a bug? Qin Guang was like a death row inmate waiting for execution, suddenly realizing that no one was firing the gun. In an instant, Qin Guang's mind became sharp and alert. Could it be that the system still thought there was a chance? It hadn't directly sentenced him to death? But Zhao Guoqing has already clearly said he wants to fire me. What other solution is there? Qin Guang almost burned out his brain, and finally suddenly slapped his own head. In my previous life, I was a senior researcher at Huaka Institute. I know the director's contact. He can protect me. In his previous life, he was an expert in this field. Although he didn't make any breakthroughs, at least he understood how valuable the scientific research results I gave him were. After all, this is a new energy source that can effectively control and utilize energy, turning destructive power into energy for people's livelihood and daily needs, and it is inexhaustible, clean, and pollution-free. In an era when electric energy is already called new energy, if this technology were applied today, it would create an enormous wave. By then, China's leap to become the world's #1 power would be beyond doubt. Although the controlled nuclear fusion formula I participated in during my previous life was far from perfect and can only be considered a starting point, it was at least a scientific achievement 20 years ahead of this world. At worst, once I get the system, I can just complete it for him, right? In an instant, Qin Guang seemed to be fully revived. No hesitation, just do it. For the next 3 full days, Qin Guang locked himself in his room, eating only 1 meal a day brought by his mother, without even having time to explain to his worried parents. Phew! Finally done. When Qin Guang took a photo of the controlled nuclear fusion partial equations he had written, filling 10 full pages of printed paper for the next 20 years, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he logged into his email and entered the somewhat unfamiliar email address. Dean Sun, this is a very small part of my research results on controlled nuclear fusion. I am a student at How University and have spent 3 years finally mastering this technology. My request is simple, just don't let me be expelled from the school, and I will be able to provide you with the complete equations later. Sincerely, a future researcher of Huagua who is wholeheartedly devoted to the country but misunderstood as a madman. Send. Next, we wait for the news. Dean Sun, old son, the future of Huagua depends on you. You must see this in time before I get expelled. Qin Guang suddenly stood up but was hit by a wave of dizziness and blurred vision. After 3 days and nights of racking his brain to recall every detail and calculate every equation, severely sleep-deprived, he lay down and drifted into a drowsy sleep. What he didn't know was that after sleeping for a whole day and night, Huaka Institute had stirred up a huge commotion. Chapter 4 Expelled from School. 1 day ago, Huaka Institute. Now in his prime, Sun Chuansheng, in his 40s, still came to his office holding a thermos cup as usual, routinely opening his computer to check his email. This email was a means of communication among internal staff. Ordinary emails were scarce, as making scientific progress was almost as difficult as climbing to the sky. Nowadays, whether in aerospace, quantum mechanics, or artificial intelligence and other major fields, China was almost always in a backward position. After all, it is only in the past few decades that the national strength has caught up, and the scientific research field simply cannot compare with developed countries. But even though he is still just a deputy director of the laboratory and cannot participate in scientific research and development, he has a great dream of leading China to stand at the pinnacle of the technology field. For this reason, on the surface, he seems to be just getting by, avoiding trouble from the director who dislikes him. Privately, he spends every night working on formulas and doing research until 3 or 4 in the morning. Director's son, did you have insomnia again last night? Look at those heavy dark circles under your eyes. Staff passing by the lab all greeted him one after another. Sun Chuanqing just gave a wry smile on purpose, thinking, isn't it because of that she-tiger at home who never lets me be at peace for a day? After everyone left, Sun Chuanqing closed the email page and opened his own notebook, which was filled with 12 pages of densely packed formula calculations. To 1H11H32E10N there is clearly no mistake here, so why can't the deduction continue? Sun Chuanqing racked his brains, wishing he could pull out the few hairs he had left. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have done research in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. It would have been better to study aerospace. At least someone predicted that 20 years from now would mark the beginning of the aerospace research race. This controlled nuclear fusion is really not something people nowadays can develop. He even suspected that he might not be cut out for scientific research at all, and wondered if he should give up this field that no one dared to touch in the first place. Ding! At that moment, an email notification popped up from the bottom right corner of the desktop. Not liking his train of thought to be interrupted, Sun Xuanqing frowned and was about to close the notification. But the moment the mouse moved over, he suddenly froze. The title of this email is actually Controlled Nuclear Fusion Equation Partial? What is going on? Does someone know he is researching controlled nuclear fusion, so they sent him some materials? Unconsciously clicking open, Sun Xuanqing was stunned at just a glance. The first page of the document was different from the usual way of describing scientific research results without any explanation. It went straight to the point. It was all about hardcore equations related to controlled nuclear fusion. It seemed to firmly believe that controlled nuclear fusion didn't need any explanation, it was simply an achievable outcome. And the data above, almost all to 10 decimal places, is enough to make an ordinary person's scalp tingle at a glance. All of this, in Sun Xuanqing's eyes, was like a prisoner locked up for 10 years seeing a beauty. His heart trembled wildly. This document, a total of 30 pages, with just the first page already summarizing all of his more than 10 years of research results. Starting from the second page, the further you go, the more complex and intricate it becomes. It's almost beyond what a human can calculate. And this is just a part of it? Sun Xuanqing was dumbfounded. But he dared not delay, fearing that a single careless mistake might cause him to mistake an erroneous piece of research as the direction for human social progress, which would make him a traitor to his nation. After more than half a day, the sunset's afterglow streamed through the glass and fell on the desk. Sun Xuanqing blinked his dry eyes and put down the pen he had been gripping until it was almost deformed. Phew! He let out a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. On the draft paper in front of him, there were 3 full pages of dense arguments written. All of it was calculations and notes made for this email. The facts proved that all of it was true. Sun Xuanqing took off his glasses, his eyes red, his mind completely blank. He couldn't imagine how much of a stir this scientific achievement would cause if it were to be spread across the world. He even believed that, for this achievement, the beautiful country would stop at nothing to find this person. Finally, when he came to his senses, Sun Xuanqing had just turned to the last page. In fact, by the 5th page, he could no longer calculate anything at all, because the knowledge the other party possessed was something that he, and even the entire Huagua and the world, simply did not have. But he still wanted to see what the other party had written in the end. And when he browsed to the last page, he suddenly jolted awake and sat upright sharply in his chair. At the end of the email, there were no more equations or data, but a string of words instead. Dean Sun, this is a very small part of my research achievements on controlled nuclear fusion. I am a student at How University and have finally mastered this technology after 3 years. My request is very simple, just don't let the school expel me, and I can give you the complete equation later. Sincerely, a future researcher of Huagua who is wholeheartedly devoted to the country but misunderstood as a madman. What? It's actually a university student? Sun Xuanqing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could hardly believe his own eyes. Is this the legendary genius? But geniuses always showcase their talents based on the current world's understanding and knowledge. How could someone be years ahead of Huagua and the entire world? However, the last 2 sentences sent a chill down his spine. Now, the genius was at a dead end, even facing expulsion from the school. How could such a thing possibly happen? No way. Sun Xuanqing slammed the thermos on the table, put on his glasses, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Such a genius, if buried and overlooked, would be a loss to Huagua and to all humanity. He knew very clearly what he had to do next. Chapter 5: The Rise of Huagua. Outside the dean's office. Sun Xuanqing had thought about reporting to the director first, but Director Wang of the laboratory was really just there to coast through his days. Every day, there was an unspoken rule slogan, better to do nothing than to make a mistake. Anyone who showed any ambition would be stomped on by this old curmudgeon Manhwa. He insisted that his subordinates behave obediently, muddling through each day just eating and waiting to die, as if that was the only way to align with his values. Can a person like this be made to value such scientific research results that can change the future of Huagua? No, rather, does he even deserve to see them? So, Sun Xuanqing went directly to Dean Xiaobo. Xiaobo is a typical figure like old Yuan, not only having received Huagua's Lifetime Achievement Award but also having participated in several key domestic scientific research projects. Although he is about to retire now, he still remains diligent and responsible. Even when it's almost time to leave work, he is definitely still in the office. Xiao Sun, why are you here? Seeing Sun Xuanqing, Xiaobo was somewhat surprised. His impression of the entire laboratory was stuck on Director Wang Hua, a parasite who just loafed around waiting for retirement. As for Sun Xuanqing, he usually seemed like an invisible person, hardly noticeable. Dean Wang, I have a major scientific research achievement that I want you to see. Sun Xuanqing's excited voice was even trembling a bit. Xiaobo obviously didn't expect Sun Xuanqing to suddenly say that, but he nodded encouragingly and put on his reading glasses. Let me see. Sun Xuanqing took out the 30 pages of A4 paper he had printed himself. Because he had rushed over, the sweat from his nervous and excited palms had soaked the edges of the paper. Seeing this, Xiaobo couldn't help but take it more seriously. But as soon as he took the stack of A4 paper, he saw a large line of text written on the first page: controlled nuclear fusion equations partial. These few words instantly made Xiao Bo subconsciously frown. Controlled nuclear fusion? Isn't that a field no one at Hwaka Institute dares to touch? Could it be that Sun Chuanqing has been quietly researching this field all along? With doubt in his heart, Xiao Bo finally opened the first page. The content above made Xiao Bo involuntarily become more serious. Without any unnecessary elaboration, it went straight to the point with the controlled nuclear fusion equation, which immediately caught his attention. But out of caution, he didn't immediately continue reading. Instead, he took out paper and pen to verify the authenticity of the equation. For the next 3 hours, the sun set, and the room was brightly lit. Sun Chuanqing stood there with his stiff old back, quietly waiting. Meanwhile, Xiao Bo, the director of Hwaka Institute who received the Lifetime Achievement Award of Hwagwa, calculated with a stern expression from beginning to end. Until he turned to the 10th page. Click! The nib of the fountain pen was broken off by Xiao Bo. His hands, which never trembled during any precise experiment, were now shaking uncontrollably. Page 10. This is only the 10th page. Yet it has already made him unable to continue calculating. Xiao Bo slowly took off his reading glasses, looked up at Sun Chuanqing, seemingly calm, but his voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Is this really your research achievement? Not me, it was a college student. Sun Chuanqing gave a bitter smile. Although it all sounds ridiculous, it is the truth. Xiao Bo was clearly stunned for a moment, but said nothing. Silently taking out his personal phone, he awkwardly created a group chat, and every name in that group made Sun Chuanqing's legs tremble. It included all the top experts in physics, biology, and chemistry in China. Each one was an unparalleled treasure of the nation. After creating the group, Xiao Bo asked Sun Chuanqing to help make a video group call. When the video connected, everyone fell silent upon realizing that this group chat consisted of experts from various fields, and their once cloudy eyes all gleamed with brilliance. Although they were all elderly, in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. At this moment, they all looked like young people, their lips trembling with excitement, yet they held back from speaking. They knew that such a gathering must mean a significant breakthrough. But what they never dreamed of was when Xiao Bo spoke. One sentence, exploding the whole scene. Old friends, the rise of Hwagwa has arrived. Chapter 6, Not a Minute to Lose. Xin Guang slept for a full day and night, and in the end, it was his mother Chen Xia who, worried something was wrong, couldn't help but wake him up. Mom, I haven't slept this well in a long time. To Chen Xia's surprise, Xin Guang woke up with a flushed face and full of energy. What's going on? Could it be that the son was so discouraged that he never recovered? Feeling a long sigh of relief, Chen Xia hurriedly brought in the prepared meal, letting Xin Guang have a good meal before she suspiciously asked. Xiao Guang, are you really okay? I'm fine, see, I can eat, sleep well, what could be wrong? Xin Guang certainly knew what his mother was worried about, but now that the matter was resolved, all that was left was to wait for Hwaka Institute to see that email and come to talk to him in person. By then, no matter what conditions he proposed, the other party would surely agree. Thinking of this, Xin Guang felt all the pressure from the past month and the gloom of the last few days vanish completely. By the way, Mom, how long did I sleep? Is there any news from the school? As she spoke casually, Chen Xia's hand suddenly froze as she took the bowl, then she forced a smile. There's no news from the school, don't worry. Maybe the school changed its mind again. Xin Guang didn't say much in response, until his mother casually said. You've been sleeping for a whole day and night. Do you want to go out for a walk? Talk to your dad too. What? One whole day and night? Xin Guang suddenly froze. He originally thought he had just simply slept through one night, but who knew it was already the second night? That's not right. He clearly remembers that Dean's son has been dedicated to scientific research for decades. Once he sends him an email, even if he doesn't reply immediately, he would definitely have seen it within a day and a night. Wait. Oh no. Dean's son became the dean more than 20 years later. According to the timeline, he was only a deputy director of the laboratory at that time. Moreover, Xin Guang remembers him saying that when he was deputy director of the laboratory back then, Dean's son was suppressed by the director at the time and received no support for his research. Could it be that Dean's son saw it but was powerless to do anything? Realizing this, Xin Guang's face immediately changed, and he felt extremely flustered. What should I do? What should I do now? By this time, Chen Xia had already called Xin Guang's father, Xin Zhou, in. You go downstairs with your son for a walk and have a talk. Xin Zhouping is usually a serious person, but this time he unexpectedly smiled at Xin Guang. Son, come downstairs with me for a walk. Arriving downstairs, Xin Guang felt uneasy. Always worried that his email would sink without a trace, he thought that would truly mean the very last chance was gone. Turning his head to look at his father, who was still organizing his words, Xin Guang felt his heart slowly sink even further. Vaguely, Xin Guang began to guess something. Dad, is Mom lying to me? Has the school already made a decision? Xin Zhou sighed, having worked in the fields for years, his stooped back seemed to have bent even more severely. But in the end, he still forced a casual tone and said, "Don't worry, son. Even if the school doesn't want you, it's okay. At worst, you can come back with me to farm. If anyone dares to gossip, then I'll tear their mouth apart." The more his father pretended to be at ease, the more Qin Guang felt a heavy weight in his heart. "Dad, just be honest with me. I can handle it." Qinzhou stopped in his tracks, his usually straightforward temper making his face turn red this time. "The report from the school came through. It was one of your female classmates who told us. The school said you need to go there first thing tomorrow morning. The whole school will be informed, and there will be criticism and expulsion." Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, Qin Guang suddenly felt dizzy, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. Even though he had long suspected everything, without a final outcome and with the hope from Huaca Institute, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. But why now? Why is Howda so eager to close the case on my matter? I was clearly just one step away from activating the system and gaining the technology of the next 1,000 years. I have sacrificed so much for all of this. Even causing my parents to worry about me, being humiliated, and receiving contemptuous looks. Why can't Howda just wait? Even if Dean Sun can't speak up for me, I can go directly to the imperial capital to find the Chinese Academy of Sciences and personally deliver the research results to the current dean. Why won't you give me this chance? This is the technology of the next millennium. It is the hope of Huagua's future. Heavens! Are you trying to drive me to death? Xiaoguang, you need to be more open-minded. Mom and Dad believe in your abilities. Even if you don't go to university, you will definitely achieve something. Show those who look down on you. The Qin family's bloodline is absolutely no worse than anyone else's. Qin Zhou, a simple and honest farmer, now had tears in his eyes, but he was still trying to encourage his son. This scene broke Qin Guang's heart. That night, he sat on the bed and thought for a long time. It wasn't until the next morning that Qin Guangcai finally accepted this reality. The future technology was gone. But even so, since he was someone who had been reborn, it didn't mean he couldn't achieve something to bring honor to his family and give his parents some pride. Isn't it just expulsion? If it's going to start, then let it start. Who is afraid of whom? With this in mind, Qin Guang refused his parents' company early in the morning and went to Howda alone. Meanwhile, after fermenting for 2 days and nights, Huaca Institute was already in complete uproar. The entire Huaca Institute is completely sealed off, allowing entry but no exit. Armed police guard the perimeter, with helicopters blocking the airspace. Even inside the Huaca Institute, over 100 police officers have been rotated to ensure security, continuously patrolling around the laboratory building. The main door of the entire laboratory building is tightly closed, and inside, a dozen or so elderly men with gray hair, aged 70 or 80, are all gathered together. Each one is a national treasure of China, but at this moment, all of them are so excited that their faces are flushed and their necks are red. Everyone has a copy of the experimental results, and they have almost worn out the characters from gripping the papers tightly. No one knows what kind of experimental results they achieved after a day and 2 nights of calculations. This is the first experiment of controlled nuclear fusion. Although the formulas had long been verified through computer calculations, confirming an 80% success rate for the experiment. But when the experiment truly succeeds, it will genuinely mean that China stands at the pinnacle of the world in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. However, this alone was not enough for Zhao Bo, the president of Huaca Institute, to directly contact the War Department, dispatch troops to block Huaca Institute, and have the cyber police conduct a full-scale online investigation into everyone who might have come into contact with this email. They even sent people to the server at the headquarters of Tangda in Shenzhen to take control of the server. There was one more very important reason. Don't forget, this scientific research achievement was only part of what that How University student mentioned. If we can prevent him from being expelled, he can give us all the success from his research. We all know exactly what this means. Usually calm Zhao Bo was now trembling with excitement. Nobel Prize winner in physics, Old Wang, slammed the table and exploded. Damn it, we must find out who is trying to crush the future scientific genius of Huagua. Zhang, the leading figure in quantum mechanics in China, was trembling with anger. That's right. Don't even think about firing him. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on him is an enemy of mine, Zhang Jida. An enemy of China. With your words, I feel reassured. Zhao Bo and the others, relying on this support, immediately took out their phones and directly made a call. Commander, you previously said to give us old fellows an unconditional green light. Now I want the mayor of Guangzhou City, the minister of education of Guangzhou City, and Principal Howell to come to the capital immediately. No, 3 days is not enough. I want them to drop what they're doing immediately and appear at Huaca Institute within a day. This concerns the future of Huagua. Not a single minute can be wasted. Chapter 7, Let the storm rage even more fiercely. At 10 in the morning, Qin Guang finally returned to Howdo once again. As soon as he entered the school gate, strange looks came from all directions. It was him, the one who blew up the lab 3 times. Even the principal was almost fainted from anger. How could this idiot still have the nerve to come here? He'd rather be expelled than not escape from detention again and blow up the lab once more. He must have been crazy for a long time. It can be said that since Haoda's century-old founding, such a severe incident has never occurred. Qin Guangsan blew up the laboratory, causing an uproar throughout the entire school. The disciplinary report was posted on the bulletin board. Now, wherever he goes, people recognize him. Listening to the whispers of the people around him, Qin Guang pressed his lips tightly and, facing the gloating looks of the crowd, walked towards the playground. His roommate Wendong, who had always been close to him, was already waiting early downstairs by the dormitory building on the way. I say, brother, you're being way too reckless. Seeing Qin Guang, Wendong hurriedly came up to him, but his face was full of helplessness. They all studied civil engineering, so they really can't understand what kind of messy stuff Qin Guang has in his head. Suddenly, on a whim, he decided to do some chemistry experiments outside his major and even blew up the lab. After blowing it up twice, he was publicly punished by the whole school, paraded as a warning, but still wouldn't stop. The dorm leader said that last time they locked Qin Guang in the infirmary because they thought he was out of his mind, but who knew he would escape again and blow up the lab once more. Don't be impulsive again later. Wendong sighed. Such a good person, how did he go crazy? You have already been expelled by Haoda. They are no longer part of the school. If they get into another conflict with someone else, the school might actually call the police. What? Haoda dares to call the police. Qin Guang had already prepared himself mentally, but now he was almost about to lose his temper. Originally, with the 3 explosion experiments successfully completed, as long as he wasn't dismissed, the hope for China's revitalization was right before his eyes. The system was already in his grasp. The 2 light words dismissed would directly cause him to lose the system and the technology that was 1,000 years ahead. If he was careless, focusing only on finding Dean Sun and forgetting Dean Sun's situation back then, it would be a miscalculation. He is a criminal of Huagua. Then Haoda, the entire school, should be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. And now he even dares to confront me head-on? Anger flared up in his heart. If it weren't for the worried expressions of his parents before he left, Qin Guang really wanted to go straight to the principal and make this national criminal sincerely repent. Just as Qin Guang's eyes turned bloodshot, almost unable to contain his anger, a clear, melodious voice sounded by his ear. Qin Guang, you're here. Qin Guang instinctively turned his head to look, and when he saw who it was, his gaze involuntarily flickered with some avoidance. It was Lin Ruyun. He was the only one who firmly believed in him when everyone else despised and doubted him, even willing to risk punishment to help him. But now, the only path waiting for him is expulsion from school. He and she have already become people from 2 different worlds. As Qin Guangding stared intently at Lin Ruyun, Wendong sighed helplessly. Brother, I'm heading upstairs first. You guys take your time talking. After speaking, he heavily patted Qin Guang's shoulder and Wendong turned to go upstairs. With no third person present, Lin Ruyun smiled slightly, genuine concern welling up in her beautiful eyes. Qin Guang, are you okay? Completely different from others. She didn't ask further about what exactly happened that day. No scolding, no pity. Seeing Qin Guang just shook his head without speaking, Lin Ruyun's eyes curved into a smile, and her whole body relaxed. So, what you need to do, have you done it now? Half done, but the other half ultimately ended in failure. With a self-mocking smile, Qin Guang looked around sarcastically. The Guangzhou region is vast, with countless diligent students. How many years of development does it take to produce a truly extraordinary genius who can lead China to an unrivaled peak? Yet, the world is unpredictable. His greatest opportunity in this second life was easily destroyed by a group of short-sighted mediocrities. Seeing Qin Guang's expression darken, his eyes no longer shining as before, Lin Ruyun sighed, thinking that Qin Guang was upset about being expelled. Qin Guang, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, the path is often fraught with difficulties. The lives of those great men were not always smooth sailing either. If you truly have your own ambitions, no matter what you encounter, you should hold your head high and steadfastly move forward toward your goal. Where there is a will, there is a way. If you don't give it your all and try once, how will you know the outcome won't be as you wish? Lin Ruyun's beautiful eyes were full of encouragement as she gazed at Qin Guang. Qin Guang was momentarily stunned upon hearing her words. Is there really still a chance to strive? I'm afraid not. From now on, all that's left is to await the judgment of fate. But when Lin Ruyun spoke again, it made Qin Guang pause. So what if you get fired? Does that mean you can't do what you believe in once you're fired? Fired, can you still keep trying? Yes. The system is gone, but I still have the technology for controlled nuclear fusion for the next 20 years. He can still rely on his rich knowledge and experience to contribute his efforts to scientific research in China. At the very least, he can help those respectable and lovable veteran scientists correct some mistakes and prevent them from taking detours in history. As long as some unnecessary waste and failures can be avoided, who says China can't overtake on a curve and rise within his lifetime? You're right. As long as I dare to think and act, so what if I get fired? Nothing is impossible. Qin Guang's heart was filled with excitement. His eyes blazing, he no longer avoided Lin Ruyun's gaze, instead, he actively met it.
Thank you, Lin Ruyun.
Lin Ruyun met Qin Guang's determined and persistent eyes, as if she saw once again the young boy whose eyes shone with light. A fleeting glimpse of the library flashed through my mind, along with the densely packed self-study notes. A surge of impulse welled up in my heart, and somehow I suddenly spoke.
Qin Guang, I believe in you.
If I were to find a boyfriend, it would definitely be someone who can achieve great things and make significant contributions to the country. Having spoken with a resounding voice, Lin Ruyun realized what she had said, and a flush immediately rose to her cheeks.
Oh no, this is bad.
She had accidentally spoken her true feelings. Although it was meant to encourage Qin Guang, it was still somewhat embarrassing.
He wouldn't misunderstand, would he?
Qin Guang was also stunned when he heard this. After realizing, his eyes were filled with a certain emotion, staring intently at Lin Ruyun's face, wanting to engrave her in his heart. The temperature around them was rising rapidly. Suddenly, the school broadcast sounded, breaking the calm atmosphere.
Attention! All teachers and students, please gather at the main playground.
The school will seriously deal with a student who does not follow discipline and ignores school rules.
Repeating, all teachers and students, please gather at the playground now.
Lin Ruyun's expression changed, and she looked at Qin Guang with concern.
I'm fine, I'll go ahead first.
Qin Guang himself remained very calm.
What was meant to come was finally coming.
Compared to the previous overwhelming frustration and resentment, he now felt much more at ease. The road ahead was bright, a mere dismissal no longer mattered to him. Let the storm come even fiercer.
Chapter 8, Completing the Studies. All the teachers and students of one university quickly gathered on the playground.
After 3 experimental explosions, Qin Guang had privately become a well-known figure at one university.
Many people in the audience began to discuss. Have you heard? Today the school is going to announce the disciplinary action against that guy from the civil engineering department.
Who is it?
You don't even know this? The school forum has been buzzing these past few days.
Our school's famous demolition expert, Qin Guang.
This guy is in civil engineering, blowing up labs every other day. Rumor has it outside that he's trying to make an atomic bomb. He's really something else.
The female students are also whispering, secretly discussing this audacious Qin Guang. At this moment, the vice principal stepped onto the stage, tapped the microphone on the podium, and cleared his throat. All right, everyone, quiet down. As his voice spread across the playground, everyone's attention focused on the stage. The vice principal stood with his hands behind his back, speaking solemnly. The reason for today's announcement is that since the founding of our school, we have never experienced such shocking incidents, explosions repeatedly occurring in the school laboratories.
The playground fell silent, a strange atmosphere hanging in the air, and then everyone couldn't help but laugh.
Although Qin Guang appeared calm, his eyes were fixed tightly on the vice principal, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. The task issued by the system had its progress bar at 99%, just one final step away. If he were expelled by the school at this moment, all his previous efforts would be wasted.
Not only that, but the technology industry in China would also fall into an unprecedented crisis.
This person who disregards school rules and shows no respect for the law is just a nuisance. Just as the vice principal was about to mention Qin Guang's name, a piercing electric noise suddenly came from the broadcast. The next second, a thunderous roar came from above, making everyone present dizzy and their eardrums nearly burst, instinctively curling up into a ball. A multi-purpose military helicopter, emitting a loud roar, swiftly flew over the crowd and landed directly on the playground. Seeing this incredible scene, the teachers and students on site were stunned, their faces full of shock.
A drill? Why is there even a helicopter here?
The vice principal was stunned for a moment, but soon saw a burly middle-aged man leap down from the helicopter with 5 or 6 others, quickly striding to the podium. The middle-aged man wore a crisp military uniform, his figure like a javelin. Ignoring the vice principal entirely, he tapped the microphone and said succinctly, "Students, I now declare this meeting adjourned. Everyone please cooperate orderly with the teachers and return to your classrooms to await further instructions." The vice principal was completely shocked, looking at the man on stage, having received no prior notice at all.
He forced himself to ask, "Comrade, is something wrong?"
The middle-aged man gave him a cold sideways glance, showing no intention to talk at all, and waved his hand to the people behind him, "Take him away." The vice principal was taken away directly without a chance to speak. Everyone was dumbfounded watching this scene. These events were completely beyond their expectations and beyond their understanding. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the on-site teacher, all the students returned to the classroom and sat upright, waiting for the next instructions. The school forum exploded with activity, with everyone discussing the vice principal. They were all saying that the vice principal had leaked state secrets, that the National Security Bureau had come to the school to take someone away. To cause such a big commotion, maybe the ancient mortise and tenon structure had been handed over to foreigners. In short, there were all kinds of rumors and speculation.
Vice principal's office.
The vice principal was sweating profusely. These people strode over and stood there, not speaking to him at all, their expressions very serious.
Comrade, be honest with me, is something wrong at the school? Sit down quietly. Without notification, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Ha! The vice principal was completely dumbfounded.
On the other side, Qin Guang was already being closely escorted by the military personnel onto a disguised vehicle. The driver, with a friendly attitude, reminded him, "Little brother, don't be nervous.
We're taking you to a place now.
As long as you cooperate fully, your safety won't be affected." There were people sitting on both sides of Qin Guang, sitting upright and meticulous, like a drawn sword, exuding a unique military aura.
Qin Guang nodded.
Although he pretended to be calm on the outside, he was secretly excited inside. Such a grand reception, and they even came specifically to pick him up. There could only be one possibility, that email had finally been seen by someone at Huaca Institute. First, a 1-hour car ride, then a military aircraft. In just about 3 hours, Qin Guang was taken to a secret research base located within the Huaca Institute in the imperial capital. The security measures here were level 0, meaning unlimited in ordinary terms. The most outstanding scientific experts from across the country have gathered here. They represent the top scientific forces of Huagua, and whenever they appear, people call them outstanding scientists. At this moment, the group of scientists had all gathered in the reception hall, waiting to witness the mysterious student who sent the email with their own eyes. "Get ready!" A member of a research team shouted loudly, rushed to the electronic door, and pounded on it forcefully. "The person has arrived." The electronic door opened, and Qin Guang's vision suddenly became clear. Looking up, he saw a spacious hall, already crowded with people, numbering at least 100. Each of these individuals' achievements represented the future development of China. When they saw Qin Guang's youthful face, even though they were mentally prepared, they were still overwhelmingly shocked.
Are really a student? He actually sent the equation for controlled nuclear fusion? How is that possible? The equation that researchers have been unable to solve for generations. How old is he? Even counting from the womb, it's impossible, right? Xiaoqin, I am Zhao Bo, the director of Huaca Institute. On behalf of all the researchers, I welcome you.
Director Zhao Bo was the first to come forward with his team to greet him. Looking at Qin Guang, there was no time for pleasantries. With an excited mood, he asked, "Xiaoqin, how did you calculate the equation for controlled nuclear fusion?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent and pricked up their ears. In his previous life, Qin Guang was a researcher at Huaca Institute, and he saw many familiar faces in the crowd. The future director of Huaca Institute, Sun Xuancheng, and the former director Zhao Bo. He never expected that in this life, he would meet these old friends and former leaders in such a way. When faced with the old leader's inquiry, he naturally couldn't tell them that he had lived his life over again, so he humbly said, "Director Zhao, hello. I have been interested in scientific research since I was young and have read quite a few research papers on controlled nuclear fusion." After several attempts, he accidentally found the ignition device, and only then calculated the equation for controlled nuclear fusion. Silence, a silence as deep as death. All the researchers were dumbfounded, unable to say a word.
What do you mean by coincidence? We've been living a lifetime of coincidences, so why don't you explain carefully, what the hell do you mean by coincidence?
After a long pause, Director Zhao Bo stared at Qin Guang with burning eyes. "Xiaoqin, from today on, you are a member of our Huaca Institute.
Whatever requests you have, you can bring them up."
"That dean, I made a small mistake at school.
Could you please tell the dean of one university not to expel me? I still want to continue my studies,"
Qin Guang said somewhat embarrassedly.
Chapter 9, The Mysterious Plainclothes Officer. Continue my studies?
All the top researchers present were stunned, as if petrified, looking at Qin Guang in disbelief.
After a long moment, someone timidly asked, "So, what kind of school is Wannan University?" All the experts thought they must be ignorant, having never heard of this school before.
But considering it could produce talent capable of finding the controlled nuclear fusion equation, the school must be no ordinary institution. Everyone exchanged glances and talked around, but in the end, the information they gathered was very limited. None of these people at school are anything but so-called privileged elites. Some were even directly admitted to Lanka University without attending high school.
It's not surprising if it's a second-tier science university.
Although Sun Xuancheng had already seen in emails that Qin Guang was worried about being expelled, he really hadn't heard of any prestigious domestic university called Hada.
Which internationally renowned institution is this? How have I never heard of this school? Sun Xuancheng asked very seriously. No one responded.
After a brief silence, a person in the crowd who had been cooperating with the military industry conversation, Principal Hao, raised his hand timidly and answered that Hao University is our Huawei institution, and it has no ranking internationally. Everyone was shocked, and upon inquiry, they found that the university Qin Guang mentioned was not some prestigious school, but just a second-tier science university. Thunderstruck, feeling burnt on the outside but raw inside, Sun Xuancheng immediately came up to Qin Guang, anxiously saying, "Little Qin, if you're willing, our Lanka University can immediately offer you a special admission." Qin Guang looked at the burning light in the eyes of the big shots, feeling a bit embarrassed. Naturally, he would not reveal the secret of the system. Moreover, Howdy also has his crush. In the end, he could only awkwardly dodge with a sentence, "My parents really hope I can graduate, so I want to be going to Long University of Science and Technology." As soon as he said this, the whole room was shocked. What? He actually chose to stay at Howda instead of Lonka University? However, despite the earnest persuasion from Dean Xiaobo and Deputy Director of the laboratory Sun Xuansheng, Qin Guan ultimately decided to remain at the Anhui University Institute. But an agreement was also reached with Huaka Institute. Qin Guang could complete his studies at Anhui University Institute, but he would also hold an honorary professorship title at Huaka Institute. At the same time, the military would secretly protect all of Qin Guang's safety and try to meet all necessary requirements. Moreover, both parties agreed on one condition. After graduation, Qin Guang can directly enter the Xiaoka laboratory at Huaka Institute, where the research projects are comparable in achievement to the master-level physics experiments of Planck, Dirac, and others. This is the absolute sanctuary in the hearts of all researchers. Of course, Huaka Institute hopes that Qin Guang can quickly send the complete equation for controlled nuclear fusion to the institute. For this, Qin Guang agreed with great confidence that the Chinese Academy of Sciences itself was the local scientific research force of China, and there was no problem in handing it over to them. Moreover, with the existence of the system, getting the complete formula for controlled nuclear fusion was just a matter of time. Soon, Qin Guang was secretly sent back to school. The forums were still talking about what had happened the day before, and the inexplicable demotion of the vice principal seemed to confirm the fact of leaking state secrets even more. Returning to his dormitory, Qin Guang excitedly checked the system rewards. Sure enough, the system prompted that the mission had been completed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the advancement primary mission. System reward: 1000 technology value. Controlled fusion program running second set of equations, 2351236U135say95 senior 2n. This? Qin Guangman was confused, automatically skimming over whatever tech values were there, staring at the equation in disbelief. The system did give the complete equation for controlled fusion. But there are dozens or hundreds of equations in this dataset, only the equations, but not the answers. Even if Qin Guang had already relived his life, trying to project the results was extremely complicated. Thinking of the huge numbers he would be facing next, Qin Guang's previous excitement suddenly disappeared and a headache rose up. Alas, this generation has no way to project the results. The system is trying to make me die suddenly at a young age? Ding, the system mall has been opened, rewarding the initial points of 1000 technological value. Just as Qin Guang was having a headache over it, the system mall opened. A variety of goods were listed open. Super elemental napkin, 200 tech value, additional auto cleaning function, can be used repeatedly for 3 days. Mechanical knife, 500 tech value, multifunctional knife with 5 variations. Alloy shield, 1000 tech value, extremely durable and made of tough material. 1 box of microelement instant coffee, 300 tech value, total of 10 packets. Consuming 1 packet at a time allows the host to remain energized and unaffected by energy depletion, with a statute of limitations of 24 hours. Qin Guang carefully scanned through it. Although there were many things to choose from, none of these were useful to him right now. Even if the super elemental napkin was fine, what the hell was a mechanical dinner knife and an alloy shield? Are you going to keep carrying explosives to blow up the school or what? After carefully estimating the points in his hand, Qin Guang exchanged microelemental instant coffee with a thought. The next algorithmic process required an extraordinary amount of energy, and the microelemental coffee appeared at just the right time. After consuming 300 tech value, there's still 700 left, so at least there's something left for next time. Brewing the coffee away, Qin Guang then smothered it all in one gulp, in just a few seconds. Suddenly feel the whole person refreshed, the brain extraordinarily alive, all without half a sense of fatigue. The effect is really good. Qin Guang was instantly delighted, and thinking that a packet only had a 24-hour statute of limitations, he didn't waste any time and directly ran to the library with his computer in his arms. Arriving at the campus library, Qin Guang immediately opened his laptop and started the long process of work. At this moment, Wendong's few people were preparing to leave the library, only to coldly see that Qin Guang was also there. Have you guys heard? Instead of having his disciplinary action revoked, this kid Qin Guang has returned to school as if he were nothing, and they all say that he has an unusual background. He blew up the lab 3 times, and the vice principal named him for expulsion. Come to think of it, it's a bit sinister. Let's go up and ask. A few of Qin Guang's housemates went up and were going to ask about the situation. As a result, just 5 meters closer to Qin Guang's circumference, 2 middle-aged men in civilian clothes walked straight over. Sorry, the library ahead has been controlled, you can't approach. Ha! The crowd stared incredulously, and then looked at Qin Guang, who was concentrating on his work. Then what about him? The news of the housemates being stopped quickly spread across the campus. In an office, Zhao was playing Minesweeper in front of the computer in a very upset manner. One frame clicked the wrong way and instantly exploded the mine. Zhao Guoqing threw away the mouse and said angrily, "Playing God, this Qin Guang has blown up the school laboratory several times.
How is it possible that there is not even a processing result down? No, I have to talk to the principal about this."
Zhao Guoqing went to the principal's office in a huff, and the response was that the principal went out and never came back.
Another search for the vice principal resulted in the vice principal also disappearing.
Zhao Guoqing was already forked in his heart, and when he saw that the main and vice principals were not there, he simply went to the library himself. He wanted to ask Qin Guang face to face, the shabby mountain man, in the end with what means, stay in how to. Arriving at the second floor of the library, Zhao raised his eyes and saw Qin Guang sitting at his desk. He was furious and immediately lifted his foot up and went forward, just about to raise his voice in questioning. But the next second, suddenly saw 5 men in civilian clothes, respectively, from different directions rushed over. Without even saying a word of superfluous nonsense, Zhao Guoqing was directly pressed to the ground. Splat! The sealing tape was quickly applied to the mouth. Whoops! Zhao whimpered and tried to explain, but couldn't make a sound. 5 well-trained plainclothesmen shouldered Zhao Guoqing and left at a fast pace, all in less than a minute. At this time, Qin Guang finally stretched his back and looked at the time. He had been concentrating in the library for 5 hours. His body was still as if he had woken up for the first time, and he was incredibly energized. There was no premonition at all about what was happening behind him. He stared at the dense data on the computer, unscrewed his mineral water bottle and took a sharp gulp, with a few more glimmers evident in his eyes. The current algorithm didn't have any problems. As long as it could be maintained, it would be able to parse all the results of the second group in a week at most. Qin Guang knew in his heart that once it was completely unlocked,
not only would China's scientific research level be on top of the world at this moment,
even the level of human science and technology will realize a qualitative leap and rewrite a new chapter. Thinking of this, Qin Guang excitedly misplaced his hand, and immediately threw his mind into the computer screen again.
Chapter 10 Classified Area. A dimly lit room.
A man with a hood over his head was handcuffed to an interrogation chair. 2 military engineers looked at each other and stepped forward to lift the man's hood. A pair of big confused eyes were revealed under the hood, and upon closer inspection, it was just like Zhao Guoqing, who was just now ready to settle the score with Qin Guang. A military worker turned on the dazzling interrogation light, reflecting Zhao Guoqing's pale and flustered cheeks. Feeling the harshness of the light, Zhao Guoqing was busy raising his hands to block his eyes, and only after he had gotten used to it did he slowly put his hands down and open his eyes to survey his surroundings. The gloomy and depressing room, tightly sealed walls, huge transparent glass, handcuffs, interrogation lamps, everything looks like the process of interrogating a prisoner.
What the hell is going on here?
Zhao panicked, busy raising his eyes and looking for them. He saw 2 military workers standing in front of him without a word, and noticed the glass mirror in front of him.
Who the hell are you guys? Zhao Guoqing was shocked and angry. What kind of place is this? What right do you have to arrest me?
Behind the glass mirror, a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face was looking down on him with his hands behind his back. As the questioning did not get any response, Zhao Guoqing's emotions were suddenly agitated, and while struggling, he hysterically roared, "You guys let go of me. I'm telling you guys, you're kidnapping.
Kidnapping? You are kidnapping a university professor. You will surely be punished by the law."
The country-faced middle-aged man reached out and tapped the microphone, looked at the violently struggling Zhao Guoqing, and leaned down and said, "I'm the captain of the Ministry of State Security. My name is Fan Jun."
State Security Department?
Zhao was shocked at the sound of the voice, but on second thought he thought it was impossible. How could someone from the Ministry of State Security kidnap himself here so roughly?
Zhao Guoqing angrily rebuked, "Impossible. You are less likely to bluff me here. I'm telling you, the news of my disappearance at school will soon be known, and if you gangsters don't release me, what awaits you will only end in a shooting."
Fan Jun slowly pulled out his ID from his jacket pocket and placed it in front of the glass mirror, looking at Zhao Guoqing expressionlessly. "This is my ID, it has the steel seal of the National Security Department on it, so you can confirm it yourself." Zhao froze, seemingly not expecting the person on the opposite side of the room to pull out his documents. He stretched his neck and looked at it carefully. The identity information on the document all belonged to the man in front of him called Fan Jun, and there was also the unique steel seal of the Ministry of State Security on it. In an instant he reacted, surely not wrong, identity information can be faked, but the steel seal is controlled by the state, who does not want to die.
Who would dare to do that?
Zhao Guoqing was dumbfounded, busy explaining, "Comrade, I have always obeyed the law, and I have not done anything illegal."
Are you guys mistaken?
Fan Jun stared at him. "The reason I invited you over is to tell you that you are not allowed to go near the school library from now on. That place is currently classified as a classified area." "Words here," Fan Jun said with a solemn expression. "If there is a next time, today will not be brought back to talk so simple."
"Comrade, what happened to the library?"
Zhao Guoqing asked with fear and trepidation.
"You're not qualified to know these things."
Fan Jun said in a cold voice, "You just have to remember that if you dare to come any closer, you won't be able to see the sun outside in this life." When Zhao Guoqing heard this, he couldn't stop shivering and almost peed his pants in fear, not daring to ask more questions at all.
I don't know anything. I promise that I will never come near the library in the future.
Fan Jun waved his hand at the two military workers, withdrew his gaze, and turned to leave. The two military workers stepped forward, not saying a single word of nonsense to Zhao the entire time, putting the hood on and leading him out of the dark room.
15 minutes later, Zhao removed the hood.
Only then did he realize that he had returned to the school, and remembering what he had just experienced, the entire person was like a dream, permeated with a sense of unreality.
What the hell happened? How come this ordinary second-rate how to where I am has suddenly turned into some kind of secret base?
Before he could figure it out in his mind, just at that moment, Wendong ran straight over with a few students. Seeing Professor Zhao, Wendong was very excited, and busily stepped forward and said, "Professor Zhao, there is something we need to react to you."
Zhao Guoqing suddenly woke up. What's wrong?
Professor Zhao, it's like this, a few of us were walking nicely in the library, but we were suddenly stopped by a few people. Do you want to go with us to take a look? Hearing the words library, Zhao's face instantly turned white, his legs softened in fear, and he didn't say anything. Turning around, he left, not daring to even look at the library one more time. Seeing Professor Zhao running away without looking back like he stepped on a wind turbine, Wendong's several people were confused.
After half a second, they said in a very puzzled manner, "Why did Professor Zhao leave?" Who knows? Wendong suddenly thought of something and said busily, "By the way, isn't Qin Guang still in the library? Why can he go in?"
"No, when I go back to the dormitory at night, I must find him and inquire about what's going on."
Wendong's few people made up their minds, so they embraced each other and left the library. Inside the library,
Qin Guang had been staring at the computer intently for more than 10 hours. With the addition of microelement instant coffee, there was absolutely no trace of fatigue. He looked at the water cup to see that it was already out of water, and he got up to get some water, but before he could stand up, a bottle of Evian mineral water was already on the table. Qin Guang was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at a military worker beside him, and unscrewed the mineral water to show, "Buddy, thanks."
The military worker smiled kindly, did not say anything.
After drinking water, Qin Guang again suddenly felt a little stuffy, just ready to take off his jacket. The air conditioning has been turned on. Qin Guang was also confused, turned his head to look at the military buddy who put down the remote control and gave a thumbs up. "I'm convinced. No matter what he wanted to do here, as long as he could do it, someone would be the first to satisfy him." Under this configuration of having everything he wanted, Qin Guang relied on the boost of microelement instant coffee and stared at the computer for 3 days like a workaholic. Only after 3 days, seeing that the formula had been pretty much calculated, did he stretch and yawn. "It's already been 3 days off, forget it, it's almost time anyway, I'll go to the dormitory and take a shower before coming back." Qin Guang stood up, was ready to take the computer with him, but then thought, today is after all Monday, the library usually opens on Monday is hard to find. What's more, although the control fusion formula is precious, but I believe that in addition to the top handful of researchers in the world, even if the formula dislikes his face, I'm afraid I can't read it. In that case, there was nothing to worry about being stolen. Thinking of this, Qin Guang simply closed the computer and left it on the desktop.
Then he came down from the second floor and left the library straight away. Meanwhile, downstairs in a black sedan, Fan Jun noticed Qin Guang leaving the library. His breath caught. Damn, what does this kid want to do?
When he thought of this, he suddenly reacted again and gritted his teeth. Forget it, no matter what he wants to do, he absolutely can't let anyone cross the red line. Fan Jun picked up the walkie-talkie and immediately ordered, "Notice, Qin Guang has left the library, all departments immediately start the first-level security program." Almost at the instant that Fan Jun gave the order, the helicopters, police cars, and class of military intelligence officers in suits from the Ministry of State Security immediately moved. Centered around the campus, all the streets were put under control at the first opportunity in the name of the exercise. The traffic lights were all stopped, uniformly controlled to red, and no one and no vehicle was allowed to pass. A truck driver pulling pigs was stopped, saw the dense police car blocked in the middle of the road, Swish sat up straight. 2 eyes staring straight, cannot suppress the body shivered a little.
I'm not just smuggling a few pigs, the whole so big battle? Even the ING helicopters are out. However, just as the truck driver was about to get out of the truck and turn himself in, he found an even weirder scene. Dozens of black sedans with military license plates, driving past him like the wind, headed straight for How to College. Brothers, what's going on?
The driver of the truck rushed at a traffic policeman who stopped the road shivering and asked.
The traffic policeman's expression was also a bit broken, cursing, "You ask me?
ING ask who to go, I am with my daughter-in-law to hand in homework, a phone call on the whole over."
"Not your business, you honestly stay on the line."
Chapter 11, School-Wide Control.
What's going on? Isn't today Monday? Why is the school so quiet?
Qin Guang, on his way to the dormitory, was slightly surprised to see the normally noisy campus suddenly so quiet.
Normally on Mondays, there were people everywhere inside and outside the campus. What was wrong today? Is it possible that there's some kind of event?
Qin Guang did not think too much. Right now the algorithm is about to be completed, thinking that if he grabs a shower, he will continue to go back to the library and attack hard, trying to take this algorithm in 3 days. As long as the complete algorithm will be sent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, then China's science and technology, from this moment to take off completely. In this field, it's definitely a global leader. This was the direction that Qin Guang had been pursuing in his last life, and now that it was about to be realized, he had no time to care about these things. Qin Guang inserted his pockets and walked straight in the direction of the dormitory. And right at the green belt that Qin Guang had just passed by, a student was lying on the ground with both eyes wide open and a terrified face. A middle-aged man in a suit pressed him from behind, covering his mouth to prevent him from making a sound. This student from beginning to end are in a state of confusion. Today Monday, originally with his girlfriend about to go to the playground to meet the results of their own leisurely walk, people have not yet arrived at the playground, was a man in a suit suddenly pressed down, covered the mouth. Gosh, my girlfriend is not a ing spy, is she? Thinking about it, the student broke straight through the defense. At the entrance of the school, a student with long hair rode his bicycle leisurely, whistling, and was just about to enter when 4 men in suits instantly pounced in front of him. Looking at their expressionless faces, the long-haired student was instantly jolted and immediately jumped off his bike. Nervously and helplessly waving his hands, he said, "Brothers, I really have something, I didn't mean to be late Before a sentence was finished, the next second, this long-haired student was pressed down on the ground with a car and dragged away directly. On the other side, a student was smoking in the restroom close to the dormitory area, and the cigarette had just been lit and taken 2 puffs. Bang! There was a sudden jolt as the restroom door was kicked in. 4 or 5 men in suits broke through the door, and the moment their eyes met, the student was dumbfounded. I just smoked a fire no, I just lit a fire in the toilet." The student held the cigarette in his mouth, his body trembled uncontrollably, his mouth was open and he couldn't say a complete sentence. "Don't talk nonsense, come out." "No brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to smoke fire in the toilet again. Give me a chance." Similar things keep happening in all corners of the campus. Qin Guang didn't notice half of it from beginning to end, walking all the way through with his pockets inserted as usual. At this time, looking down from above, the green belt was full of students who were pressed down by the man in the suit. All of them had a look of terror in their eyes and were sprawled on the ground at a loss for words. A bad thought rose in almost everyone's mind that the school had been taken over by rioters. Other than that, they simply couldn't think of any other reason that would cause this to happen. And the originator of this series of events, Qin Guang. All the way to the dormitory floor in no hurry. In the black sedan that was secretly parked at the school, Fan Jun's gaze was dead on Qin Guang. Where in the world was this kid going? Fan Jun had already played his professional specialty to the extreme at this time, and was constantly speculating in his mind about Qin Guang's next move. Qin Guang was the person that his superiors had given a death order to protect, whether in the school district or outside the school, no one could get close to him for half a minute. It was important to kill all potential risks at the root. An order of this level, and with such vigor, had never happened before in his memory. At this time Fan Jun's pressure is very great, multi-departmental and multi-military with the action, the streets and roads are on guard. If the Ministry of State Security side of the problem, then he went back to directly undress off the class, this is considered light, or even ing court-martial. Damn, beautiful country leaders traveling are not so strong, I do not believe it. Today under my nose, there can be a fly near Qin Guang. Seeing that Qin Guang is about to enter the dormitory, Fan Jun's face immediately flooded with a touch of shock, seems to suddenly react to Qin Guang's destination, immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, directly remote control helicopters airborne to clear the scene. Quickly, Qin Guang is about to enter the dormitory, within 1 minute the field must be cleared, no one can be allowed to get close to him. Remember, it's anyone. Chapter 12, The Feasibility of the Formula. On the roof of the 6th floor, a helicopter with hidden markings was suddenly airborne above. Dozens of fully armed special forces pulled ropes and speed dropped like trapeze artists on the roof of the building. The first time into the 6th floor, began the whole floor control. At this time, the dormitory Chinese East a few people these 3 days also has not been waiting for Qin Guang back, also long ago this thing to the back of the mind, is gathered together to play games. Wendong casually abandoned Angela, while rushing to the 2 roommates spit, Qin light recently mysterious, do not know what to do, send a message to him also do not return. I think this kid is a little floating recently, not at all take our brothers and sisters seriously. That's right. Do you think his house is being demolished? Is he avoiding us on purpose? Bull. Which developer is going to demolish his house in the city center? At this time, a wave of group battles erupted. Wendong hastily stopped talking and maneuvered his character to charge up extremely ferociously, carrying the output hard and crippling 2 people. Quick, 2 big cripples, don't let them run. Wendong roared excitedly, but the 2 full-status housemates were just like hanging, letting the 2 disabled flash to escape. Wendong instantly upset scolded, "What's wrong with you guys Sent to the face of the meal can let people run away? What are you guys still hanging around for? The opposite side is going to steal the home, quickly go to guard the crystal
Seeing that the two housemates didn't have any reaction, Wendon cursed and raised his head. Really peg-like teammates, you guys.
Without finishing a sentence, Wendong was confused. Only to see that the two housemates who had been sitting on the bed just a moment ago, their cell phones were still on the bed, but the people were nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Wendong immediately put down his cell phone and was just about to get up when a special forces soldier suddenly rolled over the window and entered.
Holy, seeing ghosts in the middle of the day. Bang!
Before the words were even finished, the special forces directly covered his mouth and carried him towards the roof of the building.
Ka-ching!
Almost right after the special forces carried Wendon on his front foot, Qin Guang opened the door and walked in on his back foot. Coming to the dormitory, Qin Guang looked around in the dormitory. The dormitory was empty, not even a ghost shadow was seen.
Strange, didn't Wendong send me a message saying that he was waiting for me in the dormitory? Where is he?
Qin Guang picked up his cell phone very puzzled and called Wendong's voice. Wendong's cell phone rang. Qin Guang smelled the sound and searched for it. See, his cell phone is placed on the bed. A game is not yet finished, but the person is missing. Not only Wendong's, the other two roommates' cell phones are also placed on the bed. It looks like the three of them were hacking together just now.
Qin Guang lightly eked. Where is everyone? Where did they all go?
Qin Guang waited in the dormitory for a while, delayed to see the three people appeared, had no choice but to take a few pieces of clean clothes, first went to take a shower. The sound of rushing water soon came from the bathroom. On the other side, a man in a suit came to the black sedan, pulled open the door and sat in it. When he saw Fan Jun, he immediately reported, "Fan team, the campus is sealed and controlled, and the dormitory buildings have all been cleared." Here, the man in the suit added, "Many students and teachers reacted quite violently, and our individual team members here are more forceful in their approach. Without a reasonable explanation afterwards, it may cause a backlash.
You can just carry out, these things will be explained." Fan Jun waved his hand unconcernedly as he heard the report from his team members. Appeal. He let out a long sigh of relief, only to realize that in just a few minutes, he was already sweating hot. Fortunately, he reacted in time, which made the situation smooth and excessive. Otherwise, once people with ulterior motives were allowed to get close, the consequences would definitely be disastrous, a disaster for the entire country of China. At the same moment, a secret command center of the Dragon Science Academy. At this time, Xiaobo Xiaodin was staring at the display screen in front of him, which was densely packed with all kinds of formulas. Even though he had devoted himself to scientific research for several decades, he still had no way to ensure that he could calculate it completely. At this time, an underling quickly ran to the front of Dean Zhao and immediately said, "Dean, Qin Guang went to take a shower, his computer stayed in the library." Left it in the library?
Dean Zhao sniffed hurricane, fast, immediately let people to protect. Any information in this a little leak out, the consequences are unimaginable.
Yes. I immediately go to do.
The henchman was also aware of the seriousness of the matter and immediately nodded his head. Just as he was about to turn around and run out, Dean Zhao suddenly thought of something. "Wait, first you said he left his computer in the library?"
The henchman was stunned and couldn't help but shiver as he noticed the glint in Dean Zhao's eyes. Dean, is there a problem?"
Dean Zhao didn't expect Qin Guang to leave such an important secret in a public place. If he could take this opportunity to see some of the data in advance, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to see this kind of weapon that would change the pattern of China in advance of those old guys in China? With this kind of heritage, in the future, bragging about it, what more do you need to drink? Realizing this, Dean Zhao's expression became somewhat excited again. Immediately, he looked at his men and said, "You now immediately send people hidden in the campus to check on Qin Guang's progress. Remember, after watching it use the military's highest level encrypted network to drop it into the command center."
Aye.
The henchman immediately nodded his head and ran away at a fast pace.
In the library,
a middle-aged man in civilian clothes trembled as he approached the computer, next to the two military engineers who had received orders from their superiors to turn their backs. The middle-aged man came to Qin Guang's seat and sat down, looking at the computer with the black casing. His heart was like a drum, thumping and trembling. In this computer, there was data stored that could change the technology of China, and an ordinary person would never be able to look at it in his life.
What kind of honor is it to be able to open it yourself?
The middle-aged carefully lifted the computer screen, the whole person with the demolition of thunder in general, for fear that a little inattention will detonate in front of the eyes of the King of Thunder capable of blowing up the whole world. The computer opened, a column of dense and extremely complex data appeared. The middle-aged swallowed a mouthful of saliva, inserted a secret USB flash drive in the computer.
A minute later,
on the display screen of the command center, Qin Guang's computer screen appeared, and Dean Zhao immediately unlocked it through the secret key.
Soon a complex algorithm was listed on the screen. 21H31H42He10N. 235N236U135 say 95 senior 2N.
What? Swish. Dean Zhao's face suddenly changed. The entire person was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight, and his facial expression had gone completely out of control.
Qin Guang could really do it.
These algorithms, even if I were to spend my whole life, I wouldn't be able to figure it out. How the hell did he do it?
This is incredible.
Dean Zhao had clearly felt his heart rate surpassing the usual, and he immediately took out a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills from his pocket. He swallowed it like a wolf and then stared at the display screen without looking away. Half a dozen times later, the overload of his heart had made him afraid to look down any further. Dean Zhao opened his mouth wide, completely without any semblance of a Dean's image, rubbed his eyes hard, and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, who can tell me, in just 3 days, how the hell did he do it?" After being stunned for half a second, Dean Zhao's breathing suddenly became a bit rapid. He knew very well in his heart, if this formula was really useful, then there would definitely be a milestone leap in mankind's future technological level.
It would be comparable to the first landing on the moon in human history.
Dean Zhao was so excited that he immediately picked up the phone and called the CCAA directly. "I am Zhao Bo, the Dean of the Dragon Science Institute. Now that my call with you has been classified as top secret, you are not allowed to divulge any information."
"Yes, at your service."
The CRA leader's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he didn't dare to ask more questions at all. "I need you to secretly build a laboratory, and by all means, it must be built within a day. You can rest assured that the task will be accomplished."
"Okay, that's it."
Dean Zhao hung up the phone and looked at the display screen in front of him, getting more and more excited.
He couldn't help it anymore, desperately wanting to verify the feasibility of this formula, even if it wasn't the final product yet. Chapter 13, Drawing All Resources. China Construction Bureau. Su Changyu hung up the phone and his face instantly sank. With his hands behind his back, he grunted angrily, "These old guys at the Dragon Science Academy are really getting out of line. How many research bases have been built in the past few years? Year after year they say there is a major research, but the result is that every year they are pulling the wool over the eyes of the people. One by one, we are all the CCA as a worker to call, and ING want to build research bases, and ING only give a day time? How many people have to be dispatched? In addition to the construction of a certain sacred mountain hospital, who the hell has such great ability?" After cursing, Su Changyu didn't take Dean Zhao's words seriously at all, picking up the newspaper and sitting back in his chair. Unexpectedly just sat down, the newspaper has not unfolded, the phone rang again. "Hello, this is Su Changyu."
Su Changyu picked up the phone and replied with a nonchalant reply. As a result, he just spoke, and in the next second, his face changed with a swish, and he was busy glancing at the number on it again, which was a short number. This kind of number are all internal special numbers, especially those starting with 0. The general level of the office is not qualified to use it at all.
"I am Jiang Su."
A neutral voice came from the phone.
"Jiang, Minister Jiang."
Su Changyu also did not expect the highest leader of the Ministry of Housing and Construction will actually call him. Rubbing his stand up, the attitude of respect, said, "Jiang Minister, how you have time today to call over? Less nonsense. I make this phone call is to tell you, you now immediately give me to set up manpower, how much vigor to make how much vigor, be sure to meet all the requirements of the Long Branch Hospital." Minister Jiang said in a tough manner, "This is not to discuss with you, this is the order from above." Su Changyu face a difficult, aggravated said, "Jiang Minister, in fact, the construction of the laboratory is not impossible, but the Lunka Academy side wants us to complete in 1 day."
"What do you think we can do in 1 day?"
"Su Changyu, I'm telling you, this matter is very important. If you don't have the ability, then I'll replace it with a capable one." Jiang Su snorted angrily, his voice coldly added, "If you still want to do a good job, then follow the standard progress of a certain divine mountain." Su Changyu was shocked at the words, "Such high specifications, this ING can't be researching some secret weapon, right?" Heart rose this idea. Su Changyu simply do not dare to say more, immediately nodded his head to agree. Yes, you can rest assured, I personally supervise the work, must be delivered within the schedule. That's it, things are done well. You certainly still have the opportunity to climb up the ladder. If you do not do a good job, you yourself out of class." Coldly dropped a sentence, Jiang Su directly hung up the phone. At this time, even if Su Changyu is a little cute, also realized the seriousness of the matter, simply cannot care about the surprise, immediately in the internal scheduling group to send a message, code 1523, the highest level meeting, 5 minutes to prepare time, all the people ready to video conference, who do not come, directly dismissed to investigate. China Construction Bureau has a total of 8 bureaus. The current projects around the world are being implemented in an orderly manner. The leadership of the bureaus are relatively idle. But it was the appearance of this message that instantly made the leaders of each branch explode. The director of the second construction bureau was holding an internal meeting, and the moment he saw the news, he stood up, immediately called a halt to the internal meeting, and turned his head to run to the office. "Director, the next step of the work you have not yet arranged. It's too late, the matter at hand stops first, everyone stays in the conference room and waits for the notice." The director of the second bureau dropped a sentence and ran off in a flurry, leaving a group of executives sitting in the conference room with a dumbfounded look on their faces. The director of China Construction Third Bureau, who was sitting on the toilet and brushing the short video, saw the message pop up for a moment, and his heart suddenly thumped. Damn, 1523 is the highest level of secret order code issued by the headquarters. This level of secret orders are generally never allowed to use, unless the war is about to start, or the direction of the country's development has a major change.
Oh no, there's no way there's going to be a war, is there?
Not being able to think carefully, the director of the Third Bureau immediately lifted his pants and ran to the office. Similar things were being staged in various offices, and the major precincts were instantly boiling as if a pot had exploded. All were busy, but no one knew what was going on. 5 minutes later, the chiefs of the 8 precincts nervously joined the video conference. As soon as they met, they immediately couldn't help but murmur out loud, "What the hell is going on, ah? Old Sue today, how to send the highest level transfer order in the group? I don't know, ah, my side is still in the meeting, immediately suspend the meeting to come over. Not to mention you, I'm still in the toilet," put on his pants and came. Ahem. Su Changyu appeared in the video conference, looked at the director of each precinct, said with a solemn expression, "Today I called everyone here, mainly to say one thing. The above has sent a mission, ordering us, the CCAA, to draw on all resources to make a secret laboratory with extra security and full functionality within a day. The specific matters are fully referenced to the progress standards of a certain divine mountain." Su Changyu said with a serious expression, "CCAA Bureau 1 and Bureau 2 will complete the drawing design of the secret laboratory within 3 hours. Other bureaus immediately sent people to Qinling Mountain to start construction, this time tomorrow, must be completed." What? Those present were immediately confused. At once hot discussion, this is the security deliberately fully functional secret laboratory, a daytime how can be completed, ah? Yes, it is simply impossible, ah. Ling Ao, the director of the Third Bureau, frowned tightly and spoke out, "Old Sue, it's impossible to make a security special full-featured secret laboratory in one day, besides, you're not unaware of the situation of our Third Bureau. There is nothing impossible." Not waiting for Ling Ao to finish, Su Changyu interrupted him with a tough attitude and said in a cold voice, "I'll put the ugly words in front of you first, since the order has already come down. If there are difficulties, overcome them. If it doesn't work, then I'll just replace it with someone who can do it." As the words fell, the crowd opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but when they saw Su Changyu's serious face, they snapped and swallowed back.
Is there a problem? No problem.
All the sub-commissioners gritted their teeth and nodded, loudly assuring,
"Good, since there's no problem, let's move."
At this moment, Ling Ao, the director of the Third Bureau, looked at the hung-up video conference and sighed deeply. Half a day later, he gritted his teeth, picked up his cell phone and made a call out. "Immediately summon all the engineers who are traveling outside, give up all the projects at hand, and all rush to Qinling Mountain. Bureau Ling, you can't summon there are many projects that are in a critical period now, once the engineers are recalled.
Cut the crap. Do what you're told. Anyone who can't do it, let him step down immediately. Secretary Ling, is something wrong? If you ask me, who should I ask? That's all." On the other side, the fjord dam built by China Construction 6. Chief Engineer Wei Yuan was looking at the dam drawings in the conference room, rushing a few people to discuss the next construction plan. Just then, the phone rang. Wei Yuan glanced at the number and realized that it was the director calling. He was shocked. Why did the director call all of a sudden? Wei Yuan initially thought that the director was here to inquire about the construction schedule, but the moment the call was answered, he was dumbfounded. "Director of Bureau, is it really going to stop?" "Yes, the highest level transfer order, all projects are suspended, and all 8 branches are running to Qinling Mountain." Wei Yuan's heart thumped when he heard the highest level transfer order. Working within the CCAA, they knew very well what the highest level transfer order meant. Normally, either a war was about to break out, or there was a major security incident that could affect the direction of the country. Thinking of this, Wei Yuan didn't dare to ask more questions and immediately nodded his head and agreed, "Okay, I will immediately bring people to Qinling Mountain." Hanging up the phone, Wei Yuan immediately stepped forward and rushed to the crowd. "Now I am announcing a major news. The dam project will be stopped immediately, and all engineering personnel will immediately head to Qinling with me." A field leader of the Water Resources Bureau froze for a moment when he heard this and immediately asked in a shocked voice, "Chief Engineer Wei, what's going on? The schedule is about to be delivered, why suddenly have to stop work? This matter cannot be said in a few words, the project is first suspended, that's all." This leader heard, his face immediately showed the color of displeasure. "Stop him," dissatisfaction said. "No, you are too irresponsible, this matter must be clear. You have a problem, directly reported, I cannot talk to you." Wei Yuan very nonchalant reply, immediately called on all the engineers of the 6th China Construction Bureau, took the car and left the dam. The leader of the scene saw Wei Yuan and others leave without looking back, confused. Half a minute later, he reacted and immediately gave the upper leadership a phone call. He said, "Leader, China Construction Association CCA has given up on the project, and the project is about to be handed over to the public, so it is simply irresponsible for them to leave. You don't give me crap, China Construction Association people wanna go, just go, you dare to stop, come back, I let you out of class." The leader cursed on the phone, "Look at your cell phone, the message did not notify you? I tell you this is the highest level order, everything to the top. Doh."
The phone hung up. This Water Conservancy Bureau leader looked at the phone, face suddenly color change. Immediately unlocked the phone, opened the short message, see the message of the moment, scared to tremble, almost a butt on the ground. In a pandemonium conference room, all the engineers of China Construction First Bureau and Second Bureau gathered together, their faces sullen, and were smoking cigarettes non-stop. A middle-aged man at the head of the group slapped his hand on the table and roared at the crowd, "This time, the top has given a death order. No matter what, within 3 hours, you have to finalize the engineering plan for me. In the next hour, everyone will give me 50 sets of program drawings. Whoever can't do it, immediately give me a dismissal." The engineers present saw the leader tone so serious, did not dare to say more nonsense, holding a cigarette, completely disregard for any image, immediately buried his head to make drawings. Chapter 14 cannot be detected. Meanwhile, the news about the CCAA swept across all major social media platforms within half an hour, driven by the news media. Surprise! Chang'an city streets appeared a large number of war-level engineering vehicles. The great country of China finally want to show the sword. Today's insight: the Central Construction Bureau suddenly pulled out a large number of engineers. Domestic infrastructure projects all stop, is to make way for who? A variety of wind-catching lace gossip, scaled in the network platform, set off a wave of hot search frenzy, but also stirred up the whole network of hot discussion. A young man working in the company is boredly brushing the short video. Suddenly, the screen turned. The video appeared a large number of engineering vehicles, vast, all the way to the long way. The onlookers on the roadside were holding up their cell phones and exclaiming loudly. The young man frowned and swiped down another one. This time there were not only engineering vehicles, but in the air there were actually armed helicopters flying over in batches. Police cars were entrenched on the highway, and hundreds of traffic police, who had imposed control on the highway, were extremely loud. More exaggerated is, because the toll station height limit, resulting in engineering vehicles cannot pass normally, the scene immediately have the police directly violent demolition of the height limit fence. This is going to war? The young man stared straight, clicked on the comment section. The comment area of a random video has brought together tens of thousands of comment messages. Netizen 333, today's short videos have all been screen brushed. Can any big brother tell me what's going on? Netizen Rinfei, I can tell you responsibly that the last time there was such a big commotion was when our country succeeded in developing the atomic bomb. Netizen Birdie, my husband is in the construction of 3 bureaus. Originally today's vacation, the results of the meal only half-eaten people were picked up. Where to go also do not say, will not really want to fight, right? A certain platform. A number of perennial occupy high praise question of the military answerer, also have to say. Netizen Steel Teeth Beast, laxative, originally, this kind of thing I am lazy to explain. After all understand say more is not good. Since someone asked me a private letter, then I'm here to say a few words. The war is not in the national interest. These engineering vehicles is the normal scheduling. Maybe it is a project in urgent need of manpower, so the emergency dispatch, do not think too much. Netizen Small Steel Gun, Steel Teeth Beast Big Brother's statement really begged to differ, this time not anonymous, direct answer. I just ask you, what kind of engineering projects need emergency dispatch so many engineers? If you can't answer, don't pretend to understand here, make a mystery. In fact, our country has been promoting a top-secret program called Seeding the Sun. The purpose is to be able to realize the deployment of energy through the artificial sun, then will meet the national electricity seeking, and even can develop nuclear energy-level attack weapons. This idea is very forward-looking, but also has the same danger that is difficult to estimate. How much energy does the sun contain? To artificially match the magnitude of the sun is simply impossible with the current level of technology. So I'm guessing that in all likelihood there's something wrong with the secret base built in the mountains, most likely a leakage of energy radiation that could spread to the surrounding areas. In the comments section, a group of netizens quickly became convinced by the justified claims of Little Steel Cannon, and immediately some people became afraid. Steel Cannon Big Brother, our home is in the Qinling Mountain neighborhood. I saw a construction truck up the mountain. Radiation leakage will not affect our home, Little Steel Cannon replied, it's not easy to say. I advise you to move away first. Radiation leakage is very dangerous. You must pay attention to it. Gosh, there is actually such a thing. Why build an artificial sun? Let us ordinary people who live in the neighborhood how to do. That's it, it's too much. We're going to demonstrate, we're going to protest. Once the answer of planting the sun was published, the number of likes exceeded 100,000 in less than a few minutes, and the comments section even blew up directly. This reply was quickly reproduced by the media and pasted onto other platforms, and for a while, the uninformed masses were on edge, especially those families of the CCAA. The moment they saw the post, they immediately contacted their loved ones who had been temporarily deployed, and without exception, all the phones were unable to get through and went offline. So immediately someone posted a reply, really something happened. My family can no longer be contacted. Who can tell me what I should do now? My family can't be reached either. Me too. On the other side of the computer screen, the middle-aged man who had just finished posting his answer to planting the sun, saw that the answer he had posted had already caused a hot debate. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he picked up his coffee and took a light sip, and then opened a rudimentary web page full of English through the wall flipping software. He logged into his account, entered the secret key, and immediately edited an email in English. I suspect that China is building a secret base in Qinling Mountain. Please ask the higher authorities to inquire.
Anonymous, Grey Mouse. Soon, this anonymous email was transmitted to a hidden base.
This was the pretty country CAA's hidden intelligence stronghold in China, with the highest level of secrecy at a level. From the initial establishment, it was responsible for collecting all the intelligence of China, and so far, it had never been detected by anyone. At this moment, a tall blonde man was sitting in an office full of information codes, shaking a glass of red wine. Coldly seeing an email pop up on the computer screen, the blonde man was slightly stunned, put down the red wine glass and immediately clicked on the email. Seeing the message above, immediately exclaimed, "This Eastern country in the end want to do what? Why beforehand we did not receive any news?" Alarmed, the blonde man immediately muttered to himself again, "No, this news is too important. I must report to my superior department as soon as possible." After saying that, he tapped on his email and quickly replied with a message, "Well done, Grey Mouse. We will reward you." After replying to the email, the blonde man left the office with a hurried step. Pretty country military intelligence headquarters. A dozen tall middle-aged men gathered at the conference table, and projected on the display screen in front of them was just like that email from China. The leader of a uniformed man raised his eyes and swept the whole scene, stretched his hands on the table, said in a very arrogant tone, "Gentlemen, this matter is not trivial. The skinny Orientals are trying to compete for our supremacy. We must make a clear counterattack." Words here, the uniformed man raised his hand and pointed to the big screen in front of him, said with a cold snort, "Now our satellite communications department is ready to probe the Qinling Mountains of China. I believe that no matter what they want to do, it's all just in vain." However, before the uniformed man could finish his sentence, one of his men suddenly ran in with a panicked expression and said in a stuttering voice, "Mr. Chief, our message sending failed. The satellite signal was intercepted by the state of China." "What?" The uniformed man stared blankly, his eyes filled with disbelief. The group of executives sitting in the conference room were even more shocked. The uniformed man said angrily, "You better explain to me right away, what is going on here?" "It's hash function encryption." The henchman swallowed hard and said stiffly, "China is using hash function encryption. We can't detect it." Chapter 15, Tang Wanru. In the dormitory. Qin Guang had just finished his bath and was wiping his wet hair out. After taking a shower, the fatigue that was slightly visible on his face disappeared, and the whole person looked a lot more energetic. Strange, how come Wendong and the others haven't come back yet? Seeing that his roommates had not returned, Qin Guang slightly frowned. Raising his head, he looked through the secondary window of the dormitory door and saw a man in a suit guarding the outside. Qin Guang had also come into contact with these secret military intelligence officers in suits in his last life, and seeing the man in a suit appear, he was slightly stunned, before suddenly realizing. No wonder he hadn't seen Wendong and the others. It must have been an order from the Dragon Science Academy to keep themselves undisturbed. Perhaps the campus was under martial law. After thinking about this matter, Qin Guang directly came to the door and raised his hand to knock on the secondary window glass. The suited man at the door froze at the sound and turned his head. "Hello, please notify your higher-ups. I want to have a conversation with him." Qin Guang frowned and said, "Okay, you wait a moment." The man in the suit didn't ask any more questions, and after signaling Qin Guang to wait a moment, he directly stepped aside and picked up Captain Fan Jun's channel. "Captain, Qin Guang has offered to speak to you directly." "What did you say? He wants to have a conversation with me?" Fan Jun's face changed drastically at the sound. "Yes, he's still in the dormitory right now." "Okay, I know. You mustn't move, just stand guard at the door. I'll be right there." In the black sedan, Fan Jun put down his walkie-talkie and his expression immediately tensed up. Why did this Qin Guang suddenly offer to have a conversation with me? Fan Jun was puzzled, so he pushed open the car door and walked down. "Never mind, I'd better go up and see for myself." A few minutes later, Fan Jun pushed open the door to the dormitory where Qin Guang was. He came to Qin Guang with big strides, looked at Qin Guang, and inquired very politely, "I am the security captain responsible for your personal safety. My name is Fan Jun." Qin Guang saw the appearance of Fan Jun and realized that he had guessed right, the campus was really under martial law because of himself. "Captain Fan, the school district is missing. It has something to do with you, right?" Qin Guang looked at him and asked out loud. Fan Jun was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it and not choosing to hide this, he nodded his head and said, "That's right, we're doing this to protect your safety." "Captain Fan, I'm looking for you to say this matter to you." Qin Guang looked at him with a serious expression. "There is no need for you to affect other people's normal lives in order to protect me. I hope you can stop martial law." What Qin Guang didn't tell Fan Jun was that, having relived his life, he was still filled with a special affection for campus life. If there was no one left on campus, no classmates, no friends, only an empty and lonely campus. What is the difference between that and being in jail? Fan Jun listened to Qin Guang's request, and a very difficult expression appeared on his face. In order to protect Qin Guang, the personnel they had penetrated was unprecedented, and the security measures were beyond common understanding. If they were lifted just like that, who knew if the spies from the pretty country would take advantage of the opportunity to get close to Qin Guang? However, there was no way for him to explicitly refuse the request made by Qin Guang. After dwelling on it for half a second, Fan Jun gritted his teeth and said stiffly, "The orders I received were to follow your orders and to keep you safe. This thing you said, I have no way to decide. You wait for me for a while, I will go and ask for instructions." After saying that, Fan Jun took out his cell phone and walked aside. Yes, I know, you let Xiao Tang come over, I will talk to Qin Guang about the rest." Soon after, Fan Jun hung up the phone and looked at Qin Guang with a serious face and said, "Just now I asked for instructions from my superiors, and the superior's realization is that martial law can be lifted." When he got here, he paused for a moment and added, "But considering the sensitivity of your identity, someone must be by your side to protect you at all times. There's no need to be so troublesome, with you guys protecting me on the periphery, I'm already safe." Qin Guang had a helpless look on his face.
"This is different, the one we sent to protect you is the strongest physics doctor in Dragon Science Academy," Fan Jun introduced, "and she is also the fighting MMA women's national champion."
Just as Fan Jun's words fell, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and a woman with short shoulder-length hair walked in from the outside. Perhaps it was due to the long workout, the body was very hot, the wheat skin color was slightly shiny in the sunlight, and there was an unconcealable essence between her eyebrows. Seeing Fan Jun, he greeted with a big grin, "Captain Fan. Xiao Tang, you came just in time, I will introduce you, this is Qin Guang." After saying that, he also looked at Qin Guang. "In the future, Xiao Tang will stay by your side to protect you, you can't underestimate her, she is the treasure of the Dragon Science Institute, not only in terms of professional skills, but also in terms of close combat, even if the two of me are tied together, it's not Xiao Tang's opponent." "Captain Fan, I heard from my teacher that you have participated in military martial arts competitions before and also won the championship, have time for us to compare?" Tang Wanru put up her short hair, grinning broadly and patting Fan Jun's shoulder with her hand.
"Ahem." Fan Jun coughed twice, slightly embarrassed, said, "There is time for it." He was busy pulling away from the topic. "Xiao Tang, since the person has already seen, in the future, Qin Guang's safety will be handed over to you, you all familiarize yourselves with it, I still have some things to arrange, I'll go first huh?" After saying that, Fan Jun nodded at Qin Guang and left the dormitory as if fleeing.
When Fan Jun left, Tang Wan cast her eyes on Qin Guang, looked up and down, saw that Qin Guang was ordinary looking, and also looked obviously a few years younger than herself. A trace of skepticism couldn't help but emerge in her gaze.
"Are you the one who sent the formula to the Dragon Science Academy?" Tang Wanru stared at Qin Guang, simply not believing that such an ordinary person could have any profound insights into nuclear fusion.
Qin Guang saw the disdain that showed in her eyes and didn't care. What he was doing was beyond the realm of ordinary people's understanding, and explaining it to those who didn't understand it was laborious and unnecessary.
"That's right." Qin Guang nodded, directly asked, "You have something to do in a while?" "I'm going to the library if there's nothing."
The question was ignored by Qin Guang. Tang Wanru was dissatisfied in her heart, thinking of the dean's instructions when she was on her way out the door. This was why she did not choose to lash out. Not coldly responded with a sentence, "I'm here to protect your safety, you go to the library, I naturally have to go to the library as well."
"Then go."
Qin Guang acted as if he didn't hear the dissatisfaction in her tone. With a bland face, he directly pushed the door and walked out. Just as the two of them were coming down from upstairs, Lin Ruyun also happened to come along, and seeing Qin Guang, she raised her hand and was about to call him by name, "Qin." Unexpectedly, just about to make a sound, Lin Ruyun saw that Qin Guang was walking side by side with a girl with a hot body, the two of them walking towards the direction of the library. Mouth slightly open, frozen place, to the edge of the words as if blocked in general, how can not send half a little sound? Looking at the back of the two gradually disappeared, Lin Ruyun's gaze and the surprise disappeared, the mood became very complex. In the end, she did not choose to lean over, turned around, and silently left the dormitory.
10 minutes later, Qin Guang brought Tang Wanru to the second-floor library.
Qin Guang came to the seat in front of the computer and sat down, casually took out a packet of Micro-Elements instant coffee and brewed a cup and handed it to Tang Wanru. "I'll be in the library for a long time, so have a cup of coffee first, it'll help you."
"Thanks." Tang Wanru very coldly said thank you and took the coffee.
Just after receiving it, she immediately smelled a mellow fragrance. As an informer, she could not help but deal with coffee every day. But this particular fragrance, she had actually never smelled it before.
With curiosity, Tang Wanru took a light sip and in the next second, instantly lifted her head up.
Incredulously looking at Qin Guang, she quickly asked, "What brand of coffee is this, how come it's so refreshing after drinking it?"
Qin Guang grinned, "Secret."
After saying that, Qin Guang did not care about her, opened the computer, and proceeded to calculate the equation.
To 1H31H42He10N. 235N236U135 say 95 senior 2N. 235N236U144 by 89KR3N. Soon, a dense algorithm appeared on the screen. Tang Wanru finished a cup of coffee, and when she saw how focused Qin Guang looked, she glanced at it curiously. Just the moment she saw the equations, her entire being was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight, looking at Qin Guang in shock. These were actually really all calculated by him alone? The tens of thousands of scientists in China who had spent their entire lives couldn't quite make it this far. What kind of person was he? How in the world did he do it? Tang Wanru had published papers on controlled fusion and had been researching in this direction for several years. But at this time to see the equations on Qin Guang's computer, which suddenly realized that, compared to Qin Guang, what he had touched was only the tip of the hair on the 9 cows and 1 hare. Chapter 16, Attack on the Cafeteria. Qin Guang has completely into the state, hands as if playing the piano like hitting the laptop keyboard, with the rhythmic percussion sound falls, dense data also constantly on the computer screen. Splat. Qin Guang knocked on the space and twisted his head to look at Tang Wanru, who was frothing. By the way, you're a doctor of physics from the Dragon Science Academy, right? Tang Wanru was slightly surprised. It's me, why? Well then, you come and help me organize the calculations. Qin Guang pointed to the chair beside him and gestured for her to sit down, and then he began to immerse himself in the long mode of calculations again. Good. Tang Wanru came to Qin Guang, moved a chair to sit next to Qin Guang, then took out the computer from the computer bag, looked sideways at Qin Guang's computer screen, and then her eyes froze. My god! How am I going to organize this? Tang Wanru's mouth was so open that she could stuff a duck egg in it, and her entire body was even closer to collapse. She was a PhD in physics from the Dragon Science Institute, but she didn't expect to be struck down in just a few hours after working with Qin Guang. It was reasonable to say that organizing and calculating data was just the most basic operation in the physics department, and it was even easier for a senior student of the Dragon Science Academy. But the problem was, the calculation equations above, she was so dazzled by them that she couldn't even sort them into order, let alone summarize them. And then look at Qin Guang's calculation speed, simply amazing. Not to mention her, is the erudite Dean out of the horse, in front of Qin Guang should also be eclipsed by a lot of. In the next 3 days, Qin Guang relied on the effect of microelemental instant coffee, frozen the library calculations for 3 days. During this period, apart from eating and going to the toilet, he basically never left the computer, and under this desperate stance of his, the progress bar was climbing. Tang Wanru had been guarding Qin Guang's side for 3 days, and at this point, she had been completely convinced by Qin Guang. Qin Guang, it's almost mealtime, do you want to go eat something first? Tang Wanru carefully looked at Qin Guang, afraid of disturbing him. You ask them to bring it over, I'll just eat it here. Qin Guang didn't even look back. Tang Wanru nodded, so she went up to order a military worker to go to the cafeteria to get food, and turned around to see Qin Guang, who was still staring intently at the computer. She let out a long sigh, and in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined at the misunderstanding of the encounter between the two a few days ago. Alas, I shouldn't have judged people by their appearance in the first place. No wonder the great god doesn't want to take care of me. This is properly a descending blow-off. At the same time, a certain neighborhood. The secret agent, Grey Mouse, who had passed information to CAA 3 days ago, was currently staring at the computer screen with a deadly stare, seemingly waiting for something. Finally, half an hour later, an email popped up from that humble webpage on the computer. He immediately clicked on it, and the email read, "Your intelligence is crucial, and the action you proposed is also very feasible. Next, 2 of our military intelligence officers will video doc with you, and for the specific action, they will listen to your arrangement." Soon a video call window popped up, and Grey Mouse clicked on the video. 2 mysterious people wearing masks appeared on the opposite side of the video, one wearing a sheep mask and one wearing a white tiger mask, looking very funny in the video. Grey Mouse obviously recognized the 2 men. He stared at the 2 men, licked his lips, and uttered, "White sheep, white tiger, I didn't think that this time the above actually sent the 2 of you down. Let's start with the information you have." The mysterious man wearing the white sheep mask spoke out. Grey Mouse sniffed and frowned. "Good, that is to start with the information that we have so far. Some time ago, Hada College appeared in a joint military and police anti-terrorism drill for no apparent reason, and I was curious at the time, so I sneaked in to take a look around. Guess what?" The Grey Rat looked at the 2 with a vaguely amused gaze. "What's going on?" White Tiger asked patiently. "I was also curious at the time, but I didn't realize that it was an accident that I found out that their library was staffed by military intelligence personnel from China, and that the library was also divided into a restricted area where no one could enter." Grey Mouse said excitedly, "All the above phenomena, in combination with the big exercise a few days ago, so I surmised that China must have something important placed right in the library. Since the stuff is important, why didn't China move it in the first place?" White Sheep was a bit surprised. Grey Mouse raised a finger. "It's very simple. Do you guys remember a few days ago when the CCAA deployed a large number of people to Qinling Mountain? I reckon that China is waiting for the completion of Qinling Mountain to transfer this important thing over." White Sheep and White Tiger listened to Grey Mouse's analysis and nodded uncomfortably. Huaguo's work a few days ago was most likely the preliminary padding. So, glancing at each other, the 2 of them looked at Grey Mouse. "Grey Mouse, you tell us, what do we need to do?"
Grey Mouse said, "The library is heavily guarded, it's too dangerous to enter rashly, so I need you guys to blend into the Howday Academy, then split up, one to create chaos, one to take advantage of the chaos to go to the library to look for clues."
Okay, that's it. The two took the order and simply hung up the video. At this time, it had been 3 days since the lifting of martial law in the school district, and after the officials stepped in to explain, the students gradually believed that the powerful martial law action 3 days ago was just a random drill. At this time, it was just after 12 o'clock. The school cafeteria was already packed with people. A few roommates dragged Lin Ruyun to the school cafeteria, and one of them looked at her and couldn't help but ask, "Yun, what's wrong with you? You've been moping for the past few days." "No, I'm quite good," Lin Ruyun prevaricated. The roommate saw that Lin Ruyun didn't want to talk about it and sighed, "Alas, if you don't want to talk about it, then forget it, I'm going to go and get dinner first." Lin Ruyun nodded and waited until her roommate left, which revealed a lost look. In the past few days, she had been distracted, always thinking of Qin Guan consciously or unconsciously, especially that girl who was with him. When she thought that that girl was going to be better looking and more elegant than herself, a sourness rose in her heart for no reason. There are so many people today. The roommate came to Lin Ruyun with a dinner plate, while the dinner plate down, while looking back at the cafeteria and the crow's nest of people some complaints, said, "Just now I went to the dishes were also stepped on a foot." Lin Ruyun has put away the face of the loss, forced a smile, pretended to be relaxed, said, "School just lifted martial law, people more normal. These boys have no gentlemanly demeanor at all." Just as Lin Ruyun and her roommate were chatting with each other, they completely failed to notice that a middle-aged man with his pockets inserted came in outside the cafeteria door. The man wore a white tiger mask and was wrapped in a bloated trenchcoat jacket as he pulled through the door as if nothing had happened. Then, pulling out a palm-sized combination lock, he snapped. The cafeteria door was locked. When the middle-aged man came to the ordering counter, the cafeteria aunt raised her eyes to look at him and asked habitually, "What do you want to eat?" No. The middle-aged woody shook his head, and in the next second, he actually directly unzipped his trenchcoat jacket in front of the cafeteria aunt. Under the jacket, a set of extremely complicated bomb device was tied to the middle-aged man's waist, and he stared at the cafeteria aunt, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. "Now, I announce that the cafeteria has been officially taken over by me." The cafeteria aunt did not react at first, froze for a while, remembered the school district drill 3 days ago, and rolled her eyes at him. "What, you drill you don't eat off? You are the man of steel, so what? Still wearing a mask, pretending to be Superman?" Rolled his eyes, his great aunt asked in a very dissatisfied tone, "Hurry up and say, a moment the food is cold, the back cannot play." The middle-aged was stunned. "Damn." Half a dozen times, suddenly annoyed, picking up an iron bucket and ruthlessly smashing it on the glass window surface, roaring and shouting, "This is not a ING drill. All I have to do is activate the bomb, and I'll send you all to heaven right away." Boom. Until this moment, only then did someone in the cafeteria realize that something was wrong and immediately ran towards the door, only to find that the doorway was already locked. The door was locked. Ah. Help. Terrorist attack. Definitely a terrorist attack. The cafeteria was in chaos, and soon there was a stampede. The middle-aged man took the detonator and shouted angrily at the chaotic crowd, "All of you be ing quiet, if you make any more noise, I will detonate the bomb now." At this statement, the whole place instantly quieted down. Lin Ruyun and a few of her housemates' faces were all white, crouching under the dining table, trembling with fear. Yun, can we still go out?" Lin Ruyun shivered and said, "I don't know." The tension had spread completely in the cafeteria, and on the other side, outside the library. The mysterious man wearing the white sheep mask swung out from the corner, his gaze deadpan on the military intelligence officers of the Chinese Security Bureau who were hidden everywhere. Chapter 17, Breaking Through the Library? The temporary command room of the Chinese National Security Bureau. Fan Jun looked incredulously at his men and said in shock, "What did you say? There was a terrorist attack in the school cafeteria?" "Captain, our men have confirmed that it was a terrorist attack." The henchman said nervously, "The attackers have K-82 model time bombs installed on them, they should be electronic, once they detonate the entire cafeteria will be leveled." "Captain, this is too dangerous, should we let our men handle it?" "You let me think about it." Fan Jun waved his hand, hesitated for a while, and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "You leave 10 people in the library, now immediately notify the nearest police station to let the negotiator to go around the bandits, the rest of you go with me to the cafeteria." The henchman turned and ran away, and Fan Jun put on his jacket, so he quickly left this makeshift command room. 10 minutes later, Fan Jun led his men to the entrance of the cafeteria. After looking through, it was only then that he realized that the situation inside was even trickier than he had imagined. The huge cafeteria had at least hundreds of students squatting in it, and it was simply unimaginable to imagine what the consequences would be in the event of an explosion. Fan Jun, inexplicably a little nervous, this kind of time bomb can be tied to the body of the bandits, obviously is the vicious type.
An improper disposal, it is very likely that a regional security incident will occur, then this National Security Forces chief is certainly to be dismissed. More critical is that hundreds of students are likely to be as well.
Fan Jun gritted his teeth. Have the police negotiators arrived yet?
As soon as the words fell, several police cars had surrounded the entrance to the restaurant, and the police negotiators quickly came down from the cars and stood in the first place where the bandits could see them.
Hello, I am the police negotiator.
The negotiator held his hands up high, stepped forward slowly, and shouted out, "You don't want to hurt the hostages, and we'll try to meet whatever demands you have." The sniper upstairs has already found a good spot, ready to find an opportunity to kill the bandit. White Tiger pulled a girl to block in front of himself and shouted at the negotiator outside, "You come alone, as long as you can meet my requirements, I promise not to shoot." Saying that, White Tiger glanced sideways and saw Lin Ruyun several people who were crouching under the table. With one hand, he grabbed Lin Ruyun, ignoring the screams of several people, and brought them to the back of the cafeteria, while the rest of the hostages stayed in the cafeteria hall.
Fan Jun has been observing the movements in the cafeteria from outside the door, his heart clenched anxiously. Has the sniper not yet found the spot?
No, this bandit is very cunning, has been hiding behind the hostages, do not dare to show their heads. The henchman shook his head, seemed to want to say something, but the words came to his mouth and then hesitated.
What do you want to say?
Just say it. Fan Jun saw that his men wanted to speak, and asked directly.
The henchman nodded. Team Fan, don't you think that this is all just too much of a coincidence?
There hasn't been any attacks at Howda College, but when our security bureau arrived, the attacks appeared. These words could be described as a word that woke up the dreamer. Fan Jun froze for a moment, suddenly thought of something, and nervously said, "That's right, something happening at this point in time, it's too problematic.
It's highly likely that it's a transfer."
At this time, the negotiator also folded back, came to Fan Jun and took the initiative to say, "Captain Fan, this bandit is very cunning. He took a few hostages to the back of the cafeteria and left the vast majority of hostages in the cafeteria hall. Once we take over by force, no matter what measures are taken, he will be in a position to react and detonate the bomb."
What did he ask for?
He wants us to get him $10 million in cash and a helicopter gunship to get him out of the country. The negotiation expert said with great annoyance, "I feel that the bandits are not rushing to negotiate at all, and as long as one knows the police, one knows that this is definitely impossible." Fan Jun heard these words. The heart is more certain that this is a conspiracy. This bandit wearing a white tiger mask, he must be stalling for time, there must be accomplices nearby. Fan Jun immediately rushed beside the vice captain, said, "You stay here to cooperate with them to deal with. I now immediately lead people back to the library." The third floor of the library. Qin Guang was staring intently at the computer calculating the results, while Tang Wanru was able to manage to skillfully organize the calculated data under Qin Guang's guidance. The two of them, one in charge of calculating the results and the other in charge of organizing them, worked well together, and the progress was sped up quite a bit. At this time, Tang Wanru heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, and somewhat suspiciously glanced downstairs, only to see nothing. However, Tang Wanru was also very clear that the higher authorities were able to send her to Qin Guang's side, in addition to assisting in the projections. More importantly, she also had to protect Qin Guang's safety. The inexplicable voice made Tang Wanru realize a hint of a sense of crisis, especially after 3 days of getting along with each other. She was already clear about Qin Guang's importance to the state of China. At this moment, one simply didn't dare to hold on to any bit of luck. Hans left the keyboard, looked at Qin Guang and said, "Something seems to have happened down there, I'll go down and take a look." Qin Guang looked at her and did not notice anything unusual, nodded and stopped talking. The first floor of the library. The mysterious man wearing an albino sheep mask suddenly swung out from behind the bookshelf, generally grabbed a military intelligence of the Chinese Security Bureau, violently raised his knee, forcefully pressed it against the small abdomen of this person, and then slashed down towards the neck with a hand knife. The Chinese military intelligence instantly fainted. Originally White Sheep was ready to hide the person well, but did not expect the Security Bureau also reacted at this time. 3 men with serious faces blocked in front of him. Seeing this, White Sheep threw this fainted Chinese military intelligence away like a piece of trash. Looking at the 3 of them, a sneer appeared on his face. "You guys really reacted after all, but with just the 3 of you, you can't stop me yet." All the way to mix into the library, White Sheep had already successively solved 7 Chinese military intelligence personnel, and had a clear judgment about their stature. At this time, the 3 Chinese military intelligence were all nervous. They were engaged in intelligence work, and were very good at carrying out secret missions, but there was still a big gap between close-range combat and special forces. But right now, because of Qin Guang's previous request, the special forces had already withdrawn. So the only ones left in the library were the Military Intelligence Department of the National Security Bureau. The 3 stared at White Sheep and warned sternly, "I don't care what you are, leave the library right now or we will arrest you for endangering national security." "Ha!" White Sheep sneered, "Not even half a word of nonsense," directly flying kick over. Crack! A military intelligence reached out to block the kick, but it was like being hit by a small car, instantly fracturing his bones, and his entire body flew straight backward. The remaining two looked at each other and gritted their teeth and rushed up. White Sheep twisted away from the two men's straight punches, thumped and swung his fist, threw a swinging punch, and when he saw one man fly out, he reached out and grabbed the other by the hair and brought up his knee and slammed it into the ground. In less than a minute, 3 Chinese military intelligence had been knocked to the ground. Tang Wanru came to the first floor and immediately heard the commotion behind the bookshelf. She quickly stepped forward and raised her eyes to see the fallen Chinese military intelligence, as well as the White Sheep standing in place. The White Sheep saw the visitor, calmly patted the ash on his hands, and rushed to her with a sneer. "Is this the quality of your Chinese military intelligence?" As the words fell, he directly struck out without half a moment's hesitation, slamming his fist into Tang Wanru. What a fast punching speed! Tang Wanru was startled by the speed with which White Sheep threw his punches. She took a step back and quickly reacted, gritting her teeth, blocking White Sheep's strike and slamming her fist back. Bang! Tang Wanru was just about to counterattack when White Sheep's extremely fast kick had already tucked into the small of her back. Tang Wanru crashed into the bookshelf, and with a loud bang, the 2-meter-high bookshelf fell to the ground, scattering all kinds of books on the shelves. Not good. Tang Wanru's 2 eyes stared straight up, just about to get up. The White Sheep had already rushed up, fiercely kicking down again. The ear-piercing sound of clicking misplaced bones came out, and a heart-rending stabbing pain instantly spread through the body. Tang Wanru stared at him in shock, both eyes rolled over, too late to utter a word, directly fainted. A few mole crickets want to stop me? Ridiculous. White Sheep snorted, his expression very calm, and walked along the stairs, straight up. Let me see, what exactly is this thing that China is secretly protecting? Grinning, White Sheep made his way to the 3rd floor of the library. When he came to the 3rd floor, he looked around. The only person sitting in front of the computer on the large floor was Qin Guang, and White Sheep's eyes were focused on him at first. When he saw that young face, he felt a bit incredulous. How could the target person that Huaguo was desperately trying to protect be a young man? What in the world is going on? White Sheep was stunned for a moment, frowning as he leaned over. And at this time, Qin Guang also heard the movement behind him. He turned back to look at White Sheep and said faintly, "I still have the last bit to finish, be quiet and don't disturb me." After saying that, he began to stare at the computer screen again and continued the algorithm behind him. When White Sheep sniffed, he felt an unprecedented insult since he had been practicing, and stared at Qin Guang with a dumbfounded face. Chapter 18, Killing the Body to Become Benevolent. White Sheep saw that Qin Guang indeed had no intention of taking care of himself. In his heart, he could not help but feel a surge of anger, but thought that this guy must be the one who was secretly protected. He was just about to go up and check Qin Guang's computer. At that moment, Qin Guang happened to knock down the last letter, completed his calculations, and reacted extremely quickly to close the screen. "What do you mean?" White Sheep snapped at him angrily. Qin Guang looked at the sheep mask on White Sheep's face and smiled slightly, not half as nervous as he was, and asked calmly, "You were sent by the pretty country?" White Sheep was stunned. "How do you know?" To be able to pull off something like this in China, other countries shouldn't be so capable. White Sheep sniffed and snorted coldly, before regaining his composure. "Kid, you're smart. Since you've guessed it, then I'll also give you 2 choices. First, you come with me. Second, I'll send you down there now. Just 1 minute to think about it, you'd better hurry." White Sheep looked at him, the threat in his words unconcealed. "Huaguo is so desperate to protect you, you should be very important to them, right?" Qin Guang still smiled calmly as he stood up and moved his arms and legs in front of White Sheep. Then, looking at him, he licked his lips and said, "There is a third option, I will send you away." "You what did you say?" Aries froze at his words. What the hell is going on here? Where does this guy get his confidence? At this time, Fan Jun had already brought people to the entrance of the library. All the way inside, Fan Jun's heart was already half cold. A henchman ran to Fan Jun with a pale face. "Team Fan, all the hidden wires in the library have been pulled out." "What?" Fan Jun's face swished and was covered in panic. The military intelligence personnel who could stay in the library were specially selected up to protect Qin Guang, in order that there could not be a single mistake. But what he did not expect was that these carefully arranged military intelligence personnel were dealt with silently without even sending a single message. Fan Jun's face became grave, and when he thought that Tang Wanru was still staying by Qin Guang's side, his panicked mood calmed down a little. He sank his face and said, "Quickly, all of you go up to the 3rd floor." However, right at this moment, one of his men suddenly shouted in alarm, "Team Fan, quick, Dr. Tang is in danger." Hearing these words, Fan Jun only felt a buzzing in his brain and suddenly felt a bit dizzy. He immediately led his men to the side of his men, and when he looked down, Tang Wanru was lying on the ground with a few military intelligence officers, life and death unknown. Seeing Tang Wanru, Fan Jun's expression bordered on despair. The Chinese military intelligence he had arranged had all fainted to death, and most crucially, surprisingly, even the women's MMA national champion, Tang Wanru, had collapsed on the ground. Fan Jun immediately lowered his head and probed Tang Wanru's nostrils. Seeing that her breathing was already very weak, he immediately shouted, "Come on someone, take them out." At this time, Fan Jun already had a premonition that the people who attacked the library were definitely not ordinary people, and even Tang Wanru was not a rival, so it was clear how horrible the strength really was. Commanding his sentence, he immediately added, "Now immediately go and notify the police department, let them cooperate in blocking the library. Also, the streets outside the campus should also be blocked off immediately." After giving a series of orders, Fan Jun then raised his head to look at the third floor, his heart like a drum, thumping nervously. The other party was definitely rushing towards Qin Guang. Fan Jun clenched his back teeth and let out a low growl. He knew very well that if something happened to Qin Guang in the library, then the first person to be responsible must be the security department that was close to protecting Qin Guang. At that time, not only would he himself be in trouble, their entire security department would be considered treasonous and appear in a military court with the charge of treason. This was only secondary. Once something happened to Qin Guang, it would be absolutely fatal to China's technological development. At that time, it would no longer be possible for China to break through the pretty country's blockade on science and technology. All of them, too, will become historical sinners. Realizing this, Fan Jun gritted his teeth and roared at the men at his side. The other side could pinpoint the library, so their numbers would definitely not be small. "Now, I order that everyone must save Qin Guang at all costs, and if something happens to Qin Guang, all below self will commit suicide in martyrdom. Our national security department will never betray our country." The crowd agreed in unison, already holding the idea of killing themselves, and rushed straight towards the third floor. Library, third floor. Aries gritted his teeth, the anger in his eyes bursting out uncontrollably. "Kid, since you want to die, I will fulfill you today." White Sheep casually copied a solid wooden chair, grimaced, and walked towards Qin Guang. And at this time, Qin Guang had already closed his eyes. In fact, since the system mall was unlocked, he had found quite a few goodies in it. In addition to the micro-elemental instant coffee that could make people stay up all night long, there were quite a few items that boosted the quality of the body. Originally, Qin Guang thought that with the protection of the National Security Bureau, he didn't need to waste technology points to exchange for these items. However, looking at the situation right now, it would not be possible to not exchange them. Qin Guang quickly found the Techno Blue Bottle Needle amongst the wide array of items. Technology Blue Bottle Syringe, redeem 500 technology points. Effects, can increase the host's reaction speed by 10 times within 10 minutes. Please ask if you choose to redeem it. Redemption. Qin Guang gulped lightly. Without half a moment's hesitation, he directly used the few tech points he had and exchanged it for the Tech Blue Bottle Injection. Congratulations to the host for successful redemption, starting automatic injection. As a tingling pain like an electric shock swept through his body, Qin Guang slowly opened his eyes. In this instant, he could clearly feel that his body had taken a qualitative leap. The White Sheep in front of him swung the chair to meet his head and smashed it down. However, in Qin Guang's eyes, it was as if his movements had been amplified dozens of times. Sloth-like, extremely slow swinging down, he could even see the spittle splashing out of the White Sheep's mouth. "I didn't expect the Techno Blue Bottle Needle effect to be so perverted." Qin Guang grinned. With that, he took a step that was impartial enough to dodge the White Sheep's strike. The White Sheep saw that Qin Guang had actually dodged it, and the whole person stared incredulously straight in the eyes. He had actually dodged it. In the next second, he gritted his teeth, a touch of ruthlessness appeared on his face, and the speed of his hand was a few minutes faster. "Damn, I'll see how you can dodge." Qin Guang slanted a glance at him and directly slipped a foot into the White Sheep's crotch. Ah! The heart-rending stabbing pain instantly swept through his entire body like an electric shock, and the White Sheep let out a scream of pain, covering his crotch and falling headfirst to the ground, rolling around in agony. Seeing this, Qin Guang expressionlessly came to the front of the White Sheep, just like this, condescending to look at him, faintly said, "I said, there is a third option. You." When White Sheep heard this, he gritted his teeth in death and suppressed his non-stop trembling body as he rushed at Qin Guang and questioned, "What kind of person are you in the end? How can your speed be faster than mine?" Chapter 19, God Bless China. "Looks like you haven't figured out your situation until now, huh?" Qin Guang glanced at him, the sarcasm in his eyes undisguised. "You." White Sheep, as an excellent agent of the pretty country, at this moment, when he heard these words from Qin Guang, it was as if he had been subjected to a strange shame. His eyes stared ferociously at Qin Guang, gritting his teeth and standing up again. "You give me death." White Sheep swung his fist and smashed it down towards Qin Guang with all his might. However, White Sheep's struggles were all futile in Qin Guang's eyes. With the Techno Blue Bottle Needle enhancement, once White Sheep raised his hand, Qin Guang was even able to see which finger he moved first, not to mention hitting it. Qin Guang unhurriedly moved a step to the right, his body slightly leaning back. The White Sheep's punch was impartial, just grazing the tip of Qin Guang's nose. Damn it! At this time, White Sheep finally realized that something was wrong, and with a panicked expression, he turned around and was about to run. However, he had only just turned around when a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him, not waiting for White Sheep to see clearly. It felt like half of his face had been hit by a hammer, his incisors instantly chipped, and his entire body fell back a few steps. Qin Guang gave him a teasing look. "What?
Is this the quality of the pretty country's agents? Aren't you a warrior? What are you running for? Swish.
Stimulated by Qin Guang, a flash of heavy killing intent swept across the eyes of the white sheep, directly drew a Nepalese short knife from his back, took a healthy step forward, and slashed down towards Qin Guang's neck.
I can't catch you alive, so I'll let you die here.
White sheep gritted his teeth and shouted angrily word by word.
Bang!
Without waiting for the Nepalese short knife to touch Qin Guang, a solid wooden chair had already heavily smashed on White Sheep's head.
Ah!
Shouting in pain, White Sheep covered his brain that was continuously oozing blood and took a few steps back. At this time, Qin Guang, also not in the hand, speed extremely fast forward, a foot again kicked the white sheep crotch. Crack! The white sheep fell to the ground at the sound, his face completely twisted into a ball, revealing a silent expression of pain. Downstairs came the sound of footsteps on the ground. Fan Jun brought people up from the stairway. Raising his eyes, he saw the unharmed Qin Guang and the white sheep on the ground in pain. Fan Jun was confused. The group of Chinese military intelligence members who were looking forward to their deaths were directly stunned in place.
What the hell is going on here?
One military intelligence opened his mouth wide in astonishment.
Fan Jun finally reacted and looked at the calm-faced Qin Guang and busily rushed at him and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's fine." Qin Guang looked at the collapsed white sheep. "Just now this beautiful country's agent wanted to take me away. You guys ask him about the specifics." Fan Jun was completely stunned and looked at Qin Guang incredulously. Eyes glanced to the fallen white sheep, fell into a deep thought. This is even Tang Wanru cannot be helpless bandits. Qin Guang, a college or not graduated students, he in the end how to do? Fan Jun waved his hand and ordered people to hold the white sheep down first, before he rushed Qin Guang and asked tentatively, "Is this the only one? There are other people?" Qin Guang was a bit surprised and asked in return.
Fan Jun nodded with a positive expression. "Yes, according to our judgment, the waste that caused the disturbance in the cafeteria and the bandits who took advantage of the opportunity to strike in the library are in the same group."
A student was hijacked? Qin Guang asked in disbelief. There are.
Fan Jun pondered for a while, said his own analysis. "According to our understanding with the school authorities to get the news, the hijacked student called Lin Ruyun, no special social relations, the bandits should just want to stall for time."
Lin Ruyun?
Qin Guang was just about to sit down, learned of this news, immediately stood up again, his eyebrows instantly wrinkled. "No, I have to go to the cafeteria." Currently, the effect of the technological blue vial injection on Qin Guang's body still had 5 minutes left, so it should not be too late to rush over there with all his might. As he spoke, Qin Guang had already arrived at the stairway. Just now, Fan Jun was standing right in front of Qin Guang, and he didn't even feel anything before he realized that the Qin Guang in front of him had disappeared. He was startled and turned around to look for him, and when he saw that Qin Guang was about to go down the stairs, Fan Jun immediately shouted, "You can't go, these people are coming for you." Qin Guang heard, footsteps stopped, he looked sideways at the nervous Fan Jun. "You do not have to worry about my safety, the formula I have finished calculating, in the computer, you directly sent to the Dragon Science Institute on the line." After saying that, Qin Guang took a step downstairs. Quickly follow him, no matter what, Qin Guang can't be in any danger." Fan Jun immediately greeted his men to follow Qin Guang, and then quickly walked to the front of Qin Guang's computer, opened the computer to see, only to see inside the dense list of a dizzying equation. Fan Jun was confused, completely unable to understand, but also do not dare to operate casually, for fear that a carelessness will be a lost cause.
"Can you send?"
Fan Jun's face flushed with worry, turning his head to look at one of his men. The subordinate was busy shaking his head into a rattlesnake, with a nervous expression on his face. "Fan Jun, this thing is too important, I don't dare to send it."
"No, it's just an email, aren't you a computer major?"
The subordinate cried. "Fan team, I have an old man and a young man, this thing is treason if you are not careful, I really do not dare to send it."
Fan Jun's silence. "I'll send it."
At this moment, a weak voice came from the stairway. The crowd looked at the sound, and saw Tang Wanru holding the handrail of the stairs came up, although the gate is weak, but the consciousness is still clear.
Fan Jun heard the sound and immediately rushed to Tang Wanru and said, "Xiao Tang, do you know how to send?" "Will send." Tang Wanru nodded.
Fan Jun was a bit excited and immediately urged his men, quickly give the computer to Tang, immediately sent to CS. Tang Wanru came to the computer and sat down, encrypted the data in the computer and saved it, then used the internal key of the Dragon Academy of Science and Technology, knocked down the enter key, and the mail began to encrypt the transmission. At the same time, in the laboratory secretly built in Qinling Mountain, Dean Zhao, director of the Scientific Research Department Zhangsen, deputy director Li Baiqiao, and a kind of expert from the small laboratory of the Longku Academy, there were 20 to 30 people. At this moment, all of them were gathered in the laboratory, staring intently at the display screen in front of them. On the display screen a line of equations listed out, see people's eyes dazzling. Can see, a miniature 3D simulation display reaction device has been lit, the temperature on the screen is rising, such as lava like red glowing.
The reaction temperature had already reached 7 million. A professor opened his eyes hard and exclaimed in shock.
Dean Zhao also clenched his fists in death, stray blood rushing from his eyes. Ever since the moment he saw the equation in Qin Guang's computer, Ding Zhao desperately wanted to know the answer. In order to prove the feasibility of the equation, Ding Zhao had ordered the CCAA to build this secret laboratory in one day. Since building the lab, Ding Zhao had taken his team to live in it at a snail's pace for 3 whole days of simulation, and today was the time to reveal the results.
Everyone is waiting for this moment to come. 1 second. 2 seconds. 8 seconds.
The time of fusion was also climbing up by the second. The laboratory was as quiet as a pin, dead silent. Everyone's face was covered with nervousness, or tightly pinched fists, or gritted teeth. Even President Zhao's forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. Everyone was staring at the reaction device with a high degree of nervousness, and after half a second, someone suddenly realized that something was wrong.
Ron Li asked, "It should have been more than 101 seconds, right? Has it?" "It seems like it."
Because he was too focused, Ding Zhao also forgot the exact time and glanced at the time, and in the next second, he opened his mouth wide and didn't make a sound for a long time.
Boom! The crowd erupted. It worked. 1 hour, the reaction device lasted for an hour. It really worked.
Each and every one of the experimentalists present had selflessly dedicated half their lives in the field of scientific research, and a feat like controlled nuclear fusion, which could change the future landscape of China and even affect the world, could be said to be the lifelong pursuit of every scientific researcher.
However, at this very moment, they witnessed a miracle in history.
Even if we can't achieve complete control of nuclear fusion, but if we can reach this point now, I can responsibly say that from now on, no more powers will dare to commit a single point against my country of China. President Zhao burst into tears of excitement and let out a loud laugh from the bottom of his heart.
God bless China. God bless China.
Perhaps ordinary people were not sure what the success of this half of the equation meant, but these researchers know very well that it means a new era is coming to China. The global coal price is skyrocketing, several countries are suffering from power shortages and blackouts, and even some areas of China are facing the mandatory measure of throttling and restricting electricity, but the technical difficulties of controlled nuclear fusion have been overcome, and normal operation has been realized. The state of China will support tens of thousands of Chinese people in 100 years. The night does not turn off the lights, fully realize the balance of energy consumption. Next, there are military industry, national defense and other fields, will also be controlled nuclear fusion to bring about a sea change. The people in the lab have been thrilled beyond words. The tiredness that had cried, shouted, and piled up over several days finally surged up, and some people simply lay down on the floor and fell asleep in a few seconds. The tears in their eyes were still flickering, and vaguely, one could still hear some people muttering under their breath, "God bless the country of China."
Chapter 20: Saving People.
Ding Zhao turned back to look at the old fellows who were already lying on the ground, excited but also a little heartbroken. Rushing to the door of a few security personnel said, "You all come in, give them some blankets, do not catch a cold." Several security personnel looked at this group of professors and experts who had dedicated half of their lives to the country's scientific research. Their eyes were also filled with respect, and after giving a standard military salute, they ran in holding the blankets. Director Zhang of the Scientific Research Department came to President Zhao with his hands behind his back and said with the same excited expression, "Old Zhao, do you think our current success can be put into use directly?" President Zhao did not exaggerate, but said rigorously, "Our current controlled fusion is incomplete. If it is put into use directly, there will be nuclear pollution and some negative situations." Here, Ding Zhao raised a breath. However, to be able to do this step, we are already ahead of the world, which is also a big step forward for China and even all mankind. Zhao Ding finished explaining, "Cannot help but think of the first time with Qin Guang met the picture. The heart sigh up, I chose Qin Guang this time, really did not look at the wrong person. The success of this experiment, although only half of the equation, but Qin Guang's role is absolutely cannot be ignored, and so go back to be sure to give him to ask for a first-class merit." Sighing in his heart, Ding Zhao was extremely satisfied with the results at this stage. To be able to achieve this level, it was already an existence that transcended the world. As for the rest of the second half, to develop it in a short period of time could be as difficult as climbing up to heaven, and it could not be forced. This kind of thought was not only shared by Ding Zhao, but also by the rest of the researchers. Wanting to make a complete version of controlled nuclear fusion in a short period of time was almost impossible. However, even so, this step has already shaken the entire scientific research field. Even if it can't be used in society, it can still be used in the military industry and national defense. At least used in aircraft carriers and nuclear-powered ships. As long as the problem of nuclear pollution can be solved, it can be done to last for years.
Just when everyone thought that things would end here,
a staff member suddenly ran in with hurried steps, swept through the crowd, found Ding Zhao, and rushed over. Dean.
Dean.
Ding Zhao turned to look, saw the staff expression excited, but also with a wave of tension, some surprise to ask, "What happened?"
Dean.
Staff member says, "Our internal mailbox received an email from How to College."
Hearing that it was an email from Qin Guang, Ding Zhao froze for half a second, and then asked with a wildly happy face, "How to college? Could it be that Qin Guang has made some new progress? What did he send?" The staff was both excited and nervous. "It's the complete equation for controlled fusion."
The sender is Qin Guang. These words fell on the ears of the crowd, and everyone present was shocked. Some of the researchers who had fallen asleep even sat up in shock, as if they had seen a ghost in the middle of the day, looking incredulously at the staff member who had brought the news.
What? Qin Guang sent the complete equations for controlled fusion. Give me a quick hit. I can't be dreaming. Oh, my god. Boom.
The atmosphere of the entire venue was once again ignited, and all of them stood up straight, the excitement between their faces already hard to hide. Dean Zhao froze for half a day and finally came back to his senses, excitedly slamming his fist on the table in front of him. Good.
I really didn't look at the wrong person.
The director Zhang on the side was still a bit confused, looking at the crowd of excited researchers and then looking at the excited Dean Zhao, asked, "Old Zhao, what's going on here? You slow down, there's too much good news, I'm a bit slow to receive it."
Ha ha. Dean Zhao punched him and laughed. Didn't you ask me if controlled nuclear fusion could be put into civilian use? Now that we have the full version of the formula, as long as the experiment is okay, it can be put into use. Ah. Administrator Zhang exclaimed in shock. Wasn't it not possible just now? It was only a few short minutes, and then it was suddenly realized? This ing God bless the country of China. No, Zhao, I'm a little dizzy.
Director Zhang learned of this great news, feet swayed a few steps, two eyes stagnant to the sofa to sit down, head tilted actually fainted happily.
Ha! God bless the country of China, God bless the country of China.
At this time, the laboratory was still noisy. No one noticed that Director Zhang of the Scientific Research Department had already fainted for half a day because of excitement. Quiet, be quiet. Dean Zhao uttered a word of signaling, seeing that the crowd was quiet, then he looked at the staff with joy. Go, quickly take me to take a look.
How to college?
Qin Guang arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria with great speed by virtue of the effect of the technological blue bottle injection. At this time, there were still 3 minutes left in the effect of the techno-blue bottle needle agent, and he saw through the glass that hundreds of students with panicked faces were locked in the cafeteria. As for the so-called bomb was on the bandit, at this time the bandit was extremely cunning and took Lin Ruyun several people to the cafeteria warehouse, obviously to avoid the snipers' gathering spot. Police negotiators have just exchanged several times with the bandits. It is clear that the bandits do not want to reach any conditions, but just to simply delay the police time. No, there were only 3 minutes left for the effects of the technological blue vial injection. Qin Guang gritted his teeth and said with a fierce face, "Time is already too late, we must take advantage of the information gap that he still does not know that his companion has fallen out of the net, and save the person within 3 minutes. Thinking of this, Qin Guang at this time cannot care about other, directly around to the back side of the cafeteria, pick up a stone brick directly smashed open the back window, turned over and jumped in. The back window of the cafeteria leads directly to the warehouse. Qin Guang tumbled in through the back window and arrived at the warehouse. However, the warehouses inside were separated. The one where Qin Guang was a large warehouse for piling up sundries, while the one where the bandits were was a small warehouse for placing grain and oil. In front of them was a lacquered red gate, which was tightly closed and obviously locked from the inside. Seeing the time passing by, Qin Guang hard also began to anxious, simply gritted his teeth directly forward, while knocking on the gate, while calling out Lin Ruyun's name. "Lin Ruyun, I'm coming, don't worry, I'll come to save you right away to get out." Inside the small warehouse, the pale-faced Lin Ruyun's mouth had been sealed. At this time, when she heard the familiar voice coming from behind, the whole person was suddenly startled, and then a warmth inexplicably surged up in her heart. "It's Qin Guang, he came to save me." 2 lines of clear tears fell down Lin Ruyun's face, as if all the pent-up emotions of these days had swept away and disappeared at this moment. However, seeing White Tiger take out a bomb from his bag, Lin Ruyun couldn't help but feel a burst of panic, her expression eagerly looking at the door, praying that Qin Guang must not come in. At this time, White Tiger looked at the time. From the time he and White Sheep agreed to evacuate has arrived. No matter what, he has to go, otherwise it is likely to be suffocated inside. He took out a couple of modified time bombs from his bag and very expertly strapped them to a couple of students when there was a knock on the door from outside the small warehouse's pitch red gates. White Tiger glanced at it, not even half bothering. He was still tying up the bomb on his own. The small warehouse was deathly quiet. Lin Ruyun and a few other students saw that the timing device on their bodies had been activated. Their hearts were as if they were dead, and their faces were completely desperate. A few people had no way to speak, and could only let out whimpering, desperate wails. Seeing that the knocking on the door had disappeared, the White Tiger lifted his foot and was about to follow the established evacuation route to leave Haode Academy. However, just at the moment he was about to leave, Qin Guang's voice once again came from outside the door. "I know that you caused a commotion in the cafeteria just to distract the tiger from the mountain. You want to draw all the police forces to the cafeteria, and use this to cover for your companions to strike in the library, right?" White Tiger froze. Qin Guang continued, "You come out, I am the one you are looking for." Chapter 21, The Order of China. At the same time, the Qinling Mountain secret base. Dean Zhao and the others stood in front of the display screen with reverent gazes, and at this moment, a mail was cast on the screen. All the researchers present held their breath, fearing that the slightest movement would be made, causing this sacred moment to be destroyed. "Comrades, President Zhao raised his eyes and swept over the faces of all the old fellows one by one. His voice trembled as he said, "The picture we see next will go down in history. Are you ready?" Old Zhao. Dean Zhao. We've been preparing all our lives. Dean Zhao nodded his head heavily. Yes, these people here have contributed half of their lives to national scientific research. They, including themselves, have prepared long enough. Thus, Dean Zhao no longer hesitated and opened the email with trembling hands. Soon, the encryption regulations popped up on the screen. Dean Zhao suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly entered the password. The screen turned on face recognition, and as the streak swept across Dean Zhao's aged cheeks, the email opened. Densely packed data listed on the screen opened. Dean Zhao read, and then it was difficult to hold back the excitement in his heart. Suddenly old tears. With a sobbing voice, said, "Yes, Qin Guang did not let us down. This is the complete version of the controlled fusion equation." There was no need to verify. Dean Zhao could tell at a glance that this was the complete version of the controlled fusion formula. It perfectly solves the problem of nuclear leakage and pollution, and achieves the collapse and expansion of nuclear energy, which is similar to the process of a star collapsing and expanding again to become a red giant star. This process is similar to the process of a star collapsing and re-expanding into a red giant star. This process is used as the fulcrum of the continuous wave cycle of nuclear fusion to make controlled nuclear fusion. This was something that physics master Planck hadn't even thought of, however, Qin Guang had. Looking at the equation on the screen, the controlled nuclear fusion that had plagued mankind for half a century, so the thought process suddenly became incredibly clear. Dean Zhao was energized, looked excited, and said, "This equation is enough to change the fate of the entire country of China, and even the fate of the entire human race." Dean Zhao took out the military band satellite phone. Because of the long period of exuberance, the body could not restrain trembling, dialed a number out. Da! The phone was connected. "Hello," aged voice came from inside. "Hello, is it little Zhao?" "Yes, it's me." Chief. "What's the matter? Is your research still progressing well?" Dean Zhao, with 7 parts excitement and 3 parts apprehension, said with a trembling voice, Chief, we've succeeded. We already have the correct development program for controlled nuclear fusion." There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Dean Zhao continued to say excitedly, "It was Xiao Qin's appearance that activated the entire field of science and technology in our country of China. Half of his equation we have already verified successfully, and as long as the remaining half can be verified successfully, then this will be an amazing feat that will change the destiny of China to change the destiny of mankind. Moreover, through the previous experiment, I have every reason to believe that this one will not fail." Chief. On the other end of the phone, a heavy snorting sound finally came out. "Good. You are all the generation that changed the fate of China. I am proud of you. Once this experiment is successful, you will proceed to arrange for Xiao Qin to come and see me. I will personally award him the Order of the Kingdom of China. He can afford it. The Order of the Kingdom of China is the supreme honor of the Kingdom of China. Since the founding of the country there are only a handful of people who can be awarded this medal. If successful, Qin Guang will be the only one who can be at such an early age. Was awarded the Order of the Kingdom of China by the chief of the young people. No one has ever been before, no one will ever come after. It's a historical achievement. Conduct the test immediately. I'll wait for your good news." "Yes, I promise to complete the task." Soon, the phone came from the other end of a bright laughter. "Small Li, today an exception, you accompany me to drink 2 cups. Hanging up the phone, Dean Zhao emotionally looked at the crowd of researchers present. "The chief has ordered. His old man is waiting for us in the general mansion to drink celebratory wine. Comrades, I, Zhao Bo, can have a group of old buddies like you, can witness this history with you. This life has no regrets." Dean Zhao bowed deeply to the crowd. A group of old men over half 100 years old either cried or laughed, and in the laboratory, there was no trace of the image of an academic expert. After the crowd calmed down a little, Dean Zhao could not hide his excitement and directly picked up the satellite phone to call Fan Jun. When the phone was connected, Dean Zhao urged in a tone that could not be denied, "Quickly, let Xiao Qin answer the phone. I want to personally thank our benefactor from China." Inside the school, Fan Jun stood outside the cafeteria, his hand holding the phone inexplicably trembled a little, his expression stiffened as he glanced at the student who was being held hostage, and he stammered, Zhao Din, it's not too convenient for Qin Guang to answer the phone right now." Saying that, Fan Jun busily covered the microphone and shouted at the deputy team beside him, "How is Qin Guang now?" "The Chinese Academy of Sciences personally called to ask for someone." "Ah?" The vice squad was confused, jaws staring at Fan Jun, but Qin Guang has already entered the warehouse. Fan Jun wanted to die now. Listening to Dean Zhao's voice must be the success of the experiment. If something happened to Qin Guang at this juncture, it would be impossible for him to save him even if his ancestor's grave smoked and his old man jumped out of his grave. "Fan Jun, what are you stumbling for?" Zhao Din heard Fan Jun's voice is not right, suddenly realized what, shocked voice said, "I ask you, where is Xiao Qin?" In the face of Dean Zhao's stern questioning, Fan Jun also knew that it was impossible for him to hide it from the past. As long as Dean Zhao made a phone call, the news would surely be spread to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Fan Jun could only tell the whole story. Dean Zhao, there was a terrorist attack on campus, and Qin Guang has already gone in to save people.
What?
When Dean Zhao heard that Qin Guang had gone to save people, a look of pain immediately appeared on his face, and he hurriedly covered his chest, gasping for breath.
Fan Jun, is this how you protect Qin Guang?
If you can't do it as the head of this national security force, you'll pack up and get out of here. Dean Zhao was so angry that he cursed. I'm telling you, the chief has personally promised to personally award Little Qin the Order of the Kingdom of China. If something happens to Little Qin at this juncture, your entire security department will be a sinner in China. Now you give me immediately organize a rescue, must be done no matter who goes down. Xiao Qin cannot go down. Fan Jun, holding the phone, cold sweat swish downstream, looked busy as panic.
Dean Zhao, you can rest assured that even if I have an accident, Qin Guang will not have an accident.
This is not enough, you must ensure that Xiao Qin cannot be harmed in any way. If he is injured, all of you will be nailed to the pillar of shame of China. Dean Zhao hung up the phone with a cold and heavy expression, immediately took out the quick-acting heart-saving pills from his pocket, shook out a few and swallowed them, and the thumping and fluttering heartbeat only slightly smoothed out. No, only one Fan Jun is not enough insurance. Dean Zhao muttered to himself and immediately made a call to the Central China War Department of the State of China. In the phone call the first time to explain the situation. At this time, the Central China War Ministry. In the operational conference room. A Chinese-faced middle-aged man with a general star on his shoulder immediately turned solemn in his expression when he learned of the situation at Howda College. Without waiting to hang up the phone, he directly looked at the chief of staff beside him. Shocked voice ordered, fast. Pass the order down, immediately ordered the 3rd Mechanical Division armed blockade Howda College surrounding areas. Anyone without orders, even a fly, is absolutely not allowed to put over.
Commander, is something wrong?
The chief of staff is still a bit confused.
They've even mobilized the War Department's most elite ace mechanic division? It's not a war, is it? We haven't received any orders. The chief's amnesty for the scientific and technological talents of the Order of China is in danger of being hijacked by bandits. This is a big deal. Middle-aged face firm roar. If you cannot get people back, since you below all dismissed to deal with, I personally find the head of the head, immediately out of the field. Yes. The middle staff officer's face changed drastically after hearing this, and he immediately conveyed the order to the various departments. Hundreds of armed helicopters took off at the same time on the tarmac, with a thunderous roar, pulling diagonally in altitude, rapidly ascending towards Howda College. 100 armored combat vehicles like steel beasts drove out of the war zone, all of them fully armed, just like a picture of putting life and death at risk with a determined look. Thousands of combat troops, riding in military green military vehicles, loaded with guns and ammunition, overlooking down the world only a military green. A few new recruits sitting in the SUV, apprehensively tampering with the steel gun in their hands. Looking to the old squad leader, what's going on? Is there going to be a fight? The old squad leader's face was serious as he smoked a cigarette. Write a letter to your family while you're at it. I've been in the army for so many years, and this is the first time I've experienced such a big battle. Just the armored combat vehicles have deployed more than 100 of them, not to mention the thousands of people in the land combat unit. I figured that in all likelihood it was going to be a fight. Maybe this time it was going to be a direct run to the Golden Gate. A few recruits looked at each other, and when they heard the word Kinman, a hint of fervent fire was hidden in their eyes. At this time, the person leading the team is the Central War Zone Division, Xu Buotao. He sat with a solemn face in the military car at the head. At this time, the phone rang, and when I answered the phone, I heard the deep voice of President Zhao. Xu Buotao, I am now on behalf of the General Chief. I tell you, all the next actions, you can give the green light, you rule on your own right to fire. If anyone dares to resist, there's no need to report back, shoot them on the spot. Yes, I promise to fulfill the mission. Xu Buotao respectfully accepts the order. Chapter 22, Gunshots. The dimly lit warehouse. The two of them, Qin Guang and White Tiger, stood a meter apart, facing each other, White Tiger holding his pistol up and gazing at him with an expressionless face. What makes you say we're looking for you? Although White Tiger didn't show any unnecessary expression, but inwardly he was incomparably shocked. How could he not expect that such a level of security measures in China was actually protecting just one? A student? Lin Ruyun, who was sealed by the adhesive tape, saw Qin Guang being pointed at by the bandits with a gun, and her face was horrified, worrying that the bandits would suddenly open fire and finish off Qin Guang. However, she couldn't say anything at the moment and could only keep shaking her head at Qin Guang, signaling him to run. However, Qin Guang acted as if he didn't see it, his gaze fixed on the White Tiger, and said calmly, "It's also very simple to prove that your main target of attack is on the 3rd floor of the library. I'm the only one on the entire 3rd floor of the library. If it wasn't to find me, then what did you guys go through all this trouble for?" White Tiger did not expect that at this juncture, the young man in front of him actually dared to ask himself a rhetorical question. He froze for 2 seconds, and then a trace of anger rose in his eyes, gritted his teeth and rebuked, "Are you asking me? Are you a little bit of heart no count? Can't figure out the situation? You should be an agent of the pretty country, right? You came with a total of 2 people. You created chaos in the cafeteria so that you could use it to let your companion wearing a sheep mask touch into the library to hold me hostage. Qin Guang looked at him and let out a laugh, right? White Tiger fell silent, his brows furrowed. Qin Guang had been observing his reaction, and at this moment, he had completely concluded that the other party must be the pretty country's agents. Moreover, the fact that he had never chosen to withdraw from the beginning to the end at least indicated a situation where they were not fighting alone. There was definitely someone else in command behind them. The psychology of the two worlds allowed Qin Guang to suppress the nervousness in his heart, and he forced his eyes on White Tiger without slowing down, trying to dig out the contact behind him. The person behind you has already helped you design a retreat route, right? He should be in some shadowy room or simply in the school, directing you, right? Kid, don't try to trap me here. White Tiger's emotions became unusually irritated, and through the conversation he had just had, he understood that White Sheep must be in dire straits. Right now, if he didn't retreat, it was likely that he would have to suffocate inside as well. A trace of hostility quickly swept through White Tiger's eyes. Since you are so important to the country of China, then you can go to hell. By Yang's accident made by Hu panic in his heart, and with a steady stream of support from China outside the cafeteria, he no longer had the patience to continue to wear out his welcome. After saying that, he pulled the trigger on Qin Guang. Outside the cafeteria door, the armament forces of the Central China War Zone had arrived in full force. The roaring and vibrating helicopter gunships were perched diagonally at an angle over the cafeteria. On the helicopter, snipers were on one knee in the cabin, and observers were holding observation scopes, searching for targets without stopping. Sniper number one is in position. All teams pay attention to finding the bandits' position. Remember, the bandits have been professionally trained. Make sure to lock down any dead ends that can be escaped. Observers from all departments, the cafeteria has been completely blocked. Then, thousands of loaded soldiers began to enter the scene in an orderly manner, blocking off the nearby streets and business districts, and hundreds of combat armored vehicles drove into the Hada College, just like an apocalyptic scene in the future. The police officer in charge of martial law at the school was instantly confused by the scene in front of him. Captain? Quickly pinch me, am I sleep deprived? A police officer patted the captain's shoulder, but did not hear any response. Then looked sideways, and saw the captain staring blankly. Half a minute later mumbled, "Drop a mother, this is what happened?" Shu Buotao jumped down from the combat armored vehicle and came to Fan Jun with his head held high. "Lao Fan, what is the situation in the cafeteria now?" Unable to catch up, Shu Buotao asked with a solemn face. "The bandits are holding a large number of hostages and are carrying a ration of bombs. Qin Guang is likely to be in danger." Fan Jun's face was anxious, and he eagerly shouted, "Old Shu, you bring people to surround the periphery, I will personally go to save the people." After saying that, Fan Jun is going to lead people to follow the established plan and break into the school cafeteria to save people. Shu Buotao pulled him back. "Old Fan, take it easy. Old Shu, don't try to persuade me, even your central war zone has come, think about how big the matter is here." Fan Jun anxiously replied back while quickly putting on his body armor. He looked to the lieutenant beside him. "On the spot you cooperate with Chief Shu's command, I'll find a way to go around to the back to intercept the bandits." However, just at the moment when Fan Jun's words had just fallen, hyper! A piercing gunshot came out from the cafeteria. Swish! Fan Jun and Shu Buotao looked up at the same time, both of their faces whitening in horror. After half a second, a horrifying thought arose in the hearts of the two. It's over. Fan Jun's wide-open mouth trembled uncontrollably. "Don't let anything happen, don't let anything happen." Warehouse. White Tiger's hand with the gun trembled slightly, as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime, his eyes staring ahead in terror. How could he not expect that in the moment he shot, the Qin Guang in front of him suddenly disappeared? How was this possible? At such a close distance, can a person be fast enough to dodge bullets? Qin Guang dodged the thrilling shot, and his face was white at this time. Dodging bullets, this thing can only be dodged at noon, or sooner or later have to be a problem. Qin Guang also did not expect in the technology blue bottle injection under the enhancement. His speed has actually faster than the bullet, even so, still grazed the tip of his nose flew past. At present, there is still 1 minute before the injection expires. It looks like I have to fight quickly. Qin Guang raised his head to face the White Tiger with a stunned expression, and walked directly towards him. Seeing Qin Guang walking towards him with an emboldened look, the White Tiger was even more shocked in his heart and immediately raised his gun and fired 3 shots at Qin Guang. Hyper! However, the moment the shots fell, Qin Guang actually appeared in front of White Tiger's eyes without any damage. Looking closely, the gun in his hand was already gone. And the black hole of the gun was already aimed at his head. White Tiger looked at the expressionless Qin Guang and froze with wide eyes. Qin Guang glanced at him, did not say half a sentence more nonsense with him, directly removed the wireless headset on the White Tiger's ear, rushed inside and slowly said, "Hey, can you hear me?" Wireless headset that did not have any response. Qin Guang knows that there must be someone listening behind the scenes, so continue to say, "Don't pretend, I know you are beautiful country people, I look for you, just want to let you give you above the people with a word.
I'm right here at Howda College, I can wait for as many moves as you guys have. Words here, Xing Guang paused for a moment, his voice suddenly raised a few sentences, but you remember, China's rise today has been unstoppable, before you cannot, now, you are even less qualified to dictate to China. Chapter 23 10 Years. In the gloomy room, Grey Mouse was sitting in front of the computer, and when he heard these arrogant words from Xing Guang, his face sank. Bang! He violently slammed his fist on the keyboard, his eyes grimly gritted his teeth and cursed, waste, waste. Still what tiger and sheep double seat, if I look at it, it's just two wastes that are not enough to accomplish things but are more than enough to fail. Roar a sentence, the grey rat this opened the microphone, rushed to the wireless headset that cold snort, arrogantly said, Don't be too complacent, the game has just begun, who loses, and who wins will only be known in the end.
Your accent is very Chinese? Xing Guang said in a calm tone, you should be a Chinese, right? Does it have anything to do with you?
No, I'm just a little curious, you said all the same lineage, the motherland how you wanna betray the motherland, defected to the beautiful country?
Xing Guang saw no sound in the wireless headset, laughed lightly and continued, is it because of the 10 years of locking the Chinese action?
Buzz. Hearing Xing Guang lightly say this shocking plan that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, the grey rat was horrified in his heart, and felt a dizziness in his head with a wang's bang. 10 years of locking China plan, is the beautiful country in recent years the highest degree of secrecy of the action code, in addition to a specific group of people, ordinary people simply cannot have access to the opportunity, Grey Rat cannot understand, Xing Guang how to know this action code?
In the warehouse.
Xing Guang grinned when he heard silence once again in his headset.
Silence in a sense meant acquiescence. Sure enough, the pretty country agents suddenly becoming active in China was related to the 10-year lockdown program.
As for why he knew this operation code, it was because he recalled that at this point in time in his previous life, Pretty Country should have been researching super chips with the aim of completely stifling the rise of China with a technological lockdown. And the action code name of this program was called 10 Years of Operation Lockdown, and from the time point of view, at the latest next year Pretty Country would have succeeded in its research and development. After all, the last beautiful country is since the beginning of next year, the use of superchip all-round blockade of China's science and technology, and pull together the so-called allies of those flies and dogs group, in the medical, military, economic and other major areas of development, the country of China launched a comprehensive siege.
Thinking of this, Xing Guang couldn't help but tighten his fists.
Other people didn't know, but having relived his first life, he knew in his heart more than any other, how much of a blow the pretty country's technological blockade had dealt to China and even to China's top scientists. In his last life, after China was blockaded by Pretty Country on all fronts, in order to get out of the predicament, he led his team to dive into the research all the time, and gave half of his life for the arrival of the pinnacle of China's science and technology. However, due to the delay in breaking through the upper limit in the field of science and technology, 19 years later, the prolonged technological blockade led to the field of science and technology in the country of China being stepped on by the Pretty Country, and in doing so, curbed the overall development of the country of China. At that time, the whole country was in an uproar. China's scientists were speechless in the face of the expectations of the people of the motherland, and fell with hatred. Now, living again, Xing Guang finally waited for the day to raise eyebrows. Controlled fusion will be the introduction of China's another major turning point. Seeing the delayed response in the wireless ear, Xing Guang said with a smile, since I guessed right, why don't we have a science and technology competition?
A tech competition?
Starting today, I'll deal with you Pretty Country alone. Xing Guang's face was proud as he said in a deep voice, let's see who can develop the technology chip first. As the words fell, Xing Guang directly snuffed out the wireless headset. At this moment, the white tiger stood in front of Xing Guang, and after hearing his domineering remarks, he was shocked beyond words. To fight against the entire Pretty Country's technological blockade with his own strength, what kind of backbone did this young man have to be able to say these words? For a moment, White Tiger looked at Xing Guang's eyes in a trance. He seemed to understand why the Chinese nation would protect this young man in front of him with such a level of security. Xing Guang looked at White Tiger and found ropes in the warehouse to bind his hands and feet before he put away his pistol and came in front of Lin Ruyun and the others. They all had time bombs installed on their bodies by White Tiger, but the ignition device inside was exceptionally simple. This simple electronic circuit, as long as it was cut in order, it would stop the explosion. Xing Guang looked at it for a few moments and understood the principle. He directly found scissors and cut the wiring in order.
Outside the cafeteria.
Hearing the gunshots coming from inside, Fan Jun reddened his eyes and reprimanded through clenched teeth, move faster.
Concentrate the bulletproof vests for me. The first wave of people wearing bulletproof vests will charge inside with me first.
The people behind, once someone falls in front, immediately give me forward to fill the position. Fan Jun has been completely anxious, I tell you, inside the gun has sounded, if Xing Guang accident, everyone here, including me, are waiting to take off their clothes on the court-martial. Fan Jun loaded his gun and roared, everyone, charge in with me, who does not play life, I'm the first to get him dead.
Shu Botao also gritted his teeth, no longer stopping Fan Jun's action, rushed around the deputy shouted, all TM heard?
I don't care what kind of bull program you guys have now, I just have one request, Qin Guang must walk out of here alive. Everyone, give me a free charge, whoever saves Qin Guang out, I'll let you have the seat of the division seat. However, just as Fan Jun and the others were ready to kill themselves, the locked cafeteria door opened, and when they looked up, they saw Qin Guang holding Lin Ruyun and walking out slowly. Out. Fan Jun and a group of men ready to fight for their lives, completely confused, one by one, rubbing their eyes hard, as if seeing a ghost in the middle of the day, for fear that they have seen a mistake. The next second, Fan Jun immediately ran up with people to meet, came to Qin Guang, not waiting for him to speak, heard Qin Guang said, Fan Captain, you help me arrange a car, I want to go to the hospital. When he got here, he looked behind him and added, by the way, the spies of the beautiful country are in the cafeteria warehouse, you just bring people in to catch them. Xu Buotao also brought people to run up, looked at a dumbfounded Fan Jun, and then looked at the calm Qin Guang, could not help but ask out loud, how did you come out? Come back and talk about it. Qin Guang raised an eyebrow, my classmate is in shock, I have to take her to the hospital for a checkup first. Come back is good. See go Qin Guang out unharmed, Fan Jun busy nodding, mentioning the heart in the throat finally fell, simply do not dare to ask anything more, immediately arranged a car, directly escorted Qin Guang to the hospital. On the way to the hospital. Appeal. Qin Guang let out a sigh of relief in the car, the reason why he had such a bottom line with those words he had just put down in the warehouse. It was entirely because the system had finally given him a second mission after many days. As long as he was able to complete the mission, the system directly rewarded the superconductor chip, allowing China to successfully metamorphose and become a well-deserved world hegemon. Just thinking of this, Qin Guang frowned, the preconditions for wanting to complete the mission were really a bit. Chapter 24, The Second Mission. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the hospital. Due to the special environment of the hospital, the military intelligence section did not immediately put the hospital under martial law, but chose to have a portion of the people in the outer perimeter to unlock the control. The rest of the people were dressed in plainclothes and placed under control within 5 meters of Qin Guang. Looking closely, these people looked normal, even a picture of not knowing each other, but in fact, their eyes were constantly scanning the surrounding crowd, always preventing any danger that might appear. Qin Guang had already had an incident at the school, if something happened again in the hospital, then they, the military intelligence department, would have no other choice but to die for their sins. Qin Guang helped Lin Ruyun pick up her ticket, and then assisted her to the waiting area to sit down. Seeing Lin Ruyun's face still pale, Qin Guang rubbed his palms together and deliberately joked, why, weren't you quite bold before? Hearing Qin Guang's words ringing in her ears, Lin Ruyun swept a glance at Qin Guang with a very complicated expression. Especially when she thought of what happened in the warehouse, she still had palpitations, but she could also tell that Qin Guang was protected by the security department. Although the worry slowed down a few points, her heart was puzzled. She glanced at the military intelligence officers who were hiding their identities and rushed at Qin Guang and asked in a low voice, Qin Guang, can you tell me, what exactly is your identity? Why is the region's military intelligence department secretly protecting you? This. At the mention of this matter, Qin Guang hesitated, thought about it, and was about to speak. When the number had already been lined up, he immediately digressed and said, this matter can't be told for a while, it's our turn, let's go and see the doctor first. Lin Ruyun can see that Qin Guang does not want to say more, eyebrows slightly wrinkled, expression very helpless, but did not continue to ask. As a matter of fact regarding this matter, there was no way for Qin Guang to tell Lin Ruyun. When the system bound him as a host there was a condition attached to it, that is, he must never tell anyone about the system. Coupled with the system's sudden release of the second mission, the conditions were really a bit headache-inducing, and with all this, Qin Guang didn't have any intention of explaining. Arriving at the physician's office, as soon as the two of them entered, the sound of footsteps came from outside the aisle. In the next second, dozens of doctors wearing glasses and white coats walked in quickly. A few passing nurses saw the leader of the group, as if they had seen a ghost in the middle of the day, and incredulously pulled the colleague beside them. You just saw it? Just now into the office of the director of the Sun is not the person Li Chenggang Dean? Colleagues also confused, that's right, our dean has the title of China's medical god, who in the end is the person who asked for medical treatment? The dean of the hospital was able to come here personally. At this moment, Dean Li Chenggang had already crowded into the office with a group of elite doctors from various departments of the tertiary hospital. The moment these doctor leaders, who usually had very high prestige in the hospital, saw Qin Guang, there was some uncontrollable excitement between their faces. They had gathered the hospital's top doctors to a director's office this time because they had received an order from the Ministry of National Security to go all out to examine a patient named Lin Ruyun. And there was also a bit of information about Qin Guang revealed sideways. The one who came to the hospital was a hero of the state of China, a meritorious official who was about to be awarded the Medal of the State of China. Lin Ruyun's relationship with this Chinese hero was not ordinary. For this reason, even as the dean, Li Chenggang did not dare to have the slightest negligence. Standing in the office, the dean Li Chenggang first ambiguously looked at the silent Qin Guang, and then looked to Lin Ruyun. Extraordinarily enthusiastic greeting, this is Ms. Lin, right? Hello, I am Li Chenggang. The faces of the group of elite doctors were all releasing goodwill smiles as they greeted Lin Ruyun one after another.
Lin Ruyun had heard of Li Qingdong's name, and had even seen him on many news interviews.
Seeing that Dean Li Chenggang actually came to personally greet himself, Lin Ruyun was confused. Director Sun, who was sitting in his seat, was so scared that he almost rolled off his chair.
What is this situation? Wasn't it just a small checkup? Is this calling the entire hospital's doctor resources? Even the dean, who had been a god in the past, had personally come over. What the hell?
Xin Guang stayed by the side for a while, seeing that the security department had already arranged everything to avoid Lin Ruyun asking about it in a while. He took the opportunity to leave the office. Walking out along the aisle, Xin Guang frowned while thinking about the system's conditions.
The system gave him only 2 conditions. First, to graduate early within a month.
This point was not difficult. What was difficult was the second point, graduating early within a month and becoming a doctoral supervisor of how to college without relying on outside forces.
Doctoral tutor.
Xin Guang scratched his head, the corner of his mouth rose up with a helpless bitter smile. How easy is it to become a doctoral student of Howdy Academy within a month, not to mention his own education? It is barely enough for him to study for a doctorate, let alone become a doctoral supervisor. Besides, he is less than 20 years old this year. Does Howdy College have a doctoral supervisor of this age? Forget it, I'll go ask the principal tomorrow and see if there's anything I can do. Xin Guang let out a sigh, and although he felt in his heart that it would be very difficult, he didn't have any thoughts of giving up. You know, last time, although it went through 991 difficulties, but in the end, the complete formula for controlled nuclear fusion was harvested off. This time, even if the mission is more difficult, if the mission is completed, the reward is a superconducting chip off. It's many times stronger than the arithmetic power of pretty country's super chip. Once China has such a superconducting chip, not to mention cracking the beautiful country's 10-year lockdown plan, with controlled fusion outside and superconducting chips inside, it is completely possible to completely trample the beautiful country underfoot.
The first step in the rise of China has already been taken. If this second step is taken, China will completely take off.
On the other hand, a secret experimental base deep in the Qinling Mountains. Outside the lab, Dean Zhao and dozens of other old researchers had been waiting outside the door for 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, the haggardness was clearly visible on the old faces, and some of them were even full of black and yellow, with bloodshot eyes and a rancid odor spreading all over their bodies, but they still remained motionless, staring at the laboratory in front of them. Several responsible for taking care of this group of old people living in the housekeeping staff full of panic. Standing here are all the pillars of the country. If someone has an accident, who can afford this responsibility? A person hard-headedly went forward, stammered out loud and said, Dean of the hospital, has been 3 days and 3 nights, you go to rest for a while, we are here to watch, there are results immediately notify you.
Dean Zhao shook his head and said nothing. Dean, you have to take care of your health, you have to be out of something. The results will be out soon.
Dean Zhao stretched out his slightly trembling hands, directly interrupting his words, rubbing his old face, and said in a hoarse voice. Even though he hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days, he didn't feel any fatigue, instead, he was vaguely excited in his heart.
Several internal staff looked at each other, anxious and angry, but there was nothing they could do.
At this moment, looking up at the transparent glass enclosure of the reaction device has begun to gradually stop. The current situation is good, at most 1 more hour.
The experimental results of the complete controlled fusion equation will be coming out. Chapter 25, Success. Pretty Country CAA Base Center.
The blond man, Coulson, with a respectful attitude answered the phone call from above, and the person on the phone, speaking in a pure pretty accent, asked without a trace of emotion, Coulson, what's the result of the covert operation?
Why haven't we received any news from China?
You wait a moment, once there is any result, I promise to report it the first time. Coulson said very seriously, I believe that our action against China this time is very accurate. After Coulson finished his report, he directly put down the phone, looked out the window with his backhand, and coldly spat, these stupid vampires, no matter what situation occurs in the country they are not in a hurry. Once it comes to the confrontation with China, each one of them is like a sow in heat, immediately becoming hyperactive. At this time, Coulson's personal phone on the table suddenly rang. He looked at the number, immediately connected, the phone came from the other end of the grey rat stammered voice, Boss our action failed.
What?
The moment Coulson heard the news, his face instantly changed abruptly, staring straight in shock. Why did the operation fail?
You better give me a clear explanation.
I'm not sure now, only you and I know the plan of action, I can never reveal the plan of action. Greymouse's later explanation Coulson did not hear, his fists clenched with a thud, heavily smashed on the desk, shaking the wine glass sideways, wine splashing.
Dumbass.
Coulson reddened his face, gritted his teeth and angrily rebuked, it must be the 2 idiots, White Sheep and White Tiger, who leaked the plan of action. Fuck. Coulson furiously slammed his cell phone. No, this matter will probably shake my position in the Directorate General, I must go and find Director Jem to make it clear. After calming down a little, Coulson immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and the first thing that came to his mind was how to reduce his own responsibility.
15 minutes later, Coulson stood in Director Jemson's office, his hands interacting with each other, his expression very tense. When CAA Director Jem learned the news that the operation had failed, his eyes widened, and he directly picked up a pile of documents and slammed his head down, yelling at Coulson, "Stupid! Incompetent trash! Why did the operation fail? How did you give me assurance? Director Jem, this operation we have done a foolproof secrecy work. I don't want to listen to your lame excuses right now. I personally ordered this plan. It's impossible for China to know about it. There must be a spy in your operation team. Go and check it out for me. Find this person out right away." "Yes, Director Jem." Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Director Jem and asked stiffly, "By the way, if it is true that there is a spy in our people here, then that plan of ours." Jem sniffed and let out a sneering cold laugh. "Even if we give these Chinese 100 years, they will not be able to catch up with our technology. What can we do if we find out?" Speaking here, Janie immediately added, "You are reminding me, if we have internal spies working for China, this plan is likely to be leaked. In that case, let's kill the arrogance of these Chinese." Jem raised his head, his face was calm again, and he looked at Coulson in a rather gentlemanly manner. "Coulson, I'm very dissatisfied with your actions this time. This is the only time, and it won't happen again." "Yes, Director Jem." Sweeping a glance at the temperamental Director Jem, Coulson was a bit nervous at once. When Coulson left the office, Jem directly took out his satellite phone and called the White House research office in the pretty country. "Hello, Professor, this is Jem from CAA. Currently, our action plan against China has failed, and the research program that the White House Research Laboratory has been secretly conducting will also be at risk of leaking, so I want to ask you if we can release a preview of our latest results now?" Hearing the other party's words, Jem smiled with satisfaction. "That's good, I can't wait to see the wonderful images that will shock the world." White House Research Room. A man with a high nose was looking at the data on the display screen with a red wine glass, his face full of pride. He looked at the connected phone and laughed. "Of course, this is my honor, and I also hope that it will be on the world stage as soon as possible, so that those lowly inferior races will be shocked by it. Director Jem, don't worry, I'll apply with the above, and if it's possible, we'll announce this achievement at the conference in 3 days." "That's great, I can't wait to see the ugly faces of the Chinese scientists." Jem grinned broadly on the other end of the phone. Meanwhile, the secret laboratory deep in the Qinling Mountains. The long hour had finally arrived. To 1H31H42He10N. 235N236U135Say95 Senior 2N. The reaction device had already cooled down, and the data on the display screen had all been calculated. In order to wait for the end of this hour, the group of old people led by Xiao Bo was as if they had waited for half a century. During the entire process, they stared without looking away, and clearly saw that there were no problems with the arithmetic process. Xiao Bo and a group of old fellows, see this result, mention 3 days of breath, finally like a balloon deflated, let out. At this time, there is no previous shouting, these people are at least 50 years old, 3 consecutive days and 3 nights without closing their eyes, both mentally and physically consumed is huge. At this time they had been too tired to scream, but sat down on the chair, just like this tears, silent laughter. "Succeeded, finally succeeded," someone said out loud with a hoarse voice. Dean Zhao stumbled a few steps, he picked up the algorithm report, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and the same tears of excitement flowed from his eyes. "That's right, we've succeeded." Dean Zhao cried and smiled at the same time. "This is definitely a cross-century amazing feat, we did it. Dean of the hospital, you should quickly go and rest." A few housekeeping staff were already on the verge of tears, looking at Dean Zhao and the others with heartache. Dean Zhao turned his head to look at the old fellows who had come to the secret experimental base with him, and seeing the fatigue showing on their faces, he nodded his head and said in a trembling voice, "Okay, you wait for me to tell our head of state about this news, and I'll go and rest." After saying that, he laboriously grabbed the phone and called the old man who guided the direction of China, and said with an excited voice, "Head of state, from today onwards, China will be the first country in the world to have controlled nuclear fusion. Chief of state, did you hear that? We have succeeded." Chapter 26, The Nation is Buzzing. "You, what did you say?" The old man on the other end of the phone immediately stood up from the sofa in shock, both eyes filled with an excited elixir. "It really worked? Are you sure it's true? My great country of China took half a century, only to find out the boundaries of controlled nuclear fusion. Today you really developed controlled nuclear fusion? Xiao Bo, you tell me quickly. Quickly." The chaperones in the living room were all dumbfounded, they had never seen the head of state so excited. Warang was startled, and busied himself by going forward and shouting, Guisho, you have just finished your blood pressure lowering medication, you can't be too excited." The old man raised a trembling hand, signaling that several people do not need to speak, holding the phone, nervously asked, "Xiao Bo, is it true?" Hearing the repeated confirmation from the head of state, Xiao Bo was already in tears at this point, he nodded his head, "Head of state, we succeeded, we really succeeded. All of this is due to Qin Guang. Good. Good.
After repeated confirmations, the head of state has believed in this fact and said in a very uplifting manner, the beautiful country has mobilized the entire nation to blockade us economically and fought a trade war with US, which they lost. Now again want to use the convenience of science and technology on our siege. Today we let them take a good look at my country of China, this dragon, in the end how to take off. As the number one country in Asia, China has gone through 5,000 years of inheritance and has experienced too many things. Shut down and humiliate the country, was robbed by the great powers, and even a small country in a bullet-ridden area also dared to talk about aggression. However, all of these countries have gritted their teeth and carried it down. Later, China's full rise, economic takeoff, trade lines radiating dozens of countries, jeopardizing the hegemony of the beautiful country. Thus, the beautiful country in all areas of the blockade of China, even at the expense of a huge dividend blatantly poached Chinese scientists. China, due to the slow development of national strength, there is no way to start a confrontation with the beautiful country. These humiliations can only grit their teeth and endure. Now that the world's first controlled nuclear fusion has been developed by China, it is no longer possible for the beautiful country to restrain China, and it is no longer qualified to talk about its hegemony with China. Xiao Shang, you immediately go to the kitchen to cook a few dishes for me to drink. I want to drink some wine tonight. The old man shouted at his chaperone. Then he said to Zhao Bo on the other end of the phone in a vibrant voice, in a month, have that little guy named Xin Guang come see me, and I will personally give him the order of the Kingdom of China. At the same time, let the diplomatic department cooperate in informing the news of the development of controlled nuclear fusion, so that the pretty country will open their eyes and watch how my country, China, rises step by step. Yes, head of state. 8 o'clock in the evening, China's foreign ministry conference. Today's major social security reporters have received a temporary notice from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. All of them carried their equipment to the diplomatic release site at the first time. Everyone is doing their preparations as usual, and a few foreign journalists are whispering with dissatisfaction on their faces. What's going on with the Chinese Foreign Ministry? Suddenly held a diplomatic conference. My plans for tonight's date are out of the question. A tall yellow-haired man laughed contemptuously. China's Foreign Affairs Department, no matter what happens, there will always be only one set of words, either urging this country or urging that country. Tonight's conference is presumably again want to condemn which country, right? I hope they will not think of the same nonsense as before. Maybe I can still catch the date tonight. Just as the two men were whispering, Li Shuang, the diplomatic spokesman, appeared at the conference wearing a smart suit. Slightly hooked up a weak arc that exudes a hint of dominance, rushed to the news reporters on the stage, briefly said, today this conference is very simple. China in today's 1745 calculated a complete version of the formula for controlled nuclear fusion as a rule. We should inform you about it. Wow! As soon as these words came out, all the reporters in the audience were in an uproar. A group of foreign journalists stared dumbfounded at Li Shuang, who left in faith, and did not react for a long time. Previously also flirted with China's diplomatic speech long and verbose beautiful country reporters, as if seeing ghosts in broad daylight, mouth open to spit down a duck egg. Oh, my God. One person incredulously grabbed his fluffy hair, and only after a half-long time did this person tremblingly take out his cell phone and rush to the phone and said, Boss, China announced tonight at the conference that they have already calculated the formula for complete controlled nuclear fusion. That night, the news that China had taken full control of controlled nuclear fusion came out. All the major social media platforms, browsing software, neckerchiefs, self-media public platforms, circles of friends and so on. Due to the amount of users loading too much, the server repeatedly collapsed a few times. The programmers of each company are basically scratching their loose hair to work overtime to catch up with the repairs. A wave of online buzz followed one another. Scarf netizens, oh my God. Lifetime series. I didn't expect to see China develop controlled fusion in my lifetime. My big China V5. Circle of friends, today's China will be remembered in history as a day when the beautiful country blocked all areas of China, and today's launch is the most powerful blow. I don't want to say anything else. China is awesome. Self-media public platform, Huawei Nyobi. The humiliation of those years, today all return to the beautiful country. Somewhere, Nyobi Nyobi. A variety of articles flying all over the internet. Some netizens do not quite understand, looking at the various types of explanations that have been brushed screen, cannot help but ask, what is the use of this controllable nuclear fusion? Why is everyone so excited? Just asked, immediately someone jumped out to explain, I'll tell you why. Controlled nuclear fusion is the top technology that every superpower is pursuing. Once realized, it will mean that our country can completely realize the energy coverage, completely without the need for energy storage. At that time the entire country of China is a large wireless charger. The region will never again limit power, completely realize the freedom of electricity. After listening to this explanation, the netizen did not think that said, what is this? Anyway, I feel that now the energy is so abundant, controlled nuclear fusion on us is not too much impact. This statement immediately provoked a large rebuttal sound. Netizen red flag 567 tone of excitement replied, upstairs, I suggest that you are not old enough to hurry to go to study for 2 more years. You really are so ignorant that you can't be saved.
Do you know why the whole country is celebrating tonight? Do you know why all the superpowers are trying to research controlled fusion? Let me tell you, realizing the freedom to use electricity is just a layman's term.
In fact, once controlled nuclear fusion starts to cover the whole country, then all the fields of China's military industry, scientific research, aerospace, energy, medical care, and the environment will all take a qualitative leap forward. Have you heard of Kardashov's first-class cosmic civilization? By achieving controlled nuclear fusion, we are achieving a true Kardashev first-class cosmic civilization. What kind of feat is that? Some netizens who were not clear about the use of controlled nuclear fusion, when they heard this explanation that could be called the standard answer, the red-hot blood in their bodies suddenly boiled up. A crowd of people also began to follow and cheer excitedly.
While cheering, some people suddenly issued a question that hit the soul. Since controlled nuclear fusion is so awesome, what kind of person developed it in the end? Chapter 27 shocked the world.
At the same time, a statement announcement from China appeared on the extranet at the same time.
The moment the announcement appeared, it caused an uproar. Oh, my God.
The pretty country's netizens were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't believe for a long time that this news was true. This oriental dragon was really hard to ignore, they even did it faster than us.
How did a traditional country like China, who couldn't even take care of their own livelihood, develop controlled nuclear fusion?
The netizens of the three countries, when mentioning China, their eyes were obviously red. I am sure that this is a fake news to fool people.
How dare you, Armenia? Apart from population, how can you compare to China in any aspect? We are catching up with China. What China can do, and we can do it better than them.
In just an hour's time, the most well-known social media platforms on the extranet, Certain Push and Certain YU, directly retweeted the news about China's statement by more than 10 million. The comment section was filled with glittering 5-star red flags.
All kinds of hot discussions, quarrels, or even more overwhelming. What are our country's researchers for?
It's a waste of our tax dollars.
Why can China realize controlled fusion but we can't? Why can China achieve controlled fusion and we can't?
These researchers are paid the highest salaries, but their brains are filled with feces. I love China. I've had the honor of visiting China once before. This ancient country is full of wonders, full of imagination, and their people are united, and their leaders are always looking higher and farther. It's a great country. If you praise China so much, then why do you stay in the pretty country? You hurry up and emigrate, no one is stopping you.
Arrogant guy, I don't want to argue with you. Tonight, both at home and abroad is destined to be a sleepless night.
The netizens on the extranet are already about to quarrel, and the pretty country officials have likewise received the news. A middle-aged man with thinning hair, dressed in a pretty country's senior officer's uniform, slammed the tablet in his hand hard on the conference table. Both of his eyes were round and wide open, his expression filled with unbelievable anger. Damn it!
Why is it like this? How is it possible for China to have developed controlled fusion all of a sudden? What about our military intelligence department? What the hell are they doing?
Lewis, the director of the pretty country's scientific research agency, sat in his seat, his face horrified as he picked up his tablet and saw the official statement from China on it.
Oh, my God. How the hell did China do it? This was too unbelievable.
Lewis had been in charge of the pretty country's controlled fusion research program, and he knew very well that if mankind wanted to truly achieve controllability, the difficulty involved was definitely not something that could be achieved by mankind's current stage of technology.
However, now China had suddenly announced that it had realized controllability.
This simply resubverted Lewis's three views. The senior officials of the beautiful countries present were equally nervous. They knew the national politics too well. Once the news announced by China was confirmed to be true, then the pattern of the entire world would change. All the advantages that pretty country had in front of China would be reversed. Pretty country would usher in the darkest moment in its history. Although they didn't want to believe it, these people still went to multiple parties immediately to confirm the authenticity of this news with trepidation. Pretty country's neighboring country, Enamel country. Dozens of high-ranking officials were gathered in a round table room. One person's face was filled with condescension, and he said in a self-righteous manner, "Mr. Chief, I believe that these poorly educated Chinese will never be able to develop controlled nuclear fusion. With the current human technology it is simply impossible to do so." A middle-aged man in a dress suit for Yushoji tightly wrinkled his brows. He picked up the file documents uploaded by the military intelligence department on the desktop and quickly rummaged through them. He soon found a piece of news. A large number of engineering teams from China had entered the Qinling Mountains.
With his eyes staring at the news, he raised his head and looked at the man who spoke arrogantly, and said in a deep voice, "Adrian, your impression of the Chinese people is too stereotypical. This is the Chinese news from 2 weeks ago. They should have been building the reactor experimental base since then." The high-ranking ministers present were all shocked at the sound. Have the Chinese already developed to this extent? The head of Enamel nodded with the same surprise in his eyes. He swept the crowd and said in a cryptic manner, "If the news is true, then China will affect the situation of most countries from tonight onwards."
The discussion on the internet has been white hot. The statement that China has developed controlled nuclear fusion, in this powerful discussion, with a viral spread, quickly spread to all parts of the world.
At this time, in the Red Square Hall of the Snow Country, a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure was seated at the head of the room, with an aura of righteousness between his brows and eyes, and he looked like he was emanating an overbearing aura of looking down on the world. This solemn-looking middle-aged man was the leader who had led the Snow Country out of the predicament of division, the Iron Fist Emperor. The moment he saw this news, the iron-fisted great emperor could not help but be shaken, and directly put the phone on the head of the state of China. Due to the pretty country's constant compression of the Snow Country's living space with the Hua country, the relationship between the two countries had warmed up quite a bit compared to before. The interaction between the upper echelons of the country was cordial, and the relationship between the people was also very harmonious. Just like a picture of the beautiful vision of the flourishing upward. Picked up the phone, the Iron Fist Emperor attitude respectfully, opened the door to ask the authenticity of the news. The head of the country, I play this phone today, is to confirm with you, China is not really realized the control of nuclear fusion? The head of state just drank a little bit of wine tonight, the excitement of the whole person has not yet passed, tone with a few points of complacency, replied with certainty, yes, we have already come up with the results. From tonight onwards, China will be the world's first country to realize the controllable nuclear fusion. And we're at the very least 100 years ahead of pretty country's Lab 93 in accomplishing it first. Really, really. Iron Fist Emperor heard this news, the inner heart is incomparably shocked, especially they are such a military-industrial power, is too clear want to develop controlled nuclear fusion and how difficult, did not think that China from beginning to end of the news did not come out, but suddenly issued a statement, instantly shocked the whole world. The creativity of this ancient oriental country is really not to be underestimated. In the phone to exchange a few pleasantries, Iron Fist Emperor will hang up the phone with shock, sitting in the club, he did not speak out for a long time. Only after half a dozen times, he suddenly sighed, in this way, China's national strength will rise straight up, the international situation is going to change the sky. Seems to have made up his mind, the Iron Fist Emperor tightened his fists, gritted his teeth and said, today's China has long been a weak country of China. Chapter 28 Science and Technology Ring. Pretty Country, White House. This was the highest parliamentary hall of the pretty country, and the speakers of the House of Representatives of the pretty country had all taken their seats separately. At the head was a tall and thin old man with a hawkish nose. This person was the current head of the pretty country, worshipping the old man. Perhaps due to his advanced age, his stabilizing eyes looked a little more cloudy. Bai Lao slightly tiredly picked up the phone, and the voice of the head of the enamel country came from the other end of the phone. Elder Bai, did you see the statement from China? This is too unbelievable. China has developed controlled nuclear fusion without saying a word. If this is true, then it is very likely that we will face a strategic threat from China. The Prime Minister of Enamel said worriedly, and in the meantime, he wanted to use this opportunity to probe the attitude of the beautiful country towards this statement of China. What do you think? How should we deal with the situation at hand? You don't have to worry too much about the threat from the Chinese side. I simply don't believe that China has already developed controlled nuclear fusion. Bai Lao said out loud in an unhurried voice, you should know very well that we have secretly built Laboratory 93 a long time ago and started the research on controlled nuclear fusion. At that time, China did not even step into the controlled fusion research. You think carefully, China's so thin scientific and technological foundation, how can in just a few years' time, the first step ahead of us to develop a controlled nuclear fusion? The words of Mr. Bai can be said to have given the Prime Minister of the enameled country a shot in the arm. To say who on earth could dominate the field of science and technology, it was definitely not the pretty country. Almost all of the cutting-edge scientists are gathered in the pretty country. Even the pretty country has not developed it. How can China be the first to break through the human problem and develop controlled nuclear fusion? This is not scientific and impossible. After feeding the Prime Minister of Enamel country a shot of confidence, the two of them exchanged a few more simple pleasantries, and Old Man Bai directly hung up the phone. He raised his eyelids and swept a glance at the crowd, and said with a cold face, immediately notify the scientific research headquarters to come to the meeting. 10 minutes later. All of the top scientists of the beautiful country had arrived at the meeting site and took their seats. Bai the old man stared at them without looking askance, without half a sentence superfluous opening. Today suddenly called you over, mainly to say for the development of controlled nuclear fusion in China's views, you have any views can be said at the meeting. A group of scientists present at the meeting heard, whispered a few sentences, face expression obviously more than a few points of distrust. One of them got up directly and said, Old Man Bai, I think it is unlikely that China will be able to develop controlled nuclear fusion. Said, he directly explained his analysis. First of all, the first point, with the current scientific research level of China, they are still far from having the ability to develop controlled nuclear fusion, and secondly, the scientific and technological power of China is not the top in the world. Finally, we have developed controlled fusion at least 10 years faster than them. If there is a country in the world that has developed controlled fusion, it must be our beautiful country.
As soon as these words came out, some people immediately followed and agreed, yes, Chinese politicians have always liked to use some small means to achieve their goals. I think they may be trying to achieve some kind of political goals, that's why they are making a big fuss in the international community. All the top scientists present have always believed that it is impossible for China to develop controlled nuclear fusion. After hearing these words, Old Man Bei finally nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he was also quite relieved. However, on second thought, China was not a country that would make announcements casually in the international arena, so could it be that there was some other intention for this announcement to be made to the world all of a sudden? Old Man Bei frowned, and his expression suddenly became a bit disdainful. Even if there are other purposes? Even if there is some other purpose, what can it be? Old Man Bei raised his head, swept through the crowd, and said in a deep voice, the superchip that we developed 8 years ago is about to be successfully developed. As long as it is completed, immediately notify me of the affiliated countries, and be sure to keep a close eye on it and never let a piece of the chip be transported to the country of China. Moreover, any country that is allied with China will never want to buy chips from us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been preparing for this 10-year plan to lock down China for too long, and now we have reached the most critical moment. Whether we can curb China's development momentum depends on whether this can be implemented or not. The director of the Scientific Research Department, Alex, immediately stood up and reported to the old man, please rest assured, the China lockdown program will be implemented by next year at the most. Next year? Old Man Bei frowned. No, our competition with China is already about to start on all fronts, we can't wait that long. Bai Lao stared at him and demanded, 1 month, this month your research department's funding application has no upper limit, no matter what, you must give me to complete it in the stipulated time. Even if he mastered controlled nuclear fusion, a technology that was enough to transform modern society, it was only the current technology, and the chip was the future. I'm going to fight a technological race with China in this future field. Huagua, the synagogue. In front of the big screen appeared the eager faces of a group of scientists such as the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The head of the state of China sat across from a few people, looking at these scientists who had dedicated half their lives to the country, and slowly spoke out, comrades, although controlled nuclear fusion has been developed, we can't let our guard down on this. You must implement the nuclear fusion experiment as soon as possible, and then apply it to various fields. At this point, the head of state's voice paused, raised a finger, and continued, I will give the Chinese Academy of Sciences a week to finalize the results. Within this week, any department will unconditionally cooperate with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. All the tasks, I also signed a good head of state instruments, will be listed as the matter of the red head of the first document. The head of state said forcefully. Zhao Bo and the other group of Chinese scientists heard this, and their hearts could not help but be shocked. Red head number 1 document, all departments to give the green light to unconditionally cooperate with. What concept is this? This is to lift the whole country's strength, fully support the Chinese Academy of Sciences to engage in nuclear fusion. This kind of treatment, the founding of the country, will only appear once, and today is the second time. Seemingly seeing the doubts of Zhao Bo and the others, the head of state explained in a solemn voice, the reason why I attach so much importance to this matter is because the beautiful country is trying to use the superchip to control the blockade of Chinese science and technology. This battle, no matter what, China cannot retreat, and it is impossible to retreat. After hearing this, Zhao Bo and the others nodded thoughtfully. The people had already heard about the rumors of pretty countries' development of superchips. In terms of chip technology, China indeed still had shortcomings, and once pretty country realized the chip blockade on China, it would definitely not be a good thing for China's technological development. Zhang Lao, you have been researching chips before, where is the research and development process of our country of China to? The head of state's gaze turned to the patriarch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Zhang Lao, Zhang Pan, who was already 73 years old this year. Zhang Pan heard, a face of guilt, the head of state, in this area we still have some technical difficulties have not been broken, want to realize the independent production of chips, I am afraid that at least 5 years will be needed. 5 years. The head of state slowly nodded, muttering to himself, our country's science and technology field still has a short board, this is an indisputable fact. Here, the head of state suddenly thought of something, a turn of phrase, looked to Zhao Bo, right, Xiaoqin can help us despite to do? Zhao Bo fell into deep thought for a moment, shook his head and said, Head of State, I'm afraid not, although Qin Guang is an unparalleled genius, but the two fields of controlled nuclear fusion and chips are too big a span, it should be unlikely to be able to do it. That's right, in that case, don't make things difficult for Qin. The head of state lifted his head, his cheeks became resolute, and he said in a vibrant voice, if the pretty country wants to block us technologically, then we'll fight them in the technological ring from now on. We have our own controlled nuclear fusion, they have their super chips. Let's go head to head on this. Chapter 29, A New Direction. Early the next morning, the international situation had stirred up the storm overnight because of a statement from China, becoming dark and turbulent. And as the key figure at the center of this storm, Qin Guang slept obliviously through the night as if nothing had happened. Knock. A knock on the door outside the dormitory woke up Qin Guang. Who is it? Qin Guang sleepily opened his eyes, wearing slippers, and pulled open the dormitory door. Raising his eyes, he saw Tang Wanru, who had short shoulder-length hair, standing at the door early in the morning wearing a white undershirt.
Noticing that Tang Wanru's hand was still wrapped in a bandage, Qin Guang was slightly surprised and immediately asked with concern, "Your hand, is it okay?" "All right, recuperate for a period of time, we'll be able to." Tang Wanru shook her head unconcernedly and looked at Qin Guang with a slightly nervous expression. "I came to find you. I want to ask you, what are your plans for today?" At this time, Tang Wanru's eyes no longer had any prejudice when she looked at Qin Guang. All she had was a fangirl-like admiration and curiosity about his identity. Qin Guang pondered for a while, thought for a moment, and said, "First go downstairs to eat breakfast, and in a moment, if you're not doing anything, accompany me to meet the principal of Hada College." Tang Wanru didn't expect that after one night, Qin Guang, who was in the center of the storm, could still be so calm. She froze for a few seconds and said eagerly, "Do you know that China has issued an announcement on controlled nuclear fusion?" Qin Guang looked up at her. "What's wrong?" Tang Wanru was surprised by Qin Guang's reaction and nervously added, "Pretty country has decided to use the superchip to lock down China's technology. I've specialized in understanding that Pretty country has been researching superchips for 5 years now, and they've taken the most front-end 8829-pin functionality, which, once successfully developed, can be compared to 100,000 super brain computers running all areas of the world at the same time." Tang Wanru said with a worried face, "If the super chip of the beautiful country is applied to the various fields of the world, it will definitely set off a chip revolution in quantum technology. At that time, the beautiful country will be directly among the world's scientific and technological frontier position, to resurpass the mastery of controlled nuclear fusion of China, in the unshakable position of the world's hegemony. Aren't you worried at all?" Qin Guang looked at Tang Wanru's eager appearance. The expression on his face didn't change too much. The news she was talking about, he already knew about it in his last life. Pretty country's research in the field of superchips is far ahead of ours. This point has long been an indisputable fact. There is nothing to be surprised about. Seeing how calm Qin Guang was, and hearing his words, Tang Wanru was confused, and only after half a second did she exclaim out in shock, "You already knew this?" Regarding the events of his last life, Qin Guang naturally wouldn't tell her much about it, but just found a random excuse to pass it off. "I heard about this in the mouths of spies from pretty countries." Tang Wanru looked at Qin Guang in a daze. Seeing that Qin Guang's reaction was just too abnormal, she couldn't help but lower her head and pondered in her heart. According to Qin Guang's ability, in the face of the pretty country's technological blockade, he would never sit back and wait for death, and right now, he didn't even show the slightest bit of surprise. Could it be that he already had some kind of plan? Tang Wanru thought of this and raised her head in surprise, staring carefully at Qin Guang. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that this was possible. "Qin Guang, do you already have a plan to deal with this?" Tang Wanru asked very abruptly. "How easy is it to deal with? Controlled nuclear fusion and chip engineering are two completely different fields. All we can do is to believe in the country, believe in the Chinese Academy of Sciences." Qin Guang still prevaricated. Under the requirements of the system, he couldn't know everything, so the relevant plans could never be leaked. Seeing that Qin Guang didn't want to talk about this matter, Tang Wanru also had the sense not to ask more questions. Next, after the two of them ate breakfast in the cafeteria, Qin Guang took her straight to the principal's office. Arriving at the door of the office, not waiting for Qin Guang to enter the door, Hada College principal Li Jianming immediately welcomed out, looking at Qin Guang, with a respectful expression, very enthusiastic, said, "Xiao Qin, rare guest quickly please enter, quickly please enter." Li Jianming last time in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, but I have seen Zhao Bo treat Qin Guang's attitude. At this time, even if he is the head of a school, the face of Qin Guang also do not dare to take half a frame. Sit down in the office. Qin Guang looked at the principal, without too many polite words, opened the door to show the intention. "Principal Li, I'm here today to make a request with you. What are your requirements? Just mention it, the school can meet will definitely satisfy you." For the principal's reaction, Qin Guang was not surprised at all. He looked at Li Jianming and said bluntly, "I want to finish school early." "No problem." Li Jianming immediately patted his chest to ensure that, "This matter I personally do for you, this afternoon to put the formalities done." On this point, Li Jianming has been ready to realize, like Qin Guang, such scientific research talent, that is sooner or later to be absorbed into the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Even if he wants to stay, that is not possible to stay. It is better to do a favor with the Chinese Academy of Sciences to get on. The relationship is also good. "Well, principal, I have a second request." "Second?" "That's right." Qin Guang nodded his head and said, "I finished my studies early. I don't want to go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I want to continue to stay in Hada College as Hada's doctoral advisor." Li Jianming was confused, completely not expecting Qin Guang to come up with this request. He looked at Qin Guang's expression, saw that he didn't look like he was joking, and his expression gradually became serious, frowned and thought about it, and said, "Little Qin, are you sure you're serious?" "Yes, serious." Li Jianming's expression all of a sudden became entangled. According to reason, Qin Guang can stay in the Hada College. That is definitely 100% good thing. In the future, whether it is the school rating, or the introduction of students, there Qin Guang in that are convenient conditions. But after all, the Chinese Academy of Sciences segment here, he just left the person, if the Chinese Academy of Sciences blame, and how to do.
Seriously think about it and see Qin Guang expression serious, not like a joke.
Li Jianming opened his mouth and said, since you have this intention, then I as the head of a school, cannot throw you out. Do you see how this works? You want to stay in how to college as a blogger, it's not impossible, but you must publish a sci on your own, and it must also have an impact. In this way, I will represent the school to promote you to be a blogger. Hearing the principal's conditions, Qin Guang's heart was also invariably relieved. Luckily, there was a system store, otherwise it would have been really difficult. He had found out when he exchanged commodities before that after the release of the second task, an introduction to superconducting chips had been updated inside the system store. As long as he redeemed it himself, he could use it as a paper posted on Psi and complete the conditions for breaking the qualification. And the only difficulty was how to eat through this superconducting chip generalization. This generalization was definitely a field of science and technology that was beyond human comprehension that even the scientists at the forefront of the world's science and technology could not fully comprehend. This difficulty could not be said to be great. However, at least with the previous experience of tackling controlled fusion, Qin Guang, although the pressure is still very high, but it is not impossible. With some plans in mind, Qin Guang took the initiative to take his leave, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left the principal's office with Tang Wanru. Waiting for Qin Guang to leave the principal's office, Li Jianming's face suddenly changed as he immediately got up and closed the door to the principal's office. Picking up the phone, he directly called Zhao Bo of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As soon as the phone was connected, he hurriedly reported the whole story to Zhao Bo. After the report, Li Jianming also added a sentence quite deliberately. Dean Zhao, if necessary, I can completely on behalf of the school to report to the above, as long as the above green light, Xiao Qin at any time can be successful in our school's doctorate. Said Li Jianming, however, I can see that Xiao Qin should have his own intention to stay in our school as a doctoral director, that's why I'm letting him publish journals, just so we can also find out what Xiao Qin's next plan is, what field he wants to research. After all, Xiao Qin has completely conquered controlled nuclear fusion, the subsequent direction should be changed. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Bo heard that Qin Guang wanted to stay at Howden Academy as a doctoral director, and his mouth opened wide in shock, so wide that he was able to stuff down a duck egg. The Chinese Academy of Sciences was the holy land in the hearts of all scientific research talents. How could he not expect that Qin Guang, who had developed controlled nuclear fusion, would choose to stay at a second-rate institution as a doctoral director? This little Qin, what the hell was he thinking? Zhao Bo's brows furrowed in an inexplicable burst of headache, and on second thought, he suddenly thought of something. Xiao Qin was a high research talent who had made controlled nuclear fusion, he definitely wouldn't stop there, choosing to stay at Howden Academy. Could it be that he had made some major discovery? Right, that must be it. Realizing this, Zhao Bo was vaguely excited and immediately picked up the phone and rushed to Li Jianming and said, I'll give you a task, you can observe Xiao Qin in the school at any time, no matter what help he needs, you can provide it. Have to provide cannot, at any time to call me. Xiao Qin may already have a direction, I also want to see what he really want to do next. Li Jianming sniffed and promised with a solemn face, Dean Zhao, you can rest assured that I will do my best to provide Xiao Qin with all the help he needs. Chapter 30 Going Home. Outside the door of the principal's office. Qin Guang came out of the principal's office with a plan in mind. Right now, controlled nuclear fusion had been completely conquered, and what was needed to apply controlled nuclear fusion to various fields was a huge coordination capability. This could be left to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the state of China to worry about. It should take some time before controlled fusion is fully utilized, so in the next few days, he only needs to think about releasing Psi. Right, I've been here at school for so long, and I haven't had the time to make a phone call to my mom and dad, so I don't know how they're doing? Qin Guang pondered slightly for a while, feeling a little guilty in his heart. If I don't go back to see my parents before I work my way through introduction to superconducting chips, I'm afraid I won't be able to see them for a while again. I've let them worry about me, but I haven't bothered to go home to see them. Just as Qin Guang was ashamed in his heart, Tang Wanru's voice suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts. Qin Guang, you promised Principal Li to release Psi, what are the details? I haven't thought about it yet. Qin Guang looked at Tang Wanru, who was full of curiosity, and shrugged his shoulders. I don't believe it. Tang Wanru was very sure, suddenly took Qin Guang's hand, narrowed his eyes and asked, you must have a plan, just do not want to tell me, is not it? In the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Tang Wanru was a veritable heaven's daughter, proud of the crowd's professional talent, not bad fighting ability, and more crucially, there is a very contrasting hot body. All the conditions together, so that her life is full of great convenience, but I do not know why, she is proud of the conditions, in front of Qin Guang, but suddenly became useless. She was originally of a competitive nature, and instead of letting her take a hit, this frustration ignited the desire to win in her heart. Therefore, Tang Wanru now desperately wanted to know what exactly Qin Guang wanted to do next. I might have to go home to visit my parents, so if you're fine, help me take care of Lin Ruyun at school. Qin Guang didn't answer Tang Wanru's words and looked at her, pulling away from the topic to speak. Hearing that Qin Guang actually asked himself to stay at school to take care of the schoolgirl? What exactly is their relationship? A boyfriend and girlfriend? Tang Wanru was stunned and speechless, and a sourness inexplicably rose in her heart. Is it true? Is there any mistake?
Even she once had doubts about her own face value.
However, this sourness was only a flash. She didn't show it, nodded and asked, "How long will it take you to come back?"
"I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 days, maybe a while."
"Okay."
Tang Wanru inexplicably felt a loss in her heart.
After instructing Tang Wanru on a few things, Qin Guang went straight back to the dormitory and packed a suitcase of luggage. He pulled the suitcase out of the dormitory door, and in the aisle, called his mother. Beep. The phone rang a few times and immediately hung up. Tried several times in succession, if so. Strange, the signal is full off.
Qin Guang let out a light eep and stared at the cell phone screen for a while, then suddenly thought of something and frowned.
He turned to the corner and waved his hand at an unoccupied location.
Soon, he saw Fan Jun walk out with a serious face.
"Old Fan, did your security department lock my telecommunications network?"
Qin Guang looked at Fan Jun with a helpless face.
"Yes."
Fan Jun didn't hide on this matter, looked at Qin Guang and said truthfully, "We are using shielding protection in order to safeguard your safety and prevent your cell phone signal from being tracked by location. If there is no higher authority to modify this order, you can only contact our security department and the Chinese Academy of Sciences."
Qin Guang heard this and was stunned for a moment, saying with some worry, "Doesn't that mean my parents can't contact me either? How are they doing now?" "Don't worry, I've made all the arrangements."
Fan Jun said, "I personally went to see your parents, told them that you went to participate in scientific research work, so that they do not have to hang on to you from time to time." Hearing this, Qin Guang's heart was sore, and he felt more and more guilty. Previously, he had hurriedly devoted himself to the research of controlled fusion, and had been so focused on scientific research that he hadn't bothered to make a phone call to mom and dad to put their minds at ease. Although, it was true that there was really nothing he could do about it. Looking at the pretty country's chip program is about to unfold, if he cannot make a superconductor chip that can superchip crush. By then the technology blockade, just like the previous life, Alok is a full 19 years off. And wait 19 years after the Chinese science and technology to break through the blockade, only to find that the world has long been different. China has even been dumped by the countries of the world to the position of the tail of the car. From then on, even though a number of Chinese scientists, proud and strong, but also can only look at the back of their neck, silent sigh. Even now, it looks like China has a controlled nuclear fusion, with the last generation has been a very different change, but for scientific research, energy can only be considered just need, is the moment. Only the chip is the future. Qin Guang, as a researcher of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in his last life, saw all this more clearly than anyone else. In this life, his rebirth was precisely to change this pattern. He had to make China stand at the center of the world again, not to be bullied by foreign countries and not to be necked by foreign technology. Thinking of this, Qin Guang clenched his fists. But even so, he couldn't completely forget his roots. In the eyes of mom and dad, how do they know what scientific research, only know that their son has not been in contact with them for a long time, can wear warm, eat well. A sense of guilt towards his parents was born in Qin Guang's heart. Who said that patriotism and love of family cannot be balanced? Doesn't this time happen to be about researching the introduction to superconductivity? Why couldn't he accompany his parents to study it? He raised his head and looked at Fan Jun, his gaze becoming firm as he said, "Old Fan, I have to go back to see my parents."
"You can't go back yet." Fan Jun was stunned. "This is an order from the security department. Once you are in any danger, we don't need to say anything."
Without waiting for Fan Jun to finish his sentence, Qin Guang directly interrupted him, "You can apply for me." Fan Jun's expression became entangled, his mind considering all the changes in Qin Guang's homecoming, but he saw Qin Guang's firm expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed, "All right, I'll go apply with the above." After saying that, Fan Jun stepped aside, made a phone call, promised a few times and walked back. Coming to Qin Guang, his expression relaxed quite a bit, and he took the initiative to say, "The above has agreed. I will now immediately arrange for someone to send you back to visit your parents. No need to trouble you guys to send, just need to allow it. I'll go back by myself." Qin Guang said he couldn't help but remind, now that controlled nuclear fusion has been conquered, you don't have to be on constant alert, just live a normal life. He didn't want to let Fan Jun's people follow him home this time. For one thing, he wanted to go back and look around as usual, and for another, he was worried that his parents would be frightened. But there's nothing to worry about. Just listen to me this time. Okay, I'll do it. Seeing this, Fan Jun could only nod helplessly and agree. Next, Qin Guang booked a ticket online. He took the high-speed train home that afternoon. Walking straight into the ordinary cabin, Qin Guang found his seat and took this time to open the system. Since he had already completed the primary advancement task released by the system last time, Qin Guang not only obtained the superconductor chip research program rewarded by the system, but also had a large number of technology points. Qin Guang quickly searched them all and found the introduction to superconducting chip research and spent the last remaining 300 technology points to redeem it successfully. After redeeming the reference material used to write the thesis, Qin Guang swept a glance and cast his gaze out of the window. Looking at the scenery rapidly passing by outside the window, his expression became incomparably serious.
There was less than a month to go. He himself would utilize this time to accompany his parents.
At the same time, familiarize himself with the introduction to write a paper to be published on Sci and complete the conditions of the system.
Chapter 31 Superchip Launch.
On the other hand, Fan Jun reported the matter of Qin Guang returning home to Zhao Bo at the first time. After listening to Zhao Bo, his voice was serious as he urged, Fan Jun, it is only human nature for Xiao Qin to go home to visit his parents, and there is no reason for us to restrict Xiao Qin's actions. But there is one thing you must know, Xiao Qin's safety absolutely cannot appear any problem. Cannot Xiao Qin put forward different ideas, you do not do at all. Seems to think of Qin Guang's concerns, Zhao Bo paused and added, this time you cannot personally go to protect, but you have to arrange for people to follow the little Qin, non-essential moments do not have to show up, must ensure that the little Qin cannot appear any little damage.
Yes. Fan Jun nodded his head in agreement.
3 days later, Pretty Country's global launch site. Wearing a straight suit, Old Man Bei stood on the podium with a group of top scientists from the scientific research department. Facing the news reporters from all over the world, he announced with a proud look. Ladies and gentlemen, today on behalf of our scientists, we are announcing an exciting news. A group of beautiful country journalists under the stage who had already gotten first-hand information stared at Old Man Bei on the stage, and their expressions became vaguely excited. Every day to report on China's controlled nuclear fusion news, see I cannot help but resign from the job, this time also let these Chinese journalists to see, our beautiful country is how to stand in the forefront of science and technology. That's right, a backward ancient country also dares to king presumptuously challenge our beautiful country's hegemony, should be in the conference, hard to hit them in the face. Bayol deliberately paused for a moment, wait until all the news reporter's camera aimed at himself, only then raise his voice a few degrees. Vibration voice said, from today onwards, our beautiful country has been research and development of superchip will soon be developed successfully, a month after the mass production can be realized, put into use.
Boom!
The reporters from the Pretty Country under the stage had already started to get excited. The reporters from all over the world were staring at Old Man Bei on the stage with complex expressions of envy, jealousy, and loss. Bai Lao waved his hand, signaling the scene to be quiet, I haven't finished my words yet. Next, we will use the superchip in the quantum field, artificial intelligence, and other fields, so that the future technology can be shown in advance to benefit the people around the world. This release, in order to be able to maximize the momentum, took a 2-line release. In addition to the scene of news reporters from all over the world, Pretty Country also opened the online live broadcast. The moment this release appeared, the number of viewers of the entire conference directly full forwarding browsing instantly exceeded 10 million.
The netizens' comments even directly triggered the 2 largest social media platforms in the Pretty Country. Oh, my God.
Our country really has always stood at the forefront of science and technology. The appearance of the superchip will definitely guide the future technological evolution of mankind. This is an achievement that only God can realize. The beautiful country will always be the leader of the world. I am an ethnic Chinese, but I immigrated to Pretty Country a long time ago, and I am honored to live in this beautiful country. Although the research of superchips is difficult, our scientists in Pretty Country have been working hard on it. I believe that it won't be long before we in Pretty Country will be able to research superchips too. After all, we have the largest population in the world. Brother, you were the one who said you wanted to develop controlled nuclear fusion last time, right? If you want to talk about population, then I won't argue with you. The online buzz had exploded. Bei Lao stood in front of the camera with a proud look and continued to tell the expectations of the future in his heart. All over the world, guiding mankind to scientific and technological innovation, this has always been something that our Pretty Country has insisted on. As a global technology has always been the first country, I want to tell everyone, Pretty Country is capable of leading the world countries to progress. Any country will be more progressive because of the development of Pretty Country. When the words came to this point, Bei Lao, in front of the face of the world's media, bluntly connoted, the reason why China was able to research controlled nuclear fusion in just a few years, I can say that it is also because of the inspiration received from our Laboratory 93. Without us opening this experimental program, it would be impossible for China to have today's development. Therefore, if there is a country that spares no effort to help other countries in the field of science and technology, it is definitely Pretty Country. I saw the hotly debated news from the other day, and everyone seems to be buzzing about China's controlled nuclear fusion, but I'm standing on the stage today to tell you that we, Pretty Country, are the world's leader in science and technology, always have been, and that will never change. Hundreds of millions of netizens watching the live broadcast were deeply shocked by Old Man Bei's words. Pretty Country is worthy of being the leader of the world, whether it is science and technology or military power. It will always be at the forefront of the world. Why wasn't I born in this country? That's right, our Pretty Country has always been the world leader in science and technology.
Worshipping the words of the old man is too shocking. I will always be proud of Pretty Country. In the next second, the densely packed Pretty Country flag instantly swept across the entire social media platforms. The frenzy on the extranet had risen to its highest ebb, and the video of Bai Lao at the conference was quickly broadcast to China. A group of netizens in China also discussed fiercely on the major social software. I told you, it's simply unrealistic to think that China's current technology still wants to be arrogant. That's right. This is what a big country in science and technology is all about. A controllable nuclear fusion let domestic netizens high tide really do not know what you are excited about. Compared with the beautiful country's super chip, controllable nuclear fusion is nothing. This statement appeared on the network. Netizens' patriotic mood was instantly ignited. Many people directly exploded. MD, you want to think that the air in the beautiful country is sweet, then you hurry to immigrate out of the country, not to stay in the country of the yin and yang nauseating people, right? That's right, it's a purebred sheepdog. Controlled nuclear fusion and superchip are obviously two completely different fields. Our Chinese scientists have put in a lot of effort to overcome the success. Why in his mouth so diabolical? Traitor, give me to crawl. In the face of a crowd of vociferous crusades, the comments section was soon filled with sheepdogs. The practicality of controlled fusion is obviously weaker than that of superchips. Really, Little Pink cannot stand the stimulation? Can't even say a few words? That's right, China's technology is the best anyway. If that's the case, why doesn't China develop the superchip? Nightmare is the right word to use for these little pinkos. MD, sheepdog really disgusted me. These blow Pretty Country comments are simply drop wisdom. Just as a group of netizens were bickering, a netizen with the ID of small town doing expert made a comment. Pretty Country's successful chip development was obviously aimed at future technology and had absolutely no applicability with the immediate needs of the world now. Moreover, the speed of change in future technology is extremely fast. Whether the chip can be utilized by then is still a different matter. China is a big country. The consideration has never been the general direction of the people's needs, only the people first to eat will go to consider the pursuit of the spiritual level. This point look at the beautiful country's current development will know. Moreover, China is now the first country in the world to have controlled nuclear fusion. Such potential is something that no one can refute. China's glory comes from the support of every Chinese. We believe in our motherland, and our motherland guides us to progress. This point has never changed. When this statement came out, in just a few minutes, more than 100,000 retweets were made, and the comment area was instantly red, with red flags flying all over the place. Chapter 32, He's Qin Guang. With the release of the Pretty Country superchip, netizens at home and abroad started a heated debate. At the same time, an emergency joint meeting began within the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At this time, in the parliamentary hall, the heads of the meeting of the Ministry of Space, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Transportation, and many other departments were all sitting at the conference table with serious faces. Zhao Bo was responsible for presiding over this meeting. Seeing that he was sitting in the first seat, he picked up his teacup and took a sip, then swept through the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Today, I have brought everyone here, mainly because I want to discuss the issue of the application of the controlled nuclear fusion stage. Regarding the success of controlled nuclear fusion, I think we all have witnessed it, so now our core goal should be how to apply controlled nuclear fusion as soon as possible." Zhao Bo put down his teacup. Our technicians have been assigned to various fields of cooperation, and began to gradually cooperate with various departments to apply controlled nuclear fusion to their respective fields. Here, Zhao Bo paused, one by one swept through the crowd, put up 3 fingers, his voice suddenly raised a few degrees. 3 weeks, I've already with the head of state personally made a military order. In these 3 weeks, must be controlled nuclear fusion applied to so all available areas. Zhao Bo's voice was not loud, but his tone was extraordinarily forceful, and when the heads of the various departments heard this, their hearts all thumped, and a surprise that was hard to hide showed between their faces. Dean Zhao, isn't 3 weeks too tight? The cooperation of various departments, including the comprehension of the use of controlled nuclear fusion, all of these can take time to grind off. The head of the Department of Transportation said with great perplexity. The remaining heads of several departments looked at each other, then nodded, agreeing with the head of the Transportation Department's opinion. Yes, the time is too urgent. Controlled nuclear fusion is a new technology for us after all. The theory alone lacks practice. What if something goes wrong? That's right. The heads of the departments expressed their concerns. Zhao Bo sniffed and frowned. Everyone, 3 weeks is already the longest time limit I can fight for. What I want to tell you all is that at this moment, the technology that China is in control of is unprecedented, and likewise, the pressure it is facing is also unprecedented. The announcement that Pretty Country sent out today is clearly Sima Zhasher's intention, and everyone knows it. Zhao Bo stood up, hands stretched on the table, body slightly leaning forward, facing the crowd, said through clenched teeth, they have begun to China's sword, and even want to pull together other countries to implement the technology to lock China's program policy. You are clear about the seriousness of this plan? The expressions of the department heads were stunned. Zhao Bo continued, have you seen the comments of the people of China? Do you know how many people are criticizing our controlled fusion program?
Think about it, even our own people are not optimistic about China, then we, on behalf of the officialdom, have the responsibility and obligation to implement controlled nuclear fusion into all fields as soon as possible. Only in this way can our people see the strength of our country, and only in this way can we let foreign powers see the strength of today's China. After listening to these words of President Zhao, the heads of the departments at the conference table were greatly touched inwardly, especially because among them, there was a great majority of them who had actually felt what it meant to be a weak country without diplomacy in a real sense. At this time, the inner blood was completely ignited. The person in charge of the Ministry of Transportation directly stood up and promised in a loud voice, "The Ministry of Transportation has no problem to ensure the implementation in place." The person in charge of the Ministry of Energy, "The Ministry of Energy has no problem.
3 weeks is enough. If I can't finish, I'll go straight to the wilderness."
Head of the Department of Space,
"Guaranteed to complete the task." The rest of the departments shouted in unison, "Guarantee to complete the task." Right at this moment, a staff member in charge of foreign propaganda ran quickly, holding a tablet in his hand, and shouted at Zhao Bo in an urgent tone, "Dean Zhao, the online comments have changed." At that time, Zhao Bo frowned, thinking that the public opinion has become worse, said with his hands behind his back, "Water can carry a boat and can also cover a boat, we have to." Not.
Staff, busy interrupting the words of Dean Zhao, immediately explained, "It is a small town called the town to do questions expert netizens, 1 against 100, ton, to one's own strength, reverse the online wind evaluation."
What?
Zhao Bo incredulously took the tablet and lowered his head to check this comment, after reading the remarks made by this netizen.
Rao Xiaobo's insight could not help but be surprised for a while. Out of the blue, he exclaimed, "Our country of China, there are a lot of talents, this kind of big picture concept, 1 in 10,000, you immediately go and contact this netizen, I want to talk to him." The staff heard this and immediately nodded. When he looked at the contact information of the town's question-making expert through the user profile retained by the social networking site, his expression was horrified. "What's going on?"
Zhao Bo asked with some surprise. "Dean Zhao, this person is Xiao Qin." The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief as he examined the user profile, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and screamed out in excitement.
"What did you say?"
Zhao Bo froze for 2 seconds, busy picking up the tablet and reading the comments again, shock spreading in the bottom of his heart. In the countryside, an ordinary 2-story self-built house of the old family. Qin Guan was sitting in the room, looking at the computer with a serious expression, typing the last sentence on the social platform. "Honor the people who people always honor, love the people who love people always love, their own country should be maintained by themselves. If everyone is like this, how can the country develop, how can the people be rich and strong?
Give us a month, no, 3 weeks.
Our Chinese scientific research will definitely release a chip technology that is more practical and more bullish than the pretty countries." Knocking down this sentence, Qin Guang directly ignored 99's reply message, clicked the upper right corner, and closed the web page. Sitting in the quiet room, listening to the cicadas chirping in his ears, Qin Guang didn't feel half the tranquility of the countryside, but instead felt an unprecedented pressure. Technology had always been future-oriented, and the release of pretty country's super chip was going to lock down China sooner or later. It wouldn't be an easy task to want to climb over this big mountain.
Not to mention that it was only 3 weeks away.
Taking a deep breath, Qin Guang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and whispering his sentence, "No matter what, no matter how difficult the front is, it is necessary to go over this big mountain, only then will China's technology be a true full-fledged transcendence." The words fell, Qin Guang immediately flung down in front of the computer, began to contrast the superconducting chip research overview, seriously checked the information.
Chapter 33, Zhang Lao Tears. Chinese Academy of Sciences Chip Research Center.
An aged figure is hunched over, lying in front of the equipment table, carefully staring at the chip's latest measurement data. Look carefully, the old man's cheeks have been haggard, eyes are red, eyes full of blood, but he wants to have no feeling, like, still staring at the display screen, motionless. At this time is responsible for chip research and development of Zhangpan, has been over 70 years old. After his last meeting with the head of the country on top of the video conference, Zhang old man shut himself in the laboratory, and had not closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. Especially after learning that the beautiful country has released the announcement of the super chip, Zhang Lao is shouldering the hope of the people of the whole country of China, and his heart is filled with unprecedented pressure. "Zhang Lao, you have not closed your eyes for 3 days and 3 nights, I'll watch from here, you go and rest first." The assistant looked at Zhang Lao's back, which could not be straightened up, tears flashed in his eyes, and spoke out to persuade him. Zhang Lao sniffed, waved his hand and said nothing. His eyes turned to the side of the measurement personnel, said in a deep voice, "Continue to measure the data, the circuit will be carefully examined, be sure to do absolutely serious, cannot appear any problem." The assistant saw this, sighed silently, raised his hand to wipe away the tears, his gaze also became firm, gritted his teeth and put into the work. Zero. Just then, an assistant inadvertently connected the wrong lead circuit. The circuit board instantly erupted with a piercing sound of fire. The assistant was stunned for a moment, and Zhang Lao suddenly turned his head angrily and yelled at him in a low voice, "What are you doing? Can you be serious during working hours? Why do you still make such low-level mistakes after so long?"
Let me tell you, we are not in an electronic factory to connect circuit boards. Do you know that a small mistake on your part will most likely cause our many days of testing to be in vain? With your kind of work ethic, what are we going to fight with, pretty country? Zhang Lao's emotions that had piled up for 3 days were completely ignited. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes flashed with unwilling anger. Zhang Lao, don't be angry, it's all because I'm too stupid. That's why I didn't do a good job. I promise I won't make this mistake again. Instead of getting angry at Zhang Lao's head-splitting rage, the assistant rushed to apologize in a sincere manner. Seeing this, the group of researchers beside him were all silent and did not finish. They could all understand Zhang Lao's pressure, especially since the head of state personally called Zhang Lao yesterday, hoping that Zhang Lao could catch up with Pretty Country's progress. And with the release of Pretty Country's super chip announcement, the public opinion on the internet had also reached its peak. Even the compatriots of China didn't have confidence in themselves, so it could be seen that this 73-year-old man, in the end, was shouldering what kind of pressure in his heart. Just as the lab became dead silent due to Zhang Lao's anger, an assistant suddenly ran to Zhang Lao with a tablet. "Old Zhang, look, someone has spoken up for our research department on the internet," said the assistant excitedly. The assistant said excitedly, "He spoke our minds." Zhang Lao was stunned, took the tablet handed by his assistant, and saw the latest remarks made by the netizen town's question-making expert. "To the people who respect the people, we have to believe in our own country." After reading the above word by word, the 73-year-old man, the most tender part of his inner heart was touched. At once, his nose was sore, suddenly covered his face, squatted on the ground, emotionally broken down and let out a loud cry. There are still people in our country of China who silently believe in this old bone of mine. Crying, Zhang old man full of self-blame choked, "I am ashamed of such compatriots. Since the research chip 5 years, not to mention breakthroughs, not even a little progress." In order to comfort the public, he told everyone that we will be able to develop it in 3 weeks, but what about us? Zhang Lao said with a trembling voice, "Let alone 3 weeks, even if we were given another 3 years, it would be impossible to do it." The assistant heard these words from Zhang Lao, forced back tears, and said with a heartbroken voice, "Zhang Lao, the small town doing questions expert, is Qin Guang. Qin Guang? Learning that the town's problem expert is Qin Guang, Zhang Lao's heart was shocked. Is that the winner of the National Medal of Honor, the genius young man who developed controlled nuclear fusion? Seeing his assistant nodding, Zhang Lao could not wipe away the tears on his face and immediately spoke out, "Quickly, you immediately call him. I want to ask him why he said we can develop it in 3 weeks. 5 minutes later. The phone was connected. Qin Guang heard Zhang Lao's eager inquiry on the phone and did not answer immediately. Instead, he said in a serious tone, "Zhang Lao, you are not fighting alone. You now send me all the information you have. 10 days later, I will release the superconducting chip paper on Psi, and in a maximum of 3 weeks, I will use the superconducting chip to fully crush the super chip of the Pretty Country." "What did you say? Superconducting chip?" Zhang Lao was shocked into disbelief when he heard this. "Xiao Qin, are you serious? You have to know that superconducting chips are even more advanced than super chips. Right now our country can't even develop a super chip. Is it really possible to develop a superconducting chip? Zhang Lao, please believe me, as long as we don't give up, nothing is impossible." At this point in the conversation, Qin Guang also spoke out to appease. "You send me the information, the next breakthrough to be made, I will do it. But I also have a request, you must go and rest now." Qin Guang said with a serious attitude, "The strength of China cannot be separated from the dedication of your old man like this. You have to nurture your energy and wait to see the splendor of China." Good. When Zhang Lao heard this last sentence, he was so excited that he burst into tears and said several good words one after another. He raised his hand to wipe away his tears, the haze of a moment ago swept away, his expression firm and determined, rushed to the assistant and said, "You now immediately all the information we have, all sent to Xiao Qin." See Zhang Lao eyes, and rekindled hope. The assistant was equally excited, shouted, "Yes." Next, the top secret information about the chip research, a full 5T all sent to Qin Guang's computer. Qin Guang received the information, immediately opened to view, see the content inside, like a treasure, directly open the overview, against the study, continue to deepen the understanding of the chip. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to the scene of his previous life in the Chinese Academy of Sciences Research and Development. His gaze was incomparably determined, and his heart was filled with expectations for a better future. 7 days later. A peasant woman came back from the field with her pants leg rolled up, carrying a hoe and covered in mud. The visitor was none other than Qin Guang's mother, Chen Xia. On the way back to the village, many people were sitting on the side of the road, playing with melon seeds, basking in the sun, and gossiping about trivial matters in a bored manner. Seeing Qin Guang's mother passing by, a woman with a waist as round as a bucket immediately rushed to the people around her, said with a wink, "Do you know? Chen Xiao's kid, it was hard to get into college. I heard that not a few days of school, let the school to be expelled. That kid, I've seen him since he was a child, but also a waste of money to go to college, early to work in a factory, then now. He even went around buying dinners last time, it's a shame." Chen Xia heard the village people's comments, face immediately some displeasure, immediately carried a hoe and ran over. Out loud rebuttal. Who told you my son was expelled from school? He is on vacation to accompany us back for a period of time. What are you guys chewing on? Hearing this, the village people glanced at Chen Xia and said with a disbelieving face, which university is on vacation now? Your son has been back for so long without saying a word, it's not obvious. If you say it is not, then it is not, why say a few words still anxious eyes? Is your family the only one with college students? Chen Xia was a few people angry blowing their noses and staring, but in the heart, but also unable to explain, can only carry a hoe and leave in anger. Back home, Chen Xia while cleaning the mud on her hands while looking at her son's locked room. Thinking of the son has not been out of the room for 7 days, and thinking of the village people said those words, cannot help but a burst of worry. Xin Guang's father, Xin Zhou, was also full of worry as he sat on the pony, lowered his head and smoked a dry cigarette, looking at the room from time to time and letting out a sigh. Dangjia, you say this child. Xin Zhou looked at his daughter-in-law, his expression suddenly became firm, he put down the dry cigarette, said, no matter what, Xin Guang is my old Xin family's son, he wants to do what let him do, the big deal is, I support him for life. After that, Xin Zhou went straight to the kitchen, put on his apron, and burned a few of Xin Guang's favorite meals with his own hands. Coming to the door, he knocked on the door of the room. Knock! With a creak, the room door opened. Only to see Qin Guang open the door of the room with red eyes. 7 consecutive days of uninterrupted research work had made his entire person look incomparably haggard without a bit of youthful vigor. His hair was also full of grease, messed up into a chicken nest. Seeing this appearance of his son, Xin Zhou was stunned for a moment, suddenly a little red-eyed, reached out and patted Qin Guang's shoulder. Son, no matter what you do, you have to pay attention to your health. Dad, Mom, I'm fine, I'm doing research in my room, you don't have to worry about me, just leave the food for me. Qin Guang forced a smile worse than tears on his face, placating a sentence. He turned around and closed the door to his room. The two men saw their son lock himself in the room again, could not help but feel a burst of heartbreak, looked at each other, all saw from each other's eyes heavy worry. Room. Qin Guang returned to his desk, looked at the various types of information on the table in a mess, clenched his fists. Inwardly, he was incomparably determined, for the sake of his parents, for the sake of China, no matter what, he had to overcome the superconducting chip. Now that 7 days had passed, the public opinion on the internet was already clamoring, leaving him little time. However, according to the current progress, as long as he gritted his teeth and held on, there was still a chance no matter what. Chapter 34 All People's Assembly. 10 days later. Qin Guang still locked himself in his room behind closed doors. But the country of China, once again, set off a wave of heat. The national conference has begun. This meeting was geared towards the highest hall of power in China, with the head of state personally reviewing the reports of each locality and administering a report of recommendations for regional governance guidelines. This is the time of year when the whole country comes together for a grand spectacle. The results of the conference determine the future of China's governance and will radiate to the entire society in the new year. People's Hall. An old man in a Chinese mountain suit slowly came to the podium, and all of a sudden, thunderous applause erupted from the stage. According to the past practice, the head of state would personally deliver a speech at the conference, and then the representatives of each region would put forward their proposals for regional governance. But this time, the meeting was obviously different from the past. This time there was little mention of people's livelihood. Instead, the focus of the meeting was entirely on the international situation, as well as scientific research results. When the proposal was over, the head of state swept the stage with a solemn expression, informing all the delegates. Comrades, although today's China is already a rich country with a strong army, our situation in the international arena is still grim. People's livelihood is the immediate need of the moment, but if a nation and a country want to progress, science and technology is definitely the top priority. Nowadays, the superchip developed by the pretty country has allowed its technology level to progress directly by a large margin, but we have not yet researched a superchip to balance it. I'm sure we've all noticed that, whether it's the international community or our people, they're all discussing and even comparing China with pretty country. However, we don't know if China can surpass pretty country in the field of science and technology. The head of state's words were so blunt that he was close to dragging pretty country to the stage for a public execution. After listening to the head of state's words, the faces of the major delegates on the stage became tense. Now China and the beautiful country officially launched a science and technology competition. The relationship between the two countries, there has been a very obvious cooling. But the chip technology is always stuck in the throat of China. A thorn in the face of the beautiful country's challenge is an extremely difficult thing, not to mention also beyond. The head of state looked at the representatives with very different faces on the stage, raised his head, suddenly raised his voice a few degrees, and continued, everyone, I believe that as long as we, the people of China, persevere, no matter what the difficulties are only temporary. Next, there is one more thing to announce. Here, the head of the country paused, and a trace of excited luster appeared in his gaze. I believe that everyone already knows that our controlled nuclear fusion has begun to be utilized in various fields, which represents that our country of China's science and technology has reascended to a new level. Boom!
The moment the words fell, the thunderous applause in the room was deafening, and hundreds of people looked at the head of state with excited faces. Especially some of the old experts and professors who had dedicated their lives to scientific research. The moment they heard the head of state announce this news, the tears that filled their eyes with foul could no longer be held back, and they rolled down in large balls. After several generations of hard work, today's China has become Asia, and even the world cannot be underestimated existence. Watching the motherland continue to develop, continue to be rich and strong, this is their old scientific researchers' lifelong wish. The scene of applause for 5 or 6 minutes. When the applause fell, the representative of the Ministry of Resources, with his head held high, stood up from his seat and said in a loud voice, "On behalf of the Ministry of Resources, I can responsibly tell you that after the complete application of our controlled nuclear fusion, it will not produce any nuclear waste, and in the future, it will completely replace the traditional form of power generation. From now on, there won't be any cities with power limitations and shortages." The representative of the Materials Agency stood up and said with the same excitement, "That's right, in addition to this, controlled nuclear fusion can completely solve the huge energy problem required for the production of nanomaterials. We can completely utilize the structural interactions to make a wider range of sturdy materials." One by one, the representatives of each ministry stand up. Department of Medicine, the powerful energy brought about by controlled nuclear fusion can likewise make medical equipment more convenient, and activated by means of new energy sources, it can perfectly solve the problem of limited equipment due to insufficient energy. Dozens of departments, elaborating in detail on the bloom after controlled nuclear fusion is applied to various fields, covering all the fields that China is continuously developing. Offstage, some people were excited and some were in tears. Ordinary people in front of the live broadcast were also infected by the atmosphere, staring at the TV and clenching their fists. The use of controlled nuclear fusion has directly changed China's electric power, military industry, national defense, and other major fields. From this moment onwards, China was considered to have truly gained a foothold in the international arena. The head of state looked at the excited delegates, he raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The venue quickly quieted down, eyes staring at the head of state. At this time, even the head of state, who was used to seeing countless twists and turns, also vaguely some excitement, facing the crowd, said, "Comrades, although the current international situation is still unfavorable to us, but we must be sure that the successful development of controlled nuclear fusion has helped us solve the biggest problem of mankind, the energy crisis. Today, I'm here to present our highest honor, the Order of China, to the scientists who have researched controlled nuclear fusion. We are all witnesses to this award ceremony." Boom! The scene was once again filled with thunderous applause. Under the stage, Tao Shiyu, the minister of the security department, had cold sweat beading on his forehead and was anxiously holding his cell phone, constantly calling Fan Jun. After calling several times in a row, the call was connected. Not waiting for Fan Jun to finish, Tao Shiyu covered the microphone, has been impatiently low roar up. "In the end, what is going on? The head of state is already going to award the Medal of China. How come you haven't picked up Shao Qin yet?" "Minister, I also have no way out." Fan Jun's voice was filled with helplessness. In the countryside, Qin Guang's old home. Fan Jun stood in front of the military helicopter, hearing the minister's furious rebuke on the phone, his face filled with a devastated expression. In fact, he had already arrived in the village 2 days ago and had met with Qin Guang, which thought that when he met again, Qin Guang's whole person did not have half of the vigor of a young man, his hair was puffy, and he was completely unkempt. Spare him to see Qin Guang this appearance, also cannot help but a burst of heartache. But thought of Qin Guang this appearance, is very likely to be in some kind of important research work, even if there is a task in the body, he did not dare to go to disturb. He could only stay outside the village for 2 days. Fan Jun rubbed his slightly tired face and was about to explain to the minister, "Minister, Shao Qin should be researching these days. You less give me bull." "I did not expect a sentence as not finished," I heard Tao Shiyu split face reprimand. "I tell you, today's awarding of the Medal of Honor of the State of China began the national live broadcast. You do not give me a reason, I do not care what you use, no matter how you have to invite the hero to the scene of the General Assembly. Otherwise I will take you for it." Chapter 35, The Chinese Mountain Suit. Yes, promise to complete the task." Fan Jun clenched his fists and hung up the phone. On the other side, the local villagers had long since noticed the helicopter parked at the east end of the village. At this moment, there were already quite a few village people gathered at the entrance of the village, looking at the helicopter and couldn't help but whisper about it. What do you guys think is going on here? This army helicopter has been parked in our village for 2 days, is it that our village is going to produce another scholar? Look at what you guys are saying, the top students are all cabbages, all over the place, right?" A peasant woman called Huagu stared at the helicopter, rolled her eyes, turned her head and said to the crowd, "In my opinion, it should be the old Xie Xiaobao, who just got into the national defense this year, and is definitely here to pick him up." Said, flower and eyes with 3 points of jealousy and 7 points of envy, TSK tongue, "This old Xie's family diversion positive, born a child is also so outstanding, this time, I am afraid that the threshold will be stepped on the broken." Uncle Wang heard, a shock, nodded his head and agreed. National defense students great, this is the national focus of the cultivation object. You say, this old CS family in the end how to give birth to a child, how my family that find a date is difficult to find? That's right, I'll find a gentleman to look at the feng shui of my house tomorrow. Just when the crowd whispered, the flower girl suddenly thought of something, eyes muttered a turn, that what, I still have something, you first nag ha. After saying that, the flower girl 2 steps and do a step, busy toward the old Xia home to go. The crowd saw this, the mind immediately alive, and said that this woman ghostly, designated to go to the old Xia's family to climb the relationship, so, also hastened to follow up. Old Xia's house. Old Xia looked at the smiling Huagu who welcomed him to the door, still a little confused. Only to see the flower ant intimately pulling the old Xia, grinned and said, Lao Xia, you are still waiting for what to do, quickly get ready to prepare, a good thing to come up. What's the big deal? Agu, didn't your little treasure tell you? People from the Ministry of War have come to the village in a helicopter, specifically to pick up your little treasure. What an honor! What an honor! Old Xia thought he had heard wrong, his face was full of surprise. Where did you hear that? Old Xia, you can be careful, the army's plane is parked at the east end of the village. I fooled no one, but would not dare to fool your old Xia in this kind of thing. Seeing that Huagu's expression did not look like she was joking, Lao Xia thought a little, and then suddenly thought of something. Immediately grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Mother, the troops are here, my little brat is still hiding it from me. Great thing, this is a great thing. I was the first one to inform you of the news. If your old Xia family is going to be immortals in the future, you can't forget about me. Don't worry, I won't forget, I've remembered everything. Old Xia promised with his mouth full, his heart has been ecstatic. Canton rushed into the yard, took out the gongs and drums, and hung 2 strings of 2,000 firecrackers in front of the yard. At one time, in front of Lao Xia's house, the gongs and drums were noisy, and the firecrackers were banging. Lao Xia stood in front of the door, looking at the villagers full of envy, grinning broadly. Folks, tonight, there is one, all come, I set up a banquet to entertain you. At this moment, Qin Guang's parents have just returned from the field. When the family, do you think the son will really be expelled from school? It's been over 10 days and the teacher hasn't even called. Chen Xia, carrying a basket in her hand, looked at her husband Qinzhou with a worried face. My son, I know in my heart, you do not listen to the village people chewing on the root of the matter. Tonight you go to help me to play some wine to go, I enlighten him. I'm going to try to help him out. Chen Xia sighed, was about to say, suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from the village, froze for 2 seconds, looked at the sound, and saw the old Xia's house outside the door has been surrounded by a circle of people, a picture of joyful scene. This old Xia's family what? Chen Xia was stunned. Maybe it is another promotion. The corner of Qinzhou's mouth was flooded with a touch of bitterness. Come to the door of the old Xia's house, Chen Xia saw the flower ant busy to help the old Xia's family. Greetings, cannot help but curious, rushed to the flower ant, asked, Flower ant, this old Xia's family what? What's wrong with this old Xia's house? It's so busy today. Flower ant saw the person as Chen Xia, glanced at her, eyes showed a trace of contempt, simply do not want to take care of the meaning, the old Xia family how, and what do you have to do with it? Said, and immediately put on a smile, rushed to the old Xia front, help pull up the red cloth. Seeing the situation, Chen Xia and Qinzhou faced some embarrassment. A sight of the Root grandmother saw the two, smiled and greeted, just back from the field. Yes, Grandma Root, you are also in awe. Grandma Root pointed to old Xia's house, and smiled at the two of them. It's that Xia Bao from old Xia's house. He got into the national defense students, and the people from the Ministry of War flew a plane to the village to pick him up. I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. Knowing that the War Department people personally came to pick up the old Xia family's Xia Bao, Chen Xia and Qinzhou were stunned for a few seconds, and then took a look at the old Xia family's pomp and circumstance, revealing a touch of sourness between their faces. Speaking of which, this old Xia family's Xia Bao is not as good as his own son. Back then, when the results of the examination came out, the son began to county first place, but just less than 10 years passed, did not expect the gap between the two actually has been so big. Alas! Qinzhou helplessly sighed, rushed. Chen Xia said, go home, first go back to see his son. Just as the words of the two fell, a person suddenly ran outside the crowd, shouting excitedly, coming, quickly make way, the leadership of the War Department is here. Old Xia immediately straightened his collar and came to the door to wait with an excited expression. The crowd of onlookers, their expressions also agitated, filled with anticipation, turned their eyes toward the village entrance. The main road into the village. Fan Jun led a dozen or so team members, uniformly dressed in fitted uniforms, wearing large-brimmed military hats, bundled up in neat armed pouches, kicking in the right steps, their faces solemn. On the red square tray in his hand was a neatly folded Zhongshan suit. Chapter 36 Oolong. When the villagers saw this kind of battle, they immediately stood on both sides spontaneously, their eyes staring fiercely at Fan Jun. Couldn't help but voice out a passionate discussion. My mother, this old Xia's family shall not be, this big official body medals, all give me look confused. Yes, how many years, have not seen this kind of big official on the village, the old Xia family's small treasure, this time is really good. I've always known that Xia Bao was a good boy. I've even hugged him before.
I've even hugged him before. He even ate at my house.
From now on, this village is counting on old Xie's family.
Hearing the village people's comments, old Xie's face was as red with excitement as if he had been drinking wine.
He stood in the doorway, pinching his thighs hard, his whole body floating lightly, just like a dream, afraid that he had misread the situation. He looked up at Fan Jun with a smile on his face and was about to welcome him. As a result, when he looked up, he coldly glimpsed Qin Guang's parents blocking the way.
His face immediately sank, wrinkled his brows, and shouted at the two men in dissatisfaction, "Can't you see the road or what? You hurry to me to the side a little bit of eyesight did not. Really don't hate to bury."
The village people on the side of the situation also opened their mouths to agree.
That's right, do not look at this occasion, the body is all on the ground to bring up the mud, dirty death, no wonder people old Xie upset. The village people present all know that the old Xie family and Chen Xia and his wife some years ago because of the matter of the house base, the row is very unhappy. The reason is that the old Xie family to build cattle pens, built one also did not greet, the Chen Xia parents' home base occupied a piece. For this matter, Chen Xia's parents ran to Lao Xie's house every day and every night, and the two families had several big and small quarrels. Later, the old Xie family was annoyed by the noise, so they brought the village chief to the village. Lao Xie is the village chief nephew, ran a few times, the money is also compensated to Chen Xia's parents, the results of the two mouths are still making trouble. The whole old Xie very no face, playing that time to enlist the village people, not less isolated Chen Xia couple. Now the old Xie family up, these people naturally see the wind rudder on the side of the old Xie. Seeing Lao Xie's gloomy face, Chen Xia's parents sardonically withdrew their gaze and slightly hurriedly made way. Lao Xie, we didn't do it on purpose. Chen Xia looked at Lao Xie and was about to apologize. Unexpectedly, the words had just left her mouth when she saw old Xie impatiently waving his hand and said in a bad mood, "Hurry up and move away, I don't have the time to take care of you guys right now, so don't come and make things difficult for me. Otherwise, when my little treasure goes to the war department, I will also clean up you too." Hearing these words, Qinzhou clenched his fists, his face so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Old Xie's son had gotten ahead and he hadn't said anything, so what was the need to be so insulting? Back then, the old Xie family in order to build a cattle pen, directly occupied their own home base, when the two of them went to the door to find the old Xie to say this matter. As a result, the old Xie family door did not let them enter, and then on the basis of his nephew of the village chief, casually give some money to send off. Old Xie actually feel that they have no face, and since then they have contacted the village people began to isolate the two couples intentionally or unintentionally. It's simply too much of a bully. Chen Xia noticed that her husband Qinzhou's face was not right, and with a nervous face, she reached out her hand, gently pinched the back of Qinzhou's hand, shook her head, and said nothing. "Let's go home and cook for our son." Seeing his wife Chen Xia's tense expression, Qinzhou gritted his teeth, and finally endured the breath, and walked towards home without looking back. Behind the back of the gongs and drums, lively, Qin Guang's parents walked forward like this without looking back. The two families did not say anything to anyone, and their hearts were sour and bitter. At this time, Fan Jun has already walked to the door of Lao Xie's house with his head held high. Seeing the Zhongshan suit in front of his eyes, Lao Xie's breathing was also a little short. He was busy straightening his hunched body, revealing a smile, and was planning to salute the visitor. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. Only to see that the head official didn't have the slightest intention to stay, and even the expression on his face didn't see the slightest change. Leading his team members, he swept past old Xie's family. Not only was Lao Xie's face full of doubt, even the crowd of villagers who were watching were confused. What's going on? Did this big official remember the wrong door? Why is he still walking forward when he's already at the door? Huagu saw the situation, hurriedly jogged over, stopped Fan Jun shouted, "Comrade, wrong, here is the old Xie's home." Old Xie snapped to react, heart anxious, rushed to run forward, because anxious, a stumbling step fell a dog gnawing on the ground. His face was covered with mud, and half of his face hurt like hell, but he could only endure it, and hurriedly got up and came to Fan Jun. Extruding a smile that is worse than crying, heaping smiles and greeting, "Comrade, you are mistaken, I am Xiaobao's father." Fan Jun heard, his eyebrows wrinkled, looked up and down the two people in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, "Who is Xiaobao? Who is Xiaobao?" Old Xie was shocked and skeptical, and asked in a surprised voice, "Aren't you here to pick up my son Xiaobao?" Fan Jun heard this, coldly slanted the old Xie a glance, tense face, did not say a word, directly stepped forward. Seeing that Fan Jun didn't have any intention of taking care of himself, old Xie pinched his heart, opened his mouth wide, and almost didn't raise his breath. At this time, the village people also saw some clues. Mute looked at Lao Xie, and then looked at Fan Jun who walked straight ahead. Froze for a few seconds. This is not to pick up Xiaobao, who else can come to pick up Huagu looked dumbfounded. She was busy at old Xie's house, but after half a day's work, the person was not here to pick up Xiaobao at all. Huagu looked at the old Xie whose face was pale and powerless, as if he had aged a few years all of a sudden. For a moment she was a little chagrined, so angry that she stomped her foot and hurriedly followed. Strange, our village, a total of not many college students can be picked up who? Walk, go and see, no matter what, this is definitely to pick up people in our village.
The village people, with their doubts, hurriedly followed Fan Jun and the others who were striding forward, all the way forward.
After walking for about 10 minutes or so, someone saw the team turn onto a muddy path and said in shock, "Heavenly Lord, isn't this Chen Xia's house? It can't be."
The villagers were dumbfounded and just watched as Fan Jun and the others walked straight in the direction of Chen Xia's house.
Chapter 37, The Next Time You Lead. Boom.
This scene was like a thunderclap resounding in a clear sky, exploding in everyone's heart.
Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. After half a day, one person exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? Why did you go to Chen Xia's house? It can't be that Scion Qin Guang, right? How can it be?"
Now the village up and down who does not know that Qin Guang was expelled from school have been idle at home for more than 10 days. Besides, Qin Guang exam is a second-rate institution. He can be compared with people old Xia's family Xiabao. The crowd was speechless, but all coincidentally affirmed this answer in their hearts. At this time looked up, the team led by the big official as if he did not hear these comments. Footsteps a moment to Chen Xia's door. Fan Jun stopped, stood at the door, raised his hand and knocked on the door. The villagers were completely confused when they saw that Fan Jun not only stopped, but also knocked on Chen Xia's door. With their mouths wide open, they looked on with dumbfounded expressions. At home, Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xia had just sat down. Chen Xia twisted her head and looked at the still locked door of the room. Her eyes were a little sour, and with helplessness, she said, "My son locks himself in his room every day, and doesn't eat much, if he knows that old Xia's son has." Qin Zhou picked up a cigarette stick, stuffed a small handful of dry cigarettes, lit it, buried his head and smoked vigorously. Chen Xia corner of the eye fell a few tears of sadness. She raised her hand while wiping away, while sighing long said, "Alas, now the village people are looking down on our son, also look down on our family. We put up with it on the past, but the son how to do He was born with a high temperament, and if he hears the rumors from outside, he will be able to get away with it. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it." Qin Zhou raised his head and pinched the dry cigarette on the stick, with a hint of determination in his eyes. "No matter what, he is our son, he can grow up happily, it's enough. You don't care what the people in the village say." Chen Xia sniffed, nodded, and couldn't help but wipe her tears again. Just then, the front door was knocked on. The two of them froze at the sound and looked up. "Who is it?" Chen Xia asked and got up to open the door. Creak. The gate opened. Outside the door, the big official that he had previously seen at old Xia's house actually appeared in front of his house, his waist straight, looking at himself, and suddenly snapped and drank, "Salute." Swish. In an instant, more than a dozen people raised their hands in unison, rushing towards Chen Xia and his wife to give a standard military salute. When the two saw the scene, they only felt their heads buzzing, going blank, unable to speak, and not knowing what was happening. "You are Qin Guang's parents, right?" "Hello, we are here to find Qin Guang." Fan Jun looked at Qin Guang's parents with a respectful attitude and spoke out to explain. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xia were shocked by what they said, and stood still for more than 10 seconds, waking up suddenly, before they asked with jaws agape, really come to look for my son?" "That's right." Getting Fan Jun's affirmative reply, Chen Xia finally affirmed. She hurriedly pushed her husband, whose expression was frozen, and shouted with joy and urgency, "You quickly go and call your son, quickly go, and say that someone from the Ministry of War has come to look for him." I'll go now. Qin Zhou ran home in a panic, came to the door of Qin Guang's room and knocked on the door. Knock. Qin Guang opened the door to his room. "Dad? What's wrong?" Qin Guang opened his mouth and asked in a hoarse voice. After more than 10 days of unremitting efforts, his progress was soaring. He had long since completely eaten through the generalization, and was just short of the last paragraph to finish his thesis. As long as the paper was released on Psi, by then it would definitely shock the United States and give China a powerful shot in the arm. After that, as long as he got the rewards given by the system, he was the one who would definitely be able to lead China to defeat the pretty country's technological blockade in this world. At that time, Qin Guang will let the beautiful country know, a super chip, but a bunch of patchwork compressed garbage, even superconducting chip edges cannot compare. And all of this is his 10 days of sleeplessness, even if tired to the point of exhaustion, but also grit his teeth in exchange for. Qin Zhou saw his son's appearance, was stunned for 2 seconds, suddenly his nose was sore, his eyes were a little red. "Son, you..." "Dad, I'm fine." Qin Guangzhang developed dry lips and squeezed out a miserable smile. Qin Zhou reached out and patted Qin Guang's shoulder. "Some heart cannot bear it, son. The War Department of the officer came up to the house, said to come to look for you. Dad, you tell him that I still have things to do now, let them come back in a while." Qin Guang gently shook his head. Right now it was close. After holding out for so long, he did not want to be disturbed at this time. "Son, all the families in the village have come, and the officers from the War Department have come all the way here, so you'd better go out and take a look around." "Alas, fine." Hearing his father's persuasion, Qin Guang sighed hopelessly and could only agree helplessly. Soon, Qin Guang followed his father to the door. When Fan Jun saw this haggard face of Qin Guang, he completely couldn't believe that in just over 10 days, Qin Guang had turned into this appearance. At this time, his hair is messy, has fallen on a layer of grease and dirt. Deep sunken eyes also show that he has not slept for several days. The skin of the mouth is cracked, hanging a layer of dead skin. The original red face has been completely covered by dead ash, skin dull, as if covered with a layer of gray. You. Fan Jun opened his mouth, ice hot, suddenly felt a burst of acidity, looking at Qin Guang in incomparable heartache.
This is the hero of China. Even the capital of the country is waiting to personally award him the Medal of China Hero. How did he become like this in just over 10 days?
The two warriors who followed behind Fan Jun, looking at Qin Guang, also gritted their teeth and silently left tears in their eyes.
Only they knew how much Qin Guang had contributed to the rise of China.
Fan Jun slowed down his mood, looked at Qin Guang's face, became serious, and in front of the whole village, raised his hand in salute towards Qin Guang. Then, in a vibrant voice, he said, "Xiao Qin, this is the Zhongshan suit specially prepared for you.
Please follow me now to receive the commendation."
When the village people heard this, they were so shocked that they pinched the roots of their thighs.
Accept the commendation? What commendation? Hua Gu was busy swallowing her saliva. I'm not seeing a ghost in the middle of the day, am I? Wasn't this Qin Guang expelled from school long ago?
Finished, she turned her head to look at the crowd of old Xia, only to see the old Xia is like a lost soul, paralyzed on the ground, staring blankly ahead. Qin Guang looked at Fan Jun, handed the Zhongshan suit, suddenly silent. Half a long time later, he looked at Fan Jun, voice hoarse, said, "Honor I also want, but not this time."
Fan Jun sniffed, his face flashed a bitter smile. Busy hand said, "Xiao Qin, now everyone is waiting for you to the scene. You do not go, I cannot deliver or you better go to the trip." "It's okay, you keep it for me, I'll get it next time, it won't be long now."
Qin Guang looked at him with a calm face.
Boom!
When these words came out, Fan Jun and others were shocked and opened their mouths wide, as if they had seen a ghost in the middle of the day, and did not move for half a second. After waiting for half a day, Fan Jun couldn't help but look at Qin Guang again. Looking at his calm face, the shock in his heart was still hard to quell. The honor this time was brought about by researching controlled nuclear fusion.
China's population of 1.7 billion people, how many of them can be so honored? I'm afraid I can count them on one hand.
He wants to receive it together next time. Does it mean that Qin Guang has already researched the same thing as controlled nuclear fusion, something that can change China's international status?
Chapter 38, Unexpected Circumstances. People's Hall.
Minister of Security Tao Shiyu stared down at his cell phone, his heart flustered and anxious. Seeing that 10 minutes had already passed. Everyone in the room was eagerly waiting for this hero who had helped China realize technological innovation to go on stage. But after waiting for half a day, no one came on stage. One must know that the Order of China is the highest honor of China, and is always issued by the head of state himself. Such a heavy honor, such an important occasion. There had never been a case where the recipient of the Order of the Kingdom of China didn't show up, let alone wait for such a long time.
The delegates at the conference site couldn't help but whisper and pry. "Old Jean, what do you think the recipient of the China medal is, in the end?
Even the head of state is waiting in person, but after 10 minutes, we haven't even seen anyone."
"Yeah, I think it's weird. I've been asking around, but no one knows who the recipient of the China medal is. The Chinese Academy of Sciences can count them on one hand, right? Could it be one of them?
But these people are present, also did not see on stage. The crowd was horrified as they heard the words and looked up at the stage, but they saw that the head of state always maintained a calm demeanor and waited quietly.
Tao Shiyu turned his feet upside down.
The more relaxed the head of state acted, the more nervous he felt. Qin Guang's itinerary and safety were all under the responsibility of the Ministry of Security, and this kind of important occasion, and it was also a national live broadcast. Qin Guang was not there, and if the higher-ups pursue him afterward, he, the Minister of Security, will not be able to escape the blame.
MD, how not to answer the phone?
Tao Shiyu dialed Fan Jun's phone number one after another, and seeing that the phone was delayed, he cursed in an unusually annoyed manner. Drip. Finally, under his uninterrupted dialing, the phone connected.
The moment it was connected, Tao Shiyu covered the microphone and immediately yelled at the phone in a low voice, "What the hell are you doing? Let you go to pick up an individual, you half a day to pick up cannot. What are you doing to eat?" The other end of the phone. Fan Jun eyed Qin Guang back.
At this moment, the anxiety and depression in his heart has been completely covered by exhilaration. At first, everyone thought that it was impossible for China to develop controlled nuclear fusion, but Qin Guang had done it. Now, he still thought that Qin Guang could do it. Fan Jun took the phone and quickly relayed what Qin Guang had just said with a very serious expression. "Minister, just now, Qin Guang asked me to relay to you that in an hour, you will go and pay attention to Sai, on which you will see the future that belongs to China." After saying that, Fan Jun then directly hung up the phone. Tao Shiyu, suddenly a little confused, levied for a few seconds, opened his mouth, asked, "What does it mean? Could it be that Qin Guang really isn't coming?" After a half a ring, this only suddenly realized what, and sharply read dark curses.
"Bunny, now dared to hang up my phone, in the end who is the minister?"
Things have come to this, Qin Guang does not come, Tao Shiyu also have no way.
can only get up from his seat, walked straight to the side of the Secretary of the State of China No. 1, with apprehension in his heart, said in a low voice, "Secretary General, things went a little unexpected. Qin Guang should not be able to come." After listening to Tao Shiyu's explanation, even the No. 1 secretary, who was accustomed to seeing storms and waves, could not help but tremble and immediately tensed up.
You mean to say that he has a more important research to do now?
No, that's right, it should be. Yes, listening to him, it can even be compared to controlled nuclear fusion. As things stood, although Tao Shiyu didn't dare to believe it either, he could only choose to believe Fan Jun's words and told the Secretary General truthfully. The Secretary General's eyes flickered with entanglement for a moment. He looked at Tao Shiyu, and then at the head of state standing on the stage, gritted his teeth, pressed down on his headset, and informed the head of state of Tao Shiyu's words, as they were. "Head of state, there's an emergency that I need to tell you about. Xiao Qin may not be able to come to the conference site." The head of state listened to the words relayed by the secretary without moving, although the expression on his face remained calm and collected, as if nothing had happened. But in his heart, waves of shock had already risen. Qin Guang's intention of not coming to the conference site to receive the commendation was not clear to him, nor could he guess it. But he knew that Qin Guang was the hero of China for controlled nuclear fusion research and development, and what he was going to do, whatever it was, must be at the forefront of science and technology, or even at the top. At that moment, the secretary's suggestion came over the headset. "Head of state, we are still unsure of what exactly little Qin is going to do. I suggest that it is better to suppress the matter and not publicize it." Hearing the secretary's suggestion, the head of state didn't see any change on his face, but his eyes flashed with determination. Little Qin is the pioneer of China's scientific research, and it was he who developed controlled nuclear fusion with his own efforts.
What does the introduction of controlled fusion mean? It means that China's major fields will be completely revolutionized, completely pushing China to achieve comprehensive development. If we look around, how many people can be found in the world with such a proud achievement? With this, how can we not trust little Qin? The head of state swept a glance at the stage, overlooking the conference on the major representatives, slowly out of the voice said, "Everyone, I am now sorry to tell you, we are today's recipient of the Medal of Honor of the State of China, because of a temporary problem cannot come to the scene of the conference."
Wow! The moment these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar.
A group of conference delegates under the stage jaw-dropping. Something cannot come when the awarding ceremony of the Medal of Honor of the State of China is a food market? When do you want to come when you want to come?
After half a dozen times, some of the representatives of the unknown reasons as if they had been humiliated by a great shame, humming, this awardee is too proud, this is the highest honor of the country of China, he wants to not come, is simply conceited to the extreme. The head of state listened to the murmurs ringing out from the stage, and suddenly raised his voice a few more degrees, adding, "There is a reason why our honoree couldn't come. He also brought a message to all of you here that he will come next time, and the next time will be very soon."
Next time?
After hearing that, the delegates somehow found it a bit funny. Does this person think that the Medal of Honor of the State of China is a Chinese cabbage?
Does this man think the China medal is a cabbage, and there will be a next time just because he says so?
The head of state smiled calmly. "Some of you may not believe me, but I do. Likewise, I will personally keep this China medal for him, and wait for him to come and get it next time." Saying that, the head of state's eyes transmitted a bit of excited essence, looked at the time, and continued. He also said, "Let's pay attention to a scientific organization SCI. It just so happens that there is still time for our Chinese Congress. 1 hour later, I want all of you to pay attention to SCI. Let's witness together how this winner of the Medal of Honor of the State of China of ours will outline the future of the State of China."
Chapter 39 Sent successfully.
Village. A group of villagers had already gathered at Qin Guang's door. Looking inside the door, they pointed and whispered.
Many people wrinkled their brows and said with disbelief, "Are you kidding?
That kid from the old Qin family just got into a second-rate college and was expelled from the school. Why would a big official from the Ministry of War come to pick him up?"
That's right, this family's ancestors are all farming. That little bit like to be able to be a big official personally door to door to pick up and drop off?
Maybe they just spent some money and invited them from the city to show their face.
I don't think it's a fake.
The flower girl stared at the door of Qin Guang's house, and her mind became active. The helicopter can be parked at the east end of the village, and if it costs money, how much money is enough for the old Qin family to spend off?
I can't, I have to take a look at it.
The flower girl, once the idea, the previous meanness completely cannot see half a trace, grinning and stepped over the threshold.
Egu, old Qin, your family, this is the ancestor of the smoke. Even the big officials are personally door to pick up your son.
Flower Aunt did not care about Qinxia couple's unhappy expression. A hold Qinxia's arm, laughed. "Big sister, you say I also watched your family Qin Guang grew up. This child brain live when the county exam is the first. This big official came, your family this threshold is afraid to lift to the high place." The villagers on the sidelines saw the flower girl has entered the door, simply do not think about it, grinning while arching their hands to congratulate, while walking into the door. Although Mr. and Mrs. Qinxia were dissatisfied with the villagers, but after all, they all came to congratulate their son, and could only endure their unhappiness, and received these people quite politely.
But I did not expect, this group of people really do not take themselves as outsiders, into the door is not willing to go. Casually find a place, grab a handful of dried sunflower seeds, began to grin and chatter. I tell you the old Chin family this kid before I hugged it, to really talk about, he has to call me second uncle. You also said you hugged Xie Bao and the old Xie family.
What? Can't I hug them all? I'm not bragging. I've always thought that little Qin Guang was better than the old Xie kid. Inside the room,
Qin Guang was focused on his desk, having completely shut out the sounds from outside. His eyes seriously at the end of the mail page to write the last paragraph. The purpose of the development of superconducting chips, the important thing is not the shrinking of the data screen and integration, but the true meaning of the benefit of mankind, is to give mankind a more objective future, the pinnacle of the imagination into reality. A soon-to-be graduating student of How University who has contacted your organization and is shouldering the destiny of the country of China.
Click the mouse. Send. The appeal is finally written. After 10 days of unremitting efforts, Qin Guang's thesis was finally finished.
He leaned on the back of the chair and breathed a long sigh of relief, closed his eyes and rested for a few minutes, then he immediately sat up straight and tiredly opened his eyes. Reaching out, he rubbed his haggard cheeks. He knew in his heart that he couldn't completely relax at this time. Controlled nuclear fusion represented the current technology, and one had already made it happen. And if technology wanted to continue to develop, it must be future-oriented. Superconducting chip represents the future technology. China's science and technology does not stagnate at present, no matter how to completely overcome the superconducting chip. Only in this way can China's science and technology face the future.
Only then would China be more powerful and have its own say in international status.
There was no need to fear the hegemony of the pretty country, no country could shake it. Now that the paper had been sent successfully, it meant that the first step towards realizing the realization of superconducting chips in China had finally been taken. Qin Guang wasn't worried that his thesis would get stuck in the review stage and not be allowed to be sent. After all, the original intention of the establishment of these organizations is equality and mutual assistance. They do not have national boundaries, and they are not checked and balanced by the state. When he contacted the Psi editors beforehand, the organization gave him the utmost respect when he informed them that he was the developer of controlled fusion. And it was also emphasized in the message that if his paper was widely recognized, then at the slowest, it would be published in an hour. Now that the paper had been sent out, as long as the review was successful, then the principal's proposed conditions would be completed. Qin Guang looked at the screen and whispered to himself, completing the conditions will allow the principal to fulfill his promise, so the preconditions given by the system will be fulfilled. It was at this time that Qin Guang finally noticed the cacophony of noises outside the room. He turned his head to look at it and was stunned for 2 seconds, feeling a little guilty in his heart. After staying at home for so long, he said that he was accompanying his parents, but he didn't have a few words with them properly. Now it's not easy to send out my thesis, but in order to complete the task, I have to go back to school as well. Saying that, Qin Guang sighed. But soon, he still made a decision by gritting his teeth. The guilt in his heart could only be made up for later, right now he had more important things to do. With that in mind, he directly took out his cell phone and found Fan Jun's number and called it. Beep. The phone rang a few times and was immediately connected. Inside came Fan Jun's excited voice. How's it going? Is your research completed? Yes, it's finished. Qin Guang said with a slightly tired voice, Captain Fan, come pick me up, I'm going back to school now. The reason why Qin Guang was able to work continuously and uncomplicatedly these days was entirely due to the existence of the microelement instant coffee, and he relied on the few packets of microelement instant coffee that were left to him to stay up continuously for the entire 21 days. After exchanging his technology points for introduction last time, he realized that the remaining technology points were no longer enough to exchange for the microelemental instant coffee. Forced to do nothing but grit his teeth, coffee, and willpower half and half, and finally hard to fight over. Okay, you wait for me for 10 minutes, I will immediately clear the route and arrange for the helicopter to prepare for takeoff. Fan Jun finished in an eager tone, and then directly hung up the phone. Qin Guang put away his cell phone, came to the door of his room, opened the door and walked out. Unexpectedly, just as he left the room, he heard accusations coming from the living room. What? Now you want to scurry up, ask you a little thing or difficult to chant? That's right, we are all countrymen, who does not know Hua? If it wasn't for the village's help, would your old Qin family be here today? Now that you've said it, I'll say something. When your boy was born, did you borrow flour from us? What's the point of you two acting like thieves when we're asking about something like this? Who are you looking down on? Why don't you say something? Speak up. Qin Guang heard these words and took a step towards the living room with a gloomy face. Chapter 40, No Smearing. At this time in the living room, Hua Gu was sticking her back out, with dissatisfaction between her expressions, and rushed at Chen Xia and his wife, loudly accusing. We are not here to steal to rob, is to ask about your son, your old Qin family to this? Followed the flower ant next to a few village women, also followed the voice of ridicule. Yes, I do not know what is pretending to be a thing, really think your son is a what a powerful person
What's so great about him? Nostrils are pointed at the sky. The old Xia family's Xiao Bao is a real national defense student. How is he compared to your family Qin Guang? He's still polite to us. You said one thing and I said another, and Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xia couldn't lift their faces. At this moment, the TV in the living room was broadcasting the Congress of the State of China. The head of state had already spoken at the meeting and announced that the Medal of Honor of the State of China would be awarded to the hero who had invented controlled nuclear fusion. A person who happened to catch a glimpse of what was playing on the TV glanced at Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xia and mocked in a cold voice, "Seriously, I see, those who don't know still think that the Order of the State of China is awarded to your family, Qin Guang it, all these years folks, who still don't know who are pretending, I do not know who to pretend to see it." Chen Xia finally couldn't help herself, "No, my son. What's not? What's your family's condition? Can we still climb up your ladder?" That's right, I think some people are just too small-minded. There are two mouths to feed at home, they hate to dig a hole and hide it, afraid that others will come to share a bite. I'm so sorry for what our family has done to you over the years, just tell me, how has my Xiaoguang offended you? Shen Xia, anxious and angry, but in the face of the crowd of townspeople, and cannot explain, with a sobbing voice shouted at the crowd. Xin Zhou stood up to protect Shen Xia behind him, his gaze was not good, sweeping the crowd, said in a cold voice, "What are you talking about? If you guys don't have anything to say, hurry up and get out of here." Huagu skimmed her mouth, sneered, and laughed. "Look, I'm not wrong, just a few words to kick people out. This Qin family's threshold is too high. In the future, everyone has to pass by off or go around. You guys." Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xia faced the accusations of a crowd of townspeople, and for a while, it was difficult to distinguish between them. Sitting on the sofa, like sitting on pins and needles, anxious face read. At this time, Qin Guangming came to the living room with a sullen face, looking at a group of village women with mouths full of feces led by Huagu. Not at all accustomed to, directly angrily scolded, "You, this group of people only know to tend to the trend of the long-tongued woman. What face in my house accusing my parents? Who asked you to come here? Did I invite you in?" The whole place was silent. The villagers present first stared blankly at Qin Guang, obviously not expecting Qin Guang to be so bold as to dare to speak like this. Then reacted, each face immediately became ugly up, words filled with dissatisfaction, glaring at Qin Guang, fiercely retaliated, "Your parents are not treated by the village, is because your family have no upbringing, adults speak you inserted what mouth? We owe you money or eat your family rice, not old enough to speak how so mean it. Compared to the old Xia family's Xia Bao, you're not even worthy of being a shoehorn." Auntie Dong said angrily, with a bucket waist, "It's just that you hired a few actors from the city to come back to the village to show off your face. If you're so capable, why don't you have a helicopter pick you up? Why are you yelling at us?" Auntie Dong coldly glanced at Qin Guang with disdain between her expressions and snorted angrily. However, the moment her words fell, boom! A violent boom suddenly came from upstairs. After a brief moment of deafness, the crowd quickly raised their heads to look outside the courtyard. It was only after half a day that they heard someone exclaim out in shock, "Holy, it can't really be an airplane coming, can it?" Only to see the 3 War Department helicopter gunships appeared in the sky above the courtyard, bringing up a roaring sound, slowly stopping outside the courtyard. The moment the airplanes landed, the whole place was dead silent. The villagers who were just now full of disdain for Qin Guang also froze, as if they had seen a ghost, and looked at Qin Guang, who was full of anger, and then looked out the door with dull eyes. "Want to say something, but open your mouth, throat is like a blocked stone, how can not speak?" At this moment, a thought surfaced in everyone's mind unanimously. If the actors were really invited, can the old Qin family really turn such a big show with this amount of money? Outside the courtyard gate, Fan Jun jumped down from the helicopter and led a dozen or so people to walk straight into the courtyard. Coming into the house, Fan Jun noticed the reddened eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xia, as well as Qin Guang's gloomy face. He was slightly stunned for a moment and immediately realized what had happened. Without uttering a word, he walked to Qin Guang without a word. The military intelligence fighters behind him, with their backs straight, spontaneously stood in a line, saluting towards Qin Guang with standard military posture, their eyes full of respect. Fan Jun also straightened his military cap, carefully straightened his collar, and took a step forward. In front of the crowd of men, he stood at attention and saluted. Fan Jun of the Ministry of Security, by special order of the central government, has come to pick up someone. Fan Jun stared at Qin Guang, his expression filled with admiration and worship. Qin Guang nodded his head, his eyes directly skipped over a group of townspeople who were already looking dumbfounded. Looking at his parents, he said with some reluctance, "Mom and Dad, I have to go back to school now. You guys be good at home. Son, don't worry about going." Chen Xia suddenly woke up, looked at his son's attitude of respect for Fan Jun, randomly some heartache grabbed Qin Guang's hand, reluctantly said, "If you miss home, come back to see." "Good boy, now it is really outstanding, you do well, no matter what you want to do in the future, I as a father will support you." Xin Zhou looked at his son and went forward to pat his shoulder. Although up to now he still does not know what exactly his son is messing with, but this scene, so that he stood in front of a crowd of townspeople, eyebrows through a sense of pride. "Good." Qin Guang sniffed, paused for a moment, and then looked at his parents with a very serious expression. Next time I come back, I'll take you to the city to live. Finished, he clenched his fist, did not want to pay attention to the meaning of these villagers at home, turned around and stepped out. Fan Jun swept a glance at a group of villagers led by Hua Gu. Seeing them all looking at themselves with a look of surprise and suspicion, he grunted in dismay and sneered. A group of ignorant village women, you simply do not know the contribution of Qin Guang to the country of China. Qin Guang has brought about a sea change in China's international status. If it wasn't for people like him dedicating themselves to the country, how could you all be content to chew the cud here? Let me tell you, he is the hero of our country of China, and cannot tolerate half a bit of slandering and smearing. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving a group of stagnant villagers standing in the wind. Chapter 41, The Heart of Sincerity. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xia were deeply shocked by the words of Fan Jun, until the party left still have a kind of unreal feeling. The old Qin, you just heard that big official said what? Chen Xia asked with a trembling voice. Qin Zhou tightly clenched his fists, red face, said excitedly, I heard, he said that our son is contributing to the country. Chen Xia quickly nodded and suddenly cried tears of joy. Although she did not know how the big official who came to the house put words in her mouth, she understood in her heart that her son had not been expelled from school. Not only that, the son this short period of time day and night to lock himself in his room, is not self-abandonment, he is to contribute to the country. On the side, Hua Gu and the others who were leading the discussion earlier, have been dumbfounded and stood as if they were dumbfounded. On the helicopter. Qin Guang didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries with Fan Jun. He lay down on the seat and passed out in no time. The fatigue from these 20 days of sleeplessness finally poured out the moment the airplane took off. Fan Jun and two warriors from the security department sat separately on Qin Guang's side, carefully helping him cover the blanket, and the tip of their noses couldn't help but feel a little sour. Although they were in the first line of the hidden front, they all knew very well that what Qin Guang needed to give was no less than 100 times and 1,000 times their energy, and he did all this for the sake of the country of China. In order for China to stop being pressured by the beautiful country, day and night, not afraid of hard work, a heart of sincerity. Such a person is a role model for the country of China, and even more importantly, a hero, and a pride that all the people of the country of China need to honor. Slow down the speed of the flight a little, let Xiao Qin sleep a little more. Fan Jun rushed to the pilot and reminded him, then his gaze turned to Qin Guang who had fallen into a sound sleep. Although he didn't know what Qin Guang's new research was, he believed that no matter what it was definitely in existence that could inject a new impetus into China's scientific research. Thinking of this, Fan Jun whispered with anticipation, I'm also looking forward to what kind of uproar he'll set off in an hour's time. On the other side, the conference hall of the White House of the pretty country. Bay old hands stretched on the table, rushed to the director of the scientific research department, the expression eagerly urged, today is already the third time, when in the end you can give me an accurate answer? Bai Lao was already a little fired up about the superchip. Seeing that the announcement has already caused a strong buzz in the international community, but the Research and Development Department's chip development has been delayed, and now the words have been put out. It was said that the superchip would definitely be put into use a month later, and now there was just over a week left. If the chip still hasn't landed by then where does the pretty country's credibility stand? As the head of the beautiful country, where can I get back my face? The director of the Scientific Research Department, Alex, looked at Bai Lao with a calm expression. Mr. Chief, first, please take it easy, our progress is very smooth, at most 7 more days, our super chip will be able to successfully land. The words here, he paused for a moment, between the look of a proud, by the time our super chip came out, the beautiful country's scientific and technological hegemony will always keep the first. At that time, the world's large and small countries will be headed by pretty country. Alex looked at old man Bai and smiled smugly. At that time, for you, it will bring unrivaled status of authority. No one in the international arena will dare to disobey the pretty country, and even countries around the globe will have to beg us for a handout of the super chip, through which they can develop their own technology. People will remember that all of this was given by the great pretty country. Everyone will thank the pretty country for its technology, and the pretty country will become a world leader. After listening to this impassioned speech from Alex, old man Bai secretly gulped a mouthful of saliva, and his expression became excited. Once the super chip landed, it meant that his own dominant plan to lock down China with technology was about to succeed. As long as he could slow down the development of China, then the hegemony of the pretty country would never be able to be shaken. Similarly, by the time the next general chief election was held, he himself would also receive votes that no one could surpass because of this achievement. Very well, whatever you need in these 7 days, you can directly approach me for a signature. Elder Bai looked at Alex with satisfaction. Elder Bai, there's news from China. Just as old man Bai was feeling pleased with himself, one of his men ran in quickly. What news? China is holding a congress. It's quite normal. When Elder Bai learned that China was holding a congress, his expression didn't change much. He slowly said, every year at this time, China will hold a congress. This is also considered their old tradition. The subordinate was busy explaining. Bai Lao, at the meeting, China announced that they have fully applied controlled nuclear fusion to all fields.
Speaking here, the subordinate frowned, and quickly added, there are quite a number of wallflower countries around the world that are actively showing goodwill to China for the technical support of controllable nuclear fusion. A statistical list of the countries that had made overtures to China was handed over to Mr. Bei.
Old man Bei took a glance and said with a cold snort of disdain, what about some small countries that rely on China?
Even if they come to join our beautiful country, I still think they are dragging their feet. Elder Bei, there's one more thing. According to our information, the developer of controlled fusion in China has already released a rumor that everyone will go to see Psy in an hour.
An hour later to see Psy?
The moment old man Bei was informed of this news, his face visibly sank, and then he said with a furious look, it's him again, what kind of thing is this person going to do?
Researching a nuclear fusion is not enough?
A side of the Alex with a sneer said, to me, China for us to research the super chip, has begun to sit down, so it will think of such a stinking trick, through which to confuse the people of their own country. Angrily shouted, worship old thought of what, suddenly issued a sneer, yes, the technology confrontation between the two countries has just lifted to the surface, even if he is a genius, but also absolutely impossible just after the study of controlled nuclear fusion, but also what scientific research results. The old man sat down on the sofa with a smug look on his face, and said to his men, you will now give me a live broadcast of the Congress of China, I would like to see him blowing his brains out, and then how to end it.
Chapter 42 Cruz. Eagle Country, Plex City.
Cruz, an expert who had been working in the field of chips, had just come out of the research institute. Just as he went out, he saw a black Mercedes-Benz parked outside the door. The car window opened, a blonde woman poked her head out and looked at Cruz and greeted him intimately, saying, honey, you're finally off work, I hope I won't have to cancel our date tonight. The woman was called Aisha, Cruz's wife. Although she was already close to 40, the whole person was still overflowing with the innocence of a young girl. Cruz did not say a word, pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger side, a heavy-hearted look.
Seeing her husband's appearance, Aisha was slightly surprised and couldn't help but be concerned. Honey, are you encountering any problems at work again?
Since the beautiful country announced the news of the successful development of the super chip, Cruz has been intoxicated by it, either reading all kinds of information day after day, or staying in the research center for a whole day without seeing anyone. Because of this matter between the two couples are obviously less life, occasionally a few times, but also just hastily deal with the matter. Aisha saw the changes in her husband, frowned, and continued to ask, could the successful development of the super chip really bring about so many changes, just like what the beautiful country of Beilao said?
Hearing his wife's inquiry, Cruz's drooping gaze suddenly glowed. He immediately raised his head and excitedly explained, this is certain, the chip for in the entire global scientific research or influential scientific research projects. You know what? This beautiful country's successful development of super chips, once utilized, will be a huge progress for the entire human race. If the super chip is put into the field of computers, then the computational speed of all the existing supercomputers will exceed human imagination. Not to mention the field of military industry, then artificial warriors would not be a delusion, but a reality. Cruz mentioned these things, the whole person became incomparably exuberant, the sight of the wife stared at him in a daze, she had never seen her husband look like this. Cthulhu completely ignored his wife's doubts, and continued to explain, the appearance of the superchip can make a leap forward in the field of artificial intelligence, it will make a sudden change in human life, and all people will get great convenience in life and production. This is not all, there is also the field of aerospace, for the exploration of space, the chip in depth is an extremely critical step. Upon hearing this, Aisha asked in surprise, honey, since the super chip is so powerful, wouldn't it further consolidate the position of the world's hegemony if the beautiful country succeeded in developing it, and it would be difficult for anyone to shake it again? Of course not. Cruz reached out and rubbed his slightly reddened eyes, shaking his head and saying, there is something even more powerful than the super chip. It is on the basis of the existing chip, on its silicon integration has a deeper level of superconducting computing. Cruz raised his head and looked at the roof of the car, full of infinite reverie, lamented, once someone can successfully realize, this is the pinnacle of scientific research, within 100 years there is no possibility of surpassing. This kind of chip, completely beyond the super chip, whether in the military industry or energy or artificial intelligence and genetic field, are unimaginable breakthroughs. Restored calm, Cruz like an elegant gentleman, patiently explained to his wife, I'll give you a simple example, just like the super chip can be used in the current artificial intelligence technology. Then you may see that the AI's movements are not stiff, as long as you write the program, the AI will follow the program perfectly. But if the superconductor chip on top of the super chip is used, then the artificial intelligence can completely use the superconductor thinking to rearrange the combination, so as to achieve the degree of more in line with the needs of human beings. And not just to carry out cold, programmed commands. Only at this point will human life be considered truly futuristic and convenient. One day you will no longer be obsessed with driving to travel on the way to the feeling of fatigue, you can be completely at ease to the autopilot, your car navigation will be accurate to bring you to the destination, you just need to be on the road, a good night's sleep can be. My God. Really? Aisha exclaimed, looking at her husband in disbelief.
She didn't know much about the field of scientific research, but after her husband's patient explanation, her stereotypical impression of scientific research had undergone a drastic change. The corner of Cruz's mouth spread a bitter smile. Not only that, if the superconducting chip could be realized, the entire global aerospace field would directly progress for hundreds of years, and even if mankind couldn't develop a light-speed spaceship, it could completely let the strong artificial intelligence produced by the superconducting chip develop it by itself. This was the superconducting chip that stood at the pinnacle of technology. Here, Cruz suddenly changed his mind and said hopelessly, with the current human technology, the development of superchips is already an extremely difficult and complex thing, and it is simply impossible to develop a higher level of superconducting chips. The development of superconducting chips, this is a hope for all of us, but unfortunately, it can only be a hope. Aisha looked at her husband in surprise, froze for a few seconds, she helplessly sighed softly, stared at Cruz suddenly said, "Honey, although I can't help you with anything at work, you have to know that I am your wife. It's your wife that you can rely on. Tonight, just take a vacation for yourself. I've already booked the restaurant." Jingle bells. However, just as his wife was talking, Cruz's personal phone suddenly rang. Cruz was busy looking down to check and found that it was the assistant who called, and immediately raised the spirit of 12 points and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Institute's project?" "Mr. Cruz, there is no problem with the Institute's project." The assistant explained, "Do you still remember the Chinese person that you contacted last time? It was the Chinese who helped China develop controlled nuclear fusion." "The Chinese?" Cruz was slightly stunned and immediately remembered he was very appreciative of that expert from China who had researched controlled nuclear fusion, and there was even a contact between the two of them. So the impression was extremely deep. What happened to him? He sent an email. An email? Hearing this word, Cruz suddenly thought of something, and his expression instantly became tense, immediately saying, "Quickly, you turn it over to me right away." After saying that, he directly went into work mode and opened his laptop in the car. Soon, the email was sent over, and the moment he saw the title, Cruz's gentlemanly demeanor instantly disappeared. Both eyes were round and wide open, his reddened eyes staring at the computer, his heart was already close to madness. Unbelievable, simply too unbelievable. This crazy guy. Cruz, breathing vaguely shortened up, his hands trembling, clicked open the mail, see the content of the second, the body as if electrocuted, shock trembling up. How possible? How did he do it? Chapter 43, 1 hour. Aisha was startled when she noticed the look on her husband Cruz's face. Shocked, "Honey, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" Cruz didn't say anything, his eyes were still dead set on the computer screen, as if he was seeing a stunningly beautiful carcass covered in nakedness, and his eyes only had this email on the computer. The speed of quantum computing on information processing is not linear growth, but exponential growth. This characteristic will bring a radical information revolution for the modern society. Crusoe murmured in a low voice, stunned for half a second, as if he had discovered a new continent. His body suddenly stirred, followed by his scalp began to tingle. Incredibly exuberant raised his head and said excitedly, "It's crazy, the person who wrote this thesis is simply an absolutely unrivaled madman." Cruz twisted his head to see his wife with a shocked expression, and suddenly held her face and kissed her hard. "Honey, do you know, the theory on this is talking about superconducting chips. This Chinese person proposed the field of superconducting chip utilization in his paper. He went on to analyze the results from the field, and he also went into step-by-step detail on the development of the chip." Cruz was flushed with excitement, and the further he read, the more excited he became, although he couldn't fully understand the paper either. But he belonged to the best in this field after all, and after reading it, he immediately affirmed the steps above. Once the theory above became a reality, at that time, even the super chips of the pretty country would have to be ashamed of themselves in front of it. Incredible, too incredible. Cruz repeated unbelievable several times in a row. He knew very well that once this kind of over-the-top vision became a reality, it would immediately catch up with the scope of technology that mankind was currently serious about. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be the pinnacle of technology within 100 years. Realizing this, Cruz immediately picked up the phone and called his assistant. "Now, immediately pass the review and let this paper be published." At this point in the conversation, Cruz added a sentence with a serious expression, "Remember, no matter what resistance we encounter, this paper must be published. We must let all mankind understand that this is the progress of science and technology, the spirit of exploration of scientists." At this moment, Cruz had already developed admiration and respect from the depths of his soul for the scientist who was far away in China. He looked out the car window, clenched his fists, his heart was incomparably firm. As a fellow scientist, he incomparably hoped that people all over the world would be able to see this paper that had made great strides in human science. China, People's Hall. All the major delegates were sitting in the hall, waiting and whispering at the same time, and the atmosphere in the hall was no longer as serious as it was at the beginning. The head of state also took the time to find the heads of various fields, discussing matters related to the civilianization of controlled nuclear fusion applications with the heads of various fields. Issues related to the civilianization of controlled nuclear fusion applications must be strictly guarded, and no problems must occur at any point. The head of state, with a serious face, instructed, "Remember, the emergence of controlled nuclear fusion is a revolution for all fields in the entire country of China. All your departments must cooperate with each other, and your attitude towards the public must be gentle and patient. Head of state, don't worry, we have simulated and practiced the relevant layout no less than 10 times, and there will definitely not be any problems." "That's good." The secretary sat to the side and looked down at the time. An hour had already arrived. Seeing that the small meeting was almost about to end, he turned his gaze to the head of state, who had picked up his cup of tea, and reminded him in a low voice, "Head of state, 1 hour has already arrived." The head of state nodded and rushed to the heads of the various fields and said, "Well, the discussion at the meeting will end here first, and we will study it in detail afterwards." After saying this, he stood up with an impassioned expression and looked at the accompanying secretary. "Xiao Jia, you now immediately put the Psi homepage on the big screen of the meeting place to see if there is the latest paper released." At this time, he could not help but look forward to it. What kind of surprises will he bring to everyone, this unattended recipient of the Medal of Honor of the State of China, a scientific and technological genius of such a young age? "Okay, I'll connect the equipment now." The secretary quickly picked up the tablet at hand and carefully debugged the device before opening Psi's homepage. Just after tapping into the Psi homepage, he saw the latest release panel. The moment he saw the title, "The number one secretary who followed the head of state," his face suddenly changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost in the middle of the day, his expression shocked as he stared at the tablet. The next second, hands actually also could not control the slight trembling up. Only to see Psi's homepage, a newly published paper has been top push, and in the nationality column, the standard is just like China. As the secretary's pupils continued to dilate, the title of the paper on the front page slowly appeared. Super chip is the peak of global technology? Superconducting chip pushes everything. After a few seconds of shock, the secretary's eyes immediately became excited and his body trembled, completely in disbelief that Qin Guan had published a paper related to superconducting chips after controlled nuclear fusion. Is this still a human being? No, is this the heights and achievements that humans can reach? The head of state noticed the expression on the secretary's face from the sidelines and secretly clenched his fists. No longer hesitating, he walked straight towards the stage. Coming to the podium of the Congress, the moment the head of state stood solemnly, everyone below the stage immediately sat upright. The huge hall that could accommodate thousands of people was silent at the moment. All eyes were focused on the head of state. Knock knock. The head of state gently tapped the microphone, with a solemn expression, scanning the crowd on the stage, although in his heart he pinched a sweat for Qin Guang, but when it came to this, he could only rush down to the stage and said in a vibrant voice, "I said, we will see the real takeoff of the country of China in an hour. Now, 1 hour has arrived. China today is riding the clouds up to 9,000 miles or stop. I believe that after watching the screen, everyone will be clear." Some experts and professors who had vaguely guessed something had already impatiently stood up from their chairs and stretched their necks hard to look at the large screen that was lowered in front of the curtain. The secretary saw the gaze cast by the head of state and took a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly as he clicked on the projection screen. Immediately afterward, his eyes were fixed dead on the big screen. Chapter 44, Shocking the World Again. At this time, the thousands of representatives under the stage, all staring at the big screen, have discussed up, between the expression mostly filled with doubt. This is from the last research and development of controlled nuclear fusion success, only the past few dozen days of time. Even if this Chinese medalist again genius, can he still in just a few dozen days of time, research than the beautiful country superchip more powerful scientific research results? Indeed, I certainly believe that the Chinese scientists who succeeded in developing controlled nuclear fusion are one in a million geniuses, but a huge scientific research achievement requires decades or even generations of people to study and overcome, and this is only a few dozen days, which is really hard for people to believe. Some people also showed deep concern. That's right, at the moment, the beautiful country with superchip blockade us. If this move is just to let the national boost, that's really put the cart before the horse. The head of the country also heard the murmurs from the stage. Even if he had immense admiration for Qin Guang, and even trusted him more than anyone else, he calmed down and thought about it carefully. Soon realized that his support for Qin Guang at the conference contained irrational components. After all, from the controlled nuclear fusion research success only passed more than 20 days of time. In such a short period of time, Wanta research can be beyond the controlled nuclear fusion, beyond the superchip research results. I'm afraid that even if it is the physics master Planck, also never dare to say that they can do. Alas! Thinking of this, the head of state could not help but sigh in his heart. In the face of the beautiful country's siege, we are still acting too anxious. In such a short period of time, even if Xiao Qin really researched something, it is impossible to break the beautiful country's monopoly on the future of science and technology and the siege of China's ambitions. Just as the head of state was sighing, the paper on the front page of Psi was synchronized on the big screen. The head of state did not hold any hope to look up, however. In the moment he saw the title, the whole person suddenly froze. A few seconds later, as if seeing a ghost in the daytime, the heart rises in incomparable shock. The venue of the discussion also in a split second became quiet and silent. Half a day later, all the delegates under the stage were filled with shock in their eyes, clenching their fists in disbelief as they stood up from their seats, their mouths open, their faces completely devoid of any expression of management.
After being shocked like this for more than 10 seconds,
the head of state, who was standing on the stage, suddenly awoke with a start. At this moment, the inner despondency was instantly covered by excitement. Because of the excitement, the palm of the hand also slightly trembled up, immediately clicked on the content of the paper. The densely packed theoretical knowledge completely covered the entire projection screen. Even the head of state, who was used to seeing storms and waves, was deeply shocked at this moment. Although he couldn't understand it, he could tell through some specialized terminology that what was said in the paper was about the contents of the chip. Wow! The moment the content of the paper was presented, the entire room was in an uproar. Superchips are the pinnacle of global technology? Superconducting chip pushes across everything. Could it be that this developer of controlled nuclear fusion had come up with a research program for superconducting chips in just a few dozen days? How was this possible? Even if a big country as strong as the pretty country, in order to research superchips, it was hundreds and thousands of scientific research teams, researching for several years before finally finding a breakthrough point. Just 20 days after the successful development of controlled nuclear fusion, a superconducting chip was developed that stood at the pinnacle of science and technology, completely crushing the superchip. Not to mention whether or not it was possible. Was it realistic? The representatives of the major universities had not actually contacted Qin Guang and did not know much about his achievements in the field of scientific research, but the experts of the Chinese Academy of Sciences who were present at the scene were staring at the content above, and their eyes had already moistened. They were different. They witnessed the amazing achievements of Qin Guang's research and development of controllable nuclear fusion, and this kind of achievement, placed in the field of scientific research, was definitely the existence of the world's shock. It was Qin Guang who had revolutionized China's science and technology. Others could be skeptical, but they wouldn't be, because they knew that Qin Guang was definitely not someone who was selling his reputation. The head of state heard the murmurs from the stage and couldn't help but look at the content on it again. He now also desperately wanted to know if this was real or not. Quickly, go and call Lao Zhang here. He is an expert in chip research. He can definitely read what's inside. The head of state rushed to the headset with an excited expression and commanded, "If it's true, then we will tell the world today at this conference that our country is capable of researching a superchip that will lay out the future." After a pause, his voice raised a few degrees, even beyond the existence of pretty country. "Yes, I will immediately go and invite Elder Zhang over," the secretary promised with an exuberant expression and quickly ran out of the conference hall. On the other side, pretty country's White House conference hall. Elder Bei was watching the live footage of the Congress of China in synchronization. When he saw the paper where the superconducting chip pushed everything across the board, his face instantly grimaced. His eyes, which were like stabilizations, stared at the content of the paper above. Looking at it for a while, he suddenly slammed the table angrily, glaring and yelling lowly, "These damn yellow-skinned monkeys, they are simply daydreaming. What superconducting chip? With their existing level of science and technology, how can they develop it? You know, the world is only our beautiful country is at the peak of human technology. What bull superconducting chip? I have not even heard of." The people at the conference table were silent as they looked at the fiery old man Bei, not daring to talk at all. After half a dozen times, the director of the scientific research department, Alex, raised his eyes to look at the old man, frowned and said, "General First Life, I think that China's current level of science and technology, it is absolutely impossible to develop beyond the super chip technology. They may be this intention is just to appease the mood of the people of their own country, deceive themselves and others only." "Yes, you are right." When old man Bei heard Alex's words, the anger on his face slowed down a bit, and he said with a cold snort of disdain, "China always likes to engage in this kind of unrealistic gimmick. They want to come up later and try to surpass our great and beautiful country in technology. I think they should not be awake yet." After saying that, Bailao directly picked up the remote control and shut down the broadcasting screen in annoyance. Sitting back in his chair, Bailao calmed down a little, carefully recalling the contents of the paper, and for some reason, a wave of uneasiness inexplicably rose within his heart. He absent-mindedly looked out the window, and then turned his head to look at Alex, and rushed to him. "No, my heart is very uneasy right now. I always have a feeling that China's behavior this time is very strange." "Chief Firstborn, what do you mean?" Alex froze for a moment, very strange about the worry that old man worship showed. Bailao got up and said, "You now immediately summon all the experts of the scientific research department to the conference hall. We must figure out this superconducting chip published by China. In the end, what is it?" Chapter 45, Making the Future a Reality. 5 minutes later, the People's Hall of China. Zhang Pan, who was over 73 years old, came to the conference site with a hurried gait under the traction of Secretary Number 1. However, after he saw the title of the paper on the screen, the whole person was like seeing a ghost and rubbed his eyes a few times. Only after a half-long time, he shook his head with both eyes wide open and shouted, "Impossible. The research difficulty of superconducting chips is far more than super chips. This is like using the technology we used to land on the moon to explore the edge of the universe. Without a few generations of people to lay the groundwork, how can it be realized?
Absolutely impossible. The head of state stood on the stage, looked at Zhang Lao, and said with a serious expression, "Lao Zhang, you have to look carefully, this paper is released by Xiao Qin." Little Qin?
Hearing the head of state's reminder, Zhang Lao's face suddenly changed. His heart was like a shock wave, shocked beyond words. At this time, he suddenly remembered the words Qin Guang had said when he spoke to him on the phone.
"Zhang Lao, you are not alone in the battle, you now send me all the information you have, I will publish superconducting chip papers in Psi. At that time, I will use superconducting chips to comprehensively crush the superchip of the beautiful country."
Qin Guang's words could be said to have given him great encouragement at that time, and remained fresh in his mind until this moment. At this time, the shocked expression on Zhang Pan's face gradually subsided and became serious. If someone else had published this paper, he would have thought that the person who published it was just talking about theories, but if this person had developed the Chinese hero of controlled nuclear fusion, then it might not be impossible.
It really might not be impossible.
Zhang Pan had devoted himself to the field of chip research, and for the program steps of chip research, it was no different from knowing his own son. However, he is also clear, if in accordance with this topic, it is China in the field of chip research directly across the beautiful country's super chip. Belonging to his running have not learned, just think about flying. Realizing this, Zhang Pan could not help but get tangled up, although he trusted Qin Guang, but looking at this obviously unrealistic title, a heart cannot help but some drums. In the face of the head of state and the venue of the major representatives of a number of eager eyes, Zhang Pan looked up to the head of state, did not come up to say all the words, said conservatively, "The head of state, I will try to look at it, I'm not sure that I cannot understand." The head of state nodded, tightened his face, and said nothing. Then, Zhang Pan took the tablet handed by the secretary under the gazes of thousands of people and carefully viewed it. The thousands of people present, including the head of state, were all holding their breath in their respective positions, waiting patiently, fearing that any excess sound would affect old man Zhang's judgment. In this way, Zhang Pan stared at the tablet for half a tea, and the expression on his face changed from uncertainty at the beginning to undisguised excitement. He was like this, holding the tablet, straight and motionless, his eyes fixed on the tablet. An hour passed, and Zhang Pan's posture remained unchanged. He seemed to have forgotten the passage of time, forgetting that he was still in the venue of the Congress.
2 hours and 3 hours.
Although the delegates at the Congress site were waiting bitterly in their seats, there was not a single sound of complaint, their gazes were all staring straight at old man Zhang, filled with excitement. One must know that Zhang Lao was one of the top experts in the field of chips, to have him so perversely upright and motionless was already enough to explain a lot. Finally, when the paper turned to the last page, someone noticed that Zhang Lao's hands holding the tablet trembled slightly uncontrollably. Looking at his expression again, the worries from earlier had all been swept away, and replaced by excitement that could no longer be hidden. Finally, Zhang Pan put down the tablet in his hand. After standing for a long time, it seemed that his body had become a bit stiff. Zhang Pan slowly moved his stiff arms and legs, and then unhurriedly took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Raising his head, his gaze was solemn as he looked toward the head of state. Until this moment, this Chinese Congress had already been held for an unprecedented 8 hours due to the emergence of special circumstances. However, during these 8 hours, everyone had remained silent, even though they were already sitting with sore backs, they had forced themselves to endure it and patiently waited for the answer given by Elder Zhang. At this moment, noticing that Zhang Lao had taken off the glasses on the bridge of his nose, all of them secretly clenched their fists, and the head of state's expression was vaguely agitated.
Staring at Zhang Lao, "Old Zhang, how's it going?" "Guo Shou."
Zhang Pan looked at the head of state, his tone was incredibly serious, and his tone trembled. "I spent a whole few hours, with half a lifetime's experience in chip research, but I was only able to read half of it."
"Ah."
Sitting in the venue of the major representatives looked up in shock, did not understand what Zhang Lao said in the end. What is the meaning of this?
Is this going to work or not?
The expression on the head of state's face was also slightly surprised, and similarly somewhat puzzled. However, right at this moment, Zhang Pan immediately added another sentence: "If controlled nuclear fusion is at the level of a college student, then this paper is at the level of a doctoral student.
If it can really be realized, then it will make countless impossibilities possible. Let the future become reality."
Wow! The room was in an uproar when these words came out. All the delegates in the room were stunned. To have Zhang Lao, who had devoted his life to chip research, say such a high evaluation, regardless of whether the theoretical operations in the paper were true or false, just by virtue of this, it was evident that the developer of controlled nuclear fusion was of a very high level. The head of state was also shocked in his heart. Looking at Zhang Lao, he was busy asking, "Zhang Lao, tell me specifically, this paper, in the end, is it only in theory, or can it become reality?" Hearing the head of state's question, Zhang Lao's mouth was flushed with a touch of bitterness. He shook his head and said truthfully, "Xiao Qin's level of high, the idea of forward thinking, even I am far from being able to touch, I do not have the ability to assert. If we want to know the answer, we can only ask little Qin in person." When the words came here, Zhang Lao could not help but recall his decades of buried research. Bits and pieces surfaced. He let out a long sigh, lamented, but I can guarantee that, on this paper written by Shao-Xin today, even if mankind develops for another 100 years, it is absolutely impossible to write it.
Hearing these emotional words from Elder Zhang, everyone stared in disbelief.
The Congress venue of thousands of people was deathly quiet.
Chapter 46, Bringing the Rhythm.
After more than 10 seconds of silence, the major representatives came back to their senses and couldn't help but begin to recall what Zhang Lao had just said.
If it was according to what Zhang Lao had said, wouldn't that mean that this paper was actually the cornerstone of superconducting chip research?
It was not just generalized empty talk.
Boom!
The moment the crowd came to their senses, the conference site was like boiling water that had suddenly been ignited. Everyone looked up in shock at the content of the paper on the screen. There was no hiding the excitement in their eyes.
Great, our country of China won't be stuck in the neck anymore.
A few representatives of large scientific and technological provinces, violently hammering a fist on the handle of the chair, face excitedly stood up and said, "My great country of China can have such a great talent, is simply the blessing of the country of China, is the pride of the Chinese people."
That's right. Immediately someone said, according to what Zhang Lao said, this is definitely a heavy monument in China.
The theory alone is already enough to stand proudly in the world. If it becomes a reality, it would be a fool's errand for the beautiful countries to talk about blockading China.
Good, good.
The head of state was so excited that he said several good words in a row, looked at the crowd on the stage, and said in a loud voice, "Today, we are going to tell those countries that talk about blocking the country of China in the international community that the momentum of the country of China's takeoff has been unstoppable. Whoever wants to blockade us in the field, then we will fight back fiercely." The old ancestor had a saying, "Friends come with good wine, if that jackal comes, the only thing that greets it is a shotgun." Swish! Everyone looked up at the head of the country who raised his arms, his back straight and his expression incomparably impassioned. On the other hand, Xin Guangfa's paper on size has rushed to the domestic hot search in the first place. The public opinion of science and technology has not completely stopped, and instantly set off a layer of huge waves. All the programmers in charge of social platforms, short video platforms, and circles of friends have all entered a state of readiness, ready to guard against the collapse of the server. Compared to the nervousness of the programmers of the major factories, the patriotic feelings of the netizens had been completely ignited, and their excitement was beyond words.
Love, my country. Who says that our country's scientific and technological talents are inferior to pretty countries? Today's China is different from the past. In the future, whoever dares to say that China is not good enough, I will curse his ancestors for 3 generations. That's right, today's China is the real power. If foreign countries try to jam our necks in the field of science and technology, then we'll just cross over. MD, tonight a little dish no, directly show off 2 bowls of rice, not for anything else, China bowl then. However, in the midst of a crowd of excited patriotic voices, a certain who platform, some of the big V cannot help but question. Fake it? Beautiful country, just get the super chip out. China came to a superconductor chip, no little technological heritage, directly realize the bend to overtake? Is this possible? Immediately, some people also began to voice their agreement. Yes, I also think it is impossible. What kind of background can China develop a superconducting chip? Moreover, it is at the juncture when the beautiful country has developed a super chip. Is this just to satisfy the so-called vanity of a great nation and casually take a paper for show? Just when many people express doubts, has been indulged for a long time domestic V small steel cannon, suddenly on the line. Since the last time published a kind of sun speech, brought up the panic mood of the Chinese people, has a million fans of the small steel cannon has never been online. Today, he not only went online, and published a reply, just 1 hour broke through tens of thousands of likes, directly set off the online rhythm of confrontation. Thanks for the invitation. Recently I discussed a project with a few tech gurus. I didn't have much time to go online. I came back and took a look at the private messages. I didn't expect so many people to ask me about the superconducting chip thesis. Since someone asked, I'll give a unified answer here.
Simply put, with China's current technological level lagging behind the world, it will take at least 100 years to develop a super chip, not to mention a more complex, more advanced superconducting chip. Obviously, the internet is full of complaints. The upper echelons of China began the old ways, selling patriotic feelings, saying that the theory is out, but the actual research and development, it may take 20 years, 50 years, hundreds of years is not certain, can also be fooled to fool some honest people. Once these remarks appeared, the online pro-state faction and the skeptics instantly set off a scolding war.
What the hell V, such an exciting moment, even Bayou said so vulgar, you are so bull, why do not you go to research chip?
Sooner or later by this group of little pink laughed to death. Do I evaluate a refrigerator, but also have to learn to repair the refrigerator? A little bit of brain without.
I'm not sure if you're a blind man or not, but you're a blind man, so you can just give people directions and not be responsible for them?
In an ordinary residential house near the campus of Hauda, a man in a white shirt was looking at the online scolding war with pleasure. He squatted his red wine glass and took a light sip, very satisfied with the push and pull of the small steel cannon account he had switched to.
Oh, really? Barriers have to be broken from the inside.
This person is precisely the beautiful country's agent in China who has been immersed for more than half a month, Grey Mouse. Seeing that the scolding war had already been set off, he directly closed a certain who page, took out his cell phone, and dialed his supervisor Coulson's phone. Mr. Coulson, the public opinion on China's internet has exploded, and I have proceeded to get involved. I will try my best to control it. Here, he curtly added, but this matter, it is best to let our beautiful country official come out to issue a statement, must let China know the consequences of hitting a stone with an egg, otherwise they really think that China can be ahead of the scientific research level of the beautiful country. They really think that if they come up with a theory, they will be able to turn the world upside down. Coulson on the other end of the phone coldly grunted, the tone of voice obviously with disdain. China's scientific research level of clear-eyed people can see. I simply do not believe that China can have a chip theory than the beautiful country. You do not care about China's official news of these bulls. You now hurry to find me the developer of controlled nuclear fusion. This is your task. After saying that, Coulson then directly hung up the phone, sitting in the office, eyes contemptuous sneer. China is a group of ridiculous rats, but also delusion with the beautiful country science and technology competition is simply a big joke.
At the same time, China's Congress venue. After 10 long minutes of boiling, the head of the country finally reacted, hard to hide the excitement, directly called the accompanying secretary, rushed to him and said, you now, in front of the entire country of China 17 million people, to the small Qin call, so that he personally come to tell us the answer to this. Yes. The secretary nodded solemnly, then took out his cell phone and dialed Qin Guang's phone with trembling hands. Da! Everyone present held their breath and waited excitedly.
Soon, the call was connected, but Fan Jun's voice came from inside.
Secretary Jia, you're calling at this time, is there something wrong with the venue? Fan Jun asked nervously. The secretary obviously froze for a moment and inquired, why are you the one who answered the phone, where is Xiao Qin?
The helicopter. Fan Jun twisted his head to look at Qin Guang, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and respectfully opened his mouth. Secretary Jia, Qin Guang has been working day and night on his dissertation for a while now, and was really too tired, and fell asleep on the airplane. Hearing this, the secretary looked at the state head who was full of anticipation and was about to explain that it was the state head who was going to speak to Qin Guang personally. Unexpectedly, without waiting to open his mouth, he was stopped by the head of state. The head of state looked at him and said with a solemn expression, let Xiao Qin rest well, we will wait here for him to wake up. Because he is the hero of our Chinese nation. We can't let our hero suffer and get tired. Chapter 47 Thesis Publisher. At the same time, the conference hall of the White House of the pretty country. A group of experts consisting of a dozen scientific research experts were meticulously studying the paper that Qin Guang had sent to Tsai. Elder Bei stood on the side with his arms folded, waiting with an anxious expression. Right now it had come to the critical moment of locking China, although in his heart he was unwilling to believe that China was capable of surpassing the chip technology of the beautiful country. But as the leader of this program, no matter what, he had to make sure that there would not be the slightest mistake, and any potential danger must be nipped in the bud. However, half a day had passed, but these experts still hadn't made any substantial progress. Old Man Bei's face sank, and a bit more impatience was evident in his eyes. What's going on? This is just a paper, you guys have been reading it for so long and still have no results? The leader of the group heard the displeasure in Bai Lao's tone, and could only stiffly raise his head to look at Bai Lao, and said with a difficult face, Chief First Shang, we can only barely understand a part of the content in this paper. Understand part of it? A trace of anger immediately swept through Old Man Bei's eyes, and he asked, I don't care how you guys understand it, what I want now is the result. General Firstborn. The tall man who spoke looked suddenly nervous and stammered, only from a paper we can't make a more specific judgment, but if the Hua side can really realize the ideas in it, it could be a great threat to us. Buzz. The moment Bai Lao heard this, his brain buzzed, and that vague uneasiness had completely surfaced in his heart at this moment. How could he not have imagined that China had actually found a breakthrough point for the chip? As long as the conception of it could be realized, it could pose a threat to pretty country? What did it mean? Could it be that China had indeed found the right direction to develop the chip? No, absolutely impossible. Suddenly woke up, Worship Old Face full of disbelief looked at these experts, angrily scolded, a group of waste, are a group of damned waste. China in the field of science and technology capital investment is not as much as ours, the introduction of talent is not as good as ours, how can they research beyond the superconducting chip out? Old Man Bei got more and more agitated, poking the nose of a few people and scolded, it must be that you guys are slacking off in scientific research, that's why you are saying these specious words. In the face of the old man's anger, the crowd opened their mouths to say something, but the words came to their mouths and swallowed back. Bai Lao scolded angrily, then directly hit the internal phone, shouted at the phone, I order you, within 10 minutes, let the team researching the superchip come to the conference hall. Soon after, Gelman ran into the conference hall with his team in hurried steps. Noticing Elder Bei's gloomy face, Gelman looked a little surprised. Chief Firstborn, are you encountering any difficulties? Gelman asked. When Bei Lao saw Gelman, the anger in his heart was still slightly suppressed in the face of this top researcher in the chip field. He pushed the tablet computer down in front of Gelman and said in a deep voice, "Gelman, you first look at this Chinese scientists released in the sci paper, you help me to judge, with the current level of scientific research in China, whether it is able to develop superconducting chips too?" Gelman heard the words Chinese scientists, the eyes clearly showed a touch of contempt, simply do not want to take over the meaning of the plate, directly looked up to the old man, a face of arrogance said, "General First Life, these yellow-skinned monkeys, in order to save their face, will always do some ordinary people cannot understand things too, you do not have to worry about." Gelman is very disdainful glanced at the paper, continued, "Our team in order to develop superchips, after several years of continuous optimization of the kernel and processing system, only today there has been a breakthrough, to their backward level of technology, the scarcity of scientific research talent, how can they surpass the beautiful country first step in the development of superconducting chiplet? Professor Gelman is right, China's process level is at least 2 generations behind us, they can develop the limit of at most A75 A78 level, we just a private organization's A12 can beat them." The team member who followed behind Gelman had the same arrogant face and disdainful look, saying that they can research superconducting chips is simply laughing their asses off. Hearing these words, Elder Bei frowned and said, "Although I also believe that with China's current craftsmanship it is not enough to catch up with our beautiful country, but this paper, it would be best for you guys to take a look at it." Upon hearing this, several people froze for a moment, and even though they were very disdainful in their hearts, since the chief had already said so, they couldn't afford to push back. Gelman had no intention of checking it at all with his hands behind his back, and the few team members behind him took a step forward and picked up the tablet. They originally didn't believe that the country of China was capable of researching a superconducting chip, and as for the paper, it was even more of a pipe dream. However, just as several people saw the opening of the paper, the expression on their faces instantly changed, and Rock, whose cardiopulmonary function was not very good in the team, was even so shocked that his eyes were round and wide open, and his heart looked like it was being pinched hard, and he couldn't breathe for half a day. "Help me, I can't breathe." After saying that, both eyes rolled upwards and fell straight to the ground, fainted. The remaining 3 members of the team acted as if they didn't see it, their eyes were still staring at the content of the paper on the tablet, and after scrolling down a few more pages, the faces of the 3 of them had turned pale with fear. Even their hands and feet became cold and numb, petrified, wooden in place. Gelman noticed the abnormalities of the team members, and seeing that Locke had begun to foam at the mouth, he hurriedly called the security personnel and performed cardiac resuscitation on him at the first opportunity. When Locke was out of life-threatening danger, he stood up and turned his gaze to the tablet on the table. With a somewhat unhappy face, he sneered, "Did these yellow-skinned monkeys put magic in the paper? Scared you guys like this?" With a cold snort, Gelman took a step forward and directly picked up the tablet. As the leader who led the research and development of the super chip, he naturally knew where the difficulty of chip research was, and simply didn't believe that China could find a direction to research superconducting chips. Gelman lowered his head and carefully viewed it. Just after reading a page, his face changed, his heart had been completely covered by shock. How is this possible? After a few seconds of shock, Gelman's body couldn't suppress a shiver. Suddenly realizing something, he scrambled to look up at old man worship. The previous arrogance had completely disappeared, and his voice trembled as he said, General Firstborn, no matter what, this person must not be allowed to continue his research. Right now it's still just a theory. Once the research and development becomes a reality, then, China will stand at the peak of the world's technology. At that time, our beautiful country's super chip will become unattended garbage. Chapter 48 Found it. What? It's actually true? This group of damned yellow-skinned monkeys. A resentment straight to the heart, the old man worship gas trembled, gritted his teeth and said, "Who can tell me, in the end, how did they do it?" At this time, Bei Lao for China's development of superconducting chip has been completely no half doubt. To know, Gelman was the top expert in the field of chips in the pretty country, and even personally led the research and development of the super chip that stirred the world. With his professional talents, he would never misjudge in such matters. Bang! Bei Lao violently swung his fist on the conference table as he immediately picked up the phone and called the security department. As soon as the phone was connected, the anger in his chest could not be suppressed and burst out, growling and roaring, "Coulson, you stupid groundhog, what in the world does your security department do? Why is it that after so long, the Chinese who released the paper hasn't been found out yet?" In the office of the security department. Hearing Elder Bei's rant, Coulson abruptly lowered his high-crossed legs and stood up in a cold sweat. Fearfully and helplessly, he assured, "Chief Firstborn, my people have already gone to check it out, it should be found out soon." Bang! As soon as the words fell, Coulson heard the vibration on the other end, and his heart trembled. The phone in his hand almost didn't fall on the ground. The phone on the other end of the Bei Lao continued to angrily shouted, "I tell you, I only give you an hour of time. If an hour I have not seen any details, you pack up your things, get out of the security department." Doe! Looking at the phone that was hung up, Coulson's face turned pale and his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Not daring to hesitate for a moment at all, he immediately put on his jacket and ran out of the office without stopping for a moment. White House Conference Hall.
Bai Lao angrily hung up the phone. A henchman responsible for foreign propaganda quickly trotted in.
Coming to Bai Lao's front, he said with a tense expression, "Bai Lao, since that paper was publicized on the entire internet, the public opinion surrounding China has begun to spread." When he reached this point, he noticed that Old Man Bai's face was terribly gloomy, and the subordinate suddenly hesitated.
"Continue speaking." Old Man Bailey gave a low gulp.
The henchman hit a jolt, and stiffly said down, "Now the global public opinion has already had a boiling trend. The internet has been filled with the questioning of pretty country, basically doubting our pretty country's super chip. In the end, there is still no value."
Stupid populace. Simply stupid to the extreme.
Bai Oldfast was angry fried, originally thought with the success of the development of the super chip can be in science and technology on the Chinese country to complete the blockade, and also be able to stabilize the beautiful country in the international hegemony position. But never thought that the super chip has not completely landed, but China suddenly came up with a superconductor chip out. This will lead to, all their efforts will go down the drain. This is the entire beautiful country's defeat, but also his chief career of a major failure. Seeing that the chief election was quickly approaching, for the sake of votes, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Old Man Bai took a deep breath, looked at his subordinates with a gloomy face and said through gritted teeth, "You go and make arrangements right now. 1 hour from now, I'm going to release the chief's speech."
"Yes." The henchman immediately saluted, turned around and ran out of the conference hall.
Bai Old Man looked at the direction of the subordinates left. The killing intent in his heart has been hidden, some cannot be suppressed. No matter this Chinese scientists released the paper, in the end is stored in the theory or reality.
In the next 3 hours of the meeting, no matter what, this person must die. Pretty national security all.
The conference room was crowded and noisy, and Coulson called on almost everyone he could mobilize. Do whatever it takes to fully investigate this Chinese scientist who published the paper. I'm telling you, if we can't find this person today, our entire security department, self-down, will not have a good result. Gritting his teeth, he shouted. Suddenly remembering something, Coulson took out his phone and directly dialed Grey Mouse's number.
The moment the phone was connected, Coulson poured out all the anger in his heart and roared at the phone, "You damn groundhog, I'll give you 40 minutes in the end. If you still can't find out anything, you'll be waiting for the Ministry of Security to come to your door to investigate you."
Grey Mouse received Coulson's phone call, squatting in the room while holding a telescope to observe the situation outside, while apologizing in fear. "Mr. Coulson, you first calm down. I've already had the direction of the investigation. I will certainly complete the task you explained." Just as Grey Mouse's words were about to fall, he suddenly saw 3 Chinese helicopter gunships tilting at an angle and flying into Howda College. The moment he saw the helicopters, Grey Mouse's eyes immediately flashed with light, and excitedly held the phone and yelled, "I found it! I found it!"
"What have I found?"
The chief's words were like a sharp blade hanging over his head. If there were no clues in an hour, the result could be imagined.
Hearing Grey Mouse's excited voice, Coulson immediately tensed up. "Quickly report the situation."
Grey Mouse took a deep breath, while staring at the 3 helicopters that landed on the playground, said, "There are 3 Chinese helicopter gunships landed on the school and the playground. I suspect that the target person may be in the aircraft." At this moment, the helicopter gunships landed on the playground of Howda College.
The cabin door opened.
Fan Jun carried the sleeping Qin Guang straight down, and the military intelligence personnel on the aircraft immediately alerted the surroundings, and all intersections were blocked. Seeing this formation, Grey Mouse's expression also grew more and more excited as he stared at Qin Guang on Fan Jun's back. There must be no mistake, so many Chinese military intelligence were perched inch by inch in Howda College. The one they were protecting was definitely this kid. Grey Mouse cheered and immediately put down the phone, looking at the computer with an excited face. At this moment, the computer screen was constantly retrieving data and information.
Just a moment ago, he had successfully hacked into Howda Academy's resource library by implanting virus software.
Right now, the computer was automatically retrieving the resource pool through the information he had entered.
Drip. Just at the moment he looked at the computer, the retrieval finally ended.
At the same time, a student file was presented on the computer screen. Grey Mouse stared at the file information above and carefully compared it once, then raised his looking glass to look at Qin Guang on Fan Jun's back.
Grinning.
"Mr. Coulson, I found it. This Chinese scientist who released the paper is a freshly graduated student of Howda College.
He has also been specially appointed as a doctoral supervisor at Howda University. His name is Qin Guang." Chapter 49, Superconducting Chip Drawings. Howda Academy, BOD Dormitory.
Qin Guang finally woke up and sleepily opened his eyes, and after a good night's sleep, the complexion of his face was obviously much better than before. Although the haggardness hadn't completely faded, he had finally regained a few shades of blood. Just as he gained consciousness, he felt that he seemed to be resting on a fragrant and soft quilt, unusually comfortable. However, the moment he opened his eyes and raised his head, he saw a pair of towering peaks wrapped in tight black fabric, like a water balloon, fat condensation, and dark fragrance, rounded and evocative. Upon closer inspection, the owner of this pair of peaks was just like Tang Wanru.
Ah!
Qin Guang was suddenly shocked, and suddenly realized that he had been resting on Tang Wanru's slender legs. Spare him the mental quality of 2 generations, thinking of that fragrant soft touch, also could not help but blush. Busy awkwardly raised his eyes to look around. The room in front of him is very exquisitely decorated, all embedded home furnishings. At a glance, there is a kind of Chinese fresh and elegant style.
Realizing that he was not in the dormitory, Qin Guang froze for a few seconds and couldn't help but ask out loud, "What place am I in?"
Seeing that Qin Guang woke up, Tang Wanru didn't notice the difference on his face at all. Her face showed joy, and she was busy explaining, "This is the doctoral dormitory of Howda College, and from now on, this will be your residence in Howda College."
Dormitory?
Qin Guang was slightly surprised, not understanding why Fan Jun sent himself here, and was about to ask further questions. Right at this moment, the door to the dormitory was pushed open, and Lin Ruyun jumped in with a face full of surprise, wearing a long white floral cloth dress.
In the next second, the expression froze.
She had been trying to contact Qin Guang these days, and had not been able to do so due to Qin Guang's cell phone card being controlled. It was hard to learn that Qin Guang had returned to school, so Lin Ruyun found Fan Jun at the first opportunity and asked about the dormitory where Qin Guang was. But how could not expect?
Surprisingly, in the dormitory we'll see such a heartbreaking picture.
Seeing Qin Guang lying in Tang Wanru's arms, Lin Ruyun immediately rose a wave of aggression. Looking at the 2 people, angry and furious, stared straight. Qin Guang noticed Lin Ruyun for the first time and froze when he saw her suddenly freeze. Lin Ruyun didn't say a word and turned around to leave, but just a few steps later, her footsteps suddenly paused. Qin Guang's recent behavior had been very abnormal, and both the principal and the Chinese officials had taken care of him, as if he had been hiding some heavenly secret in his body. Realizing this, Lin Ruyun twisted her head to look at Tang Wanru and frowned. Could this woman be the one who was specifically responsible for taking care of Qin Guang? No, I can't just leave like this when Qin Guang wasn't trusted by his classmates. I was the one who was always by his side, and I was the one who always supported him unconditionally. Why should I take the initiative to quit in front of a woman of unknown origin? Lin Ruyun clenched her teeth, her gaze turned to Tang Wanru, looked up and down at her proud figure, and coldly grunted, "It's not just a little bit of boobs and a big ass, I will never back down." Lin Ruyun's gaze suddenly became firm. She collected the aggression on her face, came straight to the bedside, directly in front of Tang Wanru's face, jumped into Qin Guang's arms. Then, looked at Qin Guang with deep affection, asked with a concerned face, "Qin Guang, where have you been these days? I hit your phone operator has not been able to get through." Lin Ruyun's bold move, in addition to caring about Qin Guang, was more or less intentionally done to Tang Wanru.
The small minds between women were on full display at this moment.
In this scenario, being hugged by the 2 women close to each other, Qin Guang's face turned red with embarrassment.
Busy coughing, he replied with a sentence, I went back home.
But after saying that, he regretted it, because Lin Ruyun didn't even have the intention of taking care of him. Instead, she turned her gaze to Tang Wanru. There was an obvious hostility in her eyes, and for a time, the atmosphere in the dormitory became subtle. Tang Wanru glanced at Lin Ruyun, looking at her just touching half of her own circumference, and said nonchalantly, "Now that the principal has hired Qin Guang to be the blogger of Howda Academy, he's already different from you, little sister, you'd better go to school properly."
What?
Lin Ruyun looked at Qin Guang incredulously, unable to believe this fact.
A BOD in his 20s? Qin Guang, how did he do that?
After a few seconds of shock, the expression on Lin Ruyun's face gradually woned down as she looked at Qin Guang with a complicated gaze. Secretly clenching her fists, she looked up at Tang Wanru with a defiant face and said through gritted teeth, "So what? Qin Guang and I are from the same school. Even if we are not classmates, then I can still be his student."
"What about you? What is your status? What makes you stay by his side?" Facing Lin Ruyun's questioning, Tang Wanru snorted coldly, "Why can't I stay by his side? I'm his assistant now."
"You." A time in the air like a knife and gun shopping, fire splashes, just like a picture of a tense situation.
Cough cough. Qin Guang was busy coughing twice, interrupting the confrontation between the 2 women, turning his gaze to Tang Wanru, immediately confirming with her, "Are you sure? I've really been hired as a blogger?" Tang Wanru nodded smugly and looked at Qin Guang and laughed, "That's right, from today onwards, you're the youngest blogger at Howda College," as if it's not true. Surprisingly, it is true. In Tang Wanru's mouth to determine the news of becoming a doctoral supervisor, Qin Guang completely forgot that the 2 women were still fighting over jealousy. Full of shocked awakening, his mind could not be calmed, and sat up straight at once. Great, great. Now the task is completed. At this time, the dormitory door was pushed open from outside, and the principal of Howda College, Li Jianming, walked in quickly. He revealed a warm smile at Qin Guang, busy congratulating, "Xiao Qina, congratulations, 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 from today onwards you are the youngest blogger in our Howda College." "Principal, I've already helped you with the early completion of your studies. Come on, this is your appointment letter for blog director." Qin Guang took the BOD appointment letter handed over by the principal and confirmed it a few more times. That's right, the expression of the information on it, this appointment letter was his own. For a talent like Qin Guang to be able to stay at Howda College, Li Jianming, who was the head of a school, was equally filled with joy.
He looked at Qin Guang and said with a kind expression, Xiao Qin, in a short while, our school will have a batch of enrollment. The school has already entered your information into the official website.
But now has not yet determined your research direction. What do you think is appropriate for us to set?
Between inquiries, Li Jianming had already made a decision in advance in his heart, thinking that Qin Guang would either set controlled nuclear fusion or chips. However, Qin Guang thought seriously about the issue, raised his head, shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet, there should be other directions at the back.
What did you say?
Li Jianming heard, like seeing a ghost in broad daylight, his mouth was open enough to stuff down a duck egg.
The success of controlled fusion research and the release of superconducting chip-related papers have already caused a global sensation, but it's still not confirmed? Is there a third discovery? Is this still human?
Without waiting for Li Jianming to continue his questioning, Fan Jun pushed open the door and walked in, seeing that there were quite a few people surrounding Qin Guang. Fan Jun froze for a moment and looked at them and said, Please go out and wait for a moment, there is a very important phone call that needs to be answered by Qin Guang.
Good, we will go out and wait.
Li Jianming was clear about Fan Jun's identity, and wisely didn't ask more questions. Without a bit of the principal's frame, he turned around and left the dormitory with the two women. When the three left, Fan Jun took out his cell phone in a respectful manner and handed it to Qin Guang.
Qin Guang, the head of state wants to talk to you personally.
Head of state? Qin Guang was startled and was busy taking the cell phone handed over by Fan Jun. As a result, before he could hear what the head of state said,
instead, a system prompt suddenly came from his mind. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for appointing How to College's blogger within the specified time limit. The system mission is completed. Reward superconducting chip design drawings have been sent to the host's mailbox. Please pay attention to check.
Chapter 50, Secondary Civilization. Hearing the system's beep,
Qin Guang was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Great, now that we have the design drawings for the superconductor chip, the next step is to turn theory into reality.
The system beeped again. Ding!
Mission technology points reward, 3,000 points.
The mall has been updated, successfully opened the technology tree.
Note, all the technological achievements that have been developed, and the scientific research projects that can be developed, will be recorded in the technology tree, and the host can view them at any time.
Technology tree? Qin Guang heard this unfamiliar term and with curiosity, clicked to view the technology tree.
The screen unfolded, a large tree with thick roots and stems rose up from the ground. Looking up, it was as if the crown of the tree went straight to the sky. A glance could not be seen, incomparably shocking. The tree had 10 layers, and the superconducting chips and controlled nuclear fusion he had developed were all concentrated in the first layer. At the same time, there was also a special label attached to this layer, Level 1 Civilization.
This is simply too incredible.
When Qin Guang saw this standard for a first-class civilization, his mouth opened wide in shock, not daring to imagine that controlled nuclear fusion, which could completely change the world's energy status quo, was only the lowest level of a first-class civilization in the system space.
What about above that?
Qin Guang tilted his head and looked upwards, completely unable to imagine what kind of technological civilization was still there higher up in this heavenly tree. After being shocked for a long time, Qin Guang withdrew his gaze and at the same time noticed that next to the first-level civilization, there were two other directions where one could go for research and development, but they were both black and white, and obviously had not been lit up yet.
Qin Guang probed and saw the hint on the tree.
Genetic coding, including, but not limited to, treating all diseases such as cancer that cannot be conquered by humans. Super artificial intelligence can autonomously construct superb reasoning, knowledge, planning, learning, communication, perception, etc. Note, including global coverage of search capabilities, mathematical optimization, logical deduction, bionics, probabilistic multiple algorithms. An existence beyond imagination. Qin Guang swallowed a mouthful of saliva violently. His heart had been shocked beyond words. In front of the civilization technology of the technology tree, it was not polite to say that all the research in the human world was just a child's playground. After calming down a little bit, Qin Guang carefully examined it again, and then found that the genetic code and super artificial intelligence on the technology tree could be directly lit by one of them. It would cost 3,000 technology points to use them completely. However, if one accepted the system's predecessor mission, one only needed to complete the mission plus 1,000 technology points to illuminate it. Qin Guang also didn't expect that he would be able to choose between these two superb researches. He now happened to have 3,000 technology points rewarded by the system, which was just enough to light up one of them. However, the difficulty of obtaining tech points was great, and the subsequent exchange of items in the mall also required tech points. The large amount of effort invested in research and development alone, without the support of the microelemental instant coffee, the amount of time and energy it would take would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Qin Guang couldn't help but hesitate a little. Moreover, it would be too wasteful to exchange just one. Wouldn't it be better if he could take both together? Just as he was thinking about it, a system beep came from his mind. Ding! Tasks are starting to be released. Unlock all 4 items of the first-level civilization of the technology tree, and will directly open the second-level civilization technology.
Time limit, 3 months. Note, if the timeout period is exceeded or the system is learned by others, the task will be judged as a failure, the system will be unbound, and all previous research results will be recovered. The moment this mission appeared, Qin Guang instantly rounded his eyes. What? After lighting up the 4 technologies of a Tier 1 civilization, one could actually directly open the technologies of a Tier 2 civilization. A second-tier civilization that only existed in concepts, wasn't that the stellar civilization that all scientific researchers longed for? Because of his excitement, Qin Guang's body was already trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that? In this life, not only do I have the chance to lead China to become a global technological hegemon, but I can even lead the protectorate and even all of humanity to become a second-tier cosmic civilization? Although his heart was already incomparably excited, Qin Guang had experienced the previous 2 missions, and had realized that the system-released predecessor missions weren't that easy to complete. Moreover, the tasks released by the system generally had time limitations, which undoubtedly exacerbated the difficulty of completion again. Thinking of this, Qin Guang took a long breath and slightly suppressed his excitement, thinking that he was still on the phone with the head of state. He decided to stay a little later and carefully go over the technology tree. When he came back to his senses, Qin Guang was hearing the head of state's concerned greeting. Little Qin, this thesis you released can be considered to have shown its face all over the world, and now all the attention of all the countries is focused on the country of China. I heard that you stayed up all night for dozens of days in order to complete your thesis. You are now the hero of our country, the pride of all Chinese people. You must take care of your health. This was the first time that Qin Guang communicated directly with the head of state on the phone, facing the supreme leader of the country of China. To say that he wasn't nervous, that would be a lie. He responded with a very humble attitude. Thank you for your concern, head of state, I'm fine. As a Chinese, I also hope that one day we can lead the world into a higher level of civilization. Good, we Chinese researchers should have such an outlook. The head of state forcefully said good, and continued to ask, Xiao Qin, I'm talking to you today, firstly, on behalf of the organization, on behalf of the country, to express my concern for you. Secondly, I want to ask you if the superconducting chip in your thesis is likely to become a reality? Hearing the head of state's inquiry, Qin Guang's expression immediately became serious as he spoke. Head of state, I assure you that the superconducting chip will definitely become a reality. Really? The head of state's voice was vaguely excited. Qin Guang nodded his head and continued, at most 1 week, the superconducting chip will be launched globally. Pretty country is trying to blockade China with the super chip, and even fight the technological race at any cost. At that time, I will let the whole world know that if pretty country wants to fight the technological race with China, they don't even have a door. They don't deserve to fight with China at all. The head of state on the other end of the phone froze for a moment when he heard this, and then continued to listen with solemn respect. Qin Guang remembered the humiliation of China in the last generation. A touch of unquestionable dominance appeared in his eyes, and he said word by word, because, for pretty country, they have invested a lot of manpower and resources, and poured out all they have, and developed the super chip, then they have already reached the end of their science and technology. But for us, but not, shocked the world's super chip, is only the starting point of the rise of our country in the world. Chapter 51, Disproving Rumors. As the words fell, the head of state on the other end of the phone was stunned for 2 seconds before his expression became surprised, and a wave of incredulity permeated his eyes. The major representatives present had also clearly heard Qin Guang's words, and all of them were shocked beyond words inwardly. Especially that one sentence, it was only the starting point for the rise of China. The lingering sound resounded in the minds of every single person in China. As this Congress was a fully open live broadcast, at this time Qin Guang's words were also clearly transmitted to the ears of hundreds of millions of netizens. The already high momentum online began to boil again. Live broadcast room, dense pop-ups instantly covered the cell phone screen, brightly colored flags, forming a cohesive into a red sea, the sound momentum. Netizen, I love my home. If that's true, once the superconducting chip becomes a reality, the country of China will leap ahead of the pretty country. At that time, China will become a well-deserved technological powerhouse. Netizen, that summer, that's right. It's to let those who can't stand up to take a good look at how powerful China is today. The internet was completely abuzz with heated discussions. I did not expect that we not only developed controlled nuclear fusion, and in just dozens of days, to find the direction of superconducting chip research and development, and now the eyes of the world are focused on our country of China. I can be too proud of the TM. I don't want to say anything else. Those who commit crimes against our country of China will be executed even though they are far away. Just as a group of netizens were excitedly discussing, an untimely comment was suddenly pushed to the front page by tens of thousands of likes. I don't know what you guys are so excited about here. People with a bit of brain know that with the current scientific and technological heritage of China, it simply does not have the conditions for the development of superconducting chips, and this superconducting chip seems to be a nebulous rhetoric. Just like the negotiation, in the comment area, soon there are many people out of the voice and said, yes, just a thesis, but the beautiful country is the actual development of the super chip.
Also, the beautiful country's old man will start the presidential speech in a while. At the meeting, the old man will personally against China's superconducting chip matter to dispel the rumors. You wait and see. The winner of this technological competition will definitely be the beautiful country. At the same time, the White House Conference Hall. Various media reporters have come to the scene at the first time, quickly set up their equipment, and waited nervously for Bai Lao to arrive. Now each country's eyes are focused on China and beautiful country's science and technology confrontation. This confrontation, who is winning, will lead the world to the forefront. At this moment, Elder Bai was sitting in his office, checking the press release that was going to be on stage in a while. He looked up at the deputy on his side and asked, "Have the reporters arrived?" "Already arrived." "Good." Bai Lao nodded and took the press release. "Then we will also go on stage." Ding bell. Unexpectedly the words just fell. The office phone suddenly rang. Bai Lao frowned and picked up the phone. Soon after, he heard Coulson's voice in an urgent tone. "Bai Lao, the scientist who published the paper in China, I've already found out about it. This person is called Qin Guang and is currently being secretly protected in an ordinary university in China." After briefly introducing Qin Guang's situation, Coulson quickly asked, "Bai Lao, we have locked his location. Is it the implementation of the established plan? Immediately execute the plan." At this time, Old Man Bai had already hated this Chinese scientist who had published his thesis to the bone, and without any hesitation at all, his eyes were ice cold as he said, "Your time is only 3 hours. Before the end of my speech, you must let this genius of China fall. I want to make it so that China no longer has any power that can fight against our great pretty country." After saying that, Old Man Bai directly hung up the phone. He straightened his suit, revealed his usual hypocritical smile, and left the office straight away. The moment Bai Lao stood on the lectern, instantly, all the reporters and medias aimed their cameras at Bai Lao. The camera was locked onto Bai Lao's face without any discrepancy. At the same time, the global synchronized live broadcast had also been opened. Netizens from all over the world were able to see Old Man Bai on the stage. Old Man Worship came to the speech stage. He put down his speech, swept a glance at the reporters under the stage, and did not have half a bit of padding. With a serious expression, he reprimanded, "I suddenly convened the general head speech today, mainly because China's practice today is too ridiculous. I had to come to the front of the stage to clarify this rumor and completely unmask the hypocritical veil of the state of China." Boom. As soon as these words came out, the pretty country's journalists under the stage boiled over, all of them looking at Old Man Bai with an excited expression, as if these words had spoken the hearts of all of them. Old Man Bai looked at them and nodded, and continued, "I believe that everyone has noticed that the state of China has gone out of its way to construct statements about the existence of superconducting chips in order to enlist people's hearts and paralyze their own populace, with reference to our pretty country. I am here today to tell you that with the current scientific research level of China, it is simply impossible to develop a superconducting chip. They are competing in bad faith, and I strongly condemn this behavior of China." As soon as these words came out, the netizens from all over the world who watched the synchronized live broadcast instantly exploded. Who did not expect? China has just published a paper about superconducting chips. This is only less than a day. The beautiful country's chief of the chief personally come down to the stage to dispel rumors. As the chief, the representative is not a person. Worship Old can personally step down to dispel rumors, enough to see the beautiful country's determination to dispel rumors. For a while, the comments on the network also began to polarize. Many people were surprised after listening to the speech of Old Man Bai. Completely unsure whether to believe China or pretty country now. A netizen from the Eagle country was equally shocked after hearing Old Man Bai's remarks. This netizen also began to make comments, stating, "Even Old Man Bai has personally come down to dispel the rumors. That means there must be something fishy about this matter. Have you guys noticed that the timing of the release of the paper by the state of China is too coincidental? It was not released early or late, but only after pretty country announced that it had developed a super chip. China's move must have obvious intentions." The netizens of the enameled nation immediately followed and agreed, "That's right, it's impossible for China to do this for no reason. They must still have an ulterior motive. It's possible that the superconducting chip that the Chinese officials are talking about doesn't exist at all." The netizens of various countries are discussing, all kinds of conspiracy theories are endless, while the rest of the beautiful country netizens, but as if New Year's Eve in general, online lopsided support for the worship of the old. And do not spare venomous words, condemn China's falsehoods, hypocrisy. Pretty country press conference hall. After Bai Lao delivered his speech, directly into the reporter's question session. A reporter from a beautiful country with a high-nose bridge looked at Mr. Bai and asked with glowing eyes, "Mr. Chief, first, just now, China has clearly stated that they can make the superconducting chip a reality in a week. May I ask what is your opinion on this?" Bai Old Man heard, eyes through a strong color of contempt. Without hiding the camera said, "A week, it is our beautiful country's super chip, not the illusory superconducting chip. Only ignorant fools will believe that China can develop a superconducting chip." Chapter 52, The Accident. At the same time, the state of China, the dormitory of the Bo Gue. "Okay, don't worry, head of state, I'll take care of my health." Qin Guang exchanged a few pleasantries with the head of state and ended the call.
Little Qin, you can rest first, I won't bother you anymore.
Seeing that Qin Guang had finished talking to the head of state on the phone, Fan Jun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and looked at him with a kind smile before leaving the dormitory first. Outside the door, the principal Li Jianming, because of temporary matters, has left early. Tang Wanru and Lin Ruyun see Fan Jun come out. The two looked at each other, each spark in the eyes burst out, and quickly walked into the dormitory.
Tang Wanru saw Qin Guang, oblique eyes Lin Ruyun, smiled and looked at Qin Guang. You just moved over, not too familiar. I take you to visit the office of the director first.
Seeing this, Lin Ruyun was busy stepping forward, anxiously looking at Qin Guang, saying, Qin Guang, let's us the playground. However, just as both women made their invitation requests, they did not wait for Qin Guang to open his mouth to say yes.
Bang!
A middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket coat suddenly broke into the dormitory with hurried steps. The middle-aged man raised his eyes and scanned the circle, immediately took out the security department ID on his body, placed it in front of him, and said with a nervous expression at Qin Guang, Mr. Qin, we have just been informed that there are already agents from the pretty country infiltrating the school.
The matter is urgent. Before the purge, you must leave Howda College immediately.
Qin Guang. Several people were shocked at the sound of his voice. Tang Wanru no longer had half the intention of competing in the wind. Her face sank, immediately grabbed Qin Guang's hand and quickly said, Go, you first come downstairs with me. Lin Ruyun couldn't help but remember the last kidnapping incident at school. He was shocked and somewhat bewildered and stunned in place. Miss Tang, Mr. Qin cannot show his face in the school district now. We have already arranged the evacuation route and must not act rashly. The middle-aged took a deep breath and said, Mr. Qin, you come with me.
Good, I will go with you.
Qin Guang didn't hesitate much. He knew from the beginning that the development of the superconducting chip would definitely offend Pretty Country, but he didn't expect Pretty Country to find him so quickly.
Lin Ruyun, these people are coming for me, don't follow me.
After deciding to leave, Qin Guang looked at Lin Ruyun with some uneasiness and said, In these few days, I'll trouble you to help me clean up my office first, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Qin Guang brought Tang Wanru to follow the middle-aged to leave from the safe passage. Downstairs is parked a bulletproof black Audi. A few people get on the car, then immediately drove away from the school. On the other side, Fan Jun was listening to the minister's lecture while walking towards the downstairs. Fan Jun, now is the critical moment for the development of the superconductor chip. Regarding Shaoqin's security, you must do a good job and do it completely, there can't be the slightest mistake. Yes, Minister, don't worry, it's impossible for me to lose Qin Guang. You must always keep in mind that now Shaoqin is the hope of all of China. He is a pioneer, a guide to help China establish its position in scientific research. Tao Shiyu voiced serious emphasized, once the superconducting chip is completed, China will leap to stand at the forefront of the international, and all this depends on Shaoqin. You must understand the importance of Shaoqin to China. At this point, Tao Shiyu quickly added, by the way, just now our security department intercepted a message. Encrypted messages from the Pretty Country have appeared in the vicinity of Howda, and although they haven't been cracked yet, we have every reason to suspect that this time, the appearance of the Pretty Country so coincidentally is most likely aimed at Shaoqin.
You must keep a firm eye on the person. Yes, promise to complete the mission.
From now on, I'll eat and live with Shaoqin and protect him closely. After receiving the order, Fan Jun hung up the phone directly. The steps under his feet stopped, and he used his earpiece to directly contact the military intelligence officer who was protecting Qin Guang upstairs. However, after calling several times in succession, he was shocked to find that the headset end was as if there was no signal, and the connection was completely lost. Thinking of the message that the minister had just reminded, a strong uneasiness suddenly surfaced in Fan Jun's heart. Looking back upstairs, he cursed, it won't be so inch right? Cursing, Fan Jun turned his head and was about to rush upstairs, when he saw Lin Ruyun walking down from upstairs.
Seeing Lin Ruyun, Fan Jun immediately asked nervously, you just came down when Qin Guang is not still in the dormitory?
He had already gone downstairs. Lin Ruyun looked at him in astonishment. Just now a person from the security department came and said that he had gotten orders to take Qin Guang to transfer, and they left. Buzz. Fan Jun sniffed and his brain buzzed with a brief blankness. He suddenly woke up with a start. Slap. He slapped his thigh violently and shouted with cold sweat beading on his forehead, bad.
Something is going to happen.
Immediately, ignoring Lin Ruyun's puzzled look, he directly pressed his earpiece, and in the entire channel, roared out, order. All members of the security department, immediately set off with me, must give me the various intersections to hold down. At the same time, notify the security departments in this city, no matter how many people they have and what they are doing, gather all of them for me.
Team Fan Fan, is something wrong?
On the channel, a military intelligence officer asked nervously.
Something has happened to Mr. Qin. Boom. Instant deathly silence in the headset. Who was at the school gate 5 minutes ago? Did any cars go out?
Yes, there was a black Audi.
Xiao TM, go check for me, Mr. Qin is most likely in this car, no matter how difficult it is, you must find it for me.
Fan Jun roared in anger, and while rushing to his headset to give orders, he flew downstairs.
All of you give me a tight grip, no matter what the cost. You have to recover Shaoqin for me, or else our entire security department is a sinner of the Chinese nation. Everyone has to go to the synagogue for me, to meet the head of state and confess in person. Hanging up his headset, Fan Jun was nervous as hell in his heart, and immediately guessed that this time, Qin Guang's sudden transfer must be the action carried out by Pretty Country. Pulling open the car door and jumping into the car, Fan Jun took out his cell phone and called Qin Guang, realizing that he was no longer able to connect. The face suddenly gloomy down, fierce fists smashed in the steering wheel, angrily cursed, "The dog days of the beautiful country, offending my country of China's heart will not die. I have to skin you guys today. Bulletproof Audi." Qin Guang did not notice the slightest abnormality. Thinking of the development of superconducting chip time is only a week, he did not dare to waste a minute. Directly in the car, took out his cell phone, opened the mailbox. Seeing that the attached documents in the email were too big, he had no choice but to click on one of them. Dense Data Theory and Design Program was presented on the phone. Qin Guang carefully looked at it, although it was only the tip of the iceberg in the complete document, but it accurately mapped out the core crystal arrangement of the superconducting chip. Seeing the arrangement above, Qin Guang's heart had been shocked beyond words, completely not expecting that this was still only 1/10 of the attachment. It already contained such a complex and precise technology. And under so many precision designs, the real superconducting chip was only the size of a fingernail cap. No wonder the superconducting chip was already the pinnacle of the world's science and technology when it came out. If it was really exactly as described in the drawings, it would really be a height that mankind would not be able to reach in 100 years. Qin Guang whispered a sentence. At the same time, the heart also rose. An invisible pressure exists in the mailbox design drawings on behalf of the future of mankind's 100 years of science and technology. And even the treasure of the world of China. No matter what, there must not be any mistakes. At this time, Qin Guang has realized a problem. Such an important thing exists in the medium, is extremely unsafe. Once someone drew the drawings completely against the mailbox attachment, the source of the mail would definitely be exposed as well, and in case the existence of the system was exposed, at that time, the danger that he faced would not only be the Pretty Country. No, I must completely memorize the drawings in my brain. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Qin Guang suddenly thought that after the update of the system mall, there was an Overwatch potion that could be exchanged for only 300 technology points. Thinking of this, Qin Guang directly opened the mall and chose to redeem it. Seeing the thumb-sized orange potion floating in his hand, he slightly sidestepped and served it without a trace. A few moments later, his brain instantly became incomparably clear, as if his memory had been strengthened by thousands of times, and some of his childhood fuzzy memories had become extraordinarily clear at this moment. Feeling the divine effect of the unforgettable potion, even though it lasted for a full day, Qin Guang still didn't dare to waste time and immediately opened all the emails. It took a full half-hour before Qin Guang finally read all the contents of the drawings. With that, without hesitation, he clicked on Delete File. Seeing that the files had been shredded, Qin Guang was then satisfied and relieved. He looked up at the military intelligence officer who was driving. He couldn't help but ask out loud, "When can we go back? Right now I'm in a hurry." 7 days is a very tight amount of time just to draw and explain this drawing to the research team and get the drawing completely off the ground. I have to start the research work as soon as possible. However, the moment he looked up, the cold muzzle of a gun was suddenly aimed at his head. The middle-aged man who was driving the car turned his head to look at Qin Guang and grinned. "Mr. Qin, how are you?" Chapter 53, The Secret Laboratory. Seeing the black hole of a gun on his head, after 2 seconds of consternation, the sweaty hairs on Qin Guang's body stood up. He looked at the middle-aged in horror. "You're not from the security department." As he spoke, Qin Guang reacted extremely quickly and opened the system mall, and was planning to exchange the enhancement potion. Unexpectedly, the merchandise hadn't been successfully redeemed yet. The next second, an injection was directly stabbed into his neck. As the stabbing pain hit, Qin Guang's consciousness instantly lapsed, and his eyes began to become blurry. Vaguely, he saw Tang Wanru pouncing on him in terror, desperately calling out to himself, but he was unable to respond at all. He saw Tang Wanru turn over a dagger in her hand, crying and yelling angrily as she stabbed towards the middle-aged man. Hyper! The gun went off, a splash of blood in the car. Tang Wanru's neck was completely pierced by the bullet, blood gurgling down. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Qin Guang and fell headlong. Tiny Tang! Seeing the hideous blood on Tang Wanru's face, Qin Guang's pupils clenched, desperately trying to scream out. A strong sense of exhaustion swept over him, his mouth opened a few times, and he fainted with unwillingness. The middle-aged man twisted his head to look at Tang Wanru, who had been struck through the neck, and with a very calm expression on his face, he took out his cell phone and made a phone call while starting the Audi, continuing to drive along the established route. The phone was connected, and the gray rat's nervous voice came from inside. "How's it going? Successful? Well, it has been taken." Upon hearing this, Grey Mouse also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, slamming his fist on the table with an excited voice. "Great. Nothing difficult, right?" "No, just a little accident. Fired a shot." "Shot fired? Where's the target?" "Still alive, but the female bodyguard with him shouldn't survive." "Good, bring them back together." 10 minutes or so.
The bulletproof Audi drove into a cluster of rotten buildings.
Soon drove into the underground parking lot.
Coming to a stop at the end, the middle-aged man took out a black card and placed it against the front glass on the dashboard. Behind the columns of the garage shook out the old man with an ordinary face, looked at the black card on the car, quietly pressed the button. Drip! A red laser quickly scanned the body.
After no problems were detected, the old man then pressed the button again. There was a rumble. The camouflage advertisement at the end of the garage was torn open, revealing the titanium steel mechanical gate behind it.
The gate opened slowly, and the middle-aged did not get out of the car from start to finish, just slowly drove the car in. It was only when he entered the gate that he realized that it was a converted car elevator.
The elevator went down another floor towards the ground. Ding dong!
The elevator door opened and the middle-aged drove out in the bulletproof Audi. The line of sight opened up, and what presented itself was a laboratory with a great deal of space. Human life detector, particle sampler, conductivity meter, all kinds of instruments and equipment, all in one place, like a beautiful country blockbuster full of science and technology in the secret research base. Not waiting for the middle-aged from the car down, the laboratory will welcome up 2 Chinese faces of the researchers. 2 people wearing white coats came to the front of the car. After nodding, one of them pointed to the fainted Qin Guang, asked, "This person is the first target?" The middle-aged nodded, "Yes, it's been confirmed, it's him." Upon hearing this, the 2 white coats glanced at each other, their eyes coldly looking at the back seat that was already drenched in blood, opened the car door, and one of them dragged one of them, heading straight to the lab. It seemed that they were already familiar with this process, and the whole process did not take more than 20 minutes. In the laboratory, Qin Guang gradually regained consciousness. He didn't know how long he had slept, he just vaguely felt a stabbing pain in his head, and his body was flabby and weak. Suddenly thinking of the bloody images in the car, Qin Guang jolted and he opened his eyes. Only then did he notice that he had been brought into an unfamiliar room, and his hands and feet had been completely secured to the operating table by straps. The ear-piercing vibrations of a chainsaw came from above his head. Only when he looked up did he realize that it was a circular saw hanging in the air by a hanging chain, about 9 stock. Some vendors selling frozen meat often use the saw to saw bones, very sharp. Qin Guang, heart violently alarmed, turned his head to look. He saw 2 Chinese-faced white coats standing at the right front operating table, mixing potions. The 2 did not realize that the target had woken up. One picked up the concocted potion, placed it in front of his eyes and shook it, and said with doubt, "Old Wu, do you think that pretty country's technology is really leading to such a point now? Is it really useful to extract the brain?" The white coat called Old Wu rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think pretty country only has research in the field of chips? They've also been researching in the biogenetic field for a long time, and as far as I know, they've already started applying petri dishes to create perfect biochemicals. It's like the Terminator kind, cyborg killers, you know? Really? You can't fool me with a movie." Old Wu slanted him a glance and said, "Don't you ask nonsense? Of course it's true, the level of scientific research in the pretty country is by no means what it appears to be, there's still a lot you don't know." The conversation between the 2 clearly fell into Qin Guang's ears. Knowing that the beautiful country violated human ethics, even dared to risk the world to secretly develop biochemical people, Qin Guang was shocked and angry, and could not suppress the anger surging to his heart. Beautiful country even dared to openly violate the international convention, the development of biological human in violation of human morality. No matter how I must not let such a thing happen. I can't let pretty country have its way. The arrangement in the room, as well as the 2 men's conversation, indicated that they were going to dissect themselves next. Realizing this, Qin Guang's face instantly sank coldly and directly opened the system mall. A wide array of commodities were listed densely. Qin Guang quickly found the enhancement potion that he hadn't had time to redeem.
Ding! Enhancement potion has been retrieved.
Note, due to the host successfully completing the 2 tasks designated by the system, the special effects of the goods in the mall have all been updated, the original price of all items remains unchanged, and the effects are upgraded by 1 level. The current effect of enhancement potion, triple potency, redeeming deducts 500 technology points. Please ask if it is redeemable? Hearing the system prompt, Qin Guang could no longer restrain the anger that burst out, gritted his teeth and roared in his heart, "Exchange!" Chapter 54, The Vice President's Chief Hurry. Outside the operating room. A man in a suit with a faceless mask was standing outside with his hands thrust out. The person was none other than the agent Grey Mouse who had been plotting on the periphery. Grey Mouse looked through the glass window at the experiment that was ready to begin. He took out his cell phone and turned back to dial Coulson's number. "Mr. Coulson, the target has been brought to the base." When he got here, he asked with some surprise, "Do we really not need to follow Elder Bay's instructions and directly do away with the target?" Coulson on the other end of the phone said in a grim voice, "Should not ask, not ask, you only need to do what you should do on the line." After saying that, the phone was hung up directly. Grey Mouse sniffed stunned, shook his head and no longer think about it. Pretty Country Security Bureau. Coulson hung up the phone, after some deliberation, pulled open a drawer, took out a personal cell phone, and called the deputy head of state, Harry, who was known as the Iron Lady of Pretty Country. On the other hand, Pretty Country's research center. The entrance of the research center is heavily guarded, dozens of beautiful country warriors in special warfare uniforms, loaded guns, and bullets guarding the door. The large research hall was densely packed with hundreds of human petri dishes. Harry, who had sand blood, was now wrapped in a sterile suit and walking along the hall, checking one by one the human petri dishes that were left for observation. The petri dishes were all standardized in detail, with the names of the test subjects, including the development process. The petri dish in front of her, row 9, petri dish number 20, the name on it was just like the famous militarist of the beautiful country, MacArthur, who had been awarded the 5-star General of the Army. At this point in time, his development level had reached 80. The human embryo in the petri dish already had the outline of a figure, even the body hair became clearly visible. Seeing this, Harry nodded in satisfaction. She turned to look at the petri dish in a more front row position. Petri dish name, Anos, development level 52. Further up, the name on the petri dish astonishingly appeared with the word worshipful light, and the development level had reached 90. Looking at the test subject in the petri dish that was just like a mole with baylight, a touch of grimness swept across Harry's eyes. She stared at the worship lamp, the corners of her mouth flared up with a touch of sarcasm, and she muttered to herself, after waiting for so long, it's finally going to be completed. Ding bell. At this time, the cell phone in the bag rang. Harry took out his cell phone, glanced at the number and frowned as he answered it. Inside immediately came Coulson's fawning voice, Harry Chief. Coulson did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional, put aside the title of Deputy Chief, rushed to Harry and reported, the target person has been transferred to the number 3 experimental base, and is currently being prepared for autopsy. Good, you did a good job this time, I will remember your credit. After hearing this, Harry's face was overjoyed. She turned her gaze to the only empty petri dish in the row in front of her and said with anticipation, the world hasn't seen a Genesis scientist for a long time, I'm waiting for you to send his cells here. You can rest assured, once the dissection is over, I will immediately arrange for someone to send it to the research center. China, near Howde College. Fan Jun was sitting in a black sedan, his face anxiously checking the surveillance screen of the tablet in his hand. The first time he realized that something was wrong, he had already spread out all the forces he could mobilize. Within tens of minutes, he had blocked off dozens of kilometers of streets around him, with Howde College as the center. Seeing that things were getting bigger and bigger, but the surveillance showed that the bulletproof black Audi had just inexplicably disappeared at the intersection of Changdong Road. What's even more bizarre is that from this intersection out has begun to connect the countryside road, the road in all directions, completely in the monitoring blind spot. Even though he has sent a large number of military intelligence to the intersection to search, but still not a clue found. What does this mean? It shows that the other party is definitely not likely to be temporary, but a premeditated kidnapping. Leaving Howde College less than 10 minutes, the car and people disappeared, and there is definitely someone else to take over. Fan Jun stared at the plate, forehead is already cold sweat. Qin Guang, this identity once fell into the hands of the enemy agents, the level of secrecy is absolutely the highest level. Now that the person had disappeared for more than 20 minutes, a little more hesitation would mean that Qin Guang would be in a little more danger. Thinking about the consequences of Qin Guang's accident, Fan Jun's heart was as nervous as a drum thumping, as if it was going to jump out of his chest in the next second. He could feel that his breathing was also getting short of breath. Finally, he could no longer resist the pressure. He took a deep breath, took out his cell phone, gritted his teeth and dialed Minister of War Li Sheng's number. Da! The phone quickly connected. Inside came a neutral voice, I'm Li Sheng, I'm still in a meeting, wait for me. When Fan Jun heard Li Sheng's voice, his face was tense, and he was busy saying, Minister Li, my call is 100,000 times more urgent, please listen to me first. What's going on? Mr. Qin is in trouble. Howde College has been infiltrated by agents of a beautiful country. Just 20 minutes ago, I lost contact with my people. Even Xiao Qin has been secretly transferred by agents of an enemy country. At this juncture, Fan Jun didn't dare to do any concealment, and reported the whole story truthfully. What? Just as the words were finished, a thud was heard from the other end of the phone. Then, Li Sheng's angry voice filled the microphone. Fan Jun, what the hell are you doing? Are all the members of your security department pig food? Xiao Qin is a person you know better than me. He represents the hope of the country of China from top to bottom. Everyone is looking at Xiao Qin. UTM can lose people at this juncture. How come you didn't lose it? MD, you wait for me. Li Sheng first time also realized the seriousness of the matter, although the heart of the gas explosion, but also can only temporarily suppress the fire. Gloomy face spit out I will now go to ask for instructions. Fan Jun sat in the car, as a firm materialist, but at this time in the mouth of all the gods and goddesses that can be thought of read once again, he trembled and pulled out a cigarette to light. After a cigarette, his face turned blue and roared. MD, what do you care what fairy, as long as Qin Guang can come back safe and sound, I am at home every day for you. Ringing. The cell phone rang. Without even looking at the number, Fan Jun immediately picked up the phone.
Inside came Lai Shang's solemn voice, Fan Jun, I've already contacted Xu Buotao, and I'm now handing you 800,000 sons and daughters. 200,000 armored vehicles, 1,000 warplanes, and all 1,200,000 drones held by 380,000 companies in central China, as well as 7,800 cameras in the vicinity, and all of Skynet has been transferred to the Ministry of Security's intranet for your use. Words here, Lishan Washington paused, gritted his teeth and said word for word, if Qin Guang appears to be half a bit of failure, you cut yourself, I go down to the field to thank you for the crime. Chapter 55 Shura Field. At this moment, outside the operating room, dozens of pretty country's agents, uniformly dressed in black suits, 38 in total, were studying the base members' retreat route. Grey Mouse looked at the roadmap drawn out in front of him, his brows frowning even tighter. Now the Chinese side has definitely reacted. Once our retreat route is locked, then it will be absolutely impossible for us to break out completely. With these words, Grey Mouse twisted his head to look at the 20 agents who were armed and ready for a strong attack. His eyes were fixed on the bearded man at the head of the group, and he said with a serious face, Delk, you are the person in charge of the base. Once we start retreating, the Chinese side will definitely lock you up at the first time. You must immediately destroy the lab and then fall into a state of silence. Remember, the research in the lab can't be intercepted by China, and you can't be arrested. The bearded man sniffed and raised his eyebrows. He looked at Grey Mouse and said, Is it that serious? We have been running this base for 5 or 6 years now. Delk, please remember that it was Mr. Coulson who gave the order directly to me. If it is because of your idea that causes problems with our people, this is something that Coulson will surely look for you personally. Grey Mouse said with some obvious dissatisfaction. Grey Mouse had been secretly lurking in China for many years, and was very clear about the strength of China, and the person they had captured was still an outstanding scientist secretly protected by China, the danger of which was even more self-evident. He didn't want to cause things to slip up because of Delk's arrogance, and could only lift Coulson out. Delk sniffed and stared at Grey Mouse. Good, I will cooperate with your actions behind the scenes. Inside the operating room, 2 white coats with Chinese faces had come to the operating table. One pulled the circular cutter above his head and was about to cut down on Qin Guang's neck. Just as the cutter landed between Qin Guang's neck, Qin Guang, whose eyes were tightly closed, violently opened his eyes. Under the enhancement of the potion, the surrounding things became incomparably slow, and the ear-piercing noise of the cutter was also like a lag at this time, rotating slowly in a circle at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is now. Qin Guang's face stared, violently dodged the cutter, rolled over and rolled down from the operating table. Just the moment he was about to do so, his entire body suddenly froze. Only to see Tang Wanru's body just slumped on the ground, her neck had opened up a thumb-thin hole, blood pooled all over the place, her face deathly white. The lax and lifeless eyes stared straight at themselves, seemingly still permeated with a sense of unwillingness. Tang Wanru. Although in the car already had a premonition, but when Qin Guang straight-faced Tang Wanru corpse, still shocked eyes wide open, completely cannot believe that all this is actually real. Qin Guang stared at Tang Wanru dead in the face, his body trembling uncontrollably. His mind was filled with memories of Tang Wanru and himself. Thinking of the images of Tang Wanru being angry with herself, thinking of her insistence on helping to organize the documents even though she was forcing herself to be sleepy. However, the one who had fought with Lin Ruyun just in the morning had now turned into a cold corpse. Stunned for a few seconds, an uncontrollable and monstrous rage suddenly surged out. Qin Guang raised his head in a jagged rage. The 2 whitecoats realized that Qin Guang had actually woken up and had even broken free of his restraints in the first place. They were immediately shocked, and one of them reacted and immediately pointed at Qin Guang and roared, Quickly! Quickly hold him down! The 2 men took a scalpel copied in their hands and rushed up one after the other. At this time, Qin Guang's eyes, in addition to boiling killing intent, completely unable to see half of the other emotions. He stared at the 2 Chinese-faced whitecoats and angrily shouted, Give me death! Saying this, he grabbed one person's hair and directly pressed it onto the cutting machine. Chop! The ear-piercing shivering machine friction sound instantly resounded throughout the entire operating room. Ah! The whitecoats let out mournful screams of pain, their faces twisted in agony. A few seconds later, the sound stopped, and Qin Guang raised his head covered in blood, his pitch-black eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. The entire person was like a Shura walking out of hell. The other whitecoat stared blankly with his mouth wide open. The whole person had been completely stunned. You don't come over, please, don't come over, ah! Qin Guang looked at him indifferently, directly copied a scalpel and stabbed down towards him without expression. Plop! The sharp scalpel pierced through the neck, the man's mouth liquid dripped down along the corner of his mouth, and he fell head over heels sideways with fear. Dang! Qin Guang dropped the scalpel with reddened eyes, staring at the special glass that wrapped the operating room, and angrily yelled, Whoever killed Tang Wanru, I will never let him leave alive. As the words fell, Qin Guang took a step forward and violently swung his fist and smashed it hard on the special bulletproof tempered glass. Remember, after the destruction of the information is completed, everyone will fall into silence, and absolutely not let the state of China dig out any of them. Grey Mouse had just finished speaking, when suddenly, a rumbling pop came to his ears. The special glass that even RPGs couldn't blast, but at this moment, it shattered with a bang. Grey Mouse turned his head violently, and before he could see clearly, he saw a familiar figure shaking out in front of him. At this time, the Grey Rat's reaction fell in the eyes of Qin Guang, but as if slowed down a dozen times, and even the Grey Rat splashed in the air spittle. The person Qin Guang was looking for was not him, so he turned his gaze to another person. Just like that, in less than a second, Qin Guang memorized everyone. Soon, his gaze locked onto a middle-aged man. This person was also a Chinese face, wearing a black leather jacket with rough skin, and his appearance looked very ordinary. It was leaning to one side, head down, smoking a cigarette. Found you. The first moment Qin Guang saw the middle-aged man, he immediately recognized that he was the one who shot him when he was unconscious. When the middle-aged man noticed Qin Guang's appearance, it was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His eyes widened in disbelief. In the next second, he reacted and violently pulled out his gun, aiming at Qin Guang and about to pull the trigger. Give me death. Killing intent surged in Qin Guang's eyes as he roared, took a step closer to the middle-aged man, and met his head with a fierce punch. Bang! The crowd was horrified to see that the middle-aged man's head was like a watermelon exploding, his flesh and blood mixed with the tissue of his skin, cracking open inch by inch. Qin Guang's punch directly penetrated through the flesh and blood and ruthlessly smashed into the wall behind him. The wall was instantly strewn with cracks and the entire laboratory shook horribly. A few short seconds later, the cracks spread like a spider web and went straight upstairs. At this moment, because of Qin Guang's disappearance, the entire city was blocked. Millions of drones enveloped the airspace above the city, completely launching a net-like search. Countless uniformed Chinese soldiers with loaded guns were tightly controlling all the streets, and the entire city was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Many people looked at the densely packed traffic police patrols, military, armored vehicles. Were all confused. Many people took pictures with the intention of sending them online to ask what the situation was. However, they took out their cell phones only to realize that there was no longer a half-grid signal on their cell phones. Fan Jun drove his car and met up with Xu Buotao, who commanded 800,000 sons and daughters, at the intersection. He looked at Xu Buotao with a serious face and asked with a frown, "Still no news at all?" "No." Xu Buotao shook his head as if his heart was dead. Heart beating like a drum thumping straight. If you really can't find Qin Guang, with the importance of Qin Guang to China, it would really be all over, and it would be useless to die several times by then. Fan Jun sniffed and couldn't see any expression on his face anymore. He was in military intelligence and knew very well what would happen to Qin Guang after he was kidnapped. Especially since so much time has passed, maybe Qin Guang has been. I deserve to die. Fan Jun tilted his head and looked at the bright sun, letting out a long sigh as a tear of remorse fell from the corner of his eye. However, right at this moment, a loud boom suddenly came from the intersection not far away. The instant he heard the sound, Fan Jun's face suddenly changed, and he reacted at the first opportunity to see the smoke rolled up from the explosion. Fan Jun fiercely stared straight into his eyes, as if he saw the last glimmer of hope, immediately uttered a furious roar. Quickly go over to check, any little clue cannot be spared. Chapter 56, Resurrection. In the lab. The entire laboratory was echoing with heart-rending screams. As far as the eye could see, at this moment, the laboratory had completely turned into a human purgatory, and everywhere was blood mixed with broken flesh, which looked extremely bloody and horrible. The Grey Rat stared at Qin Guang, who had already transformed into a god of killing. His eyes widened incredulously, and 2 seconds later, fear appeared on his face as he roared in panic. Quickly shoot to kill him. Quickly. At this time, Grey Mouse could no longer care about any ghost orders and directly ordered to open fire to kill Qin Guang. The remaining agents had already reacted. The first time they pulled out their guns, aimed at Qin Guang without saying a word, and directly pulled the trigger. Hyper. Laboratory, the sound of gunfire raged. Qin Guang was in the rain of gunfire, like a ghost, traveling recklessly. Miserable screams came. An agent didn't react at all, and his head suddenly exploded. Before the screams could completely fall, an agent's heart was completely pierced through by the scalpel. However, the horrifying thing was that no one present from beginning to end could see exactly where Qin Guang was. Satan. He is Satan. Being in such a horrifying hell, the beautifully trained agents had a mental breakdown. Hyper bang bang. Someone roared furiously and shot out all the bullets in their gun. Some people covered their heads and ran towards the outside with horrible faces. The entire lab was in chaos. Seeing that his men had collapsed, the Grey Mouse couldn't help but be scared, dragging his trembling body and running towards the secret passage without looking back. Qin Guang recognized the Grey Mouse as the leader, and a murderous intent swept across his eyes as he took a step to chase after him. Grey Mouse. The Grey Rat panted and stopped at the end of the corridor. He glanced back nervously and saw that no one was following behind him. Strongly enduring the powerlessness of being sore and weak, he took out his identity card and opened the door to the petri dish room. Stumbling, he ran inside. It was just like a scaled-down version of a research center, with 3 petri dishes standing inside, 2 of which held 2 monkeys with curled-up bodies, soaking in green liquid.
Various instruments were running, seemingly monitoring the vital signs of the two monkeys. Grey Mouse ran in, immediately closed the door, raised his eyes to scan the room, and panicked as he hid under a table. However, just when he thought he could dodge a bullet here, boom! An ear-piercing jolt suddenly came from the doorway. Then, the thick door was kicked open, rolling up a cloud of dust and ash. When the dust and ash cleared, Qin Guang's figure gradually emerged. Those eyes filled with killing intent directly pierced towards the shivering grey rat. Qin Guang took a step forward and lifted the grey rat by the collar, picking him up. Gritting his teeth, he glared at him with a fierce face. Say, why did you arrest me and why did you kill Xiao Tang? Having seen Qin Guang's terrifying strength, at this point, the grey rat no longer had any semblance of resistance in his heart. He looked at Qin Guang with fear and said in a trembling voice, "It has nothing to do with me, I'm just following orders, please, for the sake of all of us are Chinese, spare my life." Seemingly noticing Qin Guang's increasingly cold eyes, the grey rat paused and hurriedly added, "As long as you don't kill me, I can take you out, and I can also be an informant for you." Before the grey rat finished his sentence, he was smashed hard on the ground by Qin Guang and stomped down on his right leg violently. Ka chow! The sound of bones cracking exploded in the air. The grey rat almost died from the pain, holding his right leg, his face twisted in pain as he rolled over. On whose orders? A wave of disgust came out of Qin Guang's eyes as he just looked at him condescendingly. Who wants my brain? The grey rat really panicked, because he could feel that this person in front of him was really going to kill himself. In the midst of the intense pain and suffering, he completely lost all thoughts of hiding, and was busy explaining, "My boss is Coulson, he is from the security department, he originally said that he would kill you directly, but I don't know why, but he suddenly ordered that he would bring your tissue cells back." Coulson. It was him that caused Tang Wanru's death, and even his own life was almost on the line. Qin Guang secretly memorized this person's name, his eyes flashing with monstrous hatred. He stared at Grey Mouse and asked through clenched teeth, "You want my brain just to put it in a petri dish and turn me into a biochemical?" Grey Mouse shook his head with a terrified face. I don't know, I also just heard about a genetic technology in the pretty country, as if it said that it could create a biochemical human. How exactly it works, I'm not clear at all." Qin Guang could see that the grey rat did not look like he was lying, clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with fear while hatred surfaced. In his last life, he had never heard of pretty country's research on genes at all, and had never speculated in this direction, because a careless use of gene technology could bring about a fatal destruction of mankind. This technology has always been explicitly banned by all countries. Unexpectedly, pretty country had ignored the ban and shamelessly conducted research in private in order to dominate the globe. Qin Guang looked down at the shivering grey rat, raised his foot and aimed it at his head, stopping it in the air. In a cold voice, he asked, "What else do you know? Say it all." The grey rat has already despaired, he said with a sobbing voice. I was ordered to pretty country, has been lurking in the country of China online. That kind of son's speech, including a series of things to bring the tempo of the things, are all I went to do. In addition to this, I guarantee that I absolutely did not do anything to hurt the sky and reason. On the other side, the periphery of the base. The car elevator suddenly came to life with a booming shock. The main door was directly blown to pieces by the fit bomb. Then, dozens of China's warriors, armed with short rushes, attacked in like bandits. Ta! A barrage of bullets swept past, and without encountering much resistance at all, they directly took control of the completely collapsed pretty country agents. Fan Jun led the people, hurriedly rushed in, saw the pretty country agents who were holding their heads and crouching down. Fan Jun froze for a moment, then, immediately looked up and shouted, "Have you seen Xiao Qin?" Fan team. A team member called out to Fan Jun somewhat nervously. Fan Jun looked at the sound, and saw that the team member carefully stepped aside, revealing the body behind him. Xiao Tang. When Fan Jun saw Tang Wanru's corpse, his pupils violently shrunk, and after staring blankly for 2 seconds, he seemed to have thought of something horrible. Immediately outshouted, "Fast, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find out Qin Guang." With the reinforcements coming in from the follow-up troops, the lab was quickly surrounded, and Fan Jun led the way to break into the petri dish room. As soon as they entered, they saw Qin Guang standing indifferently. In front of him lay Agent Grey Mouse, who had fainted to death. Little Qin. Unfortunately, Qin Guang was still alive, and seeing Qin Guang, Fan Jun sighed in relief in his heart. But soon, his face became serious again. Facing Qin Guang, he bent his knees and directly knelt down, gritting his teeth and said, "Mr. Qin, Xiao Tang's death was caused by my negligence. I'm sorry. I will kneel down for you." Qin Guang didn't say anything, his gaze fixedly staring at the petri dish vacated in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. "Mr. Qin?" Fan Jun froze. Qin Guang directly ignored Fan Jun, completely immersed in his thoughts. He was thinking of a question in his mind. Since pretty country was able to use genetic technology to create a biochemical human, why couldn't he use genetic technology to revive Tang Wanru? Since genetic coding technology was able to cure cancer, why couldn't one reverse the process and regenerate tissue cells? Moreover, one of the genetic coding techniques was to extract a person's mind and consciousness from the original brain and put it into a new body, forming the legendary so-called immortality. Realizing this, Qin Guang's heart immediately became a little nervous, and he whispered excitedly, "That's right, as long as Tang Wanru's brain isn't dead, it's definitely possible to do all of this with genetic coding." With a decision in his heart, Qin Guang didn't dare to delay much, taking advantage of the fact that the time for the enhancement potion hadn't passed. With a flash of his body, he instantly disappeared in front of Fan Jun and the others. In less than 2 seconds, he had already arrived in front of Tang Wanru's corpse, slowly picked her up, and returned to the petri dish with great speed. The crowd looked at Qin Guang in shock, only to see him place Tang Wanru's body on the ground gently, carefully taking off her clothes one by one. Seeing this, Fan Jun gave a wink to the military intelligence around him, and everyone tacitly turned their backs and bowed their heads in silence. A notebook with a bare cover fell out. Qin Guang was slightly surprised and picked it up. Turned to check only to find that this is Tang Wanru Record Weekly Notebook, heavy notebook to write down the size of the things that happened during the 3 years. At this moment, Qin Guang realized that Tang Wanru, who looks like a big-hearted person on the surface, has actually been hiding a secret that has never been known to anyone. April 23rd, cloudy. I can finally get rid of my parents, but man, he does not deserve to be called a father. Qin Guang froze for a moment, and then lowered his head, flipping through the weekly diary left by Tang Wanru page by page. Finally, complete understanding of a real Tang Wanru. She grew up with parents separated due to divorce, and then her mother took her and remarried to his current adoptive father. At first, his adoptive father treated her very well, and seemed to treat her as his own daughter, but gradually, as they got along deeper, his adoptive father also finally removed his disguise. He drank a lot, and every time he got drunk, he came home and beat and cursed her and her mother at every turn. What's even more horrifying is that one night when she came home from studying, her foster father suddenly came to her room in a drunken stupor. He wanted to violate her in the dark. Tang Wanru struggled to the death and finally escaped to her aunt's house. After that, she lived there until she graduated with her master's degree. However, the very year she graduated, her aunt died of cancer. It didn't even wait for her to repay her. Since then, Tang Wanru had developed an independent character and never wanted to bother others. Qin Guang took his notes and continued to read down. The following were all records of Tang Wanru's experience in school for over 2 years. She studied desperately, burying herself in scientific research alone until she was transferred by CAS to be his assistant. At first, Tang Wanru didn't understand him, and at one point she thought he was a very smelly person, resisting from the inside. But when she learned that Qin Guang's research and development direction was actually controlled nuclear fusion, her worldview collapsed, completely unable to imagine that a school student at the end of the second year of study was actually researching controlled nuclear fusion, which mankind had been unable to overcome for a long time. Slowly, she changed from the initial disbelief, to wanting to catch up with Qin Guang's footsteps, to admiration, reverence. Under this mentality of admiration, in Tang Wanru's heart, she even felt that Qin Guang's mind was more powerful than even Einstein. The last weekly entry on the notes was written only yesterday. April 23rd, sunny. I couldn't imagine at all that 30 years later, I would meet a man who could truly open my heart. His name is Qin Guang, a school student 7 years younger than me. I don't know when I fell in love with him. Maybe it was the way he focused on his research or the fact that he was really good at what he was doing. I look up to him and admire him. I hope that one day he will know my heart and be able to accept me. Well, I hope that this nerd will understand that there is a girl older than him who has been silently paying attention to him. At the end of the notes, Tang Wanru left a monologue. Calling on Tang Wanru, you have always acted big and bold. In front of true love, you must be brave and find an opportunity to express your feelings. You're so good looking, he definitely won't reject you. You have to date together, and then determine the relationship, engage in scientific research together, travel together, until you get married and have children. Chapter 57. No one is allowed to enter except me. After reading the notes left behind by Tang Wanru in its entirety, Qin Guang stared at the notes and fell silent. It wasn't until this moment that he suddenly realized that he had never cared about the people around him. The first thing he did every day when he opened his eyes was to focus on research and development, and he had always gotten used to Tang Wanru's dedication to working hard at his side. Out of nowhere, something slid down his face, and Qin Guang reached out to wipe it. It was a tear that fell from the corner of his eye. Xiao Xiao Tang. Qin Guang murmured in a hoarse voice, squatted in front of Tang Wanru, and raised his hand to help her close her eyes full of unwillingness. In this moment, through Tang Wanru's eyes, he unexpectedly saw a moment of starlight, the figure reflected in the starlight, just like his own. Qin Guang was stunned, memories like a tidal wave in his heart, past events emerged one by one, from the white sheep in the library to attack himself, to Tang Wanru followed his all-night organizing formula. One by one, all of them appeared in front of his eyes. Qin Guang, I'm getting dark circles under my eyes from following you, don't you care about me? Qin Guang, I found a restaurant in the neighborhood with very good reviews, suitable for 2 people to go on a date together. Oh, do you want to go and try it? I'll treat you. Qin Guang, try the chestnuts I fried in the cafeteria. Qin Guang. Seeing the past memories floating in front of his eyes over and over again, Qin Guang's cheeks were already completely wet with tears. He gritted his teeth to death, his eyes filled with hatred, and clenched his fists tightly. Why? It was fine if pretty country really treated themselves. Why did they have to kill the innocent Tang Wanru? Could it be that this was what pretty country had been labeling as maintaining world peace? In order to curb the development of other countries, in order to retain their dominant position in the international community, so they could shamelessly assassinate scientists from other countries, they could unscrupulously kill a completely unrelated ordinary person? If one day the world is really heading towards the future under the leadership of such a hypocritical country, will this still be the future that all scientists are looking forward to? A country that has no law, a country that is peaceful, yet jealous, hypocritical, and cruel. If such a country were to lead the world, it would be an absolute disaster for the world. It would be a shame for all peace-loving scientists who look forward to the development of human civilization, a shame that would be engraved on their tombstones and could never be washed away. And this is the reason why Qin Guang Two Lives also want to develop science and technology for the country of China, for the development of human civilization, for the country of China. 140 million Chinese will never be allowed to let such a country to lead the world. Qin Guang clenched his teeth, deadly pressure on the anger in his heart. She looked at Tang Wanru's body, leaned down, a mold of gentleness flowed in his eyes, and said softly, "You sleep for a while, I will definitely pick you up and take you home." After saying that, Qin Guang held Tang Wanru's body to the petri dish, opened the petri dish and slowly put her in. Watching the petri dish close completely, he opened the system and went directly to the technology tree interface, tapping on the genetic code and giving his choice. May I ask if the host is sure to spend 1,000 technology points and complete the task within the time limit to open the genetic coding technology? Qin Guang's face was serious and his gaze was certain, sure. As the words fell, he instructed Fan Jun with a sideways glance, "From today onwards, this room, except for me, no one is allowed to enter." Chapter 58. On the other hand, Kyoto. The Congress had come to a successful conclusion. The head of state and Tao Shiyu had both returned to their offices. In the smoky office, Tao Shiyu was sitting on the sofa, smoking with his head buried in the ashtray in front of him, and the ashtray in front of him was already full of densely packed cigarette butts. He already knew about Qin Guang's arrest, and due to the sensitivity of Qin Guang's identity, even he didn't dare to pretend to hide it. He chose to report it to the head of state at the first time. The first time the head of state learned of the news, his reaction was astonishing. Almost the instant the report was over, the entire Kyoto's shogunate departments were all put on a state of war readiness. Until this moment, the head of state's sullen words still surrounded his ears. "I am now in the conference room with all the staff departments waiting for news. If something happens to little Qin, the entire country of China will enter a state of war readiness. This matter is non-negotiable. ND, Fan Jun, this son of a, too damn can give me a problem." Tao Shiyu ruthlessly snuffed out the cigarette in his hand, sitting on the sofa as if on pins and needles. What is the concept of the whole country into a state of war readiness? It means that all production activities in China should stop, only to prepare for the war. All members of the War Department should be armed into the ranks, ready to cross the straight line to participate in the war on a large scale. China has not fought a war in 40 years, both the economy and the war preparation power cannot be underestimated. If that's the case, this war in China will be a direct global sensation. It will even trigger a series of tsunami behaviors. At that time, World War III will start, completely opening the closed Pandora's box. Einstein once said that if there is another world war, the next one will be a war of sticks and fists, representing the collapse of global technology. As the Minister of Security, the consequences of war were clearer to Tao Shiyu than anyone else. But now China has mastered controlled nuclear fusion and is about to master the superconducting chips that will guide the future. It could be said that the rise of China and China's technology had become unrivaled and unstoppable. If the future of China was to die because of one's unfavorable protection of Qin Guang, even if one's own body was shattered, what was the point? Tao Shiyu could feel that his nerves were already on the verge of being misplaced. The attitude of the head of state was already very obvious. If something happened to Qin Guang, then it was definitely going to be a fight, and this was something that no one could change. But the price of fighting a war, can the current Chinese nation really afford it? Just when he was incomparably entangled inside, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Ringing. He immediately picked up the phone and saw that it was Fan Jun calling, and the moment he picked up the phone, he almost growled and yelled, "Has Xiao Qin been found? Is there anything wrong with him?" On the other side of the phone, Fan Jun said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I found it, Qin Guang is fine." Speaking here, Fan Jun's voice paused, "But, Dr. Tang is dead." Hearing that Tang Wanru was dead, Tao Shiyu froze for a few seconds and suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he gritted his teeth in death and asked in a cold voice, "Can you be sure that pretty country did it? Have the people been captured yet? It's this group of dog bastards." Mentioning pretty country, Fan Jun's voice transmitted a monstrous hatred, and angrily said, "People have already captured a part of them, and there are still some that escaped in advance. These dog things, even right in the hinterland of China, right under our noses, established a secret experimental base." What? Learning this news, Tao Shiyu was violently shocked. How could he not have thought that pretty country's infiltration of China had reached such a level? What's more crucial is that the Chinese National Security Department actually didn't catch the wind at all.
MD, this matter I will personally go to the head of state to apologize.
Tao Shiyu was furious and shouted at the phone, although it is very difficult to find these people now, but I don't care how you do it, you must press the people one by one.
Absolutely no half of them can escape from the territory of China. Also, immediately level this secret base for me.
Fan Jun, Minister, it's not difficult to capture these people, because Xiao Qin has stated clearly the appearance of each of them and provided us with portraits. In one day's time, I guarantee that all of them will fall into the net one by one.
He memorized everyone?
Tao Shiyu held his cell phone with a shocked expression. He didn't expect that besides Qin Guang's talent in scientific research, he even had the ability to never forget. It was simply a high mountain to look up to, so that people only dared to look up to him.
That's right.
Fan Jun nodded and continued, Minister, the matter of the secret base, Mr. Qin hopes that we can restore the base and protect it in secret. He intends to stay in the base, and hopes that we will follow up and not interfere with any of his scientific research activities in it.
Upon hearing this, Tao Shiyu frowned and asked with some confusion, what does Xiao Qin want with this base? What does he mean?
Specifically, Mr. Qin didn't tell me either. Fan Jun pondered for a while and speculated, but I consulted Professor Tu, who won the Nobel Prize in Medicine in China. Professor Tu speculated according to the instruments in the base that the experiments in here should be related to cloning biological genes.
Cloning biological genes?
The moment he heard this, Tao Shiyu dabbed his feet, and waves of shock were set off in his heart.
Biogenetic technology had always been banned from research by order of various countries because it involved taboos related to human ethics. Right now, Qin Guang wanted to stay in the experimental base. Could it be that he was trying to? Tao Shiyu no longer dared to continue to think about it. He said with a serious face, you first wait, I now immediately go to the head of state to ask for instructions.
After saying that, Tao Shiyu directly hung up the phone and immediately called the head of state. The phone was connected in less than a second. The head of state's voice sounded very calm, but the tone of expression, compared with the past, obviously more than a few points of anxiety.
Is there any news from Xiao Qin? How is he?
Tao Shiyu reported with a serious face, Xiao Qin was brought to the secret base built in China by the agents of the beautiful country, and is now safe. But Dr. Tang, who was responsible for protecting him, sacrificed his life to protect him. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, only then rang the head of the country's slightly trembling voice, good, pacify Small Tang's friends and relatives, tell the Chinese Academy of Sciences, 3 days later, posthumously awarded Small Tang Chemical Academy Lifetime Honorary Medal. Those agents who have infiltrated our country, do your best to arrest them. Tao Shiyu nodded, please rest assured on this point, head of state, Xiao Qin has already helped us draw character portraits of all the enemy agents, and within a day, all of these people will fall into the net.
Xiao Qin has memorized everyone?
When the head of state learned of this news, he had the same reaction as Tao Shiyu, his heart was overwhelmed with shock.
That's right, it's all written down.
Tao Shiyu took a deep breath and said, none of these people who escaped will be spared. However, Xiao Qin also made a little request.
What request?
Xiao Qin wants to keep the secret base we found, and not interfere with his research activities inside.
Tao Shiyu truthfully said, this point, we have consulted Professor Tu, presumed that Xiao Qin's research inside should be related to cloning biological genes. After listening to Tao Shiyu's report, the other end of the phone once again fell into silence.
Only after a few seconds did the head of state's voice come out, just follow Xiao Qin's intention first.
However, this matter involves human morality.
When Tao Shiyu heard the head of state promise, he added somewhat nervously, once the news leaks out, there might be concerns and questions about our scientific research standards in the international community.
Even so, do we still have to promise him?
The head of state replied in a solemn voice, remember, little Qin is the hero of our Chinese nation. He wants to do something for little Tang, this kind of thing, we can't stop it, we can't let the hero get cold feet.
Chapter 59 Not Giving Up. Experimental Base.
Fan Jun stood in front of an office and picked up the phone call from Tao Shiyu.
Minister, do you mean that the top has agreed to Mr. Qin's request? Not bad. Tao Shiyu didn't explain the reason for this. What you have to do now is to unconditionally obey Xiao Qin, no matter what he asks for. You go and do it. If you can't do it, you come and find me. I'll give you the green light. Yes.
Fan Jun sniffed and stood solemnly. When the phone hung up, Fan Jun turned his gaze to the office in front of him, walked up with a serious face, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside came Qin Guang's voice without a trace of emotion, enter. Fan Jun pushed the door into the office and reported at Qin Guang, Mr. Qin, the above has agreed to your research activities, you can call me at any time if you need anything. Qin Guang nodded and said nothing. Fan Jun froze for a moment. In the next second, he was shocked to see that in the few seconds that he had just reported, Qin Guang had finished reading a human research book that was as thick as 10 centimeters while sitting in front of his desk.
That's not all.
Next to Qin Guang was a stack of books 1 person high, these were all left behind by the researchers of the beautiful country, adding up to dozens of books. He didn't lift his head, directly skimmed the finished book, and picked up another one. Fan Jun stood still with both eyes staring straight, half unable to believe that the image in front of him was real. Finishing a book at such a speed, and it was also an obscure research book, not to mention what an amazing feat it was to finish it in a few seconds.
Just reading it like that, could one understand it?
But when he saw the weekly journal Tang Wanru had left behind, which was placed in a corner of his desk, he suddenly fell into silence. Fan Jun didn't realize that the reason Qin Guan was able to finish a book so quickly was entirely due to the efficacy brought about by the Overwatch potion. Qin Guan didn't have any intention to explain either. For the current him, he hated to break a second into two halves. Just a moment ago, the system had already given Qin Guan the predecessor task of lighting up the genetic code. The content of the task was: train 3 students to become his own doctoral students and lead them to tackle 2 topics. 1. The unsolved mysteries of humanity, the arrangement laws of genes.
2. Extraction and replacement of defective genes. As we all know, the research proposition about genes has always been a forbidden area of life that is hard for human beings to reach. Throughout the ages, how many scientists came to the end of the late years began to believe in theology, entirely because knowledge is like a circle, the more you know, the more unknown, and thus into the dead circle, and ultimately can only be explained by theology. And right now, Qin Guang not only want to study this century problem that plagued countless scientists, but also to lead 3 students, together to overcome, which is an extremely difficult thing. What's more, the time limit given by the system this time was only a short 7 days. Once the time limit was exceeded or the system was known to exist, it would immediately lead to the failure of the mission. At that time, all the technology would be recovered, and the system would be unbound and the host would be wiped out. Such harsh conditions. The drawing of the superconducting chip was not done, and 3 boomerang students had to be recruited to lead them to attack the genetic problem that mankind had failed to overcome for thousands of years. It was simply a fool's errand. Fortunately, the system mall happened to be able to exchange 2 detailed explanations of topics that fell under genetic coding, giving Qin Guang a little solace. Now that the statute of limitations for Overwatch still had 12 hours left, with the help of the potion, Qin Guang could also feel that his learning ability was soaring. In just a few seconds, he finished reading 2 more books and casually skimmed them away. Qin Guang finally stretched his back and looked at the specialized books in front of him that had already bottomed out, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he had unlocked this potion when he was researching controlled nuclear fusion and superconducting chips, he wouldn't have had to work so hard. Although issued such a sigh, but Qin Guang is also clear, the light is certainly not enough medicine, he now has to learn too many things, the study of human genetics, and the first 2 studies are completely unrelated to the 2 fields. He barged in headlong and was unfamiliar with the contents. The only thing that was worth celebrating was that with the completion of the previous 2 research missions, the time limit of the enhancement potion that had been redeemed now had increased quite a bit, and had reached a staggering 30 minutes. There were still 10 minutes left for the enhancement potion's effects, and no matter what, he had to complete it. For Tang Wanru's sake, even if he had to bite the bullet, he had to persevere. For the next 10 minutes, Qin Guang was completely immersed in his consciousness space, and in the shortest possible time, with his own strength, he took the lead in understanding and eating through the 2 topics of the system mission. Skimming the book from his hand, Qin Guang's taut face loosened up a bit. He glanced at the time and whispered to himself, now that I've eaten through the content of the topics, in this way, I only need to write those obscure and difficult words on the detailed explanation in the system store, containing countless difficult points, into an academic report that a normal person can read and understand, and it should be no problem. Whispering, Qin Guang slightly moved his body and immediately plunged into shorthand again. A book as thick as 10 centimeters, reading and eating through it in 3 minutes might be a walk in the park and a pretense for outsiders. But in reality, under the effect of the potion, Qin Guang's reaction speed was amazing, and on almost every page, he managed to carefully consult and understand it. Fan Jun watched as Qin Guang wasted his time looking at one relevant book after another, his brows frowning and loosening and frowning. Thinking that Qin Guang still couldn't let go of Tang Wanru, he used this way to hypnotize and torture himself. After half a second of silence, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Mr. Qin, Minister Tao has already agreed to your request. When he reached this point, he let out a light sigh and added a sentence full of guilt. I have to take the main responsibility for what happened to Xiao Tang. He raised his head and looked at Qin Guang with a serious expression. When I finish fulfilling my responsibility to protect you, I will give you an explanation as well as little Tang. Fan Jun looked at a thick stack of biogenetic books, his eyes complex. But people cannot be resurrected after death. You give up your previous research like this, choose another field. This is your irresponsibility to the previous efforts, but also irresponsible to the country of China. The minister, the secretary general, the head of state including the 140 million people of China are all looking at you. You can't just let down their trust in you like this. Qin Guang sniffed, slanted a glance at Fan Jun, and said at him, who said I gave up on the superconductor chip? At this point, he pointed to a table next to Fan Jun. What's on the table is 1/10 of the design of the superconducting chip that I've just drawn and printed out, so if you don't have anything else to do, you can send it over to old man Zheng first. Fan Jun was confused, turned his head to look at the design charts on the table. The emotions in his heart instantly swept away, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, looking at Qin Guang in shock. In such a moment of concentration, Qin Guang had read a Manhwa book and had taken the time to draw out 1/10 of the design drawings. How is this possible? Chapter 60, Arrest Operation.
Fan Jun trembled as he picked up the design drawings on the desktop. The drawings presented completely unintelligible program codes that were tightly entwined together, forming different colors such as blue, red, green, and yellow. Each different color in turn represented a sheet of light masks, and hundreds of light masks were precisely stacked on top of each other without looking half as cluttered.
It formed a crisscrossed circuit diagram.
With Fan Jun's insight, he simply couldn't understand how these circuits were entwined together. Even so, he was still shocked beyond words. Looking at the drawings in his hand, he couldn't help but look at Qin Guang, who had a calm expression, and somewhat crumbled and exclaimed in his heart, "Heavens, does he have 3 heads and 6 arms?
In such a short period of time, did so many things, and it was not perfunctory, how in the world did he do it?"
Seeing Fan Jun's shocked expression, Qin Guang pointed to the drawer next to him again and said faintly, "By the way, when I took the time to draw the drawings just now, I printed 5 portraits of the pretty country special in passing.
These people should be the ringleaders, so you can take a look."
"What?" Fan Jun sniffed, his mouth wide open. His entire person had been completely confused and froze for a few seconds. He incredulously pulled open the drawer, and sure enough, he saw 5 portraits resting inside. He picked them up and examined them carefully. Each portrait was exhaustive to the point where every facial detail was present. Even the informative portraits in the police department's records were not as clear as this.
Convinced.
Fan Jun has been completely convinced by Qin Guang. The previous doubts and worries, at this moment there is no more half. He excitedly put away these portraits. With the addition of the portraits, coupled with the existence of the Skynet, finding these people is as easy as a slap in the face. At this moment, Fan Jun no longer dared to continue disturbing Qin Guang, and after offering his farewell, he left the office straight away. Coming outside the office door, Fan Jun smoothly brought the door with him. Turning his head to look at the several military intelligence guarding outside, he commanded without any comment, "Remember, no one is allowed to enter the office where Mr. Qin is without an order from the chief. Even if a fly enters with half a leg, you'll all shed your skin for me."
"Yes."
Several military intelligence stood solemnly and shouted. After Fan Jun gave his orders, he found Shu Buotao at the first opportunity.
Handing over the 5 portraits in his hand, he handed them over.
"Take a quick look. This is the portrait of a few heads of the pretty country. We must control these people immediately." Shu Buotao took the 5 portraits and glanced at them. His face suddenly changed.
Staring straight in amazement, he looked at Fan Jun and asked with a dumbfounded expression, "How is it possible to be so detailed? Did you find their ID photos?"
Fan Jun said with a slightly smug look, "I'm not that capable. It's all drawn by Mr. Qin according to their physical features." Hearing this, even if Shu Buotao knew from the beginning that Qin Guang could not be small, but also could not help but be shocked and dumbfounded. Stunned for half a second, Shu Buotao nodded. "Good, with these portraits, I guarantee that within 30 minutes, I will make sure that these leaders will fall into the net. Then this matter will be handed over to you. I have other tasks, go first." Fan Jun transferred the portrait to Shu Buotao, did not forget his own task, took the design drawings, boarded a special plane, rushed to Kyoto without stopping. When Fan Jun left, Shu Buotao also began the arrest operation. The first time the 5 portraits were scanned and sent to the indicator of each sub-unit leader. Ordered, these 5 portrait maps are the key arresting personnel. Order, now each detachment directly activate the Skynet. Immediately start the roundup operation on the enemy special forces that invaded my country of China.
A tea house on East Street.
A tall man wearing a baseball cap and fashionable clothes was sitting at a table calmly drinking tea. The tall man swept his eyes at the car whistling past the inspection police car, picked up the teacup and sipped lightly. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. His name was Bruce, and his real identity was Agent CO4 of the Pretty Country Experimental Base. As an outstanding agent, his anti-surveillance ability was extremely high. Just like now, even if the patrol police had started arresting people all over the world, he still showed up in plain sight. Oh, these Chinese military intelligence, they don't even understand such a simple truth as darkness under the lights, and they still want to arrest me?
Really naive. Bruce sneered triumphantly, withdrew his gaze, and continued to drink his tea.
As long as he waited for the wind to pass, he could just attach himself to an overseas company and return to the beautiful country with his companions. Unlike other fleeing agents, this time, he was on a mission to return to his country. In his arms, there was a miniature petri dish, which was filled with Qin Guang's skin tissue cells. As long as they could send Qin Guang's skin tissue cells back, then their failure in China would be acceptable.
As for the capture from the Chinese side,
he didn't have half a worry at all. The Chinese side didn't have his own face, plus his identity information was also fake, even if there was the so-called Skynet system in the country of China. It was also absolutely impossible to catch himself. Thinking of this, Bruce's efficiency towards the Security Department of China also grew more and more contemptuous. He looked down at the time. There were only 5 minutes left from the agreed time. As long as another 5 minutes passed, he would be able to receive news from his teammates. At that time, one could safely return to Pretty Country.
At that time, even if China realized and wanted to arrest himself, would they dare to come to pretty country to arrest him? Bruce was very proud to pick up the teacup and sip a mouthful of strong tea, sked his mouth, and arrogantly laughed. Don't say, this China's tea is still very fragrant, and when I have the chance, I want to bring a few more packs back. Bruce's words just fell. Beside the body suddenly shook out a person, out of the voice of the conversation. Our country of China's tea is certainly good. When you go in, as long as the performance is good, the same can drink such a good tea. At the sound of the voice, Bruce was so shocked that the tea in his cup spilled all over the table. He raised his head in horror, subconsciously about to run out. A moment, silver white handcuffs have been stuck on his wrist. At this moment, Bruce completely no longer drank tea when the calm and relaxed, deliberately manipulated a mouthful of broken Chinese, panicked and said, You guys are wrong, I am a foreign tourist who loves the Chinese culture. The captain of the security department squad directly took out the portrait of Bruce, rushed to him with a sneer, Mr. Bruce, now I declare that you are involved in espionage crimes, you are officially arrested. After saying that, he waved his hand at his men, take away. Bruce stared at his portrait dumbfounded, simply could not imagine, how in the world did they do it? On the other side, a high-speed train station. Pretty Country Agency 009 was pulling his suitcase to the waiting hall and sat down. Looking at the crowded hall, Agency 009 revealed an arrogant and confident expression. Following his teammates' law of dispersion, he chose the most dangerous and safest way to escape. Seeing that the ticket gate was close at hand, his heart was filled with contempt for the reaction speed of the Chinese security department. These stupid Chinese people, they might still be out there looking for someone everywhere, not realizing that in a few minutes, I will be able to take their own high-speed train and leave the city. C009 was equally confident about its actions. The Chinese side didn't even know what he looked like, and escaping by mixing in the messy crowd was a complete breeze for him. Seeing that the time was almost up, C009 pulled his luggage and got up. Queuing up to the ticket gate, just the moment he took out his ticket and was ready to pass through the ticket gate, a cold touch instantly hit him. A silver white handcuff had been stuck on his wrist. When Agency 009 saw the silver white handcuffs on his hands, his pupils contracted violently and he looked up in shock. Seeing the several Chinese military intelligence officers who surrounded him, he was busy and panicked and shouted, What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? What gives you the right to arrest me? One of the leaders directly took out the portrait of C009 and disliked it on his face, said with a sneer, Dead to the world, what are you still pretending to be a tourist? I now announce that you are involved in the crime of espionage, and you are formally arrested. What? Agency 009, shocked, looked at his portrait, impossible, absolutely impossible. How did China do it? How could it even do such an accurate portrait of itself? C009 began to panic, a push away from the side of the Chinese military intelligence is going to struggle to escape, the results do not wait to take a step. In front of him walked up two more military intelligence from the Ministry of Security with an unfavorable face. Seeing this, C009 trembled and sat helplessly on the ground, his eyes dulled as he muttered in a low voice, It's over. Chapter 61, Network Invasion. CAA Office Lobby. Coulson stood somewhat on fire pacing back and forth. Waiting for a while, he couldn't help but take out his cell phone again and make a call to Grey Mouse. Beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment, please dial again later. Cursing angrily, Coulson slammed his cell phone hard on the table and growled, Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? This damn groundhog, why hasn't he been answering his phone? Coulson looked at one of his men and said through gritted teeth, Whatever, now immediately locate our agents for me, I need to know their location immediately. Yes, Mr. Coulson. The henchman immediately went up to operate the computer, and a minute later, the positioning system was projected onto the large screen in the office hall. Only 10 red dots were scattered in different areas, flashing as the location moved. The henchman obviously froze for a moment when he saw the 10 red dots on the screen, and then looked at Coulson with a nervous face. Mr. Coulson, the positioning system has only located 10 people so far, the remaining 10 have lost contact. What? Coulson looked up sharply. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the CAA's network alarm system suddenly alarmed loudly, and the large screen instantly became blood red. Warning, warning. The security network has been invaded. Coulson froze, completely unable to imagine that CAA with such a tight security level had been invaded in an instant. After half a second, he reacted and immediately yelled at the staff member in charge of network security, What are you freezing for? Don't repair the network yet. Yes. The staff member nervously nodded and immediately plopped down in front of the computer door, his forehead sweating as he urgently repaired the network. Not waiting for the network to be repaired, a sentence in English suddenly popped up on the big screen, Don't try to locate, your behavior is just futile. Seeing this warning full of provocative gestures, Coulson's face was instantly gloomy to the extreme. But before he could speak, 5 of the 10 red dots on the screen disappeared in the blink of an eye. The henchman in charge of locating them looked up in shock, Mr. Coulson, the 5 agents that were located just now have had their signals cut off. As soon as the words fell, 5 portraits popped up on the screen.
It was just like the 5 leaders of the 5 secret lurking in the experimental base in China. The provocative English appeared once again with the portraits. There are still 5 left, none of them can escape. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Coulson saw the precise 5 portraits on the screen, his pupils clenched, completely unable to believe that the Chinese side had already pinpointed each of them. Frozen in shock for half a second, Coulson suddenly realized something, violently slapped on the table, shaking the desktop water cups to the east and west. Traitor, there must be a traitor. Our people are using false identities, and non-economic circumstances rarely need contact, so confidentiality measures. China is still accurate to find everyone. In addition to the traitor, no other possibility. Coulson, face cold, stared at everyone, subconsciously thought of the sudden loss of the gray rat, gritted his teeth and shouted at his men, "Immediately give me to check the security network, fast."
China's War Ministry.
A man wearing a modified green military robe sat at the first place. The man's subordinate stepped forward, saluted the man, and immediately reported, "Ning, we've already invaded the other side's security network through network technology, and at the same time, we've also transmitted the portrait to the past." Hearing the news reported by his men, the man's tense face finally relaxed a few points.
ND, this breath is finally smoothed over.
Soothing his breath, the man waved his hand, passed the order, immediately activate the Skynet to lock up the remaining unnamed enemy special forces members. Once discovered, immediately arrest them. On the other side, the Ministry of Security's special airplane landed at the Kyoto airport. Fan Jun came down from the plane, not even caring about resting, and took a ride to the China Research Institute at the first time.
Half an hour later, Fan Jun met Zhang Lao himself at the China Research Institute.
Looking at the increasingly thin Zhang Lao, Fan Jun did not exchange pleasantries and directly took out the drawings and respectfully handed them over to Zhang Lao. "Old Zhang, this drawing was drawn by Mr. Qin himself. It is a tenth of the design of the complete superconducting chip, and I have personally sent it to you."
So fast? Even though Zhang Lao had thought that Qin Guang might have far exceeded his expectations, he did not expect that Qin Guang would have drawn the design of 1/10 of the superconducting chip in a short period of time. This is not a cabbage that can be found all over the street, but the design diagram of a superconducting chip is composed of thousands of circuits. A mistake is 1,000 miles away, and it is definitely a great test for the professionalism of the mapper. Zhang Lao wiped his hands and couldn't wait to pick up the superconductor chip design drawings and unfolded them in front of everyone.
When he saw the circuit direction that could be enlarged frame by frame, he was so shocked that he could not stop trembling. After half a second, he excitedly shouted, "Yes, this is it. This is the design drawing of the superconducting chip, not a hair out of place." Most of the researchers surrounding Zhang Lao had gray hair, and they were so excited that they burst into tears when they saw the design drawings. "There's no mistake, there's no mistake, this is the design drawing we had in mind."
No wonder. No wonder.
The length of the deformation device is drawn exactly, especially the superconducting conductor emissions, unimaginable. In addition to Xiaoqin, the world can still be the second person to imagine this arrangement? Zhang Lao held the superconducting chip design drawings in his hands as if they were a treasure. Looked again and again, completely forget about Fan Jun, who was still waiting to go back to resume orders. It was only after half a second that Zhang Lao excitedly turned his head to look at Fan Jun. "Almost forgot about you. You go back for me and convey to Xiaoqin that he has worked hard. A person has to draw the design of such a big project alone, but we people can't help, our hearts are guilty." Fan Jun sniffed, thinking of the speed at which Qin Guang drew the drawings. His expression became odd, and he subconsciously blurted out, "It doesn't seem to have taken too long. This 1/10 of the design drawings were drawn by Mr. Qin, incidentally."
Ah? Zhang Lao was stunned. "What did you say?" "The design drawings were done by Mr. Qin, incidentally." After being stunned for half a second, even at his age, Zhang Lao couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, although Mr. Qin is not very old, his achievements in scientific research are unparalleled. Fan Jun nodded his head, expressing his approval of this statement.
Suddenly remembering something, he looked at Elder Zhang and added, "By the way, before he came, Mr. Qin also explained one thing to me. He wanted to invite Academician 2 to go over there, saying that he wanted to understand the medical aspects.
He also wanted to invite Dr. Li from Dahua Genetics and the president of Howdy to go with him."
What? When these words came out, the old experts and professors present were stunned.
All the experts invited were experts in biomedical research. Wasn't Xiaoqin researching chips? Why is he suddenly researching biomedicine again? Zhang Lao was equally stunned and stupefied.
After half a minute, he shook his head with some concern and said with a frown, "Impossible, chip technology and biomedicine are two completely different fields. Right now is the key time to research the chip. Xiaoqin absolutely cannot be distracted at this time. I do not agree."
Zhang Lao looked at Fan Jun with a serious expression.
"Zhang Lao, Mr. Qin won't delay the progress of the drawing. What I told you just now is not a joke. I was present when the design was drawn, and Mr. Qin didn't take too long to draw it out." Seeing that Mr. Zhang still had a stern look on his face, Fan Jun could only bring out Mr. Qin Guang in a hurry. "Zhang Lao, this matter was specifically instructed by Mr. Qin for me to hire someone. Tang Wanru's death had always made Fan Jun feel guilty in his heart, so this time Qin Guang had asked him to invite someone back no matter what. When Old Man Zhang heard this, his brows frowned even tighter, and after a moment of deliberation, he looked up at Fan Jun. Since you said that he won't delay the research, then I'll go with all the other academicians to take a look. If this is true, if little Qin wants to see anyone in the future, I will pull on this old face and personally invite them.
Chapter 62 has been completed. Experimental base.
At this moment, Qin Guang's side was already exaggeratedly piled with 3 large stacks of human gene-related research books. The yards had to be 6 or 7 meters high.
The number added up to hundreds of books. Even if a superb academic everyone saw this scene at this moment, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. How could someone be able to finish reading hundreds of obscure research books in just a few hours or less? Even if it was a single glance, then it couldn't be that fast, right?
However, not only did Qin Guang finish reading them, but he also read them very meticulously, and had a transcendent understanding of the contents of the books.
Appeal.
Qin Guang let out a long breath and saw the already vacant bookshelf, which made him stop with great interest. Rushing towards the bookshelf, he muttered to himself, there is still 1 minute left for the effect of the overwhelming potion. It's just as well, the books are finished, so we can take a look at the 2 subject interpretations in the mall. Without wasting a single minute, he directly opened the system mall. He quickly found 2 topics in the mall: the unsolved mysteries of humanity, the alignment of genes, and extraction and replacement of defective genes. Below it was labeled with the technology points required for redemption. For each topic, 300 technology points were required. The 3,000 technology points sent by the system before was still rich, so Qin Guang scanned it twice and directly chose to redeem it.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the topic. It has been issued to the mailbox. Please pay attention to check. Finding the redeemed subject interpretation in the mailbox, he copied the 2 subjects onto the whiteboard respectively. Qin Guang looked down at the time. The enhancement potion still had the last 4 minutes left. It was still not too late. In less than a minute, Qin Guang utilized the Overwatch potion to memorize all the interpretations of the 2 topics. Then he used another 3 minutes to write down what he had memorized word for word on the whiteboard. The silence in the large office could be heard as a pin, only the sound of the pen tip falling on the whiteboard bristled. When the last word fell, the time was just right, and the effect of the enhancement potion disappeared instantly. Without the enhancement potion's boost, Qin Guang finally felt a hint of fatigue and sat his butt down on the chair. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and was about to raise his head to look at the whiteboard. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Then, Fan Jun pushed the door and walked in.
Seeing Fan Jun, Qin Guang was slightly surprised and immediately got up and asked, has the person been invited back?
Seeing Qin Guang in this manner, a trace of indescribable embarrassment appeared on Fan Jun's face.
He was just about to open his mouth to explain. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lao had already walked in with a group of experts and professors. Seeing that Zhang Lao had come, Qin Guang was stunned, looking at Fan Jun and then at Zhang Lao, confused, not understanding how these old-timers suddenly came in a group. Seems to read the doubts in the eyes of Qin Guang, Zhang Lao smilingly explained, Xiao Qin, do not be surprised, these old guys are curious about what you are researching, so they came together. After saying that, Zhang Lao raised his head and glanced at the whiteboard behind Qin Guang, and saw that it was filled with all sorts of graphical formulas. Old Zhang froze, a hint of bewilderment appearing in his eyes. What was written on this? Why can't I understand any of it? Not only was Zhang Lao baffled, the group of experts and professors following Zhang Lao were also filled with confusion.
Originally, on the way here, they thought that even if Qin Guang was studying something, they would still be able to understand at least 1 or 2 things. But after arriving at the place, they realized that it was they who thought it was too simple. The words on the whiteboard were separated individually, and they knew each and every one of them. But a group together, that really is 2 eyes, can only grasp the blind. A few people looked at each other for a while, all saw a trace of embarrassment in each other's eyes. Zhang Lao froze for a while, coughed lightly and withdrew his gaze. Rushed to Qin Guang said in a serious tone, Xiao Qin, originally I do not want to interfere in your research direction, but you also know. Our country's research in the field of chips has always had a short board. You want to take care of 2 studies at the same time, you again have the willpower, but the energy is also limited. I mean, you can first specialize in superconducting chips, and when the drawings have successfully landed, then you can do other research.
Saying press, Elder Zhang couldn't help but scan the content on the whiteboard again.
Seeing the 2 topics on it, even if his face didn't show it, his heart was already shaken beyond words. For a scientific researcher, to have 1 achievement in their lifetime was already enough to pride themselves in the field of scientific research, but what about Qin Guang? Not only had he developed controlled nuclear fusion, he had even personally drawn 1/10 of the design of the superconducting chip, and even more critically, he was now even researching biomedicine at the same time as drawing the design of the superconducting chip. The 3 research projects are all standing at the peak of human science and technology, which can be described as a mountain to look up to, so that people only dare to look at the back of it. However, the more so, Zhang Lao more to oppose him to continue to distracted research. Qin Guang body halo although enough, but after all, is still too young. As the old saying goes, you can't chew too much, whether it's superconducting chips or biomedicine. If you want to fully penetrate it, it's very much within the reach of a human being. Both hands must be grasped. Once this scale is unbalanced, then it is very likely that neither end will be grasped. He had come this time to personally tell Qin Guang this simple truth. However, in the face of Zhang Lao's earnest persuasion, the expression on Qin Guang's face was very calm. He looked at the group of scientific research seniors led by Old Man Zhang and slowly said, "Old Man Zhang, don't worry, I'm doing 2 researches at the same time, and it won't delay the progress of the superconducting chip." Here, he reached out and pointed to the curtain on one side, explaining, "Besides, I have already drawn the design drawings for the superconductor chip. The remaining 8 copies are all here." After saying that, Qin Guang directly pulled open the curtain. The superconducting chip design, which was pieced together by 8 square drawings, was completely presented in front of everyone's eyes. On the drawings, thousands of macro unit modules, completely divided according to the gold standard, were neatly and orderly arranged on the circuit area. Even the intricate circuits had been carefully standardized to form an independent whole. Hundreds of components are connected together to form a phase shift oscillator, which in turn is embedded in a larger integrated circuit. The subtlety of its design and its arrangement was so far ahead of its time that it had completely exceeded the cognizance of Zhang Lao and the other group of old experts. Chapter 63, Complete Design Drawings. Dead silence. The large office was as quiet as a pin. Even the sound of everyone's heartbeat became incomparably shrill. Everyone was dumbfounded, and after half a second, Zhang Lao slowly stepped forward, tremblingly stretched out his hand, and stared incredulously straight into his eyes. It was really drawn. The moment his fingers touched the drawing, his entire body was like a lightning strike, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt. That's right. This real touch was the drawing of the superconducting chip. The details on the drawings were extremely detailed, and every cover, including the non-magnetic screws that fixed the holes, were absolutely precise. Even calibrated to the decimal point. But such a tedious and tight project was simply not something a person could accomplish alone in a short period of time. How on earth did Qin Guang do it? "Old Zhang, are you all still satisfied with the current drawings?" Qin Guang looked at the expressions of Zhang Lao's group and asked with a calm face. "Satisfied. Too satisfied." Without waiting for old Zhang to open his mouth, someone immediately nodded their head with 2 glowing eyes and said, only to see their gazes fixed on the superconducting chip drawings, revealing an unmistakable look of excitement. "Incredible, simply incredible. We have been researching the new chip technology day in and day out, thinking hard in the lab, but how can we not think of a design program? We thought we would not be able to accomplish this feat in our lifetimes, but we didn't expect to see the complete drawings here. I never thought I'd be able to accomplish this feat in my lifetime, but I've seen the complete drawings here. Once completed according to the drawings above, whether it is for China or the world, it will be a great success." When the crowd heard these words, they couldn't help but tremble with excitement and nodded their heads vigorously. "That's right. All of us old farts are half buried in the earth, but I never thought that at this age, we would actually be able to witness history once again. This is definitely the greatest miracle in the history of the world." Hearing the excited murmurs of a group of old fellows, Old Man Zhang looked at the end of his lifelong research, and his aged body trembled uncontrollably. He raised his hand and rubbed his aged cheeks, suddenly bursting into old tears. While unable to hide his tears, he excitedly kept chanting, "This is it, this is it. This is the superconducting chip that stands at the apex of the world's technology." Old Zhang had waited for this day for too long. From the beginning of joining the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he had devoted half of his life's passion to the research of chip technology, and with a passionate heart, he had thought that he would be able to lead China's chip technology to a new peak. However, with the full rise of the beautiful country chip technology, this is the motherland needs him the most, but found that the research into the bottleneck, China's chip, is difficult to make a breakthrough. In this situation, the face of beautiful country at any time will launch a blockade siege, is undoubtedly a heavy hammer hit him hard in the heart. Had no choice but to support the old body, with a group of equally reluctant old man, day and night research chip technology, but manpower is exhausted, time and time again, trial and error, a night to stay up all night, in exchange for only over and over again, a heavy blow. Loss, unwillingness, helplessness, despair. All kinds of negative emotions are tormenting this 70-year-old man all the time. Now, with the appearance of the superconducting chip drawings, he finally saw the sunlight shining through the haze. This sunshine is the hope of China. It was the hope of China, and also his lifelong expectation. Zhang Lao reached out and wiped away the tears on his face. He turned to look at Qin Guang and said with a sincere expression, "Xiao Qin, on behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, on behalf of these old fellows, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." After saying that, Zhang Lao bowed deeply. A group of old experts and scholars following behind Zhang Lao also collected the expression on their faces, solemnly bowed at Qin Guang. Qin Guang took a step back and looked at Zhang Lao and a group of old experts who had devoted half of their lives to the development of China's science and technology, and said solemnly,
Zhang Lao, you are the scientist I respect. If not for your contribution, there would not be today's China. It should be me on behalf of the future generation of scientists, for you, for the thousands of Chinese scientists who have silently paid a bow. Good, good. Zhang Lao looked at Qin Guang and said 3 good words heavily. Xiao Qin. You can be born in the country of China, is the country of China's fortune. After saying that, Zhang Lao collected the expression on his face, his eyes again cast to the superconducting chip design drawings, carefully asked, Xiao Qin, we came over this time to go in a hurry, many aspects are not prepared, this complete design drawings, can I bring back to the Kyoto Research Institute? Of course. Qin Guang nodded without hesitation. Good, great. Seeing Qin Guang nodded his head yes, Zhang old man excitedly looked to a group of old buddies behind him. Fast design drawings down, immediately contact the security department of Showdown, send a special aircraft to escort us back to the Institute of China. To be able to return to the matters agreed upon, Zhang Lao simply do not have half a moment to stay meaning, take the drawings, directly leave. At this time, he had only one thought in mind, immediately use all resources into the research, now all the difficulties have been resolved, we must make the drawings into a real reality. Followed by a group of deans full of honor, also followed in a hurry, face hung hard to hide the eager anticipation, cannot wait to go to witness this historical moment. Fan Jun, who had been silent in the crowd, looked at Zhang Lao and the others who came and left in a panic, looked at Qin Guang, and then looked at the direction that Zhang Lao and the others had left, and froze, which was also too unkind. He said he would help find someone. Just like this left? Qin Guang suddenly remembered something, looked up to Fan Jun, surprised, said, right, Zhang Lao they left, have you told them to help contact Dr. Li, to academician? I don't think so. Fan Jun, a burst of sweat, slightly embarrassed, said, Mr. Qin, you first wait a moment, I now immediately go to contact. A remote island. A middle-aged man in a sterile suit stared intently at the current computer screen, looking at the presented DNA floor plan, his brows furrowed. Still unable to automatically identify genetic defects? At this time, the cell phone placed on the table suddenly rang, and the middle-aged froze for a moment, frowning as he picked up the phone. The phone was connected, and Fan Jun's polite voice came from inside. Hello Dr. Li, this is Fan Jun from the security department, it's like this. Good, I'll be right over. The moment he heard the word Qin Guang, his expression immediately became excited, and without saying a word, he directly terminated the experiment and booked the fastest ticket back to China. On the other side, Academician 2 also received a call from Fan Jun and learned that it was Qin Guang who personally invited him. Her expression immediately became reverent. The first time she put down the hands of the experiment, turned her head to look at the side of the assistant, excitedly commanded, fast, you immediately arrange for people to send me, I now immediately want to go to see Xiao Qin. How does principal's office? Principal Li Jianming was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. In his heart, he was sometimes excited and sometimes a little terrified. What exactly did little Qin invite me to do? When he thought that Qin Guang had also invited Dr. Li and Academician 2, who were renowned in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, his heart couldn't help but fluster. With his status, how could he possibly be compared to Dr. Li and Academician 2? Although he didn't know what exactly Qin Guang was going to do, after deliberating for half a second, Li Jianming still gritted his teeth. Forget it, it's better to go over there first and then ask. Chapter 64 Treason. Dr. Li, Academician 2, and President How to rush to the research base separately. Meanwhile, the pretty countryside. Old Man Base 3-hour conference also drew to a close. Looking at the reporters leaving one after another, Mr. Bay's face became more and more gloomy. From the beginning of the conference to now, a full 3 hours, but he did not receive any response or news about the execution of the Chinese scientist. Bai Lao turned his head to the secretary Pierre, face ugly low roar, why so long has not been any news? What the hell is Coulson doing? You immediately go to contact Coulson, let him come to the office to see me. After saying that, Bai Lao left the conference quickly with a sullen face. He now desperately wanted to know the news of that Chinese scientist, and only by confirming his death would the phrase make pretty country great forever not become a slogan, but a reality. Along the aisle leading to the chief executive's office, I don't know why, but I always felt an inexplicable panic in my heart. Damn it! Worriedly came to the office door, Bai Lao pushed open the door, gritted his teeth and said, if this mission fails, I must let Coulson this stupid. As a result, he suddenly froze before finishing his sentence. Only to see that Coulson was standing in the office, and next to him, there stood CAA's director Ilif. As well as 2 CIA agents who were not declared to be in the chief director's office. Not waiting for Bai Lao to figure out what was going on. The chief's chair suddenly turned around, and a short-haired, red-skirted woman with a red wine glass, legs folded, sat in the chair with a smile. This woman was none other than the pretty country's female deputy chief, Harry, who had been standing behind the curtain. Noticing the smile on Harry's face and looking at Coulson and Ilif, a flash of anger swept through Bai Lao's eyes and immediately understood what was going on. He stared viciously at Coulson and Ilif, gritting his teeth and angrily rebuking, you two shameless traitors, what do you want now? Want to join forces with this woman to betray me? Elder worship, don't get agitated first, this is not good for your health.
Coulson took a deep breath and looked at old man worship with a complex expression. Just like what you see now, we have fallen back to Chief Harry.
Stupid. Beilau's mind completely exploded. What benefit can you bring by betraying me? I'm the chief now, what can this crazy woman give you guys?
Coulson's security department and ILF CIA held 90 secrets of the White House, and their defection was an absolutely fatal reversal for Bailau, who was still in the position of chief. Coulson looked at Harry, who was sitting in the position of chief, and saw that her expression was always a picture of calmness, and invariably relaxed a lot. In fact, they also did not want to fall to Harry, but according to the internal information they had received, the votes for the next chief election would definitely fall to Harry. In today's world, whoever grasps science and technology holds the right to speak in the international arena. Harry is in control of the most powerful scientific team in the beautiful country, and even in the world.
What does this represent?
On behalf of the beautiful country's dominant position, the same is also the next chief of the general election votes. With the rise of China's science and technology, Beilau's voice can be said to have hit rock bottom, although he tried to confuse the public with a lie, but a lie is a lie. The day it is punctured, Beilau's end will definitely usher in the public's backlash, and even disgust.
And what about Harry?
Inside this scientific team of hers, there is not only Ian Wilmot, the father of sheep cloning, but also Sergio Canavero, who had once planned a head-swapping operation but never got his wish to conduct the experiment. And just this month, the first batch of experimental biochemicals also appeared in the experimental base. Coulson and CAA Director Relief both witnessed this great feat with their own eyes, and only by seeing it with their own eyes would they realize how incredible this experiment really is.
These biochemicals that walked out from the experimental base were divided into two categories.
One was the W2 type regenerative biochemicals that retained their original abilities and unconditionally obeyed orders. Among them was W.L. Johnson, who was the first to discover human genes in the early 20th century. There was also the father of modern physics, Albert Einstein, who wouldn't be long in coming.
And then there is the W48 specialized biochemist. This is also a great achievement that came about by accident. The biochemist was born unable to adapt to the germs of today's age. For example, after the father of the AR series of rifles, Eugene M. Stoner, was revived, the bacteria entered his lungs, causing redness, swelling and ulcers all over his body. To ensure his survival, the research team modified his entire body.
Under the premise of only needing to administer nutrient fluids every day, they directly took out all of the intestines and stomach, leaving only the vocal cords and esophagus, and modified the lungs to turn them into an artificial silicon oxygen delivery pump. In this way, the entire person's chest and stomach were hollowed out, so that his body could be made into a real humanoid weapon.
At the same time, all of his bones were completely replaced with titanium alloy.
This kind of special biochemical man, one person is comparable to an armored unit. There was no need to eat or drink, and he could even go for a period of time without breathing, while his body resisted pressure up to 200,000 megapascals of pressure.
If such news were to be spread out, what kind of international shock would be set off? How great would Harry's prestige be?
These were all things that the current elder worship could not see. Thinking of this, Coulson suddenly sympathized a little with old man Bay, who had been kept in the dark, and seemed to have had a premonition of his miserable old age. The appearance of the W48 type special biochemical man was destined to change the pattern of the world, and it was enough to make the chief heads of all countries terrified.
This kind of biochemical human was simply the world's unrivaled killing weapon.
No matter how developed your air defense system is, in the face of this kind of big killer, it's just a bunch of scrapped machines.
Your air defense?
It can completely raid from the land route.
You strictly checked the land road? It can even cross the Atlantic Ocean just by itself.
Although at present, only one W48 type special robot had appeared in the laboratory, and it had also been sent to China by Harry, going forward to collect the cell samples of Qin Guang, the genius scientist of China. But such a big killer, as long as it existed, it was a deterrent. Most importantly, the biochemicals were absolutely loyal and reliable. In front of such absolute strength, even the little cutie also knew what to choose.
Chapter 65, A Shocking Plan. Stupid. Damn fools.
Old man Bay stared at the two men in anger and cursed at them without any regard for their image. Do you really think that you can force me to step down like this? Let me tell you, I am still the chief executive now, and the chief executive's order I signed is still valid. Your behavior now is treason. I will let you die miserably in prison for the rest of your lives. Beilao looked furiously at Harry, who was sitting at the head of the general head, and was about to lash out. However, without waiting for his words of reprimand to leave his mouth, the two CIA agents had already taken the first step. With great speed, they pounced on Elder Bay, directly twisted his arm, and pressed him onto the desk. Get lost, you filthy stinkers. Beilao gritted his teeth and cursed while desperately struggling. I am the chief of the pretty country. You guys are treasonous. I will definitely kill you and make you repent before God. Looking at the non-stop struggling elder worship, a touch of teasing appeared in Harry's expression as she came over her head. Elder worship, I advise you not to make a fearless struggle. You see, so much time has passed, how is it that not a single person has come to you, the high and mighty chief, instead allowing me to deal with you here? Old man worship sniffed and suddenly calmed down. That's right. The security of the chief head's office was rotated 24 hours a day, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as airtight. But now, with such a big commotion coming from the office, why didn't anyone notice it? After thinking about it, goosebumps instantly rose all over his body. He raised his head in shock and stared at the smiling Harry. Harry smiled and elegantly put down his red wine glass. Worship old man, right now, except for us, I'm afraid no one can think that you will be here. What the hell are you talking about? Beilao gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, my chief term is still pending. If I die in my office, none of you will be able to escape. Coulson, give me the computer. Coulson, give me the computer. Coulson respectfully handed the laptop to Harry. Harry took the computer from Coulson's hand, lifted the screen, pressed the play button facing the old man of worship, and laughed in a sneering voice, Old man of worship, I think you must be very strange now, right? Why don't you take a look at the real-time monitoring screen outside first? Seeing Harry's smug expression, old man worship turned his gaze to the computer screen. In the next second, Beilao's pupils tightened, as if he had seen a ghost, staring at the screen, and his heart even set off shock waves. At this moment, the streets of the pretty country. A kindly old man in a suit is turning his back to the camera, facing thousands of people to give an impassioned speech. Today, I am delivering this speech on the streets, not for show. I will lead our great pretty country to trample China underfoot. Not just technologically and scientifically, but from all aspects, a total blockade of the country of China. Boom! The thousands of people at the scene were ignited by these domineering words, and all of a sudden chanted in unison. Pretty country will always be great. Pretty country will always be great. At that moment, the camera slowly turned to the front, and the old man in the suit looked at the already excited crowd, waving his hand with an exuberant expression. That expression, that state of immersion, all undoubtedly proved that he was a living, breathing human being. But his face. How could it be? What the hell did you do? Why would someone exactly like me appear on the streets? Beilao stared dead at the face that was exactly the same as his own, and without any flaws, and deep inside, helpless fear finally rose. He began to struggle desperately. Harry, you madman, let go of me, I order you to let go of me. Due to the disparity in strength, coupled with the fact that Beilao was old, facing the two agents who were like strong men, even if he struggled desperately, he behaved as funny as a clown. Harry seemed to be very satisfied with Beilao's expression at this moment. She laughed with a smug sneer and looked at Beilao and said, Beilao, it's already too late to resist now. Do you know how long I have prepared for today? I have been sitting in the position of deputy chief for 3 terms, and I have always been in charge of the medical aspect, and I had thought that as long as I could lead the medical system, conquer some genetic defects, cancers, and other illnesses, and figure out a way to benefit the people of our beautiful country, I would be able to get the votes to become the chief. Harry said here, I suddenly through the excitement of the light, she looked at the worship of the old, triumphantly continued, but slowly, I think the gene is too vast and too profound. I began to want to let my scientific research team in this field of in-depth research, to see if there is no possibility to carry on the scientific progress of eternal life and so on. The results of one experiment after another showed that, at this stage of science and technology, it is impossible to have the possibility of immortality, and it is also impossible to really bring the dead back to life. So, we will research direction biased towards genetic cloning. With the depth of research, our research finally had a major breakthrough, not only limited to human cloning, but turned to a more complex, more profound biochemical human research. As long as I am given a cell, I can bring him back to life. This person will take his abilities and thoughts with him, undergo genetic modification, and be loyal to me forever. Harry, who had been hibernating in the White House for many years, finally revealed her ambition with reckless abandon at this time. As she spoke, she picked up her red wine glass and took a shallow sip, then, pouring half a cup of expensive red wine onto Old Man Bay's face, she recklessly insulted the high and mighty chief. She licked her red lips and said with a playful expression, I hope you can listen to me carefully, because this is just the beginning. As the number of strong people under me grows, so will the progress made by my team. The position of chief that you think you have? To me, it is nothing more than a puppet to fool the people. You. Bailao's voice trembled, and after half a day of you couldn't say anything, your face was white as a sheet, and you had completely forgotten to struggle. See another you appear in front of the people, very shocked, right? Beilao he stiffly raised his head, looking at the smiling Harry, a deep fear surfaced in his eyes. Fear? Harry put down the wineglass, grinned, now on the fear is still a little early, shocked is still behind it, you will soon know. The words fell, Harry suddenly loosened the red wine cup in his hand. Clang lang. The light and crisp wineglass shattered in response. The smile on her face also gradually turned into a sinister one. Raising her eyes to the two agents, she said icily, follow the plan, as long as you are obedient, I guarantee that you will get what you think of. Chief Harry, don't worry, we will definitely keep this secret. The two CIA agents saw Harry's eyes, their hearts trembled, and immediately guaranteed a sentence. After saying that, they directly covered Old Man Bay's mouth and dragged him to the secret passageway next to the chief's office.
Harry narrowed his eyes as he looked at the direction Bei Lao left. This passageway had been built for 4 years. Almost all the passages inside the White House had been strung together for today. Her plan was to replace all the people in important positions with biochemicals that were loyal to her. To control Pretty Country forever. Chapter 66, Unconditional Support. Watching with his own eyes as the high and mighty chief of the beautiful country was taken into the secret tunnel without any human rights, Harry glanced at the shattered red wineglass and raised his eyes to look at Bei Lao again, revealing a cold smile of pity. This secret laboratory hidden underneath the White House had taken 4 years to build, and was considered to be the most hidden prison area in the world, and once Bei Lao was inside, there would be no such person in the world ever again. Letting out a cold laugh, Harry turned around and dialed a phone. At the same time, on the computer broadcast next to him, the puppet Bailai turned away from the microphone, turning his back to the people and answering the phone. Inside came Harry's commanding tone. "The plan is going well. From today onwards, you are the chief head of Pretty Country. Let's witness the greatness of Pretty Country together." A smile appeared on Bailite's face. "Yes, Ms. Harry, I will start the next step of the plan as you commanded." After saying that, Bailite directly hung up the phone, not even bothering with the still exuberant people behind him, and went straight to the helicopter. Rumble. The helicopter's propeller began to rotate rapidly. In the people's surprised looks, pulled up the fuselage, and flew towards the direction of the Pentagon. Bai Lao, gone? After staring for a moment, the people there suddenly realized something, and the crowd suddenly ignited. Everyone was in a frenzy of excitement, chanting, "Look, Baymax is on the move." That's right, what Elder Bay just said about a total lockdown was true. He definitely went ahead and implemented the plan. The Pretty Country will always be great. 15 minutes later. As expected by the people, Baylite's special helicopter landed at the Pentagon. The Pentagon was Pretty Country's defense office building, the seat of Pretty Country's highest military command organ. At the same time, it was also the center of Pretty Country's war power deployment, and due to the special nature of its existence, it was also known as a synonym for Pretty Country's military authority in the civilian world. Baylite just got down from the helicopter, raised his eyes and saw the 28th Minister of War of the Pretty Country, Christopher Miller. Christopher Miller stood at the door in a military uniform, and when he saw the chief's sudden visit, he was obviously a bit surprised. To know, usually the chief is rarely personally visit the Pentagon, only in the country into the state of war, the chief will be personally deployed war plan. But today, Worshipful not only came before a greeting without playing, this has really let a person feel some unthinkable. Christopher Miller is trying to go forward to ask why Bei Lao suddenly visited. "I did not expect people have not yet arrived in front of the body." See Bei Lao with people, walked straight into the Pentagon. Bei Lao seems to be completely unaware of the door and the stunned Christopher Miller. He quickly walked into the Pentagon, along the corridor all the way forward. The purpose is clear to the door of the general meeting room. Bang! In the next second, directly pushed open the conference room door. At this moment, there were quite a few officers from the War Ministry sitting in the general conference room, seemingly discussing the next step of the military plan. However, without waiting for the meeting to end, a tremor could be heard. The moment they saw Elder Worship appear, they were all astonished between their expressions. Elder Worship? Without a word, Old Man Bay came to the first place and swept a glance at the officers of the War Ministry present. A resolute gaze appeared in his eyes, and he said bluntly, "Gentlemen, my sudden visit today has only one thing in mind. From today onwards, I want all the countries around China that we control to all turn their guns on China." Wow! As soon as these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone was as if they had seen a ghost in the middle of the day, staring dumbfoundedly straight into their eyes. No one had expected that Old Man Bay's sudden visit today was actually for the purpose of giving a full-scale order against China. Before this, although Bei Lao also regarded China as one of the biggest threats, but more show only economic and armament confrontation, but never so crazy. You know, ever since the last century, the beautiful country has never provoked a head-on conflict with any nuclear-armed country. Their policy has always been to sit back and watch the tigers fight, and enjoy the benefits of fishing. What's more, nowadays, the beautiful country has just dragged the bear country into the muck through the Wuban. In order to support the Wuban, the beautiful country even spared no effort to launch all kinds of economic sanctions, and at the same time drove the armament power of the whole West to support the battlefield together. Seeing that the war is getting more and more anxious, now, the beautiful country suddenly turned the gun, wanted comprehensively against China, began a two-front war. Could it be that Bei Lao really wants to start another world war? Christopher Miller also heard these words from Bei Lao, and he stared at Bei Lao with a determined gaze, his brows tightly locked. The Bei Lao in front of him made him think of that crazy mustache guy in the last century, leading the nation's military power in a vain attempt to sweep the globe, but because of the two-front war, he was defeated. Thinking of the miserable scene after the defeat, even Christopher Miller, who was the Minister of War, could not help but palpitate. His brow wrinkled even tighter, and he couldn't help but step forward and speak out to persuade, "Mr. Baylites, I think it's still too early to start a full-scale war against China.
China is a superpower. Not only do they have the world's most powerful population and resources, but they are also the world's largest economy. Hastily provoking a war against China will most likely drag down the pretty country's economy. I think we should stick to our previous plan for now, and just maintain a competitive relationship with China. Words here, seemingly worried about not being able to persuade Bai Lao, Christopher Miller thought for a moment and added, besides, such a risky plan, the Congress and the Supreme Law will not agree to it. Baylight sniffed and looked at him coldly. Do you think, without the support of Congress and the Supreme Court, I would come to the Pentagon to give such an order? Christopher Miller was stunned, incredulously looking at Bai Lao, and a cold sweat broke out between his forehead.
What the hell is going on here? Have they all gone crazy? The Congress and the Supreme Court didn't even try to stop such a big deal? Waging war against a nuclear-armed superpower? Do they really want to start another world war? Just as Christopher Miller was puzzled, the personal phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was actually a call from the Supreme Court's John Roots Jr. As soon as the phone was connected, John Roots Jr. seemed to have guessed that Baylight alone couldn't get the Pentagon to carry out such an order, and so, on the other end of the phone, said with a clear attitude, Secretary Christopher Miller, I hope you can follow the Chief's wishes, and no matter how the Chief deploys it next, the Federal Supreme Court will support it unconditionally. Chapter 67 Threats. Christopher Miller's brow furrowed. Little John Roots was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Law of the Federation, and for him to make this call, he completely represented the attitude of the Supreme Law. With the support of the Supreme Law, even if he was very resistant to Elder Bay's decision, he could only go so far to implement it. Mr. John, please forgive me, have you considered what the pretty kingdom will face once this decision is made? Although he knew that things were already difficult to reverse, Christopher Miller couldn't help but remind him. The man on the phone, Mr. John Roots Jr. Roots, had no intention of explaining, and coldly responded, Minister Christopher Miller, you only need to follow the Chief Executive's wishes, and I will explain it to you alone. Duh! After saying that, John B. Roots Jr. Roots directly hung up the phone. Christopher Miller looked at the hung-up phone, his expression choked, and after a few seconds of being stunned, he raised his head with a mixed mind. Narrowing his eyes, he looked towards Old Man Bay, noticing the strange light flickering in Old Man Bay's eyes, and suddenly had an illusion in his heart. This chief head in front of him seemed to be different from what he had seen in the past already. Exactly where it was different, he couldn't say. At the same time, Federal Supreme Court, Chief Justice's office. Little John Roots looked at Harry, who was sitting in front of him. His face was tense, his forehead was sweating coldly, his face was filled with fear, and he didn't dare to say a word more. Only to see that the two agents behind Harry had already pulled out their guns and aimed them at his head. Looking at this demeanor, they could take his life at any time. Harry, I have done what you said, you can now ask your men to put down their guns. Little John Roots said in a panicked state, do you know that by doing this, you have already broken the promise you made when you succeeded as the deputy chief? You brought people to threaten the Chief Justice of the Federal Supreme Court. This kind of behavior is a complete and utter betrayal, is a betrayal of the beautiful country's behavior. If others know, you certainly will not have a good end. I don't understand why you're doing this. Are you threatening me? Harry looked at him and suddenly grinned, contempt in his expression. It seemed that the person sitting across from her wasn't even the Chief Justice of the Federal Supreme Court, but a pig or sheep that could be slaughtered at any time. John, you are too naive. No one will know that I betrayed the pretty country, including you. Ha! Little John Roots stared straight into his eyes, seemingly guessing what was going on. A touch of fear surfaced between his expressions, and his body unconsciously leaned back. What do you want to do? Of course, is to let you keep this secret forever. After saying that, Harry raised his hand and took out his cell phone, dialed the phone, and directly in front of Little John Roots, bluntly asked, Mr. Johansson, tell me, how much is Little John Roots' progress of the biochemicals still short? White House Underground Secret Biochemical Laboratory. In the spacious laboratory, a variety of instruments and petri dishes are placed. Most of the instruments were labeled with warning labels of biochemical danger. It was completely an experimental warehouse where biochemical weapons were piled up. Dim yellow lamps hung from the ceiling, and everywhere was filled with a sense of eeriness, making it particularly depressing to be in. Dozens of men in white coats were gathering together. Some were responsible for recording, some were responsible for observing, and some were videotaping. Only to see these people in front of a transparent glass display case. Inside the display case squatted a horrific white-haired monkey, with eyes like edema, scarlet and bulging, and blood-drenched scratches all over its body. Release Agent X and observe the monkey's reaction. Okay. As the order was given, a layer of green gas suddenly covered the display case. Seemingly sensing the danger, the monkey's mood suddenly became anxious, constantly tearing at the fur on its body and emitting gibbering cries of agony from its mouth. Carrick. A dozen seconds later, a monkey face with a horrifying face slammed into the glass. Grimacing, it acted unusually manic, tearing and screaming madly, desperately clawing at the glass with its claws. Waiting for a few more seconds, the white-haired monkey's eyeballs have been completely bulging, body skin inch by inch decay, hissing and desperately hit the glass, until the clean mirror is covered with mottled blood.
It looks like the monkeys can't exactly act as carriers of the virus. Maybe we can try putting the virus on rats in the gutter. A man cold-bloodedly looked at the blood-covered corpse, frowned and opened his mouth to analyze.
Ding bell. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang.
The man who spoke took out his cell phone to check it, and the moment he saw the number, the cold blood on his face was instantly replaced by respect. He picked up the phone and immediately turned around to report, "Miss Harry, at present, the data of little John Roots is normal. The data of little John Roots is normal. The progress has evolved to 92%. At most 2 days, the replica of little John's biochemical man will be ready to be released."
Federal Supreme Court, Chief Justice's Office.
Little John Roots. When Roots heard Harry's words, an inexplicable uneasiness arose in his heart.
He stared at Harry and asked with a trembling voice, "Harry, what are you trying to do? What biochemical man? What are you talking about?"
Harry had absolutely no intention of explaining. She stood up, came to the agents, and directly took an agent's gun.
Aiming at John Roots Jr.'s head, she pulled the trigger. Roots' head and pulled the trigger. Poof!
The sound of a gunshot with a silencer rang out in the office. The Chief Justice of the Federal Supreme Court, without even being able to figure out what the hell was going on, was already dead in his seat with a bullet piercing through his skull. After executing the Chief Justice of the Federation, Harry just came to the corpse and looked down from above. In a cold voice, he said, "How can a bunch of idiots understand what I really think? Only I have the ability to make the pretty country great again." Harry glanced at the corpse, threw the gun to the agents, and commanded in a loud voice, "Don't let anyone enter this office for 2 days."
The two agents looked solemn. Yes. That evening, an international flight Boeing airliner slowly landed in S City, China.
An unobtrusive and beautiful countryman, carrying a black case, came down from the ladder with the crowd. The man was dressed very old school, wearing a trench coat, wearing black sunglasses, just like a picture of the last century beautiful country gangster dress, at this time appeared in the airport, as if behind an era.
Beautiful countryman quickly stepped out of the airport, then, took out his cell phone, dialed a phone.
Said in an icy tone, "Coulson, send me the positioning of the last 5 agents on your hands. I will personally bring back the cell samples." When the words came here, he suddenly thought of something, paused, and added, "By the way, help Miss Harry finish that thing." Chapter 68, Total Lockdown.
Early the next morning, the state of China.
Near the Chinese Academy of Sciences, just before dawn, the relevant units have already blocked the streets tightly, and under the command of hundreds of traffic police, for the people in the nearby neighborhoods, to open up a new diversion channel. With the Chinese Academy of Sciences as the center, within a radius of 5 kilometers, thousands of agents of the Ministry of Security have been on standby. The sharpshooters from the special forces have occupied almost all the surrounding high points. Observers and snipers were solemn, nervously scanning the locations where danger might occur at any time. A few Chinese journalists, carrying their equipment, are negotiating with the traffic police.
"What are you doing?" "We're reporters. We're going to cover the Chinese Academy of Sciences today. Who's going to cover it if you stop us here?"
"That's right, don't you see the press cards on us?" In the face of the fierce news reporter, a few traffic police did not have the meaning to let go, coldly said, "I'm sorry, we received the order is that all people are prohibited from passing, and the reporter cannot."
"I say you have no brains at all?"
A person immediately showed displeasure, "Just want a voice reprimand." At this time, beside a person suddenly noticed what, face suddenly changed, busy to pull forward, taboo reminded a sentence, "Forget it, today will not be interviewed." Speaking of that person heard a surprise, just wanted to open his mouth, coldly glimpsed a jeep, sitting in a few masked black armed masks of the special forces, the eyes turned in the direction of where they are, only then hurried to stop talking. A group of people silent car left. No one knows why the Chinese Academy of Sciences suddenly blockade, but just look at this battle, vaguely guess that it must be a big deal. Traffic police, armed police, special forces, security department, military intelligence, almost all the city defense of the military and police forces, are concentrated in the vicinity of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Right now the scale, compared to the last time the results of controlled nuclear fusion research out, but also larger. 15 minutes later, 5 black-red flag sedans, respectively from various streets, converged on the main road, formed a line, and quickly drove into the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The traffic police standing by the roadside, gazing at the red flag sedans, stood in awe and raised their hands in salute. Through the car window, the silhouette of the person in the red flag car gradually appeared, just like the head of state of China. The reason why he personally came to the Chinese Academy of Sciences this time, in addition to coming to check the experimental results of the superconducting chip, the second reason was to counterattack on the 3-hour press conference of the pretty country, as well as the words that Bay Lights had said as he walked down the street. He wants to represent the whole of China, tell the beautiful country, today's China, has long been not 100 years ago China. If any foreign enemies dare to come to the offense, will be met with a head-on attack. The red flag sedan parked in the special parking space of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The head of state pushed open the door, holding a special flat plate in his hand, frowning tightly as he came down from the car. Upon closer inspection, the tablet was still playing a video of Baylight during his speech on the street. Baylight's tone was full of arrogance, and even just listening to one of the sentences at random was enough to shock people. Regarding China's claim to be able to develop a superconducting chip, I no longer have the patience to play along with them. They are like a toddler, stubbornly trying to run like an adult. Since China has already claimed to use its own superconducting chip to break our beautiful country's superchip and solve the so-called beautiful country's technological blockade, let's wait and see if they are looking for self-congratulation or not. Of course, in order to express my dissatisfaction with China's obtuse thinking, here, I decided to add one more bargaining chip, which is the total blockade of China. If they fail to develop a superconducting chip and use this public opinion propaganda to tease the world, they will have to pay for it, and I will order a complete blockade of China. Listen carefully, it is a total blockade, not only limited to technology blockade, all you can think of energy, import and export trade, chips are included. In the video, Baylights looked at the exuberant people under the stage with a smile on his face. The scene cheers resounded unceasingly. Some people stood on the roof of the car, waving the hands of the pretty country flag, some people naked, grimacing, shouting the declaration of the pretty country will always be great. Looking around, the crowd was crowded, a cacophony of noise. Looking at the people's violent reaction, Baylight's satisfied smile, waved his hand and said, of course, if they really can develop superconducting chips, I will personally talk to the head of state of China, put forward the conditions of our beautiful country. Seeing this, the head of state pressed the pause button and handed the tablet in his hand to the secretary following him. Head of state? Are you all right? The secretary took the tablet and gave the head of state a somewhat nervous look. The head of state didn't say a word, but the iron color of his face seemed to have warned of the anger within him. Obviously, pretty country had made this internationally shocking statement at such a time, and it was as if it had already charted its own course. Today's China, the economy is growing steadily, the people also batch poverty, even the silence of dozens of hundreds of years of China's science and technology, now under the leadership of the small Qin, also has the momentum of takeoff. Controlled nuclear fusion, in addition to China, the world has no one else. The development of superconducting chips is even at the world's technological cutting edge, and no one can replicate it. Now, the beautiful country is trying to use this matter to completely break China's neck. They are completely delusional. After the fermentation of international public opinion, China and pretty country are already in the open. If the two countries were just a science and technology competition before, it has now risen to the point of great nation's honor. For the sake of national honor, and for the sake of China's ability to stand up completely in the international arena, the superconducting chip this time must be successfully researched and developed. It can only be developed successfully. Humph. The head of state snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction, I would like to see, when our superconducting chip is successfully developed, what kind of conditions can Baylights say? At this point, the head of state's voice suddenly raised a few degrees. A hegemonic country that does not hesitate to plunder the resources and interests of small countries, their wolfish ambitions are already clear. In that case, then we don't have to continue to tolerate it. As long as the superconducting chip is successfully developed, even if the Western countries want to jam our necks, they will never want to do it. With superconducting chips, the Eastern Dragon will take off in a matter of days. What else can be tied up, afraid of? If he wants to compete, let's compete. He wants to play hardball? Then try it. Chapter 69, 100 Years of National Fortune. After rebuking pretty country, the head of state then walked straight into the single experimental building at the very center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This place was originally designed for some academicians to do research, but now, the apparatus in the experimental building has been completely emptied, replaced by the development of superconducting chips. Need all the equipment. All chip-related researchers cancelled all the holidays in the experimental building, full experiments superconducting chip, and strive for the fastest speed to land. The head of the country pushed the door into the experimental building, raised his eyes and looked at the moment. Even he could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. Only to see the entire 7-story building. The interior has been completely hollowed out, even the ground without a floor has been removed and replaced with tens of meters of load-bearing columns. Even so, the large space still looked very crowded. Simply because the superconducting chips required photolithography and other equipment, the most advanced equipment that could be found within the country, the sheer volume was unimaginable to ordinary people. At this moment, Zhang Lao was leading dozens of academicians, as well as hundreds of the nation's top scientific researchers, looking around the experimental building, all of them so fully engaged in their research that they didn't even notice the slightest bit of the head of state's appearance. Especially old man Zhang, since he returned to Beijing from S-City, in order to get the superconducting chip technology off the ground, he didn't even bother to take a break, and came straight to the experimental building, devoting himself to his work with no sleep and no food. As the experiment progressed, it also made the admiration for Qin Guang in his heart rise to the top like a torrential river flooding. Just like at this moment, in order to debug the detailed parameters against the design drawings one by one, he endured the tension that he could not hold back, and he was as careful as threading a needle, but he still could not prepare for the successful debugging. Just because the parameters on the design drawings have been subtle to the last 3 digits of the decimal point. Even if he to the drawings to debug, a short period of time is simply not one-to-one debugging success, he simply cannot imagine, Qin Guang and how to not through the experiment, only through the calculation of these parameters out? Head of state, should I go and call Elder Zhang? Seeing that the head of state was being left out to dry by the crowd, the secretary looked at the head of state and asked tentatively. The head of state slowly shook his head, looking at Elder Zhang's hunched back, and did not choose to bother him. The secretary sniffed, surprised for a moment, and couldn't help but look at the haggard-looking Zhang Lao again. A touch of heartache couldn't help but spread in his heart. Zhang Lao looked at the screen and started debugging once again. He moved slowly, fluctuating the scale, staring at the enlarged scale bar, making attempts bit by bit. After half a ring, the movements of his hands suddenly stopped, staring helplessly at the screen, shaking his head. Frowning, he said from one of the academicians beside him, "Rematch it, try again." After saying that, Zhang Lao raised his head, staring at the lines on the design drawings, heartfelt vocal sighs, completely unimaginable, obviously are all people, brain structure is not any difference, why is the talent shown by Xiao Qin, it is actually me, the research chip half a lifetime of people have to be breathtaking. Old Zhang, the match has been made. Hearing the reminder of the bystanders, Zhang Lao retrieved his thoughts and immediately plunged back into his work. He let out this exclamation, not in order to compare anything with Qin Guang, besides, there was no way to compare the gap between the two. Let Qin Guang carefully draw the design plan, can really land, to the country of China to the benefit of mankind. Let China be able to completely take off from the last time controlled nuclear fusion was turned around, in this time, completely take off. After the head of state stood aside for a long time, someone finally spotted him while drinking water. The moment he saw the head of state, the research worker who was just about to pick up his cup, his eyes stared straight and his face was shocked. In the next second, he hurriedly put down the cup of water in his hand and busily greeted him. Country head, why are you here? This person was first shocked, suddenly reacted at once, immediately spoke out and said, you wait a moment, I will now go to call Zhang Lao. I didn't expect that just as he was about to turn around, he was stopped by the head of state raising his hand. No need, I will just wait here, you guys just treat me as an outsider, don't worry about me, do what you need to do. The head of state smiled faintly, stopping him from wanting to go up and inform him. Originally, he had traveled all the way to the Chinese Academy of Sciences today, and he was holding a fire in his heart. As the chief head of the pretty country, Bei Lantern had made such remarks against the Chinese country on the streets, which was completely provocative to the Chinese country, as well as contemptuous. But now, looking at each and every busy researchers in front of him, for the development of the country of China's tireless leader, the fire in his heart also gradually calmed down. China can have today's prosperity, with every person in China are closely related, even if this time the superconductor chip research work failed, then there is the next time, there are 140 million Chinese. Surpassing the beautiful country would not be an unattainable thing. The unity of the nation's people was just like the most powerful retaliation of the Chinese nation. Thinking of this, the head of state suddenly turned his gaze to the secretary beside him, and said, Shaoli, you now go to make arrangements, to move all the beds and office desks and chairs in my home, I will work here in the future. What? The secretary heard these words, dumbfounded, staring blankly at the head of state, once suspecting that he had heard wrong. The head of a country was actually going to move his desk and even his bed and couch to the crowded experimental building? Not to mention whether or not it was possible to do so, just the environment here was hard enough to look at. Giant-like machines occupied almost 2/3 of the entire building, and there was no light at all, plus the roar from all kinds of machines to make sure it wasn't a joke. Froze for a moment, the secretary suddenly woke up, face swish changed, busy voice to discourage, the head of the country, you still reconsider it, you are the head of a country, there are many things and guidelines need you to control. The surrounding entourage were all shocked beyond words, their faces suddenly changed, and they all came forward to discourage. Head of state, Secretary Li is right, the more this time, the more we cannot be sloppy and careless, you should reconsider. Without waiting for a few people to finish, the head of state directly interrupted them. He raised his eyes and swept a circle of the scientific researchers present, looking at their reddened gazes and haggard faces, and said with a straight face, Little Li, let me ask you, these scientific researchers who are fighting for the country are able to be fully committed under such circumstances. Then what is it worth for us to wait? Words here, the head of the country eyes showed a solemn meaning, backhands continued to say, what's more, this superconducting chip cannot be landed, is related to my country of China 100 years of national luck. This matter, non-negotiable, so decided, when the results of the experiment came out, when I will leave here. Chapter 70, Yu Xiangdong. On the other hand, S-City, pretty country's secret base in China. Outside the lab, Dr. Li, academician 2, and the principal of Hada College, Li Jianming, had already converged one after another. Dr. Li, academician 2, I didn't expect to be able to see you guys here, it's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Li Jianming turned his head to look at Dr. Li and academician 2 who were standing on the side, and greeted them with a humble and very polite attitude. When Dr. Li and 2 heard this, they nodded slightly, seemingly not knowing much about the Li Jianming in front of them. Seeing this, Li Jianming showed some embarrassment and didn't continue the conversation. At this time, the Minister of Security Tao Shiyu walked straight over with 3 military intelligence. Came to the front of the 3, Tao Shiyu looked up at the top scientists in China, between the look of respect, said solemnly, to academician, Dr. Li Yumorta Bear, this is the necessary process, after the inspection can go in.
It's all right, special times, can understand. Dr. Li waved his hand unconcernedly and responded with a smile.
Tao Shiyu nodded, then signaled the 3 military intelligence to start searching and checking. In order to avoid any potential danger that may arise, even in the face of such an identity of the scientists, military intelligence also searched extraordinarily carefully, in addition to the necessary security process, but also need to match the identity through the iris before entering.
Drops. Verification successful.
A military intelligence looked at the tablet in his hand and quickly saluted Tao Shiyu, Ministry of Tao, the inspection has been completed, there is no problem. Getting a response from Tao Shiyu's eyes, this military intelligence then turned around and made a pleased gesture at the trio. Hello, you can go in now.
Thank you, thank you.
Once Dr. Li and Academician 2 heard that they could go in, they excitedly thanked him and immediately lifted their feet towards the depths of the aisle. Seeing these 3 people leave after verifying their identities, Tao Shiyu then directly turned his gaze to Yu Xiangdong, the captain of the 3rd squad who had been waiting at the side.
What brings you here?
Department Tao, of the remaining 5 pretty country fugitive enemy agents, we have already captured 3 of them, but the remaining 2 enemy agents have hijacked a speedboat and are currently fleeing along the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Yu Xiangdong's face was a bit ugly, and he said with a sullen face. This capture mission, the Ministry of Security paid extra attention, and even went so far as to mobilize the Special Operations Forces to cooperate with the ground military and police, and he led the 3rd squad as the vanguard of the capture operation. It should have been the time to show off, but I did not expect to have this kind of accident. Tao Shiyu heard, said in a cold voice, this group of guys came to my China to make such a big commotion, and now want to go, he can go? Words here, Tao Shiyu gaze turned to Yu Xiangdong, you now immediately go to the fleeing scene, remember, no matter what the cost, must be the rest of the people to me to hold down. If this kind of vigor still allows 2 enemy agents to escape, then you will be directly dismissed from the class, the discipline committee will personally review your 3rd squad.
Make sure you complete your mission.
If you can't finish it, there's no need for the discipline committee to investigate, I'll lead the squad to a court-martial. Yu Xiangdong droned lowly, raised his hand in salute, and left in large strides. Looking at the back of Yu Xiangdong's departure, Tao Shiyu's heart also breathed a sigh of relief, not that he intentionally gave Yu Xiangdong pressure. It was entirely because this matter involved the face of China, and could not tolerate a bit of smearing. However, there are only 2 enemy agents left, and with Yu Xiangdong personally leading the team, there shouldn't be any accidents. Yu Xiangdong was personally selected by him. When he didn't enter the Ministry of Security, he was a member of China's Special Sharp Knife Squad. In the Ministry of War, want to enter the conditions of the Sharp Knife Squad is extremely harsh, close combat ability, shooting ability, field survival ability and other professional skills, all is 1 in a million. Rumor has it that the members who can enter the Sharp Knife Squad dare to fight with tigers and bears with bare bladders, but what about Yu Xiangdong? Not to mention the fact that he was first in all subjects, but more importantly, he had participated in dozens of large and small peacekeeping battles. His combat experience can be described as extremely rich, and his military achievements are also extremely dazzling.
I would like to see today, you beautiful country of the enemy agents.
Whether it is really in my country of China turn the sky. Tao Shiyu snorted coldly, his words filled with the arrogance of looking down on the world.
Laboratory.
Dr. Li, Academician 2, and how does President Li Jianming? The 3 of them pushed the door and walked in. Dr. Li and Academician 2 were still in private contact with Qin Guang for the first time, and they were about to see the hero of China who stood at the top of the scientific research with their own eyes, but they did not expect that the moment they opened the door, the 2 of them froze. Only to see the laboratory, Qin Guang topped with a head of chicken nest messy hair, so no image of a whiteboard before. At this time he, between the cheeks show visible emaciation, cracked lips, puffy cheeks, eyes are covered with thick blood, because a long time without playing the whole, the beard messy hanging in the chin, looks no more half of the young man's vigor, but instead looks old and heavy.
This is Shao Qin?
The 3 of them were instantly shocked and froze as they looked at each other. Qin Guang didn't notice the movement behind him, he stared at the whiteboard for a moment of deliberation, lifted his pen and wrote down the last theoretical knowledge point on the whiteboard, the special point about the extraction and replacement of defective genes. Swish! Qin Guang wrote carefully, and Academician 2's 3 men all stretched their necks curiously to look. A key step in genetic programming is to deliver the gene editing system to the target. The current most important delivery systems include viral systems and nanoliposomes, and there are 2 options for gene delivery systems. One lentiviral transfection system. Lentiviral system is to integrate the gene information into the host's genome and is the most efficient delivery system. This system is mainly used for scientific research services. 2 LNP system advantages of LNP, Cas9 transient expression, less immunogenicity, flexibility in delivery until the desired dose is reached, easy industrial preparation, targeting. This is gene technology theory? When the three of them finished reading the content written by Qin Guang, all of a sudden, it was as if they had seen a ghost in the middle of the day, staring straight into their eyes. Waves of shock rolled through their hearts. Among the three, Dr. Li and Academician Tu were both engaged in genetic research, and their understanding of genetic theory and common sense was definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. At a glance, they could see that what Qin Guang was writing on the whiteboard was the most cutting-edge technical theory of genetics. How could the two of them not imagine that Qin Guang was actually able to research these technical theories, and how in the world did he do it? It must be known that only before this, Qin Guang had successively researched controlled nuclear fusion technology and superconducting chips, not to mention how big the span of his research direction was. Let's not talk about the span of his research direction. Speaking of human energy, doesn't he need to take a break? After researching controlled fusion and superconducting chips, he didn't stop at all and started researching gene technology again. Is this still a human being? Chapter 71, Reasons. At this moment, Dr. Li and Academician Tu both hated to go up and interrupt Qin Guang right now, asking him how in the world he did it. However, after deliberating for half a second, the two of them still held back, looked at the equally dumbfounded Principal Hauda, and waited quietly, not daring to go up and interrupt. The space on the whiteboard became smaller and smaller, filled with densely written words. After 10 minutes like this, finally, Qin Guang finished writing the last sentence on the whiteboard. He put down his pen, and before he had time to catch his breath, he just turned around and saw Academician Tu's trio frozen in place with shocked faces. Ah! Qin Guang was slightly surprised, looked at the three people with an apologetic expression and said, "You have arrived. Sorry, I just had a little idea to write down on the whiteboard first, let you wait for so long." Two academicians suddenly woke up, took a deep breath, looked at Qin Guang, busy voice said, "It does not matter, we also just arrived in a while." "Mr. Qin, you made a special trip to find us this time, just because of these gene technology theories?" Dr. Li looked up curiously and asked. "That's right." Qin Guang nodded, without too many pleasantries, and went straight to the point. He first looked at Dr. Li of Dahua Genetics and rushed to him. "Hello Dr. Li, I know that you, Dahua Genetics, have always stood at the forefront of China with regards to gene-related research. This time, I want you to help me look at the theoretical points of this set of defective gene extraction and replacement, and whether there is anything that needs to be added." Although Qin Guang, through the system, had exchanged the subject, the unsolved mysteries of humanity, the laws of gene arrangement, the extraction and replacement of defective genes, for interpretation, but this was only an interpretation in the end, and due to the lack of knowledge of the professional practice, there were some points, which even he couldn't fully understand. This was also the reason why he had to invite Dr. Li from Dahua Genetics here. If he could make him a consultant, he could undoubtedly better analyze the perfection of these two topics. After all, in the task released by the system, he was required to lead 3 doctoral students to successfully attack 2 topics, if he himself did not have enough understanding and analysis of these 2 topics, let alone leading people to attack them. Dr. Li sniffed and was suddenly stunned. Looking at Qin Guang, who had a serious face, and then at the content on the whiteboard, his expression became serious. If it was just an ordinary student, the theoretical common sense in question, he could even blurt it out. But at this moment, the one standing in front of him was Qin Guang, who had led China's science and technology to the pinnacle, and in the face of Qin Guang's questioning, he didn't dare to answer hastily. Dr. Li stared at the whiteboard in front of him, checking it extra carefully, wanting to find an optimal solution to answer Qin Guang, but the more he looked down, the more alarmed he was. How could he not have thought that Qin Guang's understanding of genetic technology had already reached such a high level? Seeing Dr. Li's mouth slightly open, he had completely frozen. Qin Guang didn't waste any time to continue waiting as he withdrew his gaze and looked towards the dumbfounded and at a loss for words Hauda University's president, Li Jianming. Rushing at him, he said bluntly, "President Li, previously you asked me which direction I wanted to research after I became a BOD, now I can answer you." Qin Guang spoke out, "I want to research the direction of gene technology. Therefore, please publish my research direction on the school's official website, and find 3 students who are interested in gene technology and have a foundation as soon as possible, and I will lead them to attack these 2 topics." "Ha!" Li Jianming's eyes were filled with the color of bewilderment, and he raised his head numbly. "What? Is it difficult?" Seeing that Principal Li didn't speak for a long time, Qin Guang asked in slight surprise. Only then did he snap back to his senses, hurriedly swallowed his saliva and replied, "No problem, no problem. I will go do it now, at the latest 3 days. I know, within one day, I will bring them to you." Reacting, Li Jianming's heart began to thump nervously, and a wave of joy quickly spread out in the bottom of his heart. You have to know that Hao University has always been a second-rate university in the country, not even 985211, but by relying on Qin Guang's one-time research and development of controllable nuclear fusion, it has already made Hao University famous. The Ministry of Education even came to communicate with himself, saying that this year there will be a special quota, which is to let Hao University enter the ranks of 985,211. In this way, Hao College is not only full of students, and this year's scoreline, almost the same as the first-class universities such as Shanghai Jiaodong. It could be said that all of this was brought about by Qin Guang. Therefore, any request made by Qin Guang, he had already had the realization that no matter what the difficulties were, he would have to fulfill them unconditionally. What's more, it was still this time that he was bringing 3 doctoral students to attack these 2 cutting-edge topics in genetic technology. For Qin Guang, he had absolute trust. Likewise, it was also believed that Qin Guang would definitely be able to do it. Even though in just a few short months, this was already the 3rd field Qin Guang had selected, he still believed it. Li Jianming agreed to this matter, and then, left the lab straight away. At this time, Dr. Li also finally finished reading the contents on the whiteboard, and he turned his head towards Qin Guang in a daze. Qin Guang also raised his head to look at him. Dr. Li, if you have any opinions, there's no harm in saying so. In the next second, Dr. Li's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, and he stared at Qin Guang with incomparable excitement. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Your technical theory has no loopholes, and even explains the drawbacks of our Dahua gene's precise modification of genes. Dr. Li continued, we thought at the time that we should use the 3rd generation gene editing CRISPR-Cas to build a gene editing platform, but in reality it was not needed at all. By virtue of the gene editing system delivered to the target, it is possible to do simultaneous and thorough editing of genes throughout the body without human intervention. Finished in one breath, Dr. Li once again took a deep breath, seems to think of some genetic research limitations, cannot help but add a sentence. Your theory is absolutely genius level, but if you want to land, one to the Chinese side will not allow us to carry out human experiments, and secondly, this is after all, only exists in the theory, no practice of the theory, there is no way to guarantee that it can really be realized. Qin Guang heard the helplessness and frustration in Dr. Li's tone and did not speak, his eyes unconsciously fell on Tang Wanru's diary on his desk. After a few seconds of silence, he clenched his fists and said, what you said, I can realize. You can? Dr. Li and academician too both revealed astonished gazes. That's right. Qin Guang retracted his gaze and said in a firm tone, moreover, this time, I won't waste time trying to get the support of China because, I have reasons why I have to realize this technology. At this point in his words, he looked towards the 2, in that case, you guys, are you willing to assist me? Chapter 72, Willingness to Assist. Dr. Li and academician 2, one is the RD elite of the top pharmaceutical company in China, and the other is a famous pharmacist who has made outstanding contributions to China, and the latter is even the first female pharmacist to win the Nobel Prize for Medicine in China's local research. What an honor this is! Both of them were definitely 1 in a million in their respective fields. If anyone else had said this to them, they would have been treated as crazy. And now this madman was standing in front of them. He was the first genius in the world to successfully develop the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, and the superconducting chip was about to be landed, and anything he said, even if it seemed to others to be something that was just a fool's errand. But as long as he went for it, nothing was impossible. Dr. Li froze for a few seconds before raising his head and looking at Qin Guang in surprise. Even though he had already guessed that Qin Guang was going to carry out genetic research, hearing him say this with his own ears still felt incomparably shocking. For a person to have one top-notch research achievement in his entire life was already beyond the ordinary, and to have 2 would already be a move against the heavens. As for more, it was a complete fantasy. But now, not only was he witnessing all of this with his own eyes, he might even be able to participate in it. For several years, he had dedicated his life to research in the field of genetics, just so that he could popularize gene technology and make it lead the world. Perhaps, with Qin Guang on board, this long-cherished wish would become a true reality. Thinking of this, Dr. Li raised his head. Having already made a choice in his mind, he gritted his teeth and replied with a firm gaze, Mr. Qin, if that's the case, I'm willing to assist you. Qin Guang was not surprised by Dr. Li's joining and nodded, turning his gaze to academician 2. Compared to Dr. Li, academician 2 instead looked a bit torn. Noticing the gaze cast by Qin Guang, she hesitated for half a second before rushing to Qin Guang and said, Mr. Qin, truth be told, although I have some research in the medical field, I am not very familiar with genetic technology itself. I don't know what you need me to do for you? After saying that, academician 2's brows furrowed a bit. She certainly knew that with the theoretical technology that Qin Guang currently possessed, it was extremely possible to turn the theory into reality. Once realized, it would be something that would live in infamy, but what Qin Guang was about to carry out was not supported by the Chinese side. Moreover, this kind of thing was, to a certain extent, beyond the moral bottom line. This led to the fact that it was difficult for her to make a choice. Academician 2, I need you to help me bring protein expression purification instruments, as well as cellular monoclonal screening instruments. Although these instruments are also available in Dahua Genetics, they are far less accurate than those of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Qin Guang said bluntly. As a matter of fact, all of these were what he had planned from the beginning, as long as Dr. Li and academician 2 were able to assist him. Then he would be able to ask the president of Houda University, Li Jianming, to help him find 3 doctoral students, and then the experienced Dr. Li would lead them to attack the subject, while he himself would immediately begin to work on his understanding of the experiments, striving to compress everything to the extreme. Because Qin Guang was very clear that the knockout of the gene was not difficult. What was difficult was that the knock-in of the gene needed at least 18-20 weeks, and there was no way for Tang Wanru's brain stem cells to survive for that long, and if he couldn't shorten the time, by that time, Tang Wanru would never be able to wake up again. Watching someone close to him get killed by Pretty Country and not being able to do anything about it, this incident was definitely another destruction of Qin Guang's beliefs after he was reborn. However, Academician 2 still had a hard time making up his mind. Seeing Academician 2's desire to speak, Qin Guang rushed at her with a serious expression and said, "Academician 2, I know what you're worried about, but this matter isn't a matter of whether the trial is successful or not, it's also the ultimate subject of whether or not mankind can overcome all diseases or even cancer, or even fight against death. If it can really be landed, then we will have done what thousands of years of human civilization have failed to do, an epoch-making genetic revolution that creates a perfect new human being." Hearing these words, Dr. Li on the side, his eyes were already glittering, and his expectations for the future were undisguised in his expression. Academician 2 raised her head in a daze as she looked at Qin Guang. Although she was incomparably entangled inwardly, her tireless pursuit of the medical field, knowing that it was beyond the moral bottom line, could not be suppressed, but her heart still churned. After deliberating for half a moment, the tangle in Academician 2's eyes disappeared, and she finally followed her heart's true thoughts and chose to believe Qin Guang. "Good, I promise you." After making this choice, a touch of tenacity for the pursuit of medicine also surfaced in Academician 2's eyes. She took a deep breath, looked up and said, "3 days at the most, I will find a way to transport the CAS instruments to the lab." With the assistance of Dr. Li and Academician 2, at this moment, the suppressed fire in Qin Guang's heart finally spread out in his heart and burst out completely. He clenched his fists tightly. "Good. I'll wait for you." For top scientists who had devoted their entire lives to scientific research, too many pleasantries were simply a waste of life. After finalizing the specifics, Academician 2 didn't stop for a moment and returned directly to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dr. Li, on the other hand, was fascinated to stop and continue to justify the theoretical experiments that Qin Guang had written on the whiteboard. Seeing that his experimental team had basically taken shape, a huge stone hanging in Qin Guang's neck finally fell a little. He glanced at Dr. Li, who was completely immersed in the theoretical experiments, and then went straight to his desk. Stretching out his fingers, he gently stroked the diary left by Tang Wanru on the table, and said with a downcast eyebrow, "Just wait, soon I will take you home, and I will let you become the first perfect new human being in the real sense in the history of mankind." At this point, he glanced at the diary, raised his head, and a hint of disdainful arrogance flowed from his gaze. The Pretty Country has always thought that they have broken through the bottom line and developed biochemicals that far exceeded human capabilities to change the world, in a vain attempt to make the Pretty Country the world's hegemon. But compared to you, those biochemical garbage created by Pretty Country will only be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. It won't be long before you return to this world and stand in front of Coulson again to take revenge with your own hands. At the same time, I will also officially declare on behalf of China that Pretty Country, any of their Thai tactics are just a joke in front of me. Chapter 73, The Mysterious Man Appears. Yangtze River Waters. On the turbid surface of the river, a speedboat printed with the logo of a travel company was speeding. Sitting on the speedboat were the two beautiful country agents who had hijacked the speedboat and fled. Their numbers were 011 and 013 respectively. At this time, the two men's foreheads were already tense with cold sweat, and their eyes were filled with panic and fear. 011 looked back behind him, violently performed a mouthful of spittle, and hissed, "Quickly, faster, these damn yellow-skinned monkeys are catching up." Although it was now dusk and the sky was gradually darkening, having a shelter on the horizon was extremely favorable for fleeing. But both of them knew very well that if they couldn't dash across Chongming Island into the sea before dark, facing the pursuit from the Chinese side, there would only be one ending waiting for them: being captured and awaiting trial for espionage. "Damn it, I've stepped on the gas." 013 frantically stepped on the gas, the speedboat engine roared and shook, like a wild boar out of the pen, frantically fleeing. But soon, 3 yachts bearing the red flag logo rushed out at a faster speed ahead, and the moment they appeared, they directly surrounded towards the two's speedboat. Seeing this, 013 stared straight into his eyes, a ball of angry light rising up in his eyes, and cursed angrily, "Damn it!" They had already leaned over. 011 nervously clutched his pistol while raising his head and shouting at 013, "We can't tangle with them on the river. Quickly, go ashore from the side." Shouting, 011 raised his pistol with a fierce face. Hyper. Aiming at a yacht, he directly fired 3 shots in a row. The paintwork of the yacht was on fire, and was pierced through 2 thumb-sized gaps, and the gasoline inside gurgled out along the small openings. Seeing this, 011's face was overjoyed. "Great, I've pierced their gas tank." He immediately turned his head to 013, "Quickly, let's go ashore now." At this moment, Yu Xiangdong was standing on the leading yacht, and saw that the 2 agents not only pierced through the fuel tank of a yacht, but also fled towards the riverbank at an even faster speed. Yu Xiangdong's already gloomy face was completely tense. "MD, if you want Neza to mess with the sea, I'll take you all in now." With a low gulp, Yu Xiangdong sidestepped and picked up the long security box on the ground, opened it, and assembled a sniper rifle in just 5 or 6 seconds. Immediately, directly set the gun on the side panel of the boat. The yacht undulates, and in high-speed movement, no matter for the shooting of the does add a great deal of resistance. More critical is that the wind factor cannot be ignored. The wind on the river is already big, the target speedboat and in high-speed speeding, this is for the sniper's professional quality, including the psychological state, is a great test. However, Yu Xiangdong did not consider it for long, and the moment he set up his gun, he directly pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound came out, the speedboat's fuel tank was directly pierced through, revealing a fist-sized hole. With a single strike, Yu Xiangdong directly issued an order and shouted, "They are already at the end of their rope, press them up to me. Never let one person go. I will personally escort them to the judgment seat." On the speedboat, the 2 agents of the beautiful country saw the fuel tank being pierced by a shot, their faces suddenly changed, instantly turning white. 013 hissed in panic, "It's a sniper rifle, there are snipers, they want to take us alive, quickly jump off the boat." Plop! Without half a moment of hesitation, the 2 men directly gave up the speedboat and plunged into the cold river water with a jerk. For professional agents, because from time to face a variety of dangers, diving operations has always been a mandatory lesson. Facing the turbulent and cold river water, 011 and 013 both exploded with great tenacity. A yacht approached the location where the pretty country's agents were launching into the water, and on the yacht, 3 members of the 3rd squad, wearing diving suits and biting their diving daggers, plunged into the river water in an inverted position. Soon, the murky water was dyed red with blood. 2 corpses also slowly surfaced, and the crowd on the yacht raised their eyes and were shocked. Only to see that what floated up was actually the bodies of 2 Chinese special forces. Yu Xiangdong saw 2 Chinese special forces corpses surfaced, the pupils violently tightened, Jirusi roared, "Dog enemy specialists, come 2 people, with me into the water." Yu Xiangdong did not even bother to wear a diving suit, take off his jacket, directly with 2 team members, holding a diving dagger, jumped down. The river water is cold and bone-chilling, tossing mud and sand stain everywhere as a cloudy, Yu Xiangdong iron face, endure the bone-chilling cold, a horse first, towards the direction of the speedboat swam over. Swimming out dozens of meters, he raised his eyes to look, horrified to see, underwater, a beautiful country agent is using a steel dagger, cut open the neck of the last squad member. Blood instantly spread underwater, a scarlet color. The team member whose throat had been slit, with a pained look on his face, was swept towards the surface of the river by the turbulent current. Yu Xiangdong hissed in his heart. His killing intent was instantly ignited. Taking the diving dagger, he directly chased after him. 011 was holding his breath, feeling that his chest was about to explode, but seeing Yu Xiangdong who was chasing after him, he also knew that if he didn't take out this person, there was absolutely no way for him to escape. Thus, clutching his steel dagger, he turned back to meet him. The moment he was close to Yu Xiangdong, 011 directly stabbed a horizontal stab towards Yu Xiangdong's head. Even though his actions in the water were very slow, Yu Xiangdong still avoided this strike with his excellent qualities, and then grabbed 011's wrist. Without half a moment's hesitation, the diving dagger in his hand directly stabbed 011's heart. Puff! Feeling the stabbing pain coming from his chest, 011 was dumbfounded, his gaze filled with disbelief. With a wow sound, a mouthful of blood foam was spat out from his mouth and floated towards the surface of the river. Having killed a pretty country agent, Yu Xiangdong immediately turned his gaze to the direction where his team members were. Looking up, the 2 team members who had followed him into the water had already surrounded the other agent. They were also clamping down on the pretty country agent's wrist with a front and back attack. 013 struggled desperately, struggling for half a second. The burning in the chest cavity is also more and more intense, and looked to be about to be disengaged and grabbed. Suddenly, the water under the surface of the river stirred and opened, and a bizarre black shadow, like a torpedo, rushed over with great speed. The moment Yu Xiangdong noticed the black shadow, his face was suddenly shocked, and his heart was shocked. What is this thing? A shark? Just when he was greatly confused, the black shadow suddenly came beside 013. At this time, Yu Xiangdong finally saw the black shadow's face. It was actually a Westerner dressed up in the last century, draped in a black trench coat, just standing in the water in a weird upright position. Only to see one of his hands directly grab the dive dagger stab 013, then Yu Xiangdong was horrified to see China's special dive dagger, just like a toy, directly pinched into a ball of scrap metal. Then, he stretched out his hand, violently gripped the head of a squad member, completely by virtue of the grip of the palm of the hand, pinched the watermelon like burst. The gory picture of blood and flesh floating under the water, the impact is extremely strong, so that people cannot help but flooded with a shiver like falling into the ice cellar. Chapter 74, Death in Battle. When another squad member saw this scene, his pupils instantly tightened, and a breath was almost spat out of his mouth due to the shock. After stabilizing his mind, a flash of determined killing intent appeared in his eyes. He knew very well that he couldn't possibly be a match for this mysterious person, but the face of China, the glory of the 3rd squad, had to be defended. Therefore, he decided to kill Agent 013 first, even if he had to fight to the death, and must not let any of them escape from the territory of China. This mysterious person was almost about 3 meters away from his position. Moreover, he did not carry any hot weapons on his body. At this distance, he was certain that he could kill this pretty country agent in front of him when the mysterious person arrived. Having planned everything in his heart, this squad member didn't hesitate and directly took the dive dagger, and as soon as he ripped 013's collar, he violently stabbed down towards his neck. Seeing that 013 was already in a situation of certain death, however, in the next second, the clothes under that mysterious person's trench coat were suddenly burst, revealing several M4A1 assault rifles that flipped out. Bang! Bullets whistled out under the surface of the water, and with a distance of 3 meters, that squad member was instantly shot into a sieve before he could even react. Before dying, his eyes still carried unwillingness and confusion. This mysterious guy, is he a human or a monster? Yu Xiangdong witnessed this scene from afar. At this moment, his heart had already turned into shocking waves. His heart was thumping, completely baffled, unable to imagine what kind of monster this was. The mysterious man easily finished dealing with the 2 Chinese squad members, and then, pulling over Agent 013, who was no longer able to escape due to excessive physical exertion, one hand suddenly exerted force, and actually directly pushed 013 out by about 10 meters, directly pushing the person under the surface of the river above. Trying to push an object underwater is going to produce a strong reaction force, which is basic physical common sense. But this mysterious person in front of him did not move half a point from beginning to end, just so upright in place, as if equipped with a set of anti-gravity system, offsetting the force. The scene in front of him has completely exceeded Yu Xiangdong's cognitive common sense, even if he has experienced countless large and small battles, but he has never been so bottomless as now. This was simply not something that manpower could contend with, even if he was once a member of the Sharp Dagger Squad. However, 013 must die. China did not allow anyone to discredit it, and likewise, this was his mission, and even if he knew it was to die, it had to be accomplished. Thinking of this, Yu Xiangdong clenched the diving dagger in his hand and resolutely swam towards the mysterious man. Seeing Yu Xiangdong swimming towards himself, the corner of the mysterious man's mouth hooked up a hint of mockery, stupidity. In the next second, only to see the mysterious person lightly stepping on his feet, actually as if he was walking on the ground, directly rushed over. Seeing this, Yu Xiangdong was horrified in his heart and immediately realized a fatal problem. This mysterious person is obviously not affected by physiological functions. As long as you can't achieve a one-strike kill, the person who dies is definitely yourself. No, absolutely can't do it brute force, must find a way to lead this guy to the surface. With this in mind, Yu Xiangdong immediately changed his mindset of combat. Moreover, he had been holding his breath underwater for long enough, his lungs were like on fire, and he had reached the point where he had to change his breath. Yu Xiangdong gritted his teeth, swung his arms hard and quickly swam towards the surface of the water. At the same time, his mind was also constantly conceptualizing ways to solve this mysterious person. After thinking about it, he thought that the best way was to go back to the yacht, only then would it be possible to have a fight. However, just at the moment when Yu Xiangdong was about to approach the water surface, his feet suddenly sank, and then he felt a great pulling force, tugging at his ankles and wrists, violently sinking into the water. What? Yu Xiangdong was violently startled and turned his head to look, his face revealing a look of horror. At this moment, the choppy river surface. 3 yachts were cruising on the river, and Yu Xiangdong's deputy looked at the river, a deep look of worry showing between his brows. A military intelligence quickly ran to the deck and asked out loud, "Deputy, the captain has gone down for such a long time, nothing will go wrong, right?" The deputy sniffed, his brows frowned even tighter, he gritted his teeth and said, "This mission was an accident, old Yu is holding fire in his heart, his temper, no one can stop him. You guys go and get ready right now, take all the diving suits on the yacht, wait for 2 more minutes, if there is still no movement, all of you will go into the water with me." This military intelligence was just about to turn around and convey the order. However, at the very next moment, he suddenly saw a blood-red mass emerge from the river once again. Pointing at the surface of the river, he shouted in shock, blood water is rising again." The lieutenant snapped his eyes sideways and looked at the surface of the river. Underwater. Yu Xiangdong sank deeper and deeper. He looked back and realized with horror that this mysterious person didn't even need to breathe at all, just grabbed his ankle with one hand and smiled contemptuously on his face. In panic, Yu Xiangdong clenched his back teeth, clenched the dagger, directly back towards the eyes of the mysterious person stabbed down. Seemingly seeing through Yu Xiangdong's intentions, the mysterious man lashed out, and the tremendous force directly threw Yu Xiangdong off. Then, the trenchcoat man rushed straight out, a sharp iron blade appeared between his palms, stabbing towards Yu Xiangdong's chest. Noticing the other party's palm, Yu Xiangdong's expression suddenly condensed, stretching out his hands, grabbing his hands, desperately trying to resist. At this time, Yu Xiangdong has already reached the human physiological limit, his face exploded with earthworm-like twisted veins, and his clenched teeth began to ooze out blood, looking particularly horrible. But even so, the other party's hand is still like steel, completely unaffected by sharp iron is bit by bit approaching the position of the chest. Hold on, can't hold on this, what in the world is this? Why is the power so great? Yu Xiangdong already felt that his lungs were about to explode, as if in the next second his body would completely tear apart. Put. In front of absolute power, all techniques, undoubtedly, became extremely chicken ribs. Even though Yu Xiangdong supported himself to the death, the sharp iron blade still pierced through his chest without any difficulty. With a wow sound, Yu Xiangdong spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately trying to cover his mouth, but after only a few seconds, his hands hung down helplessly. His eyes were wide open, staring mute at the surface of the river. The gurgling blood was swept by the river water, and gradually dyed into a blood-red color. Chapter 75, Tragic Death in the River. The river is getting darker and darker, and before he died, Yu Xiangdong's life floated in front of his eyes. 17 years old to join the army, because of its excellent test results, after the company was elected to participate in the Special Forces assessment. In the often difficult to reach the Special Forces team battle, he not only with his own strength picked over the Blue Army's composition of the Special Squad, single soldier assessment, but also to the top of the results through the examination. He became a legend in the army. Subsequently, Yu Xiangdong was transferred to the Sharp Knife Special Forces Squad. This Sharp Special Forces Squad can be described as the Special Forces in the Special Forces, in the desert, with snakes and rats as food, survived in March, and then took part in the perverted training can be called the Devil's Training Camp. After the end of the training, he represented the Sharp Knife Squad, went to foreign countries to participate in peacekeeping missions, during which several narrow escapes, over a period of several years, finally in the chaotic slums, brought a trace of order comfort. He has a resume that says he has been in the field for a long time and has been honored in thousands of ways. However, even so, in front of this mysterious person, he was still as fragile as a toy, without the power to fight back. The luster in Yu Xiangdong's eyes began to dissipate. There was unwillingness, there was fear, and there was also confusion. He was once very confident in his own strength. Even when facing this mysterious person, he still felt that he had the power to fight, but when the moment of the real collision, he felt for the first time what it meant to have a heart and not be able to do anything. He is not an opponent at all. Moreover, it was certain that such a guy, even the strongest king of special forces in China, was not his opponent. Looking around the world, one-on-one, no one would be his opponent. Because he was not human at all. To eliminate such a guy, perhaps the only way to do so was to use a large-scale army, or a more powerful weapon strike. Right. Suddenly, Yu Xiangdong's pupils, which were already lax, tightened violently. Yes, I can't die yet. This intelligence I must send out. To immediately notify Minister Tao. Yu Xiangdong performed a miracle of life in the cold river water. He swam straight towards the river with a belief in his heart. No matter what, this information must be sent out. This is about China's national defense crisis, and also about the lives of thousands of comrades. Only by grasping this information would the Chinese side be on guard. Otherwise, allowing the mysterious man to lurk in the shadows, his destructive power, would be completely unimaginable. In addition to that, he was now worried that this mysterious person was actually a nuclear energy bomb that the pretty country had deliberately planted in the territory of China that could be detonated at any time, and once it was detonated, it would bring about a catastrophe that would destroy the heavens and the earth. Blood is flowing along the chest, his life is also rapidly passing. The coldness that envelopes his body is like 10,000 sharp knives, all of them are cutting the flesh and blood on his body. Even so, he still gritted his teeth, desperately upstream closer and closer, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. At the moment when a glimmer of hope rose in his eyes and he was about to put his hand out, a slender hand suddenly and abruptly came out and grabbed his chin from behind. Yu Xiangdong was stunned, his eyes filled with panic. The next second. Crack! Yu Xiangdong's neck completely snapped. The entire person bled from all 7 holes and sank down powerlessly, as if he was no longer half-conscious. Yu Xiangdong died in the choppy river water. Even in death, he failed to deliver the information. The mysterious man easily wiped out the last Chinese agent. He calmly glanced down at the corpse, a contemptuous cold smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. Afterward, he took a step towards the riverbank. Riverbank. Agent 013, who had been pushed out of the water by the mysterious man, was waiting anxiously on the bank. At this moment, he looked at the motionless river, his heart filled with apprehension. Although he had also heard about the pretty country's research and development of biochemicals, but after all, it was only what he had heard through the grapevine, and there was no way to verify whether it was true or not. However, judging from a photo just now, he was almost certain that this guy was definitely the biochemical man secretly developed by pretty country. It was just that no one was sure what the biochemist was capable of. In case the biochemical man was pressed by the military intelligence of China, would he still be able to leave China alive? Just as 013 was panicking, suddenly, the river bank boiled up, and immediately afterward, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. Only to see that the mysterious person who had just saved himself was actually stepping on the water step by step as if he was stepping on a staircase. It seemed to be completely unaffected by the Earth's gravity. 013 violently stared straight at the eyes, once thought that his eyes were blurred, he rubbed hard, and then he saw with a hell of a look, the mysterious man wearing a trenchcoat, just like this stepped on the river surface, all the way to his own front. Is this the strength of a biochemist? 013 exclaimed in shock, standing on the cold windy riverbank. His back was actually flooded with a wet chill.
Where is the sample? I do not know when the mysterious person has come to the body. Heard the mysterious person in different inquiry. 013 suddenly awakened. He took a deep breath. Busy reply, I have been with the body. I will give you now.
As he spoke, 013 hurriedly pulled out a sealed test tube from his pocket. A piece of skin tissue was soaked in the green culture liquid, just like a little epidermal tissue sample taken from Qing Guang's body. 013 handed the test tube to the mysterious man respectfully, and quickly added, this sample can be preserved for a maximum of 3 days. We must send the sample back as soon as possible. Before 013 could finish a sentence, he covered his throat in shock, his round, wide-open eyes staring incredulously at the mysterious man. The sharp iron blade between the mysterious man's palms contracted back, and blood dripped down along his fingertips. From beginning to end, he did not say half a sentence more to 013. 013 covered his neck with one hand and raised one hand with force. His eyes were full of unwillingness as he looked at the mysterious man who was about to turn around and leave. Tearing at his throat, with his remaining breath, he questioned in a low voice, why?
I have done so much for pretty country. Why do you want to kill me?
The mysterious man's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around, swept 013 with an expressionless face, put the test tube away, and said with an icy voice, even such trash can't be dealt with. You're not even as good as trash. In that case, there's no need to keep you around. As the words fell, the mysterious man took a step and went straight away. 013, on the other hand, his pupils shrunk, his eyes opened, and he died on the riverbank.
Chapter 76, Salvaging the Body. That night, Yu Xiangdong's entire third squad was lost.
This news was quickly reported to the chief commander Tao Shiyu. Tao Shiyu sat in a bulletproof car, and after listening to his men's report, his face suddenly changed, and his expression was filled with disbelief.
What?
Tao Shiyu looked sideways at his men in the back seat, stared straight into his eyes, and asked almost in a low growl, tell me, what's going on here? Yu Xiangdong has never missed a mission. Even when he was infiltrating the world's most chaotic slums, he was able to come back unharmed. How could he have lost his connection because he was dealing with two agents who no longer had anywhere to escape to?
Tao Shiyu could hardly believe it.
In the face of Tao Shiyu's angry low roar, the subordinate could only say with a hard head, Ministry of Tao, only Captain Yu's third squad was specifically involved in the arrest. In the end, what is the reason? We are still investigating.
Investigation?
Tao Shiyu heard, the heart immediately exploded, gritted his teeth, angrily roared, wait for you to investigate clearly, the vegetables are cold. Now, immediately gather the team, go to the place where the signal disappeared to look for, at all costs must give me to find Yu Xiangdong. Originally, as long as the last two agents were captured, their security department's mission would be accomplished. But to their surprise, heaven forbid, at this critical juncture, Yu Xiangdong's third squad had an accident. In the midst of his anger, Tao Shiyu could only pray that the reason for the third team's loss of contact was an equipment problem. Seeing that the number one boss of the security department was already about to explode with anger, his men didn't dare to say more than half a word of nonsense. Turning around and pulling open the door of the car, they were about to go and gather the team. But just at this moment, a technician responsible for network security, holding a tablet, ran over in a hurry.
Tao department, something big happened. What happened? Tao Shiyu glared at him with some anger, panicking, what's it like?
After saying that, he directly took the flat plate in the hands of the technician, looked down, his pupils instantly shrunk, his mouth wide open, completely stunned. Only to see the flat screen, appeared a bloody English, don't defined, in vain do not try to find, futile. The technician explained at the side, someone hacked into our temporary mission network, and its method and path are exactly the same as the behavior we did when we hacked into the beautiful country CAA, it might be. At this point, the technician saw the gloomy face of the number one boss and didn't dare to continue.
Are you trying to say that this is a retaliatory action?
Tao Shiyu raised his head with a grimace and added a sentence through clenched teeth. Inexplicably, a strong uneasiness surfaced in the bottom of his heart, even his right eyelid, also affected by the thoughts in his heart, began to beat wildly.
Should be.
The technician responded with a hard-headed sentence. And just a moment after the words fell, the screen suddenly popped up a dozen character portraits. One by one, flipping down, Tao Shiyu's iron-green face was instantly replaced by a blanched white. Only to see that the portraits above, from left to right, were all members of the third squad who had gone out on a mission. The last portrait inside was clearly the team leader Yu Xiangdong. Not waiting for Tao Shiyu to react, the next second, everyone's colorful portraits all turned black and white, just like a provocative posthumous photo. Boom! This image was like a bolt from the blue that instantly exploded in the ears of several people. Tao Shiyu was dumbfounded, and his hand holding the tablet began to tremble slightly. As a professional military intelligence origin, he was almost certain that Yu Xiangdong and his third team members had already been killed. Provocation. This was naked provocation. Froze for half a second, Tao Shiyu's eyes suddenly ran out of a monstrous anger, forehead veins wildly jumped, fiercely smashed a flat plate out of the window, looked painful, grim expression rushed underlings roared, what are you waiting for? Do not hurry to me to find. I don't care what methods you use, live to see people, die to see the body. And the remaining two agents, one cannot give me to let go.
3 o'clock in the morning, downstream of the Yangtze River.
On the dark riverbank, several lights illuminated the surface of the river, salvage boats, divers, and hundreds of people from the security department gathered at the riverbank. As a salvage boat came to the riverbank, the eyes of all the people were immediately attracted over. Everyone looked on with tense faces, only to see a military intelligence on the boat jumping down and directing several people to drag the fishing nets to the shore. The light hit the body's white and swollen cheeks, and the hearts of everyone present instantly cooled to the freezing point. The corpse that was salvaged was just like a member of the third squad. Without waiting for anyone to make a sound, the several salvage boats that went to the river surface to salvage the body also returned one after another. Without exception, they all used fishing nets to drag the body. When the corpses were arranged in a row, yes, the members of the third squad led by Yu Shangdong had been buried in the Yangtze River. Tao Shiyu stood on the side, looking at the salvaged corpses. His face also became gloomy and horrible. Boom! At this time, the last salvage boat also docked. Tao Shiyu held back the anger that was about to erupt in his heart, raised his eyes, and the moment he saw Yu Shangdong's body being carried down. The anger in his heart finally could not be suppressed, scarlet eyes, almost to spit out fire. In the end, who was it? Who killed the third squad member? Killed Yu Shangdong. Tao Shiyu, it has been examined. Captain Yu has an obvious stab wound on his chest, but the fatal wound was caused by a broken collarbone. A henchman finished his examination and immediately got up to report to Tao Shiyu. Tao Shiyu sniffed, without a single glance, but his face was terribly gloomy. He simply couldn't figure out how it was possible for two pretty country agents who already had no way out, with no support or weaponry, to have completely annihilated the third squad led by Yu Shangdong. Right at this moment, one person suddenly shouted out, "Ministry Tao, there is a major discovery. Ministry of Tao, we also have a major discovery on our side." Soon, two corpses were carried out from the water and the grass by the roadside. Seeing the faces of the two people, Tao Shiyu frowned tightly, and at the same time, his eyes also flashed a touch of shock. Because the two corpses that were suddenly found were no other than the two beautiful country agents, 011 and 013, who had been surrounded by the Ministry of Security. How did they suddenly die? What the hell was going on here? Ministry of Tao, by comparing the slashes, 011 enemy agent should have been killed by our dive dagger. As for 013, the fatal slash on his neck is very similar to the slash on Captain Yu's body. Hearing the report of his men, Tao Shiyu also suddenly awakened at once. That's right, want to kill Yu Shangdong, just with two beautiful country agents is not enough. At that time, there were definitely other people at the scene. A person hiding behind the curtain, he was the one who made the move to kill Yu Shangdong. However, on second thought, Tao Shiyu cannot help but have some confusion. Why the person who killed Yu Shangdong, on their own people also put such a cruel hand? Yu Shangdong, deaf to hear, suddenly become confused. Tao Shiyu frowned tightly, turned his head to his men, said solemnly, "Immediately give me to check the coastal surveillance and the street surveillance. Must give me to find out, in the end, what happened." Chapter 77, The Wave of Public Opinion. Half an hour later, the experimental base. Qin Guang clenched his fists tightly, standing in front of the instruments in the petri dish room. Behind the transparent glass, stood a petri dish filled with a special liquid. Tang Wanru was completely naked, her body curled up into a ball, like a sleeping baby, her eyes closed tightly, floating quietly. The large petri dish room was empty, all was silent, and Qin Guang was the only one, standing alone. In this silence, it was as if he could hear his heartbeat thumping. One by one, beating rapidly. Qin Guang, just like this, fixedly looked at Tang Wanrua, looked for a long time. He suddenly murmured, "I can do it, right?" The inquiry did not receive any response, and it seemed that it would not receive a response either. But Qin Guang himself clearly felt that the moment he asked these words, his beating heart had already given a reply. Himself, he would definitely be able to do it. It wouldn't be long before he was able to bring Tang Wanru home. At the same time, he would also let pretty country know that not only in the field of superconducting chips, even in the field of genetic technology, which they thought was unrivaled, himself, China, could also crush them. Because he would definitely do it. 15 minutes ago, Qin Guang had already received the news from Tao Shiyu that the third squad led by Yu Shangdong was completely wiped out. Through the surveillance investigation, they found out a mysterious Westerner, with his own strength, crushed a team of well-trained special warriors, the danger level, extremely dangerous. At the same time, Tao Shiyu also suspected that this mysterious Westerner suddenly came to the territory of China. There must be other missions, most likely related to him. When Qin Guang learned of this news, he also synchronized the footage of this Westerner in action. The first time he saw it, he was almost certain that this guy must be the biochemical man developed by the beautiful country. It's just that he didn't expect that the pretty country biochemist would come so quickly. "It's good to come, I'll be waiting for you." Qin Guang lifted his head expressionlessly and looked at Tang Wanru, who was immersed in the petri dish. A touch of coldness swept across his eyes. Buzz. Right at this moment, a vibrating sound suddenly came from the cell phone in Qin Guang's pocket. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was Hao University's president, Li Jianming, calling. When the phone was connected, Li Jianming's impatient voice came from inside. Xiao Qin, according to your request, I prepared the 3 doctoral students. Now we're on our way, we'll be there soon.
Good, I will come over now.
Qin Guang nodded and glanced at Tang Wanru again, then lifted his foot to leave the petri dish room. At the same time, the news of Pretty Country's full blockade of China, after fermentation, instantly swept through the major portals in the country.
It directly caused a furor online. Tens of millions of Chinese netizens had expressed their opinions on the internet. What does Pretty Country mean by this? The head of the country even made such overly aggressive remarks, inciting the masses. Is this an attempt to declare war on the country of China? I just like to ask, with the current volume of China against Pretty Country, is it too late for us to apologize now? That person is to blame for everything.
Just as the network's rhythm continued, someone directly targeted Qin Guang, who had developed controlled nuclear fusion, and commented with indignation. That's the person who researched controlled nuclear fusion. He researched controlled nuclear fusion and wasn't satisfied with it. He actually wanted to research superconducting chips in a vain attempt to fight against the Pretty Country, and now he's pissed off the Pretty Country, causing the country of China to be completely blockaded. He's a disgrace to our famous race. A bunch of people who didn't know the cause of the incident, driven by this kind of rhythm, also shared the same hatred and issued a voice of criticism. That's right, this was all caused by him alone. If China was really drawn into a war, it wouldn't be us ordinary people who would suffer? Right, living in such a powerful country, I'm really convinced, can't we just develop steadily? Can't you think of the common people? And this stupid scientist, he still wants to fight against the beautiful country. I think he's just fed up. As the rhythm took flight, panic spread rapidly online. The same rhythm on different platforms appeared one after another. Weibo, Douyin, and even the circle of friends, there are actually quite a lot of people, have begun to voice condemnation, abuse that clearly should be the hero of the country of China, the great man of Qin Guang. Even in the midst of the clear tirades, the occasional speech that spoke up for Qin Guang was quickly drowned out by a tidal wave of curses. As if in this night, for the sake of the country's wealth and people's security, Qin Guang, who wanted to complete the research even at the cost of hard resistance, had become a famous sinner who provoked the war and was self-serving. How ironic, how chilling was this? In this kind of rhythm, some experts and scholars who understand Qin Guang are all pained, and have gone online to make remarks and speak out for Qin Guang. However, in the overwhelming wave of abuse, a word of wisdom seems so weak and small, deepen the panic of the netizens, even unwilling to take a look. For these netizens, no matter how big and domineering the Pretty Country is, it is after all the world's #1 power. Once the Pretty Country turned on China, or even started a war, the consequences would be catastrophic. At that time, the impact will be the fundamentals of their survival, and even life. Fear of death is the original fear of man. Everyone shoots for death, especially on the internet. This instinct is amplified countless times. The major domestic officials also began to come down one after another, in various platforms with their own influence. All of them are speaking out for Qin Guang. Unfortunately, when the fear converges, the madness brought about is beyond everyone's imagination. But in the domestic public opinion is wrapped in panic to spearhead Qin Guang. Suddenly a silent technology field Vihanyon, in their own microblogging, released a 10,000-word article, and topped this microblogging. Technology Vihanyon, because of the long years of reviewing the technology field-related equipment, due to its professional review instructions, and thus by millions of fans' attention. But for reasons unknown, he suddenly disappeared without leaving even a single note. Now, as public opinion rages, Han Yang is online. A single Weibo, forwarded by a huge fanbase, directly sensationalized the entire internet in just an hour. The name of the topic he published was "He who carries a salary for all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow." Once this long article appeared, it directly rushed away from the online public opinion, and the post also rushed to the major platforms' hot search in the first time, attracting millions of people clicking to check. Chapter 78 Letter to Compatriots. Those who carry firewood for the masses must not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. A letter to all Chinese people. The United States, to this day, still harbors the intention to destroy our nation. Today, some may feel fear due to the nationwide lockdown, or anxiety over the looming war. You have families, children, and happy homes. Fear is a natural human emotion. But have you ever considered? If it weren't for him developing controllable nuclear fusion for us, the lifeline of our nation's energy would be completely in the hands of others. Throughout history, between nations, whether good or bad, it all boils down to 2 words: interests. Without energy, we would have to import it, bearing the enormous costs at exorbitant prices. If one day our energy supply were cut off, where would we go from there? Would we become traitors, serving as tools for great powers? Or would we sever ties and gradually decline? If it weren't for him developing superconducting chips for us, the rise of our nation would be in the hands of others. Chips are the cornerstone of future technology. All groundbreaking electronic innovations are impossible without them. Without chips, China would never be able to lift its head in the fields of science and technology or military equipment, let alone break through blockades and achieve national rejuvenation. Without him, we wouldn't even be considered a threat by the United States today. It is because of his emergence that our China today has hope for rise and the opportunity to compete with the United States on equal footing. Our vast nation, with 5,000 years of cultural heritage, has nothing to fear from a single war. How can we fear a country with only 400 years of history? Today, this lengthy article is intended to awaken the fighting spirit of the 140 million compatriots of China. China will never be intimidated by the threats of the United States. We must stand up and tell the United States that today's China is not the China of 100 years ago. We must show the United States and the world the resolve of China's rise. Let the world know that the rise of China is unstoppable. Even a powerful nation like the United States will, like its historical adversaries, ultimately be crushed under our relentless determination, resilience, and resolve. Finally, let it be known that he did not have to endure all this for us ordinary people. He could have become an academician through a single research project and been admired by all. But he did not. He continues to prove through his actions that our nation has infinite potential. He can lead our nation to true awakening and stand tall among the nations of the world. He is the hero of our nation, a great man who will be remembered in the history of our nation for thousands of years, never to fade away. At this moment, behind computer and phone screens, middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s, elderly people in their 50s and 60s, and countless young people were all deeply moved. He is the hero of our nation, a great man who will be remembered in the history of our nation for thousands of years to come, never to fade away. Everyone unconsciously focused on the final sentence, murmuring it in unison. Before they realized it, tears had already welled up in their eyes. At that moment, the blood flowing through their veins felt like it was reborn, igniting hope once more. Everyone silently wiped away their tears, opened various social media platforms, and quietly deleted the posts and status updates that had previously criticized Qin Guang. This lengthy article was quickly shared by an increasing number of people, even reaching those who did not follow online news through various channels. As more people paid attention, the words "national hero" shot to the top of the trending topics in an instant. At that moment, in the standalone laboratory at the center of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Inside the laboratory building, Professor Zhang had put down his work and was intently staring at his phone. On the screen, a message from his student Guiyong appeared. "Professor, I have posted the letter you sent me online. I believe that once they see the content, they will change their minds." Professor Zhang did not respond. Guiyong quickly sent another message. "Professor, thank you." Those two simple words, "thank you," carried the weight of gratitude from countless researchers. Qin Guang was the pioneer of scientific research in Huagua, yet he was now being slandered and abused. The pain felt by countless researchers was immeasurable. After reading Guiyong's reply, Mr. Zhang removed his reading glasses from the bridge of his nose and turned to look at his assistant beside him. With a lump in his throat, he said, "Xiao Wang, could you take a look at my glasses? They seem a bit blurry. I can't make out the numbers on the instrument." "Sure, give them to me." Xiao Wang nodded, took the glasses, and adjusted them in front of his eyes. His brows furrowed involuntarily. He asked in confusion, "Mr. Zhang, there's nothing wrong with your glasses, is there? Maybe they're uncomfortable. Should I get you a new pair?" Xiao Wang looked up at Mr. Zhang, only to see him secretly wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye with his sleeve. Xiao Wang seemed to understand. He held the glasses, stunned, and stood motionless in place. At that moment, inside the laboratory building, the researchers who had been busy working were now doing the same as Mr. Zhang. They silently raised their sleeves and wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes. There is no such thing as truly understanding someone else's pain, but the researchers here understood it better than anyone else. Before Qin Guang stepped forward, they knew all too well the hardships that Chinese science and technology had endured. Whenever high-tech was mentioned, it was immediately labeled as foreign-made, as if, in everyone's eyes, no matter how hard Chinese scientists worked, they couldn't change the fact that factories produced assembly-line goods and cheap trinkets. In such an environment, which scientist isn't swimming against the current? Which scientist doesn't have a burning determination deep within them? But even so, no matter how tirelessly they research and invent, as long as there is a breakthrough in domestic technology, it will inevitably be subject to foreign restrictions. Years, or even decades, of research and development will either be wasted for the benefit of other countries or remain unborn. How tragic and how helpless is that? Now, Qin Guang has stepped forward to lead China's scientific and technological advancement, yet he faces such vilification. How can those who have dedicated half their lives to research possibly let this go? How can they not be heartbroken? "Mr. Zhang, your glasses." Xiao Wang solemnly handed the glasses to Mr. Zhang. Zhang Lao took the glasses, wiped away his tears, put on his reading glasses, and faced the direction where Qin Guang was standing. He whispered, "Xiao Qin, you helped me last time. This time, I will do my best to help you in the same way. I hope it can be of some assistance. We will work together for the same China, striving to make it rise to the pinnacle of the world." Chapter 79, A Greater Threat. Outside the standalone laboratory building. At that moment, the head of state sat silently behind the desk. After a long while, he put down the specially made tablet in his hands and stared at the lengthy text on the screen, remaining silent for a long time. The secretary stood by silently, not daring to disturb him, waiting quietly. After a long while, inside the laboratory building, old Mr. Zhang had already returned with his team to resume their work, and everyone else had also returned to their respective posts in an orderly manner. At this moment, the head of state turned his gaze toward the first secretary, his expression solemn as he ordered, "Shaoli, go notify the propaganda department." Last time, Xiao Qin did not attend the award ceremony. Once the superconducting chip is successfully developed, I want to mobilize the entire nation to organize a national ceremony for him that will shake the world. The first secretary was startled by the words, "a national ceremony that will shake the world." In the past century, mobilizing the entire nation's resources for such an event had never been done before in Huagua, not even for a single individual. Xiao Qin is the backbone of our nation, the hope for our complete rejuvenation. The head of state took a deep breath and said, "We cannot let our hero be disappointed." A lengthy article spanning thousands of words swept across Huagua's online platforms, uniting the 140 million people of Huagua in a united front. The news quickly spread to foreign websites, sparking a major uproar. Many people on foreign platforms read the open letter, and even those of different skin colors couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Many even believed that the actions of this Chinese scientist were no longer merely about opening new horizons for China. His deeds had directly propelled human progress forward. He had elevated humanity to a higher level of civilization. Humanity cannot progress without technological advancement. If such individuals had not emerged and instead followed the path of chaos and isolation, how could technology advance? How could humanity progress? Moved by this lengthy article, some Americans couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, hailing him as the father of science and technology standing at the pinnacle of the world. This is an extremely high honor, unparalleled in history. Similarly, the news quickly reached Coulson's ears. Those who light the fire for others must not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow. Coulson stared at the tablet with a grim expression. Suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within him. Bang! The tablet was violently smashed onto the ground, shattering into pieces and reducing itself to a heap of scrap metal. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Damn those Chinese! It seems you'll have to suffer a bit." Glancing at the tablet on the ground, Coulson pulled out his phone and dialed the number. The call connected, and Harry's accusatory voice came through. "Coulson, what's going on?" "Miss Harry, I think that just warnings aren't enough. These Chinese aren't scared. It's making them more united." A cold gleam flashed in Coulson's eyes as he said, "I think it's time for us to act. We need to escalate the threat. We need to make them afraid, and start the collapse from within." On the other end of the line, Harry sat in his office, listening to Coulson's words, his expression equally grim. She had also seen the online public opinion. Now, public opinion in the United States was also being influenced by China. Due to the appearance of this lengthy article, not only had the Chinese become more united, but even some Americans had begun calling for peace. Under no circumstances could she allow this situation to unfold. "Coulson, listen carefully. These Chinese have always been cowards. The only reason they dared to resist this time is because they haven't started to fear us yet." Harry held the phone and said coldly, "Next, I will bring them real threats. You first figure out how to control the online public opinion. I'll call you when I need you." After speaking, Harry hung up the phone. After hanging up, Harry didn't even bother to look up. He dialed Bai Deng's phone. On the other side, Bai Deng, dressed in a well-tailored suit with padded shoulders, emerged from the capital with a furrowed brow. Upon reaching the hallway, he immediately pulled out his phone and answered the call. Bai Deng spoke apologetically, "Ms. Harry, I'm sorry. The bill authorizing the use of nuclear weapons did not pass. It seems that the members of Congress are strongly opposed to our bill. Regarding the bill to authorize the use of nuclear weapons, there's no rush. Once we replace a few lawmakers, I'm confident the bill will pass quickly." As he spoke, Harry added in a light tone, "The second batch of 8W48 type special bioengineered humans will be born soon. Once they emerge, they will eliminate all nuclear weapons worldwide. The only nuclear-armed nation left in the world will be ours, and only then will the nuclear weapons we control truly hold value." "That's wonderful. I look forward to that day." Harry, hearing this, changed the subject and continued, "By the way, I called you this time because I need you to do another task." "Another matter?" "That's correct." Harry ordered in a commanding tone, "Go to the Ministry of Defense immediately and dispatch the Navy to the southeastern coast of China. I want to use our powerful fleet to put pressure on them. Otherwise, these Chinese seem to have no idea how serious the consequences will be." "Yes, Ms. Harry." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Deng agreed to Harry's orders, but couldn't help adding, "However, if it's just a threat, it might not be enough to make the Chinese surrender completely. I still prefer to use nuclear weapons to completely subdue them mentally." "Ms. Harry, may I ask, when will the second batch of W48 type special bioengineered humans be ready?" Upon hearing Bai Deng's question, Harry instinctively replied, "No more than 2 weeks."
That should be sufficient.
The moment she finished speaking, Harry's brows furrowed tightly, and her expression grew displeased as she coldly snapped, "Shut up! These are not your concerns.
Just follow the orders I gave you." "Yes, Miss Harry, I was out of line,"
Bai Deng hurriedly replied with an apologetic tone.
Once Harry had finished giving his instructions, Bai Deng hung up the phone.
He turned to glance at the congressional chamber, a fleeting, imperceptible gleam flashing in his eyes.
He then waved his hand at one of his subordinates and coldly ordered, "Prepare the helicopter. Take me to the Pentagon immediately. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy protection.
Use the book robot to select Xiaohu for a stable and reliable experience, no pitfalls."
Chapter 80, War or Peace?
At 5 p.m., the Pentagon in the United States signed a secret proposal.
The proposal was led by Christopher Miller, the Minister of War.
It was transmitted to the Navy headquarters, one of the 3 Special Forces departments under the War Department, in just 15 minutes.
The speed was astonishing. There was virtually no resistance along the way.
In the office of the Navy Minister, James McPherson sat in full military attire, staring at the intelligence reports from Huagua on his desk, his face filled with worry.
Today's China is no longer the same country it once was.
Not only has it developed the capability to independently produce warships, but it also shows signs of catching up with the United States in terms of troop selection.
If allowed to continue developing unchecked, even the most powerful U.S. Navy would have to face a formidable adversary.
After glancing through the intelligence reports on China that had been compiled and brought to his office, James McPherson's expression grew solemn. He turned his head toward the window, furrowing his brows, and muttered to himself, "I hope this comprehensive blockade against China goes smoothly. Otherwise, facing such a rapidly developing nation is simply too dangerous."
In the United States, James McPherson has always been a vocal advocate for a hardline stance toward China.
He has repeatedly called for a tough approach in Congress, but his proposals have been repeatedly opposed due to fears of triggering a nuclear war, leaving him with few supporters. Now, with the sudden public statement by the old man on the street calling for a complete blockade of China, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Although he doesn't know why Biden and the Congress have suddenly made such a drastic change, he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. He had already drafted a plan in his mind, fearing that this plan to isolate China might fail. However, just as James McPherson was about to pick up the phone to issue the order, the office door was suddenly knocked on.
"Enter."
James McPherson paused and turned to look at the door. An assistant hurried in with a file folder, handed it to James McPherson with respect, and said, "Colonel James McPherson, the Pentagon has sent a classified document."
"A classified document?"
James McPherson froze for a moment, glanced at the sealed envelope, then waved his hand at his subordinates. Once his men had left, he finally opened the file to look inside. However, the moment he saw the contents, the solemn expression on his face vanished instantly, and he broke into a wide grin. "Oh, God.
I've finally waited for this. This day should have come long ago."
You see, when the Parliament had not approved the use of tough measures against China, as the Secretary of the Navy, he had been in a very frustrating position. The U.S. Navy has 7 fleets, approximately 500,000 active duty and reserve personnel, a total of 279 active duty warships, and 4,000 combat aircraft. On paper alone, this is undoubtedly the largest, most tonnage-heavy, most technologically advanced, and overall strongest navy in the world, surpassing all other nations. With such formidable combat readiness, not only does it fail to exert pressure on China, but it instead engages in the same empty rhetoric as China, uttering nothing but soft, meaningless warnings.
This is nothing short of a waste of life.
James McPherson finally saw the resolve of the higher-ups in this document.
He immediately picked up the phone and issued an order, "Transmit my orders now.
Immediately dispatch a fleet to the southeastern coast of China.
Authorize the use of the USS Reagan and USS Bush aircraft carriers. Everyone, snap to attention. Today, I will point our swords at China."
After speaking, James McPherson slammed the phone down, crossed his arms, and snorted arrogantly, "Humph. Those damned Huagua people, I'll see if you dare to continue researching that worthless superconducting chip, or if you dare to refuse to hand over controllable and nuclear fusion technology to us." While the internet was ablaze with heated debates over the technological competition between China and the United States. At 6 o'clock that afternoon, a world-shaking news story swept across the major television networks of countries around the globe. The U.S. Navy's 3rd Fleet, along with 2 aircraft carriers, set sail with a clear target, the southeastern coast of China. No one could have imagined that, at such a critical juncture, the United States would act so recklessly. Even more unforeseen was that the comprehensive containment of China policy, as stated by Biden, would be implemented so swiftly. Such behavior was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife, with a high likelihood of triggering a war between 2 superpowers. Some television stations invited military experts from various countries to provide professional analysis during their reports. Almost all military experts unanimously agreed that China is the world's 2nd largest country and will never allow itself to be manipulated like the United States did with the small countries in the Middle East.
The United States' current actions will only lead to two possible outcomes. 1. The two countries reach a reconciliation and withdraw from the waters. 2. The South China Sea conflict triggers World War III, leading to the end of the world. However, given the current situation, the likelihood of the United States reaching a reconciliation with China is virtually zero. It is clear that in the face of China's rapidly rising international status, the United States has no intention of competing with China in technology anymore. Instead, it has directly acknowledged that China's superconducting chips, once unveiled, will undoubtedly surpass the United States' superchips. Therefore, they are willing to go to any lengths to provoke friction, even if it means dragging the world into destruction, in order to suppress and contain China. It can be said that the United States' actions have now become indistinguishable from those of a bandit. On this point, the Middle Eastern countries arbitrarily manipulated by the United States may have a deeper understanding. Upon hearing this news, a massive wave of calls for peace swept across the globe. Workers began striking, and students also took to the streets under various pretexts, waving flags of peace and condemning the United States for disregarding global stability and provoking war. Not only that, but various experts and scholars have also taken to the airwaves to condemn the United States' thuggish behavior and remind the public, China has always cherished peace and has consistently assisted other nations over the years. Believe that whether it is the controllable nuclear fusion technology already developed or the superconducting chips currently under research, given China's moral standards on the international stage, it will certainly be willing to share them voluntarily to help humanity progress. However, China's voluntary sharing is entirely different from being forced to hand over such technologies. The United States, with its wolfish ambitions, seeks to use this method to contain and coerce China. This arrogant hegemonic posture is nothing short of a destroyer of the world. While various experts have condemned the United States' actions, they have also issued a clear message: Western countries, especially those following the United States like lackeys, must now take a stand. War or peace? Chapter 81, Victory is certain. However, in response to the calls from various experts, the Western world, which has long been regarded as the moral guardian, has fallen into a tacit silence. They have remained completely silent regarding the U.S. Navy's breach of the maritime boundary and entry into China's South China Sea. In response to this situation, calls from around the world have grown increasingly louder. Some demand that the international community impose sanctions on the United States, others call for peace and against war. However, the United States remains deaf to these calls, with the Third Fleet and 2 aircraft carriers continuing to race toward China's southeastern coast. Just as the world was calling for peace and against war, the island nation in the southeast suddenly made a shocking move under the world's watchful eye. Dozens of fully loaded speedboats and 2 warships suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, full speed ahead, heading directly toward China's coastal waters. Judging by their posture, they clearly intended to cross the maritime boundary and directly rendezvous with the U.S. warships. It was like an old, emaciated dog that, upon seeing its master, suddenly regained a gleam in its cloudy eyes and began barking wildly to attract its master's attention. The leader of this southeastern island nation had assumed that China, facing the United States military counterattack, must be in complete disarray and would dare not provoke his fleet. However, just as the island nation's cabinet members were fantasizing about throwing themselves into the United States' embrace and returning to the international community, this fantasy had barely begun to take shape before it was shattered. Lan. A deafening explosion echoed across the sea. The Southeast Asian island nation, along with its warships, dispatched a total of 19 fast attack craft and warships, which were swiftly destroyed by underwater torpedoes. Not a single one survived. The island nation's cabinet members were all frozen in shock. Within a very short time, a statement was drafted, condemning China's brutal actions. However, the statement was met with complete silence, as if it had been thrown into the ocean, without even a ripple, and not a single word of response from China. China's indifference at this moment seemed more like a warning not only to the island nation but also to the world, signaling a new order. Anyone who dares to challenge China will face certain annihilation, no matter who they are. China is a sleeping dragon, seemingly calm and still, but once stirred by the winds of change, it rises into the heavens, stirring the heavens and earth, all in the blink of an eye. On the same day, the official Weibo account of the East China military region announced, "If there is war, we will win." At the same time, the entire Eastern Theater Command mobilized, with hundreds of thousands of troops converging toward the southeast. The First Fleet of the Chinese Navy also set sail at nearly the same time, heading toward the southeastern coast. The Liaoning, Shandong, and Fujian aircraft carriers, dubbed the weapons of a great nation, thundered out of port, forming a blockade in the South China Sea. The morale of the sailors on board was high. Ready to die for the cause, if the United States dares to fight, the tens of millions of soldiers of Huagua have nothing to fear. When the 3 aircraft carriers of the Chinese Navy anchored off the southeastern coast, the world was once again shaken. It seemed that someone had realized this was not a warning, but a genuine show of force. Perhaps in many Western media outlets, China has always been portrayed as an industrially backward, chaotic, and underdeveloped nation. But when China's warships appeared in the South China Sea, it was only then that some people realized they had been deceived by the media all along. China is a true great power. a great power with its own independent government. Once this was understood, it seemed as though everyone saw the end of the world, the onset of the Third World War, and the origin of the world's demise. War is on the brink of erupting, while inside the standalone laboratory building of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the national leader sat at his desk, his expression solemn, continuously signing a series of operational commands. People were constantly coming and going in the laboratory building, creating a tense atmosphere. Beside him, the first secretary's face was equally tense, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fists. He tried to speak several times, but upon seeing the leader's expression, he could only swallow his words. He was well aware that if a war were to break out with the United States, the conflict between the two superpowers would inevitably lead to a world war, with no side emerging unscathed. At that point, China would become the target of everyone's hatred, and might even be portrayed as the scapegoat for humanity. This point didn't need to be reminded by the secretary. The head of state was well aware of it. However, this time, it was a crucial step in China's rise. If they retreated, China would face exploitation and oppression from the United States, its international standing would plummet, and the country would never know peace again. Therefore, China must not retreat. The successful development of controlled nuclear fusion could enable China's national strength to surpass the United States within a decade. Once superconducting chips are commercialized, China's rise will be unstoppable, and within 3 years, it will undoubtedly leave the United States far behind. A man is not guilty for possessing a precious gem. It is precisely because China possesses these powerful technologies that the United States is so restless. Similarly, the United States' wolfish ambitions are now laid bare for all to see. They are stirring up global tensions and even willing to provoke war because the United States' traditional tough rhetoric is no longer sufficient to contain China's rise. Since they cannot contain China, they can only exploit their barely sustainable hegemonic status and strength to deal with China. Only by doing so can they completely seal off China. To make China's technology regress, to make China dependent in every aspect, and to ensure it dares not utter a single word on the international stage. Swish! The head of state picked up his pen and signed another order to go to war. Lifting his head, he raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, "Take this order and tell General Zhang that today's battle is a battle for the survival of the nation. If the United States dares to fire the first shot, open fire immediately." Yes. The head of state. Seeing the guard leave in a hurry, the secretary finally couldn't help but speak up. The head of state ignored him completely, stood up, glanced at the secretary, and said calmly, "I know what you want to say, but today's matter is not something you can persuade me on, and I won't listen." The secretary opened his mouth but couldn't find the words, standing there speechless. After speaking, the head of state immediately withdrew his gaze. He knew that if he allowed the United States to cross the maritime border today, delivering a harsh blow to China, or even handing over two technologies capable of altering China's national fortune to the United States, it would truly mean that after kneeling for so long, there would be no possibility of standing up again. As the head of state of China, he absolutely refused to agree. Likewise, the 140 million people of China would never agree either. Even if 1,000 people stand against me, I will go forward. If I must live on my knees, I would rather die standing. Moreover, China's military capabilities have already ranked among the world's best. If there were to be a war, we would not necessarily fear the United States. Victory or defeat lies in our hands. Until the outcome is decided, the result remains unknown. Chapter 82, Superconducting Chip Implementation. Swish! As a specially made pen touched the paper, the final resolution on the document was signed. The head of state picked up the document and handed it to his secretary, furrowing his brows slightly and reminding him, "Li, remember this, no matter how dire the situation becomes, you must protect our nation's hero at all costs." Once signed, the resolution was immediately enforceable, and the secretary was well aware of this. At that moment, there was not a single trace of hesitation in his mind. Yes. The head of state nodded, stood up, and began to leave the laboratory building. The war between China and the United States was on the brink of erupting, and he had to leave the laboratory building and return to the command center to oversee the entire situation. However, just as the two were about to leave, suddenly, a loud and chaotic cheer erupted from behind them. "Ha, it's done, finally done. That's right. We did it. From today onward, our Huagua people have finally stood up." The voices of the crowd surged like waves, one after another. The expression on the face of the national leader and his secretary froze. They exchanged glances, and a hint of surprise flashed across their faces. Unconsciously, they both turned their gaze toward Mr. Zhang. There, old Mr. Zhang was surrounded by numerous researchers. At that moment, his weathered, aged face broke into a smile that hadn't been seen in days, and even his hunched back straightened in an instant. He laughed heartily, raising his hand to wipe away the tears streaming down his face. As the lead researcher of this project, he had invested so much of his heart and soul into it. All his efforts had not been in vain. They had succeeded. The relentless research they had conducted day and night, without rest or sleep, had finally paid off.
The researchers who had been working tirelessly under immense pressure in the standalone laboratory building for days finally found release for their emotions in that moment. Everyone cheered excitedly, embracing each other in tears. Seeing this scene before them, the head of state and his secretary both felt a wave of shock wash over them, like a tidal wave, making it impossible to remain calm. Could it be that the superconducting chip had finally been achieved? At that moment, Mr. Zhang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He quickly scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on the stunned head of state. Standing tall and proud, though already in his 70s, he looked radiant, as if he had suddenly grown younger by a decade. He hurriedly walked up to the head of state, looking at him with great excitement. "Head of state, you have not disappointed us. Our country's superconducting chip has successfully been developed today." Successfully developed? Even though they had already guessed the outcome, hearing it from Zhang Lao's own lips left both of them still unable to believe it. Zhang Lao clenched his fists tightly and nodded firmly. "That's right. From today onward, our country now possesses chip technology that leads the world in science and technology. From now on, we will no longer be held hostage by the United States. Moreover, thanks to the existence of superconducting chips, we will achieve major breakthroughs in every field." Mr. Zhang grew increasingly excited as he spoke, for he knew that the visions he had outlined would soon become reality. First, in the field of biochips, with the implementation of superconducting chips, Chinese scientists will be able to use this as a foundation to achieve accurate gene expression detection. And in the military industry? Superconducting chips can not only be used for national defense and strategic purposes but also to enhance the accuracy and speed of any missile, achieving true precision and reliability, ensuring that every missile hits its target. It can be said that from children's toys to airplanes, spacecraft, and even the human body, any pursuit of intelligence cannot bypass chips. After overcoming countless challenges, China has finally developed its own superconducting chips. Moving forward, with the support of superconducting chips, every sector in China will experience explosive growth. Thinking of this, old Mr. Zhang raised his head, his eyes burning with determination, and said, "I believe that with just a little more time, China will soar to new heights. At that time, the United States will no longer have the ability to compete with us." Zhang Lao's words filled the current head of state and his secretary with excitement. The head of state looked at Zhang Lao and nodded firmly in agreement. Indeed. Since breaking free from the shackles of the old society, China has developed step by step, and in the past few decades, it has begun to rise comprehensively. Whether it be industrial standards or the fundamentals of people's livelihoods, we have already caught up with the world's leading levels. However, the most critical area of technological progress has remained stagnant for years. Who could have imagined that Qin Guang's emergence would, within just a few short months, bring two technologies capable of completely breaking through China's technological bottlenecks, controlled nuclear fusion and superconducting chips? Not only has it broken through foreign technological blockades against China, but it has also directly opened up China's channels to the international community. The head of state raised his hand, patted the elderly man on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "China's achievements today would not have been possible without your contributions." As he spoke, he turned to his secretary and ordered, "Begin preparations immediately. In 3 days, hold a press conference for the global media." Exhaling a breath of frustration, the head of state stood with his hands behind his back, clenching his fists tightly, and declared passionately, "At that time, we will announce the success of this technology in front of the world's 7 billion people. Let those hegemonic nations that dare to challenge us see why China is called the great and mighty nation." "Yes." The secretary responded with equal enthusiasm. As for why the head of state had chosen to hold the press conference in 3 days, he understood better than anyone else. The U.S. Navy's Third Fleet, along with the high-profile USS Ronald Reagan and USS George H.W. Bush, were heading toward the East China Sea at full speed, carrying missile warheads. Their estimated arrival time is 3 days from now. The world's attention was now focused on this matter, with leaders from all countries waiting to see how China would respond. And the head of state had deliberately chosen this day for the press conference for one reason alone. That reason is to show strength. When two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one prevails. If your U.S. warships dare to breach the maritime boundary and openly provoke China, then China will make you pay today. With 5,000 years of cultural heritage, China has weathered countless historical transformations. The United States dares to use brute force to oppress China. Then let's show our strength. Let's see if the 140 million people of China are afraid of your might. The secretary was eager to convey the head of state's orders immediately, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. He hurried back and said urgently, "The head of state, there's one more thing. The Minister of State Security, Tao Shiyu, is on the phone and wants to speak with you. He says there's an important matter to report." Chapter 83, The Mysterious Surveillance. Yangtze River, along the riverbank. The river's surface remained turbulent and chaotic. Tao Shiyu held the phone, sitting in the command vehicle, watching the churning river while reporting the latest information to the national leader. Prime Minister, the third squad of the security department encountered an unexpected incident during their arrest operation.
Tao Shiyu did not withhold any details, recounting every minute detail of the incident.
Since discovering Yu Shangdong's body and the bodies of the last two escaped agents, he knew the matter was far from straightforward. This discovery had him on high alert, making him extremely cautious. The enemy had clearly killed Yu Shangdong and even annihilated all members of the third squad. They should have been able to escape back to international waters and leave Chinese territory. Why were the American agents still killed? If it wasn't the third squad, then who was responsible? Regardless of who it was, one thing was certain: besides the third squad and the two fleeing agents, there must be another group involved. With this confirmed answer, Tao Shiyu, relying on his extraordinary professional skills, quickly identified the direction of the investigation. That was the Sky Eye system, a national security tool of unparalleled effectiveness. Today, nearly every street and alley in China is covered by the Sky Eye system. By pinpointing a specific area, gradually zooming in, and conducting a thorough search, clues would inevitably be found. However, as the investigation progressed, Tao Shiyu soon witnessed a chilling scene. A camera facing the river captured an eerie scene. As the water parted, a mysterious man wearing a windbreaker emerged from the water. Without any diving equipment, he walked step by step across the water's surface, as if ascending a staircase, and emerged onto the shore. Even more bizarrely, after emerging from the water, he walked across the surface as if it were solid ground, making his way to the shore. In the blurry, dimly lit footage, the trench-coated man met up with the wanted agent 013. The two seemed to exchange words, and then 013 collapsed to the ground. From this scene, it was clear that the mysterious trench-coated man and 013 were definitely working together. As for why he killed 013, it might have been to cover up some secret. Upon discovering this astonishing footage, Tao Shiyu immediately mobilized all nearby surveillance cameras. Sure enough, he found more detailed footage from a high-definition camera by the roadside. In the footage, it is clearly visible that the man in the trench coat approached Agent 013 and took something from his hands. However, due to the brief duration of their interaction, even when zooming in, it was impossible to determine what the object was. After receiving the object, 013 clutched his neck and slowly collapsed to the ground. After the man in the windbreaker left the frame, 013, lying on the ground, struggled to crawl forward inch by inch, crawling into the bushes, seemingly trying to escape and seek help. But as blood gushed from his neck, he eventually died. After watching the entire surveillance footage, Tao Shiyu was stunned. If it weren't for the surveillance camera capturing the scene, he would never have believed that such a thing could happen in this world, that a human being could walk freely on water. No! The moment this thought crossed his mind, Tao Shiyu immediately dismissed it. This was absolutely impossible for a human to achieve. Perhaps this mysterious man in the windbreaker wasn't human at all. Otherwise, how could someone break the laws of physics and walk on water? He immediately sent the video to two places. One was the technical department responsible for cybersecurity, instructing them to do everything in their power to analyze the details in the video. No matter what, they had to find out what the trench coat man had obtained from Agent 013. Because this could very well be the critical information that was taken out of Huagua. The other was Zhao Bo, the dean of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He hoped he could explain this phenomenon through science. The video was sent out about 10 minutes ago, and Zhao Bo responded quickly. From a scientific perspective, walking on water is not an impossible feat for humans. In physics, there is an anti-gravity technology that can fully achieve this. Moreover, this anti-gravity technology has been successfully developed in multiple countries. The principle involves using the gravitational force of one object repelling another to eliminate negative mass, thereby cancelling out gravity. However, achieving this requires a significant amount of specialized equipment. As seen in the video, the person in question is able to walk on water without any equipment, seemingly defying gravity. This is almost an impossible feat. Of course, science has no definitive answers. Zhao Bo quickly listed another possibility for Tao Shiyu, implanting an anti-gravity device into the human body. If this were the case, based on theoretical results, there is a high probability that the water walking demonstrated in the video could be replicated. However, there is a very serious issue: the human body's structure simply cannot withstand the pressure generated when an anti-gravity device is activated. After reading Zhao Bo's response, Tao Shiyu's heart sank. The events captured on surveillance footage were undeniably real, and it was clear that the man in the windbreaker had defied the laws of physics by walking on water. But if current science cannot explain this behavior, how did the man in the windbreaker achieve it? At this point, Tao Shiyu couldn't help but think of a terrifying possibility. 013 was, after all, a highly trained agent from the United States. Even when facing the third squad's pursuit, he remained composed and unflustered. Even if he was completely unprepared when facing the man in the windbreaker, a professional agent couldn't possibly have put up no resistance at all, could he? This means that the man in the windbreaker is far more than what was seen in the video. Besides walking on water, he might possess other abilities as well. As this thought crossed his mind, Tao Shiyu immediately replied to the email with another question. Dr. Zhao, there's something else I'd like to ask you. From the video, we saw that the man in the trench coat can walk on water and underwater.
Do you think he might have other abilities as well?
Xiao Bo saw Tao Shiyu's question, watched the video, paused for a moment, furrowed his brow, and typed a line, "I can't analyze specific behaviors. However, purely from a theoretical perspective, we can boldly speculate that if someone can counteract the pressure caused by anti-gravity, they should be capable of achieving anything on a material level. This could include stopping bullets, making cars roll in mid-air, or causing planes to crash. In simple terms, within the range of his anti-gravity control, he can do anything."
Chapter 84, Reporting to the National Leader. Upon hearing Dr. Zhao's hypothesis, Tao Shiyu's expression darkened instantly, and his heart sank to the bottom.
He had initially thought this might be a relatively advanced technology, but after Zhao's explanation, he realized just how terrifying the man in the windbreaker truly was. More importantly, before 013 died, his expression was one of shock that the other party would dare to harm him. This alone was enough to prove that the man in the windbreaker was also from the United States. What could be the purpose of such a person suddenly appearing in China? Tao Shiyu sat in the command vehicle, furrowing his brows, and began reviewing the surveillance footage on the tablet again. He watched it over and over again, at least 10 times, but was still puzzled. Just then, the technical department finally had some news. A subordinate rushed to the command vehicle with a tablet, saluted Tao Shiyu, and immediately reported, "Commander Tao, the results from the technical department are in." Tao Shiyu, startled, "Speak quickly." The subordinate nodded, picked up the tablet, pressed the play button, and explained while pointing at the screen. The technical department reported that they enhanced the video's clarity using sharpening and reconstruction techniques. In the enlarged image, it was clear that Agent 013 had handed over a test tube to the mysterious figure.
As he spoke, the subordinate zoomed in on the image.
Sure enough, the video clearly showed Agent 013 handing a test tube to the man in the trench coat.
A test tube?
Tao Shiyu stared at the enlarged image, his heart sinking.
Just a test tube? What could possibly be inside it that would make the United States risk exposing the man in the trench coat just to come all the way to China?
Tao Shiyu carefully searched for any actions that could pose a threat to China.
Suddenly, he thought of something.
After pondering for a moment in the car, he pulled out his phone and made a call.
Soon, Qin Guang's voice came through the phone, "Minister Tao, what's going on?"
Tao Shiyu took a deep breath and quickly explained the entire situation to Qin Guang. "Xiao Qin, the undercover agents in the United States secret base were all found by you.
Could their target be you?"
Qin Guang's next words left Tao Shiyu speechless, while also uncovering the mystery and revealing the truth.
"Director Tao, I am well aware of the matter you mentioned. The American agent I captured at the base was named Grey Rat. He told me directly that the director of the USEAA, Coulson, had issued an order to them to first extract my cellular tissue rather than kill me immediately." Boom!
Upon hearing this, Tao Shiyu could no longer sit still, exclaiming in shock, "What did you say?
They extracted your tissue? Do they intend to clone you? This is a blatant violation of international conventions."
On the other end of the phone, Qin Guang sneered coldly, "The United States' wolfish ambitions are now fully exposed.
Do you really think they care about international conventions?"
Upon hearing this, Tao Shiyu fell silent, took a deep breath to calm himself, and finally spoke, "Xiao Qin, I will report this matter to the head of state immediately for his decision." Qin Guang did not stop Tao Shiyu from reporting the matter. Instead, he added calmly, "When you report to the head of state, please ask him on my behalf. If the War Ministry of Huawei is unable to deal with this man in the windbreaker, may I take action on my own?" Hearing this, Tao Shiyu's emotions, which had just been calmed, surged once more.
He exclaimed in shock, "What? You want to take action on your own?"
After speaking, Tao Shiyu immediately shook his head in refusal, saying anxiously, "No, absolutely not.
You are no match for the entire group.
Any mistake on your part would be unacceptable to the state." Qin Guang did not argue, but remained firm, "Minister Tao, all you need to do is relay my words accurately. As for what I will do, you will see for yourselves at the time." After hanging up the call with Qin Guang, Tao Shiyu sat in the command vehicle, feeling anxious and uneasy. He strongly opposed Qin Guang's request to volunteer for the mission. However, Qin Guang's persistence made him realize that Qin Guang must have some confidence in making such a request. After much deliberation, he finally made up his mind to report the matter and also convey Qin Guang's request.
A standalone laboratory building.
The head of state listened quietly to Tao Shiyu's account, the joy on his face fading bit by bit until it turned grim. He never imagined that the United States had already dispatched such a threatening mysterious figure into the territory of China. Moreover, the Chinese side had received no prior warning whatsoever. This was simply beyond belief. Most critically, his objective was still Qin Guang's cellular tissue. Qin Guang's contributions and importance to China were well known, and his value far exceeded that of any so-called scientific and technological expertise. And now, based on Tao Shiyu's account, it was clear that this mysterious individual had already obtained what he wanted.
Doesn't that mean he can now complete his mission and leave the country? At this point, the outcome of the situation becomes clear. This so-called mysterious individual, along with the spies infiltrating China, all have the same objective: to obtain Qin Guang's cellular tissue. Given Qin Guang's capabilities, if the United States truly masters more advanced cloning technology, it would undoubtedly pose the greatest threat to China. No way. We absolutely cannot let this person leave. The head of state grew increasingly alarmed as he thought about it, his expression turning serious. He immediately ordered over the phone, immediately notify all units to impose a complete lockdown on the central region of China. During the lockdown, no suspicious individuals are to be allowed to leave. At the same time, in the Huaguo region, mobilize all available forces to conduct a thorough search and investigation, sparing no expense to find this person. After personally issuing the lockdown order, the head of state added with lingering concern, "I'm telling you, Tao Shiyu, the severity of this matter is something you understand better than anyone else. I have only one requirement for your security department: spare no expense." Yes. Tao Shiyu responded firmly, but suddenly hesitated and asked with a frown, "Mr. President, how should I respond to the request made by Xiao Qin?" Upon hearing this, the head of state paused for a moment before speaking seriously. "I should not refuse Xiao Qin's request, but given his extremely sensitive status, this matter should be handled by the security department. I will explain the situation to him afterward." "Yes. We will complete the mission." Tao Shiyu's expression grew solemn as he nodded in agreement. Chapter 85: Heroes Deserve to be Remembered. At the same time, within the borders of Huaguo, at a secret experimental base, Qin Guang sat at his desk, staring at the disconnected phone, furrowing his brows as he fell into deep thought. He never expected that the bioengineered humans from the United States had already begun their operation, infiltrating deep into the heart of Huaguo in a manner so stealthy it was nearly impossible to detect. Although the combat strength of the Huaguo War Department was no slouch, facing a bioengineered soldier equipped with an anti-gravity system, without detailed intelligence support, they would likely be no match for them. That was precisely why he had instructed Tao Shiyu to convey a message to the national leader over the phone. Because he had already sensed that Tang Wanru's time to awaken was drawing near. If this mysterious man in the windbreaker represents the pinnacle of the United States cloning and human-machine integration technology, then Tang Wanru would represent the pinnacle of China's genetic engineering technology. Qin Guang had confidence in Tang Wanru and in himself. The reborn Tang Wanru would become the first of its kind in the world. Perfect new human being in the world. Qin Guang turned his head to look at the petri dish, watching Tang Wanru, whose body was wrapped in long hair and curled up, her furrowed brows suddenly relaxing. Judging by the progress observed so far, it would take no more than a week, perhaps not even a full week. Tang Wanru would truly awaken. At that point, if the man in the trench coat was still within the borders of Huaguo, a legendary battle between the two would undoubtedly ensue. At that point, the United States would realize how laughable their so-called research into bioengineered humans at the pinnacle of genetic engineering truly was. Similarly, the entire world will witness firsthand that the United States' attempts to suppress China across all technological fronts are nothing but a pipe dream. In any field, the United States will be trampled underfoot by China. They will never be able to rise again. Qin Guang withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, then stood up and walked straight toward the conference room. As the conference room door opened, the few people seated at the conference table all turned their gaze toward him. Academician 2, Dr. Li, President Li Jianming of Hao University, and 3 students sitting beside Li Jianming. Mr. Qin, young Mr. Qin. Upon seeing Qin Guang return to the conference room, Academician 2 and the others immediately greeted him. After nodding in response, Qin Guang turned his gaze toward the 3 students. These 3 were outstanding doctoral freshmen at Hao University, 2 men and 1 woman. The moment they saw Qin Guang push open the door and enter, their excitement was already evident, with fiery passion blazing in their eyes. In an instant, all 3 stood up spontaneously, openly revealing the excitement, fervor, and admiration in their eyes. Professor Qin. Dr. Li, though unaware of why Qin Guang had suddenly summoned the 3 doctoral students, couldn't he help but praise them sincerely from the side. These students all have promising potential. I just tested them on some basic knowledge, and their understanding was quite good. At Dr. Li's level, such social niceties were no longer necessary. If even he could acknowledge these 3 students, it could only mean one thing: they were truly outstanding. The 3 students, seeing that Dr. Li had spoken so highly of them in front of Professor Qin, were already excited and now found it even harder to stay calm. After all, the man standing before them was the hero of China who had successfully developed controlled nuclear fusion and led the research on superconducting chips. To catch even a glimpse of such a figure at this moment was already a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And now, not only had they seen him with their own eyes, but they had also become his students. It was like a dream come true. Before the publication of the lengthy article titled "Those Who Light Fires for Others Should Not Freeze to Death in the Snow," most people had little to no knowledge of Qin Guang. Qin Guang's identity was highly classified, and only a handful of people across the entire nation had access to detailed information about him.
Later, with the successful development of controlled nuclear fusion, some fragmented information began to circulate online. At that time, the vast majority of people in Huagua had a consistent understanding of Qin Guang, viewing him as a distant, unattainable scientist, nothing more. Then, the sudden emergence of superconducting chips propelled Qin Guang, who had never been publicly revealed before, to the pinnacle of public attention. He was a Chinese scientist standing at the pinnacle of global cutting-edge technology and a recipient of the Chinese Medal of Science and Technology for leading the development of world science and technology. However, as pressure from the United States intensified, public opinion suddenly shifted. Qin Guang, who had been elevated to the status of a deity, was overnight transformed into a traitor of China accused of provoking war. Some even claimed that it was his stubborn refusal to cooperate with the United States that had brought about the risk of war. It's like some people hope that the wealthy will unconditionally give their money to the poor, even going so far as to maliciously insult those who donate to charity. They argue that those who have earned so much should donate more, even if it is only a fraction of their wealth. However, when asked to donate the same amount themselves, they refuse. This is the inherent flaw of human nature. No one wants their peaceful life disrupted. For a time, almost every social media platform, from WeChat moments to short video platforms, was filled with criticism of Qin Guang. Finally, when public opinion reached a boiling point, the article titled "Those Who Light Fires for Others Should Not Freeze to Death in the Snow," which garnered over 10 million likes across the internet, ignited the suppressed public sentiment. It was precisely because of this article. All citizens of Huagua saw a clear truth. That is, as a scientist who has already reached the pinnacle of global technology, Qin Guang had no reason to endure so much injustice for China. With his abilities, if he had chosen to do so, any country would spare no expense to bring him into their own country and fulfill all his wishes. Agree to all demands, just to keep him there. Even if he didn't want to leave the country, he could have easily become a national hero of Huagua and been immortalized in history thanks to his groundbreaking research on controlled nuclear fusion. He could even immediately join the Chinese Academy of Sciences and become an academician. At that point, even if he did nothing and took no action, he would still be a revered hero and scientist of China. However, faced with such a choice that anyone could make, he did not choose to do so. He remained true to his original aspirations, steadfast like a pillar of strength, always standing at the forefront of China's scientific and technological development. He did not speak out to defend himself against the public's misunderstandings but remained silent, continuing his work in the laboratory. He continued to channel his passion for scientific research and technology, constantly seeking breakthroughs. He brought greater innovation and opportunities for rise to China. He also enabled China to stand tall on the international stage. Such individuals are not merely the heroes of China, they are the heroes that all Chinese people must remember. They are the heroes who led China, leading 140 million Chinese people, breaking through layer upon layer of shackles, and speaking out before the world. Chapter 86: Three Geniuses. As the three doctoral students stared intently at Qin Guang, Principal Li Jianming of Hao University stood up at the right moment and introduced the three of them by name: Zhao Shixin, Lin Zitsong, and Tian Meng. Xiaoqin, let me tell you, when we heard you were recruiting doctoral students and that your research was in gene technology, the admissions office nearly lost their minds. After introducing the three students, Li Jianming continued his enthusiastic speech. This year, nearly half of the students who applied to our university requested you as their doctoral advisor. In all my years as principal, I've never seen such a scene of crowds gathering at the Hao Academy. Principal Li, perhaps you should first introduce the backgrounds of these students. Dr. Li and academician Tu both noticed Li Jianming's boastful tone, cleared their throats, and gave a subtle reminder. Seeing this, Li Jianming didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. He pointed at the three students and said to Qin Guang, "All right, I'll introduce their backgrounds now. There were simply too many qualified candidates, so I carefully selected them after much consideration." Li Jianming turned his gaze to a tall, round-faced student with an honest expression, raised his thumb, and praised him sincerely. "This is Lin Zitsong, the first-place winner of the national biology competition. He's been admitted directly all the way through, and as for his academic ability, there's no need to say more." Lin Zitsong earned his master's degree from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich and his bachelor's degree from the University of Oxford. When choosing his doctoral advisor, he returned to China specifically to become your student. Standing beside him, Lin Zitsong heard Li Jianming's introduction and took a deep breath. He glanced at Li Jianming, then turned to Qin Guang and couldn't help but speak up. "On this point, I think I'm the most qualified to speak. In the past, students from our country were eager to graduate as soon as possible and go abroad for further studies." Lin Zitsong spoke sincerely, slowly adding, "But that's no longer the case, because of you." Looking up at Qin Guang, he said, "Professor Qin, it was your arrival that changed this phenomenon. Now, many overseas students regard Hao as their spiritual pillar and beacon of academic excellence. They are all waiting to graduate and return to continue their studies under your guidance." Hao University President Li Jianming listened with great satisfaction. As he heard the words, an inexplicable sense of pride welled up inside him.
Though the praise wasn't directed at him, who could blame him? After all, Qin Guan was a student of Howdy University. Wait, he should already be a doctoral advisor by now. Li Jianming was well aware that when Qin Guang first developed the equation for controlled nuclear fusion, it was immediately noticed by the old guard at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In fact, they had already extended an olive branch before he even graduated. What was the result? Qin Guang firmly rejected the offer from Huaca Academy, all because he wanted to stay at Hao Academy. Because of this, the old guard at Huaca Academy began to doubt themselves and launched an investigation into Hao Academy. No one could believe that a scientific genius would reject an invitation from a top-tier official research institution just to stay at a second-rate academy. It can be said that this incident brought immense prestige to Hao Academy, attracting countless people who heard the news. As the president of Hao Academy, he naturally became the focus of everyone's interviews. In the meeting room, Qin Guang looked at Lin Zitsong and said meaningfully, "The light I can shine on my own is minimal. Only when the nation truly prospers will those who left return." Lin Zitsong heard this, opened his mouth, and fell into deep thought. Li Jianming, hearing Qin Guang's voice, snapped back to reality, gave an apologetic smile, and turned his gaze to the only girl among the three. "This is the genius young woman I want to introduce to you, Tian Meng. Everyone present can guess her age." Li Jianming deliberately left it hanging. Dr. Li, an academician too, upon hearing this, also grew curious and took a closer look at Tian Meng. Tian Meng looked rather young, with 2 ponytails, round-framed glasses, and a petite build. Could she still be a minor? Dr. Li seemed to think of something and asked in surprise. "She just turned 15 this year." Li Jianming nodded proudly. "Don't let her young age fool you. She's only 15 and has already graduated from graduate school." And even her previous graduate advisor was stumped by a few questions she posed. Calling her a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hearing Li Jianming's praise, Tian Meng, who was usually arrogant, blushed slightly. She blushed and said shyly, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not a troublemaker. It's just that those professors were too mediocre." As she spoke, she suddenly changed the subject, looked at Qin Guang, took a deep breath, and said earnestly, in front of Professor Qin, "I'm not a genius at all. I still have so much to learn." Li Jianming was stunned, as if the scene had shifted, staring at Tian Meng. In his impression, this genius girl wasn't like this at all. With her extraordinary intelligence and ability to remember everything she saw, she had always been the type to challenge everyone in class. Even though she had just graduated from graduate school, she had already received an invitation from Huaca University. How could she suddenly become so docile all of a sudden? As Li Jianming stood there dumbfounded, Qin Guang swept his gaze over the three of them, finally fixing his eyes on the slender young man and spoke. "The other two have been introduced. You must be Zhao Shixin, right?" Zhao Shixin immediately stood up excitedly. However, a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Qin Guang looked at him and spoke bluntly, "Since the two of them are so outstanding, you can't be too bad either. Everyone, sit down. Time is tight, I'll keep this brief." "Oh." Zhao Shixin sighed dejectedly and sat down obediently. Qin Guang looked at the three of them and said succinctly, "I don't need to waste time introducing myself. You've probably heard at least a little about my achievements. I also know that students like you would eventually make a name for yourselves even without me." Qin Guang paused, his expression suddenly turning serious. "However, right now, I need the three of you to work under Dr. Li to tackle 2 research projects. 1. The unsolved mysteries of humanity, the patterns of gene arrangement. 2. Extraction and replacement of defective genes." The moment he heard the 2 topics, Zhao Shixin's earlier disappointment vanished instantly, and he abruptly lifted his head. The genius girl Tian Meng and Lin Zitsong, the top student in the biology competition, also couldn't hide their excitement. They never dreamed that, right off the bat, they would be assigned 2 projects that could have such a crucial impact on the fate of humanity. However, the next moment, Qin Guang suddenly spoke solemnly, "But, you only have 3 days. If you can't complete it within 3 days, you're out. I don't want any useless people here. Do you understand?" Chapter 87, Congratulations. Qin Guang's words left Li Jianming speechless, completely unprepared for the fact that even when facing 3 geniuses, Qin Guang showed no mercy. At that moment, the 3 so-called geniuses Li Jianming had spoken of exchanged glances, opened their mouths as if to speak, but then closed them again. Qin Guang's words were undoubtedly a huge blow to anyone, but fortunately, the 3 were all exceptional individuals who enjoyed challenging situations. It took them only a few seconds to adjust their mindset. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. They looked up at Qin Guang. "Professor Qin, rest assured. We will definitely complete the task you have assigned to us. We are confident we can do it." Qin Guang nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Dr. Li. "Dr. Li, I'm entrusting these 3 students to you. Please ensure they acquire the necessary knowledge for these 2 research projects." With a serious expression, Qin Guang added, "You must crack this problem within 3 days. Rest assured, I will do my utmost." Dr. Li looked at Qin Guang's expression and nodded solemnly. He didn't know exactly what level of achievement Qin Guang expected from him.
But judging from his actions, being part of such a team was undoubtedly the greatest honor of his life. For this honor, he must spare no effort and lay a solid foundation for Qin Guang's plan. With that thought in mind, Dr. Li didn't linger any longer in the conference room. He looked up at the three students, pointed to the adjacent laboratory, and explained, due to the tight schedule, the formal welcome ceremony has been cancelled.
Let's head over there directly. No problem.
The three of them responded in unison and followed Dr. Li out of the meeting room. Principal Li Jianming of Hao University saw that Dr. Li had already left with his team and knew that Qin Guan was about to begin executing the next phase of the plan. He tactfully offered to take his leave. Xiao Qin, since you're about to begin, I won't linger here and cause any trouble. I have some matters to attend to as well, so I'll head back to the school first. Seeing that Li Jianming was leaving, Qin Guang didn't bother to stop him. After all, the matters at hand wouldn't benefit him even if he stayed. Qin Guang thanked Principal Li Jianming. Principal, I owe you a debt of gratitude for helping us find 3 students so quickly.
All right.
Li Jianming gave a casual hey and waved his hand with a smile. We're all family.
No need to thank me. If you ever need anything, just give me a call.
After saying that, Li Jianming didn't linger any longer and left the meeting room directly. Once outside the door, the smile on his face faded slightly.
He wasn't the type to underestimate things.
In fact, Qin Guang had developed controllable nuclear fusion and superconducting chips, propelling Hao Academy from a second-rate school directly into the ranks of one of the top universities in the country.
Such achievements alone were enough to make countless prestigious universities envious.
If there were any further breakthroughs in the experiments, given the current scale of Hao Academy, it wouldn't be long before it broke out of China and faced the world. Therefore, forget about helping Qin Guang find a few students. Any request he makes, as long as it's achievable, he will definitely make it happen.
Even if it can't be achieved, he will find a way to make it happen.
As he thought about this, Li Jianming quickly left the base. Just as he sat in the car preparing to return to school, his phone suddenly buzzed.
What's going on?
Li Jianming froze and took out his phone. Upon looking, he saw that his phone had received over a dozen text messages. With a sense of confusion, he opened the messages and was surprised to see that the senders were all principals from various schools across Huaguo, including some top-tier, well-established institutions. The messages were all identical congratulatory messages. Upon closer inspection, the moment he made out the words, Li Jianming let out a startled cry. He nearly collided with the car roof in his excitement. Sitting in the car, he took several deep breaths, his heart racing and his emotions unable to settle. He read the message over and over again, his body trembling uncontrollably. The reason why principals from various regions suddenly sent congratulatory messages to Li Jianming was none other than the superconducting chip. Although the news about the superconducting chip's commercialization had only just begun to circulate online and hadn't yet sparked widespread attention, the principals of these universities had all obtained the information through their own channels, including those from prestigious institutions like Shanghai Jiaotong University and Peking University. At that moment, Li Jianming was sitting in the car, too preoccupied to exchange pleasantries with them, even though these individuals had once been figures he could only admire from afar. All he could think about was, it's done. The superconducting chip has truly been successfully developed. Amidst the chorus of sighs, China's superconducting chip had finally been successfully commercialized. Li Jianming's eyes welled up with tears. He was well aware of what the successful development of the superconducting chip meant for China. Almost everyone involved in academic research or scientific fields knew the value of superconducting chips. To put it simply, even a small bank ATM machine uses a system developed by a Southeast Asian island nation. Moreover, countless systems in fields such as public welfare, military industry, and national defense are no different.
Some might ask, why doesn't China use its own systems?
However, that is precisely the crux of the matter. Due to China's low technological level in the chip industry, although it can barely develop its own chips, they are worlds apart from those of other countries. If you want to learn the technology, well, the advanced chip technology from abroad has always been off limits to China. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there is no way to obtain this technology. However, China now has its own superconducting chips, whose processing speed and density are at least 10 times faster than current chips.
What does that mean? It's not just a simple advancement, it's a complete transformation of every field in China. It's a perfect transformation of science and technology across all fields in China. Li Jianming could even foresee that within 3 years, China, armed with controllable nuclear fusion and superconducting chips, would witness explosive growth across all sectors. And all of this was achieved by the efforts of Qin Guang alone. From the moment he first made a name for himself, every step he took seemed to be reshaping the landscape and destiny of China. Thinking of this, Li Jianming clenched his fists, and his expression couldn't help but brim with anticipation once again.
If the gene research and development were to succeed this time,
what kind of monumental changes will it bring to Huaguo and the world? Amidst the anticipation, a strange thought crept into his mind.
He couldn't help but feel that Qin Guang's true intentions went far beyond this.
He must have a much longer-term plan.
But what exactly they are?
was something he couldn't fathom. Secret base laboratory. Qin Guang and Tu, the academician, approached two pieces of equipment.
As they looked at the two closely integrated machines, Qin Guang clenched his fists unconsciously, feeling more determined than ever before.
He was absolutely certain that what was about to unfold here would spark another technological revolution. Shock the world. Chapter 88, No One Behind Him.
Academician Tu furrowed his brows slightly and spoke up to explain, "This is the protein expression and purification instrument and the cell monoclonal screening instrument. These are among the most advanced instruments at the Huaca Academy, and each one is extremely valuable." After pausing for a moment, Tu added, "Normally, I wouldn't have the authority to access these instruments, but I approached President Zhao Bo. President Zhao, upon hearing that you requested it, didn't even ask for a reason and immediately approved the request for you." Qin Guang listened to Academician Tu's words and couldn't help but feel a warm glow in his heart. After all, the Huaca Academy is the most prestigious research institution in Huagua, and research instruments regarded as treasures by such an institution are of immeasurable value. Yet now, simply because of his request, the institute had agreed to lend it out without hesitation. This clearly shows how much hope the institute has placed in me. With so many people supporting him, if the mission failed and he was erased by the system, all the technology already developed would be retrieved by the system. Qin Guang couldn't even imagine what state Huagua would be in at that time. After all, even while secretly researching gene technology in a base, they had heard that the United States still harbored expansionist ambitions and had already dispatched a fleet, even an aircraft carrier, into the southeastern maritime border. Such actions, for a nation, signify something that anyone even slightly informed about current affairs would understand. This is the United States' attitude toward China. The underlying meaning was already clear. What's more critical is that the United States isn't just making these overtly threatening moves. Behind the scenes, it has never shown the slightest restraint. In fact, it has already established secret bases in key cities within China. There is an old saying in China, seeing one part reveals the whole. If there are bases built by the United States in such important cities, what about the places we cannot see? Looking across the entire country, how many more undiscovered secret bases like these exist? The United States' actions are far from limited to this. The sudden infiltration of a bioengineered human into China, what does his appearance signify? Qin Guang believes that this bioengineered human was suddenly activated and sent into China for far more than just to obtain his own biological cells. It must have other objectives, and this unknown objective. Given the United States' typical modus operandi, it might even directly undermine the very foundations of China. Each and every one of these incidents points to one thing: China's rise is now unstoppable. As a hegemonic power, the United States will never tolerate China's rise right under its nose, so it has already begun a series of comprehensive measures to contain China. They aim to gradually erode and undermine China's rise. Therefore, in the face of the United States' relentless pressure, Qin Guang's research this time must succeed. Failure is not an option. There is no room for retreat. Behind China stands he. But behind him, there is no one. After a long silence, Qin Guang shook off his distracting thoughts, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Tu Academician. Tu Academician, I have already had various animal epidermal cells prepared. Next, we must successfully isolate superior genes from these cells that surpass human genes. Only then can we proceed with the gene knockout and knock-in work on human cells. Qin Guang carefully explained the current preliminary plan to Tu Academician. Academician Tu listened in silence for a few seconds. Though she had already guessed Qin Guang's intentions and prepared herself mentally. However, hearing these words come directly from Qin Guang's mouth, her entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. After all, what Qin Guang was doing was extremely dangerous. This danger did not stem from the experiment itself. If the experiment were to be discovered by the international community before its completion, all of Qin Guang's research would be rendered useless, and even the country could face international condemnation and be ostracized from the global community. But the most critical issue was how the public would perceive this matter. Throughout history, no matter the era, the public sentiments have always been sensitive. If they were to condemn him over this matter, Qin Guang would be ruined. As if sensing Tu's concerns, Qin Guang gave her an assuring glance. He spoke up, Academician Tu, rest assured. Since I have made my decision, I will definitely carry it out. No matter what happens in the future, I will see it through to the end. Seeing that Qin Guang had made up his mind, Tu Academician knew it was futile to persuade him further and said nothing more. She took off her glasses, wiped the lenses, then lowered her head to look at the rows of animal cell test tubes. They contained a variety of species: bats, beetles, jaguars, eagles, cats, and more. These animal cells, collected from various sources, possessed special abilities that human genes did not have. For example, the bat at the front. Bats have hearing 6 times better than humans. Humans can only hear sounds within a range of 20,000 to 20,000 Hz, but bats possess hearing far beyond the human limit. By emitting ultrasound, they can even detect sounds as high as 120,000 Hz. As for why This question has puzzled biologists for decades, with no conclusive answers found.
However, the first step in their current research is to reopen this Pandora's box.
And the beetle below, with its tiny body, can lift objects weighing 1,141 times its own weight. If we were to scale this up to humans, it would mean that an adult could lift an object weighing 160,000 pounds using only their own strength.
That's 72,574 kilograms. 72,574 tons. What an astonishing feat! In international competitions, the world's strongest men can only lift a maximum of 264 kilograms. Such a gap is simply unimaginable for human strength alone. As for the jaguar, its uniqueness lies in the speed it demonstrates.
The fastest human sprint record was set by an athlete named Bolt, who was dubbed the Lightning Man. However, the jaguar's speed is twice that of this fastest record, reaching an astonishing 120 kilometers per hour. Next is the eagle, soaring thousands of meters above the ground, yet able to precisely locate a wild rabbit lying in the bushes. Its vision is far beyond 8 times that of humans. A swift flying eagle can even locate its target with precision from 5,000 meters away. Even the common cat, which is very common in daily life, has a reaction speed that is 5 times faster than that of humans. Through Qin Guang's explanation, two academicians understood that he aimed to use genetic experiments to implant these animals' unique traits into humans. Academician 2 glanced at Qin Guang, suddenly feeling a surge of excitement, unable to imagine what would happen if this genetic experiment succeeded.
What kind of terrifyingly perfect humans would be born in this laboratory? Chapter 89, the experiment begins. Imagine this.
A person can hear ultrasound, lift objects weighing over 70 tons, run at speeds of 120 kilometers per hour, and even locate a target with precision from 5,000 meters away.
Moreover, their reaction speed is 5 times faster than that of ordinary humans. Isn't this the kind of superhero from a sci-fi TV show?
If it weren't for Qin Guang standing right before him, two academicians would have thought he was going mad. Such a character, clearly only found in science fiction novels and movies, how could it possibly be designed? Though he felt a mix of emotions, two academicians had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would firmly cooperate with Qin Guang to complete this experiment. Because she knew very well that in Qin Guang's heart, there was only China. Everything he does is for China. Academician 2, there is something I must tell you. Qin Guang looked at 2, who was slightly startled, and said, "We are running out of time. We only have 4 days left, but we can only spend 1 day on the first step." This estimate was made by him personally. If the first step cannot be overcome in such a short time, even if he completes the system's tasks within 3 days and the system successfully grants him the gene programming technology, a groundbreaking achievement in human history, it would be completely impractical. Because he wasn't just considering the practical application of the experiment, but also the beautiful country's bioengineered humans infiltrating China. Upon hearing Qin Guang's voice, two academicians snapped back to reality, startled, and couldn't help but confirm again, must be completed within 1 day? That's correct, it must be completed. Qin Guang nodded and repeated it, showing no room for compromise. Academician 2 frowned upon hearing this. Completing the first step within a day was absolutely not as simple as it sounded. It required constant matching, screening results, and trial and error. And the mental and physical toll on people during this process would increase exponentially. To achieve this in a single day, one would have to work non-stop for 20 hours, and that's assuming everything goes smoothly. How is that possible? Although he believed it was impossible to complete it in a single day, noticing Qin Guang's expression, two academicians chose not to argue. She took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and said, "All right, I'll do my best." Qin Guang nodded and did not explain further to 2. He was well aware that the team they had assembled was already the most elite in China's gene technology field. Whether it was 2, the academician, Li, the doctor, or the 3 students, they were all rare talents. If, under such circumstances, the final result was still unusable in practice, then there would only be one outcome: this technology would be utterly useless in Huaguo. Facing the arrival of American bioengineered soldiers, China's planes, tanks, and artillery would be rendered useless, with no military capabilities to match them, unless nuclear weapons are deployed. However, the bioengineered soldiers are already within China's borders. Could China really use nuclear weapons on its own territory? This is clearly unrealistic. Next, with no opponents, the bioengineered soldiers might advance unimpeded, penetrating deep into China's territory to seize this technology. Once this technology falls into the hands of the United States, all the efforts he has made for China will be in vain. The United States would have ample time to analyze the technical challenges and develop an even more terrifying bioengineered being based on that knowledge. At that point, China would be engulfed in the immense terror of bioengineered humans and collapse completely. Such a thing must never happen under any circumstances. Qin Guang, it is absolutely forbidden. Qin Guang glanced at the rows of animal cells, then turned to look at 2, the academician, whose expression was grim. He spoke in a low voice, "Academician 2, let's begin." The experimental process unfolded exactly as Tu had envisioned, endlessly long and arduous. The two of them in the laboratory completely blocked out all external sounds, oblivious to the passage of time, repeating the same actions over and over again. Even so, Qin Guang continued to work like a machine, relentlessly repeating the protein expression and purification process. 1 time, 3 times, 10 times,
20 times.
The number had grown so large that they could no longer keep track. This work was of critical importance, as its goal was to produce a series of gene-editing nucleases. Only by completing this step could they proceed to the next phase of cell monoclonal screening.
2. The academician remained silent throughout the entire process, holding a work record book in his hands.
He stood by the side, recording experimental data and conducting analyses simultaneously. Soon, a thick stack of papers was filled with densely packed data.
The ability to persist this far was entirely due to an unwavering determination not to give up. Swish! Academician 2 quickly recorded the latest purification data.
Glancing at the data in the work notebook, Academician 2 flipped through the pages, carefully comparing the numbers multiple times, his brows furrowed. At that moment, Qin Guang stopped what he was doing, sighed softly, and looked at Tu.
He couldn't help but ask, "It's still not working. What's the situation? Have you identified any differences?"
Academician 2 picked up the work notebook, looked at Qin Guang, and explained, "After so many purification experiments, I've compared the data again and drawn the following conclusions."
"You can listen to them." Qin Guang perked up upon hearing this.
Indeed, professionals are different. Although he had tried repeatedly on his own, the experimental data hadn't been wasted. In fact, without even needing to be reminded, Academician 2 had already conducted the comparisons beforehand.
"Go ahead, I'm listening." Qin Guang nodded immediately.
Academician 2 held his work notebook and spoke slowly. "The conclusions we can draw at this point are 5 in total. First, the differences between the proteins should be reflected at the gene level, that is, differences in primary structure. If we cannot achieve this, we will face significant challenges in reproducibility. In that case, we simply wouldn't have enough time." Qin Guang's eyes lit up, signaling Tu to continue. Second, the adaptive changes in proteins are induced by selective conditions.
Based on the comparison results, this is almost certain. Third, these adaptive selection differences must be heritable. During directed evolution, multiple rounds of mutagenesis, selection, or screening, followed by amplification, are required. Tu academician delivered these 5 conclusions in one breath.
After listening to Tu's analysis and conclusions, Qin Guang's direction suddenly became clear, and things became much clearer.
"Quick, prepare for the next experiment immediately."
After speaking, Qin Guang immediately returned to his experimental work. This experimental process was extremely slow, taking over an hour. When Qin Guang looked up, his eyes were bloodshot, and he exclaimed with delight, "It worked."
"Really?" Academician 2 was astonished and quickly looked up.
Indeed, Qin Guang had successfully produced nucleases using the protein expression and purification instrument.
Unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. Academician 2 took several deep breaths to calm himself. At that moment, Qin Guang's tense emotions finally relaxed a bit.
He looked up at Tu and said, "The experimental data is sufficient. The next step, gene knockout, is the most critical part."
Chapter 90, Racing Against Time.
Academician 2 nodded and explained, "Currently, the only way to achieve gene knockout is by using the most advanced CRISPR technology available internationally. Only this method can precisely identify the nucleotide sequences of the target sites within the DNA fragments of the target cells. At this stage, nucleases can be used to cut the DNA target sequences, creating double-strand breaks, which will be repaired by the cell's repair mechanisms within the body."
"Good."
Qin Guang spoke up, "You'll be responsible for reminding me from the side, and I'll handle the operation." Whether it was Qin Guang or Tu, the academician, both were top-tier scientists in their respective fields.
Some things didn't require detailed explanations. A simple statement might suffice to grasp the underlying meaning.
After a brief exchange, Qin Guang began operating the cell monoclonal screening instrument, while Tu continued to observe from the side, still holding his workbook, identifying issues and making repeated adjustments. Sure enough, as Qin Guang had expected, at this stage, every detail was crucial. He had no idea how many times he had failed, and gradually he had become numb to the process, mechanically adjusting and revising over and over again. Then, he started over again. 1 hour later. 2 hours later. After hundreds of revisions, a glimmer of light finally appeared in Qin Guang's numb expression.
"Success?" Qin Guang exclaimed in surprise.
Academician 2, who was standing nearby, also froze for a few seconds before rushing forward to inspect it. After taking a look, his face also lit up with a look of astonishment.
"That's right. It worked."
After prolonged and relentless efforts and repeated revisions, Qin Guang finally succeeded in isolating the EYA4 gene from the first biological bat gene. It is precisely because this gene lacks the 5th exon and contains an additional exon between the 11th and 12th exons, a feature absent in other mammals, that bats have evolved a specialized auditory system. This system plays a crucial role in the echolocation process by receiving and processing echo information. Great! Now that we understand this fundamental principle, I believe the subsequent gene editing process should be significantly streamlined. After a brief moment of joy, Qin Guang wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and immediately dove back into the next operation. Academician 2 stood by, watching Qin Guang's exhausted appearance, feeling a pang of sympathy. He wanted to tell him to rest for a moment, but the words stopped at his lips. From the initial purification to the current stage of refinement, Qin Guang had maintained his focus for over 10 hours straight. During these hours, he hasn't even taken a single sip of water. He threw himself into it completely. At this point, even Tu, who had always maintained a great passion for scientific research, couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. There are no geniuses in this world who can achieve success without hard work. Without 10,000 times the diligence, how could Qin Guang have achieved such success today? Qin Guang himself feels this most deeply, despite having systematic support. However, the system primarily offers rewards, while the process of completing tasks requires him to work independently. Moreover, even if the final reward is obtained, it requires the user to gradually solve and apply the knowledge, which cannot be fully encompassed by a system alone. As if inspired by Qin Guang's spirit, Tu, the academician, also perked up, holding his work notebook, and continued to stare intently at the experimental results. With the success of the first attempt, the difficulty of gene editing undoubtedly decreased significantly. When knocking out the beetle gene, the number of attempts gradually decreased from over 100 to 50. That's correct. As long as you master the balance, the success rate of gene editing will significantly improve. Academician 2 praised with a nod. I've gradually gotten used to this frequency, so the speed should improve significantly going forward. Qin Guang nodded and paused for a few minutes. He then resumed the next phase of the work. So far, he had completed the bat and beetle designs, which meant that once he finished the remaining jaguar, eagle, and cat designs, the second phase of the work would be completed. During the following process, Qin Guang had almost no time to rest, and Tu, the academician standing beside him, did not move an inch. Thus, time passed slowly, bit by bit. The hands of the clock stopped at 11 p.m. Qin Guang finally lifted his head, gasping heavily for breath. Finally, he had finished. Call for action. A single sentence almost drained all the strength from his body. Qin Guang didn't even have time to feel excited before he collapsed into the chair. At that moment, the lingering effects of the high-intensity work began to surface as the tension eased. The most obvious symptoms are dizziness, weakness in the limbs, and overall fatigue. And what about academician 2? At this moment, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her face had turned pale and weak. Such high-intensity work was something she hadn't experienced in many years. During this process, she nearly fainted several times. However, she persevered with unwavering determination and managed to hold on. When the experiment was finally completed, her condition was even more critical than Qin Guang's. The work they were currently undertaking was originally intended to be done by a team, taking at least a week to a month to complete. However, in this laboratory, it is precisely this remarkable willpower that is driving them forward. The two of them compressed time to its absolute limit, completing this step in just a single day. If any professional researchers had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astonished. This wasn't an experiment, it was a desperate race against time. Completing such a feat in a single day should be cause for celebration. However, after a brief rest, Qin Guang and Tu's expressions grew serious once again. They were well aware that this was merely one step in the experiment, and they had little time left. There was no time for celebration. Qin Guang stood up from his seat, panting, and said to Tu, the academician, "Tu, you rest first. I'll step out for a moment." Without further explanation, Qin Guang hurriedly left the laboratory. When he returned, he had a cell sample in his hand. This time, the cell sample belonged to Tang Wanru. Although, after completing this step, one should wait for the system's genetic coding task to be completed before receiving the technological reward to proceed with the next step of human cell gene recombination. However, at present, Qin Guang fully understands that he must thoroughly familiarize himself with this process to ensure that he can complete the gene recombination on the same day the system reward is obtained. Otherwise, if he were to wait for the genes to be inserted over 1,820 weeks, Tang Wanru's brain stem cells would not be able to survive that long. Therefore, he must now race against time. Taking a deep breath, with the assistance of academician 2, Qin Guang once again immersed himself in his experimental work. Chapter 91, At All Costs. Qin Guang was completely immersed in his experimental work. Meanwhile, in another room, Dr. Li stood before the blackboard, one hand pushing his gold-rimmed glasses, the other holding a piece of chalk, explaining solemnly, "To understand these two topics, you must first grasp the composition and sequence of genes." The blackboard was covered with densely written formulas. 3 doctoral students who had joined the group were holding their notebooks, intently staring at Dr. Li. Even though it was already 11 p.m., none of them showed any signs of stopping. Jiangcheng East Suburb. Upon receiving orders from Tao Shiyu, the 3rd Infantry Division and the 502nd Heavy Armored Battalion arrived at the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng, over 100 miles east of the Yangtze River in central China. Here, they were already very close to the edge of the central China region. Tao Shiyu sat in the makeshift command center, staring intently at the radar detection system, his expression dark and ominous. The entire central China region had been completely sealed off, and through prior technical reconnaissance, Tao Shiyu had confirmed that the bioengineered human released by the United States had been fleeing eastward and was currently trapped in a forested area on the eastern outskirts. However, for some reason, Tao Shiyu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, and a growing sense of unease began to creep into his mind. It was very strange. According to logic, the bioengineered human from the United States should have completed his mission in Huazhong Jiangcheng and successfully obtained Qin Guang's biological cells. Yet why doesn't he seem in any hurry to leave? Instead, he is traveling eastward within the borders of China? Could it be that he has a second mission? Tao Shiyu furrowed his brows, muttered under his breath, but quickly shook his head. Based on the footage recorded through technical means, he couldn't shake the feeling that the bioengineered human's sole purpose in moving eastward was to reach the capital of Huagua. Apart from that, no matter how he speculated, he couldn't figure out the reason. After all, the capital is the heart of Huagua. It is not only home to the head of state but also houses 2 cutting-edge scientific research projects at the Huagua Academy of Sciences that currently lead the world. Regardless of his motives or whether this speculation is true, releasing such a monster into the capital is unthinkable. Regardless of the final outcome, the consequences and repercussions would be far beyond what he could ever bear. Tao Shiyu dared not take the risk. Upon realizing this, he immediately made a clear decision in his heart. Whether he was heading to the capital or had another mission, he must be confined within the central China quarantine zone. Tao Shiyu took a deep breath, picked up the satellite phone, and immediately connected to the 502nd Heavy Armored Battalion. He spoke sternly into the phone. "Li Kai, I am ordering you to immediately shrink the containment zone and launch an encirclement and annihilation operation." Tao's unit, are there any standard casualties this time? Li Kai, the commander of the 502nd Heavy Armored Battalion, asked in a low voice. Before the mission, he had also watched the video. After watching it, he had only one feeling: the capabilities of this bioengineered human far exceeded imagination. Even a single individual could be as powerful as an entire army. Even as the commander of an armored regiment, he couldn't guarantee that he could eliminate this person. Tao Shiyu heard this, paused for a moment, and said in a low voice, "Remember, the order you have received is to spare no expense. The enemy must die within the central China blockade zone." After finishing, Tao Shiyu added, "We now represent the shield of Huagua. No matter how sharp the spear may be, you must block it at all costs." Li Kai took a deep breath. "All right, I understand. At any cost means there are no limits and no rules." 502nd Heavy Armored Battalion. Inside the temporary command tent, Li Kai put down the phone, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. He finished the cigarette without expression, then stood up from his seat. He then looked at the people in the command tent and spoke up. "This time, the order I received is to do whatever it takes. The enemy must die within the central China blockade zone." No one in the command tent spoke, keeping their heads down as they stared intently at the command map. They all understood what this order meant. Similarly, the fact that such an order could be issued also indirectly revealed a situation. The people they were facing were extremely dangerous. His very existence could even undermine the very foundations of the nation. Li Kai raised his head, glanced at everyone, and shouted under the table, "Damn it, soldiers, protect the country and defend the people. Isn't that exactly why we're here, to stand up in times like this? I refuse to believe it today. He can't possibly stand up to our entire armored battalion alone. Even if he's made of iron that won't melt, we'll use artillery fire to melt him down." At these words, many faces in the tent grew fierce, and they slammed their fists on the table, roaring, "Damn the United States! You cowards, you came here to beg for a job. All right." Li Kaijin shouted, "Order! All 3 tank companies, advance into the forest from the western front. Order! A fire support company will remain in the rear position for observation and stand by to enter the battlefield at any time. Order! A support company will provide rear cover. If any unexpected situations arise, the support company is to be ready to change its role and push forward as the main force." As soon as these 3 orders were issued, the large-scale encirclement operation officially began. On the highway, 30 Type 88 tanks formed a long convoy, their engines roaring like machinery, their deafening noise echoing across the sky. Suddenly, they all turned in unison, veering off the highway and plunging into the forest. Where the tracks had rolled over, all the wild grass and shrubs in the forest were completely flattened, leaving not a single trace behind. At the same time, Colonel Li Xianlong of the 3rd Infantry Division also received orders from above. Li Xianlong was a rugged northern man with a rough face, wearing a collared military uniform and boots, with a stern expression. "Damn it, the orders have come down." He rubbed his forehead and cursed under his breath, then shouted at his subordinates, "The order has come down. Everyone stop what you're doing and get ready to relay the message." As soon as he spoke, the once quiet command tent erupted into chaos as over a dozen people quickly gathered around the operations table. Li Xianlong scanned the crowd and addressed them sternly, "Listen carefully. The entire central China region has been sealed off because of one person. This person is different from our conventional enemies. You can think of him as a genetically enhanced superhuman." A brief introduction, Li Xianlong looked up at everyone and asked, "Do you all understand?" "Yes, we understand." Everyone shouted in unison. "Good, that's clear." Li Xianlong rubbed his forehead and shouted, "I won't say any more. I'll just say one thing. Immediately move all 3 mechanized infantry battalions from the eastern front into the forest. Once you spot the target, don't worry about anything else, open fire and blow them to smithereens." Chapter 92, Open Fire. Deep into the night, the world was silent and deserted, save for the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves crunching underfoot in the forest. On the eastern front, 3 mechanized infantry battalions, totaling 900 fully armed soldiers, were spread out in a carpet-like formation, advancing steadily toward the western front. Among the 900 soldiers, there were some who had only been in the army for a few years. A young recruit, holding his gun and shining a spotlight ahead, walked forward, seemingly sensing the grim atmosphere and growing increasingly tense. "Sergeant, I heard this is a joint operation. The armored battalions on the eastern front have already entered the forest area." The new recruit whispered to the person beside him, "What exactly are we supposed to do? Is it really just to search for one person?" He paused, then added, "One person?" No matter how he thought about it, it seemed utterly absurd. To search for a single person, they had mobilized such a massive force. Even armored battalions have been deployed, those are genuine weapons of war, pure and simple battlefield meat grinders. The squad leader also didn't understand why such a big deal was being made, but based on his extensive training experience, he already sensed something was off. He warned the new recruit, "Don't mess this up. I'm telling you, since we've been ordered not to let our guard down, don't even think about it. Remember these words, they might save your life." Such conversations echoed among the 900 soldiers throughout the entire search operation. Not a single soldier from the Chinese People's Liberation Army relaxed even for a moment, treating even a single enemy as a severe battle. Behind them, Li Xianlong, accompanied by his bodyguards, followed closely behind the 900 soldiers. Upon closer inspection, cold sweat was continuously breaking out on his forehead, his face was filled with tension, and his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. His men were unaware of the nature of the enemy they were facing, which was understandable, as this helped prevent large-scale panic. However, he was fully aware of the entire situation. Even now, he still remembered exactly how Tao Shiyu had instructed him over the phone. Having known Tao Shiyu for so many years, this was the first time he had ever heard him sound so tense. "Li Xianlong, remember this clearly, this is not a conventional military confrontation. Although the enemy has only one person, that individual is no longer human. They are a bioengineered weapon developed by the United States. A bioengineered human. You must not act recklessly." He added with a serious expression, "This bioengineered human is equipped with an anti-gravity system. If we engage in combat, we must attack from all angles with no blind spots and unleash heavy firepower. Otherwise, once he starts counterattacking, it will be a disaster." Upon receiving the order, Li Xianlong immediately viewed the video. After watching the video and seeing the condition of the bioengineered human, he finally understood why Tao Shiyu was so tense. Such a being defies all logic. If underestimated, one might not even know how they died. Similarly, as the orders were relayed, Li Xianlong's pressure grew immense. No one had ever faced such a bioengineered human before, and before its full capabilities were revealed, everything was unknown. This time, the 3rd Infantry Division deployed 1,000 troops to surround and eliminate the target, with 3 tank companies from the armored regiment closing in simultaneously. They were armed to the teeth, all to deal with a single bioengineered human. 1,000 against 1. If the mission is accomplished, it would be expected, given that an entire regiment was deployed and over 1,000 troops were involved in the siege. But if it fails, especially with heavy casualties, as the field commander, even if someone above him tries to protect him, he wouldn't have the face to stay on. As Li Xianlong pondered how to strike once the target was located, suddenly, the sound of birds flapping their wings echoed through the forest. Looking up, he saw dozens of startled birds flapping their wings and flying out of the forest in panic. At the same time, the 3 companies of soldiers conducting a grid search also heard the commotion in the forest. Everyone's expressions tensed, gripping their assault rifles tightly and quickly aiming them at the dense forest hundreds of meters ahead. The commanders of the 3 companies immediately raised their hands, their expressions solemn as they stared intently at the distant forest. One shouted, "Everyone, be on guard." Swoosh. Click. The assault rifles cocked simultaneously. Everyone's faces were tense, holding their breath, staring straight ahead. Slowly. In the pitch-black forest, a vague shadow began to emerge, as if a figure were moving within it. Li Xianlong saw the troops come to a halt and immediately raised his binoculars, aiming them in the direction where the movement had stopped. The moment he saw the figure, his heart tightened. It had appeared. Li Xianlong knew very well that this area had been completely cleared before the lockdown began, even going to great lengths to ensure no civilians were harmed. All the villages had been evacuated and relocated to safe areas. In other words, there was no way any living creature could be in this sealed-off forest now except for birds and beasts. This shadowy figure was clearly not an animal. As for the armored battalion approaching from the western flank, that was even less likely. The roar of their engines could be heard from miles away. If they were really closing in, how could there be no sound at all? No sound means they haven't arrived yet. After ruling out all other possibilities, the only remaining option is the target. Damn it, there they are. Li Xianlong pushed aside a strand of messy hair and cursed under his breath. A man beside him quickly stepped forward, approached Li Xianlong, and asked cautiously, "Commander, a suspected target has been spotted about 100 meters ahead. Should we send a small team to investigate? Since the target's identity cannot be confirmed, it is standard procedure to send someone to verify." "Alright, send a small team to investigate. Once confirmed, open fire immediately." Li Xianlong nodded, but just as he finished speaking, he suddenly recalled the words Tao Shiyu had entrusted to him, and the video footage he had seen. He was startled and hurriedly called out, "Wait! The cordoned-off area has already been completely cleared of personnel. There's no need to send anyone to investigate." "What? No need to investigate? Damn it!" Li Xianlong pushed his short hair aside, clenched his teeth, and said firmly, "Sending people to investigate is too risky. It might just increase our casualty rate. Order! All units, open fire. Cover the entire area with firepower not even a fly should be able to pass through. Simultaneously, launch signal flares to the western front. I'll turn him into Swiss cheese before they can encircle us." Chapter 93, Dimensional Strike. Click. The moment Li Xianlong gave the order, a deafening barrage of gunfire erupted, echoing through the dense forest. 900 soldiers, armed with assault rifles, pulled the triggers. Bullets flew everywhere, and muzzle flames erupted. In the pitch-black night, the entire forest was temporarily illuminated like broad daylight by the intense gunfire. Fire? Li Xianlong lowered his binoculars, paused for a few seconds, and couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. This was something he had never experienced in all his years of leading troops. Logically speaking, with 900 men against one, and all of them fully armed with magazines loaded, there should be no room for error. But this strange feeling had simply appeared out of nowhere, as if even 900 people combined couldn't match the threat posed by this single individual. What's happening up front? Li Xianlong listened to the relentless gunfire, swallowed hard, and asked quickly. The aide stood beside him, his brows furrowed, and said, with such intense firepower, even if he were made of meteorite iron, he'd probably melt. "Hurry up! I feel something's off. Get the night vision goggles. I need to see what's happening at the front lines." At the front lines, 900 soldiers were continuously firing their weapons. At that moment, they also used the light from the gunfire to get a clear view of the situation in the deep forest. However, when they looked up, everyone was stunned, and many of them were so terrified that their pupils contracted. There, amidst the intense fire, stood a mysterious figure, unfazed by the barrage of bullets. Their footsteps didn't falter for a moment as they continued to advance toward the source of the gunfire. Even more bizarrely, bullets whistled past relentlessly, yet the figure remained unharmed. Is that even human? After a moment, the deafening gunfire briefly ceased. During this brief pause, nearly everyone's magazines were empty. 900 people had fired over 10,000 rounds at the mysterious figure. What does that even mean? If it were a normal person, they would have been reduced to dust under such intense fire. At the rear, Li Xianlong took the night vision goggles handed to him by his aide while shouting, "Everyone reload and cease fire. I'll be damned if I don't find out what the hell this thing is." The order was relayed, and the sporadic gunfire ceased. Everyone immediately reloaded their magazines, their faces tense as they kept watch on the figure ahead. At that moment, Li Xianlong finally got a clear view of the approaching figure through the night vision goggles. Although the night vision goggles did not provide as clear a view as thermal imaging in the darkness. But through the lenses, he was so startled that his hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Could this even be called human? Li Xianlong felt a dryness in his throat, and his heart was churning with terror. Over 10,000 bullets had been fired, yet not a single bullet hole could be seen on the other person's body. Most bizarrely, the trench coat he was wearing showed no signs of wear, not even a single tear, despite the intense firepower. It seemed as though the bullets hadn't even grazed the man's clothing. But how was that possible? Even if the enemy were a robot, impervious to blades and bullets, there should at least be a few bullet marks left behind. Why can't we see a single one? In a moment of shock and confusion, Li Xianlong suddenly noticed the dense cluster of black dots in front of the target. In an instant, he realized what was happening, his eyes widened in shock, and he was terrified beyond words. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he shouted with eyes bulging, "Get down! Quick! Everyone get down!" Just as he shouted, the bullets hovering in front of the man in the windbreaker, under the influence of anti-gravity, all flew backward and shot toward them. Whoosh!
The sound of bullets tearing through the air echoed throughout the entire forest. The soldiers in the front row stared in disbelief as thousands of bullets whistled and poured down from above. How is this possible? Without any chance to react, the soldiers standing in the front row, lined up in a straight line, were all riddled with bullets in an instant. Screams and growls filled the air. The scene was as horrific as a scene from hell. Ah! Save me! Get down! Quick, get down! One after another, the bodies fell heavily to the ground. As far as the eye could see, there was hardly any good flesh left on their bodies. Some were even beaten into a pile, an extremely bloody and terrifying sight. The soldiers standing behind them lay on the ground, still trembling with fear, completely terrified, as if they had just been pulled out of water, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Sigh. Those who had narrowly escaped death sucked in a cold breath, their hearts pounding with fear. How is this possible? Why did the bullets fired back bounce back? What the hell is going on here? Are these even human beings? In an instant, fear of the unknown began to spread like a virus among the crowd. Some were trembling uncontrollably, while even seasoned warriors were shaking with fear, reaching into their pockets. Pulling out a cigarette, they bit it between their lips and took several deep puffs, their tension finally beginning to ease slightly. Li Xianlong stood at the rear, witnessing the horrific scene before him, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. These were all soldiers he had trained himself, some new recruits and some veterans, bound by the bond of comradeship as close as brothers. In front of him, over 100 men lay motionless on the ground, some of them not even able to utter a scream before being beaten into pieces. Even those who had somehow survived were covered in wounds, with no intact flesh left on their bodies. They lay on the ground, moaning in agony, waiting for death to come. The blood flowing from their bodies quickly pooled into a crimson river, and the thick, sickening stench of blood filled the entire forest. Li Xianlong stood frozen for a moment, his mouth wide open, unable to control the trembling of his body. The adjutant standing beside him was equally pale, looking up at Li Xianlong and stammering, "Commander! 100 precious lives!" 2 tears fell from Li Xianlong's rough face. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly slammed them against the car door. He roared, "These were all my brothers. In an instant, they're all gone. It's heartbreaking. I'm heartbroken." The adjutant stepped forward, gripped Li Xianlong's wrist tightly, and gritted his teeth. "Commander, the target is still alive. You must pull yourself together." Li Xianlong clenched his teeth, stripped off his military coat, and threw it to the ground, roaring madly, "All of you listen to me. These dogs aren't afraid of bullets. Throw away your guns and fight them hand to hand. We've lost so many brothers, we can't just let this go. Even if we have to tear them apart with our teeth, we'll rip a piece of flesh from them. Avenge our fallen brothers." The flames of revenge were ignited by Li Xianlong's roar. The others dropped their guns, their eyes filled with murderous intent, staring at the man in the windbreaker, and shouted in unison, "Revenge!" Chapter 94, No Chance of Victory. Rage, screams, and rivers of blood. This enraged the crowd. In the dead of night, the wind howled mournfully, whistling through the air, as hundreds of bloodshot eyes glared with unbearable hatred at the mysterious man in the windbreaker. "Damn it, kill that dog!" Boom! 100 spirits at the front line cleared the way, some already beaten into unrecognizable fragments, others desperately awaiting death. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. The warriors who hadn't yet died turned their stiff heads to look behind them, only to see Chinese warriors fearless of death, charging forward without hesitation. Their eyes were bloodshot, saliva flying everywhere, as they roared madly, "There's only one of that dog. There's no need for any bull tactics now. One word, whoever kills him, I'll buy you a year's worth of socks and underwear." Over 700 men, their eyes bulging with fury, drew their specially made daggers from their bodies and charged forward like wolves and tigers. This is China. This was the main battlefield for all the warriors present, with the people of Huagua behind them. Even if this mysterious man was made of steel and iron, the 700 of us would tear him apart with our teeth if we had to. 700 people, driven by endless rage, charged toward the mysterious man in the windbreaker, fearing neither death nor injury. However, what happened next was like a heavy hammer striking each of them in the chest. As they closed in on the figure, filled with rage, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, extinguishing their anger and leaving them feeling icy cold. The hundreds of people at the front were knocked flying by an extremely violent force in the blink of an eye. It was as if a speeding truck had crashed into each of their chests, leaving the scene in complete chaos. Class leader. Ah! The ranks, once united by hatred, were shattered into pieces in an instant. Despite still outnumbering their opponents, the sheer overwhelming force left these warriors unable to even get close. In the eyes of the man in the windbreaker, these so-called fearless warriors of Huagua were nothing more than slightly larger ants. Not even 700 of them, let alone double that number, would make a difference. In the chaos, the man in the windbreaker moved. As he took a step forward, a powerful force erupted from the air. One after another, the warriors in front of him were flung into the air, landing with a crash, their necks snapped or brains splattered, creating a horrifyingly bloody scene. "Stay calm! Stay calm!" Some veteran soldiers with extensive combat experience shouted hoarsely, "Don't panic. Don't rush forward blindly. We'll approach from different directions. Hurry up and reorganize the troops.
After the initial clash, although casualties were heavy across all teams, they had also identified a weakness in the man in the trench coat. That flaw was that his bizarre ability was not perfectly comprehensive but had weaknesses. During the previous charge, some soldiers clearly got close to him, though only for a brief moment. This alone revealed a lot. In fact, this was indeed the case. Anti-gravity systems are typically designed to withstand pressure within their own limits. However, when applied to 10 people simultaneously, coupled with the weight of their gear, that effectively means they are bearing nearly a ton of pressure. And this weight actually exerts a counterforce on the man in the trench coat. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been crushed into pulp long ago. However, the man in the windbreaker, due to his special body, could handle over 30 people at the same time. However, there are still over 600 Chinese soldiers on the other side. With such a large number, it is not impossible for them to break through his anti-gravity field. Realizing this, under the organization of the squad leaders, the remaining 600-plus Chinese soldiers quickly adjusted their strategy. They charged toward the man in the windbreaker from different directions and angles, one after another. Those who weren't afraid of death all followed me forward, refusing to believe that he could stop all of us. An old warrior let out a furious roar and charged forward first, quickly drawing over 100 others who followed in a chaotic rush. Perhaps those at the front of the ranks already knew they would die, but compared to that, they were more certain they couldn't retreat. Too many brothers had died here. If they backed down now, how could they face the dead brothers? How could they face themselves? Driven by this belief and the relentless, fearless charge of those who followed, the windbreaker-clad man's defensive perimeter was soon breached. Dozens broke through the perimeter and charged to within half a meter of the man in the windbreaker. A warrior noticed he hadn't been knocked back, paused for a moment, then his eyes turned a deep crimson. Gripping his dagger tightly, he charged forward with clenched teeth. "I'll kill you." The warrior's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes blazing with fury. He roared and, without hesitation, gripped the dagger tightly and plunged it viciously into the windbreaker-clad man's chest. Tear! The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed from beneath the windbreaker. The warriors who had rushed forward were suddenly invigorated. In that instant, they finally saw a glimmer of hope for victory. That's right. This man in the windbreaker wasn't invincible, he wasn't unbeatable. This hope was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone, and they all clenched their teeth, ready to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the trenchcoat man. However, the next second, the man in the windbreaker suddenly raised his head, looked at the warrior, and revealed a cruel, contemptuous smile. The warrior clearly saw the smile on the man in the trenchcoat's face, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He turned his head slightly and saw his comrades charging forward fearlessly, one after another. Looking back at the man in the trenchcoat's smile, he suddenly sensed something, his eyes widened in terror, and a sense of immense panic emanated from his depths. He hurriedly turned around, about to wave his hand to signal his comrades to retreat, but before he could speak, suddenly, the fabric on the trench-coated man's chest was torn open, and a black gun barrel sprang out from within. It was an M4A1 assault rifle. Under the horrified gaze of the soldier, the muzzle erupted without warning, spewing flames and bullets from the barrel. Click! In an instant, the soldier was riddled with bullets, turning him into a sieve. Even as he lay dying, the fear in his eyes lingered long after his last breath. Impossible! Facing such a monster, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Chapter 95, shattered in one round. It wasn't just him, even the warriors who hadn't approached the man in the windbreaker were all staring in horror. They couldn't fathom it. The dagger had clearly pierced the man in the trenchcoat's heart, yet there wasn't a single drop of blood on his body. He seemed completely unaffected, as if nothing had happened. What was even more spine-chilling was that there was an assault rifle hidden in his chest. Bullets couldn't penetrate him, and close combat couldn't get near him. In such a situation, facing someone who was armed, it could be said that this battle was doomed to be unfair from the very beginning. It was a one-sided massacre of a completely different dimension. Though filled with anger, anger couldn't stop the slaughter. The whizzing sound of bullets filled the air, and facing the soldiers who were like targets, it was nothing more than indiscriminate target practice. Row after row of panicked soldiers fell to the ground, their eyes filled with helplessness and despair even in their final moments. Li Xianlong was being held down by his aide and a few soldiers. The aide shouted, "Commander, you can't go up there. If something happens to you, all the brothers will have died in vain." Li Xianlong watched the soldiers fall like wheat being harvested, wave after wave, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. Gritting his teeth and struggling desperately, he roared, "Get the hell out of my way. I'll kill that dog. Commander! You can't go." Just then, the scattered logistics unit finally arrived. Upon seeing the hellish scene before them, everyone was startled. The platoon leader in charge quickly began searching the area. Upon seeing Li Xianlong being pinned to the ground, his eyes widened in shock, and he rushed forward. "Company commander!" The platoon leader froze, glancing at Li Xianlong on the ground and then at the adjutant. The adjutant, seeing that the logistics unit had arrived, finally exhaled in relief and released Li Xianlong.
Li Xianlong got up from the ground and immediately shouted at the platoon leader, "Did you bring the anti-tank gun?"
"Yes, sir." The platoon leader quickly replied, "But since this is an infantry search operation, we prioritized mobility for quick response and didn't bring many.
"We only have one. Bring it over quickly."
Soon, amid Li Xianlong's roars, the anti-tank gun barrel was brought over and quickly loaded with armor-piercing rounds. Li Xianlong shouldered the gun barrel, skillfully unlocked the safety, and in the next second, aimed directly at the man in the windbreaker and pulled the trigger.
"I won't believe I can't kill you today." Boom!
In an instant, the powerful recoil nearly knocked Li Xianlong off his feet. The armor-piercing round instantly turned into a white line, streaking straight toward the man in the windbreaker. But just as the bullet was about to explode in front of the man in the windbreaker, it suddenly stopped in mid-air. In an instant, all the reinforcements from the logistics unit were left speechless, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, staring at this bizarre scene. Glancing once more at the corpses on the ground, it seemed as though they all understood why this once peaceful forest had been transformed into such a hellish scene. The man in the windbreaker suddenly raised his hand, and under everyone's gaze, the armor-piercing shell mysteriously changed direction. Realizing something, Li Xianlong grabbed the person next to him and shouted, "Everyone, scatter!
Avoid the explosion!"
Everyone present snapped out of their shock and immediately retreated, frantically searching for cover. Just as everyone thought the shell would return, a deafening roar suddenly echoed overhead. Li Xianlong froze, along with the hundreds of surviving soldiers. Suddenly, they all thought of the same thing and hurriedly turned their gaze toward the western front. There they saw 30 tanks in total, like a steel torrent, plowing forward and flattening all the trees in their path. The armored regiment had arrived. It was the armored regiment. "They're here. Finally, they're here." Seeing this scene, all the soldiers, including Li Xianlong, were so excited that their faces turned red. No one knew better than they did what had happened in those brief minutes. Similarly, no one understood better than they did how overwhelming their suppressed emotions were at that moment, seeing the armored regiment finally appear. Li Xianlong waved his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Li Kai, hit them hard. Fire all the shells at them." Finally seeing a glimmer of hope for a counterattack, the pent-up emotions within Li Xianlong erupted completely in that moment. In the distance, the man in the windbreaker also noticed the commotion behind him. Seeing that it was a heavy armored battalion approaching, he sneered coldly. He swung his hand forcefully, and the armor-piercing round suspended in mid-air suddenly accelerated to several times its previous speed, hurtling toward the direction of the armored battalion. A white smoke trail arced through the air, and then the armor-piercing round struck the front of a tank.
A deafening explosion echoed through the air.
The heavily armored tank that was hit instantly turned into a ball of fire and rolled away. The soldiers of the armored battalion witnessed the scene, first startled, then a surge of uncontrollable anger flared up in their hearts.
"Damn it, all squads, form up immediately. They dared to go head-to-head with our armored regiment? They're just like mice playing with a cat, how did they even survive?" Company Commander Li Kai saw the tank overturned and was startled.
Looking at the forest floor littered with bodies, his eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined that the entire 3rd Infantry Regiment could be reduced to just over 500 men in such a short span of time. There were over 300 bodies lying in the forest.
And yet the enemy had only one man. This was a humiliating defeat.
On Chinese soil, Chinese troops were being slaughtered in such a brutal manner.
At that moment, Li Kai erupted in anger, roaring, "Fire!
Blow him to pieces with a barrage of shells." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire forest was filled with the deafening sound of artillery shells.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The remaining 29 tanks locked onto their target, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire with fury burning in their hearts. The earth trembled, and the sound of gunfire echoed through the air. The area swept by the artillery fire was reduced to a wasteland in the blink of an eye, with trees as tall as the sky instantly vaporized, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. The soldiers who had retreated to 100 meters away covered their ears tightly, but their eyes remained fixed on the forest ahead. A thought arose simultaneously in their minds: under such intense artillery fire, the man in the windbreaker should be dead by now, right? Li Kai and Li Xianlong both stared intently at the smoke-filled forest ahead, especially Li Xianlong, who had direct contact with the man in the windbreaker. They clenched their teeth, fists tight, their chests rising and falling rapidly. The aide looked up and said nervously, "With so many shells, he shouldn't be able to withstand it, right?" The words seemed like a mutter to himself, with no one responding. Turning his head, he finally noticed that everyone around him was clenching their fists tightly, glaring fiercely at the forest ahead.
Chapter 96, Mutation. The earth trembled as it was torn apart by a deafening roar. Rain like artillery fire relentlessly swept across the area, exploding and reducing the entire forest into a sea of flames as far as the eye could see. Burning flames mingled with billowing smoke, spreading outward in concentric circles from the center of the forest. As if sensing the overwhelming heat, the entire 3rd Infantry Division, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into cheers that drowned out the heat. "Beautiful! Great!
I don't believe he can survive such intense artillery fire unscathed.
Damn it, we've finally gotten our revenge.
This scene was undoubtedly a huge morale boost for the entire 3rd Infantry Regiment. After all, out of 900 soldiers in their regiment, nearly half had been eliminated in just a few minutes of combat. Even when they had exhausted all their strength and were forced to charge in close combat, they couldn't even touch the hem of the enemy's clothing. Seeing their comrades fall one after another, almost everyone was seething with anger. Finally, in the moment when the artillery fire tore apart the earth, all their pent-up anger and suppressed emotions erupted into excitement. 29 tanks, whose explosive power could even collapse buildings, all charged toward the man in the windbreaker at once. Even if he was made of steel, he should have melted by now, right? However, it soon became clear that the outcome was nothing like anyone had imagined. As the flames died down, a blurry figure slowly emerged from the devastated forest ahead. His windbreaker was reduced to a few scorched rags, and his face was finally revealed to everyone for the first time. RIP! The moment they saw the figure, everyone gasped in shock, their eyes wide, completely frozen in place. The skin on the trench coat-clad man's body had been burned and charred beyond recognition by the explosions and flames, revealing not the bones of an ordinary human body, but rather a special alloy as hard as steel. After being scorched by the flames, it shimmered with a golden glow. Even in such an explosion, the exposed bones were only slightly deformed and had no effect on his mobility. Most bizarrely, after the skin on the man's face had split open, what was revealed were a pair of mechanical prosthetic eyes and the alloy facial bones that formed his entire face. Is this really human? Upon seeing the trench coat man's true face, the entire crowd was stunned into silence. The entire 502nd Heavy Armored Battalion, operating heavy tanks, froze in place. Company Commander Li Kai's hands trembled uncontrollably. He had believed that he was fully prepared to face the bioengineered soldiers from the United States. However, it wasn't until this moment that he truly came to his senses, facing a biomechanical being far beyond current technology. His strategies and battle plans were completely useless. This wasn't even a battle, it was simply a one-sided assault. The target of the attack was none other than them. The cheers echoing through the 3rd Infantry Division suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stared blankly at the mechanical being. After a moment, fear began to spread like a virus deep within their hearts. The resolve in everyone's eyes was fading, and some were already trembling uncontrollably. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The artillery fire earlier would have reduced even ants on the ground to dust in an instant, yet it couldn't even penetrate the windbreaker-clad man's body. How could mere human strength possibly stand a chance? In an instant, everyone shared the same thought: facing such a monster, they had no chance of victory. As if sensing the growing fear spreading through the ranks, the deputy officer swallowed hard and looked up at Battalion Commander Li Xianlong. His voice stammered as he asked, "Commander, do we still have a chance?" Li Xianlong stared at the man in the windbreaker in shock, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. After a moment, he exhaled heavily, furrowing his brows tightly, and said, "Whether we have a chance or not, if we retreat now, facing this terrifying creature, more people will die." Thinking of something, Li Xianlong turned his gaze toward the heavy armored regiment, clenched his teeth, and said, "If one round can't take him down, then throw all our firepower at him. Even if it takes grinding him down, we'll do it bit by bit until he's shattered." He turned to his aide, "Go immediately and relay this message to Colonel Li, continue firing the artillery. Under no circumstances must the fire cease." "Yes." The aide saluted solemnly and turned to leave. At that moment, the man in the windbreaker swept his cybernetic eyes across the battlefield. A sea of data flooded his vision. Within seconds, he analyzed the situation. His gaze locked onto a heavy tank. The next moment, his legs erupted with force, and the ground where he had been standing collapsed, instantly vaporizing a crater about half a meter deep. Noticing the windbreaker-clad man's movements, the soldiers of the heavy armored battalion suddenly realized something and looked up in horror. They shouted loudly, "Quick, take cover! This guy is counterattacking." 29 tanks swiftly turned their gun barrels and locked onto the man in the windbreaker at an incredible speed. However, the next second, the man in the windbreaker had already appeared in front of one of the heavy tanks. He raised his right leg, his cybernetic eye fixed on the tank, and stomped down with all his might. Boom! With a deafening crash, dust and debris from the ground, along with broken tree branches, flew outward from the man in the windbreaker, forming a visible ring of bizarre shockwaves that continued to spread outward in all directions. Moments later, everyone watched in horror as the massive tank, weighing several tons, began to warp and deform. Starting from the gun barrel, the distortion spread inch by inch, accompanied by a bone-chilling, grinding sound. Crackle, crackle. Under the immense pressure, the steel plates began to crack. As the cracks spread across the entire tank, a deafening roar echoed in everyone's ears. Looking up, they saw the heavy tank, under the immense pressure of its anti-gravity system, explode in a breathtaking manner before their eyes. Almost completely disintegrated. Seeing this scene, the entire crowd was left speechless. How is that possible? A single person had blown up a heavy tank. Such a thing had never been heard of before, let alone witnessed in person. The shock of the moment left everyone speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Company Commander Li Kai jumped up from his seat in shock, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His eyes were wide open, staring intently at the man in the windbreaker. He looked at the man in the windbreaker, then at the heavily armored tank that had been blown to pieces, and suddenly realized something. Fear began to spread in his eyes, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fire! Fire!" Chapter 97, Total Annihilation. Late at night, in a makeshift command center, Tao Shiyu sat at the command console, his brows furrowed tightly, his face clouded with worry, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. When he finally extinguished the cigarette butt, he noticed that the ashtray in front of him was already filled with cigarette butts. Still no news? Tao Shiyu frowned even more deeply. 3 hours had passed. Yet there was still no word from the 3rd Infantry Division and the 502nd Heavy Armored Battalion near the forest. Even communication with the command center had been cut off, leaving them completely unaware of the situation inside. Although Tao Shiyu was confident that with such a high level of combat readiness, even if the biochemical soldiers from that country were as powerful as they claimed, they would have no chance of escaping under such heavy siege. But for some reason, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Thinking of this, Tao Shiyu couldn't help but turn his gaze to the communications officer beside him, furrowing his brows and asking, "What's the latest?" Still no contact? This was the 5th time he had asked in the past 3 hours. It was clear how anxious he was. The liaison officer tried calling the two teams near the forest again, but there was still no response. The liaison officer looked at Tao Shiyu helplessly, shook his head, and said, "Commander Tao, there's still no word from the frontline combat units." Slap. Upon hearing this, Tao Shiyu slammed his hand on the table and clenched his teeth, saying, "We can't wait any longer. Immediately notify the reconnaissance squad accompanying us to dispatch drones to the forest to investigate the situation." Yes. Upon hearing Tao Shiyu's orders, the liaison officer immediately relayed the instructions downward. As soon as Tao Shiyu's orders were issued, the nearest reconnaissance team to the forest area immediately took control of the drones and launched them into the air, heading toward the forest. As the drone approached the forest area, the synchronized camera footage was transmitted in real time to the screens in the command center. Tao Shiyu stared at the screen and couldn't help but light another cigarette. Soon, the drone had approached the forest area. As it descended, the footage from the forest became increasingly clear. As the footage unfolded, the once bustling command center fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the screen in disbelief. Tao Shiyu was speechless. The cigarette between his fingers had already accumulated a long string of silver ash, and the tip was about to ignite, but he didn't feel a thing. After a moment of stunned silence, Tao Shiyu suddenly clenched the cigarette butt tightly, raised his head, and his eyes had turned blood red. No one could have imagined that the situation on the ground would be so dire. Amidst the raging inferno, the entire 1,000 soldiers of the 3rd Infantry Division lay scattered in all directions, their bodies strewn across the flames. Some were covered in countless holes, while others had been blown to pieces by tanks. Surrounding the inferno were the wreckage of 30 tanks. On top of these wreckage, several soldiers lay sideways on the metal plates, their bodies still emitting flames, having been burned into charred, twisted corpses. Tearing sounds. Upon witnessing this hellish scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in horror. From the footage, it was clear that in the final moments, the two units had attempted to split up and retreat from the forest, but in the end, they were each defeated one by one. The entire 3rd Infantry Regiment and the 502nd Heavy Armored Battalion were wiped out, with not a single survivor. Tao Shiyu stared intently at the footage transmitted by the drone, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt a surge of anger about to explode in his chest at any moment. Prior to this, he had already considered various battle scenarios, but he never imagined that the bioengineered soldiers developed by the United States could be this terrifying. This was the full combat strength of an entire infantry regiment and an independent armored battalion. And yet, it had been annihilated by a single individual, along with 30 tanks armed with heavy firepower. What kind of terrifying power was this? What's worse, he had orders from the national leader to ensure this matter did not involve Qin Guang. It had to be handled by the War Department. But now, even with such overwhelming firepower, they have failed. How can they possibly explain this to the head of state? Tao Shiyu took a deep breath, then unconsciously pulled out a cigarette from the pack and lit it, recalling the words Qin Guang had spoken to him earlier. Furrowing his brows, he couldn't help but glance at the gruesome scene, and immediately extinguished the cigarette he had just lit. Could it really come to this, having Shao Qin take on this bioengineered being? But upon further reflection, Tao Shiyu was once again plunged into deep concern. However, this bioengineered human was so terrifyingly powerful. How could Shao Qin possibly be a match for this bioengineered being? Just as Tao Shiyu was caught in a deep dilemma, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he furrowed his brows and answered the call. "Hello, this is Tao Shiyu." To his surprise, the voice on the other end was Qin Guang's. "Director Tao, it's me. Shao Qin?" Tao Shiyu was taken aback, unsure why Qin Guang was calling at this hour. Before he could process this, he heard Qin Guang's voice, suppressed yet clearly filled with excitement. Director Tao, has your unit already engaged in combat with the American bioengineered soldiers? Tao Shiyu thought for a moment and decided not to hide anything from Qin Guang. He replied honestly, that's correct. My men have already engaged the target. At this point, Tao Shiyu paused, a bitter smile curling his lips, and said, the outcome of the battle isn't good. Qin Guang, still caught up in his excitement, didn't notice the downturn in Tao Shiyu's mood and continued, alright, have your men withdraw immediately. I have a way to deal with this bioengineered soldier. What? Tao Shiyu was startled, how do you plan to deal with this bioengineered human? After all, he had witnessed the terror of the bioengineered soldiers firsthand. Even an infantry regiment and a heavy armored battalion were no match for them. How could Qin Guang possibly handle it? Qin Guang teased him, then declared confidently, Minister Tao, rest assured. I guarantee you that within 3 days, using our nation's technology, I will make those American bioengineered soldiers be trampled underfoot, never to rise again. Chapter 98, The Only Solution. On the other end of the phone, Tao Shiyu heard Qin Guang's bold declaration and his expression changed slightly, as a storm raged within his heart. He had no idea where Qin Guang had gained such confidence. This time, for the bioengineered soldiers developed by the United States, even a heavy armored battalion and a 1,000-man infantry regiment were no match for them. Such military strength would be enough to sweep away any ordinary small country in turmoil. Yet Qin Guang claimed that in 3 days, they could neutralize it using Chinese technology? And that he can crush this terrifying bioengineered soldier under his feet, never to rise again. How is that possible? According to Tao Shiyu's knowledge, the scientific research fields Qin Guang is currently involved in, and has already achieved results in, are only controlled nuclear fusion and superconducting chips. However, our technologies primarily intended for civilian and national defense applications. At this stage, they simply lack the capability to counter the biomechanical beings from the United States. Thinking of this, Tao Shiyu clenched the phone tightly and couldn't help but glance at the footage being transmitted back to him. After hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth. Perhaps he realized that the situation before him was beyond his control. Then he thought of Qin Guang's remarkable achievements, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice, Xiao Qin, I don't know what you plan to do. But I am willing to trust you. At this moment, Tao Shiyu had no other choice but to trust Qin Guang. Such a large-scale operation, especially on Chinese soil, was impossible to keep under wraps. If it were to happen again, and the details were deliberately exaggerated online, it would undoubtedly cause panic among the people. Public sentiment is fragile once panic spreads like a wave, the subsequent reactions could even lead to another disaster. Xiao Qin, I'm entrusting this matter to you. I will report this to the head of state immediately. After hanging up the phone, Tao Shiyu sat down dejectedly, rubbing his weary cheeks, and took a deep breath. He knew that there was nothing more to be said now. The only thing he could do was to believe that Qin Guang could create another miracle. As the overall commander of this operation, he couldn't escape responsibility. What he needed to do was convince the head of state and then take responsibility for his actions. Tao Shiyu sat quietly in his chair, lighting a cigarette. Those around him, seeing his dejected state, dared not approach him. After finishing the cigarette, Tao Shiyu picked up his phone and dialed a number directly. Soon, the call was answered, and the voice of the chief secretary came through, Minister Tao. Secretary Li, please convey my message to the head of state. I have urgent matters to report. Alright, please hold on. A moment later, the Prime Minister's voice came through, asking directly, how about it? Has the target been dealt with? Upon hearing the president's question, Tao Shiyu felt ashamed and unwillingly clenched his teeth. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, Mr. President, I failed. Upon hearing this, the other end of the phone fell into silence. Seeing that the head of state did not respond, Tao Shiyu grew tense, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He quickly added, Head of state, I was the overall commander of this operation. I am willing to take full responsibility. Even if you send me to a military court for trial, I will have no complaints. Before the leader could respond, Tao Shiyu continued, Before I face the military court, there is one more matter I must report to you. Although I don't know what the next move of that beautiful country's bioengineered human is, through analysis, I have deduced that he must be heading to the capital. He then proceeded to recount his conversation with Qin Guang in detail. Despite knowing that the head of state would be furious over this matter, he had no choice but to speak up. Having failed to prevent such heavy casualties, the consequences of his negligence were all too clear. Moreover, the bioengineered soldier had already escaped the quarantine zone. Under the current circumstances, even if more troops were dispatched to block him, it would be impossible to stop him. Therefore, the only option now was to trust Qin Guang. As expected, upon hearing this, the head of state erupted in anger, slamming his fist on the table and barking, Tao Shiyu, how did you become the Minister of Security? Who is Xiao Qin? He is a hero of our nation, the future leader we are determined to protect at all costs. How dare you send him to the front lines? How dare you let him take such risks? In all the years Tao Shiyu had been Minister of Security, he had never seen the head of state lose his temper like this. He swallowed hard, but thinking of that terrifying scene, he could only endure the scolding and force himself to say, "Prime Minister, You? What do you mean, you?" The head of state didn't give him a chance to speak, unleashing a torrent of abuse. "I'm asking you, if something happens to Xiaoqin, can you take responsibility for the consequences? With the clothes on your back, what do you have to take responsibility with?" The national leader finished his rant, snorted angrily, and clenched his teeth, saying, "I'm putting this on the record today. As the overall commander of the operation, if you handle this poorly, I will personally deal with your responsibility later. However, in today's Huagua, I can afford to make mistakes, but Xiaoqin must not suffer even the slightest mishap." Hearing the head of state's words, Tao Shiyu froze. His already anxious heartbeat grew faster and faster. Though he had known from the start that the head of state held Qin Guang in the highest regard. But he never imagined that the head of state would value him so highly. He was even willing to put himself in danger to protect Qin Guang. But then Tao Shiyu began to agonize. In the face of this bioengineered being, overwhelming firepower was completely ineffective. No matter how many men he sent, as long as this bioengineered being charged into the crowd, it would inevitably turn into a one-sided massacre, with no one able to stop it. As for firepower, unless nuclear weapons were deployed, but on Chinese soil, and so close to the capital. Using nuclear weapons, even if it could eliminate the bioengineered being, the aftermath of a nuclear explosion would be absolutely unbearable for China. Since we cannot deploy a large army and cannot possibly use nuclear weapons, there is no other option but to trust Qin Guang. After considering all possibilities, Tao Shiyu took a deep breath, disregarding the risk of offending the head of state, and spoke sincerely, "Head of state, I am willing to swear on my life. From now on, no matter what Qin Guang decides to do, I will stay by his side and do everything in my power to protect him. If the time comes when it is absolutely necessary, I will sacrifice everything, even my life, without hesitation. Please believe me, and believe in Xiaoqin." Chapter 99, Full Support. Upon hearing Tao Shiyu's heartfelt assurance at that moment, the head of state suddenly fell into deep thought. Tao Shiyu had been serving as Minister of Security for more than a year, and the head of state was well aware that if things hadn't reached this critical point, given Tao Shiyu's temperament, he would never have spoken such words to him. However, Xiaoqin's contributions to Huagua had surpassed everything else. If he were to risk his life, and even the slightest mishap were to occur, not only would the nation be unable to bear it, but as the head of state, he himself could not bear it either. After much deliberation, the head of state had made up his mind it was absolutely out of the question. It was far too risky. He could not allow Xiaoqin to be placed in such a dangerous situation. Just as the head of state was about to refuse Tao Shiyu outright, the first secretary beside him suddenly changed expression, as if he had guessed the head of state's thoughts. He couldn't help but step forward to remind him, "Mr. President, we don't have much time left. The US warships are about to arrive at our southeastern coast." The secretary took a deep breath and said solemnly, "With the US warships advancing toward our southeastern coast, if we continue to dispatch large-scale military operations for the sake of a single target, not only will it erode public confidence, but it may also allow the enemy to take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble. This would be akin to planting a seed of domestic unrest. At that point, the costs would far outweigh the benefits." Upon hearing the secretary's words, the head of state paused, the words on the tip of his tongue suddenly stuck in his throat. His brows furrowed tightly. Yes, what Li had said were the harsh realities that China was currently facing. These were unavoidable realities that must be considered. After much internal conflict, the head of state reluctantly agreed that, though he was unwilling to risk Qin Guang's safety, this seemed to be the best solution available. Of course, the primary reason the head of state made this decision was because of Qin Guang himself. Because he had never let anyone down before. With that thought, the head of state finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and said, "Since we have chosen to trust young Qin, let him go ahead and do it. I've heard that little Qin is also involved in genetic technology research, just like the United States. If this gets out, it will certainly put international pressure on us." A resolute expression flashed across the head of state's eyes, "But since the United States has acted first, don't blame us for not being righteous." With a furious snort, the head of state pointed at his secretary, "Go notify the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Zhao Bo, immediately. Tell him to stop secretly helping Xiaoqin with his research. If we're going to do this, we'll do it openly and honestly. All of the research resources of the Chinese Academy of Sciences are to be immediately transferred to Xiaoqin for his use. I'll see what kind of surprise Xiaoqin will bring to our country this time." The secretary, overjoyed at the news, nodded eagerly and agreed, "Yes. I'll go notify President Zhao immediately." Meanwhile, Tao Shiyu on the phone, upon hearing the head of state's decision, finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Though they found it hard to grasp the intricacies of cutting-edge research, once they chose to believe in Qin Guang, it was as if all their concerns vanished. It seemed that, in the hearts of everyone present, Qin Guang was truly the final line of defense for Huagua. An unbreakable barrier. The next morning, Under the leadership of Zhao Bo, nearly half of the top researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences had already gathered at Qin Guang's research base. These researchers, though each had their own areas of research, were all eager to assist Qin Guang upon hearing the purpose of their mission. Moreover, everything they were doing was to help Qin Guang and assist Huawei in countering the biochemical threat from the United States. In no time, nearly every department at the Huaka Academy was swarming around Zhao Bo's office. Everyone was preparing to put their projects on hold and sign up to assist Qin Guang. At first, Zhao Bo was a bit worried about which department to mobilize, as everyone had research projects that were crucial to their own work. Going to assist Qin Guang meant their projects would be put on hold. However, when the moment finally arrived, Zhao Bo realized that his real concern wasn't that it was how many people to send. Under duress, after careful consideration, Zhao Bo selected over 300 people from a pool of over 1,000 to assist. The research areas of these scientists were all closely related to the fields of genetics, biology, and medicine that Qin Guang was currently studying. If he had agreed to everyone's request, the vast Huazhong Academy of Sciences would have come to a complete standstill. After waiting for a while, the 300-plus people saw Qin Guang emerge from the laboratory. When he saw the dense crowd of researchers before him, he was completely taken aback. Originally, he had prepared himself to fight alone, even mentally preparing for the possibility that his research findings might be suppressed after success. After all, no matter how groundbreaking this research might be, it ultimately violates basic moral principles and goes against the course of human development. Once revealed, it would inevitably cause panic, and even hostility, among all of humanity. From a moral standpoint, Qin Guang could understand this. However, the reason he refused to give up was because he too had his own convictions. Now, the United States has already broken the rules and developed bioengineered humans, posing a significant threat to China. Additionally, Tang Wanru died trying to save him, and she too fell into the hands of American agents. Even if it means violating moral principles, he must do it. However, he did not anticipate that what awaited him was not criticism, but an order directly from the head of state, instructing the Chinese Academy of Sciences to fully support his research. Even if it means halting the Huaka Academy project, they will support him without hesitation. Qin Guang raised his head and scanned the faces of the over 300 researchers. Seeing the smiles on their faces, he felt a lump in his throat, and his already bloodshot eyes turned even redder. At that very moment, having worked tirelessly around the clock without a moment's rest to complete the task, he was completely exhausted. His face was extremely haggard, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Yet he continued to grit his teeth and persevere, not relaxing for even a moment. At that moment, seeing the 300 people appear, Qin Guang couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, nodding forcefully at the crowd, holding back the emotional words in his heart. He sniffed, raised his head, and said directly, "I won't say any more unnecessary words. We have only 2 days left for our country." Qin Guang clenched his teeth. 2 days, only 2 days. No matter what, we must achieve the birth of the first perfect new human being in the world within these 2 days. Chapter 100, The Miracle Maker. Upon hearing Qin Guang's words, the researchers present were stunned. In an instant, their minds were swept by a tidal wave of shock, leaving them utterly speechless. They had come from the Huaka Academy to assist Qin Guang with his research, but the specifics of the project had not been fully explained to them. Therefore, the term perfect new humans briefly made them envision futuristic technology far beyond reality. However, the researchers present had some understanding of the top-tier genius standing before them. He had always taken unconventional paths. Ordinary research simply couldn't catch his eye. With these thoughts in mind, the crowd's astonishment gradually subsided. They did not dwell on the new scientific term perfect new humans. In their minds, any research field that Qin Guang had deemed worthy of study would inevitably yield groundbreaking achievements that would astonish the world once the results were published. All they needed to do was carry out their tasks with unwavering determination. As soon as Qin Guang finished speaking, Academician 2, holding a task list, stepped past Qin Guang and approached the hundreds of people gathered there. As he distributed the forms, he explained to each person the tasks they needed to carry out. Through Tu's explanations, the vague concept of perfect new humans gradually became clearer to everyone. The so-called perfect new humans refer to the process of extracting powerful genes from various organisms, inserting them into Tang Wanru's DNA to form a DNA loop, thereby achieving the great scientific feat of resurrection and transformation. When everyone finally understood this, they suddenly snapped out of their daze. No! How is that possible? Birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural rules of species elimination. Under the atmosphere, nearly 999% of all living organisms are bound by these natural rules. To achieve resurrection, one must break this rule. But how could that possibly be achieved? Even if one could break the rules, the subsequent gene editing required to merge human genes with those of other species to achieve mutation, a concept that exists only in science fiction, is almost unimaginable in reality. These individuals are engaged in research related to the human body and genes. The moment they realized the implications, they instinctively rejected this research proposal. It wasn't just the 300 people present, even the director who had led them there, Zhao Bo, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Having dedicated his career to scientific research, he had his own unique insights into gene research. After hearing Academician 2's explanation, he almost blurted out that such a thing was simply impossible. After all, the United States has always been at the forefront of genetic technology, even investing tens of billions of dollars in near-reckless experiments. Yet, after all these years, the United States has still not achieved this feat. How could the United States, which is at the forefront of the world and has invested so much over the years, still be unable to achieve this? How could China, which came later, possibly do it? Zhao Bo was well aware that his thoughts weren't meant to boost others' morale or undermine his own, but rather a very real problem right before his eyes. However, when he noticed Qin Guang's solemn expression, and the determined, unwavering gaze beneath it, he suddenly froze. The words on the tip of his tongue ultimately remained unsaid. That's right. He had forgotten one crucial point: the person standing before them was a Chinese hero who had successfully developed controlled nuclear fusion and superconducting chips, standing at the pinnacle of global science and technology. If it were him, such research would no longer be an impossible dream. Even he hadn't uttered a single word of surrender. What right did he have to say it couldn't be done? Especially in front of Qin Guang, to say it couldn't be done. After all, the two major technologies that have propelled Huawei to the pinnacle of the world today are controlled nuclear fusion and superconducting chips. Which of those isn't an impossible feat? When Qin Guang began researching controlled nuclear fusion, the international community was filled with scoffs and mockery, claiming that China could never achieve it. Even some Chinese people took to the internet to belittle and slander the research on controlled nuclear fusion. Not a single person chose to believe in Qin Guang. But what was the final outcome? Qin Guang not only proved the feasibility of controlled nuclear fusion, shutting everyone up, he even propelled China's cutting-edge technology to the forefront of the world. There was also the superconducting chip. When Qin Guang announced the launch of the superconducting chip research project, the world was stunned. Mockery was everywhere, and the online backlash was relentless. Not only ordinary people, but even these seasoned experts and scholars who had dedicated years to research found it hard to believe. A researcher in controlled nuclear fusion suddenly deciding to cross disciplines and study superconducting chips, and not just any chips, but those at the pinnacle of global chip technology. Is that even possible? What was the final outcome? Qin Guang did it again. Despite the immense pressure and countless mocking and misunderstandings, he once again proved everyone wrong with facts. Thinking of this, Zhao Bo lifted his head, and all the chaotic thoughts in his mind had been completely cleared away. Looking at Qin Guang with deep respect, his expression grew serious, and he clenched his fists firmly. That's right, he's the one who created the miracle. Zhao Bo looked around and saw the researchers who were still immersed in shock. Perhaps sensing their thoughts, Zhao Bo swept his gaze over them and barked, "What Academician 2 just told you, do you all understand?" At the sound of his voice, everyone snapped back to reality, swallowed hard, and replied hesitantly, "We understand." Is this the spirit of scientific research? Hearing these scattered responses, Zhao Bo's brows furrowed instantly, and his voice rose several degrees. Research isn't a game. If anyone isn't willing, they can withdraw from this research project at any time. At this point, Zhao Bo shouted again, "I'll ask you one more time, do you all understand?" In an instant, the 326 researchers present snapped out of their daze. That's right. Standing before them was the national hero who had successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion and superconducting chips. They were here to assist with the research. What right did they have to question him? Understood. The 326 people immediately responded in unison. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire experimental base. Seeing this, Zhao Bo nodded firmly and clenched his teeth, saying, "Since everyone understands, follow orders and begin immediately. No matter what doubts you may have, suppress them. Now, we have only one task: to cooperate fully in completing this scientific research project." Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, clenching their fists tightly. Chapter 101, We Did It. Half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the laboratory, the sun was shining brightly. On the secluded street, a few scattered cars could be seen speeding past the unfinished buildings. For these ordinary citizens of Huagua, they didn't even sense the slightest hint of tension. They went about their daily routines as usual, working, commuting, and occasionally glancing at the newspaper to stay informed about international news. However, deep within the abandoned building, in the secret laboratory, over 300 researchers had long since lost track of time, working feverishly, daring not to pause for a moment, immersed in their tasks, repeatedly making adjustments. Fortunately, with the direction set by Qin Guang as a foundation, corrections for directional errors were rare. Under the coordinated efforts of this massive research team, progress was significantly faster than when Qin Guang and two academicians had worked on it alone. However, despite the efforts of this elite research team of over 300 people from the top ranks of Chinese science, they were unable to successfully fuse the genes of bats, beetles, jaguars, eagles, and cats into Tang Wanru's DNA. However, it was clearly evident that after repeated attempts at gene integration and subsequent failures,
The team's cohesion improved at an astonishing rate, and the fusion speed accelerated from 1 gene per hour at the beginning to 1 gene every 10 minutes later on. Of course, achieving this was not only due to Qin Guang's assistance but also the professional expertise of each team member. Before this, every person present was a renowned expert or scholar in their respective fields. When such a group of people come together with a common goal, the results are absolutely staggering. After thousands of failed attempts, the plan has been refined step by step. Meanwhile, the confidence of these researchers in this genetic experiment has been steadily growing. Through repeated experiments, they have come to realize one critical issue: this experiment may not be impossible after all. As long as the right balance can be found, even a small degree of genetic compatibility could break the deadlock. With this realization, the initial sense of impossibility has completely vanished. Looking up at Qin Guang's resolute expression and his unwavering determination, everyone silently agreed not to disrupt the current research atmosphere. However, what they did not know was that Qin Guang did not care at all whether the fusion would ultimately succeed. What mattered to him was the process of inputting the genes, whether it could be done at the fastest possible speed. Because if he couldn't complete the system task and obtain the final reward, it was certain that, given the current level of technology, even if the world's most brilliant genetic scientists were gathered together, true fusion would be impossible. And the reason he could achieve this was the system. Finally, as Qin Guang's input speed grew faster and faster, and he became more familiar with the process, the system's reward was about to appear. Boom! The tightly sealed protective doors suddenly opened, revealing Dr. Li from Dahua Genetics, accompanied by 3 doctoral students, stepping inside. The moment they saw Qin Guang, the fatigue on their faces vanished, replaced by expressions of excitement. Mr. Qin! Professor Qin! Qin Guang heard the voices and stopped what he was doing, turning to look at the 4 of them. Dr. Li, holding a printed copy of the paper, hurried over to Qin Guang, sighing deeply as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He handed the paper to Qin Guang and smiled casually. "I've done my best. Take a look." Qin Guang looked at the paper Dr. Li handed him and was taken aback. Even he hadn't expected them to finish so quickly, faster than he had anticipated. Taking the paper, Qin Guang glanced through it. "That's right. They did it. They did it." Suppressing his excitement, Qin Guang looked up and glanced at the 3 students standing beside Dr. Li. Originally, following their life trajectories, they would undoubtedly be the undisputed prodigies of heaven, the darlings of the heavens. But at that moment, the 3 of them were a far cry from their former selves. Their eyes were bloodshot, their hair was disheveled, and their scalps were even covered in a layer of grease. Compared to their appearance when they first met, they were like night and day. And Dr. Li? Though he tried to appear relaxed, his neatly trimmed 7-inch hair was now curled and tangled like a bird's nest. The eyes hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses were equally bloodshot, with traces of unremoved eye discharge lingering at the corners. It was hard to believe that just moments ago, they had been the pride of their respective fields, standing tall and proud. Who knows what kind of despair and transformation they had to endure to end up looking so disheveled and pitiful. At that moment, when they saw Qin Guang's gaze, the 4 of them couldn't hide their joy and excitement. Snap! Dr. Li suddenly slapped Qin Guang on the shoulder. His fingers clenched tightly around it. Suppressing his excitement, he stared at Qin Guang and said, "We did it. We really did it." Upon hearing this, the surrounding researchers all stopped what they were doing and turned to look. Dr. Li glanced at the researchers who had suddenly appeared at the base, then looked back at Qin Guang, his voice growing even more excited. "We followed the information you provided. We completed the papers on the unsolved mysteries of humanity, the arrangement patterns of genes, and the extraction and replacement of defective genes in just 1 day and 1 night." Upon hearing the titles of the papers, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. They looked at the 3 doctoral students, who clearly still looked like students, and then at Qin Guang. Though they didn't know why Qin Guang had insisted on recruiting 3 doctoral students at this critical moment to tackle these 2 challenges that humanity had yet to fully conquer. But one thing they were certain of was that if the papers written by these individuals were flawless, once published, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking achievement that would shake the world. Seeing the excited smiles on the 3 faces, Qin Guang's weary expression finally softened into a smile. He nodded firmly. "Very good, you've done well." After speaking, Qin Guang took a deep breath and handed the weighty papers to Zhao Bo. He said solemnly, "Zhao Director, we won't publish these papers in foreign scientific journals this time. Let's publish them in our own journal at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This time, we will show the world the formidable power of Chinese science and technology." Upon hearing this, Dr. Li and the other 3 immediately embraced each other in tears, unable to hold back their emotions any longer, as tears streamed down their faces. Chapter 102, Gene Fusion Culture Medium. After Qin Guang finished speaking, he stood there arrogantly, clenching his fists tightly, finally releasing the suppressed emotions he had been holding back. Didn't the United States send warships to approach China's southeastern coast to prevent China's rise? Didn't they send bioengineered soldiers to invade China to achieve their strategic objectives? This so-called world's strongest nation? Would it really go so far as to disregard China just to cling to its hegemonic ambitions? Very well. This time, let you all open your eyes wide and watch. Let you see what I am researching, what is about to succeed, and what kind of existence will overturn the world order.
As Qin Guang thought this to himself, the familiar cold prompt sound finally rang out in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the prerequisite task. Reward obtained, Gene Encoding Flowchart 1, Gene Fusion Cultivation Solution. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Guang paused for a moment. The next moment, that surge of excitement exploded within him. It's here! He had stayed up all night to complete the system task, and this was the moment he had been waiting for. Finally, it had arrived. Qin Guang clenched his fists even tighter, his excitement impossible to contain, completely evident on his face. You stay here and continue your research, I'll be right back. Qin Guang left a quick remark, didn't he wait for anyone to react, and pushed open the door to the laboratory partition, rushing inside.
Bang!
Once the door closed, his anxious heart continued to race wildly. He sighed. He took several deep breaths, waiting for his emotions to settle before lifting his head. He quickly opened the system warehouse. Sure enough, there were now 2 additional items in the warehouse. They were clearly the system rewards, the gene encoding flowchart and the gene fusion culture solution. Aware of the rarity of these 2 items, Qin Guang dared not take them lightly. With a reverent expression, he carefully removed the gene encoding flowchart and gene fusion culture solution from the warehouse. He set the culture solution aside and picked up the gene encoding flowchart, unfolding it to examine it. With just one glance, Qin Guang was certain that his experimental process and research direction were flawless. Because the operational steps and process divisions outlined in this flowchart were identical to those meticulously documented by the over 300 researchers who had spent an entire day compiling it. After reviewing it, Qin Guang put away the flowchart and cast a fervent glance at the purple test tube sitting on the desk. The process of gene research, even before the flowchart was created, he had already roughly figured out. He knew exactly what he truly needed: that small purple test tube. The liquid inside was an invaluable treasure that couldn't be bought with money. Even if its effects were disclosed internationally, it would command a price of tens of thousands or even more, and there would be countries willing to pay that price. Because what it contained was gene fusion culture solution with current technological levels, no country in the world could replicate it. Even if decades or even centuries were to pass, it would still be impossible. Previously, although Qin Guang had already perfected gene editing in the laboratory, he still couldn't achieve success. Similarly, the over 300 top-tier researchers from China had also pushed gene editing to its limits, yet they continued to fail repeatedly. The key reason for this failure was the inability to achieve gene fusion. They simply did not understand that without the gene fusion culture medium with a systematic reward mechanism, no matter how advanced their techniques became, success was utterly impossible. The principle is actually quite simple: during gene fusion, genes naturally repel each other. Without resolving this issue, it is impossible for the fused genes to spontaneously integrate into the DNA of all body cells and achieve true genetic modification. However, fortunately, this time Qin Guang is no longer fighting alone. Even though the system's task conditions are extremely stringent and the time allotted is extremely short. But with the assistance of so many top-tier teams from Huagua, he ultimately completed the system's task flawlessly. The purple-red liquid remaining in the test tube before him was the result he had achieved at all costs to complete the task. Qin Guang reached out and picked up the test tube. It had a capacity of 150 milliliters, but the gene culture solution inside only amounted to 100 milliliters. These were the only 100 milliliters in the world. Qin Guang gasped for breath as he stared at the purple-red liquid, his hands trembling slightly. He was well aware that, given China's current national strength, if the country truly wanted to become the world leader in scientific research and national power, and prevent any nation from attempting to use hegemony to strangle China's neck, then a single perfect new human being would be utterly insufficient. After all, as time goes on, the ultimate weapons of all nations continue to evolve. Once such ultimate weapons were deployed to launch a war, the strength of a single perfect new human would be utterly powerless to stop it. Remember, even before the collapse of the Bear Nation, the nuclear bomb they developed, once deployed, had the power to instantly destroy any nation. Moreover, over the past decades, the military capabilities of all nations have increased by several-fold compared to the past. Therefore, if China truly wants to stand up, it must achieve the large-scale creation of perfect new humans. The absolute minimum requirement is to have at least 100 perfect new humans. Only then will China have the capability to counteract in the final battle. Imagine a force of over 100 perfect new humans infiltrating a nation. What kind of chaos would ensue? This would be a complete annihilation, a dimensional assault. Within an hour, the capital's command center would be completely paralyzed. This would then spread across the entire nation, and within a single day, the destruction caused would surpass even that of a nuclear bomb. Truth has always been held by those who wield the sword. As long as China possesses this power, it will never again be subjected to the hegemonic bullying of other nations.
Similarly, it will truly be able to lead the world toward a path of peace. Though he thought this in his heart, Qin Guan was well aware that considering such matters now was clearly unrealistic. Without the first successful sample, attempting to scale up the perfect new humans could easily backfire. For now, the most important thing was to start with the first perfect new human, Tang Wanru. Qin Guan picked up the test tube and turned to open the door, his negative emotions completely swept away. Stepping out, he noticed the gazes of those around him but said nothing and offered no explanation. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, he approached the experimental equipment, took out the test tube, and gently poured the gene fusion culture solution inside. A single drop of purple-red liquid slowly fell into the petri dish containing Tang Wanru's epidermal cells. Then, he raised his head, his eyes filled with anticipation, looked at everyone, and spoke, "Let's try again." Chapter 103, The Future is Coming. In the laboratory, under Qin Guan's leadership, everyone once again threw themselves into the biological gene experiments without rest. This time, it was the most promising attempt since Qin Guang obtained the gene fusion culture solution. However, while they were engrossed in their research without noticing the passage of time, 2 research papers appeared quietly on the official website of the Huaka Academy: The Unsolved Mysteries of Humanity, The Arrangement Patterns of Genes and Extraction and Replacement of Defective Genes. On the Huaka Academy website, a new paper would appear every so often. Those who frequently browsed the website had long since grown accustomed to it. These 2 papers, however, appeared without fanfare and did not cause much of a stir. At that moment, Mr. Zhang had already changed into his pajamas and was sitting on the sofa. After all, following the successful development of the superconducting chip through intensive experimentation, the next steps were mass production and application across various fields. These matters are naturally handled by experts in their respective fields, and unless something unexpected arises, there will be no need for him to get involved. As a result, the national leader had specially granted him a month-long vacation to rest at home. Though he was now free, Mr. Zhang still maintained his work habits. After all, he had dedicated his life to scientific research for the nation, and even during his rest, he continued to absorb information and stay updated on the latest developments in his field. Zhang Lao naturally picked up his tablet and opened the website to view the papers. However, the moment his eyes fell on the titles of 2 papers, he froze in place. He thought he must have seen things, quickly took off his reading glasses resting on his nose, blew on them, and wiped them with his sleeve. He put them back on and looked again, finally making out the titles clearly. No mistake! He had seen it clearly. He suddenly sat up straight in his chair. His heart couldn't help but tremble, and his hands holding the tablet couldn't stop trembling slightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Lao looked as though he had seen a ghost, his emotions running high as he repeated several times that it was impossible, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. After all, any research related to biological genetics has always been classified as a taboo that violates human morality. How could it suddenly be openly posted on the official website? Thinking this, Zhang Lao hurriedly pushed open the door and entered the room, sitting down at the desk and quickly turning on the desk lamp. He directly clicked on the thesis topic. Instantly, a dense wall of text appeared on the screen. Zhang Lao read it aloud, following along as he spoke. After reading a few pages, his heart leaped into his throat. He was utterly shocked. The content of this thesis, every single step, was not just theoretical. He could even stake his entire career in scientific research on it. Every single step was clearly aimed at practical application. If this were to succeed, the global impact would be no less than that of controlled nuclear fusion. After all, the content here foretold a revolution in the field of human genetics. Zhang Lao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He thought of a practical problem that genetic transformation could bring. The fundamental reason why humans contract viruses and develop diseases is due to genetic defects. Take cancer, for example. With current medical technology, it is absolutely incurable, and there are also diseases caused by genetic defects. For example, some infants are born with genetic defects that cause physical deformities or intellectual disabilities, and human medicine is powerless to intervene in such cases. However, if the genetic revolution described in the paper becomes a reality, these diseases could be resolved through gene editing, specifically gene knockout and gene insertion. Not only that, even limb regeneration, resurrection from the dead, and mutations surpassing human physical limits could all be achieved. This is absolutely beyond human comprehension and far exceeds the scope of scientific research. Zhang Lao's Adam's apple bobbed a few times as he tremblingly picked up the phone on the table. He dialed the number and made the call. Beep. The phone rang a few times before being answered. A voice of an elderly man came through. "Old Zhang, aren't you supposed to be on vacation at home? Why are you suddenly calling me?" The speaker was Yen Lao, a medical professor who had been elected to the Academy of Sciences at the same time as old Mr. Zhang, specializing in medical research. He had always been highly respected in the field. He was also the mentor of Tu, the academician. As soon as Yen Lao finished speaking, Zhang Lao didn't even hear what he said and immediately interrupted. "Old Yen, don't say anything. Let me tell you.
He then proceeded to recount the contents of the paper he had seen on the Huazhong Academy of Sciences website.
What? Yan Lao was startled, thinking he had heard wrong, and hurriedly asked again, Old Zhang, are you joking with me? Tell me quickly, are you joking? Oh, Mr. Yan, we're not children. Why would I joke with you like this? The paper is right there on the official website. If you don't believe me, go check it yourself. Yan Lao could tell that Old Zhang wasn't joking. He didn't even hang up the phone and immediately shouted toward the room, Xiao Wei, come out quickly and help Grandpa look at something. Old Yan was elderly and had trouble walking, so he had been confined to a wheelchair for years. He shouted excitedly toward the room several times. Hearing his grandfather's cries, Yan Wei was startled and hurried out of the room. Grandpa, what's wrong? Oh my goodness, it's a big deal. Hurry up and push me to the computer.
Upon reaching the computer desk, Mr. Yan hurriedly urged his grandson to open the Huazhong University of Science and Technology website.
Alright, Grandpa, don't worry, I'll open it right away.
Although he didn't know what had happened, seeing his grandfather's urgent expression, the grandson didn't dare to hesitate and immediately opened the Huazhong University of Science and Technology website.
That's it. Open the 2 latest papers. Grandpa can't see clearly. Read them to me.
Under his grandfather's instructions, the grandson opened the 2 papers and began reading them aloud, sentence by sentence, following the text on the screen. After reading for over 20 minutes, the grandson finally stopped. Apparently unaware of his grandfather's reaction, he turned his head and noticed that his grandfather was staring intently at the computer screen. He was completely frozen in place, motionless and unresponsive.
Grandpa, what's wrong? Did something happen? Something terrible has happened. What?
Yan Lao slowly shook his head, then reached out and gripped his grandson's arm tightly.
While staring at the computer screen, he spoke with a trembling voice, Xiao Wei, do you know what's coming? The future is here. Perhaps before I die, I will witness the rewriting of human destiny. Chapter 104, Support Qin Guang. 3 p.m.
Zhang Lao, who was on leave at home, and Yan Lao, who had retired from the public eye years ago, unexpectedly gathered at the Huaka Academy.
Just as everyone was puzzled, a bombshell announcement, as explosive as a nuclear weapon, spread throughout the Huaka Academy from their lips.
Upon hearing the news, the entire Huaka Academy was thrown into chaos, resembling a pot of boiling water, with everyone shocked beyond words. At first, many were puzzled as to why President Zhao would suddenly bring over 300 researchers, disregarding the progress of ongoing projects, to participate in a research initiative in the field of biological genetics. When they saw the 2 papers published on the Huaka Academy website, they finally understood. In an instant, the already high emotions surged even more, making it impossible to calm down, with blood rushing through their veins.
Look quickly, look at the authors' names on the papers.
One person clenched his fist, stared wide-eyed, and shouted excitedly. All the researchers present at Huaka Academy quickly found their electronic devices and logged onto the Huaka Academy website. All eyes were fixed on the authors' names. Both papers were co-authored by multiple researchers, including 3 doctoral students from Huagui University and Dr. Li from Dehuajin, a leading figure in domestic gene research. Most importantly, there was another name listed before theirs, Qin Guang. It turned out that Zhao, the director, had led over 300 researchers in a groundbreaking study crucial to the future of human genetics. Soon, these 2 papers spread like wildfire, with the Huazhong Academy of Sciences as the epicenter. The last time this name caused a sensation across the internet was with that viral letter, "Those who light fires for others must not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow." After this lengthy article was shared countless times, Qin Guang's name transformed from an ordinary one to that of a national hero and a hero of Huagua, frequently trending on social media.
Anyone who dared to criticize this name would be mercilessly attacked online.
This time, as the influence of the 2 papers continued to grow, the name Qin Guang once again surged unstoppably to the top of the national trending list. In less than 10 minutes, major news portals and forums were once again swept by an extreme wave of fervor. Perhaps from the previous heated discussions, people had already gained a more direct understanding of Qin Guang. This time, even upon learning that his research involved the taboo field of bioengineering that violates international ethical standards, countless people are still willing to speak out for Qin Guang and defend him. Among them, a comment on a short video platform quickly rose to the top. What I want to tell everyone is that war may have already begun. My family lives in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, and yesterday, intense gunfire echoed through a nearby forest. Few people are willing to believe that, in this era of peace, a war could break out without any warning. There are those who support it, and naturally, there are those who question it. Soon, a few scattered comments appeared below. How is that possible? In a time of peace, how could a war break out so easily? Did you hear that correctly? I definitely didn't hear wrong. The netizen replied confidently to everyone. I even asked an elderly relative to investigate the matter. At the time, that elder told me that the war had already begun, and the United States had deployed bioengineered soldiers to our country. These bioengineered soldiers, after genetic modification, gained superhuman abilities. That night, a single one of them single-handedly wiped out over 1,000 of our Chinese troops. Upon hearing this, the entire comments section was filled with shock, and the number of likes continued to rise. Soon after, someone else came forward to confirm the story.
A netizen quickly replied, "I can confirm this. I'm just an ordinary farmer from a village on the outskirts of Jiangcheng.
The area where the incident occurred was where I used to graze my sheep. The next morning, I went to investigate and found that the trees in the forest had been flattened, with charred soil scattered everywhere. Even the surrounding areas had been cordoned off." As more people spoke out, the events that had been hidden last night gradually came to light.
When the full picture was laid bare before everyone, numerous Chinese netizens were outraged, united in their anger and demanding, why? Why should the United States be allowed to arbitrarily break the rules and bully China? Are we supposed to just let the United States act however it wants against China? Bully China? That's right.
Amidst the chorus of angry questions, everyone couldn't help but think of the current situation along the southeastern coast.
The United States claims to be the leader of the world, but what is the reality?
The United States has been involved in 80% of the world's wars, willing to plunge other nations into chaos and war just to enrich itself. Just look at today. As soon as China showed signs of rising, the United States immediately deployed its fleet, pointing its swords at China.
To come to China's southeastern coast, to force and intimidate China?
Intending to crush China's rising head.
On what grounds?
In an instant, countless people, driven by this question, ignited the fiery patriotism deep within their hearts. China, a nation that loves peace, has been oppressed by foreign powers for so long.
Through relentless efforts, China has now forged its own path to peace. Why can't China stand up and lead the world toward the right path? Is it because it stands in the way of the United States' hegemonic ambitions?
If that's the case, not only will China refuse to accept it, but the 140 million people of China will never agree either. I support Qin Guang. I wonder who was the first to speak out in support of Qin Guang online. Next, like a domino effect, within just a few minutes, the topic of supporting Qin Guang spread across the internet, accompanied by the fluttering of vibrant flags. Under this topic, the read count instantly broke the 10 million mark, with countless people continuously joining in. One after another, passionate voices and heartfelt comments began to appear densely. Qin Guang has never let us down, and he has never let the Chinese nation down.
I believe in him.
Whatever field he is involved in, no matter how difficult the challenges may be, he will turn them into reality.
That's right, we must also firmly support any research Qin Guang undertakes. Because he is a hero of our nation.
All his scientific research, everything he has done, has been dedicated to China.
Why?
It is to help China break free from the oppression of the great powers, step by step.
To enable China to truly rise to the pinnacle of the world.
So that those hegemonic nations dare not oppress us again.
Chapter 105, The Crimes of the Beautiful Country. As online discourse spread like wildfire, the truth of the matter and the immense pressure China was facing began to emerge piece by piece. As more and more people learned the truth, the entire internet erupted in an instant. Only now did those who were unaware finally realize that the China of today is far from the peaceful facade it presents. They had not been affected by the turmoil at all. It turned out that there had always been people silently bearing the burden and moving forward. Soon, driven by a wave of patriotism, the keywords cyborg Qin Guang once again swept across the top of the online search rankings. As the heated discussions among Chinese netizens grew more intense, related information was quickly shared by those with ulterior motives on foreign platforms. Perhaps the news was simply too shocking, it spread like wildfire across foreign platforms the moment it appeared. Within half a day, major news channels worldwide had their attention fixed on this story. At the same time, major social media platforms were flooded with news about China. At that moment, accusations and insults flooded the internet within just half an hour. China is committing a crime. This is an open provocation of the world's sensitive nerves. Exactly. A responsible major power that doesn't even adhere to the most basic moral standards dares to attempt to guide the world? It's utterly ridiculous. You're absolutely right. And that mad scientist from China, openly violating global agreements to conduct such dangerous experiments, I think he's trying to destroy the world completely. We must protest and stand up to stop China from destroying the world. Amidst the chorus of condemnation, some Chinese Americans who had learned the truth felt deeply distressed as they saw the overwhelming criticism. Unable to contain their anger, they posted faint voices online, "You're all just keyboard warriors pretending to be blind. If it were your country, and the United States ignored maritime boundaries, openly sent warships into your territorial waters, what would you do? If it were your country being blockaded by the United States in terms of military industry, technology, even trade, or if they sent bioengineered agents to secretly infiltrate your country and cause widespread destruction, what would you do? Do you know that the so-called mad scientist who wants to destroy the world in your mouths is a hero to us Chinese people? It was he who single-handedly led China out of its predicament and thwarted the United States' wolfish ambitions twice. The first time was with controlled nuclear fusion, showing the United States that China will no longer be held hostage by their energy dominance. China has risen.
The second time was with superconducting chips, making the United States realize that in the field of high-tech chips, China has not only caught up but also surpassed them, and they are not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath. These comments, mixed with insults, continue to attract the attention of some foreign netizens.
Some people scoffed at these remarks, while others went further, reposting the comments and sparking even more criticism.
However, the blogger who posted the comments remained unfazed, continuing to explain the importance of Qingyuan to China on foreign platforms. Perhaps my voice is weak, but I still want to tell you here that the United States has been shaken to its core by China's development.
Now they are desperate. What methods are they using?
Exactly, they want to use their military might to threaten China into submission and compromise.
As an overseas Chinese national stranded abroad, I want to make it clear to the United States, China is an independent sovereign nation.
We were not born to be bullied, nor are we a nation that can be trampled upon at will.
Throughout modern history, the Chinese people have never bowed our heads.
If the United States wants to force us to bow our heads, let the entire world see that the path of China's rise cannot be stopped.
If the United States dares to attack, let them try. The passionate remarks of this overseas blogger quickly garnered support from fellow Chinese compatriots. Insults and supportive comments intertwined.
The influence of these remarks began to spread rapidly, soon sweeping across major social media platforms worldwide. In some countries, authorities directly blocked the post, which had been shared hundreds of thousands of times. In extreme cases, even the terms China and Chinese were temporarily censored during specific time periods. While some countries did not block the content, it drew significant attention from political analysts, who mocked the situation. These Chinese people are simply too arrogant and self-important. Today, the United States is the world leader in every aspect. If the United States were to fully target China, I believe China's fate would not be much better.
That's right, let's wait and see. The Chinese will definitely be slapped hard by the United States.
As various experts began to jump out and mock China, mocking those Chinese people who support such statements. In some Middle Eastern regions or countries that have been plundered by the United States in the past, there has been a surge of supportive voices.
We are willing to support China. China is a peace-loving nation, and we believe China will rise.
These voices of support mostly come from countries that have been suppressed, exploited, and plundered by the United States. Even Ojo in the so-called stick country, which has long been dominated by the United States, echoed with cheers from afar.
Enough is enough.
The United States acts with impunity, and its troops stationed in our country are committing atrocities.
We must stand up and resist this shameless hegemonic empire. That's right, we must firmly resist the United States.
As the calls to resist the United States grew louder within the Korean peninsula, suddenly, a Korean netizen compiled a list of 9 crimes committed by the U.S. military stationed in Korea,
and listed them one by one. Crimes committed by the United States in our country.
The U.S. military, accused of discharging toxic substances into the Han River, appealed and was granted a delay in punishment.
The head of the military police in the Five Mountains region was involved in embezzlement, bribery, and prostitution.
U.S. military vehicles and motorcycles involved in a rear-end collision. The investigation records of the case where a female high school student was killed by the Pretty Army have been made public. The incident where an armored vehicle of the Beautiful Army ran over and killed a teenage girl in Dongducheon City.
Drunk Beautiful Army soldier commits violent crime.
The Supreme Court of the Republic of Korea's ruling on the murder case involving the Pretty Army at the Itaewon hamburger shop. Incident where a female hair salon worker was nearly raped by a member of the Pretty Army, and a soldier was charged with adultery. One by one, these incidents are being presented to the world in text and images, sparking outrage among netizens worldwide.
Chapter 106, Public Opinion Turnaround.
When the crimes committed by these so-called beautiful countries in the stick country were exposed online,
once again, they sparked a massive uproar online.
At this moment, the eyes of the world were all focused on the events unfolding in China, and they all saw the evils brought by the United States. At this point, many people finally realized that, as the United States grew stronger, it had unknowingly become the most arrogant and domineering power in the world. Looking at the current global landscape, aside from China, which is already showing signs of rising power, it seems there is no other nation capable of standing up to it. If even China were to fall, then the United States would truly become the world's hegemonic power. Under such hegemonic pressure, how could other nations survive? As people around the world become more aware of the situation, public opinion on foreign social media platforms began to shift overnight. This time, it is no longer just Chinese diaspora members speaking out. Netizens from countries like the United States, South Korea, and Russia are also rallying online in support of China. Many even openly express support for China and its scientists' research efforts. That's right, we should support China. If China falls, the next country to be put on the executioner's block by the United States could be any one of us. Support China. Support Chinese scientists. The voices of netizens from various countries supporting China are growing like a snowball, gaining momentum. Amidst the chorus of support, condemnation of the United States is also beginning to rise. Some have even suggested that the United States bioengineered humans could pose a threat to the entire world. Because the United States, for the sake of the oligarchy's interests, is willing to abandon all of humanity. If one day the United States uses bioengineered humans to invade the world, then the peace we enjoy today will no longer exist.
And what about China?
China is a peaceful and civilized nation that has never invaded or divided other countries overseas. Their research is solely for the benefit of humanity and will never seek to control the world like the United States. As public opinion shifted, this news quickly reached the United States CAA. Director Coulson held a tablet, flipping through the pages filled with condemnations of the United States, his face darkening as if it were about to rain.
Damn bastards! Bang!
Coulson angrily slammed the tablet down, his eyes narrowed in anger, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "We should capture these foolish bastards, drag them here, pry open their mouths, and rip out their tongues.
Let them never speak again."
In fact, Coulson had also participated in these statements, harshly criticizing a group of supporters who had jumped on the bandwagon to support China. Who would have thought that the CAA director would be so overwhelmed by the backlash that he had to log off immediately? The screen was flooded with private messages filled with vulgar language, hurling insults at him and his family. At first, he could still respond to a few, but as the number grew, he finally lost it when he saw a perverted homosexual send explicit photos and threaten to stuff his mouth with them. Meanwhile, Qin Guang, amid a wave of overwhelming support, had firmly established himself on the world stage as a hero of China. Following the buzz generated by the Chinese American and South Korean netizens, the United States suddenly became the global enemy. It seemed that in the face of this evil dragon, China and Qin Guang had become the brave warriors fighting against the dragon. For a time, the two keywords China and Qin Guang reached the peak of global topic popularity. Damn it! Stupid bastards! Coulson stormed back to his chair, muttering angrily under his breath. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Coulson picked up the phone without thinking, and the moment he answered, the anger on his face vanished, replaced by complete respect. "Miss Harry." "Coulson, what the hell are you doing?" Harry's angry shout came through the phone. "I told you to send someone to assist Stoner with the final task. Why haven't I heard anything yet?" "What?" Coulson was startled by Harry's scolding, his heart racing with tension. "This is bad. I was arguing with those idiots online and almost forgot about the important task." Coulson snapped back to his senses and immediately explained, "Ms. Harry, please rest assured. The people I assigned are already on their way to meet him. We should have news soon." Harry heard Coulson's explanation and her anger subsided slightly. She reminded him in a stern voice, "Coulson, let me make this clear. Stoner has just wiped out a Chinese armored regiment and an infantry battalion within Chinese territory. This has already caught the attention of both China and the global community. If the mission fails because of you, you should know what your fate will be." Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Coulson's forehead. He was well aware of what Harry meant by consequences. With Harry's current genetic technology, he could easily create a clone of himself. Thinking of this, Coulson couldn't help but curse himself inwardly for wasting time arguing with those idiots online. He immediately assured her, "Miss Harry, I will contact them immediately and ensure the mission is completed as soon as possible." "You better hope so." Harry responded to Coulson's assurance with a matter-of-fact tone, then shifted the subject and said, "By the way, there's one more thing I need you to do. Tell your people to inform Stoner that I have received the skin cells of the Chinese scientist Qin Guang that he sent back. Once he completes the second task, someone will naturally take his place and eliminate that scientist named Qin Guang." Coulson listened, his expression flickering with excitement, and exclaimed, "Exactly. Once we eliminate that scientist named Qin Guang, China will become a tiger without teeth. Let's see if they dare to talk about rising again." As if recalling the online support for China, Coulson's suppressed emotions finally found release. On the other end of the phone, Harry sneered, "This scientist named Qin Guang has countless supporters in China now, doesn't he? Even global public opinion has completely shifted in China's favor because of him. Let's see what happens when this Qin Guang stands before the world, openly betrays Huagua, and defects to our beautiful country. How will China position itself on the international stage then? What will the global mob of misguided individuals who seek to use this incident to oppose our beautiful country do then?" Chapter 107, The Most Critical Step. After hearing Harry's words, Coulson was taken aback, completely unprepared for the fact that Harry had already planned all of this. Upon further reflection, it was indeed true that Qin Guang's popularity had reached unprecedented heights, and in a certain sense, he had even become a propaganda tool for China on the international stage. However, if Qin Guang could be turned into Harry's bioengineered puppet like Bai Deng, wouldn't that mean that China's scientific research progress would come to a complete standstill? Catching up with the United States in scientific research would become nothing but an empty promise. At that point, not only would China lose face, but global citizens would see that even Qin Guang had defected to the United States.
Wouldn't that indirectly prove that only the United States can lead the world to greater heights? Thinking of this, Coulson couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had thought that this time, the United States, which had been condemned by the global public, had fallen into a dire predicament. But he never imagined that Harry's carefully planned backup plan was the fatal blow to China. Miss Harry, I believe that day will come soon. Coulson suppressed the shock in his heart and responded with a forced smile. As soon as the call ended, Coulson didn't hesitate for a moment. Looking out the window at the light rain, he turned around, picked up the satellite phone, and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered, and a deep voice came through. This is Stoner. Stoner, I heard you were injured in China? Coulson said, there's a research base near the imperial capital in China. I've already sent people to assist you. Follow them back to the base, there will be someone there to help you recover. Over the phone, Coulson briefly explained the rescue operation. Upon hearing Stoner's agreement, he added, oh, and there's one more thing I need to tell you. Ms. Harry hopes you can complete the second mission as soon as possible. Once the mission is completed. Secret base, operating room. The man in the trench coat, Stoner, was sitting on the hospital bed, listening to Coulson's call while putting on his clothes. He stood up and left the bed, looking around the room. The floor was covered in a pool of blood, and among the bloodstains lay the lifeless bodies of the victims, their bodies twisted and contorted in horrifying positions. The bodies still retained the terror of their final moments, their eyes wide open in sheer horror. Stoner withdrew his gaze, curled his lips slightly, picked up the phone, and replied, tell Ms. Harry that I've recovered. I'll complete the task she assigned as soon as possible. After speaking, Stoner hung up the phone, stepped over the bodies littering the floor, and looked up at the ceiling. His entire body rose into the air in an eerie manner, breaking through the ceiling. In the next instant, the soil in the desolate area suddenly split open, and Stoner passed through the earth, landing on the ground. Crackle, crackle. He cracked his neck, producing a sound like popping beans, then raised his eyes toward the direction of the imperial capital of Huagua. Suddenly, he charged forward at an incredible speed. At the same time, at the secret base where Qin Guang was located. Qin Guang, Dr. Li, and academician Tu were leading over 300 researchers in the latter half of their scientific research work with great urgency. Looking around, the entire base was filled with a tense atmosphere. In the vast space, aside from the sounds of the experiments, there was not a single sound. About 2 hours passed in this manner when suddenly, a researcher excitedly raised both hands, breaking the silence. Success! Success! The man embraced his colleague, his eyes wide with excitement, his body trembling as he shouted, we've finally done it! The fifth exon of the EYA4 gene has been successfully inserted, and the fusion has been completed. Boom! The researchers who had been focused on their experiments were startled for a moment, but as they realized what had happened, they erupted like a tidal wave. Wonderful! We've finally succeeded! As the cheers began to rise, another excited voice came from the corner. The exons between the 11th and 12th exons have also been successfully fused. Another person raised their hand, and here too. The RWEX gene has also been successfully fused. Me too. Me. The sounds of successful experiments echoed from every corner, with excited voices ringing out one after another. In an instant, the entire laboratory erupted into chaos. Looking at the scene before them, many still found it hard to believe. They never imagined they could complete gene fusion so quickly. After all, just 2 hours earlier, although everyone had mastered the gene insertion and extraction processes to perfection, whenever they reached the fusion stage, every attempt had ended in failure. Even after adjusting the plan multiple times, failures continued to occur. But when Qin Guang brought out the gene fusion culture solution, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Not only did they succeed in fusion, but the fusion rate reached an astonishing 999%. This is absolutely unprecedented. Even all those involved in the experiment will leave a significant mark in history. Of course, the over 300 researchers involved were well aware that the ultimate success of the fusion hinged on Qin Guang's project. Although they had successfully completed partial fusion, the most critical gene among all animal genes was the gene responsible for producing macrophages, the immune cells found in the bodies of invertebrate salamanders. Macrophages enable cellular and tissue regeneration. To put it simply, it's like a lizard's tail regrowing. After being severed, the tail regrows without leaving a scar, almost perfectly replicating the original injured area. But this is also the most challenging part. In human genes, once growth reaches a certain stage, even if teeth fall out, they cannot regenerate. As for the regeneration of the trunk, that is nothing short of a fairy tale. What Qin Guang is currently striving to achieve is to fully integrate the genes of invertebrates into human cells, thereby achieving regeneration. However, under the laws of cellular rejection, achieving this is almost as difficult as climbing to the heavens. And if they fail to achieve this, even if some genes have been successfully integrated, this experiment will still end in failure. Because without this, Tang Wanru would be unable to revive through the. If only partial fusion is achieved on a dormant Tang Wanru, but she cannot be awakened. All the experiments would be in vain. Chapter 108, Waiting.
Upon realizing this, the over 300 researchers immediately stopped what they were doing. Their gaze shifted toward the first experimental station. At that moment, Qin Guang, dressed in a sterile suit, stared intently at the instruments before him with a tense expression. He operated the arm, completely unaffected by external noise, lifted the gene culture solution, and slowly tilted it, dripping it into the petri dish. He then focused on the microscopic image, continuously observing the gene fusion process. During this process, the over 300 researchers felt as though they were experiencing the tension through the soundproof glass, holding their breath and staring intently. Despite the soundproof glass blocking out external noise, everyone feared that even the slightest sound might disrupt Qin Guang. Everyone present was well aware that this step would be crucial. If the fusion couldn't be completed, everything they had done would be in vain.
Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, time ticked away, second by second.
Gradually, Zhao Bo, two academicians, and Li Doctor all showed signs of anxiety on their faces. All three couldn't help but glance at Qin Guang, then clenched their fists tightly. Based on previous fusion times, a single fusion process should take only 20 minutes, but the current fusion had already approached an hour. Yet there was still no sign of progress.
Zhao Bo furrowed his brows deeply. Is the time a bit too long? None of us have ever experienced this fusion before. 2. The academician shook his head, looked at Qin Guang, and said, no one knows exactly how the process works. Let's wait a little longer.
At the first experimental station, Qin Guang focused intently on the microscopic image, and his expression finally changed slightly.
It appeared.
In previous fusion attempts, either only partial fusion occurred, or gene rejection caused the entire gene chain to break. And this was the first time he had ever witnessed the perfect integration of genes. It was like two smooth droplets of water merging together, forming a seamless whole with not a single trace of separation.
Exclamation.
Qin Guang exhaled deeply, looked up at the crowd, and saw the expectant gazes on their faces.
A smile of relief finally appeared on his face. Fusion successful. Boom.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the tension on everyone's faces vanished instantly, and they erupted into cheers. Even the least distinguished among them were renowned experts and scholars in their fields, yet at that moment, they cared not a whit for their appearances, rejoicing like children.
Success! It really worked! Ha! That's right, we're witnessing history. We're truly witnessing history.
Zhao Bo stood aside, watching the crowd cheer and jump for joy. In the years since he had reached middle age, he had never felt such a surge of youthful enthusiasm.
Good. Good.
Zhao Bo nodded vigorously, repeating good several times, his fingers clenching the armrests of the seat tightly, betraying his inner excitement. At that moment, Qin Guang stepped forward, looked around at everyone, and said solemnly, everyone, the most difficult step has been taken.
Through everyone's relentless efforts, we have not only achieved it but also completed the absolute integration.
Now, what we must do is witness the miracle together. Hearing these words, the excitement on everyone's faces gradually subsided, and they nodded vigorously toward Qin Guang.
That's right.
Since the gene fusion has been fully completed, the next step is to witness the miracle.
Qin Guang turned his gaze toward two academicians, let's begin. All right. Having finally reached this point, two academicians couldn't help but feel a bit nervous.
She took all the fully fused epidermal cells and followed Qin Guang into the culture chamber. Seeing the two enter the culture chamber, the over 300 researchers outside clenched their fists tightly, their expressions growing tense. At that moment, everyone was acutely aware that the final test was upon them. If successful, they would witness the deceased Tang Wanru being reborn in this experimental facility and demonstrating her unparalleled formidable abilities. And this very scene was the miracle they had been striving for and waiting for all along. In the cultured dish room, Qin Guang took the petri dish handed to him by two academicians and placed it gently on the table. He looked up at the transparent chamber in front of him, where Tang Wanru, with her eyes tightly closed, was submerged in the petri dish. Tang Wanru's expression was calm, her knee-length hair swaying in the liquid, making her look like a newborn angel, so serene and beautiful. Qin Guang stared at her, his expression growing incredibly serious. He spoke in a low voice, I told you, I will definitely wake you up and take you home. Today, I will fulfill my promise. After speaking, Qin Guang took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward two academicians, saying, now you operate the gene delivery platform, inject these fused cells back into Tang Wanru's body, and then deliver the gene editing system to the target site. This time, I will be responsible for monitoring. Academician 2 heard this, looked at Tang Wanru soaking in the petri dish, then turned to Qin Guang. He saw the determined and hopeful gaze in his eyes.
She couldn't help but feel a surge of tension.
She was one of the first to be invited into Qin Guang's team, and having come this far, she knew better than anyone else the immense pressure he had endured and the tremendous efforts he had made.
Would she really wake up?
Academician 2 paused for a moment before asking the question that had been weighing on his mind. Before this, perhaps some had discussed the topic of resurrection, but no one had ever attempted to put it into practice, because everyone knew that resurrection was a false proposition. Birth, aging, sickness, and death were natural laws that humans could never break. Yet today, under Qin Guang's leadership, they had not only broken through it but were also highly likely to shock the world's understanding of common knowledge. Therefore, as they took the final step, she wanted to hear Qin Guang's answer.
It must be. Qin Guang looked at Tui Xian with unwavering conviction. Having received the answer she sought, Tui Xian's eyes flashed with determination. She withdrew her gaze and stood before the instrument with unwavering focus. Operating the gene transfer platform, she injected the fused cells one by one into Tang Wanru's body. Put. When the last cell was injected, Tu's hands trembled uncontrollably. She looked up at the petri dish and remained silent. Because what followed would be a long period of waiting. Though no one could determine how long this period would last, Qin Guang, Tu, and the over 300 researchers waiting outside the culture room all remained silent, waiting in silence. Waiting for the birth of an impossible yet magnificent technological breakthrough. Chapter 109, China's Stance. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days of waiting, Qin Guang and Tu, the academician, had been stationed in the culture chamber the entire time. Both of them looked utterly exhausted, as they had not closed their eyes for a single moment in the past 2 days. They kept their eyes fixed on the culture dish, waiting for any sign of Tang Wanru regaining consciousness. Outside the culture room, over 300 researchers, despite their bloodshot eyes and exhaustion, forced themselves to stay awake, standing motionless outside the door. Like Qin Guang, they were all waiting for this groundbreaking genetic revolution to arrive. Despite waiting for 2 days without any news, in the minds of these researchers, the current situation meant that no news was the best news. Because not a single person present could bear the consequences of failure. Everyone had given their all, sacrificing everything, just to wait for that final moment. In previous experiments, each of them might have failed countless times, but this time, they had no such privilege, and they absolutely could not fail. Precisely because everyone was fully aware of this. At this moment, no one expected the results to appear quickly. The only thought in everyone's mind was to wait. No matter how long it takes, it will eventually come. Moreover, gene delivery is a process, and in this process, to ensure that the genes are fully integrated into Tang Wanru's DNA, 2 days are simply too short. Meanwhile, the press conference previously ordered by the head of the state had already been prepared. In the Grand Hall, the Huaguo Foreign Affairs spokesperson stood elegantly in a tailored suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly grace and ease. Journalists from various countries raised their hands in unison, hoping to gain insights into China's future plans during this brief press conference. A journalist from an island nation raised his hand and stood up first, speaking in broken Mandarin, and asked the spokesperson, "May I ask how the Chinese side views the current situation?" The current situation is the result of provocations by certain countries. How do you view it? I suggest you ask the countries that instigated the situation. Thank you. Next question. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson appeared elegant and composed, but his words were firm and forceful, like a sharp sword still as a mountain, but when it moves, it strikes like thunder. The island nation journalist naturally knew that the individual countries mentioned included his own, and though he felt dissatisfied, he could only sit down awkwardly. Hello, I saw on the news that China is openly supporting scientists conducting gene experiments that violate human ethics. I would like to know China's response to this. I apologize, I have not received any information on this matter. Next question. Seeing that the two journalists had both sat down dejectedly, another journalist seized the opportunity and stood up. Now that 2 U.S. aircraft carriers have arrived off the southeast coast, both sides are currently in a standoff. Will China take on the responsibility of a major power and withdraw proactively to avoid escalating this confrontation into more severe consequences? Upon hearing this, the Foreign Ministry spokesperson narrowed his eyes slightly, a piercing glint flashing through them, and fixed his gaze on the journalist, saying, "There is an old saying in China, when friends come, we offer them fine wine. When wolves come, they are met with hunting rifles." Thank you. Next question. The statement was delivered with unwavering confidence and no trace of fear. The journalists below erupted into a stir, their faces filled with astonishment. No one had expected China's press conference today to be so firm. A diplomatic press conference is a nation's platform for external communication. In a sense, the attitude of the diplomatic spokesperson reflects the current stance of the nation. Those journalists who had intended to use their questions to deliberately trap China were deeply shaken by the spokesperson's stance. The head of state stood on the second floor of the Great Hall, watching the journalists below. Upon hearing their questions, a look of displeasure appeared on his face, and he snorted coldly, "Humph. These foreign journalists, each of them thinks they can manipulate public opinion at a press conference. I think they're just deluding themselves." After speaking, the head of state turned to his secretary and asked, "What is the current situation in the southeastern coastal waters?" The secretary immediately replied, "Mr. President, the U.S. fleet is currently within our monitoring range. The U.S. aircraft carriers USS Reagan and USS Bush have both entered our territorial waters, while our Liaoning, Shandong, and Fujian aircraft carriers have all arrived at positions 30 nautical miles away." At this point, the secretary paused for a moment before quickly adding, "Mr. President, given the current standoff between the two sides, there is a high risk of accidental escalation." In that case, our stance.
Before the secretary could finish his sentence, the head of state interrupted him abruptly and said solemnly, "There is no room for negotiation.
Our stance is clear, not an inch of territory will be surrendered. If the United States dares to provoke a conflict, we will bury their fleet in Chinese waters." Upon hearing the head of state's words, the secretary took a deep breath. Yes. Outside the Great Hall. A kilometer away from the Great Hall, a complete cordon had been established, and no one except authorized personnel was allowed to enter. At every intersection leading to the Great Hall of the People, roadblocks had been set up, and military vehicles covered with green tarpaulins were parked silently by the roadside. The atmosphere everywhere exuded a tense sense of impending war. This time, the person in charge of the security check was Tao Shiyu. Following the previous mishap, Tao Shiyu had stepped up his vigilance, leaving no stone unturned to ensure the safety of the conference hall. Even the nearby sniper positions had been assigned snipers, working in coordination around the clock. Under such intense measures, any unusual activity would trigger an emergency response plan immediately. Furthermore, to ensure absolute safety, this time, the special forces of the Huagua nation were also deployed for joint operations. Most people had no idea why such an extraordinary level of security was required for what seemed like an ordinary press conference. But Tao Shiyu, who was personally overseeing the operation, was well aware that this press conference was of the utmost importance. If everything went smoothly, it would be a success. But if anything went wrong, it would be earth-shattering. Therefore, he barely slept all night, constantly monitoring the surveillance feeds and eliminating any potential sources of danger. Even after completing these tasks, his nerves remained on edge. Tao Shiyu stood in the temporary command center, staring at the screen showing the streets below, which appeared normal. His brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but ask the person beside him again, "How about it? Have you spotted any suspicious targets?" Chapter 110, Target appears. Nothing yet. The reconnaissance officer replied briefly before asking again, "Tabu, aren't we being a bit too sensitive? If any risks arise, can you take responsibility?" Tao Shiyu gave him a cold glance. The reconnaissance officer was taken aback, opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Tao Shiyu's expression, dared not ask any further questions and reluctantly returned to his reconnaissance work. Tao Shiyu continued to stare at the surveillance footage, his mind still filled with a sense of immense tension. The impact of the man in the windbreaker during the incident in the outskirts of Jiangcheng was simply too great. Although he trusted Qin Guang completely, when it came to the safety of the supreme leader, he had to take 100% responsibility. No matter where or when, the head of state must never be in any danger. Moreover, at present, the two fleets along the southeastern coast were in a standoff, which had already triggered global instability. The slightest misstep could easily escalate this turmoil into a third world war. Thinking of this, Tao Shiyu clenched his fists and raised his head. He was well aware that, in this turbulent situation, the head of state had decided 3 days ago to hold this press conference. Was to use this press conference to tell the world, to let everyone know, the current China no longer fears any threats, not even from the United States. Equally fearless. But he also knew that the mysterious man in the windbreaker was the United States bioengineered agent, and China's press conference would inevitably be interpreted by the United States as a provocation. Given the United States' ruthless methods, it was possible that they had remotely controlled the trench coat-clad man to travel to the capital with the intention of assassinating the head of state. As the head of the security department, he couldn't afford to take any chances. That's why he decided not to wait for the research results from Qin Guang's team but instead took the initiative to deploy troops in advance for regional security measures. To ensure they could hold their own against the trench coat-clad man, Tao Shiyu had also specially deployed the elite Blade Squad from China's Special Forces. This is the elite of the elite in China's Special Forces, true six-sided warriors. Each member has undergone hellish training regimens, including special operations, precision kills, and combat against tigers and bears, all routine tasks for them. This time, the decision not to deploy large-scale forces was made for 2 reasons. First, due to the special nature of the imperial capital, if troops were deployed around it without being able to carry out an effective arrest, it would deal a fatal blow to the capital's economy. Second, the Blade Squadron volunteered for the mission. Upon learning that Yu Shangdong was killed by a man in a Western-style coat, every member of the squadron was enraged. After all, Yu Shangdong was not only their comrade in arms who had shared life and death with them, but also a soldier who had served the nation in numerous peacekeeping missions. With a distinguished military record, he was a true hero of the nation. They cannot let Yu Shangdong's blood be shed in vain, nor can they let him die for nothing. Therefore, upon learning of this surveillance mission, the entire 45-member Special Forces unit immediately put aside their training tasks and rushed to the front lines to establish a cordon. There was no other reason. Is to avenge Yu Shangdong. Sharp Blade Squad, check your watches. Current time, 3:18. The earpieces crackled with the command from the Special Forces team's dedicated channel, the voice cold and concise, with no unnecessary words. Zhao Weihua, fully armed and wearing a black face mask, was patrolling in the designated direction. Upon hearing the orders over the earpiece, he raised his hand, glanced at the special watch on his wrist, and replied, "Time confirmed."
Unit 3, complete the patrol of the designated area in 10 minutes and return to standby.
Yes.
Zhao Weihua acknowledged the order, raised his head, and his eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless intent. Zhao Weihua and Yu Xiangdong were hometown friends. Due to this connection, they had supported each other during training and had even served together in the same trench during the Vi campaign. It could be said that within the entire elite squad, his relationship with Yu Xiangdong was the closest. They weren't brothers, but they were closer than brothers. Once during the Weihe campaign, a shell exploded at Zhao Weihua's feet, instantly numbing his leg. If it weren't for Yu Xiangdong risking his life to carry him and break through the blockade, he would have died that day. His life was saved by Yu Xiangdong. So, when Zhao Weihua learned that Yu Xiangdong had died at the hands of the Americans, and that he was some kind of damn bioengineered soldier, at that moment, he vowed in his heart he would kill this American bioengineered soldier and avenge Yu Xiangdong. At that moment, Zhao Weihua had already searched the surrounding streets and was now walking along the blockade toward an alley.
2 Chinese soldiers were patrolling the area.
Upon seeing Zhao Weihua approach, they immediately stopped and saluted him with respect.
They raised their hands and saluted Zhao Weihua. To them, the shoulder patches on Zhao Weihua's uniform represented the highest honor of China's elite soldiers.
The uniform he wore was the ultimate symbol of glory in every soldier's heart.
Had it not been for this patrol mission, the 2 soldiers would never have had the opportunity to see Zhao Weihua. "Good morning, Sergeant." Sergeant is the customary term of respect used by soldiers in the military to address senior enlisted personnel.
Zhao Weihua nodded at the 2 of them, gave them a quick once-over, and checked their IDs.
After confirming everything was in order, he nodded and instructed, "Remember, during patrols, learn to think in reverse. Any area that might be overlooked must be checked again from the opposite angle." "Thank you, Sergeant."
The 2 heard this and couldn't help but let a hint of joy show on their faces, immediately responding in unison. Seeing this, Zhao Weihua didn't hesitate and took a step forward, but just as he lifted his foot, the corner of his eye caught something. With his sharp professional instincts, Zhao Weihua suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression growing serious.
He raised his hand and waved to the 2 soldiers, signaling them to step back.
The 2 soldiers paused, then suddenly realized something, and their expressions instantly turned tense. Zhao Weihua walked slowly into the alley beside him, quietly unlocked his gun, first looked up to check for any threats above, then fixed his gaze firmly on the corner. As he moved closer, he kept his footsteps quiet and tapped his earpiece, about to speak. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the corner. Tall and muscular, he wore a black trench coat. He lifted his head, revealing the Western features beneath his hat brim. That Western face gave Zhao Weihua a mocking cold smile. The target had appeared. Zhao Weihua's eyes widened, and his eyes instantly turned red.
No doubt about it. It was him. It was him.
As the man approached him step by step, Zhao Weihua's heart began to race wildly.
He growled into the earpiece, "Patrol Area 3, back alleys.
Target subject spotted."
Chapter 111, Encounter with a biomechanical being. All units, target subject has been spotted.
Proceed immediately to Area 3. Tao Shiyu's voice rang out immediately, issuing orders to the nearby patrol teams.
Copy that, over and out. Copy.
The nearby patrol teams, under Tao Shiyu's coordination, swiftly moved toward the target area according to the pre-established plan. They knew the target was extremely dangerous. Immediately after receiving the order, they obtained the target's information and conducted a comprehensive analysis of the target's capabilities, resolve, tactics, and strategies, developing corresponding countermeasures.
After issuing the orders, Tao Shiyu reiterated to Zhao Weihua the importance of delaying the enemy. However, he emphasized that direct confrontation should be avoided whenever possible, and that reinforcements would arrive within 20 seconds.
However, Zhao Weihua had no time to pay attention to Tao's words.
His entire focus was on the bioengineered human.
His eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him, on guard against any sudden surprise attacks. This man in the trench coat was absurdly powerful. Even a full infantry regiment plus an armored battalion couldn't handle his attack, resulting in a complete annihilation. Although, as a special forces soldier, his combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, he was well aware that he was still just an ordinary human being. He was filled with hatred and wanted to charge forward immediately to kill the man and avenge Yu Xiangdong. But he couldn't do that. He could only use his maximum abilities to inflict as much damage as possible, delay the enemy's actions, and create an opportunity for the subsequent teams to encircle him. This man in the windbreaker, simply standing there, exerted immense pressure on him, causing his heart to race. Click! 2 voices came from behind him. It was the 2 soldiers from earlier. They had received an alert that Zhao Weihua had spotted the enemy and rushed over immediately. Be careful, the enemy is extremely dangerous. Zhao Weihua kept his eyes fixed on the man in the trench coat and warned his 2 comrades. Yes. Click, click. The 2 soldiers unlocked the safeties on their assault rifles, putting them in a state where they could fire at any moment. As soon as Zhao Weihua moved his hand, he drew the high-powered pistol holstered on the outer side of his thigh. Holding it with both hands, he disengaged the safety and aimed it at the enemy's head. The man in the trench coat, with 3 guns aimed at his vital areas, showed no reaction at all, as if he hadn't even noticed the 3 of them. Zhao Weihua preferred to believe that this man didn't even consider the 3 of them a threat. The man simply lifted his foot and began to take steps forward, despite the 2 gun barrels pointed at him.
Zhao Weihua's heart tightened. Here it comes. Stop immediately, or I'll shoot.
The other side showed no reaction, and the raised foot came down.
1 step. The other side continued to lift their foot. I can't let them keep doing this. He clenched his teeth.
Fire. Before the words had even left his mouth, he had already pulled the trigger.
Bang!
A burst of flames erupted, and the bullet flew toward the opponent's forehead. Almost at the same time, the 2 soldiers behind him also pulled the triggers of their assault rifles.
Bang! Bullets fired out. Like a downpour pouring out.
It seemed certain to hit its mark. Zhao Weihua dared not relax, keeping his eyes fixed on the enemy, waiting for their reaction so that his side could respond accordingly. Unexpectedly, the next second, he saw the rapidly flying bullets suddenly become clear. But it had stopped, hovering in front of the man in the windbreaker.
It seemed as though it had been shot into an invisible gel-like substance, hindered, and ultimately unable to advance even a millimeter.
Zhao Weihua was startled.
This is bad. In the blink of an eye,
Zhao Weihua crouched down and immediately fell to the ground. At the same time, he shouted, "Get down!" The 2 soldiers, alerted by the shout, immediately executed their tactical maneuvers. However, their actions were still too slow. The bullets ricocheted back. They struck the heads of 2 soldiers, hitting their necks and chests. In a single exchange, their side lost 2 soldiers, and in such an unimaginable manner. He knew this was one of the enemy's trump cards, the anti-gravity system. This was not something ordinary people could handle. Just as they had analyzed earlier, the enemy had a secret weapon. The United States had indeed developed an anti-gravity system and successfully applied it in combat, deploying it in individual soldier operations. So that was the ace up their sleeve, the reason they could take out an armored battalion plus an infantry regiment with just 1 person.
Now, he was the only one left.
But even so, he gritted his teeth and refused to give up, determined to hold the enemy back. Without hesitation, before even touching the ground, his pistol fired again.
Bang! He didn't even bother to check the results.
As soon as his body touched the ground, he immediately executed tactical maneuvers, rolling and dodging.
Sure enough,
several bullets grazed his body, striking the ground. Sparking sparks flew from the hard concrete ground. He rolled to the side of the road and took cover behind a massive concrete block used as a roadblock. But when he used it as cover and looked back at where the man in the trench coat had been, he found the spot completely empty. His heart sank. Where was he? Zhao Weihua's eyes darted quickly around the area. In close combat, losing track of the enemy is the most dangerous situation.
Suddenly, he had an idea. He looked up. Sure enough, a massive shadow was plummeting down from above.
It was descending from the sky. The opponent leaped, reaching several meters in height. His physical strength was simply beyond belief.
This has surpassed the limits of human capability. This was the overwhelming combat power of the bioengineered warriors.
In an instant, Zhao Weihua felt his hair stand on end.
His body tensed, and suddenly, the adrenaline in his body seemed to surge.
He channeled all his strength into his legs and lunged forward at an angle, moving faster than lightning. This speed even surpassed his best performance during training in combat.
Almost at the same time. Boom!
The opponent landed heavily on the spot where Zhao Weihua had just stood. The ground trembled violently. Where the opponent landed, cement blocks were crushed into powder, and further outward, the debris grew from small to large fragments. Needless to say, countless cement fragments were propelled outward, striking the nearby walls and ground like high-speed bullets, leaving behind a series of holes. The power of that single kick was more terrifying than a 1-ton object falling from the sky. At that moment, Zhao Weihua dodged the collateral damage caused by the opponent's attack with all his strength. Though he was wearing bulletproof armor, being struck by these concrete chunks, which were as powerful as cannonballs, would inevitably leave him severely injured and unable to continue fighting.
Seize the opportunity to act.
Zhao Weihua could already hear footsteps approaching from all around.
His comrades' reinforcements had arrived.
Meanwhile, the man in the windbreaker across from him seemed unwilling to waste any time.
Seeing that his first strike had missed, the enemy immediately launched a new attack.
The man in the windbreaker leaped forward with a single bound, appearing before the numerous roadblocks in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh! He kicked out twice in a flash. The 2 stone blocks, each weighing hundreds of kilograms and used as roadblocks, flew into the air like 2 small stones thrown at high speed, making a dull thud as they hurtled toward Zhao Weihua.
Mountain crushing. Chapter 112, Sacrifice.
As he saw the figure suddenly plunge downward, heading straight for him, Zhao Weihua's pupils contracted sharply. His sense of danger reached its peak. Dodge! Quickly dodge! Having determined the point where the figure was descending, Zhao Weihua's right leg suddenly exerted force, causing his body to tilt to the left before executing a sideways roll. A series of tactical maneuvers allowed him to quickly move out of the opponent's attack range.
At the critical moment, Zhao Weihua's movements were swift, as agile as a hare. In the blink of an eye, he had darted 4 or 5 meters away. However, Zhao Weihua did not let his guard down.
Since his opponent had managed to leap into the air, breaking the limits of human capability, he might have other unconventional attack methods, such as lateral movement or directional changes in mid-air. While fleeing, Zhao Weihua kept a close eye on his opponent's attack patterns and direction with his peripheral vision to avoid being caught off guard. Fortunately, the opponent did not pull any tricks. Of course, he didn't dare to relax his guard while trying to stop him, instead focusing his mind even more in demonstrating superior technical and tactical skills. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He saw the opponent swinging his arms in mid-air, slightly turning, and heading toward his direction.
Could they really have such a move? Hurry up! Faster!
He pushed off with both feet, dodging obstacles, and finally reached the shade of several large trees.
Using the cover of the tree canopy, he tried to create distance between himself and the other person to prevent any possible attacks.
He made up his mind to attract the enemy's attention, wear them down, and create an opportunity for his allies to encircle them.
Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly echoed from behind him.
Then, countless high-speed objects streaked toward him.
Crackle!
It sounded like countless bullets and shells were coming at them. Among them were broken branches and falling leaves.
What on earth could be causing such devastation? What have they done? Puff! Fragments struck his body.
He was injured. Fortunately, he managed to hide behind a wall in time, avoiding most of the damage. As a Special Forces soldier, he learned an important lesson: when injury is unavoidable, how to minimize the damage. This skill allowed him to preserve his strength and survive numerous life-threatening situations. This time was no exception. As the gunfire subsided slightly, he took the opportunity to look up. All he could see was thick smoke filling the air, spreading outward rapidly like a mushroom cloud. The 2 concrete barriers that should have been falling were now nowhere to be seen. He immediately realized that the enemy had used some method to detonate the 2 concrete barriers.
The concrete barriers exploded mid-air, their power akin to a high-caliber bomb.
However, the man in the windbreaker, who had just touched the ground, was not satisfied. He furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that this man, who was clearly a member of the Chinese Special Forces, could be so cunning and slippery like an eel. He couldn't afford to waste any more time with this opponent. He had to act quickly and decisively. He activated his ability, swung his hand, and pressed downward. Instantly, within dozens of meters around him, immense pressure suddenly descended.
Crack!
Zhao Weihua had just leaped off the wall and was preparing to continue forward despite the ongoing rain of cement fragments, aiming to distract the enemy and buy time for his comrades to reinforce. But unexpectedly, his body was suddenly enveloped by a massive force, as if gravity had suddenly increased several-fold. This prevented him from maintaining his forward momentum, causing him to plummet straight downward from just a few dozen centimeters above the ground. Though only a few dozen centimeters off the ground, it felt as though he had plummeted from several meters in the air. His mind raced, and he reacted instinctively, doing what one does in a free fall, protecting his head and rolling his body to dissipate the force.
Bang!
He had no time to gather momentum to roll his body, so his body slammed heavily onto the ground, equivalent to a violent collision between his body and the ground. At the same time, he tried to adjust his body position, but there was simply not enough time.
Crack!
His left arm and right leg fractured simultaneously from the impact with the hard ground.
This situation was simply unavoidable.
Even though his physical condition was far superior to that of an ordinary person, he was powerless to withstand this sudden turn of events.
Intense pain surged through his body, causing his muscles to convulse uncontrollably.
Cold sweat broke out on his face. But even in this state, he refused to give up, using his remaining leg and arm to prop himself up and crawl forward.
"Ha, you Chinese, what's the point of fighting so hard?"
A slightly stiff voice came from ahead, speaking in Mandarin. With great effort, he raised his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The man in the windbreaker was already standing in front of Zhao Weihua.
"Of course it matters."
Zhao Weihua's voice trembled, yet it betrayed an unwavering resolve. "I know your intentions, but I must tell you, your schemes are all in vain,"
the man in the trench coat said. A black gun barrel had appeared at his chest, its muzzle pointed directly at Zhao Weihua. Bang!
Before Zhao Weihua could react, the bullet had already struck his head.
Captain, Zhao Weihua and 2 other soldiers were killed.
When Captain Zhao Rong of the elite squad arrived at the scene with his team, this was the news they received.
"Take me there immediately." His expression darkened instantly.
Within seconds, they arrived at the scene, but it was already too late. Under the guidance of his subordinates, Zhao Rong saw Zhao Weihua's body collapse, his eyes wide open. The most striking feature was the large bullet hole on his forehead, a single shot to the head, fired at close range. His eyes were already lifeless, but he continued to stare blankly ahead, his expression a mix of shock and anger. Zhao Rong's face was as cold as ice. The other team members watched the scene, their eyes blazing with fury. This was a blatant humiliation.
When had their elite unit ever been humiliated like this? Zhao Rong remained silent. He noticed the fractures on Zhao Weihua's body and the long scrape marks on his back. His eyes grew moist. Zhao Weihua was severely injured but was still trying his best to delay the enemy and complete the mission.
Then he stepped forward and touched Zhao Weihua's body. It was still warm. This meant that Zhao Weihua had been killed just moments before they arrived.
The assailant might still be nearby. Pursue them. Their target must be the Grand Hall, the headquarters.
Zhao Rong waved his hand, and over 40 people scattered in all directions.
At the same time, inside the secret base,
Academician 2 could no longer endure the continuous 2-day wait, but he was still struggling to hold on.
There's no need for this. I can still hold on. I'm in good health. 2 said. Please listen to me.
You are our national treasure. Your health and safety are not just your own responsibility. In the end, she was half forced to rest by Qin Guang. Outside the door, over 300 researchers were also lying on the ground, most of them asleep. After days of continuous research work and 2 days of waiting, they simply couldn't endure it anymore. Among them, several elderly researchers were even rushed to the hospital by ambulance due to sudden cardiovascular issues caused by exhaustion. However, Zhao Bo remained with several dozen people, stubbornly holding on, quietly waiting at the entrance to the cultivation room, their eyes fixed on the door.
Inside the culture room,
Qin Guang, looking haggard, was also gritting his teeth and struggling to stay awake. His fingers were growing increasingly unresponsive, but he continued to exert control. Not only did he need to accelerate the addition of gene fragments, but he also had to ensure there were no mistakes. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. And this was the hardest part. He had invested countless hours and effort into this research, and failure was not an option. He had to keep a constant eye on the progress of the Tang Wanru's physical condition, identifying new possibilities and proposing corresponding measures. Because over the past 2 days, her body has already begun to show significant changes.
Chapter 113, Tang Wanru, can you hear me?
Qin Guang turned his head and looked at Tang Wanru lying quietly in the petri dish. His weary eyes were filled with eagerness and joy. For no other reason than that Tang Wanru's bodily reactions were exactly as he had anticipated, progressing step by step according to their design. This signified the validity of their theoretical model and the scientific rigor of the procedures they had carried out over the past few days. Of course, he had to admit that there was a significant element of luck involved. However, they had minimized the role of luck as much as possible. After all, genetic modification is the most delicate of operations, more intricate than performing a ritual inside a snail shell. The slightest hesitation or mistake could lead to irreparable failure.
Fortunately, the monitoring instruments showed that everything was normal up to that point. Tang Wanru showed no signs of rejection or cellular breakdown.
This means that the gene fusion has been successful.
This is a good sign.
Qin Guang observed that Tang Wanru was lying there quietly, her face serene and peaceful, reminiscent of famous works of art such as the Statue of Venus, soothing music, or even the Silent Mountains. In every other aspect, she is now indistinguishable from an ordinary person. She seemed like a living person, except for the absence of a beating heart and breathing. Everything else was so vivid. In Qin Guang's heart, she was a sleeping beauty. But she did not need a prince's kiss to awaken her, she needed to awaken herself.
This is the final step. Qin Guang knew that if Tang Wanru could awaken, it would mean the experiment had succeeded.
For this final moment, the researchers refused to leave, wanting only to stay here and watch over her. Qin Guang was no exception. His physical and mental limits had been reached. He felt that if he closed his eyes, he could fall asleep immediately. But he couldn't sleep. He had to witness this most beautiful, most awe-inspiring moment. When would she wake up? He asked himself again in his mind. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, suddenly, bang! 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 A faint sound, though amplified by the instruments, still didn't seem particularly strong. Though faint, Qin Guang heard it clearly. He jumped to his feet and rushed toward the instrument.
Was he hearing things? Could it be the sound of his own heartbeat? Bang! Bang! The sound came again. Qin Guang looked at the monitor excitedly. Sure enough, he saw that the straight line on the heart monitor screen had begun to fluctuate. The fluctuations were not very pronounced, with peaks and valleys that were not clearly defined. Qin Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be a heartbeat? Before his eyes, the fluctuating curve continued to extend, with the amplitude of the fluctuations growing larger and more pronounced. At the same time, the sound of a heartbeat grew louder in his ears. As if in response, his own heartbeat seemed to begin to race. Faster and faster, stronger and stronger. But he had no time to think about that. If he was correct in his assumption, the salamander's tissue regeneration gene had taken effect. Great, he had done the right thing. The salamander really works. It's truly invaluable. Its genes not only healed Tang Wanru's wounds but also restored her heartbeat. And this is just the beginning. Her heartbeat, which was initially weak, began to grow stronger and stronger. The sound was so loud it sounded like drumbeats. Gradually, the drumbeat's rhythm also grew faster. The average human heart rate is 60-100 beats per minute. Even infants only reach 120-150 beats per minute. Yet Tang Wanru's heart rate had reached 180 beats per minute. This was truly hard to believe. After all, ordinary people simply couldn't withstand such a rapid heartbeat. However, Tang Wanru seems to feel no discomfort whatsoever in her genetically modified, perfect new human body. This is evident from the various high-tech instruments monitoring her bodily data. Xin Guang watched Tang Wanru in the petri dish with excitement. She slowly opened her eyes and locked eyes with Xin Guang. In that brief moment of eye contact, allowed Xin Guang to clearly see that Tang Wanru's eyes were crystal clear and profoundly deep, like a clear pond. And his expression of joy was clearly reflected in her eyes. From the moment Tang Wanru's heart began to beat again, Xin Guang knew that his experiment was almost a success. Setting aside whether the extraordinary genes implanted into the transformed Tang Wanru would actually produce the desired extraordinary effects, the mere fact that gene implantation could bring the dead back to life was sufficient. Once this gene technology is mastered by humanity, even if news of its breakthrough spreads, it would be enough to cause a global sensation. Especially the top tycoons from both major and minor nations would rush to China to seek modifications of this gene technology. Of course, Xin Guang wants more than just resurrection. He wants even more. For example, a perfect new human being, one capable of completely overwhelming the United States bioengineered humans and neutralizing their threat. Thinking about the changes this technology could bring, Xin Guang couldn't contain his excitement. This is a groundbreaking technology. It's a technology that leads the world. To be honest, compared to his achievement, the beautiful country's bioengineered human technology isn't even a crude imitation, let alone compete with it. Thinking about all this, he felt like he was about to explode. Xin Guang reached out his hand, pressed it against his chest, and held down his heart, which was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. But he realized it was useless. The heart couldn't possibly jump to the throat. But his breathing was labored. He was still too tense. Finally, Xin Guang took a deep breath. Fresh air flowed through his nostrils, down his windpipe, and into his lungs, banishing the suffocating sensation. Looking at the perfect work of art before him, Xin Guang opened his mouth several times, then closed it again. He should speak to her, but what could he say? Should he tell her that he and Professor Tu had brought her back to life? Or welcome you back and embrace your new life? Or ask if you felt any different? All of these questions seemed like they should be asked, but none of them felt right. It's like a mother during pregnancy, who wants a smart child, a handsome child, a cute child. But no matter how many beautiful wishes she makes along the way, in the end, there may only be one wish, to have a healthy child. Xin Guang decided to abandon all the superficiality and ask the simplest, most straightforward question. He thought for a moment and made his decision. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse and trembling, clearly showing how nervous and amazed he was. Tang Wanru, can you hear me? Chapter 114, Beyond Speed? Tang Wanru, can you hear me speaking? Xin Guang's voice trembled as he spoke to Tang Wanru in the petri dish. As his voice faded, the brainwave monitor showed fluctuations in the lines indicating Tang Wanru's brain activity. This indicated that the previously calm, still brainwaves were gradually intensifying. Although her brain's synaptic discharges were still significantly fewer than those of an average person, this likely indicated that she had not yet fully regained consciousness, and the activity in her cerebral cortex was not yet particularly active. However, even this slight reaction filled Xin Guang with joy. As long as there was a response, it meant that all his experimental activities were progressing smoothly. More importantly, it meant she was likely on the verge of regaining consciousness. Xin Guang, of course, knew that at this moment, Tang Wanru's eyes were fixed straight ahead. It couldn't be said that she was looking at him, and it was even possible that external stimuli were not reaching her brain through her eyes. In other words, even if he were to move in front of her, she would not see him. Because her consciousness was still unclear, the signals had not entered her eyes, or the signals that had entered her eyes were unable to travel through the nerves to her brain, triggering the corresponding reactions and prompting her to take any proactive actions. The most obvious sign was that her eyes had no focus, and her pupils did not follow her own movements. However, through the EEG, Xin Guangjuan could see that her brain activity was gradually increasing. Xin Guang believed that as time passed, she would gradually approach a state of awakening until she fully regained consciousness. What he needs to do now is to monitor her condition closely, including real-time monitoring of EEG, ECG, blood sugar, blood oxygen levels, hormone levels, and other data. This poses no difficulty for him. To the untrained eye, these monitoring data seemed like hieroglyphics, but to him, a genius in experimentation, they were merely basic text, and only these data could serve as the crucial tools to determine the success or failure of the experiment. At this moment, with just a quick glance, he could tell that all the data were pointing to the same thing. Tang Wanru's body was waking up. Because they were approaching the normal range of values required for biological activity.
Once these data reach a certain threshold, that will be the moment Tang Wanru wakes up. And he believed that this moment would not be long in coming.
Perhaps, it would be as soon as the next moment.
Because the human body is so complex that even someone like him, whose understanding of the human body far surpasses that of his peers, could only see what he and his colleagues were doing as picking up insignificant shells on the beach of human research.
Sure enough, his prediction was accurate. In the next moment,
the monitoring device showed that Tang Wanru's various data suddenly underwent significant changes, reaching levels close to or even exceeding those of an average human. This indicated that Tang Wanru had regained consciousness to a significant extent. He abruptly looked up and gazed into the petri dish once more.
Tang Wanru was still the same as before, her eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead.
However, there was a difference. Her eyes now had a glimmer of life, and her pupils seemed to follow his movements. He confirmed that she was looking at him.
Tang Wanru, have you woken up?
Qin Guang spoke softly. This was also a test, as he wanted to know whether the gene he had implanted to enhance her hearing had taken effect. She did not speak.
Qin Guang didn't think much of it. This was normal.
In fact, if there had been a response from inside, that would have been unusual. Because she had just woken up and hadn't yet understood her own situation. Additionally, her entire body was still submerged in the nutrient solution, preventing her from speaking. However, from the slight ripples in her eyes, Qin Guang could confidently say that he sensed her thoughts. She was recalling something and pondering over it. And the ultimate purpose of all this was to analyze her current situation using the information she had.
Qin Guang smiled.
He jumped up in place, raised his fist, and struck the air with all his might. It worked. It really worked. Wonderful.
Tang Wanru, you're awake. She had woken up.
Now he had to release her. The moment of miracles was about to unfold. He rushed to the controller of the cultivation chamber. He wanted to open the cultivation chamber and let her out. He reached out, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then pressed the button with practiced ease.
Gurgle. The sound of water.
Actually, it was the nutrient solution in the culture dish being sucked out through the pipes, leaving it empty in no time, exposing her body to the air.
Whoosh! The hatch opened. Tang Wanru made no attempt to kneel or brace herself.
Her body shifted, and she leaped out of the chamber, landing on the ground. However, perhaps because she hadn't yet adapted to this new environment devoid of liquid, or perhaps because her legs weren't strong enough, she stumbled and fell into Qin Guang's arms. Qin Guang had no time to think, instinctively reaching out to catch her.
However, swish! The next second, Tang Wanru vanished from his arms, leaving not even a trace behind.
Qin Guang watched her vanish right before his eyes. Qin Guang was speechless, unable to fathom what was happening. If it wasn't a trick of his eyes, then it wasn't a hallucination either. Just as he was about to turn around and look around, after all, this was a place he frequented and was very familiar with. But then, he heard the faint sound of breathing behind him. He turned his head and was utterly shocked. There stood Tang Wanru, looking charming and delicate, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Her movement had been incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, Tang Wanru had moved from right under his nose to behind him. Swish! Tang Wanru and Qin Guang locked eyes for a moment before she vanished from his sight once more, leaving no trace behind, like a spring dream.
Qin Guang looked to his left.
Whoosh! A figure flashed and vanished.
He looked to his right.
Whoosh! A figure flickered and vanished once more. Finally, Qin Tang couldn't even see her figure anymore, only able to confirm her presence by the gusts of wind swirling around him as she circled him at high speed. She's really playful, pulling such tricks. If someone were to look down from above, they would see a faint, shimmering light band swirling around Qin Guang's body, as if protecting him yet also teasing him. Although he had implanted the mutated genes into her himself, seeing the unimaginable abilities she now possessed, Qin Guang couldn't help but marvel.
Could this be the movement speed of the perfect new human?
This isn't 4 times the speed of a human, it's nearly 100 times faster.
How is this possible?
Qin Guang seemed unable to see Tang Wanru before him, but instead saw countless gene fragments. Yes, all her changes stemmed from the interaction between the implanted gene fragments and her body. Her speed is related to cheetah genes.
But she is faster than a cheetah. Could it be because a cheetah's body weight is several times that of a human? In other words, when this gene fragment was applied to Tang Wanru, who weighs only 50 kilograms, it made her speed far exceed expectations? Chapter 115, Tang Wanru's brain damaged?
Looking at Tang Wanru before him, Qin Guang, even as the head of this genetic modification experiment, couldn't hide his shock. It wasn't just the astonishing effects of the gene implants, it was the powerful cumulative effect. Therefore, we must still acknowledge that nature is a far more mysterious and powerful force. Even though humans have always claimed to be above nature and to have the power to make laws for all things, in reality, nature only needs to sneeze once to leave humanity helpless. Of course, besides his awe for nature, he was now more curious about Tang Wan's current situation.
The current Tang Wanru was simply a treasure trove of a girl.
Who knows how many more unknown miracles she holds within her, and what incredible surprises she will bring herself in the future. Meanwhile, Tang Wanru seemed to have already observed Qin Guang quite thoroughly. Caught off guard, she flickered and appeared in front of Qin Guang, her face almost touching his. Although Qin Guang had already prepared himself mentally for her sudden appearance, he was still taken aback by her swift movements. However, when he saw her suddenly appear like that and come so close to him, he couldn't help but take a step back while tilting his head slightly upward to avoid her. But to his surprise, when he took a step back, Tang Wanru took a step forward, maintaining the same distance between them. And so it was. He took a step back, and she took a step forward. He took another step back, and she took another step forward. After 4 such exchanges, Qin Guang finally stopped, a peculiar emotion welling up inside her. She was still so close to herself, even though she no longer recognized herself. However, it was also possible that she was simply curious about the first person she had encountered. The same would be true for anyone else. However, if that's really the case, then that's really not good. I hope it's the former. Then, one should verify it oneself. This is what scientists should do. Composing himself, he spoke directly, "Why are you following me? Why are you so close to me?" Tang Wanru was taken aback, as if she hadn't considered the question before. She frowned, her eyes still fixed on Qin Guang. Her gaze held a mix of confusion and pain. A look of confusion appeared in her eyes. It seemed as though she was recalling something, but the memory was straining her and causing her great pain. Her brows furrowed, and there were signs of twitching at the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Qin Guang's heart tightened instantly. Stop right there. Don't think about it. Tang Wan indeed stopped. Because Qin Guang saw the pain on her face disappear. Good, take your time. Don't try to solve everything at once. You've only just woken up. Qin Guang gently admonished her. Glancing aside, he looked at the brainwave monitor. Sure enough, Tang Wanru's condition was highly unusual. The readings showed that her brainwave intensity was already stronger than that of an average person, and the sudden surge just now was several times stronger than that of an average person. Although he doesn't know what this phenomenon means, he knows that it could be the foundation of her extraordinary abilities or it could be the source of future chaos. After all, through genetic engineering, he had endowed Tang Wanru with various special abilities, such as the bat's exceptional hearing, the beetle's immense strength, the jaguar's speed, the eagle's keen vision, the hawk's superhuman eyesight, the cat's lightning-fast reflexes, and the salamander's remarkable tissue regeneration capabilities. However, he dared not attempt to optimize the genes of her brain. Because among all existing animals on Earth, the human brain can be considered the most powerful and most intricate. At the same time, human understanding of the brain remains at a very superficial level. It can almost be said that the human brain remains a mysterious territory that humanity has yet to fully explore. Therefore, he did not do anything to her brain. This also means that if Tang Wanru's brain was damaged, then Qin Guang might not have an effective solution either. Fortunately, Tang Wanru stopped in time. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. It was only now that the heart that had been in his throat slowly began to settle. He felt a little relieved. As long as Tang Wanru's brain returns to normal and the gene fusion is successful, then for him, this experiment will be a success. However, if her brain is severely damaged, leading to the failure of the experiment, then even he would be unable to continue with it. Even with further optimization and improvements, there is no guarantee of achieving good results. The experiment is likely to end in failure. With a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, he turned to Tang Wanru and said anxiously, "Wanru, it's okay if you can't remember me. Just clear your mind and don't think about anything. Come on, take a deep breath and focus on your breathing. Breathe in for 3 seconds, hold your breath for 3 seconds, and exhale within 6 seconds." Under Qin Guang's persuasion and guidance, Tang Wanru grew increasingly calm. And the breathing technique he taught her was quickly mastered by her. A faint glow seemed to appear on her face. However, throughout the entire process, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Guang like nails. Finally, she spoke again. However, she did not speak like a normal person. Instead, each word came out one by one. "I recognize you, but I cannot remember your name." This seems to indicate that her language organization and expression abilities have also been impaired. Qin Guang listened, his heart sinking. He had successfully completed this unimaginable genetic experiment for the first time. Even if the system could provide gene fusion culture medium, it would not be able to solve all the problems encountered in the experiment. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, he is a true genius. However, he also has many unfamiliar aspects, such as the memory loss and declining language abilities he is currently experiencing. This requires further research. He kept this in mind and planned to study it thoroughly in the future. For now, he needed to focus on Tang Wanru's current situation. He nodded and looked at her again. Seeing that her expression was about to grow restless again, he spoke once more. His eyes were gentle, and he spoke softly, "Wanru, you've just woken up. Don't think about it. Don't worry, I'll be with you until you remember me." By the end, his tone was firm and unwavering. Unconsciously, he reached out to pat her shoulder. Her shoulder was smooth, soft, and delicate, like butter. It was only at this moment that he first noticed that she was still completely naked. Her beautiful figure was fully exposed. Qin Guangming understood that the reason her figure was so good was closely related to the genes he had implanted in her. At that moment, facing Qin Guang's scrutinizing gaze, Tang Wanru remained calm, showing no trace of shame. This was quite normal. At this moment, she was like an infant, completely free from worldly notions. On the other hand, Qin Guang blushed, his face turning red all the way down to his neck. He shifted his gaze and turned his head away, no longer looking at her. He hurriedly turned around and took a bag from the storage cabinet beside him, which contained clothes he had specially prepared for her. It included both underwear and outerwear. Then, he picked up the clothes and slowly approached Tang Wanru, attempting to dress her. Chapter 116, Helping Her Dress. After speaking, Qin Guang stood quietly before Tang Wanru. His hands gently held the clothes. His gaze was gentle as he looked at her, waiting for her acceptance. He believed that Tang Wanru had fully come to understand him, knew his intentions, and recognized the affection he felt for her. Sure enough, she did not refuse. She seemed to sense Qin Guang's goodwill. Slowly, she raised her arm, reached out, and took the clothes from his hand. Inadvertently, she touched Qin Guang's hand. Qin Guang's expression froze for a moment, as if he had been electrocuted. Tang Wanru's fingers slipped away, and that strange sensation vanished instantly. It was as if nothing had ever happened. During this process, a curious expression flashed across Tang Wanru's eyes. Of course, it was clear that she didn't know what it meant or what it signified, but she seemed to feel a little closer to Qin Guang. With graceful movements, she took the clothes from Qin Guang's hands. These clothes were no ordinary garments. They were specially made by a team of experts arranged by Zhao Bo, the dean of the Huaka Academy, using nanotechnology. It could be said that these garments were not only among the most technologically advanced in Huagua, but also among the most advanced in the world. They were specifically designed for Tang Wanru's physical condition after the experiment's success. They are extremely durable, capable of withstanding speeds 10 times faster than the human maximum, and can withstand 10 tons of pressure per square inch without being destroyed. It's worth noting that the ability to create this set of clothing using nanomaterials was made possible by the adoption of superconducting chip-equipped computers. Otherwise, even with the computational power of China's existing supercomputers, it would have been impossible to achieve. It is this very technology that has enabled Huagua to gain the capability to produce the world's most advanced nanotechnology-based clothing, leaving Western nanotechnology companies far behind and taking the lead by a wide margin. She took the clothing, placed it on the table beside her, picked up a piece, and prepared to put it on. Qin Guang froze again, realizing that having her change clothes here might not be appropriate. He didn't know why, but when he saw her completely naked earlier, he hadn't felt anything. But now, with her about to put on clothes in front of him, he felt it was inappropriate. Was this just his being overly sensitive? Wait a moment, come with me over here. Saying this, Qin Guang led her into a nearby restroom. This was where he usually rested. After all, experiments often required continuous work, and he might have to stay here for days on end. A resting room was indispensable. Tang Wanru obediently followed him into the room. You can change here. After saying this, Qin Guang turned to leave. Then, he was stunned again. Because he saw Tang Wanru directly pick up the leg of a pair of pants and examine it from all angles. Then, she turned her gaze toward Qin Guang, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Help me. Her tone was calm. But Qin Guang's heart couldn't stay calm. That's right, she had just woken up. Many memories had not yet been awakened. At this moment, she looked like an innocent little girl who had never seen the world, not even as old as a 3 or 4-year-old child. In other words, she didn't recognize these clothes and didn't know how to wear them. And she didn't touch the underwear because she didn't know their purpose. Earlier, when she observed Qin Guang, she could only see the lab coat he was wearing on the outside, plus maybe pants and a jacket. So he had to push open the door and come back in. Come here, let me help you dress. Watch and learn how to do it. Tang Wanru didn't say a word, she just watched him quietly. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, the kind of innocent curiosity found in children. Her eyes were bright and clear, as if she could see straight into her soul. He first picked up the underwear and spread it open. Then he had her lift one foot, then the other, and gently pulled them up. Finally, he had her stand with her legs slightly apart, while he held one side of the underwear in each hand and pulled them up simultaneously. However, as he neared her hips, he couldn't pull them up any further. This was awkward. It wasn't because of anything else, it was simply because the fabric was too strong, too sturdy, and he didn't have enough strength. After just one try, he was exhausted, his face flushed, and he was panting heavily. Alright, you try it yourself. Qin Guang was the type to let go easily, so he gave up and let her put it on herself. Under his guidance, Tang Wanru quickly managed to put it on. It looks great on her. The dress hugs her curves perfectly, yet it somehow gives her an alluring aura. If it were real peaches, they would surely be sweet and juicy. Then, Song Xiao taught her how to put on her underwear, followed by her pants and shirt.
All done. Tang Wanru curiously examined her brand new outfit.
Qin Guang also looked at her with a sense of accomplishment. Though he was sweating profusely, it was all worth it. At that moment, her figure was curvaceous, with long black hair, some draped over her shoulders and the rest flowing naturally down her back, a classic straight style that was utterly charming. Even her skin was crystal clear, smooth, and as delicate as that of a newborn baby. All of this, of course, was thanks to the powerful tissue regeneration capabilities of the salamander genes. When she first emerged from the culture solution, her skin was slightly wrinkled, like the wrinkles that form when something has been submerged in water, with a faint pallor. However, after being exposed to the air for so long, her skin had already returned to its normal state.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
At this moment, she was stunningly beautiful and utterly captivating. At this point, Tang Wanru's complexion had gradually returned to calm. Qin Guang, seeing this, took her back to the petri dish, as there was still much work to be done there.
Tang Wanru sat among a pile of instruments.
Qin Guang looked at her with concern. He wondered how much of her memory she could retain and how much of her past she could recall. If she truly became a pure little girl, having to start from scratch, that would be a major problem. Time and cost were one thing, but if she were to grow up again, she would essentially be a different person. It seemed that using her own belongings and life experiences would be the best way to help her recover.
How much does she remember about words and pictures?
But this seems to be the most effective method. He walked over to a filing cabinet, opened it, and inside were the items they had collected that held significant meaning for Tang Wanru's upbringing. He took out a diary from inside. He handed it to her and said, "This is your diary.
Take a look and learn about your past. It should be helpful to you."
To be honest, facing Tang Wanru in her current state, he didn't know what to say.
Fortunately, she didn't refuse.
She slowly reached out and took it. She sat there on the chair and began flipping through the pages from the first page. Qin Guang was once again deeply moved. Her reading speed was incredibly fast, much like when Qin Guang had exchanged the blue vial from the system store, allowing his reaction speed to remain 10 times faster than normal. Of course, Qin Guang estimated that her current speed couldn't match his own, and at most, she was 5 times faster than an average person.
But even that was incredibly astonishing.
Moreover, he was well aware that he could only maintain this state for 10 minutes, while she had genetically locked this ability, meaning she would be able to sustain this reaction speed indefinitely. Before Qin Guang could finish his thoughts, Tang Wanru had already finished reading. When she lifted her head and looked at Qin Guang again, her eyes held a complex mix of emotions. "You're
Qin Guang?"
This, inside, says, "I like you."
Chapter 116, Human Weapon, Won't It Go Out of Control? Chapter 117, Human Weapon, Won't It Go Out of Control?
Tang Wanru's clear and gentle words made Qin Guang's heart race, and his breathing grew. Especially when he noticed that the confusion in Tang Wanru's eyes had diminished, replaced by a hint of anger and emotion. He sensed that her gaze had grown more complex, as if human emotions or empathy were beginning to awaken within her.
This was a good sign. Qin Guang felt much more at ease.
Regardless, in just a few short minutes, Tang Wanru had begun to shed the memoryless, emotionless state she had been in upon emerging from the cultivation chamber. Otherwise, he might have created a monster.
If she were to lose control, that would be disastrous.
After all, he had implanted so many powerful genes into her.
She was essentially a human weapon.
And a very powerful one at that. Calling her a superhuman wouldn't be an exaggeration. He also has to give special thanks to her diary. So far, he has confirmed that the diary has indeed had an effect, awakening certain emotions and memories in Tang Wanru, and helping her begin to trust and grow closer to herself. He believes that in the coming days, she will grow quickly and recover her lost memories.
Hopefully, this won't take too long. Because she still needs to face the bioengineered humans from the United States.
Though he doesn't know the situation outside, Qin Guang believes the enemy won't give them much time. As his mind relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over him, making him feel slightly out of place in his surroundings. He was truly exhausted and needed to rest. At the same time, he also believed that Tang Wanru should have some time alone. Otherwise, she would become too dependent on him, which wouldn't be particularly beneficial for her growth.
So he smiled at Tang Wanru and said, "Since you're doing well and recovering quickly, I'm relieved. I'll leave for a while."
To his surprise, Tang Wanru heard Qin Guang's words and her eyes filled with reluctance.
When will you come back? It shouldn't take long, maybe an hour or two.
Feeling her attachment to him, Qin Guang also felt a pang of reluctance. In truth, the way he and Tang Wanru were interacting now was also a new experience for him. Especially when he thought about how Tang Wanru was essentially re-entering this world and reconnecting with it, he felt a sense of responsibility to protect her, help her grow properly, and prevent her from going astray. Thinking this, he gave Tang Wanru a warm smile. "Stay here and try to remember as much as you can about your past.
Trust me, this is the most important thing for you right now."
Without saying another word, Qin Guang turned and left the cultivation chamber. Behind him, Tang Wanru's eyes were gentle, and she was still reluctant to leave, but she didn't say anything.
Her expression was calm, as if devoid of any extra emotion. Creak.
When Qin Guang pushed open the door of the culture room and stepped out, he found that there were still quite a few people waiting there. Some were standing, whispering to each other.
However, most were sitting on the ground, some even lying on their knees, fast asleep.
When Qin Guang appeared, everyone gathered around him.
How did it go? Did it work? Have the test results come out? Has the person been saved?
The scene was chaotic, and everyone seemed very eager. Qin Guang looked around at everyone, but all he felt was a surge of warmth in his heart. Looking at Zhao Bo and the other researchers before him, their eyes bloodshot and on the verge of collapse, he felt a surge of emotion. They were all good comrades. A bright smile finally appeared on his face. It seems the experiment was a success. Tang Wanru has come back to life. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone froze, and the scene fell silent.
Then, everyone erupted into joy.
They were laughing, jumping, shouting, and making a commotion.
Qin Guang watched them without intervening.
Indeed, after such a long and arduous ordeal, achieving success even if only temporary was cause for celebration. There might still be significant challenges ahead, but achieving this major milestone was certainly worth celebrating.
Tang Wanru was still in the laboratory, but this did not affect their celebrations.
There was no need to worry about disturbing her. After all, the culture dish room was completely isolated from the outside world, and its construction standards were extremely high. No noise from outside can penetrate inside.
How exciting!
Everyone was overjoyed, both for the success of the experiment and for Tang Wanru.
All their efforts over the past months have finally paid off.
It was unimaginable before that the results of this experiment would come so quickly. You know, in the past, with such cutting-edge experiments, it would have taken countless failures just to make a little progress.
Everyone is eagerly looking at Qin Guang. Without Qin Guang, none of this would have been possible.
Qin Guang, all of this is thanks to you.
That's right, you're our leader.
You're our top contributor, thank you. Qin Guang was so flattered by everyone's praise that he felt a bit embarrassed.
He waved his hands, saying, "Don't say that. The credit belongs to everyone."
If it had been just me, I don't know how much longer it would have taken to complete the experiment. Then, Qin Guang's expression turned serious as he addressed everyone. Although we've achieved some initial results, we mustn't let our guard down. After all, this is only the first step, and Tang Wanru's condition isn't yet stable. Of course, this was within our expectations. However, I've discovered a new situation. After the gene experiment, although Tang Wanru has regained consciousness, she is experiencing memory loss and emotional disorders. This requires our close attention in the coming days. As soon as Qin Guang spoke, everyone grew tense. They all understood that Tang Wanru was now essentially a human weapon. If she were to lose control, it could spell disaster for Huagua. If China were to fall not at the hands of an enemy but due to its own experiments, they would be branded as traitors for all eternity. Therefore, everyone watched Qin Guang nervously. Of course, they weren't panicking, as Qin Guang remained calm and showed no signs of distress or other emotions.
Perhaps things weren't as bad as they seemed.
Sure enough, Qin Guang continued, after my initial investigation and reviewing her diary, I conducted targeted memory retrieval.
She is now able to recall some things. That's wonderful. As long as there's a solution, there's nothing to worry about. Qin Guang further reassured everyone, asking them to stay calm.
He expressed confidence that Tang Wanru would soon regain her memory, and her emotions were also gradually returning to normal.
Alright, everyone, go rest. After Qin Guang's reassurances, everyone sighed in relief.
Finally, they could get a good night's sleep. As they were leaving, they didn't forget about Qin Guang and urged him one after another.
You should rest as well.
That's right, you're so tired. Zhao Bo, however, stayed behind. With a serious expression, he said to Qin Guang, while you were in the culture room, I received some important news.
Qin Guang grew tense.
If Zhao Bo was this serious, it must be something major. The bioengineered soldiers from the United States have breached the imperial capital's defenses and are advancing toward the Great Hall. Their target is likely the supreme leader.
Chapter 118, A Difficult Choice. What? How could this happen so quickly? Has it come to this? Upon hearing Zhao Bo's words, Qin Guang couldn't help but change his expression and exclaim in shock.
He had thought he still had some time, but he never expected the United States to be so impatient, with their bioengineered agents moving so swiftly. It seemed he would have to accelerate the process further. Zhao Bo nodded, his expression solemn and his voice heavy. Yes, the situation is extremely critical. Tao, the minister from the War Department, has called me 4 or 5 times. He hopes to hear a clear response from you. He wants to know whether the experiment has succeeded and how likely it is that we can stop the United States bioengineered soldiers. Has it already reached this critical stage? Why didn't anyone inform me? Qin Guang was astonished. As soon as he spoke, he realized that Zhao Bo didn't want to put too much pressure on him. Zhao Bo continued, Minister Tao said that if the experiment fails, they will risk everything.
Even if they have to move the battlefield to the gates of the Great Hall, they will make the world see our resolve. We will stop the bioengineered soldiers at any cost. What a resolute and powerful statement. Qin Guang seemed to see a scene of warriors charging forward one after another, fighting fiercely in a bloodbath. One after another, they leaped into the fray, only to fall back, their blood staining their clothes, battle flags, and the ground. A moment of silence fell. Qin Guang turned to Zhao Bo and said, "Director Zhao, please call Minister Tao for me." Zhao Bo snapped his fingers, looked up abruptly, and his eyes seemed to sparkle. He nodded firmly and immediately pulled out his phone to make the call. Lately, the pressure had been overwhelming. And now, Qin Guang could help alleviate some of that pressure. At the same time, War Department. Tao Shiyu shouted into the phone, "Keep sending reinforcements. Hold the line. Under no circumstances can we allow the enemy to break through." His face was flushed red, his voice unusually loud, and his demeanor brimming with determination. But this couldn't hide his frustration and anxiety. Wave after wave of elite troops were sent out, yet they couldn't stop that bioengineered soldier. His psychological pressure was growing by the minute. He was growing increasingly impatient and frustrated. But he knew he had to hold on, no matter the cost, to intercept this bioengineered being. Otherwise, the nation would truly be in danger. This bioengineered creature was openly humiliating China. Worse still, if they couldn't stop him, China would face annihilation, and even the risk of national extinction. Just moments ago, the elite squad he dispatched suffered heavy losses. The remaining members did not retreat, they charged forward and finally caught up with the bioengineered soldier from the United States. However, to everyone's surprise, this once elite special forces unit was no match for the bioengineered soldier, suffering heavy losses. In just a single encounter, 3 team members lost their lives, and the only result they achieved was delaying the enemy for a few minutes. Captain Zhao Rong reported their assessment to him: they could only delay the bioengineered soldier for no more than an hour, even if they were willing to risk their lives. After a thorough assessment, they reluctantly confirmed that they were no match for the bioengineered soldiers. The information provided by Zhao Rong sent Tao Shiyu's heart plummeting. The current situation of layered blockades was one of the scenarios they had anticipated and the worst one. Originally, their best-case scenario was for the elite squad to eliminate the bioengineered human by any means necessary. The worst outcome, without a doubt, was that the bioengineered human would break through the defenses. In this situation, all they could do was continuously deploy elite forces and intercept the bioengineered individual at any cost. To achieve this, they needed to have already begun assessments to predict the cost required to intercept the enemy and how long they could delay them. He naturally hoped to delay the intercept for as long as possible, which would give him time to deploy his forces comprehensively and establish a tight defensive perimeter. His bottom line is to mobilize the troops stationed near the imperial capital into the city for full-scale defense. All 200,000 elite troops from the East China theater must be redeployed. If things were to escalate to that point, it would undoubtedly cause a global uproar, making the entire world mock the nation. A nation as mighty as Huagua would have to pay such a huge price to deal with a bioengineered human. In other words, China would face a situation where its dignity is completely shattered. From then on, China would be unable to hold its head high in the international community, and the entire world would witness its decline to such an extent. But he had no choice but to make this painful decision. Of course, there is still a chance to turn the tide, but it all depends on how far Qin Guang can go. It can be said that Qin Guang is his only hope. However, he had called Zhao Bo several times but had not received a clear response. Qin Guang is still in the laboratory and has not come out yet. This could only mean one thing: the experiment had not yet succeeded. As time goes on, he feels increasingly hopeless. Perhaps, it's really over. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had to face the reality that Qin Guang might break his promise this time. Qin Guang actually messed up on such an important matter. He was truly disappointed. Though he didn't want to place blind faith in Qin Guang's abilities. No one is invincible after all. Qin Guang is just a human being, not a god. After all, this kind of genetic experiment has a success rate of less than 1 in 10,000, simply because it's too far-fetched. Still, with no other options left, he had no choice but to believe in Qin Guang's ability to succeed. In the end, it was just a matter of hoping for a miracle to happen. Has fate abandoned the Chinese nation? The United States can create bioengineered humans, yet China, with its brilliant scientist Qin Guang, cannot produce its own human weapons. Alright, it seems I have no choice but to take the only path left, the final path of all-out resistance. Tao Shiyu glanced at his watch again. Another 2 minutes had passed. Time ticked away, and there was no more time to waste. Every extra minute of hesitation meant more danger. "Commander, give the order." The staff officer urged him, his eyes filled with anxiety. There was truly no time left. Tao Shiyu took a deep breath and reached for the red secure phone. He made up his mind and ordered the troops to move out. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, another phone rang nearby. Answering, "This is Tao Shiyu." "This is Zhao Bo." "Zhao Bo." His heart skipped a beat. Zhao Bo rarely called him on his own initiative. Could it be? Just as he was about to ask again, he heard another voice inside. Director Tao, it's Qin Guang. Qin Guang, you're out? The experiment was successful?
Tao Shiyu's voice rose several pitches, filled with anticipation.
It's just been completed, but there's still one issue. I wanted to ask how much longer we can delay it. Qin Guang didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Not 1 minute, but 52 minutes. Tao Shiyu's heart began to race. He glanced at his watch and said, "All right, in 52 minutes, I'll bring the perfect new humans to rescue the imperial capital. Rest assured, I will hold on for 52 minutes." Tao Shiyu spoke with unwavering determination.
He was well aware that Qin Guang wouldn't have contacted him or spoken so confidently without absolute certainty.
This could only mean one thing: the experiment was truly nearing success. Wonderful. Chapter 119, Will you help us?
After hanging up the phone, Qin Guang's face remained incredibly somber.
Time was running out. Tao's men could only hold out for 52 minutes at most.
And that was under the most ideal circumstances.
During this time, unforeseen circumstances could arise at any moment. We must get to the scene as quickly as possible and take down that bioengineered human as soon as possible.
As far as he knew, given the distance from here to the imperial capital, even if we dispatch fighter jets immediately, time is still tight.
Qin Guang, the situation is so urgent. What's the current situation over there? Can you go and rescue them?
Zhao, the director, had cold sweat on his forehead as he asked urgently. Rest assured, although the experiment is not yet complete, I can find a way to overcome the challenges.
Many of the follow-up arrangements can be made along the way.
Qin Guang paused for a moment before answering decisively. Originally, he had planned to let Tang Wanru recover slowly, gradually retrieving more memories and reconnecting with her past emotions.
However, time was now completely insufficient. Good, that's great. Zhao Bo relaxed a bit.
Qin Guang thought for a moment and said to Zhao Bo in a serious tone,
"Zhao Director, can you immediately contact the local military department and have them prepare a fighter jet?"
Zhao Bo, as the director of the Huaka Academy, had extensive connections, especially with the local government officials.
"All right, I'll get on it right away." Zhao Bo was very proactive.
He dialed the number, and within 3 minutes, there was a callback. After hearing the other party's response, Zhao Bo was delighted and nodded repeatedly.
"All right, thank you."
After hanging up, he told Qin Guang, "The fighter jet is ready.
We can depart at any time.
Plus, there's a small airport here, so they'll bring the plane over.
You should prepare immediately and head to the airport. It should take about 10 minutes to arrive." "Thank you, I'll go prepare right away."
After saying that, Qin Guang took a deep breath, turned around, and pushed open the door to the cultivation chamber once more. As soon as he entered, Qin Guang saw Tang Wanru. She was looking around, observing everything in her surroundings, appearing very curious. Only a few minutes had passed since Qin Guang left, but for Tang Wanru, it felt like ages. However, neither she nor Qin Guang was aware of this. It turned out that Tang Wanru's perception of the passage of time was different from that of ordinary people. Everything was because she had undergone genetic modification and now possessed 4 times the reaction speed of an ordinary person. In other words, the passage of time felt entirely different to her. Although only a few minutes had passed, it felt like to her. Just moments ago, she had already reread her diary and gained a deeper understanding and insight into its contents. She also carefully studied her surroundings and various instruments, and seemed to recall something, with new thoughts emerging in her mind. From the outside, nothing is noticeable, but in reality, within her brain, spinal cord, and muscles at the molecular and even atomic levels, more changes are taking place. More synapses were forming in her brain, and new connections were being established. Within her physical body, the rigorous training she had undergone was being activated. Those trainings had become muscle memory, which had fallen dormant after her death. Now, they were being reawakened and beginning to merge with new memories. Not to mention, the genes implanted from eagles, leopards, and salamanders are gradually unleashing their potential. However, it must be said that she is also facing immense danger, as the animals these genes belong to exhibit different animal instincts, which could potentially alter her personality. Fortunately, she was the first to awaken and developed human emotions and memories before the animal instincts emerged. Additionally, while the types of implanted gene fragments are numerous, the quantity of each type is relatively small, and their total quantity is only a small fraction of her original genetic makeup. This is the key reason she can maintain her humanity and one of the reasons why Qin Guang's experiment succeeded.
Tang Wanru's keen hearing allowed her to immediately hear the sound of the door opening.
When she turned to look at Qin Guang, her eyes contained a hint more emotion than just a few minutes earlier.
She smiled. "I remember now. You're Qin Guang. I'm Tang Wanru. I'll be your assistant and bodyguard." Qin Guang was startled by Tang Wanru's words, then couldn't help but rejoice. "That's wonderful. You've remembered more things. Maybe soon, your memory will be fully restored. And your speech is much more fluent now. That's fantastic." He couldn't help but gesticulate excitedly. However, Tang Wanru's expression remained somewhat unsettled, appearing troubled. I've only remembered a few things. I can't recall the rest. I can't remember why I'm here. Where is this place? Her expression grew increasingly grim. She raised both hands, her fingers curling into claws, and began pulling at her hair while shaking her head violently, clearly in agony. The floor tiles beneath her feet cracked into pieces, but her smooth, delicate feet remained unharmed. Xin Guang hurried forward, speaking softly to comfort her. Don't worry. I'll help you. I'm right here with you. Then he reached out and gently stroked her back, finally calming her down. Looking into her eyes filled with curiosity, he said, "This is the secret base of the beautiful country. We were originally at Howda, but we fell into the beautiful country's trap, were deceived out of Howda, and attacked. The one who attacked us was a taxi driver, a pretty country person. He injected me with anesthetic and shot you." Tang Wanru froze. What? I was killed? Then what's happening to me now? Aren't I dead? She fired a series of questions, confused and in pain. Xin Guang had no choice but to reveal the truth. He clenched his teeth, disregarding the shock she might feel. We used genetic technology to bring you back to life. Reborn? Tang Wanru's expression grew strange. It was as if she had suddenly understood. She murmured, "So that's it, rebirth." Xin Guang sighed in relief. Time was running out, and she needed to cooperate fully. He decided to lay everything out on the table. Not only that, but I've also implanted many genes into you, giving you superhuman abilities. You'll notice that your reaction speed is very fast, and your strength is immense. As he spoke, Xin Guang looked down. Under Tang Wanru's feet were the floor tiles she had just cracked. You now possess keen vision, superhuman hearing, and extraordinary physical recovery abilities. Tang Wanru looked down at her feet, then spread her palms and held them up to her eyes, examining them closely, looking at the palms and the backs of her hands, filled with curiosity. Then she lowered her head in thought. Xin Guang hesitated for a moment and said, "Originally, I wanted to give you more time to adapt to these changes, regain your memories, and recover your former emotions. However, plans don't always go as expected." Why? Tang Wanru asked. Her eyes were calm, filled only with purity. Because the bioengineered soldiers from the United States have already reached the imperial capital. Their target is likely the Supreme Commander. He has broken through multiple layers of defenses, and our elite special forces are no match for him. We've suffered heavy losses. Upon hearing the words, beautiful country, Tang Wanru's expression hardened, and hatred began to simmer in her eyes. Xin Guang didn't think much of it. He was deeply worried and continued urgently, "This crisis is a major crisis for our country. All the pressure is on us. Now, you are the only one who can save us, the only chance to turn the tide." Xin Guang looked at Tang Wanru with pleading eyes. She opened her mouth slightly, staring at him in a daze, as if she didn't understand his meaning. Seeing her like this, Xin Guang felt a bit helpless. Every second was precious now. Those soldiers could lose their lives at any moment. Every second counts. The sooner we act, the more lives we might save. If we delay any further, the Supreme Commander might be assassinated. He couldn't help but ask again, "I want to know, are you willing to help me, to help Huagua, to deal with that bioengineered human from the United States, so that we can survive this crisis?" Chapter 120, Then You'll Get Your War. After making his request, Xin Guang looked at Tang Wanru nervously. To be honest, he had no idea what choice Tang Wanru would make or whether she would agree to his request. Originally, if Tang Wanru had fully regained her memories, she would certainly agree. Because he knew that Tang Wanru was a steadfast patriot. Firstly, her ability to become his assistant demonstrated her willingness to sacrifice everything including her life to protect Huagua, and she had already proven this. However, at that moment, he was unsure. Although he had confidence in his genetic experiments, he didn't know if Tang Wanru's memories had been fully restored, which aspects of her memories had been recovered, or if she was still willing to fight for Huagua. Although she now possesses extraordinary abilities, if she lacks the willingness to fight, no one can force her. Because Tang Wanru's memories were severely fragmented, although she had regained some through his efforts, he feared it might not be enough. In short, Xin Guang had no certainty. He could only voice his thoughts. Reason with her, appeal to her emotions. If she refuses, no one in the entire base will be able to order him, nor will anyone have the ability or qualifications to force him. At that moment, Tang Wanru quietly gazed at a corner of the culture room, where the filing cabinet was located. There was a compartment there where she kept her diary, her past memories, and one of the sources of her current recollections. Xin Guang looked at her but said nothing more. He feared that his actions might affect Tang Wanru's perception of him, having the opposite effect. But he was in a hurry, very much in a hurry. He hoped Tang Wanru would make a decision soon, even if it meant rejecting him, so he could know the worst outcome as soon as possible. Finally, Tang Wanru turned her head, her brows slightly furrowed, deep in thought. "You just said that the United States sent people to kill me? And now we're occupying one of their territories?" "Yes. So, I was originally a soldier of Huagua, and the beautiful country is our enemy. They've even sent bioengineered soldiers to target Huagua, plunging it into an unprecedented crisis? Yes, that's exactly what's happening.
Qin Guang spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice.
Tang Wanru actually has this understanding now.
This indicates that she has already developed a certain sense of identity with Huagua, and even through just a few words, she has summarized the current situation and drawn further conclusions.
Everything is moving in the best possible direction. Hurry up and agree. Hurry up and agree.
Qin Guang silently urged himself.
However, Tang Wanru fell into silence once more.
She tightly pressed her lips together, her expression calm and icy, as if she had no sensation, returning to the state she was in when she first awoke, or perhaps when she was lying in the petri dish.
Will everything be okay? I hope nothing goes wrong. Don't let anything go wrong, please, please.
Qin Guang grew anxious. His heart pounded wildly, and a wave of bitterness rose in his nose.
He even felt a sense of utter despair. Suddenly, Tang Wanru turned her head and stared intently at Qin Guang. What do you need me to do?
Qin Guang froze for a moment.
Had he heard wrong? No.
I heard her.
Tang Wanru agreed. That's wonderful. A wide smile spread across Qin Guang's face. Let's go, follow me, quickly, let's go right now.
Qin Guang grabbed Tang Wanru's hand and started to walk toward the exit. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, turned around, and rushed back to the filing cabinet. He opened it and pulled out another diary.
This is for you. The new diary should come in handy,
Qin Guang said, waving the diary in his hand.
He grabbed her hand again and ran toward the exit. At the same time, the Grand Hall. A press conference was underway.
The spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs appeared calm on the surface, but was actually suppressing inner anxiety and anger. At that moment, he was still fielding questions from journalists from various countries, answering a variety of sharp and probing inquiries. At this press conference, his attitude was firm. For questions that questioned China's resolve or touched upon China's dignity, he firmly rebuffed them without any mercy. This was because he had received orders from the supreme leader. Behind him stood the support of the Chinese state.
Asahi News reporter, will China go to all-out war with the United States? The people of Huagua have always been peace-loving. However, when it comes to safeguarding the interests of our nation and people, we will not back down.
Friends are welcomed with fine wine, but if wolves come, well, there are hunting rifles.
A reporter from the British Empire's Times asked, regarding the conflict between China and the United States, do you have any further information? Are you considering more measures for world peace?
Before you ask that question, you must first clarify who initiated the provocation. Our country has always sought peace and dialogue, but the United States has been pressing forward relentlessly. Therefore, your question should be directed at the United States. Ask them what they intend to do and what they plan to contribute to world peace.
Don't come asking us.
If, as the aggrieved party, we are even criticized for resisting, then there truly is no justice in this world.
Kyoto News reporter followed up, does that mean China will confront the United States?
The same applies here. Peace is a two-way street, not something that can be achieved by one side's concessions.
Our door for dialogue remains open.
However, the prerequisite for this is that the other side ceases its aggression against China's territorial waters and land, withdraws its military forces, or is forced out by us. As you can see, the outcomes of these two scenarios are entirely different. At that moment, on the second floor of the Great Hall, near the press conference venue, the Supreme Leader stood by the window, quietly watching the live broadcast of the press conference outside. Even though his secretary had just reported that the Great Hall was no longer safe and he must leave immediately or face danger, because the beautiful bioengineered humans were closing in rapidly, he remained completely unfazed.
After a moment of silence, he asked softly, what is the current situation along the southeastern coast? Are the aircraft carriers from the United States still there?
The secretary shook his head sorrowfully. Yes, they were still there.
Currently, the Liaoning Province, Shandong Province, and Fujian Province aircraft carriers were engaged in a standoff with the enemy.
The Lijian and Bush ships are patrolling there. They have made demands, stating that if they want them to withdraw, they must agree to their demands and hand over the blueprints for controllable nuclear fusion and superconducting chips. The Supreme Leader sneered coldly, humph, wolfish ambitions. Soft tactics don't work, so they resort to force. Blockades won't achieve their goals, so they want to extort us through military might. Containment policy.
But they haven't realized that China isn't the Qing dynasty.
We will show them with facts that China has the confidence to stand its ground. Even if their strength surpasses ours, we will never back down. I understand your intentions, but today, I will stay here. I will let the entire nation know, and all our enemies know, that the China of today will no longer be at the mercy of others. Hearing the Supreme Leader speak thus, tears welled up in the secretary's eyes. They looked up at the Supreme Leader with admiration. But he kept glancing toward the distance, worried that a crisis might strike at any moment. Commander-in-Chief, according to the message sent by Minister Tao, the bioengineered soldiers' target is likely you. The best-case scenario is that we eliminate the bioengineered soldiers, and the worst-case scenario is that they will arrive here within 50 minutes.
Bioengineered humans?
The Supreme Commander's expression hardened.
They're using bioengineered humans to force us to surrender. But this time, they've made a mistake. I have confidence in our military. Those two technologies must not be handed over under any circumstances.
Additionally, inform the Naval Department to spare no expense, even if it means total destruction. This time, the Republic of China will not retreat.
If they want war, we'll give them war. Chapter 121, Unwavering Determination, Keeping Our Promise.
It must be said that the Supreme Commander's firm stance clearly demonstrates his attitude toward the United States. His decision to remain at the Great Hall of the People has shown the nation his courage and resolve, uniting everyone against the enemy. However, at the same time, everyone involved from the Foreign Ministry spokesperson, the security personnel at the Great Hall of the People, to War Minister Tao Shiyu is under immense pressure. After all, they bear immense responsibility for ensuring the leader's safety. Now, the United States biological warfare agents are closing in on the Great Hall of the People. Is there really no way to persuade the Prime Minister anymore? Minister Tao Shiyu of the War Ministry felt helpless and asked his staff again.
The staff officers were also helpless.
They had tried to persuade him before, but to no avail. Minister, the Supreme Leader's actions are clearly intended to expose the United States bioengineered soldier plan to the world, revealing their true ambitions.
One advisor said. From another perspective, this is also an act of desperation. Who knows if the United States has any hidden forces besides these overt bioengineered soldiers?
If something goes wrong during the Supreme Leader's evacuation, then another staff member spoke up.
Enough. We don't need to discuss the Supreme Commander's intentions anymore. It's pointless. Minister Tao said decisively.
The two advisors had no choice but to remain silent. In truth, this was an opportunity to test the defensive capabilities of the Chinese nation. Additionally, the combat effectiveness of the imperial capital's garrison forces is still assured. The garrison forces are elite troops specifically deployed in the imperial capital to safeguard its security. They can be called the elite of the elite.
However, this unit has no issues when facing various enemies. But the current bioengineered being has almost transcended the realm of humanity. Minister Tao nodded in agreement.
Indeed, the garrison forces have played a significant role in enabling the elite squad to maximize their combat effectiveness and halt the bioengineered humanoid.
We must remind Zhao Rong to explore further cooperation opportunities.
However, Tao Shiyu was well aware that this was merely a temporary measure. Given the chaotic situation and the short notice, making significant improvements would be extremely challenging. His only possible ace up his sleeve was that Qin Guang could arrive in time with the experimental subject to stop the bioengineered beings. As they discussed, the latest intelligence kept pouring in. The situation was not optimistic, their side was barely holding on and was on the verge of collapse. Tao Shiyu looked at the intelligence reports and could only pray that his subordinates would perform better. At that moment, the 200,000-strong army that had received orders had already set off for the imperial capital. However, he also knew that once these troops entered the imperial capital, the face of Huaguo would be lost. In truth, his actions had already deviated from the Supreme Commander's plan to some extent, as this move revealed China's helplessness. But he had no other choice. Just moments ago, Captain Zhao Rong of the Elite Task Force called again, his voice filled with grief. Minister, I'm truly sorry.
Half of my team has been killed or wounded.
But before Tao Shiyu could say anything else, his tone shifted, and he spoke with a sense of resolve. But please rest assured, every member of the War 10 is ready to sacrifice their lives.
We will fulfill our duty and hold the line for the final half hour.
Even if the bioengineered soldiers have to step over our bodies, we will stop them.
Yes, this is the moment when they must give their lives to fulfill their sacred mission. Facing Zhao Rong's words, Tao Shiyu could say nothing more.
He could only regret that he bore even greater responsibilities, especially those related to battlefield coordination. Otherwise, he would have gone into battle himself to confront that bioengineered creature.
At that moment, about 2 kilometers north of the Grand Hall, on a battlefield.
This had once been a square sealed off by the elite forces of the War Department. The area was now filled with constant explosions, becoming a fierce battleground. The original layout was no longer recognizable, reduced to a chaotic mess of rubble, broken walls, and cracked ground with uneven terrain.
Blood was everywhere.
The air is filled with the sounds of battle cries. On the ground, warriors charge forward relentlessly, their blood staining the earth red. In the air and on the ground, countless bullets and shells are converging on that constantly flickering figure.
They are trying to create an aerial prison to trap the man in the windbreaker.
However, the man in the trench coat, who was currently under siege, seemed like a god of death. Any bullets, shells, or even missiles that approached him were rendered ineffective before reaching him, or simply couldn't get close enough to cause any harm. The man in the trench coat's ability to remain suspended in the air was secondary, it was his ability to move quickly that left the soldiers helpless. It must be said that rapid movement has become the most important means for the trench coat-clad man to evade missile locks. Numerous missiles were fired at him, but they lost his trail. As a result, these missiles either exploded mid-air or landed on the heads of the elite squad and the garrison troops. Most importantly, the warriors of the elite squad and the garrison forces witnessed firsthand the significant role of the bioengineered man's anti-gravity device. Shells and bullets were destroyed by the device before they even came close to his body. Some were even redirected and fired back at their attackers, becoming a crucial weapon against them. However, they had no other choice but to rely on suicidal, saturation physical attacks to counter this bioengineered being.
Boom! Several more howitzer shells and anti-aircraft shells exploded in mid-air.
Another wave of shrapnel erupted. The members of the Blade Squad immediately took cover behind the barriers, but some were still hit. Amidst the flames of the explosion, the man in the trench coat tore through the flames like a god or demon, appearing suddenly beside one of the members of the elite squad. The team member reacted swiftly and fired his gun. His aim was precise, a skill honed through years of training. Under normal circumstances, the bullet would have struck the target's vital organs, ending his life. This team member had relied on this skill to win the marksmanship championship in the army-wide competition. However, his pride and joy was now useless. The bullet once again hovered in mid-air before the man. Then, with a flick of his windbreaker, several bullets were fired back. The soldier, possessing keen battlefield instincts, immediately dodged to the side. However, the bullet's speed was even faster than any existing bullets, piercing through his body completely. Blood gushed out. The members of the surrounding Dagger Squad, though their hearts had long since given up hope, knowing their efforts were futile and that they might die at any moment, did not retreat. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to delay the enemy by even a single minute, or even a single second. Only a dozen or so members of the elite squad remained, the rest having met a gruesome end. Some had their bodies riddled with bullet holes, others were decapitated, and some had their bodies shattered beyond recognition. With an act of unimaginable bravery, they fulfilled their oath to protect their homeland. They had never encountered such a terrifying enemy. Such enemies could no longer be called human, they were demons. Yet even in the face of an existence beyond the realm of human understanding, they remained unwavering, embracing death with resolve.
Hold on for 10 more minutes. Just 10 more minutes. Zhao Rong's voice rang out over the walkie-talkie, desperately trying to boost morale.
His eyes swept over the positions where his men were hiding, but most of the hiding spots were already empty.
The remaining warriors, though nearly all wounded, still had fire in their eyes as they shouted back. Yes, we will complete the mission. Delay the enemy and inflict as much damage as possible. Zhao Rong issued orders to his men. He refused to accept such a defeat. No matter what kind of enemy they faced, he refused to admit defeat. As the commander of the elite troops in his army, failing to inflict any damage on the enemy was a colossal failure. Minister Tao had already informed him that as long as they held out for a certain amount of time, a master capable of matching this bioengineered being would arrive to join the battle and provide reinforcements. However, he knew that the elite squad could not passively wait for reinforcements. Doing so would be an insult to the honor of his soldiers. Therefore, despite his eyes bulging with fury and his heart bleeding, he watched as his most trusted men launched a suicidal attack on the man in the windbreaker, sustaining injuries and falling one after another. In the distance, the roar of fighter jets could be heard. He wondered, which unit was that? The thought flashed through Zhao Rong's mind. Chapter 122, A Woman. The deep, rumbling sound grew louder as it approached rapidly. Who could it be? With a mix of anxiety and hope in his heart, Zhao Rong looked up at the sky. First a small, then quickly growing larger, it was indeed their own aircraft. Reinforcements have arrived. Will they be of any use? But that wasn't his concern. Their task was to hold their positions. The deadline set by Minister Tao hasn't arrived yet, but it's almost here. Hold on a little longer. Though he doesn't know the deeper meaning behind Tao's orders. All he could do now was block the bioengineered soldier in front of him and prevent it from breaking through quickly. Since the battle began, their losses had been severe, with over half their personnel injured or killed, and casualties were still rising. But Zhao Rong knew he couldn't retreat. Even if the entire army is wiped out, he must hold this bioengineered soldier back for 10 more minutes. That was the duty of a soldier. Obey orders and fight to the end. Facing this bioengineered creature, though he felt there was no chance of victory, not even a glimmer of hope, he simply did his best, giving it everything he had. For Zhao Rong, there was no such thing as failure now. Instead, he was taking one step closer to success. Because holding this creature in place is success. However, this brutal success comes at an incredibly high cost. It was watered with the blood of the warriors. The scene remained in complete chaos. Over the walkie-talkie, the voice of Big Cat, a member of the elite squad, rang out, "Be careful, he's coming." No sooner had the words left his mouth than intense gunfire erupted, followed by the piercing sound of metal grinding against metal. Zhao Rong looked up and, through the window of the second floor being used as cover, could see the battle site. There, Big Cat's gun was gone. It had been snatched away by the man in the windbreaker with a single gesture. Under normal circumstances, such a thing was impossible. A gun is a warrior's life.
Though it wasn't as dramatic as in wuxia novels, where the gun is with the person and the person is with the gun, they still took great care of their weapons. But at that moment, the gun seemed completely out of control, flying directly out of his hands and into the hands of the bioengineered man. Then, the gun barrel was suddenly bent, and the gun body was twisted into an irregular lump of metal. How could that titanium-reinforced gun be deformed so easily? But it wasn't over yet. The bioengineered being casually swung his hand, and the black iron chunk flew back, heading toward the big cat. The big cat reacted quickly. The moment the steel gun was seized, he reacted instantly, executing tactical maneuvers to dodge out of the way. At the same time, he threw a grenade at the bioengineered being. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the air, but it was the iron ball colliding with the grenade, exploding mid-air. Countless shrapnel fragments flew in all directions. They struck the ground cover with a sharp clang. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, the cyborg dove downward, heading toward the big cat. Like a meteorite falling from the sky. He knew this was the effect of the anti-gravity device. The opponent seemed completely unconcerned about power or energy consumption, maintaining peak combat strength at all times. Crack! The sound of consecutive gunfire echoed from that direction. But after the brief gunfire, a dull thud echoed, followed by complete silence. Bang! Zhao Rong slammed his fist hard on the windowsill. The big cat was gone. This was almost a foregone conclusion. Sure enough, he clearly saw the bioengineered man gripping the big cat's neck with his right hand. Half of the big cat's head was gone, and blood was gushing out, white and red, mixed together. It was unclear whether it had been struck by something or beaten by the bioengineered being. But that didn't matter. The bioengineered being swiftly moved toward a nearby cover, where another team member was also present. He was also launching a desperate attack on the bioengineered creature. Just as futile. He raised his right arm, adopting a throwing stance. The massive body of the big cat was lifted by the opponent and hurled forward with great force. Crack! The bone-crunching sound of fractures echoed like popping beans. The cover began to shift. And the bioengineered being, having completed all this, suddenly turned its head and stared straight at where Zhao Rong was standing. He had been spotted. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips, tinged with disdain. Then he spoke. In perfect Mandarin, "You ants, trying to stop a cart with your arms. It's time to end this." As he spoke, he turned his head and charged toward the shelter he had just attacked. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Rong fired. However, the bullets were still blocked. Zhao Rong did not give up. As long as he could provide more support for his teammates, it was worth it. The bioengineered soldier and the team member were locked in combat. No, it was more like a one-sided slaughter. His team member suddenly hung in mid-air, struck in the spine and head by the bioengineered soldier, instantly losing his life and crashing to the ground. The bio-organic creature seemed intent on ending the fight quickly. He crouched slightly, and the anti-gravity device activated. A violent aura erupted around him. Then, like a frog, he leaped into the air, diving toward Zhao Rong. Zhao Rong and his men immediately opened fire, forming a hail of bullets in front of the bioengineered soldier. The tactics that were effective against ordinary humans were useless here. It was all due to the force field created by the anti-gravity device. Get out of the way! Zhao Rong bellowed. In truth, he didn't need to remind them the two elite team members by his side already knew what to do. Crash! The bioengineered being smashed through the massive glass windows and stood on the second floor, in an area of about 60 to 70 square meters. He only glanced at a few spots that could serve as cover. Thud! Zhao Rong and his men, hiding behind the cover, suddenly felt a tremendous force bearing down on them. They were all forced to their knees. They couldn't even lift their heads. Their knees ached intensely, the pain penetrating to the bone. Zhao Rong was unlucky his elbow was resting on a concrete slab, and he seemed to hear the sound of his arm bones shattering. He hurriedly adjusted his position. But it seemed to be in vain. Because the immense pressure continued to intensify. Zhao Rong felt as though his legs were no longer his own. His muscles were tearing, veins bulging, as if they were about to burst at any moment. Especially the bones in his body, each one seemed to be rebelling, constantly shifting and compressing. Breathing was impossible. Because his ribs were also trying to break. There was only exhalation, no inhalation. Their eyes turned blood red. But no one begs for mercy. They still struggled to raise their guns, aiming the barrels at the man in the windbreaker. They pulled the triggers. The scorching bullets flew out. They died without a fight. Desperate counterattack. They were the guardians of Huagua, they represented Huagua. Behind them stand 1.7 billion Chinese people. Though none of them could match the man in the trench coat, none of them gave up. Because they are soldiers. Suddenly, the sound of drones came from above. It broke through the blockade and entered the airspace above the combat zone. Is it a foreign media aircraft, or one from China? It didn't matter anymore. Retaliation had become an unwavering resolve etched deep within their hearts. No matter who they were, they would see them strike and feel their unyielding will. They fired under immense pressure. Die rather than surrender.
Even if their kneecaps are crushed and their arm bones are injured to the point of breaking.
Even if their spines are broken and their bodies are crushed flat. But they refuse to give up the fight. Needless to say, they were already on the verge of losing consciousness due to suffocation. Tap, tap. Members of the elite commando unit and the garrison troops rushed to the rescue. They too were in immense pressure. Not only could they not get close enough to attack, but even if they managed to get within range, they couldn't inflict any significant damage on this bio-enhanced man. However, the next moment, whether it was Zhao Rong or the other team members, they all felt a sudden lightness on their bodies. They all gasped for breath. The feeling of being able to breathe freely was truly wonderful. The pain lingered, reminding them that what had just happened was not a dream. Ha! Zhao Rong and his men all froze in place. They all looked up at the same time, and suddenly, their hearts raced. One by one, their eyes widened in shock.
Another one? But this time, it seemed to be one of their own, a Chinese national. A woman floating in mid-air. She was wearing a tight-fitting outfit, her black hair flowing in the wind. Zhao Rong immediately realized that this was the woman Minister Tao and the others were looking for. There's hope. It turns out she had been bearing the pressure of the bioengineered beings. Now, she and the man in the trench coat were facing off, one inside the house and one outside, at a distance. Chapter 123, Collision. At that moment, the figure suspended outside the window of the two-story house was none other than Tang Wanru. Earlier, the fighter jet had flown past at high speed at low altitude. Instead of using a parachute, Tang Wanru had jumped directly from the jet. That was nearly 100 meters above the ground, and at high speed. Jumping from there would certainly mean certain death. However, Tang Wanru still chose to do so because she had the ability to withstand the impact of gravity and speed. Of course, she had no choice but to do so, as time was truly running out. Originally, they had been rushing from a base in the United States to the imperial capital of China, and time was already tight. Fortunately, their journey was closely monitored by Minister Tao and others, ensuring a smooth passage with no delays along the way. However, the time spent from landing to reaching the battlefield was still significant. After all, that was the densely populated imperial capital, where even taking off and landing a plane was no easy feat. They first had to find a suitable location to land the fighter jets and then transfer to vehicles to proceed further. If they had done so, they might have arrived too late. What should they do? Xin Guang, Tang Wanru, and Minister Tao discussed the matter and initially suggested using parachutes. However, Tang Wanru rejected this idea and decided to jump out of the plane instead. Because parachuting involves too many uncertainties, and every second is precious right now. Therefore, she chose this method to reach the battlefield. When the idea of jumping directly out of the plane was first proposed, Xin Guang and Tao, the minister, both opposed it, but Tang Wanru was very firm and asked them to trust her. She then added to Xin Guang, "You've tested me, you should know my capabilities. This is no challenge for me." Xin Guang pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Tao, the minister, witnessed this and couldn't help but have even more confidence in her. At that moment, it must be said that her entrance was truly breathtaking. She amazed Xin Guang and also amazed Tao, the minister. Seeing this, he jumped up from his chair in shock, his eyes fixed on the monitor. The staff officers and others around him had the same expression. On the battlefield, many people also noticed the new situation in the sky, unsure of what was happening. Some even thought it was another trick from the United States. However, upon seeing the emblem of Huawei on the aircraft, they were speechless. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a rescue mission? Why had they launched a suicidal attack? Were they afraid of dying too slowly? Earlier, his subordinates had also reported this news to Zhao Rong. However, his entire attention was fixated on the man in the windbreaker, affecting his hearing and vision. At that moment, the man in the trench coat sensed the threat from Tang Wanru. He immediately withdrew the gravitational suppression he had imposed on Zhao Rong and the others. "Who are you?" he asked Tang Wanru. For the first time, he sensed a strong sense of threat emanating from the woman before him. Since his birth, this was the first time anyone had ever made him feel such a profound sense of danger. After all, he had always viewed others as mere ants, knowing they posed no threat to him. But now, this woman was different. This feeling was even stronger than when he faced the armored division of the Huagua army, or even when he faced the high-tech weapons of the United States. This feeling was truly awful, causing an inexplicable anger to rise within him. At the same time, a desire to challenge her was growing within him. He felt his blood boiling, wanting to have a proper fight with her. Otherwise, if all he ever encountered were weaklings, this world would be too boring. How could he truly demonstrate his strength? Humans are truly weak. They only know how to wrap themselves in various pieces of equipment and then think they're really powerful. But now, this was his own kind. Of course, capturing the other person was equally important. Thinking of this, the man in the windbreaker smiled, eagerly awaiting Tang Wanru's response. Tang Wanru simply floated in the air, quietly observing the man in the windbreaker. Suddenly, she spoke, "Are you the bioengineered human created by the advanced research of the United States?" The man in the trench coat gave a sinister smile. Ha, are you avoiding my question? But I won't force you now, because you'll soon speak up willingly.
As he spoke, he suddenly moved toward Tang Wanru. His steps were firm. His gaze was intense. Tang Wanru remained expressionless, neither sad nor happy. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth twitched into a faint smile. She slowly raised her hand. She extended her slender, white fingers, and with her index finger, she gently gestured toward the man in the windbreaker.
Since you're from the beautiful country, you can stay.
Then, she punched him with all her strength. The punch landed heavily on the man's right hand as he lunged forward.
Boom!
It was like a high-powered bomb exploding in mid-air, sending a powerful blast of wind in all directions. Inside the two-story building, Zhao Rong and the others were blown against the walls, their bodies pressed tightly against the obstacles. The shattered glass still clinging to the window frames was blown off by the fierce wind, shattering into pieces that flew through the air like sharp blades, some even embedding themselves deeply into the wooden furniture. Zhao Rong and the others knew full well that if they hadn't dodged in time, those shards of glass would have been enough to take their lives. On the ground, sand and stones were flying everywhere. Behind the shelters, the soldiers hid even more tightly. The man in the windbreaker and Tang Wanru both stepped back, then landed on the ground in a parabolic arc. As soon as he landed, the man in the windbreaker kicked off the ground with both feet, clenched his right fist, and activated the anti-gravity system at full power.
The pressure, weighing several tons, instantly bore down on Tang Wanru. Crack! The cement ground beneath Tang Wanru shattered with a loud boom, the result of the immense pressure.
However, Tang Wanru merely bent her knees slightly. Immediately, she straightened her legs. As she looked at the man in the windbreaker, a hint of disdain flashed across her face.
Is that all you've got?
The man in the windbreaker's expression darkened. He felt disrespected.
Alright, I'll show you what I've got.
However, before he could react, Tang Wanru suddenly vanished from his sight. No, she hadn't disappeared.
The man in the windbreaker could still see the afterimage of Tang Wanru's body.
He caught a glimpse of her movement trajectory, but reacting in time was too difficult. Those who truly believed Tang Wanru had vanished in an instant were Zhao Rong and his Dagger Squad members, as well as the soldiers of the imperial capital garrison. At the same time, they felt a strong sense of confidence rising within them. With such powerful warriors in Huaxia, the man in the trench coat couldn't succeed, and the imperial capital was safe. Suddenly, Zhao Rong snapped back to reality. He was still on a mission. He immediately issued orders over the walkie-talkie, instructing his team members to prepare for battle and stand by to assist the female warrior.
Roger that. The warriors snapped to attention and responded one after another. Meanwhile, the man in the trench coat's face turned pale.
He had never encountered such a situation before. In fact, he felt the same sense of being overwhelmed that ordinary people had felt when facing him before.
This is terrible. His eyes couldn't even pinpoint the other's exact location.
But he knew the attack was coming soon, and he felt a strong wind pressure on his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised both arms in front of his chest. Before he could finish the defensive maneuver, he felt a steel column slam into his arm, followed by his chest. The man in the windbreaker flew backward hundreds of meters like a cannonball.
Bang!
His body crashed through the wall of a small building and embedded itself into the wall on the other side.
It was Tang Wanru who delivered a whip kick. That kick seemed to cut through the air resistance, striking him instantly.
It seemed as though the building and the surrounding ground trembled violently, the commotion rivaling that of a small earthquake.
Crash!
The small building couldn't withstand such a violent impact and collapsed on one side.
How is that possible?
Everyone who witnessed the scene was utterly stunned.
Chapter 124, Punching the Man in the Windbreaker.
Inside the two-story house, Zhao Rong and the others were all stunned by what had just happened. They never expected that the man in the windbreaker and the woman would collide so violently. And it had caused such a huge commotion.
This was simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. What kind of demonic power was this?
Having survived the initial storm, they ignored their injuries and immediately sprang into action, rolling toward the window.
Looking out.
On the ground, the man in the windbreaker was already locked in a fierce battle with the newly arrived woman. What left them utterly baffled was that the woman seemed to be gaining the upper hand.
How is that possible?
Facing the man in the trench coat's strength and speed, as well as the strange power emanating from his body, they were almost helpless.
Even high-tech equipment, high-explosive grenades, and bullets couldn't stop him.
With no other choice, they had to disregard their own injuries just to barely hold him back.
But now, this man in the trench coat was actually being overpowered by the woman. That's great. The task of the elite squad is complete. This is the reinforcements. And powerful reinforcements, even though there's only one female warrior. Now, the man in the trench coat can't break through. The Grand Hall is safe.
Zhao Rong finally let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that Huagua now has such a trump card, such a powerful secret weapon?
What a relief.
Thinking of this, Zhao Rong turned his head slightly and looked at his comrades beside him. They all wore expressions of surprise and delight.
Great! Our mission is finally accomplished. Report the situation here to Minister Tao immediately. Realizing what he had said, Zhao Rong immediately issued the order. Yes. His subordinates responded immediately. The phone call was made immediately. Zhao Rong reported excitedly, reporting to the minister, reinforcements have arrived. The enemy has been stopped. Yes, our men are highly skilled and have suppressed the enemy. Upon hearing this, Minister Tao was equally delighted. He burst into laughter. Excellent. That's wonderful. Keep an eye on the battlefield situation and be ready to provide flanking support at any moment. At the same time, you must act quickly to rescue the soldiers and provide emergency medical care. Yes. Zhao Rong replied. He immediately issued orders, instructing the elite squad and the garrison troops to strengthen their vigilance while protecting themselves and beginning rescue operations for nearby comrades. Seeing the casualties among his elite squad, Zhao Rong felt as though his heart was bleeding. If that woman had arrived a little earlier, our casualties would have been much lower. At the same time, Zhao Rong felt a sense of loss. His men were supposed to be elite soldiers, yet they were nearly powerless against this bioengineered warrior, able to hold him off for only a short time at the cost of their lives. And the one who ultimately decided the outcome was the woman standing before him, though she was his comrade. Times have changed. At the same time, in front of the Grand Hall, Tao Shiyu was inside the temporary command vehicle. Through military satellites, he was watching the live footage of the area where Zhao Rong and his team were located. The scene before him sent shockwaves through his heart. He had already seen Qin Guang and Tang Wanru sitting in the plane and heard Qin Guang introduce them, saying that Tang Wanru was highly capable and could handle the bioengineered soldiers from the United States. To be honest, he was both eager and hopeful, yet also filled with doubt. Was it truly as he had been told? Now, he had seen it with his own eyes. But he never imagined that Tang Wanru would demonstrate such overwhelming power. Is this the elite troops from our country participating in the experiment? This is a bit too strong, isn't it? Has technology advanced to this extent? What kind of experiment did Qin Guang conduct? Based on Tang Wanru's performance, if she were in ancient times, she would be a war god. Even in the present day, she would be worshipped as a war god. Should I take another look at the collected data? Tao Shiyu instinctively glanced at the staff officer standing beside him. They were equally stunned, their mouths wide open, almost big enough to fit an egg. Feeling Tao Shiyu's gaze, he immediately snapped back to reality. He picked up the thick stack of documents on the table and handed them to Tao Shiyu. This document was a preliminary overview provided by Qin Guang during the flight, which they had further researched and obtained from the National Military Intelligence Center. Tao Shiyu examined it again. Tang Wanru, PhD from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, later became Qin Guang's assistant. Skilled in martial arts, national women's MMA champion. Tao Shiyu's gaze fixated on the words PhD, assistant, and MMA champion. To be honest, Tang Wanru's background was indeed extraordinary. A woman as outstanding as her would be among the top in the entire country, if not the absolute best. However, even so, the original her would never have been a match for the American bioengineered warrior. But who could have imagined that after undergoing genetic modification by Qin Guang, she could actually overpower the American bioengineered soldier? He was well aware that this bioengineered soldier wasn't even a match for China's elite special forces unit, the Blade Squad, and had even faced the risk of total annihilation. And this was only with the support of the Imperial Capital Guard. What kind of surgery did Qin Guang perform on her? What genes did he implant to make her this strong? Experiment? Experiment? Tao Shiyu stared blankly at the stack of documents, his eyes wide open, his heart pounding violently. The experiment was a success. Now, Tao Shiyu could finally relax. He suppressed his excitement and turned to the staff officer beside him, shouting, "Contact the Supreme Commander immediately. I must report this to the headquarters. Qin Guang's experiment has been a complete success. The crisis will be resolved soon." His brows were filled with surprise, his voice loud and filled with immense excitement. Before he could finish his sentence, the latter half was drowned out. A deafening roar erupted, drowning out everything except the loud humming sound echoing through the air. After a long while, the roar finally subsided. Tao Shiyu had already reacted, using hand signals to direct his men to check the surroundings. It was the sound of fighter jets. How could fighter jets be here? Then, his men reported that a fighter jet was parked nearby. He suddenly realized, could it be Qin Guang? He quickly stepped out of the temporary command vehicle and looked in the direction his men were pointing. Sure enough, a fighter jet landed on the square in front of the Grand Hall. The cabin door slowly opened. Although they were still a considerable distance away, Tao Shiyu recognized him immediately. "Qin Guang. Hurry, go over there," Tao Shiyu said, jumping into a nearby car. Inside the fighter jet, Qin Guang stood at the cabin door, equally overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at the familiar Grand Hall before him, he too felt his heart racing. He had thought it would take much longer to return, but he never expected to be back so soon. Most importantly, he had made it in time. The worst-case scenario hadn't occurred. He had turned the tide at the last moment. At least he hadn't been late. Otherwise, Qin Guang couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. As soon as he stepped off the gangway, he saw a military vehicle speeding toward him. In the car was a familiar face, War Department Minister Tao Shiyu. Qin Guang's face broke into a wide smile. Tao Shiyu was equally beaming. From a distance, Tao Shiyu stood up. As the vehicle came to a stop, before it had even come to a complete halt, he was already preparing to get out. Their hands clasped together. As soon as he spoke, Tao Shiyu began to praise him loudly. Qin Guang, you're back. You're just in time. That Tang Wanru is impressive. I must say, you saved our country. In contrast, Qin Guang seemed much calmer. With a faint smile on his face, he said to Tao Shiyu, "Ha, you saw it too. Thank goodness I didn't come back too late." "Not too late, it's just in time. I was about to report to the chief commander." Tao Shiyu said. "Let's go together. I'm sure the supreme commander is still worried. We'll report the latest results of the gene experiment to the supreme commander. It's been a huge success and has already been deployed in actual combat." Right. Let's hurry up, we can't let the supreme commander worry," Tao Shiyu hurriedly said. Chapter 125, The Schemes of the Beautiful Country. Tao Shiyu and Qin Guang got back into the car and sped off for 2 minutes, passing through several roadblocks before finally arriving at the entrance to the Grand Hall. It could be said that this place was heavily guarded. Countless soldiers armed with rifles were stationed everywhere, with armored vehicles, tanks, and communication vehicles densely deployed. Even with Tao Shiyu's status as Minister of the War Department and Qin Guang's position as a researcher at the Academy of Sciences, they still had to undergo rigorous inspections. Qin Guang never imagined that the confrontation between Huagua and the beautiful country had escalated to such an obvious extent. It was no longer a covert struggle but was directly heading toward a hot war. Hurry into the Grand Hall. From a distance, they could see that a press conference was being held in one of the halls. The two of them only glanced at it before losing interest. Instead, they turned and went directly to the second floor from the side. At that moment, the Great Hall was bustling with people coming and going, much busier than usual. The two of them weren't particularly noticeable in the crowd. Of course, this was only relative. Tao Shiyu's status as a general still drew a lot of attention. However, they found it odd that he was accompanied by an ordinary-looking young man, and wondered what made this young man so unusual. But none of them bothered to investigate further. It was at the press conference site, near the exit, where a journalist spotted Qin Guang and Tao Shiyu. At first, he didn't pay much attention, assuming they were just ordinary people. However, after taking a closer look, his expression changed slightly. He recalled some information he had come across earlier. Among them was information about Qin Guang. He quickly turned his camera, adjusted the lens, and pressed the shutter button. When he found an opportunity, he finally checked the photos. Then, he quickly removed the bone conduction earpiece he was wearing, pressed it a few times, and it transformed into a remote communication device. The call went straight to Director Coulson of the CAA in the United States. He reported the situation he had observed here in a low voice. "I can confirm that the person who appeared in the Great Hall is the Qin you have been monitoring. This counts as a public appearance." After finishing, he sent the photos he had taken to the other party. Coulson saw it and realized the gravity of the situation. He didn't dare to delay and immediately contacted Harry. At that moment, Harry had just obtained Qin Guang's skin tissue cells and immediately ordered the researchers to use them to create a bioengineered human. She couldn't help but feel confident. Soon, the United States would be able to create a bioengineered human with Qin Guang's appearance. The United States already had a complete plan for Qin Guang. As long as he was eliminated or kidnapped, and the bioengineered human created by their side was released to publicly criticize China, it would immediately plunge China into trouble. This would create the illusion that Qin had defected to the free world, causing China to lose its most advanced researcher and delay its technological progress by at least 10 years, possibly up to 30 years. This is a victory for intelligence operations and a victory for technology. It would also be a victory for the United States' comprehensive national strength. China, you dare to think you can turn the tables by using Qin Guang? You're delusional. Suddenly, a piercing phone ringtone sounded. Harry, whose daydream was interrupted, grew furious. Who dared to disturb her? It was Coulson. It's him. He must be up to no good. As expected. "Mrs. Harry, I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour. I've received confirmed information that Qin has appeared at the Grand Hall of the imperial capital of Huagua. How is that possible? He should be in the lab, in the desert. He shouldn't be in the capital." Harry couldn't bring herself to believe it. Harry knew exactly what this meant. She knew that this Qin was researching gene technology and carrying out a project called Perfect New Humans. She had always dismissed his research approach, believing it to be a dead-end path. However, after learning that Qin Guang had already achieved 2 groundbreaking scientific breakthroughs, both of which were also dismissed by the outside world, she began to feel uneasy. And after obtaining his research findings, she discovered that Qin had indeed taken a different approach.
Now, she feared that Qin Guang might find a way to circumvent the genetic technology patent barriers of the United States and achieve a strategic breakthrough.
But at this critical moment when China and the United States are locked in a standoff, why has this man appeared at the Great Hall of the People? Could it be that China has important actions that require Qin's presence? Suddenly,
a thought crossed her mind, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Previously, her premonitions had always been accurate, especially the bad ones.
This time, the scientific research project Qin was responsible for must have achieved a major breakthrough.
Harry panicked and ordered his subordinate beside him to contact Stoner immediately. Tell him that the priority of the mission to kidnap the leader of Huagua has been downgraded. Instead, capture Qin Guang from Huagua.
This Qin must be captured alive. If capturing the Chinese leader proves difficult, kill him outright. Capturing Qin Guang is now the top priority. He hung up the phone.
Harry paced back and forth in the room, her mind unable to calm down. She never expected that this Qin would bring such a major complication. She decided she couldn't let this Qin remain in Huagua any longer. On the other side, Coulson kept dialing the phone, trying to reach Stoner. However, at first, the phone wouldn't connect. He tried again and again, and finally the call went through, but no one spoke. What's going on? Stoner was still so arrogant. Disregarding discipline, completely acting on impulse. Coulson, of course, had no idea that at that very moment, Stoner was being beaten senseless by Tang Wanru, just like a tiger with bulging eyes being struck by Wusong's fist as hard as a sandpot.
At that very moment,
Zhao Rong and his men, along with the members of the guard unit, watched as Tang Wanru and the man in the windbreaker, Stoner, engaged in battle. Just moments ago, this bioengineered Stoner was incredibly powerful, like a T-800 from the movie Terminator. Their elite squad and the garrison troops had used every trick in their arsenal but couldn't defeat him, and many were killed in the process. But in the blink of an eye, this once powerful man was now at a disadvantage against this female warrior. Of course, the man in the windbreaker was still a master, with superior speed, strength, and physical endurance compared to the members of the elite squad. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and charged toward Tang Wanru, his palms striking out continuously. Though the force was invisible, the rapidly moving dust particles revealed the immense power and speed behind his attacks. As fast as lightning. However, Tang Wanru remained calm and effortlessly blocked his palm strikes. Her counterattack followed immediately, landing a heavy punch on Stoner's forearm, sending him flying backward dozens of meters at an even higher speed. Behind him, Tang Wanru followed closely, her palms continuously striking Stoner's body. Stoner was utterly frustrated. He tried to dodge, but couldn't. He tried to use the force to escape, but he couldn't. Frustration. He refused to give up. He felt he still had a chance. Although, in terms of speed, he couldn't catch up with Tang Wanru. When it comes to strength, he can't match Tang Wanru. And when it came to reaction speed, he still couldn't match her. He refused to admit that he and Tang Wanru were worlds apart. Zhao Rong and the others watched the scene below with great excitement. Good. Well done. Eliminate him. Suddenly, Zhao Rong remembered the order given to him by Minister Tao, instructing the elite squad to hold their ground for 52 minutes. Now, the mission had been completed ahead of schedule. He realized that their task was to hold out until the female warrior arrived. Chapter 126, on behalf of 170 million people, thank you. The Grand Hall. Qin Guang and Tao Shiyu passed through several more checkpoints before finally arriving outside the room where the supreme leader was located. However, the security personnel who saw the two of them looked strict yet slightly relieved. After all, this was Qin Guang. They had seen him before and were always excited, but never as much as this time. After the guards reported, the door opened, and the two of them entered one after the other. They stood at attention and bowed respectfully toward the leader. The leader was seated behind a large desk, wearing glasses and reviewing documents. When he looked up and saw Qin Guang, he paused for a moment, then his face broke into a smile. He slammed down his pen, stood up, and walked around the desk, approaching them quickly. He actually came to greet them, and his surprise was completely unhidden. "You little rascal, you finally remembered to come back, did you? Are you done?" It was clear that the chief had guessed the purpose of Qin Guang's visit. Qin Guang looked at the chief before him, noticing the gray hairs on his temples had grown more numerous, and the wrinkles on his face had deepened significantly. He sensed the chief's fatigue and knew he was under immense pressure. Indeed, leading such a large nation through turbulent times while facing opposition from the United States and its allies was no easy task. The situation was changing every day. However, even now, Huagua remained at a disadvantage. If it weren't for Qin Guang bringing Tang Wanru back, China's situation would be even more dire, potentially facing attacks from the enemy's bioengineered soldiers. Of course, the supreme leader is still unaware of Tang Wanru's situation. This makes one even more acutely aware of the pressure the supreme leader is currently facing. The fate of the entire nation rests on his shoulders. At that moment, facing the Supreme Commander's expectant gaze, Qin Guang suppressed his excitement and spoke, "Supreme Commander, I have some good news to report.
Our genetic technology experiment has achieved initial success. Everything has gone smoothly so far." The Supreme Commander's eyes seemed to brighten instantly. "Really? That's wonderful. You've done an excellent job."
As he spoke, he slapped Qin Guang's shoulder heavily. What this success meant, the three present all understood. It meant that China now had a perfect new human race that could stand up to the United States. In this moment, Qin Guang naturally had more to say.
The latest experimental results are here. The current outcome is that we have begun to successfully suppress the United States' bioengineered humans. This means that our warriors' strength surpasses that of our opponents.
After speaking, he closed his mouth and turned his gaze toward Tao, the minister. Tao Shiyu, of course, understood Qin Guang's intention. He was giving him the opportunity to explain. This was because he was the military commander here and had a clearer understanding of the recent battle. He then briefly recounted how he had deployed his men to ambush the bio-soldier, originally instructing them to hold out for another hour. Fortunately, Qin Guang arrived at the scene 20 minutes earlier with Tang Wanru. Especially when she leaped down from dozens of meters in the air, she gradually gained the upper hand, suppressing the enemy and preventing it from breaking through the defenses and entering the conference hall, thus avoiding greater casualties among the elite squad and the imperial capital garrison forces. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Commander paced excitedly in the room.
"Excellent! This is wonderful!"
A flush gradually spread across his face. Tao Shiyu and Qin Guang both understood that from this point forward, the confrontational stance between Huagua and the United States would undergo a significant shift, with the strategic balance tilting in their favor. However, the Supreme Commander glanced at Qin Guang and then looked outside. His expression grew somber.
"To protect this place, our troops have suffered too many casualties." Tao Shiyu remained silent. Who could argue with that?
They say one dies for the country, but when it comes to actually doing so, it means sacrificing one's very flesh and blood. These are the heroes of Huagua. They always step forward when Huagua is in its most perilous moments. At that moment, the Supreme Commander looked at Qin Guang, his eyes filled with satisfaction and respect. He stepped forward, took Qin Guang's hands, and said, "On behalf of the 170 million people of Huagua, I sincerely thank you." Qin Guang opened his mouth, "This is what I should do." However, he didn't expect that after letting go of his hands, the Supreme Commander bowed deeply to him.
This left him feeling a bit embarrassed.
"Supreme Leader, there's no need for this.
This is what I should do.
For the sake of Huagua, I would do anything."
Qin Guang finally came to his senses.
The Supreme Commander smiled.
"There's no need to be so formal. You deserve it.
I believe your contributions are equivalent to those of several field armies. Not to mention the scientific achievements from the previous two instances, which helped our nation overcome such a severe crisis, but this time, the United States directly deployed an aircraft carrier task force to impose a military blockade.
Yet the entire nation managed to endure it. Why? Because everyone believes in you and is certain you will achieve scientific success.
With your achievements, you can help us overcome this crisis.
The facts have proven that we have succeeded once again. And among all of us, the greatest contributor is still you."
Qin Guang shook his head firmly. "No, Commander-in-Chief, you are too kind.
I have only done my duty.
But the foundation is the unity of the entire nation, and having a leader like you to guide us."
Qin Guang spoke these words sincerely.
Looking at the elderly man before him, he knew that the Supreme Commander had truly dedicated his life to the nation. This is the leader of our nation, the respected Supreme Commander. He spoke with deep emotion. "Commander-in-Chief, I have already been informed by Minister Tao about the crisis our nation is currently facing.
Please rest assured the bioengineered soldiers from the United States are no threat."
Upon hearing Qin Guang's words, the Supreme Leader nodded. Then they waited in silence for further instructions. Qin Guang continued, "As for the American aircraft carrier that has entered our territorial waters, I have a plan. If we fire the first shot, we will face heavy diplomatic pressure. I am willing to take my men and resolve this threat in a private capacity. Please believe me, I will resolve this matter and eliminate the possibility of the conflict escalating. I will not allow them to initiate a full-scale war, nor will I give them any grounds to do so, let alone an excuse to go to war."
Qin Guang's words filled Tao Shiyu with immense excitement.
Upon hearing this, the Supreme Commander's eyes lit up. He stared intently at Qin Guang. Are you serious?
Can you really do this?"
Qin Guang stood tall. "Of course. Please rest assured.
I already have a complete plan. May I borrow the satellite monitoring equipment here?"
The Supreme Commander nodded.
Qin Guang signaled to Tao Shiyu.
The two approached the equipment together.
"Bring up the real-time monitoring of the American bioengineered humans."
Tao Shiyu gave a signal, and someone stepped forward to retrieve the real-time satellite footage.
Within a few seconds, the video displayed massive ruins.
Soon, a shocking scene unfolded. A female warrior was seen grabbing a man in a windbreaker by the neck and slamming him to the ground.
The female warrior was none other than Tang Wanru.
The man in the windbreaker was now in a pitiful state. It was clear that he had tried to escape, but his speed wasn't fast enough.
Boom!
In the scene, dust and debris flew everywhere, accompanied by intense ground tremors.
This tremor could even be felt here. This also indicated that the battlefield was very close. Complete silence fills the air. Chapter 127, Nuclear Explosion. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left speechless. No one had anticipated that the elite Blade Squad, renowned for its combat prowess, combined with the Imperial Capital Garrison Forces, renowned for their formidable defensive capabilities, could not overpower this man in the trench coat, who had been successfully halted. How was this possible? Yeah, this combat power is way too over the top.
This is beyond belief. Those who knew that this man in the trench coat was the same bioengineered soldier who had infiltrated Huagua from the United States were well aware that even a full infantry regiment and an armored battalion would not stand a chance against this monster. Yet now, he was being overwhelmed by the female warrior before him. What was once a tiger-like existence has finally encountered its match, like Wusong facing the tiger. No, to be more precise, it now resembles a tiny ant, utterly helpless.
Of course, this is just everyone's perception.
Everyone who saw the radial cracks in the cement beneath the trench coat-clad man, or the columns he had collapsed and the tree branches as thick as arms he had snapped, would not dare to underestimate him. Needless to say, the severely injured warrior and the countless fallen warriors were ample proof of the trench coat-clad man's immense power. Especially after the dust and smoke at the scene gradually dispersed, Tang Wanru stood tall and graceful atop a massive stone pillar, her robes fluttering in the wind. Though her clothes were dusty, one could sense the iron-blooded, smoke-filled aura emanating from her, adding a touch of delicate beauty. She was like a resilient and beautiful spring flower blooming on a brutal battlefield. Below her, the man in the trench coat was in a sorry state. His trench coat was torn in many places. The once stylish trench coat had been reduced to a tattered rag. His face and body were covered in wounds, many of them charred and blackened, with several still bleeding profusely. Even on his shoulder, beneath the torn fabric, damaged skin was exposed. However, it was merely missing large patches of skin, exposing raw, crimson flesh. What was even more astonishing was that beneath the flesh lay a dense layer of mechanical armor. It turned out that the anti-gravity system had been implanted beneath his skin, deeply embedded within the flesh. At that moment, the man in the windbreaker was slowly pulling his body out of the pile of debris, moving slowly and with insufficient strength, pausing several times along the way. It seemed as though he was running out of strength, nearly collapsing several times.
Countless debris fell from his body.
Dust covered his face. Or more accurately, he was covered in dust and dirt. And the look in his eyes as he gazed at Tang Wanru betrayed a strong sense of fear. Although he had undergone modifications to block pain receptors for a combat advantage, this allowed him to ignore the pain inflicted by his opponents and counterattack more swiftly. But he still felt, deep down, that the gap between himself and the woman before him was enormous, almost like the difference between heaven and earth. The man in the windbreaker raised his eyes to look at Tang Wanru, his gaze filled with disbelief and fear. With hesitation, he struggled to speak. You're so strong, who are you?
Me? Tang Wanru, or you may call me the perfect new human.
At this moment, over an hour after regaining consciousness, Tang Wanru's memories had recovered significantly, including her emotional memories, so she spoke much more fluently.
She no longer appeared wooden and emotionless as before.
She clearly remembered that perfect new human was the name Qin Guang had given her. Perhaps out of trust in Qin Guang, this name had become the new identity she had chosen for herself.
The moment Tang Wanru uttered those words, a commotion erupted. The first to react was the bioengineered human standing before her.
Looking at Tang Wanru and hearing her words, the man in the windbreaker's pupils suddenly contracted, like needle tips. Perfect new human meant that China's genetic technology had achieved a major breakthrough, capable of creating warriors like her.
I admit, you're stronger than me.
The man in the windbreaker's expression grew slightly dejected. However, his sense of loss didn't last more than a few seconds. He raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes, and curled the corners of his mouth upward.
But how many of your perfect new humans can you produce? And we, the United States, can produce massive quantities of bioengineered humans. Today, I have been defeated by you, but you will eventually meet your end at the hands of our bioengineered humans.
As he spoke these words, though he still appeared exhausted, his emotions grew increasingly passionate. Hearing this bioengineered human speak, whether it was Tang Wanru at the scene or others watching the scene unfold, everyone was slowly drawn in. Everyone couldn't help but feel anger rising within them. Americans have always been so arrogant, and even the bioengineered humans they produce are no exception, they are even more defiant. And this was precisely what everyone found most repulsive at that moment.
Brazen lies. Shameful sneak attack, and you dare to say such things. Even if your country is technologically advanced and industrially powerful, so what? The people of China will never surrender. Of course, Tang Wanru, though her emotions had resurfaced, wasn't as excited as an ordinary person.
However, upon hearing the words of this bioengineered being, she couldn't help but listen intently and begin to ponder why he spoke in such a manner.
Suddenly,
A steady stream of bullets fired, the gunfire never ceasing. In the blink of an eye, Tang Wanru saw the bioengineered human's chest suddenly twist, revealing the barrels of 2 assault rifles, and bullets flew out like a streak of lightning.
However, Tang Wanru's reaction was swift.
Before the gunfire even began, and even before the gun barrels flipped out, she had already executed an evasive maneuver, moving like a ghost. She sensed the killing intent. Although the bioengineered creature had concealed it well and used words to create a trap, distracting her attention. However, her body was implanted with the genes of countless powerful creatures. These genes not only granted her enhanced reaction times and strength but also millions of years of crisis detection instincts. Though it might be just a tiny fraction, it had become part of her instincts, blending seamlessly with her innate battlefield intuition and sixth sense, amplifying their combined effect to 11 greater than 2.
And this was the sum of many such ones.
With a few swift movements, Tang Wanru dodged the bullets and charged toward the man in the windbreaker with overwhelming physical strength. Even as he activated his anti-gravity system to exert several tons of pressure, it was to no avail.
Seeing Tang Wanru closing in, the man in the windbreaker's face twisted into an expression.
His hands, which had been loosely clenched, suddenly spread wide. The anti-gravity system suddenly reversed its function.
Tang Wanru's body froze.
Once again, she felt a strong sense of danger.
Far more intense than any previous warning.
Before her, the immense pressure suddenly vanished, causing her physical strength to dissipate dramatically. The force that had been used to resist the pressure now directly acted upon her body. On the other hand, the man in the windbreaker suddenly bore the brunt of the immense pressure.
The bioengineered being let out a loud roar. Crack! Boom!
The sounds of bones snapping and flesh tearing apart echoed like popping beans, continuously resonating both on his body and within his body. So much so that his anti-gravity system began to collapse.
Everyone was horrified to discover that a massive void had appeared in his chest.
There, a red, demonic light was emanating from an object.
His nuclear core. It's ruined. Tang Wanru's inner alarm bells rang at the highest level.
Adrenaline surged through her veins. But it all happened too quickly. She was trapped by the sudden shift in the force field, her body damaged. There was no time to dodge.
The next second. Boom! An intense, unparalleled nuclear blast shockwave erupted suddenly.
A mushroom cloud, slow yet swift, shot skyward.
Chapter 128, Perfect New Human Number 1. This is utterly shocking. That bioengineered human who had clashed twice with China's elite forces and seemed invincible is dead? This guy actually chose to self-destruct. It must have been self-destruction, right?
He was just being overwhelmed and looked like he self-destructed.
But what's most unbelievable is that he was powered by nuclear energy. As a result, his self-destruction triggered a massive nuclear explosion. Almost instantly, the shockwave from the explosion spread out over several square kilometers. The mushroom cloud, which didn't seem very large, the deafening roar, and the blinding flash all clearly indicated the immense power of the explosion. Almost at the same time, the landscape of the square was once again transformed. The chaos caused by the battles between the bioengineered soldiers, the Blade Squad, the Imperial Capital Defense Forces, and his fight with Tang Wanru, the destroyed ground and shattered buildings had all vanished. The scene was now nothing but a flattened ground covered in glass-like substances. This was the result of quartz melting and recrystallizing under the extreme heat generated by the nuclear explosion. At the same time, the bodies of the soldiers who had not been moved in time were vaporized, leaving nothing behind. The surrounding trees and flowers had long since vanished. Even plants further away, though not completely burned to ashes, had withered and dried up in an instant due to the intense heat radiation. Several artificial lakes had even seen their water levels drop drastically. Of course, there was also a positive side. That is, the soldiers originally stationed around the area received orders to evacuate the battlefield as quickly as possible after Tang Wanru and the bioengineered man engaged in combat. This was no longer a place where they could participate, and they couldn't even stay to watch. Zhao Rong and the others also acted quickly and left in a hurry. They were not far from the explosion's epicenter. After all, they had left the small building relatively late, and despite rushing as fast as they could, they hadn't actually gotten very far. They were fortunate enough to find shelter behind a sturdy building, which served as their perfect cover. However, one member of the elite squad was unable to escape the battlefield or find cover in time, exposing himself directly to intense nuclear radiation. In an instant, his skin began to rot, blister, and rupture, and his entire body felt as though it had been severely burned. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single inch of intact skin left on his body. His hair also dried up and vanished at that moment. He let out an agonizing scream. But the scream was cut short, and no sound came out. His vocal cords, or rather his entire throat, were covered in blisters, rendering him unable to speak. Although the nearby medical team arrived immediately, they were unable to control the soldier, who was thrashing about uncontrollably.
After taking a brief look, they could only solemnly declare there was no point in treating him. Not only was he beyond saving, but even if he had been revived, he would not have lived for more than a few days. With burns of this severity, compounded by radiation exposure, he would only suffer more.
Xiaoing. Zhao Rong called out.
Then, Zhao Rong had no choice but to draw his gun, aim it at his subordinate, and pull the trigger. The gun fired, and the soldier collapsed lifelessly. In the air, it seemed as though a sigh could be heard, a sigh of relief. Then, like the other soldiers, Zhao Rong turned his gaze toward the explosion site, the direction they had come from.
There, who had detonated the nuclear bomb? It was likely the man in the windbreaker. After all, Chinese soldiers wouldn't risk the effects of a nuclear bomb just to cause destruction. The most likely possibility was that the bioengineered human had planted a powerful nuclear bomb on his body. However, they never expected the enemy to actually use such a despicable device. Looking at the mushroom cloud still churning in the sky and the flames shooting into the heavens, they were all deeply concerned for Tang Wanru's safety. At that moment, she was charging toward the man in the trench coat, the bioengineered human. She was so close to him that she was practically at the epicenter of the nuclear explosion. Even though she was as powerful as a war god, she was still made of flesh and blood, and facing the immense destructive force of a nuclear explosion, she was no match for it. At that moment, countless eyes fixed on the imperial capital couldn't help but widen in shock. A nuclear explosion? A nuclear explosion in the imperial capital of Huagua? Of course, inside the Grand Hall located several kilometers away from the square, there were also countless pairs of disbelieving eyes. A nuclear explosion had occurred so close by. Of course, the Grand Hall withstood the test. Amidst the massive shockwave caused by the nuclear explosion, it stood firm, not even a single window pane cracked, let alone shattered. This was understandable. After all, the Grand Hall is a crucial institution of the Huagua Empire. It was constructed with the ability to withstand strategic-level bombings as its standard. However, at that moment, the Supreme Leader and many others averted their eyes from the immediate scene and gazed toward the mushroom cloud rising into the sky and the fiery glow below it. Relieved? Of course. But there was more concern. The Great Hall was deathly silent at that moment. Even the Supreme Leader, who knew the truth, was deeply distressed. This was a nuclear explosion, a massive blast in the capital of Huagua. No doubt, China will face even greater pressure in the coming days, with many people demanding answers. At the same time, he thought of Tang Wanru. How was she? He knew that even if she was a perfect new human, could she withstand a nuclear explosion and the subsequent nuclear radiation? Tao Shiyu and the chief secretary, along with others, all stood there with blank expressions filled with deep sorrow. This is truly. That Tang Wanru, with her formidable strength, vividly demonstrated the power of the gene technology developed by Qin Guang. It was truly awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, the worst outcome had suddenly arrived. What a pity. After a long moment, the Supreme Leader couldn't help but say, she is a martyr who sacrificed herself for our nation. She must be buried with state honors. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at Qin Guang, his voice hoarse. What was her name? Qin Guang showed no reaction, let alone give an answer. He was completely focused on the satellite screen. He hoped to see Tang Wanru's figure. Because among all the people present, only he believed that Tang Wanru was still alive. He had implanted salamander genes into her body, granting her powerful tissue regeneration abilities. She must still be alive. Sure enough. The scene was still shrouded in smoke and dust. A figure appeared, faintly visible. Everyone's gaze froze. Tang Wanru, is she still alive? It's definitely her. How is that possible? Thank goodness. She's really still alive. After surviving a nuclear explosion, she managed to survive. All that could be seen was her arms were raised in front of her head and face in a defensive posture. More accurately, only the stumps remained, everything below the elbows had vanished, exposing bare bones. The severed arms were charred black but did not bleed. They had been scorched by intense heat and radiation. Needless to say, her left face, including her nose, had been completely burned away, and her skin and flesh throughout her body were severely missing. Shocking. What was even more shocking was that she was slowly recovering. Through the satellite footage, one can see that her internal organs, bones, and flesh are slowly yet rapidly writhing and growing. At her elbows, white bones are extending, resembling tree branches sprouting. Muscles resemble countless insects crawling across her body, or like new vines swiftly wrapping around her. The charred skin is peeling off, and new skin is covering the surface. Qin Guang smiled. This was the powerful regenerative ability brought by the salamander genes. The next second, Tang Wanru looked up at the sky. That was the direction of the Grand Hall. This scene was captured by a satellite. The crowd in the Grand Hall was speechless, as if Tang Wanru was staring directly at them. Superior perception, eagle eyes. At that moment, Qin Guang spoke softly, her name is Tang Wanru. Tang Wanru. This name echoed in everyone's ears and hearts. Qin Guang hadn't finished speaking, but at that moment, I wanted to call her, perfect new human number one. Everyone's hearts trembled once more. perfect new human. Number 1. Chapter 129. Today, the Chinese nation must not be provoked. When Qin Guang uttered the name perfect new humanity, the entire crowd was stunned. Everyone remained in a dazed state.
Those who had been watching Qin Guang continued to stare at him. Those who had been watching the satellite surveillance footage also turned their gaze toward Qin Guang, still frozen in place. Even the supreme leader remained silent for a long time. He seemed to be looking at Qin Guang, yet his gaze appeared to be fixed on some distant place, his expression distant and pensive. By this point, no one dared to ask Qin Guang about the nature of his scientific breakthrough, its purpose, or its power. Because the truth was now fully laid out before everyone. A perfect new human being, one who isn't even afraid of a nuclear explosion. This truly deserves the title of new human. It was truly beyond belief. If this news were to reach the rest of Earth,
a new era would dawn.
They all believe they are living in an era of transformation, a moment when earth-shattering changes could occur at any moment, and they have already prepared themselves. Especially when Qin Guang continuously unveiled groundbreaking scientific achievements that shocked the world. When the U.S. aircraft carrier strike group entered Chinese territorial waters and engaged in a standoff with Chinese aircraft carriers.
And when the United States bioengineered soldiers infiltrated China. But at this very moment, they finally realized how close this moment truly was. After all, the world today is in an era of nuclear balance.
Yet now, a new, perfect human race has emerged, one that fears neither nuclear weapons nor nuclear explosions.
Emerging out of nowhere. They were not just witnessing history, they were creating it. Just as everyone was filled with excitement, the supreme leader suddenly turned to Qin Guang and asked, "Can we broadcast this scene to the entire world? Broadcast it to the entire world?"
Upon hearing the supreme commander's words, Qin Guang's heartbeat quickened. He immediately understood the supreme commander's intention. The supreme commander wasn't just trying to let the entire world know that the United States had been conducting research on bioengineered humans and using them in warfare to launch an attack on China, which China had successfully repelled. The supreme commander also wanted to demonstrate that China's genetic technology was not inferior, but even superior. The United States was not invincible, and China had boundless potential. He also wanted to make it clear that in the field of genetic technology, China was stronger.
Perfect new humans, crushing the United States bioengineered humans.
China and the United States have been rivals for decades, but now the balance is slowly tilting in China's favor. At this moment, everyone, including the supreme commander who posed the question, Tao Shiyu, and others present, all felt their hearts race as they anxiously looked toward Qin Guang, eager to hear his answer. In fact, the supreme leader asked this question to find out from Song Qiao how mature the gene implantation technology he had developed was.
Had it been finalized and ready for widespread application?
Qin Guang was well aware of their concerns. Given the stakes, the decision-makers present had no choice but to proceed with caution. Even though they all hoped for the best outcome, they had to consider the worst-case scenario and the most basic conditions required to achieve their goals. And this was precisely what they needed to ask Qin Guang. After all, he was the true decision-maker. Looking at Qin Guang, Minister Tao's eyes were filled with eager anticipation. If it's true, this could be a golden opportunity for Huagua. But does Huagua really have such good fortune? Facing the eager gazes of everyone present, Qin Guang nodded slowly. Please believe me, the technology is completely sound.
The global public has the right to know.
As his words fell, the crowd did not feel relieved but instead sucked in a cold breath.
Tao Shiyu, his expression filled with excitement, couldn't help but ask, "Really?"
Others also asked in unison. This is a matter of great importance, there can be no room for jest.
Mr. Qin, can you guarantee it?
The leader remained silent, staring intently at Qin Guang. Facing the attention of everyone present, Qin Guang remained calm, nodded again, and then let a faint smile appear on his face.
Many people vaguely knew of the United States' wolfish ambitions, but dared not believe it.
Some wanted to resist, but were powerless to do so. We, the Chinese nation, possess both the strength and the resolve to uphold world peace.
We must stand up bravely. We will let our actions speak for themselves. China has risen, and anyone who dares to lay a finger on China will be cut off.
Therefore, I suggest that our next target be the U.S. aircraft carrier strike group currently circling off our southeastern coast. We will show them what true fear is. As Qin Guang spoke, Tao Shiyu, the secretary, and others grew increasingly astonished.
Qin Guang, can you really do that? This move is too bold. To directly confront them and openly declare our intention to defeat the United States? If it can really be done, you're way too confident. So confident?
In response, Qin Guang simply said, "Our gene technology is genuine and unmatched. Additionally, let me remind everyone, those who follow the right path will have many supporters, while those who stray from it will have few allies."
That's certainly true. Everyone nodded.
They were all convinced. Thus, everyone turned their gaze toward the supreme leader, awaiting his final decision. The leader looked at Qin Guang, then swept his gaze over the crowd. After a moment of silence, he finally made up his mind and nodded solemnly. Then he turned to his secretary and said, "Make the arrangements. Proceed as Qin Guang has instructed and notify the entire world." In the press conference hall below the Grand Hall, a staff member approached him, whispered a few words, and the diplomat nodded imperceptibly. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. His task was complete. "Below, please welcome our country's head of state, who will announce important news." Earlier, he had received orders to delay the foreign journalists. Though he didn't know why, he had carried out the order without question. Now it seemed he had successfully completed his task. The news that the supreme leader was about to make an appearance sent the journalists into a frenzy. Over the past few hours, they had been well aware of Huagua's movements and had been striving to uncover more details. Just moments ago, something seemed to happen outside, causing the ground to shake. Additionally, some people noticed that phone calls were not going through. Could the Chinese have blocked the signals here? What are they up to? The journalists asked every possible question but received no satisfactory answers. Now, the leader of Huagui is about to make an appearance, and everything will become clear. Perhaps China will ultimately surrender. The journalists watched as the gray-haired leader, with a solemn expression, walked onto the stage. He appeared calm and composed, speaking slowly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make." The journalists are on high alert, their eyes fixed on him. What they were about to hear would be China's final decision. The journalist from the United States felt excited. China had surrendered and admitted defeat, and he believed he had played a part in it. Greater rewards seemed to be beckoning him. Money, beauty, and power. "Here, I ask you all to bear witness to the United States' wolfish ambitions, and I ask you all to bear witness that China is no longer the same as before. The people of China have the confidence and the ability to defeat all invaders." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and gestured behind him. On the large screen behind him, a video began to play. The journalists, especially the photographers, immediately recognized it as satellite footage. The footage showed a man in a trench coat sweeping through a location with a Chinese architectural style, defeating and killing countless Chinese soldiers, while the Chinese soldiers fought back fiercely, charging forward despite their casualties. Many journalists recognized them as Special Forces soldiers, and some even speculated that they were the most elite Special Forces unit in China, the Blade Squad. However, who exactly was this man in the trench coat, and how powerful was he? Judging by his appearance, he was Western. Under his extraordinary tactics, the Chinese soldiers were forced into retreat and suffered heavy casualties. A commotion arose among the journalists. Judging by his methods, he was truly too powerful, having reached a superhuman level. Is this a human weapon from some other country? But what's the point of showing them this? To watch how the Chinese are being defeated? Or to protest? If protests were effective, they wouldn't have gathered here in such numbers. Suddenly, their expressions all changed. Because they saw Tang Wan appear as if she were a divine warrior descending from the heavens, then, with immense authority, turn the tide of battle. The man in the windbreaker, who had been strutting around arrogantly moments ago, was crushed and beaten like a dog. In the end, the man in the trench coat self-destructed. Mushroom cloud. Nuclear explosion. No wonder they felt the ground shaking earlier. It was a small-scale nuclear explosion. Did they really just blow themselves up like that? However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. After the nuclear explosion ended, Tang Wanru was not dead. Instead, she reappeared, stood up, and even regenerated her physical body. Neither the extreme heat nor the radiation could harm her. This was a miracle. The journalists from the United States were speechless. What kind of terrifying existence was this? For a moment, all the journalists' cameras captured this scene. As the nuclear explosion subsided and the ionized environment gradually stabilized, signals were finally transmitted, and the journalists relayed the news to the world. Chapter 130, Friends have arrived, bringing fine wine. Electronic signals travel at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. Additionally, due to China's recent efforts to strengthen its infrastructure, it didn't take long for the information to spread across the globe. Almost simultaneously, footage captured by drones was also uploaded by Chinese journalists to domestic government websites, major portal sites, and video platforms. Netizens who had been closely following China's developments immediately noticed these videos. Click. Netizens were moved to tears by the sight of the Special Forces soldiers charging forward, unable to contain their emotions. These are our soldiers. These are the most admirable people of our time. They are using their own bodies to confront that monster, that man in the trench coat. Although the overly graphic scenes have been blurred, the brutality is still evident. Even so, many people couldn't believe it was real when they saw this scene. Thus, the comments keep pouring in. Which movie studio made this? The special effects are too realistic. Wait, how could the official website post this? Hacker attack? Can someone tell me what's happening? Mom, my computer's been hacked. Then, someone came forward to clarify, "Dear netizens, what you are seeing is the real thing, a genuine battle." But most people still didn't believe it. "I swear on my life, this is a sci-fi movie." "I don't believe it either."
China has finally produced a truly great movie. That's amazing.
Until everyone saw Tang Wanru descending from the sky and pinning down the man in the windbreaker, they finally got excited.
Now you believe it, right? It's movie special effects. When did China's special effects get this good?
And when everyone saw the nuclear explosion scene, the crowd was in an uproar, unable to contain their excitement.
Did I see that correctly? A scene of the imperial capital being destroyed actually appeared in a Chinese movie? Is the website trying to shut down? Is the film company giving up? How could they do this? Such a good movie, why can't they just make it properly? This isn't anyone's fault.
Unlike countries like the United States, the capital of China can't be blown up like that. It's an unwritten rule everyone knows.
But now, someone dares to challenge it. Are they trying to cause a stir?
All netizens who saw this video are calling their friends and family, shouting in disbelief. However, many people noticed that various TV stations also aired this video. Then, the Chinese leader's remarks at the press conference, along with the video footage he showed, were seen in full by everyone.
Netizens compared these videos and discovered that they were all genuine. Goodness gracious. Huawei is mighty. Huawei is rising.
Those who dare to offend the Chinese nation will be punished, no matter how far they are. Next, a spokesperson from Huaka Academy appeared on camera to introduce Tang Wanru, who appeared in the video. The revelation of her identity left everyone even more stunned.
It was actually true.
She had actually come back from the dead.
She survived a nuclear explosion and has the ability to heal herself? Could it be that our country's genetic technology has advanced to such an extent? The comments started flooding in again. Who can tell me if I'm still living on the real Earth?
Please don't wake me up, let me enjoy this dream a little longer.
China, you're amazing.
In just a few short minutes, the phrase perfect new humans had already topped the trending charts on major websites and apps, firmly securing the top spot.
In second place was the name Tang Wanru. Of course, in reality, no useful information could be found. Thus, Tang Wanru and perfect new humans suddenly became the focal point of attention across all of Huawei.
Abroad, the video footage and other written materials sent back by journalists also became the hottest topics of discussion, sparking intense debates and a flood of comments and speculations. In other words, out of the world's 7 billion people, half of them saw those scenes that seemed almost like a science fiction movie. The other half didn't see it simply because they weren't watching TV or using the internet. Many of them also learned some information through radio or even the radio. Many people flocked to churches or other religious sites, beginning to pray or seek out priests or other religious figures, asking whether it was a divine being descending or the return of the true God. Some foreign netizens even organized themselves to worship Tang Wanru as a new deity. Of course, many people truly grasped the essence of the news from Huawei, which was the confrontation between Huawei and the United States. Gradually, the online community split into two camps. Some believed that the United States was the world's strongest nation, technologically advanced, and that its invasion of China had exposed its ambitions, necessitating heightened vigilance. Others, however, argue that China has experienced several technological breakthroughs and is catching up with the United States, even gaining a leading edge in certain fields such as biotechnology. They believe we should align ourselves with China. Among them are many Middle Eastern countries, several small European nations, and the Bear Nation, which often aligns with China on various issues. However, these are merely public opinions, and the governments have not yet issued official statements or have remained vague. The United States is currently maintaining silence on the matter. Meanwhile, its traditional allies have spoken out, accusing China of maliciously smearing the United States. They have even condemned China, claiming that it should not conduct research on gene technology, especially when it comes to applying gene technology to humans. Their rationale remains the same ethical concerns they have consistently upheld. Experts from the Ruwei National Academy of Sciences have even stated that genetic technology experiments related to humans should be subject to international oversight. We believe that handing this over to the EU would be a more appropriate choice. When these remarks reached Qin Guang's ears, he responded with a cold laugh. Today, these countries are still living in a fantasy world, wanting to reap benefits without putting in any effort. On stage, although the Prime Minister did not hear the remarks from certain countries, he was still faced with the same question from journalists. I solemnly declare that this gene technology will not violate international law or humanitarian principles. Additionally, I hereby announce that the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet's unauthorized intrusion into our southeastern coastal waters constitutes a serious violation of our territorial sovereignty. The journalists in the audience were already well acquainted with the head of state's remarks. They had heard similar statements from previous leaders of the country on numerous occasions. Even at this point, they had not yet discerned the underlying meaning or the emotions being conveyed by the leader. The key point is that, having grown accustomed to China's protests, they had not yet connected the head of state's recent announcement of confrontation with the United States to his current remarks. Even as the footage spread across the globe, many, especially those in European countries, believed it was merely another round of condemnation. However, the Prime Minister's next words left them speechless.
There is an old saying in Huagway, when friends come, we offer them fine wine, when wolves come, we have hunting rifles. Now, we will let the invaders taste the impact of our hunting rifles. China will show the aggressors that the Chinese people have already stood up. We, the Chinese people, are peace-loving. For the sake of peace, we will make certain concessions, but we will not exchange unlimited concessions for a humiliating peace. As the resounding words were spoken, the satellite live broadcast began behind him. Chapter 131, Tang Wanru to act alone? Everyone at the scene, especially the journalists, immediately turned their attention to the screen. It was Tang Wanru's graceful and poised figure. At that moment, her body had fully recovered. Even her previously damaged nanotechnology suit was repairing itself. This was the superior feature of the suit designed by Qin Guang for Tang Wanru. This suit was truly remarkable. Just moments ago, it had withstood the test of a nuclear explosion, successfully fulfilling its protective function. Although it had sustained some damage, its core remained intact. Of course, most people's attention was not on the suit. However, they still looked at Tang Wanru with confusion. Aren't we supposed to retaliate against the United States? Why are they focusing on this woman now? Are they planning to use this female superhero to take on the pretty country's aircraft carrier? A journalist whispered to someone nearby. That's impossible. This is pure fantasy. The Chinese wouldn't be that foolish, would they? Meanwhile, the footage of China's press conference was also broadcast to a global audience. Many of them also shared the same doubts. They had no idea what the Chinese were up to. Although they had just seen the footage of Tang Wanru battling the man in the trench coat and knew that the man in the trench coat was a bioengineered human created by the United States. But they still couldn't believe that even if the Chinese wanted to take on the American aircraft carrier, they wouldn't send a single female warrior to face two carrier strike groups. It was more likely that the main force would be China's conventional military, with the female warrior serving as a vanguard. However, the Chinese, including Qin Guang and Tao, the minister, did not think that way. They wanted the entire world to see just how powerful the perfect new humans truly were. In fact, just moments ago, when Qin Guang suggested that Tang Wanru act alone, he was met with skepticism from everyone present. However, Qin Guang simply stated that Tang Wanru's strength was more than sufficient to handle two aircraft carrier strike groups. Additionally, this was an opportunity for a surprise victory. They believed that Tang Wanru's intervention would catch the enemy off guard. At that moment, Qin Guang had already made contact with Tang Wanru on the second floor of the Grand Hall. Tang Wanru, how are you feeling now? Have you recovered? In response to Qin Guang's concern, Tang Wanru merely smiled faintly. Seeing her familiar smile, Qin Guang's heart stirred. It seemed that her memories had returned significantly. Sure enough, before he could ask further, Tang Wanru spoke up. Are you concerned about me? Qin Guang immediately perked up. Her speech was much clearer now, sounding almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. It felt like they had returned to the time before she was injured and near death. He couldn't help but say, "Of course I'm concerned. You were right in the center of the explosion. By the way, it seems like you've regained a lot of your memory." Tang Wanru's eyes flickered, and it seemed as though she could see Qin Guang through the satellite signal reception screen. "At least, I remember who you are. By the way, you were peeking at my diary. How should we settle that?" Upon hearing this, Qin Guang felt awkward. Although he had done it to save her, now that Tang Wanru was alive and had brought it up directly, this was truly. I'm sorry. Tang Wanru, however, spoke seriously. "I don't blame you. In fact, I should thank you. Otherwise, I would have died at the hands of those American agents. I owe you my life. Moreover, you gave me abilities beyond those of ordinary people and the chance to avenge myself." Qin Guang couldn't bear her gratitude and hurriedly said, "You can't say that. You died because of me. Since I mastered this technology and had the chance to bring you back to life, I had to try. I never thought it would actually work." As he spoke, Qin Guang smiled again. It wasn't until then that Qin Guang truly felt at ease. The Tang Wanru of the past had returned. It wasn't just her body that had been revived, more importantly, her memories had returned, and she had regained everything from the past. It was only then that he was certain that Tang Wanru had truly been revived, not just a hollow shell. Of course, he hoped her personality would continue to develop along its former path rather than undergo a sudden change. "It's so good that you're back." At that moment, a flood of emotions overwhelmed him. Qin Guang felt as though he had 1,000 words to say, but didn't know where to begin. In the end, it all boiled down to one sentence, which slipped out before he could stop himself. On the other side, Tang Wanru seemed to sense Qin Guang's emotions. She smiled sweetly, like a spring flower blooming, radiating warmth and vitality. Anyway, you did it. By the way, how do you want me to thank you? Should I protect the world like a superhero, or just protect you alone? Qin Guang was taken aback. Although she seemed to be joking, he felt that this was what she truly wanted to know. He had to answer seriously. His mind raced. However, before he could speak, Tang Wanru smiled and said, "No need to rush with your answer. Take your time. Now, I need to go do something I want to do and can do. When I come back, give me your answer. Oh, and don't worry about me. Your breathing gave you away.
After speaking, Tang Wanru transitioned from complete stillness to sudden movement. As she dashed out, a sonic boom erupted from where she had been standing.
It was like a bolt from the blue.
All the journalists behind the camera, and billions of people around the world watching on TV and computer screens, were stunned.
How could she be that fast? Supersonic. At the same time,
on the southeastern coast of Huagua, Captain Mai of the Minnan warship was also watching the live broadcast from the Great Hall. However, prior to this, he had not received any instructions from the Supreme Commander. Therefore, upon seeing the Supreme Commander's statement, he was greatly alarmed.
What was going on? Does the Supreme Commander really believe that with China's current aircraft carriers, we can defeat the United States' two carrier strike groups?
However, upon seeing Tang Wanru on the screen, he finally understood the Supreme Commander's intentions.
Was this plan too risky?
He immediately decided to ask the Supreme Commander later and confirm whether their plan was indeed what he had guessed. If that's the case, Suddenly, Captain Mai turned his head sharply and looked at the monitoring screen beside him. On the screen, the U.S. aircraft carrier strike group was slowly cruising, as if in their own backyard. Especially when he looked at the two aircraft carriers, the Lijian and the Bush, Captain Mai couldn't help but sneer. To the deputy captain beside him, he whispered,
"Order everyone to heighten alertness. Do not act rashly. We must prevent the enemy from taking advantage of us and avoid them resorting to desperate measures."
Yes. Captain Mai was pleased, especially seeing his men on high alert, which made him even happier.
"Captain, should we coordinate with that expert?" Someone quickly raised the question. This requires further confirmation. Captain Mai was not in a hurry.
What he could do himself, he would naturally take full responsibility for. But he still needed to report to his superiors first. However, one thing was certain, those Americans were in for a world of trouble. Saying this, he let out a cold laugh. At that very moment, on the Lijian and Bush ships, numerous naval officers were discussing the situation in a panic. Especially the captains of the two aircraft carriers, Nimitz and Adler, who were gathered together, discussing countermeasures. They were not afraid of battle, but they disliked meaningless battles. So, they contacted the Minister of War of the United States, Christopher Miller. The call connected, and the minister's voice came through, accompanied by the sound of loud arguing in the background. It seemed that China's sudden move had caught the United States off guard,
just as they were facing at that moment.
However, as soon as Captain Nimitz opened his mouth, the war minister had already discerned their intentions and unleashed a barrage of criticism.
"Good, you finally remembered to contact me. I just finished talking with the president."
Despite the distance, they could still barely hear over the war minister's booming voice.
Fortunately, the phone was far enough away from their ears. To cut to the chase.
Intelligence experts are analyzing the information related to the video released by China, verifying its authenticity. However, as of now, its authenticity has reached 60%. I received word from Agent Coulson at the CAA that they have lost contact with the bioengineered agents deployed to China, with the communication gap lasting 20 minutes. Additionally, based on the yield of the recent explosion in Huagua's capital, it matches the small nuclear reactors installed in the bioengineered agents. Therefore, it is clear that we are facing a serious provocation from the Chinese. You must eliminate the Chinese-made creatures at all costs. The two captains exchanged glances, as expected.
"Yes, Commander." Perhaps sensing the pressure from Nimitz and Adler, the war commander added, "There is some good news. If necessary, Ms. Harry will intervene." Chapter 132, One-on-One Carrier Strike Group. China, Southeastern Coast. The weather was sunny and pleasant. However, for the naval personnel aboard the USS Reagan and USS Bush carrier strike groups, there was no time to spare for such pleasantries. They were on high alert, as if facing a major threat. The safety perimeter of the escort vessels had been raised to the highest level. Countless aircraft were on the runways, ready to take off and soar into the sky at a moment's notice. Although the early warning aircraft's detection range was limited, they had already received support from U.S. military satellites and located Tang Wanru's flight path. Goodness, that's so fast. How is that possible?
On the cruiser trailing the carrier transporting the early warning aircraft, Captain Nimitz was watching the satellite footage and the calculated speed faster than the United States high-speed fighter jets. But the facts speak for themselves. Seeing this, Nimitz felt a heavy weight in his heart. From the previous video, he could already tell that this Chinese female warrior was incredibly powerful. Now, with such high speed, could his men eliminate her? However, this thought only flashed through his mind before he dismissed it. He believed in the United States' strength and in the capable young men under his command. A few more minutes passed, and he saw the radar screen showing the light point rapidly approaching. It was estimated that she would arrive at the coast within minutes. Countless early warning aircraft took off into the sky, scanning from all angles to detect the enemy's presence. 4 minutes later, Tang Wan arrived as expected.
"Report, sir. She's here." But we can't lock onto her, his subordinates reported to Nimitz. How is that possible? Nimitz was startled. The enemy is simply too fast. Report, we've lost her trail. Sure enough, Nimitz noticed that the radar screen no longer showed any blips indicating the enemy's position. What's going on? Check immediately. Could they be invisible?
The subordinates hurriedly conducted a search and finally confirmed that the enemy was in the water and rapidly approaching, but they couldn't lock onto her.
Nimitz clenched his teeth.
This was a formidable opponent. He had already recognized through satellite and video that this perfect new human from Huagua was truly formidable, with incredible speed. If she got close, combined with her terrifying firepower, even the steel colossus wouldn't stand a chance. Order the first squadron of arrowfish attack aircraft to take off and bombard the sea surface, eliminating them outside the defense perimeter. Under no circumstances must they be allowed to approach the ships.
Yes.
The order was given, and the arrowfish attack aircraft took off. Meanwhile, online, the number of people watching the satellite livestream continued to rise, breaking new records.
They were all discussing the confrontation between Huagua and the United States. China is being so firm this time. Yes, they've completely changed their approach from just making verbal protests. Perhaps the perfect new humans are the source of China's confidence. I just wonder if this perfect new human is really that strong. Can one person take on an entire aircraft carrier strike group? I just don't buy it. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Look, the US fighter jets are firing. However, China's military satellites had also captured the ongoing battle along the southeastern coast and posted the footage online. Everyone immediately focused their attention.
They sensed that China dared to act this way because it was clearly backed by an unshakable confidence. On the screen, countless attack aircraft took off from the aircraft carrier, darting back and forth across the sea surface, unleashing a barrage of heavy bombs. Instantly, the sea was filled with towering water columns and mist, nearly obscuring the view. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of the sea, a figure darted through the water faster than a fish, dodging and weaving with incredible agility.
However, it appears extremely challenging, as explosions from bombs are occurring in all directions. All her movement directions were blocked. She couldn't get any closer to the aircraft carrier task force, let alone launch an attack on the enemy.
What was even more terrifying was that
the bombs exploding underwater create immense water pressure and tidal waves.
If it were an ordinary person, they would have been shaken to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, with their internal organs shattered and dead. However, as a perfect new human, Tang Wanru seemed unaffected by it all. The pressure and explosions were child's play to her. She always manages to find a gap in the explosions and swim to safety in the nick of time. All of this is achieved through her formidable physical strength, extreme speed, and rapid reaction time. Even in the water, her speed was nothing short of lightning fast.
On the cruiser, Nimitz kept his eyes fixed on the light point representing Tang Wanru.
As soon as it disappeared, it would mean that our side had eliminated it. However, even after all the arrowfish attack aircraft had launched all their bombs, the target remained unachieved. The light point remained, and it seemed to be handling the attacks with even greater ease.
Enraged,
he ordered the remaining 2 attack squadrons to take off immediately and continue the bombing.
That wasn't enough. He then ordered the escort ships to attack, and even the 2 strategic nuclear submarines were ordered to launch an assault on the enemy. Thus, a new round of attacks began.
Bombs of all kinds rained down from the surface, underwater, and the air, pouring down on the area where Tang Wanru was located. Countless 5 Malawian Quach's heavy torpedoes, the most advanced in the world, were launched simultaneously from surface ships and submarines.
In an instant, countless white lines appeared on the water's surface. Those were torpedoes speeding across the water's surface. Each torpedo possessed the explosive power equivalent to 450 tons of TNT. If hit, even modern, highly protected warships would suffer severe damage.
Needless to say, Tang Wanru was alone. In an instant, countless explosions erupted almost simultaneously in the area where Tang Wanru was located. The explosive effects.
The sea surface resembled a boiling cauldron.
Seeing this scene, all the spectators were utterly stunned.
This is modern warfare. This was the immense destruction caused by the United States war machine when it unleashed its full might. This time, it will definitely work.
I don't believe the enemy can dodge such a dense barrage of explosions.
Captain Nimitz was confident.
Well said, you have the courage to go all out and leave no room for the enemy to exploit, the lieutenant flattered him. As they say in China, even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit.
Nimitz smiled smugly.
Of course, this Tang isn't some rabbit, she's a lion, and even more terrifying than a lion.
That's true, you see things clearly.
The deputy commander nodded deeply in agreement. At that moment, they all watched the radar screen with anticipation, hoping for the outcome they had envisioned.
The light dot grew dimmer. Is she being destroyed? The aide asked anxiously. No, it could be something else. Otherwise, the light wouldn't just dim. Nimitz, though filled with anticipation, still dismissed the aide's speculation.
Meanwhile, online, netizens were all stunned.
This attack is deadly.
Even an aircraft carrier would likely be sunk under such an assault.
Tang Wanru, though hailed as the perfect new human, could she evade it? Netizens from Huagua held their breath. Many were even praying for her.
Many others are posting online to express their concern.
Tang Wanru, the perfect new human, must hold on. I believe you'll be okay. You are our hope. The pride of China, Tang Wanru. Chapter 133, Baptism by Fire, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Meanwhile, on the Chinese side,
on the aircraft carrier strike groups comprising the Liaoning, Fujian, and Shandong carriers, all crew members were on high alert. However, the orders they received were to prepare for battle but not to initiate attacks. The assault mission had been assigned to the perfect new human, Tang Wanru. Though they were puzzled and reluctant, they still obeyed the orders from the imperial capital without hesitation. They had also witnessed Tang Wanru's immense power through military satellites and live broadcasts, and harbored high hopes for her. However, the fact that she, a mere human being, was to confront the enemy's steel giants was simply unimaginable. Especially when they saw the Reagan-class aircraft carrier strike group launch its attack, they felt even more tense. These were their own soldiers facing such an attack alone. Earlier, upon spotting Tang Wanru, the enemy had immediately made various preparations, appearing organized and attacking in an orderly manner.
The enemy is going all out from the start.
On the cruiser serving as the command ship of the Liaoning, the captain remarked deeply. The staff officers beside him nodded in agreement. The enemy has such strong capabilities and is still so cautious. Indeed, the United States military power is unmatched in the world. It's not something China can compare to. If they were to engage in combat with the U.S. aircraft carrier, they would have already been defeated in this round of attacks. From firepower to attack tactics, there is a significant gap in every aspect.
Can Tang Wanru survive under such intense firepower?
Though the soldiers' expressions were resolute, many had tears in their eyes. They could already envision Tang Wanru's fate, losing her life and being buried at the bottom of the sea under such an assault.
However, what they didn't expect was that the enemy launched another attack. What is happening? Did the previous attack not work? That's wonderful.
The soldiers let out cheers.
I never expected this. An unexpected surprise. Our perfect new humans are truly powerful. Maybe she can create a miracle. Everyone's hearts were racing again.
Clearly, the attack intensity of the U.S. fleet has increased by several orders of magnitude.
Even if Tang Wanru managed to withstand the previous attack, she might not be able to evade the current one, right? Fortunately, the captains can still see the light point representing Tang Wanru on the radar. The United States fleet's latest wave of massive bombardment finally ceased.
The sea seemed to have fallen into a state of calm. However, all the escort ships remained on high alert, as if facing a major threat.
Because the light point representing the enemy had not disappeared. Under such an attack, how could it still be alive?
However, the enemy had ceased moving.
Could it be injured? Is its movement restricted? Capture her.
We must deal with her properly. She's cost us so much effort.
An officer shouted.
We must teach her a lesson.
Kill her. She might already be dead. Hurry up and retrieve her, before the body has completely cooled.
At that moment, all the netizens could see was the gradually calming sea surface. Their hearts were racing, unsure if Tang Wanru had managed to escape the relentless bombardment. No one even knew whether she was alive or dead. However, the attacks from the United States had stopped.
Could it mean they had achieved their goal and killed Tang Wanru?
No, our country's perfect new humans are so strong. How could they have been killed so easily?
It shouldn't be possible. Didn't you see that there were no celebrations on the American warships? Right. Does that mean she's still alive? That's great. The netizens got excited again. Everyone is filled with anticipation.
Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin, Captain Nimitz was deep in thought. He was rubbing his chin, pacing back and forth in the room, occasionally glancing at the radar screen. He too felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, he realized an important fact. Nimitz rushed to the radar screen and examined it closely, wondering if the enemy was diving deep.
His subordinates were stunned. How is that possible? Nimitz said confidently, if I'm not mistaken, that's their objective.
They've hidden it so well that I even thought she was injured and near death. She wants to dive below 600 meters to evade the torpedo attack.
That's impossible.
At 600 meters depth, diving straight down would crush her. The pressure there is beyond what humans can endure.
Nimitz glared at his men. Do you think she's an ordinary person? She's the so-called perfect new human of Huagua. In fact, she's not even human.
His men nodded in agreement, admitting they hadn't considered the situation carefully enough and hadn't grasped the reality of the situation. Though he couldn't believe it, he carried out a series of operations to determine Tang Wanru's depth in the water. Suddenly, he let out a startled cry. She was indeed diving deeper. The depth had already reached 500 meters.
She was still continuing to descend. Nimitz looked over at the sound. Sure enough, the monitoring data showed that the target was still descending.
The number was approaching 600 meters. Finally, she had descended beyond 600 meters. She began to move sideways.
His men exclaimed in shock. At this point, the crew couldn't help but admire Nimitz's precise judgment.
Nimitz looked closely and saw the light point moving toward the Reagan carrier strike group again. The speed remained high. What should they do? Suddenly, Nimitz remembered that they were equipped with a number of depth charges, which could be put to use here. Originally, due to advancements in torpedo technology, depth charges had gradually fallen out of use.
Little did they know they could be put to use here.
Order, deploy depth charges.
Use the MS-500 model to intercept it. Nimitz ordered. All attack personnel on board immediately carried out the orders.
It was well known that this type of depth charge was the bane of submarines, capable of reaching depths of up to 3,000 meters.
The high explosive charge it carries can generate a shockwave traveling at 8,000 meters per second and instantly compress seawater.
If the target submarine is within or near the explosion center, it will be struck by the massive shockwave, causing the hull to shatter. In more severe cases, the submarine would be reduced to a heap of scrap metal in an instant. Using it against such a superhuman-like entity is more than sufficient. I don't believe she, as a human, could possibly match a submarine.
Captain, with such powerful depth charges, what else are you worried about?
Some of the crew were puzzled.
Time. We need time.
The depth charge's maximum descent speed is 17 meters per second, which means it will take at least several seconds to reach the designated position, plus the time required for launch, Nimitz said solemnly. At this, everyone below fell silent. Yes, that speed does seem fast, but compared to the enemy's movement speed, it's still much slower.
Let's hope we make it in time. His subordinates could only say that.
Moreover, the enemy is just one person, and the target is too small. The depth charge may not be effective.
Nimitz furrowed his brows.
Order all escort ships to strengthen their defenses and continue deploying depth charges.
Nimitz issued the order again.
Yes. Orders were relayed down the chain of command, and all ships immediately sprang into action. At that very moment, the depth charges had entered the attack range, with several exploding near Tangwanru.
The sea churned violently, and even towering columns of water erupted from the surface. The American soldiers once again held out hope.
However, they were destined to be disappointed.
Tangwanru faced the attack with the agility of a fish, skillfully dodging the attacks and even using the shockwaves to move even faster toward the USS Ronald Reagan.
On the escort ships, the American soldiers' shouts grew louder, their voices filled with panic.
Even after deploying depth charges, they couldn't stop Tangwanru. Soon, she arrived beneath the USS Ronald Reagan.
Suddenly, the aircraft carrier began to shake violently, but it wasn't the kind of shaking they were used to during rough seas. It felt like an earthquake. It also felt as though some immense force was rising from the bottom of the carrier, causing it to sway violently.
Nimitz furrowed his brows and asked, "What's happening to our aircraft carrier?"
His subordinates immediately inquired and, upon receiving the response, were stunned. Realizing their duties, they snapped back to attention and reported to the captain, "There's a hole in the bottom of the carrier.
The new humans from Huagua have infiltrated the vessel. Send men to intercept and eliminate them." Captain Nimitz growled.
Additionally, protect the reactor core at all costs. It must not be damaged.
Chapter 134, Deploying the Anti-Missile System, the United States diverts attention. Since the conflict began, netizens have been following the situation through satellite imagery. Although modern military satellites have achieved extremely high precision, they are still powerless in many aspects. For instance, in the depths of the ocean. Additionally, the United States' anti-radar technology and stealth capabilities have further limited the amount of imagery that China's military satellites can transmit, making it impossible to discern specific details. Therefore, netizens can only sigh helplessly and wait anxiously. They can only speculate about Tang Wanru's fate, her movements, and so on. Of course, for the soldiers on the U.S. aircraft carrier strike group, they face the same problem. They cannot find Tangwanru.
Just as netizens were anxiously waiting, suddenly, someone posted a comment. "Quick, look! The United States has issued an urgent statement."
The United States has issued a statement. Hurry up and check it out. The netizens immediately opened the news and clicked on it.
Upon seeing it, sure enough, it was truly puzzling.
The United States had previously refused to comment on issues related to China, yet now it suddenly spoke out?
And looking at its spokesperson, who was speaking with great emotion, "We strongly condemn China's actions that threaten international security."
As for the United States' actions, Chinese netizens quickly understood its true intentions. Haha, they've been hit hard. It seems our heroine Tang Wanru has truly succeeded. Now it's the United States' turn to protest.
What goes around comes around.
30 years of prosperity in the East, 30 years of prosperity in the West. Don't look down on the young and poor. For a time, the internet was filled with a joyful atmosphere. However, it's unclear whether the United States is stirring the pot, but various opinions began to surface. Some strongly supported the United States, advocating for world peace.
Others spread the China threat theory, claiming that with such powerful enhanced humans, China would inevitably go to war with other nations. China is about to rise, and this will be a disaster for neighboring countries. Various extremist organizations also put forward various demands. Meanwhile, many factions that had previously leaned toward China are now shifting their stance, condemning China for disrupting the international balance of power and sparking malicious competition. In short, everything seems to have changed once again. China is caught in the midst of a whirlwind, facing criticism from all sides,
pointed at by thousands.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon in the United States has dropped another bombshell, stating that their discussions with South Korea regarding a missile defense system cooperation plan have made new progress. Just moments ago, the South Korean government agreed to join the Missile Defense Treaty and establish the THAAD missile defense system within its territory. This immediately caused a huge uproar. Countries around the world reacted strongly. They all anticipated that this time, the United States would suffer a major loss.
Regardless of the final outcome, this has exposed its weak side. The United States is no longer the unstoppable power it once was.
Although it remains a superpower, it has shown itself to be unable to match China's challenges.
As for China, they must now reassess this ancient yet youthful nation.
The growth potential and drive it has demonstrated are truly impressive. Especially its breakthroughs in specific areas of technology, which have managed to impress the United States, are truly remarkable.
They must now redefine their relationship with China.
However, the situation arose suddenly, and they did not immediately take a stance, opting instead to wait and see how the dispute between China and the United States would unfold.
This is clearly an attempt to encircle China.
This indicates that the United States is desperate, hence the urgency, even going so far as to unveil this plan before the battle between China's southeastern coastal forces and the United States' two aircraft carrier strike groups had concluded. Shortly after the United States issued its statement, China's top leadership immediately convened an emergency meeting to analyze the United States' intentions, the impact on China, and the countermeasures China should take. At this point, the top leader was no longer at the press conference site. A professional host had taken his place.
After deciding to convene the meeting, he turned to Qin Guang and said, "Qin, come with me to the meeting." Qin Guang nodded without asking further. "Yes. I'll follow your instructions."
"Ha, no need to be so humble. Your opinions are of great importance to us."
"You're too kind,"
Qin Guang replied with a smile. The chief executive shook his head with a smile, tapped him on the shoulder with his finger, but said nothing more. They arrived at the meeting room. Qin Guang immediately spotted many high-ranking officials he had never seen before. They all looked solemn yet excited. The chief introduced Qin Guang to everyone. "This is Qin Guang. He has brought us a major technological breakthrough and is someone the United States must obtain at all costs." Qin Guang bowed repeatedly to everyone and humbly thanked them. The bigwigs all praised Qin Guang, commending him for his tremendous contributions to Huagua and calling him an outstanding representative of the younger generation. Many others came forward to shake hands with Qin Guang or pat him on the shoulder as a sign of approval. Time was tight, so after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the meeting began. This time, everyone's opinions were fairly consistent. That is, Huagua had effectively countered the provocation from the United States, demonstrating the courage and fighting spirit of the Huagua people. Especially through this surprise operation, the world had seen through the United States' weaknesses. And this truth is precisely what the United States fears most. Their warships came to China's coastal waters, knowing they were in the wrong, and did not want the situation to escalate.
Of course, this is not the main issue, as they are accustomed to acting domineeringly.
What is most important is that through this confrontation, the world can see the weaknesses of the United States. To divert public attention away from the southeastern coast, the United States has been aggressively promoting its missile defense system. We must absolutely not yield on this point. We must oppose it. Additionally, as a direct countermeasure, since the United States fears developments in the southeast, we must not let them achieve their goals. We must vigorously promote our victories. As a result, the higher-ups discussed a plan at the meeting and immediately put it into action. The plan was to collaborate with Russia and issue a joint statement strongly condemning the United States and South Korea's missile defense system cooperation, stating that it could potentially trigger a new round of arms race, which would be detrimental to international peace and regional stability. The United States quickly responded, claiming that their missile defense system deployment with South Korea was not targeted at any third-party country, but solely aimed at maintaining security in the Asia-Pacific region. Kimchi country also followed suit with a statement, which can be summarized in one sentence: the United States is right. Online, the situation was already boiling over. Various voices of opposition are constant. Netizens expressed outrage over the actions of the United States and South Korea.
Meanwhile, the Cherry Blossom Nation, also threatened by the THAAD system, was unable to make any clear statement.
It can only whine like a wronged little wife, dare not speak up. Even as the statement was being made, news emerged from the United States that they had already begun organizing logistics to transport relevant equipment to South Korea. In response, Asian countries neighboring Kimchi country were forced to speak out in opposition.
However, the United States remained adamant. Nevertheless, the Chinese nation remains unmoved. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. As a result, more information about the dispute between China and the United States along China's southeastern coast was leaked. Sure enough, everyone's attention was drawn to the region.
The eyes of the world once again turned to the southeastern coast. At this point, many countries hoped that Huagua would deliver a decisive blow to the United States, making it feel the pain and deterring it from acting recklessly again.
Chapter 135, Destroy the Control Room.
At this moment, everything happening outside seemed to have no effect on what was occurring inside the aircraft carrier, whether good or bad. After all, the crew members on this aircraft carrier were now facing the overwhelming firepower of Tang Wanru. Since infiltrating the aircraft carrier, Tang Wanru had been like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. If it weren't for the carrier's immense size and complex internal structure, she would have already overturned the entire vessel. It is important to note that the USS Ronald Reagan is the largest aircraft carrier in the world, with a total length of 332 meters, a flight deck width of 78 meters, and a total deck area of 180,000 square meters. As for its height, the above-water portion alone is as tall as a 20-story building. Additionally, the complexity of the aircraft carrier's structure cannot be overlooked.
Its complexity is beyond imagination.
Inside the carrier, the corridors and compartments are so intertwined that it resembles a maze, and it's not uncommon for sailors to get lost and not know where their quarters are. Of course, none of this poses a challenge to Tang Wanru, whose speed is simply too fast and her destructive power too great.
Invasion! Invasion!
Attention, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. Many sailors who received orders immediately sprang into action, preparing for emergency defense.
However, none of them were a match for Tang Wanru.
Even if some of them fired in unison, hitting Tang Wanru, it couldn't cause her any harm. This time, these sailors from the United States truly felt the fear of death. The biochemical substance previously applied to the Chinese special forces by the bioengineered soldier was now being used by Tang Wanru. It could be considered revenge for her fallen comrades. However, her ultimate goal was not to kill as many enemies as possible here, but to achieve a greater objective. The top priority was to locate the aircraft carrier's power source and destroy it, rendering the vessel incapacitated.
Once that was done, it would become nothing more than a sinking coffin.
Achieving this goal was merely a matter of time. Because she had recalled more information, especially using the structure of Chinese aircraft carriers as a reference, which gave her a clearer understanding of where the power system was located. Her enhanced hearing and perception also proved invaluable. The sounds produced by the propulsion system in operation are actually quite loud. Although the USS Ronald Reagan had undergone noise reduction measures, the sounds from the propulsion system were still relatively clear amid the various background noises. Therefore, she only needed to follow the direction of the sound source.
At that moment,
in the lowest deck of the world's most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, within the control room, over a dozen operators had already received orders from Captain Nimitz and were on high alert. They quickly opened the armory, grabbed their assigned weapons, loaded magazines, chambered rounds, and stood ready for action. However, despite this, they did not feel that the enemy was particularly formidable. Because they were still unaware that the person who had infiltrated the ship, Tang Wanru, was a superhuman being. Although their superiors had explicitly informed them that Tang Wanru was a super soldier, they still believed her to be a special forces operative, albeit a more skilled one. This was understandable, as the time between Tang Wanru's sudden appearance and her assault on the facility had been mere hours, leaving them no time to gather information about her specific combat capabilities. Suddenly, heavy knocking sounds came from outside the hatch. At the same time, the cabin door shook violently. This situation startled them.
What's going on?
It's important to note that the entire aircraft carrier was constructed using high-strength alloy, and the cabin door was particularly sturdy and thick, measuring several hundred centimeters in thickness. In terms of weight alone, it weighed several hundred kilograms.
Under normal circumstances, such intense vibrations were absolutely impossible.
The operators raised their guns one by one, aiming at the direction of the hatch, ready to fire at any incoming enemies.
Suddenly,
the thick hatch door exploded like foam, shattering into pieces.
Shards flew everywhere.
Several operators were hit, screaming as they were thrown backward.
Some immediately returned fire.
However, their bullets were all blocked by the debris.
Amidst the chaos, a slender figure followed closely behind.
Her black hair flew wildly, as if it had a life of its own.
Tang Wanru had arrived. Shoot! Shoot! They're here! The enemies are here! China's super soldier! Bullets rained down on Tang Wanru. Tang Wanru was fast, but dodging so many bullets at once was no easy feat.
However, she immediately took in the layout of the area. The space was small, with various instruments and pipes crammed everywhere. She used this knowledge to dodge swiftly,
and waited for the right moment to strike.
In the blink of an eye, the remaining dozen or so people were all taken down by Tang Wanru. She picked up a gun, aimed at the control panel, and fired a barrage of bullets. The control panel was shattered, sparks flew, and thick smoke billowed out. Following that, the aircraft carrier's engines emitted a low, rumbling roar, as if a colossal beast had suffered severe injuries and was taking its final breath. However, Tang Wanru knew that what she had accomplished so far was only the first step, as the USS Ronald Reagan still had backup control systems, as well as spare turbines and generators. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the carrier's power began to gradually recover. More destruction was needed. She turned and exited the room. She was met by a squad of patrol soldiers coming to reinforce. Through the shattered hatch, they immediately saw the horrific scene inside the control room, their eyes turning red with anger. They immediately cocked their assault rifles, bullets flying through the air. On the cruiser, Captain Nimitz had been constantly reassigning troops and anxiously awaiting good news from his subordinates. Captain Adler of the Bush also sent a concerned inquiry. Nimitz grew increasingly impatient. Orders had been issued over 10 minutes ago, yet there was still no word good or bad. Suddenly, one of his men reported, "Captain, the control room has been destroyed." "What? I'll kill her." But the next second, static filled the headset, and then everything went silent. "What's going on?" "Quickly retrieve the surveillance footage from nearby," Captain Nimitz ordered. His men worked swiftly, and the relevant footage was displayed. Upon seeing the footage, they were all stunned. The control room was in complete disarray, with blood splattered everywhere, and the bodies of their own personnel scattered haphazardly throughout the compartment. Outside the compartment, patrol personnel were also found dead. Rewind the surveillance footage to half a minute ago. His subordinates scrambled again. The scene kept rewinding. The image freezes. Then the surveillance footage continues playing. It can be seen that Tang Wanru suddenly encounters the patrol team. The patrol team is cautious and moves quickly, but Tang Wanru is even faster, like a ghost. Compared to Tang Wanru, the soldiers of the patrol team were as slow as snails. Though deeply shocked, Captain Nimitz did not dwell on it for long. After all, he was a soldier, having undergone rigorous training and experienced countless battles. Furrowing his brows, he watched the surveillance footage and ordered his men find a way to surround and eliminate this so-called perfect new human from Huagua. Suddenly, his earpiece buzzed again. "Captain, we've located the target. She's already near the reactor. Her objective is to destroy the reactor and disable the power system." Chapter 136, The Reagan is sinking, let's blow up the sod. Tang Wanru was completely unaware of the series of maneuvers being carried out by the United States and didn't bother to speculate. The other side was clearly determined to stop her at all costs. Before her, more and more interceptors appeared, but she quickly defeated them all. On one hand, her strength was simply overwhelming. On the other hand, the layout of the ship's hold was complex and the space was cramped, making it unsuitable for large groups of people. With her physical strength and healing abilities, even though she had been struck multiple times, she healed quickly and suffered no significant injuries. Now, her destination was the power plant. The USS Reagan was equipped with the world's most advanced nuclear propulsion technology, capable of operating continuously for 50 years with a single fuel load. Her mission is to disable its power system. Of course, by now, the crew members on board have already closed all compartments and hatches according to the captain's orders. Be careful, the intruder is coming. Prepare defenses and stand guard. At the same time, they have established multiple layers of defense, holding their ground firmly. At every critical location, there were several to dozens of sailors armed with rifles, ready for battle. The enemy's actions were within Tang Wanru's expectations. Closing the hatches and securing critical areas had effectively altered the ship's spatial layout. If they were ordinary people, they might be helpless, unable to reach the attack site or locate the target. But she was no ordinary person, she was a perfect new human being, and she did not need to take the conventional route. Even when she first entered, she had already constructed a three-dimensional structural map of the aircraft carrier through various sounds. Now, she knew exactly where she was and the location of the reactor core. That was sufficient. Absolute power can resolve most problems. Facing layer upon layer of high-strength alloy walls, she remains completely unafraid. She took a step forward. She swung her fist. Bang! The alloy door, designed to withstand the impact of several tons of force, shattered into pieces, with debris flying in all directions. A piercing screech echoed through the narrow compartment, bouncing off the walls, severing pipes, shattering columns, and striking the sailors who had been preparing to ambush her. Thus, countless agonized screams erupted. "Ah! Save me, save me!" Further away, someone else shouted. "Fire! Quick, fire! Kill her! She's a demon! She's a demon! Watch out, the witch is coming this way!" Tang Wanru's footsteps hardly slowed. She ran, swung her fist, ran again, and swung her fist again. To her, it was just a simple repetition of actions. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and collapsed and fled before she arrived. Run! And his actions finally triggered a chain reaction. Tang Wanru arrived outside the reactor core of the Reagan. From here, with even stricter security and the sound she heard, she was certain she had found the real target.
Another fierce battle ensued. Now, she was more at ease fighting in this kind of space environment. Although the enemy's guns and bullets formed a three-dimensional fire network, attempting to restrict her movements. But she was no longer confined to a single location. All obstacles were non-existent to her, and instead provided her with opportunities to attack. Just as now, a large steel wall flew out, instantly ending the lives of over a dozen soldiers. In just a few dozen seconds, she had slaughtered over 80 guards here. She kicked open the high-grade, high-strength alloy door and approached the reactor. She casually grabbed several hand grenades from a soldier's waist. Pulling the pins, she was about to toss them into the reactor's connecting pipes. Suddenly, she frowned and threw the grenades in the opposite direction. They exploded several meters away, sending flames shooting into the air. It wasn't for nothing she had suddenly realized that if the reactor was destroyed, it would inevitably lead to the leakage of nuclear materials and radioactive waste. And this was Chinese territorial waters. Such an incident would inevitably result in nuclear contamination, and this area might become a no-go zone for life. For China, this would be disastrous, and she couldn't allow it to happen. After a moment's thought, she came up with a new plan. She quickly made her way outside and, in the blink of an eye, reached the center of the aircraft carrier. Then, she sprinted sideways. With each step, immense force erupted, shattering the ship's hull. Even the double-hulled Reagan was pierced, and seawater poured in relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the edge of the aircraft carrier. Then she turned back and destroyed the hull on the other side. Her actions were like piercing the bottom of the aircraft carrier with countless tiny needles. Now, under the immense water pressure, these countless pinholes began to take effect. On the carrier, chaos had already erupted. People were plugging leaks, intercepting debris, and searching for survivors. Meanwhile, Tang Wanru had already re-entered the water and was swiftly swimming toward the Bush-class aircraft carrier. At this moment, the entire internet is buzzing about the Saddam missile defense system and closely monitoring the situation along the southeastern coast, where a single individual is facing off against two aircraft carrier strike groups. Since no one could clearly see the specifics of the battle, neither Chinese netizens nor foreign military experts and netizens dared to overestimate Tang Wanru. Although China's new humans were powerful, they were no match for these two of the world's most advanced aircraft carrier strike groups. Everyone had to admit that the United States had unveiled the THAAD missile defense system to divert attention away from the situation along the southeastern coast. However, Chinese netizens who had caught on to this plan did not want the United States to succeed in its scheme. They continued to post comments, making various speculations and predictions, all in an effort to keep the issue in the public eye. Although the perfect new humans are powerful, relying on them to take on an aircraft carrier is still a stretch, isn't it? I agree. Though I don't want to admit it, I have to say that the United States is still too powerful. Its aircraft carriers have been in existence for decades, with every aspect refined to perfection, and they possess the most advanced technology in the world. In fact, for many military observers, Tang Wanru's challenge to the aircraft carrier is essentially China's confrontation with the United States. The significance of this event cannot be overstated. At the very least, it demonstrates that China's military strength is rising rapidly, while the United States' deterrent power is steadily declining and may soon be broken or has already been broken. Therefore, they are all closely monitoring the situation along the southeastern coast. Of course, they are also monitoring the activities of China's several aircraft carrier task forces. They believe that if China wants to demonstrate its strength, it will inevitably have to deploy its own cutting-edge weapons, even if they are only conventional forces, as they remain highly effective. Suddenly, everyone witnessed a breathtaking scene. The USS Ronald Reagan suddenly snapped in two, with both halves of the hull rising high into the air. Water mist shot into the sky. Waves crashed violently. It had actually broken in two. What was happening? The entire internet was in shock. At that moment, Qin Guangzheng and the chief were preparing to attend the second meeting to discuss the Saddam missile defense system. The United States acted swiftly this time, with plans to transport the relevant equipment to South Korea within 10 hours and begin assembly. Suddenly, a secretary holding a tablet, who had been closely monitoring the situation along the southeastern coast, turned around excitedly and handed the tablet to the Supreme Leader. The Supreme Leader, the USS Reagan has lost contact and is sinking. The Supreme Leader froze, reached out to take it, and upon seeing the footage, was utterly shocked. The USS Ronald Reagan now resembled a battered toy. She had actually done it. Qin Guang, however, remained unfazed. This was precisely what was expected. If the new humans he had created couldn't even handle an aircraft carrier, what was the point of talking about a genetic revolution? He said, "Don't worry, it's not over yet. There's another aircraft carrier. I have said before, any who dare to provoke us in our territorial waters, on our land, or in our airspace will pay with blood. No matter how advanced their weapons may be. Yes, this aircraft carrier has thousands of crew members, and he believed that many of them would perish with it." He didn't mention the escort ships assigned to the carrier strike group. Without the carrier, they lose their purpose. The Supreme Commander nodded in agreement with Qin Guang's words.
He increasingly admired Qin Guang. Not only does he have the ambition and the means, but he can also invent the relevant technology.
Soon, the meeting began. Everyone began to discuss countermeasures intensely.
In the past, the United States had also attempted to deploy the SAD system on multiple occasions, but all plans were shelved due to opposition. This time, however, they were determined to proceed.
However, no one had any good solutions.
Qin Guang listened quietly to the discussions. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind.
Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest.
Accept the mission to destroy the THAAD system deployed by the United States and South Korea, and receive the design blueprints for a hypersonic low-altitude cruise missile as a reward. Qin Guang heard the system's voice after a long time and felt excited upon hearing the prompt.
A side quest has appeared. Accept.
Immediately, the relevant blueprints appeared directly in his mind. At that moment, the meeting discussion had yet to reach a conclusion.
Shao Qin, what do you think?
The chief spoke up.
Yes, chief. Qin Guang nodded. Everyone looked on expectantly.
After all, he was Qin Guang, who had been creating miracles one after another.
Just blow up SAD.
Chapter 137, The Power of the Spear Overcomes the Shield. As soon as Qin Guang finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent, followed by bursts of laughter. Some couldn't help but chuckle, others shook their heads and smiled, while some laughed helplessly.
However, no one expressed agreement.
Only the supreme leader, the secretary, and Minister Tao remained expressionless, glancing at Qin Guang with a pensive expression. Those who laughed, of course, found Qin Guang's words utterly ridiculous.
Blow up the SATM missile defense system? This was like children arguing and making threats at each other. How could it possibly be done?
Some believed that Qin Guang only understood research and had not considered the political implications of such an action, let alone its feasibility. Some even spoke up, "Researcher Qin, you haven't been involved in this area and may not understand the THAAD missile defense system." Qin Guang remained silent, his gaze calmly fixed on the speaker. The others present also turned to look. The person continued, "Let me explain briefly.
The THAAD system, or Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, is a subsystem of the Global Missile Defense System developed by the United States.
It is the most advanced anti-missile system in the world. I won't go into the technical jargon, but in simple terms, it typically consists of a command center, 1 ground radar, 6 launchers, and nearly 50 interceptor missiles, with a defense radius of up to 200 kilometers. It can intercept missiles outside and near the atmosphere, even those traveling at speeds exceeding 8 times the speed of sound." These words left everyone in the meeting room speechless and feeling helpless. Qin Guang remained unfazed, listening with interest.
Thank you for the explanation, I understand now.
However, his expression made it clear that he remained steadfast in his beliefs. The other party was at a loss for words regarding Qin Guang's attitude.
What is this Qin Guang thinking? His face showed signs of impatience, and even a hint of anger.
This young Qin is getting a bit too full of himself.
Does he really think that just because he has a few inventions, he can dictate everything? Why act this way? Minister Tao was about to intervene and ask Qin Guang to explain his reasoning.
But the chief editor spoke up first.
He knew Qin Guang wasn't an impulsive person. Shao Qin, you should understand what General Zhao meant earlier.
As the world's most advanced anti-missile system, even conventional supersonic missiles can't break through its defenses and are intercepted at long range, let alone destroyed. Qin Guang smiled slightly, knowing that the chief of staff's words were actually meant to save him from a difficult situation, and he felt grateful in his heart. Then, he composed himself, looked at everyone, and explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, please believe me.
What conventional supersonic missiles cannot do, hypersonic cruise-guided missiles can. They cannot be intercepted." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. What? Hypersonic cruise-guided missiles? That might actually be feasible. As long as the speed is fast enough, it could evade the system's interceptors. Even if it launches nearly 50 missiles simultaneously, there's a high chance it couldn't intercept them all. At that moment, an expert from the Military Science Academy spoke with excitement. If such a missile truly exists, then the THAAD missile defense system would be rendered nearly useless. However, at present, such a missile's speed is unattainable. As mentioned earlier, to truly evade interception, the attack missile's speed must exceed the speed of sound by at least 8 times. Of course, this is just the data released by the other side. The actual speed could be 10 or even 20 times faster. Assuming it's 15 times the speed of sound, that's 5,250 meters per second. Converted to Mach numbers, that's 20 Mach. However, no missile in the world currently achieves a speed of 10 Mach, let alone 20 Mach. After the expert finished speaking, he remained expressionless, said nothing more, and did not glance at Qin Guang once. But his meaning was clear: if Qin Guang didn't understand, he should keep quiet. Here, he was the true expert. Qin Guang should not continue to talk nonsense here. The entire audience was stunned. Missiles traveling at such speeds simply do not exist in reality. Minister Tao, however, didn't want to speak up at that moment.
He wanted to see what kind of trump card Qin Guang had up his sleeve. As someone who had interacted with Qin Guang extensively, he had every reason to believe that Qin Guang would never make empty threats. He had his own pride and confidence. After all, if he could create someone as extraordinary as Tang Wanru, what's so surprising about having a few more tricks up his sleeve? The prominent figures present included many senior officials and experts who were well versed in these data. Discussing them further was essentially giving Qin Guang a lecture. If Qin Guang were just an ordinary researcher, he should feel honored to have such a senior figure personally instructing him. However, he was no ordinary researcher. So he smiled, his face radiating confidence. The missiles rewarded by the system could reach a maximum speed of 26 Mach. It fully met the requirements, and even far exceeded them. After all, even a slight increase in missile speed, just a few tenths of a Mach, could make weapons experts ecstatic. And this was just the design blueprint provided by the system. Qin Guang stood up abruptly and assured the chief that he could make it. His sudden formality caught the commander off guard. The commander quickly regained his composure, his expression serious. Are you serious? This isn't a joke. I guarantee it. It's absolutely true. No exaggeration? No exaggeration. After confirming repeatedly and receiving Qin Guang's affirmative response, the chief finally believed him, feeling extremely excited. Tao Shiyu, standing nearby, was also deeply moved. Qin Guang's role has been truly immense. Every move he makes has a profound impact on the technological development of Huagua, driving significant progress and even surpassing the technologically advanced United States. If that is the case, they would already believe at 80%. Previously, Qin Guang's 3 research projects had all been successful. And now, he could speak so confidently, which clearly indicated that he was truly confident and had a high likelihood of succeeding. Other high-ranking officials and experts, after witnessing the exchange between the supreme leader and Qin Guang, tended to believe him and began contemplating this possibility. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Our country's rise would be one step closer. That's right. The supreme leader nodded, confirming their suspicions. He looked around the meeting room at everyone present before continuing. Although we now have new humans who can effectively prevent the United States from intentionally provoking military friction and new bioengineered human invasions, our military strength is still far inferior to theirs when it comes to direct confrontation. However, the successful development of this hypersonic cruise missile, once deployed, will be a decisive blow to the United States. Even if SAD still acts aggressively, in a clash of contradictions, the power of the spear will prevail. Chapter 138, Abandoning the Bush. Next, Qin Guang explained the specific plan in detail. It was actually quite simple: use brute force to overcome cunning. Since our missiles had already reached a speed of 26 Mach, the enemy's defenses were as fragile as paper, completely unable to withstand the attack. Therefore, hitting any target including the enemy's military facilities and missile defense systems would be a piece of cake. Everyone present was now convinced. They began to envision the feasibility of what Qin Guang had described. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take down the United States system. The era of Huagua is about to begin. The Supreme Commander listened carefully, nodded, and said, "This is a matter of great importance. We must conduct further analysis and assessment." Everyone naturally had no objections. Then, the Supreme Leader spoke solemnly, "This matter must remain confidential. If any leaks occur, the consequences will be severe. You all know this better than I do." Everyone complied without hesitation. They were well aware that this was a matter of vital importance to the future of Huagua. If a leak occurred, leading to the failure of the plan or its discovery by the United States, which could then sabotage it, not only would Huagua lose a crucial opportunity, but they themselves would become traitors to the nation and the people. After the meeting, Qin Guang was taken by the Supreme Leader to the Council of Elders for a special briefing. There, Qin Guang not only saw several elders he had already met earlier but also several others he had only seen on TV but never encountered in person. The elders were curious to see the Supreme Leader personally bringing the young Qin Guang. After learning of his identity, they praised him profusely, calling him a national hero, a pillar of the nation, and a fine young man. Someone asked the Supreme Leader, "You brought young Qin here, is it just so we could meet him? Is there something else?" The Supreme Leader merely smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry, it's good news." But no matter how much the other elders asked, he refused to say anything. This caused everyone to grumble in frustration, yet they were all incredibly curious. After some small talk, the report began. Then, as Qin Guang began to speak, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Were they really going to dismantle the SAD system of the United States? They all found it amusing. However, this was no laughing matter, and the Supreme Commander wouldn't joke about something so serious. If it hadn't been Qin Guang, the recently prominent hero of Huagua, who proposed it, but someone else, they would have lost patience long ago. So they grew even more impatient. "Hurry up and get to the point. Otherwise, I won't agree." Qin Guang gave the elder a reassuring smile. "Please rest assured. Then, addressing the crowd solemnly, he declared, "Because I have developed a supersonic cruise missile capable of exceeding Mach 26. As soon as he finished, the elderly man who had spoken earlier couldn't wait to interrupt.
Really? Everyone else also looked over with concern.
Even the Supreme Commander was no exception. Although he had already heard it from Qin Guang, he still wanted to hear it again. "Please rest assured, Elder.
I am telling the truth. No exaggeration? Absolutely not. I can swear on my military honor,"
Qin Guang assured him.
"Good, that's excellent. By the way, how long will it take to develop successfully?"
"I can make a commitment if it succeeds. I will personally recommend you for recognition. Now, tell me what conditions are needed to achieve success and how long it will take approximately."
Clearly, this elder understands military research quite well. "My current research conditions are sufficient. As for the timeframe, 5 days.
Qin Guang thought for a moment and said, 50 days isn't too long.
Even if it takes 500 days, I can wait." Another elder spoke up. "Indeed, scientific research can take years or even decades. Now we only need 50 days. "No, I said 5 days, 5 days.
As he spoke, Qin Guang extended his right hand and spread his 5 fingers.
"What? Only 5 days?" The elder was stunned.
The other elders were also stunned.
Incredibly excited. "Great. Perfect timing. This is just what we need to strike back at the United States for deploying the SATA system."
After being subjected to military blockades by the United States on multiple occasions, if China doesn't mount a strong counterattack, that would be too humiliating. At the meeting, the senior officials immediately made a decision, fully supporting Qin Guang's research, providing whatever personnel and resources were needed.
Southeast Coastal Region.
The USS Reagan suddenly broke apart and sank, causing great excitement among the crew of the Chinese warship. However, this scene only sent a chill down the spine of Captain Adler of the USS Bush.
Only now did he fully grasp the true horror of their enemy. What kind of new human being could possibly destroy the world's most advanced aircraft carrier with just one person? How could this seem so fantastical? Even in a dream, one wouldn't dare to do such a thing. How could he possibly believe this? No! Adler suddenly let out a loud cry. He realized that the Reagan couldn't hold out, and neither could the Bush. And the enemy was moving quickly.
"Sound the alarm immediately and elevate the emergency status to the highest level,"
he ordered immediately.
Yes. His men obeyed immediately. Earlier, they had already entered combat mode, but now they were about to engage the enemy.
However, it seemed too late.
On the radar screen, the enemy's light point was rapidly approaching and slowly overlapping with the Bush. He knew that the fate of the Reagan would be replayed on the Bush. Sure enough, he heard his subordinates report that the enemy had breached the Bush's thick double hull and entered the aircraft carrier.
The once proud American soldiers were now powerless against their current opponents.
Especially now that the crew of the Bush had learned of the Reagan's fate, they were plunged into panic.
How could ordinary men possibly stand against such monsters?
"No, we can't let the children be buried in the waters of China," Captain Adler of the Bush muttered. He clenched his teeth, hesitated for a moment, and finally ordered, "Abandon the Bush, retreat all forces." The order was given, and a piercing alarm sounded. The naval personnel on the Bush immediately sprang into action, carrying important documents and supplies, and evacuated swiftly. Surrounding vessels also converged near the aircraft carrier to receive personnel and supplies. Time was of the essence. The thousands of sailors and engineers aboard the Bush quickly boarded the escort ships. The aircraft parked on the deck immediately took off, flying to the nearest military base in the United States in accordance with orders.
Transport aircraft began loading various critical supplies from the aircraft carrier.
These included various materials, parts, and other items. These were all items subject to an embargo against China.
If left behind, they would only benefit China.
Therefore, they naturally refused to leave them behind. However, time was of the essence, and they simply couldn't complete the full relocation.
Moreover, the volume was too large to be fully transported. So, some soldiers followed orders and destroyed them.
Therefore, when netizens saw the unusual activity on the Bush-class ship, especially the bursts of flames, they were stunned. Had it been breached again?
The entire internet was in shock. What were they doing?
Then, the clever netizens realized that they had abandoned this state-of-the-art aircraft carrier.
That was quick, no wonder they're so well trained.
The world's most powerful navy isn't just talk.
This is amazing. The speed at which they retreated is truly impressive. Sure enough, it's a full retreat. Soon, all of the U.S. Navy's ships in the southeastern coastal area quickly departed.
Only the Bush-class aircraft carrier remained alone on the surface of the sea. Accompanying it was another aircraft carrier, the USS Ronald Reagan, which was sinking. At that moment, all the sailors on the USS Ronald Reagan who could escape had already fled, and those who could be rescued were being saved by the surrounding ships. However, some people managed to struggle out of the aircraft carrier, only to discover that there was no one left to save them.
Chapter 139, Arrival at the USS Bush.
The United States, the White House. Harry sat in the position of the head of state. Beside her stands the head of the United States, Mr. Biden, who looks frail and elderly. However, Mr. Biden had relinquished the position of head of state to Ms. Harry. Harry stared intently at the massive tablet screen in front of her, which was displaying live footage of the southeastern coast of China.
Her face turned ashen.
Harry slammed her fist on the table, causing those around her to jump in fright. She turned to Coulson and immediately contacted War Minister Christopher Miller, asking him why Captain Adler of the Bush had deserted his post. Coulson's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. Soon, Miller responded, I have contacted the captain of the Bush. He said that after careful consideration, it was determined that they could no longer prevent the enemy from sinking the Bush. For the sake of our American citizens, he had no choice but to resort to this measure.
Harry clenched his teeth. Then tell me, why hasn't the Bush sunk yet? It's still floating there. Miller froze for a moment. Harry continued to curse, damn it.
They just want to scare Adler away and seize our beautiful country's aircraft carrier.
Now, the aircraft carrier is in their hands.
The call ended. Click. Harry threw the tablet aside, leaned back in his chair, and coldly ordered his subordinate, go find Johnson.
The phone rang.
Johnson's respectful voice rang out, Miss Harry, you called for me.
How is the progress on this batch of bioengineered humans? How many more days?
At that moment, Johnson was in the laboratory, surrounded by several petri dishes at various stages of development. With an expression of immense admiration, he replied, another 2 weeks, and they'll all be completed.
Harry paused for a moment. Half a month? All right. I understand. Please expedite the process while ensuring quality.
Yes.
Johnson replied firmly.
After hanging up the phone, he rubbed his hands together and gathered his subordinates around him to begin assigning tasks. Although doing more himself wouldn't speed up the process, doing nothing would certainly draw the leader's displeasure. Harry, after hanging up the phone, could only shake his head helplessly, take a deep breath, and suppress the frustration in his heart. In the next 2 weeks, let's use SAD to really show those Chinese what we're made of. In half a month, once our bioengineered humans are fully developed, we'll reclaim China's new humans, that Qin, and the Bush-class vessel. Southeast coast. The Bush has not sunk and shows no other abnormalities, with very few explosions.
Such explosions would definitely have been arranged by the Americans during their evacuation preparations, right?
Of course, explosions did occur, but they appeared in the air and at sea nearby. A thick mist filled the sky. The noise was deafening. If the explosions had occurred inside the aircraft carrier, it might have destroyed half of the carrier. However, the bombs that were originally set to explode inside the ship were thrown out onto the carrier's deck. Someone must have disarmed the bombs and thrown them out. However, by this point, no one online had any idea what had happened.
What's going on now? What is our super female warrior, the perfect new human, thinking?
The crew members of the Huagua fleet also had no idea what was going on and were all very curious.
So, some subordinates came to ask Captain Mai.
Captain Mai was also pondering the same question. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, regardless of the situation, the US Navy has withdrawn completely.
Let's send some men over to investigate. See if we can get any benefits. His subordinates immediately understood. This is a golden opportunity, we must seize it.
One subordinate's eyes lit up.
Right.
Such a good opportunity, of course we should go, another subordinate said.
Don't rush. Aren't you afraid?
There might still be explosions up there, and you could lose your lives.
Captain Mai asked. Reporting to the captain, I'm not afraid.
As long as I can be the first to see the truth about the Bush, and study it sooner, even if I die, it's worth it.
Someone replied.
Reporting to the captain, I believe in our super soldiers, someone else said.
More subordinates joined the ranks, vying to go.
Captain, send us, the first squad.
We have repair experience. Captain, send us, the second squadron.
Our team members are proficient in foreign languages and can identify the various icons up there. In an instant, all the mobile personnel on board became excited and rushed to volunteer. Even the engineering crew sprang into action. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get up close and personal with an American aircraft carrier. We couldn't afford to miss it.
Otherwise, it might be a lifelong regret.
All right, stop arguing.
To launch the aircraft carrier, we need as many people as possible. You all know that.
Captain Mai spoke, and everyone fell silent. They all wanted to be the first to act, but they had forgotten this crucial detail. There was nothing they could do, they were too excited.
After all, launching an aircraft carrier isn't a simple task. First, the number of people required is enormous. As netizens have said, the population of a single village wouldn't be enough. At least 4,000 people are needed. Second, these troops must work together seamlessly.
These units must include at least engine room crew, navigators, commanders, helmsmen, communications personnel, and radar operators. Each has their own specific role.
Among them, engine room crew members are responsible for keeping the engines running. Navigators are responsible for navigation, while helmsmen control the ship's direction.
Communication personnel maintain constant contact with shore and handle internal communication. As for radar operators, they are equally important to avoid colliding with reefs or other obstacles. Meanwhile, Captain Ma, after consulting with everyone, ordered each department to select their best personnel, who would be transported to the bush by the escort ship.
Yes. All subordinates responded promptly and began selecting personnel.
Among them, Captain Ma appointed his most trusted subordinate, Li Zhixiong, as the commander for this mission to launch the bush. Li Zhixiong had served under Captain Ma for many years, possessed extensive navigation experience, and was highly respected by his subordinates due to his personal charm.
Members of the Fujian-class aircraft carrier task force volunteered enthusiastically.
Just then, they received a message from Tang Wanru via radio: send people immediately to take control of the bush.
It now belongs to our country. Tang Wanru's words left everyone, including Captain Ma, in shock. What? The bush has really fallen into our hands?
Happiness came too suddenly, they couldn't believe this had happened to them.
Compared to the United States, China's military was far behind, and its aircraft carrier technology was even more outdated.
To put it bluntly, in terms of aircraft carrier technology, there was almost no comparison between China and the United States. Now that they had temporarily obtained the bush, they had to hurry up and intensify their research. Therefore, Captain Ma ordered Li Zhixiong to speed up the process and aim to board the USS Bush as soon as possible. He hadn't forgotten that the Shandong and Liaoning aircraft carrier task forces were still nearby, and they wouldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away.
Sure enough.
While they were busy, the captains of the two carrier strike groups contacted Captain Ma to coordinate how to move the USS Bush away. So the three began to haggle again.
You old fox, Captain Ma. You actually thought you could act on your own and secretly send people to take the aircraft carrier? I won't stand for that. Captain Li of the Shandong spoke in a loud voice. That's right.
There must be proper procedures for everything, we can't just act on a whim. Captain Zhao of the Liaoning also spoke up.
Of course, they didn't forget to report this information to the highest military leadership.
As a result, all high-ranking officials in Huagua confirmed that they had obtained the Bush-class carrier in nearly its entirety. That evening, the Huagua Aircraft Carrier Task Force returned to port, bringing back the world's most advanced aircraft carrier, the Bush.
Online, this scene was made public, and the entire internet witnessed it. Everyone was stunned. China dared to directly confront the United States. It's important to note that this battle was no ordinary conflict.
It was a showdown between a super female warrior from Huagua and two aircraft carrier strike groups from the United States.
And in the end, victory belonged to the female warrior from China. Chapter 140, Purchasing Military Power from China.
The military operations along the southeastern coast have consistently drawn the attention of China's highest leadership. Even during important meetings, critical updates on the situation were immediately brought directly to the attention of the top leadership. Therefore, Tang Wanru's decision to sink the USS Rickenbacker aircraft carrier was immediately brought to the attention of the top leadership. He and the other attendees temporarily adjourned the meeting, overjoyed.
Excellent. This is another great victory for our country over the United States. Let them remember the immense military strength of our nation. After the supreme leader spoke, the other elders and attendees all wore smiles and nodded in agreement.
When he said once again, he was referring to the first time. That incident occurred decades ago, during the first war after the founding of China, when China and the United States fought a battle north of the Korean peninsula. It was that war that forced the United States to halt its aggressive expansion, stopping south of the 38th parallel. This time, China, with its overwhelming strength, sank the United States aircraft carrier in one decisive blow.
And it was achieved through technological superiority.
History seems like a cycle, but it is a spiral on a higher level. This demonstrates that our nation is continuing to rise. The supreme leader sighed.
Indeed, a brand new beginning. The new era of China has arrived. This is all thanks to Xiao Qin.
Everyone praised him, and Qin Guang once again became the center of attention. They immediately concluded their previous meeting agenda and began discussing how to effectively utilize this opportunity to accelerate research on the United States aircraft carriers.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone was naturally eager to participate.
Although it had sunk to the bottom of the sea, it was still within Chinese territorial waters, making operations much more convenient. And when the news arrived that Tang Wanru had driven off the American soldiers and captured the Bush-class carrier, the supreme leader and the elders truly did not know how to express their joy. This is a complete aircraft carrier. When they heard that the Navy had already organized a team to bring the aircraft carrier back, everyone was filled with anticipation.
Online, netizens were already buzzing with excitement. Great victory! China has triumphed. This time, the United States will lose all face. The so-called strongest country in the world has been defeated by a super female warrior from China. Haha. China v5. The era of China has arrived.
Time flies, 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, the United States has been in constant negotiations with Huagua. Despite offering various conditions, including preferential trade policies, the United States remained unmoved. Seeing that its enticements were ineffective, the United States resorted to threats, claiming, China has detained the United States Bush-class aircraft carrier, which constitutes a serious provocation against our country.
We urge China to comply with international law and complete the handover process. Otherwise, the United States will take further actions against China. The severe consequences resulting from this will be borne solely by China. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not take the United States threats seriously and instead responded. The United States aircraft carrier entered China's territorial waters without authorization, and China reserves all rights to self-defense. Additionally, the United States' unauthorized deployment of the THAAD missile defense system in South Korea constitutes a serious threat to the security situation in East Asia and severely impacts China's strategic security. We urge the United States to seriously address China's concerns and withdraw the deployment plan. However, the United States has not agreed to China's demands, insisting instead, we are deploying the THAAD missile defense system to maintain world peace and prevent various terrorist attacks. This is part of the United States global defense plan and an important contribution to world peace.
We urge relevant countries not to make excessive interpretations. The series of exchanges between China and the United States have been intense, with neither side's demands being met. It can be said that the situation has completely reached a deadlock.
Amidst this stalemate, the deployment of the THAAD system was completed. Saddam headquarters in the United States. People are coming and going, and the place is bustling with activity.
Various machines emit sounds of varying pitches, indicator lights flash on and off, and the sound of telecommunications fills the air. The commanding officer, Yuri, dressed in military fatigues and with a muscular build, issued the order, activate the SAD system in the Kimchi country.
Yes. The subordinates immediately relayed the order. Operators, already in position, swiftly activate the necessary switches. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the SAD system has been officially activated. The signal has been connected to the original network, and everything is functioning normally. Good. Proceed to the next step, begin monitoring the surrounding countries of Kimchi Nation, with particular attention to the movements of China.
Yes.
The subordinates stood at attention, saluted, and turned to leave.
Seeing this, War Minister Miller and General William also came here specially. Since the Bush was nearly captured intact by Huagua, the U.S. Navy has felt utterly humiliated. Of course, the Air Force and Army were delighted, as the rivalry between the Army, Navy, and Air Force also exists within the United States. However, they would not dare to show their joy in public. Otherwise, if the general public found out, it might lead to unnecessary trouble. Now, they can use the successful deployment of the THAAD system centered around South Korea as an opportunity to celebrate properly. Through the THAAD system, we will be able to effectively monitor major regional powers such as China, Japan, and Russia. This is truly a cause for celebration, said Secretary Miller.
That's right, that's exactly what we should do.
And this is a great opportunity to boost the morale of our troops and show the outside world just how powerful our country truly is.
General William also said, you're right. China is just ignorant of its own limitations.
The depth of our nation's strength is not something a newcomer like China can compare to.
They think that because they've achieved temporary success, they can look down on us. But they'll soon face retribution,
General Miller said with a cold smile.
Exactly. Dealing with a country like China, which is all bark and no bite, is a piece of cake for us. Rest assured, our SAD system deployment is complete. The time for China to face the consequences is coming.
Yuri smiled at everyone and added, and we can use this opportunity to complete the deployment of the SAD system across the entire Blue Star within the next month.
That's right. Crisis brings opportunity. If we succeed in this, our global missile defense system will be complete.
Williams summarized with a smile. By the way, the grand celebratory banquet is already prepared.
Please follow me now, Yuri said. Everyone gladly followed. On that day, the United States issued an announcement stating that the THAAD missile defense system jointly established by our country and South Korea had been completed and tested successfully. Moving forward, our country will gradually deploy THAAD systems across all continents. The news spread rapidly, causing global outrage, with many countries expressing strong dissatisfaction. Goose Country, the United States' actions constitute a serious challenge to world peace.
Cherry Blossom Nation, we believe the United States' approach has merit, but further detailed research and analysis may be necessary to achieve greater success. Hans Country, the United States' actions may disrupt regional strategic balance and trigger a new round of arms race. According to internal reports from the United States, the next location for deploying the THAAD system has been selected as Qatar. Qatar is located in Western Asia, from where it can influence the Middle East. As the region with the world's largest oil reserves, the Middle East has always been a strategically vital area and a key focus for the United States. Upon learning of the United States plans, the Qatari government immediately convened an emergency royal council to discuss countermeasures. King Abdullah, with a solemn expression, looked at the gathered officials and said, "Everyone, we are about to face a terrifying enemy. Speaker, these white devils are truly pushing their luck too far. Yes, it's infuriating. But gentlemen, as a small country, how can we possibly stand up to a military superpower like the United States?" Someone said, his voice filled with resignation. "Yes, what can we do?" Though they were angry and dissatisfied, they were powerless to act. The scene fell into a moment of silence. Suddenly, the speaker decided, didn't China just defeat the United States aircraft carrier? Why don't we buy military power from China? Chapter 141, Missile or UFO? Qatar. The capital, Doha, still boasts clear blue skies and turquoise waters, but the mood among Qataris is as tense as before a storm, with the atmosphere feeling oppressively heavy. Following an emergency meeting, their military supreme commander, Amir and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Al-Thani, immediately ordered his subordinates to contact the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs to discuss the purchase of weapons. Of course, while they were purchasing weapons, the Qataris were only acquiring those necessary for self-defense. They dare not, nor do they have the capability, to directly confront the United States. To put it bluntly, if the United States were to dispatch an aircraft carrier strike group to the coast of Doha, the capital of Qatar, the country would grind to a halt immediately, unable to mount any resistance. Therefore, Qatar decided to purchase a batch of tanks and fighter jets. Upon receiving the news from Qatar, China immediately reported it to the highest leadership. Upon learning this, the top leader realized that this was China's way of countering the United States and achieving victory, thereby gaining international recognition. He immediately ordered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Equipment, and other departments to participate in negotiations with Qatar. Of course, the first step was to ascertain the other party's intentions while maintaining profitability and good relations, especially strengthening international friendship with them. An intelligence official pointed out, "Mr. President, we have learned that the United States intends to deploy new THAAD systems in Qatar, which has made them feel threatened. However, they cannot truly resist, so they can only adopt this approach to express their dissatisfaction." "Oh, I see." The supreme leader stroked his chin in deep thought. "Such dissatisfaction is understandable. Let us assist them and show them that China stands with them. Though we will not fight this battle for them, we can still strengthen their capabilities by providing them with some weapons." Yes. The intelligence official's eyes lit up. Now that the supreme leader could do this, it truly made him feel good. China was growing stronger, and their confidence in taking action was growing as well. Negotiate with them and provide whatever assistance we can. All conventional weapons are on the table. The supreme leader set the tone. Ultimately, China and Qatar agreed to sell 1,000 VT-4 main battle tanks, 100 J-7 fighter jets, and a large number of advanced drones, with a total value of $76.74 billion. This is truly a major deal. China's Northern Industrial Group. The general manager was looking gloomy. He had just seen off the chief engineer. The chief engineer had come to request additional funding. The RD funds have run out again, and the latest tank research project is about to be put on hold. The general manager was also feeling quite stressed. Money is needed everywhere, especially for the new tank project. It's pure money burning. But where can we get the money? He scratched his head in frustration, feeling like his hair was about to fall out. Suddenly, the phone rang. Another request for money, right? He sighed and turned around, only to find it was the secure line ringing. A call from his superior. He jumped up immediately and answered it at a speed unbecoming of his age. After listening to the call, he started dancing around excitedly. "That's wonderful. Thank you, sir, for thinking of us. A new order, and a big one at that. Now we can move forward with the new project." After hanging up, he immediately gathered all the senior executives for a meeting, assigned tasks, and made sure everyone understood the importance of completing this project successfully. Soon, they got to work. The same situation unfolded at the aircraft manufacturing plants in Chengdu and Guizhou. It's quite amusing to think about it now, but these two aircraft manufacturing plants had even gone to court to secure a larger share of production. It wasn't until the leadership of the Ministry of Defense Industry intervened and gave both sides a stern reprimand that they finally settled their dispute. However, this was not hard to understand, as it involved a business worth billions of dollars. Soon afterward, the aircraft, tanks, and drones exported by China to Qatar were all delivered smoothly. Qatar and China were both delighted. In fact, all these moves were under the watchful eye of the United States. Of course, neither side ever thought such a large-scale operation could be kept secret from the United States. At that moment, Yuri, the head of the SATA organization, hung up a call from a Middle Eastern country close to Qatar and snorted coldly. These Middle Easterners, trying to break free from the United States control, they're just dreaming. The general beside him, William, knew exactly what he was referring to, but he said nothing, merely sipping his coffee in silence. He knew that, given Yuri's temperament, he wouldn't rest until he had said everything he wanted to say. Sure enough, Yuri continued, Qatar has actually purchased billions of dollars worth of weapons from China. It seems we need to give them a push too, otherwise our domestic weapons manufacturers will start causing trouble. William just smiled. Kids have tempers, it's normal. Domestic arms dealers? That's easy to handle. Just give them a heads up, and they'll jump at the chance to do the dirty work for us. Ah, perfect. A win-win situation. Yuri burst into laughter. And they'll have to follow our orders and deploy solder. I never expected it to go so smoothly. Deploying in other parts of the world will be just as easy, like dominoes falling one after another. Not bad. William set down his coffee, rolled up his sleeves, and studied the massive global map in front of him, which was marked with the locations for deploying SAD. Little flags dotted the map, covering the entire globe. As the two were talking, a call suddenly came in from the satellite monitoring station. Sir, satellite monitoring has detected a high-speed unidentified flying object. What is it? Switch the feed immediately. Yuri was startled. As the overall responsible officer for SAD, Yuri took particular interest in matters related to his area of work. His subordinates quickly switched the screen. They could now see clearly. At an altitude of 10,000 meters above the ground, an object was moving at high speed. However, the satellite footage was not particularly clear. They speculated that the object possessed some form of stealth capability. If it weren't for the superior satellite technology of the United States, it might not have been detected at all. What is that thing? Could it be another extraterrestrial civilization, a UFO? William furrowed his brow. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Zoom in on the image. Yuri ordered. The image continued to zoom in. Everyone in the room was stunned. Goodness, it's actually a missile. How could there be a missile that fast? Yuri panicked and immediately asked the satellite observation station, when was it detected? Where was it launched from? We just discovered it as well. The exact time was 1 minute and 15 seconds ago. Based on its flight path and direction, it should have originated from either Huawei or Egwa. Yuri was taken aback. I've never heard of these two countries developing such advanced missile technology. He ordered his subordinates to immediately contact the Korean branch to inquire whether there were any unusual activities in China or Russia, or any signs of missile launches. The head of the Kimchi country branch was puzzled by the urgent call from headquarters and reported, everything is normal here. There are no unusual activities in either China or Russia. Beautiful country, SAD headquarters. Upon receiving this news, William was also stunned. This was simply unbelievable. As an advanced missile defense system, SAD should be able to detect even a mosquito. How could it fail to detect such a large missile launched from China or Russia? Could it be that this missile has something unique about it? Chapter 142, Burning Money. William frowned and pondered, then suddenly spoke up. Could there be an issue with the SAD system deployed in the Republic of Korea? Normally, faced with such a lack of trust in his professional expertise, Yuri should have reacted with anger. However, he simply couldn't spare the mental energy to consider his own gains or losses at the moment. Instead, he was fully focused on finding the problem, and he knew that General William was also helping to find a solution. He said solemnly, we conducted tests just 2 hours ago. There's absolutely no way this could happen. Any missile that takes off will be intercepted by the SAD system. This is a system with strict procedures and meticulous design. Finally, he could only say with a grim expression, after ruling out all possibilities, there's only one unlikely answer left. William and those around him understood what he meant. That meant the missile was truly unique, so unique that their SAD system couldn't detect it. Calculate the missile's flight speed. I'll see if it's because it's too fast. Yes. His subordinates responded immediately and began their operations. Soon, the graphics changed, and various data appeared on the computer screen. Ultimately, it boiled down to a single massive number, 26 Mach. What? How is that possible? The entire room was stunned. Both the project leader, Yuri, and the general, William, found it hard to believe. Decades of military experience had exposed them to many oddities, but something like this was a first. 26 Mach. Even though the facts were right before their eyes, they still found it hard to believe. After all, their fastest missile could only reach 9 Mach. What kind of gap is that? They simply couldn't fathom how this missile could travel 8,840 meters per second. How was it possible? This situation completely overturned their understanding of military technology. Admiral William took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, finally suppressing the sense of absurdity in his heart. Glancing at the number and then at the blurry image of the missile, he couldn't help but wonder if it was the latest missile developed by the Goose Country. Yuri shook his head solemnly. The Goose Country doesn't have that capability. If anyone could have done it, I choose China, the country that has repeatedly broken through technological blockades. However, even if this were the only explanation, they simply couldn't believe the current outcome. In truth, those who felt the most panic and disbelief were the engineers with deep expertise in aerospace dynamics. They had invested countless hours and made immense sacrifices to push the missile technology of the United States to its current pinnacle. Now, with a maximum speed of 9 Mach, making further progress was an even greater challenge for them. Yet, right before their eyes, there was a missile flying at nearly 3 times the speed of their fastest missile. Just as everyone was marveling at this feat, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. They rushed to investigate the cause. At that moment, the satellite monitoring station reported in a panic, "Sir, the missile's flight path has changed and is now heading toward our territory. This is bad." General William and Yuri were immediately alarmed. If that missile were to explode over the territory of the United States, it would mean that our country's missile defense system would become a laughingstock. The US military would also face immense pressure and be questioned by the public about their ability to protect their citizens. What should we do? A decision must be made immediately, as time is of the essence. That mysterious missile was moving too fast and would soon reach the United States mainland. If we delay any further, it will be too late to do anything. Yuri clenched his teeth and made up his mind: activate all of our missile defense systems immediately. Defend against this missile with all our might. Yes. The subordinates responded immediately. The orders were relayed down the chain of command. Across the United States, missile defense systems were activated nationwide. This included early warning satellites, improved early warning radars, ground-based interceptor missiles, and the operational command, control, and communications system, among other subsystems. Among these, early warning satellites are used to predict the missile's impact point, ground-based radars guide ground-based interceptor missiles into the air, and ground-based interceptor missiles can use feedback information to locate incoming missiles and initiate interception. They were confident that the United States missile defense system could withstand the attack. However, things did not go as planned. His subordinates reported in panic, "The speed of this missile is beyond the detection and tracking capabilities of our radar. If this continues, we will be unable to intercept it effectively." Yuri froze for a moment. He never imagined he would face such a situation in his lifetime. The technologically advanced United States was unable to outmatch its adversary in technology. He clenched his teeth and quickly came up with a new plan. He turned to General William. There was only one option left: activate the area-wide indiscriminate intercept system. This was their last resort. In other words, when unable to lock onto the incoming missiles, they would use a dense barrage of interceptor missiles to detonate them, thereby triggering the explosion of the target missiles. If executed properly, the objective could still be achieved. However, the losses would be enormous. Although the United States allocates 39% of the global military budget to defense spending, even that would not be enough to cover the costs of a single intercept operation, which could amount to tens of billions of dollars, a figure they simply cannot afford. William hesitated slightly. Most importantly, even such indiscriminate interception in this area cannot guarantee complete success. Moreover, what they are facing now are not ordinary missiles, but previously unseen hypersonic missiles traveling at 26 Mach. But at this point, they had no other choice, no other option. So, William gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and immediately contacted the Minister of War of the United States, Miller. He explained the situation in a few words. "Impossible!" Miller exclaimed in disbelief. He had received no information whatsoever from the missile defense system or radar about this missile. But just a few seconds later, Miller had no choice but to believe it. Because his two subordinates would never lie about such a matter. "All right, Admiral William. I agree with your decision." Miller knew exactly what actions to take next. They had contingency plans in place for this exact situation. "I will sign the order immediately. You are now in full command of this operation." 10 minutes later, the domainless differential interception system was ready. To ensure absolute success, William decided to launch 30,000 ultra-high-speed interceptor missiles all at once. A single order from him would burn through billions of dollars. But they had no other choice. Standing before the radar screen, holding the phone, William hesitated. "General, give the order. If we wait any longer, it will be too late." His subordinates urged him again. William looked at the radar screen, clenched his teeth, and ordered, "Launch." Chapter 143, The Third World War? As William gave the order. At over a dozen secret bases along the coast of the United States, countless flashes of light erupted into the sky. One after another, massive missiles shot into the sky, their trailing flames racing forward, nearly obscuring the sunlight. The total number of missiles reached 30,000. All of them were the most advanced ultra-high-speed interceptor missiles. Of course, their speed was relative to other missiles within the United States and those of other nations. Spewing massive flames, they soared skyward, reaching their peak before curving like a rainbow across the sky, adjusting their course toward the area where the mysterious missile, hurtling toward them at high speed, might explode. In many areas, the missiles seemed to fill the sky. It was as if the end of the world had come, launching an attack on an endless horde of enemies. What's going on? What is that? What's happening? Is a major war breaking out? Who is attacking us? There was no warning at all.
We didn't hear any announcements either. This government never informs us in advance when important information is needed. Could it be that the Third World War has broken out? Who is attacking us?
Many people noticed the missiles taking off, some stopping to watch, others pulling over their cars. In an instant, the once bustling streets were filled with cars and people, making it seem like they were having some kind of party.
Johnson is a believer in the end of the world.
To prepare for a potential nuclear attack or other catastrophe, he had built a doomsday shelter. At that moment, seeing the scene, he was busy mowing the lawn at home. Without turning off the machine, he shouted to his wife and children, "Hurry up!
Come quickly! Follow me to the shelter!" "What's all the shouting for?"
"You scared the children," his wife said, sounding annoyed. But Johnson had no time to say more. He grabbed his wife, hugged his daughter and son, and led them toward the shelter. Of course, when his wife saw the missiles taking off, she stopped complaining and hurried after them. As soon as they entered the shelter, Johnson closed all the doors, turned on the air purifier, and switched on the radio, tuning into the public channel of the shelter organization to share his findings and report his location. Meanwhile, many citizens of the United States captured the scene. They witnessed the countless missiles soaring into the sky and shared the footage online. The entire world began to pay attention, and countries around the globe grew tense.
What is the United States doing? Was this a full-scale attack on another country?
Many heads of state began contacting the United States, with some even directly calling the US president. Meanwhile, all capable nations around the world began adjusting their numerous satellites, focusing their attention on the coastal regions of the United States, aiming to determine what the United States intended to do and what its targets might be. The Minister of War had just finished reporting the situation to President Biden when, before they could react, inquiries from other countries began pouring in. The US president, of course, was well aware of the situation. He knew that there was no time to hesitate. He must immediately issue an announcement. Otherwise, there was a real risk of triggering targeted attacks from other countries, and if it were a nuclear missile, it would mean global annihilation. Therefore, he continuously responded to the hotline calls from high-ranking officials of other countries, claiming that we were about to be attacked by missiles, with the target being our homeland, and that we were currently conducting defensive measures. At the same time, he instructed the Ministry of War and the office spokesperson to immediately convene a press conference, strongly condemning the attack on our country and assuring other nations that there were no plans to launch attacks against them. The Minister of Defense and others, aware of the urgency of the situation, immediately began making arrangements. Meanwhile, the United States released a brief video clip of the missile, labeling its speed as 26 Mach.
Other countries were in an uproar. It was the United States that had been attacked. And it was such a mysterious missile. But how could that be?
Nevertheless, most countries believe that the United States would not lie about such an important matter.
Following the trail,
some countries with advanced satellite detection technology actually detected a rapidly moving light point that matched the images released by the United States.
They were stunned.
The ultra-high-speed interceptor missiles launched by the United States were indeed intended to intercept that missile.
That wasn't a meteorite. Terrifying.
They had never seen a missile moving that fast before.
26 Mach. Is that true, or is the United States just making that up?
The five major powers, the United States, Russia, France, the United Kingdom, and China, are all countries with the most advanced satellite technology. They immediately sent teams to verify the missile's actual speed.
The leader of the Goose Nation, Putin, and his senior officials discussed, is this missile really traveling at 26 Mach? How is that possible? We must send people to verify this further. Yes, I will arrange for verification immediately.
Someone immediately suggested that this matter is related to the United States' latest military deployments.
I suspect the United States has its own hidden agenda.
I estimate that the missile's speed was no more than 13 Mach.
No, that's still too high.
As far as I know, the United States' fastest missile only reaches 9 Mach, not even 10 Mach, so this missile is likely only 7 or 8 Mach. Even at that speed, it would still be among the world's top-tier missiles. If it could reach 13 Mach, that would surpass the United States' current strongest military technology. I just wonder which country developed this technology.
It completely outclasses the United States. Everyone began arguing. Report. We've calculated the enemy's flight speed.
A subordinate approached Putin to report.
His expression was filled with disbelief. What is it? 26 Mach. What?
Putin jumped to his feet, his expression growing grim.
Are you sure our detection system isn't malfunctioning?
Supreme Leader, I've had the technicians double-check everything. There's no way the machines could be malfunctioning. All the high-ranking officials present fell silent, speechless, and stunned.
Could it be that the United States is facing an alien attack?
In the eyes of many high-ranking officials, only aliens could possess such technology. As for whether aliens exist in this world, for the higher-ups, this was no secret. Meanwhile, news of this mysterious missile didn't just cause a stir in the United States. The high-ranking officials in Eagle Country and Gull Country were equally stunned.
What? How could there be such a high-speed missile? Are you sure this isn't a dream? Are we really in the real world?
As far as they know, based on their understanding, no country on Earth today possesses a missile capable of reaching such speeds. The fastest missile they were aware of was from the United States, and its flight speed had not exceeded Mach 10.
Chapter 144, Losing Both Face and Substance.
However, after the initial panic subsided, Putin and his senior officials all sighed in relief.
As long as the elderly US president doesn't want to start a world war or take action against Russia, that's fine. To be honest, who would want to wage war when they could enjoy power? Especially after learning that their arch-rival, the United States, was now under extreme threat from that mysterious missile, Putin and his entourage were overjoyed. Ha! You United States have finally met your match.
You've always been the ones flaunting your military might before the eyes of the world, believing your technology to be unmatched. But now, you've been crushed by someone else's technology, being humiliated and humiliated. Thinking of this, Putin grew even happier. Everyone, I propose we raise a toast to the United States and wish them luck in avoiding this disaster.
Putin said with a smile. However, Mr. Putin, I think the United States will have a very hard time escaping this crisis, really. His subordinates chimed in.
Haha, regardless, the United States has lost both face and substance this time.
That's right, Commander, you're truly insightful. Another general said. Clink.
The glasses in their hands clinked together, producing a crisp, pleasant sound. The clear liquid in the cups swayed, resembling cold, icy springs, emitting a chilling glow.
Meanwhile, other nations such as Eagle Nation, Gull Nation, and Han's Nation all sighed in relief. As long as it's not a new world war.
As for the Eagle Kingdom, it was still following the lead of the beautiful country. As long as the beautiful country didn't cause any major incidents, they still had a chance to play the role of a loyal vassal. However, Gaul and Hans were secretly hoping that if the missile truly worked, destroying the United States and evading its missile defense system, it would mark the beginning of the United States' military decline. In that case, the opportunity for us, who have been oppressed by it for decades, would finally arrive. The global order would be reshaped. At this point, the mindset of all nations is undergoing subtle yet profound changes. Yet they all overlooked one crucial detail: investigating the origin of this mysterious missile. Or perhaps they had a vague suspicion that it originated from China, but they were unwilling to admit it, not wanting to be associated with China. After all, in their minds, China is still that barbaric, mysterious country incapable of developing such advanced weapons. Although just a few days ago, China's newly developed super female warriors defeated the United States bioengineered soldiers, forcing them to self-destruct, and also destroyed one of the United States aircraft carriers and captured another. Beautiful country. At that moment, General William and Yuri, the head of the SAT program, were staring intently at the satellite footage. The light point on the screen was moving rapidly toward the United States mainland. Damn it! It's confirmed it's definitely targeting our homeland. General William clenched his teeth and said. As the missile grew closer to beautiful country, their tension mounted. The operators around them also stared intently at the satellite feed, not daring to breathe a word. This is a major crisis for the United States. It could be said that since the United States was founded, no country had ever dared to attack it so brazenly. Of course, the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor launched by Little Japan back then is an exception. However, back then, information wasn't as advanced as it is today. Now, the United States predicament was exposed to the entire world. Yuri asked the satellite monitoring station again, has the missile entered the interceptable zone? Yes, General, it has entered the interceptable zone. How long until impact? 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, our interceptor missiles will detonate, causing the missile to explode. Alright, monitor it closely. William finished speaking and addressed the bases involved in the intercept. All units, prepare for area intercept. The countdown alert sounded. 8, 7, 6, 5, 2, 1. Ignite. As the countdown ended, everyone watched the satellite monitoring screen. They could clearly see countless missiles exploding in the sky. And that mysterious missile had also entered the explosion zone. Both theoretically and visually, they concluded that the interception was highly likely to succeed. Great. Not bad. William smiled. He turned to Yuri. Yuri's face also broke into a wide smile. What a relief. It was worth using all those missiles. Thank goodness, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to explain it to Congress. Yuri said, still shaken. Meanwhile, the operators nearby had already erupted into cheers. The commotion was so loud it seemed like the command room was about to be torn apart. Yuri and William, of course, didn't stop their men from letting off steam, especially after such a major victory. But suddenly, a panicked voice rang out, like a bucket of cold water, dousing the celebratory enthusiasm in an instant. Boss, it's turning. Everyone froze and looked over immediately. Sure enough. It had suddenly changed direction, making a 90-degree turn and performing a snake-like maneuver before diving downward. Shock. How is that possible? Yuri felt his tongue tie in knots. Such a large missile, traveling at such high speed, could actually make such a sharp turn under those circumstances.
This proves that someone is controlling it from behind.
General William clenched his teeth.
Pursue it. Intercept the missile ahead. We must stop it. At the same time,
in the Military Research Institute of Huagua. At that moment, the one controlling the missile from behind was none other than Qin Guang. This missile was the hypersonic cruise-guided missile that Qin Guang had proposed at the high-level meeting. At the time, Qin Guang had stated that he could develop this missile in no more than 5 days. In reality, he completed the entire process in just over 4 days. This lightning-fast speed left everyone speechless. Of course, this achievement would not have been possible without the blueprints provided by the system, nor without the full support of Zhao Bo, the director of the China Academy of Science and Technology, who had personally recommended the top technical experts from the Military Science Academy. Upon hearing Qin Guang's proposal, the chief of the general staff immediately ordered all relevant departments to provide full support. The relevant factories under the Military Industry Institute and the Weapons Research Institute naturally provided full support. Throughout this process, Zhao Bo willingly took on a supporting role for Qin Guang. As he put it, "Qin, just tell me what you need. I'll handle all the logistics. If you need people, I'll provide them. If you need technology, I'll give it to you. If you need money, I'll provide it. As long as we can make it happen, I'll give you every ounce of my effort." Qin Guang could only express deep gratitude for the elderly man's patriotic spirit. After the missile was completed, the Military Research Institute spent an additional day conducting comprehensive tests for safety reasons. To everyone's surprise, despite only having 4 days, the missile Qin Guang developed met all performance requirements and even exceeded the highest standards. According to calculations, its flight speed was indeed uncompromised, reaching 26 Mach and even exceeding that. This result truly shocked everyone at the Military Research Institute who was aware of it. "The naming rights for this missile are yours. As the inventor, you may name it," the chief designer said to Qin Guang. Qin Guang declined repeatedly but eventually agreed reluctantly.
"How about Dongfeng?
It symbolizes riding the east wind and emerging from the east."
Good name.
"It shall be called Dongfeng. This series of missiles will henceforth be known as the Dongfeng series, and this one will be the Dongfeng one,"
the chief designer declared loudly. At that very moment,
Qin Guang was controlling the Dongfeng one toward its target. Behind him, the interceptor missiles were moving as slowly as snails, far behind him, and the explosions were also far behind. Up ahead, countless interceptor missiles continued to approach, with explosions occurring constantly. At this moment, it seemed to be surrounded on all sides. Breaking out of this encirclement posed a significant challenge for Qin Guang. But he remained calm and composed.
"Can I try?"
Beside him, Tang Wanru watched Qin Guang's smooth and fluid maneuvers, feeling eager to give it a go. Her eyes sparkled with determination, filled with anticipation as she watched Qin Guang.
Chapter 145, Your control is too clumsy. "Oh, you want to try?"
Qin Guang glanced at Tang Wanru's delicate features.
Since Tang Wanru returned from the southeastern coast, several days had already passed.
During this time, she had not made an appearance, instead focusing on further strengthening her training, recovering her memories, and accelerating her adaptation to this new body. To aid her recovery, the Huaca Academy had specially created a 10-gravity environment for her use. Soon, she found immense joy in it and achieved a great sense of accomplishment.
However, as she adapted, the 10-fold gravity was no longer sufficient for her needs.
Therefore, the gravity was continuously increased. 12 times, 15 times, 17 times, 20 times. Finally, it was increased to 50 times. Even then, Tang Wanru still felt she hadn't reached her limit. However, it couldn't be increased any further, as this was the highest power level that the Huaca Academy could develop. Out of boredom, Tang Wanru decided to take a stroll around the area. Qin Guang's place, though considered a highly classified unit, was just an ordinary place for Tang Wanru. To be honest, her current access level was already quite high. Qin Guang naturally wanted Tang Wanru to gain more exposure to various things. This was also the intention of the higher-ups in the Huagua government. They did not merely want to cultivate Tang Wanru into a super soldier who could only charge into battle. Additionally, spending more time with Qin Guang would be beneficial for Tang Wanru's growth, effectively strengthening their emotional bond. After all, Tang Wanru was too powerful. If she were left to develop on her own, there was a risk she might go off the rails, which wouldn't be good for Huagua. In fact, her original intention was to ask Qin Guang for help in creating a space with 100 times the Earth's gravity to enhance her training. However, after hearing her request, Qin Guang proposed a new idea and assigned it to the researchers at the Huaca Academy for development. He believes results will be achieved soon. At this moment, Qin Guang actually didn't have time to accompany Tang Wanru. Even though he knew that Tang Wanru had come here for another reason to find out the answer to the question he had been considering earlier. However, upon hearing Tang Wanru mention controlling missiles, he paused for a moment. Then he tapped his forehead and asked, "You want to try?" Tang Wanru smiled lightly. "I want to see you control it.
It should be fun. And your control is too clumsy. Looking at the missile's parameters, its sensitivity is very high. You might not be able to control it.
After saying that, she stared intently at Qin Guang without blinking.
Qin Guang was taken aback. My control is too clumsy?
At that moment, many people from the Military Research Institute nearby heard Tang Wanru's words and were taken aback by her evaluation.
How could she say that? That's way too arrogant. Is she bragging to the point of insulting Qin, the researcher? How dare she say Qin Guang's control was clumsy? And saying it to his face, isn't that the same as saying it about us? Many felt dissatisfied and thought to themselves, you don't just insult someone like that to their face, do you?
After all, in their eyes, Qin Guang's control was already flawless, impossible to improve upon. Qin Guang was personally chosen to operate this missile, and it was a decision made unanimously by everyone, who strongly recommended him. This wasn't just because they believed Qin Guang deserved the honor, more importantly, he had the ability to back it up. Back then, when Qin Guang developed the Dongfeng 1, it shocked the entire Military Research Institute. After all, Qin Guang had casually developed a super missile that far surpassed the technical capabilities of the Military Research Institute, and even rivaled the world's top-tier technology, long ago winning their admiration. When it came to selecting who should operate this missile, everyone at the Military Research Institute recommended Qin Guang personally, as no one was more familiar with the missile's performance than him. However, Qin Guang declined and instead decided to compete with the best operators at the Military Industry Institute to select the best candidate. However, the final results clearly showed that Qin Guang was indeed superior, and by a significant margin. Yet now, this female soldier dared to say that Qin Guang's control was too clumsy. However, Qin Guang didn't get angry at all, instead, he perked up. In truth, he knew his own limitations. Controlling a missile capable of traveling over 8,000 meters per second was indeed a challenging task for him. On several occasions, he had narrowly avoided being intercepted by the enemy's missile swarms. To others, it seemed like his skills were superior, but he knew deep down that he was pushing himself to the limit. What should he do? Had he failed before even beginning? He thought to himself. However, Tang Wanru's words now served as a wake-up call for him. Yes, I can't do it, but she can. This hypersonic cruise missile had effectively broken through the limits of human military missile technology. If it were an ordinary person, even if they had their own limitations, what if someone like Tang Wanru, whose physical reaction speed far surpassed that of humans by an unimaginable margin, were to try it? Thus, Qin Guang decisively stood up, moved aside, and said, "You go." Tang Wanru didn't hesitate, took 2 steps to the seat, and sat down. Clatter! Within seconds, she tested all the control buttons. Of course, none of them affected the missile's flight. But in that brief moment, she had already become familiar with the control buttons. To be honest, the controls weren't difficult, just up, down, left, right, slow down, and speed up. But relying on them to maneuver through a swarm of missiles, dodging left and right to break out of the encirclement, truly tested one's reaction speed. One wrong move could mean the missile being hit or affected by an explosion, resulting in a mid-air detonation. However, now that Tang Wanru had taken over, the Dongfeng 1 seemed to have undergone a sudden transformation. Although its speed appears unchanged, its responsiveness has become far more agile. It could even be said that it weaves through the intercepting missile swarm with unparalleled agility, like a fish darting through water, evading every missile without being intercepted. It always manages to evade interception at the last possible moment. Even in situations that seemed hopeless, it always finds a way out. What's going on? How did the enemy's missiles suddenly become so agile? Sada's commander, Yuri, was already sweating profusely. He stared at the satellite monitoring screen and let out a startled cry. Meanwhile, General William standing beside him looked equally grim. They had already launched so many interceptor missiles, yet they still couldn't bring the enemy down. They had thought they were about to hit the target, but it had dodged them again? Admiral William was equally frustrated, his expression grim. Can't even stop it with encirclement and blockades? No. Just thinking about the consequences of the intercept failure made William's mood absolutely terrible. If it were to land on American soil, the resulting explosions and shockwaves would cause countless casualties. Most importantly, how much of their reputation would be left? They would face nationwide criticism, and he might even be dismissed by the supreme leader. Thinking further, the global missile defense system he and Yuri had worked so hard to establish, what value would it have left? Without hesitation, William clenched his teeth, steeled his resolve, and issued another order: launch another 20,000 hypersonic interceptor missiles. We must intercept it at all costs. Chapter 146, Unexpected Surprise. Tang Wanru moved her fingers like lightning, her hands constantly sweeping across the control panel, leaving afterimages in their wake. Under her control, the Dongfeng 1 darted away like a bolt of lightning, swiftly breaking free from the swarm of over 10,000 ultra-high-speed interceptor missiles and leaving them far behind. Although there were still countless interceptor missiles ahead, breaking through their encirclement was no challenge for Tang Wanru. Long live! Wonderful! Impressive!
Cheers erupted throughout the Military Research Institute.
Meanwhile, in the elders' meeting room, the supreme commander and the high-ranking officials of Huagua were all closely monitoring the situation of the Dongfeng 1. Seeing its performance, they all sighed in relief. Minister Tao of the War Department exclaimed, "I never expected this." The Dongfeng 1 developed by Qin Guang not only shattered the speed record that the United States has held for years, but also possesses such a high evasion speed.
Minister Zhao of the Equipment Department also wore a smile. Indeed, the evasion speed it demonstrated such a reaction shouldn't be achievable by humans, right? Could it be that young Qin has developed an advanced guidance system?
The more he spoke, the more curious he became. After all, as an expert in military engineering, he was well versed in such control systems and had been closely monitoring developments, always seeking breakthroughs.
Minister Tao smiled. That's simple. Just ask and you'll know. The phone was immediately dialed to the director of the Military Industry Institute, Lu Haiyang. Director Lu, this is Tao Shiyu. You've really done a great job this time.
Lu Haiyang burst into laughter and replied respectfully, "We dare not take credit for this. This achievement is thanks to the strong support from higher-ups, the full cooperation of all sister units, and especially the contribution of researcher Qin." Though he spoke modestly, his pride and joy were evident.
Regardless, this honor is ours to keep.
Moreover, they had secured such a large-scale project and gained experience in the design and manufacturing of this missile, along with the blueprints. This would become the technical foundation of the Military Industry Institute in the future.
Haha, you old fox, still being modest with me. This time, you really hit the jackpot. Rest assured, the higher-ups will definitely give you credit for this. Lu, the director, expressed his gratitude once again. Then, Minister Tao cut straight to the point. The Dongfeng 1 has such excellent maneuverability and responsiveness. Tell me, is there a better guidance system?
Lu Haiyang knew immediately that this was the real reason Tao had called.
At that moment, Lu Haiyang was in the control room, standing not far from Tang Wanru, watching her operate the controls with a look of disbelief. Her slender, jade-like fingers danced across the keyboard with the grace of a pianist, light and agile, as if dancing, brimming with vitality.
Her movements exuded a sense of rhythm. When she moved slowly, it was like slow motion, tracing perfect curves. When she moved quickly, it was like a whirlwind, leaving only streaks of afterimages.
Hey, old Lu, are you listening?
Tao, the department head, waited for a moment but received no response, growing impatient and finally speaking up.
Lu Haiyang, the dean, finally snapped back to reality. He swallowed hard before speaking. Yes, it's Tang Wanru controlling it. Minister Tao was startled. What? I said, it's Tang Wanru who's in control.
At first, it was Qin Guang who was in control, but just now, half a minute ago, it switched to Tang Wanru.
Lu Haiyang emphasized again.
Minister Tao hung up the phone and relayed the news to the senior officials.
Everyone was left speechless.
Although they had already experienced countless unimaginable events, they still found this outcome hard to accept.
Such perfect manipulation was actually carried out by a human being? Yes, could human hands really achieve such a level of precision?
The Supreme Commander was the first to regain his composure.
He spoke in a low voice. No, that's not accurate. Technically speaking, Tang Wanru is no longer human, at least not an ordinary human. She is a perfect new human. Her reaction speed is only natural. Minister Tao nodded in agreement.
The more he interacted with Tang Wanru and learned about her abilities, the more he came to agree with this assessment. He also respected Qin Guang from the bottom of his heart. After all, without Qin Guang, there would be no Tang Wanru as we know her today.
Others chimed in to agree, expressing their support.
That said, the current senior officials were still particularly excited. After all, prior to this, as a perfect new human being, Tang Wanru had already brought them immense surprises. Whether it was her defeat of a bioengineered soldier from the United States in the imperial capital, or her confrontation with two of the United States' most advanced aircraft carriers along the southeastern coast, sinking one and capturing the other, she had demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Especially the fact that she brought back an intact aircraft carrier. This holds epoch-making significance for China. However, everyone now realizes that what Tang Wanru has demonstrated so far is merely the tip of the iceberg, far from the full extent of her value. With Tang Wanru's current control abilities combined with Qin Guang's strategic thinking, their partnership is likely to produce astonishing results in military industry, aerospace, and technology.
Yes, I'm truly curious now, what kind of miracles will they bring next?
Minister Tao smiled confidently. Regardless of the outcome, their collaboration will undoubtedly bring increasing benefits to our country. Indeed, setting aside Shaoqin, Tang Wanru alone has already brought us so many benefits. To be honest, I'm already eager to see what good things we can obtain from the Bush-class vessel.
That's no problem. Trust our engineers, their reverse engineering capabilities are world-renowned.
Minister Zhao of the Equipment Department said with a smile. After he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter.
That is indeed the case. After so many years of development, China's counterfeiting capabilities have made significant strides.
Some of the products we produce even outperform the original versions in certain aspects. In any case, everyone in the meeting room was laughing heartily.
The immense pressure that the United States and other countries had been exerting on China for so long seemed to have diminished significantly at that moment. The fundamental reason was that they had truly seen the hope of China's rise. This trend, after decades of effort, has continued to grow stronger, and now is the time for it to bear fruit. For a moment, everyone felt full of ambition.
Suddenly, Xiaowu Document Anti-Piracy used the book robot to select Xiaowu for stable, reliable, and hassle-free service. A senior official let out a low cry, "Attention! Another batch of ultra-high-speed interceptor missiles has been launched." Everyone turned their attention to the large screen. Sure enough,
earlier, they had thought that the United States was out of options and it was time to give up. All they had to do now was wait for the Dongfeng 1 to detonate its target. Who could have imagined that the United States would go to such great lengths? After calculations, the total cost of launching tens of thousands of interceptor missiles was estimated to reach over $100 billion.
No wonder no one would accept defeat. Even in its final moments, it would make one last desperate effort. Chapter 147, Blocked? At that moment, the entire venue fell into a state of tension. The elders stared intently at the large screen, clenching their fists tightly, not daring to breathe. They didn't know if China's Dongfeng 1 missile would be able to evade the intercept this time.
But they all hoped for a miracle. Yes, it was truly too difficult. The closer it got to its target, the more interceptors the Dongfeng 1 faced. It was a relentless barrage of defenses.
Meanwhile, at the Military Research Institute, in the control room, Tang Wanru seemed unaffected. She appears to be completely oblivious to the intercepts unfolding before her.
At the same time, there was no sign of her wanting to slow down.
Xin Guang watched her movements and couldn't help but feel anxious for her.
He knew she had her own confidence, determined to find a way out of the impossible.
Breaking through the enemy's encirclement and getting closer to the target.
However, completing the maneuver was truly too difficult.
If it were me, I definitely couldn't do it, Xin Guang thought to himself. The other operators, witnessing such an intense intercept, felt they wouldn't last 10 seconds. Yet Tang Wanru was moving with ease, as if strolling through a garden. Nevertheless, the operators were all on edge, unsure how long Tang Wanru could hold out.
At this rate, there's no way she'll avoid the high-speed interceptor missiles up ahead.
That's right.
They've already sealed off the space ahead.
If we collide, we're done for. However, some disagreed with this view and countered, it's not impossible, is it?
To effectively intercept, these missiles must be at least 1 meter apart. Therefore, theoretically, there's still a chance to dodge them.
How could there be such a skilled pilot? Exactly, that's just theoretical spatial distance. Besides, such spatial changes might only occur in a fraction of a second. Even if you find them, you wouldn't have time to react. Why not?
As long as you're a master at calculations. Plus, they'd need super fast reaction times. And exceptional predictive abilities.
Exactly, that's not something an ordinary person can do, so don't even think about it. Tang Wanru seemed oblivious to the low murmurs. Of course not. After all, her hearing was too sharp.
However, whether the comments were favorable or unfavorable toward her, she paid no heed.
Her entire focus was on controlling the missile.
Facing the overwhelming barrage of missiles ahead, her hands continued to move swiftly, showing no signs of slowing down. Until the Dongfeng 1 plunged headfirst into the interceptor missile swarm. On the American side, General Yuri, the overall commander, and General William witnessed the Dongfeng 1's maneuver and were both extremely excited.
Good. We've got you.
Yuri suddenly clapped his hands.
We didn't let you down. Interception successful.
General William's face also broke into a bright smile. Of course, their eyes remained fixed on the screen, awaiting that thrilling moment. They wanted to see that brilliant firework bloom.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The explosion hasn't happened yet. What's going on?
Yuri, the overall commander, and General William couldn't help but shift their gaze slightly and exchange a glance.
No explosion yet? Who can tell you what's happening? Unconsciously, the veins on William's forehead bulged, and he roared, "What the hell is going on?" The satellite monitoring personnel operated the equipment again, zooming in on the image. The mysterious missile's silhouette suddenly came into view. They saw the mysterious missile darting left and right, weaving and twisting, as if dancing through a thorn bush, moving back and forth with incredible agility. The tiny space between them was less than a meter wide, and the distance was constantly changing. It always managed to dodge the intercepting missiles at the last possible moment. How is this possible? Not only them, but even the other American soldiers were left speechless. Such maneuvering was far too difficult for humans to accomplish. Even with high-performance computers, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat, as it involves an enormous amount of instantaneous calculations. And information transmission cannot be completed in an instant. It could only have been done manually, but only a human could react that quickly, exhausting all possibilities to find the best and safest route. 10 seconds. 11 seconds. 12 seconds. Time ticked away second by second, but that damned missile was still there, slippery as an eel. Admiral William punched the corner of the control panel, producing a dull thud. Ignoring the dull pain in his hand, he roared, "What are you waiting for? Detonate the bomb immediately. I want to blow it to pieces." His order was carried out immediately. The order was transmitted via electronic signals to every operator in the numerous bases. Although there were many missiles, each was controlled by a different operator, not by a single person controlling multiple missiles. After all, to achieve the best intercept results, they needed to focus solely on their tasks. Thus, the operators followed the standard operating procedures to determine the distance between the interceptor missiles they controlled and the mysterious missile. For missiles at the appropriate distance, the relevant operators immediately adjusted the missile's attitude to seek the optimal distance and angle. Then, the detonation button is pressed. Instantly, countless interceptor missiles explode in mid-air. It was like a chain reaction. Suddenly, massive bursts of flames appeared in the sky. It was as though countless flowers were blooming out of thin air. Endless flames and debris shot out in all directions. In just a few seconds, the flames engulfed everything, filling the entire field of vision. The high-ranking officials and soldiers of the United States were filled with anticipation. The ordinary citizens who witnessed this scene stared wide-eyed, gaping in astonishment, or covered their mouths with their hands, utterly speechless. They never imagined they would witness such a spectacular sight. They were stunned by the power of the beautiful country's weapons. Meanwhile, the expressions of the high-ranking officials from the other country were grim. The Supreme Commander sighed deeply. "Everyone saw that, didn't you? The United States military power is so overwhelming. There was nothing they could do. After all, they had invested so much money into this operation, all for the sake of intercepting the missile successfully. Moreover, the United States missile defense system has been developed for so long, claiming to be the best in the world. The fact that we've pushed them to this point is still a significant achievement." The other high-ranking officials could only nod in agreement with the Supreme Commander's words. Though they all felt a sense of regret, the situation had already reached this point. As the Supreme Commander had said, achieving this level of success was already commendable. The ultimate goal wasn't achieved, but at least we managed to make the United States lose over $100 billion through this method. However, the United States' annual military budget accounts for 39% of the global total, so this operation was not a significant blow to them. Nevertheless, in the past, they never dared to imagine achieving such results. Minister Tao's voice rang out, "Everyone, don't lose heart. Missiles like the Dongfeng one, we can produce as many as we want in the future. The United States won't be able to find an effective countermeasure in the short term. If they continue with their current approach, they won't be able to sustain it. Moreover, our strikes against the United States are far more devastating. They dare not claim their missile defense technology is unmatched anymore." Everyone nodded in agreement. Overall, the gains from this operation were still quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, at the Military Research Institute, there was a similar sense of regret. What a pity. We must be vigilant and defend our positions. However, no one blamed Tang Wanru, as she had already maximized her control skills. Facing the United States to the extreme interception methods, even if someone else had been in her position, they would have been unable to handle it and would have been intercepted even sooner. Suddenly, someone whispered in shock, "How is she still operating?" Everyone looked again, and sure enough, everyone was stunned. Qin Guan was still staring intently at the screen. Although he also felt it was hopeless and must have been intercepted, the relevant information was still continuously being fed back. Combined with Tang Wanru's actions, he knew she was still trying. Suddenly, whoosh! A burst of flames erupted, and Dongfeng 1 suddenly emerged from below. The entire crowd was stunned. Is Dongfeng number 1 okay? Chapter 148, Target, the Pentagon? Inside the control room at the Military Research Institute, everyone began cheering, their voices so loud they could almost tear the roof off the building. Great! Impressive! Tang Wanru, you're amazing! Wow, you're my idol! I love you so much! Although they couldn't believe their eyes, the facts were clear before them. Is there any better proof than this? At that moment, Qin Guang, standing beside Tang Wanru, couldn't believe his eyes either. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. But now, with such an outcome, one couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly wonderful." Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials in the Elders' Council had also received the news and were equally astonished. Originally, they had already prepared to withdraw. They too needed time to calm their nerves. In the short time that had passed, their emotions had gone through a roller coaster of highs and lows, from anticipation to disappointment, and then to renewed hope. It was a mix of emotions that was hard to put into words. At this moment, Minister Tao remained calm and composed. He even had the composure to comfort others. "We still have other methods to destroy the SAD system.
Or we could build a few more Dongfeng 1 missiles and launch them multiple times.
Even if the United States can intercept them, it will bankrupt their finances.
Despite this, Minister Tao couldn't bring himself to give up completely. He continued to stare at the satellite footage, desperate to see how the Dongfeng 1 had exited this major stage.
Without seeing the Dongfeng 1 explode, he couldn't give up.
Or perhaps he was clinging to that one in a million chance, hoping that Tang Wanru and Qin Guang could create a miracle. After all, this was the world's most advanced missile, capable of 26 Mach.
Then, he let out a low gasp but was still there.
Upon hearing this, many high-ranking officials felt a stir in their hearts, stopping in their tracks, turning their heads, or looking back. Then, they saw the missile, like a divine sword, slicing through layers of demonic flames and bursting forth.
It was earth-shattering, shocking the world.
Several elders couldn't believe their eyes, rubbing them and blinking hard before finally focusing on the scene. They truly never imagined they would witness such a fantastical scene.
Wonderful! Our Dongfeng 1 is still here. Yes, a miracle, it's truly a miracle. Now the United States is in for a headache.
Yeah, ha! I can't wait to see the shocked expressions on their faces.
In any case, at that moment, the entire Elder Council, both inside and out, was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone felt like they had won a great battle.
In fact, they had just won a decisive victory, a decisive blow.
And their opponents might not even realize it yet. The situation is exactly as the elders had anticipated.
SOD headquarters. At that moment, SOD's Supreme Commander, Yuri, and General William had already begun celebrating. Their subordinates, whether they were soldiers operating missiles, other support units, messengers, or other combat command personnel, all began to cheer.
Great! This is amazing.
Guys, this is your victory.
Let's celebrate. Black soldiers jumped up from their seats, swaying their large hips and dancing seductively. Beautiful female soldiers embraced male soldiers, and soon they were kissing.
As for the others, they celebrated the victory in their own unique ways. Earlier, when they saw the mysterious missile surrounded by their own interceptor missiles and engulfed in flames, they used their professional expertise to determine that the situation was under control and the crisis had been averted. Although it cost no less than 100 billion gold, they finally managed to intercept that strange missile.
This is good news. As long as success is achieved, no matter the cost, it is worthwhile.
This proves that the missile interception system the military has been pushing so hard is effective. It's not a waste of taxpayers' money or a scam to deceive the public. The military, whose duty is to protect the lives of the people, has always been a formidable force, striking fear into the hearts of enemies.
Therefore, upon confirming the successful interception, his subordinates immediately brought champagne on a tray.
General Yuri, the overall commander, and General William each picked up a large glass and gently clinked them together.
Clink.
General William's expression returned to calm, his face radiating a sense of pride.
This is the military might of the United States. Thinking that a few breakthroughs in military technology could surpass us? That's sheer folly. Commander Yuri nodded in agreement. Exactly. Our country's strength is comprehensive, not like some nations think relying on a single trick to overturn the heavens. After speaking, the two clinked their glasses again. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed in to report, "General, I have some unfortunate news. We couldn't stop it, the enemy's missile didn't explode."
"How is that possible?" General William was startled.
Clang!
The glass slipped from his hand and crashed to the ground.
The subordinate continued, "And the enemy has already entered our airspace."
On the other side, Yuri had already rushed to the satellite screen.
He spoke urgently, "Calculate the missile's flight path immediately and predict their target."
"Yes."
The subordinate replied immediately.
At that moment, General William also hurried over. He stood silently, watching the chaos unfold.
After a few seconds, the subordinates provided a virtual impact point. The enemy's target is the Pentagon.
Everyone looked up at the sound, only to see the virtual arrow on the computer monitor pointing to a place that was truly shocking: the Pentagon.
What? How dare they?
General William's face turned red with anger, mixed with panic.
The expression on Commander Yuri's face was equally grim.
The Pentagon, that's the military headquarters of the United States, the office building of the Department of Defense.
And there are so many military personnel working there.
If this place were to be bombed, it would be a complete embarrassment.
If such an incident were to occur, wouldn't it be just like the attack the United States suffered 20 years ago?
Remember, back then, when the third plane crashed into the Pentagon, it caused a global sensation and a huge uproar. If something like that were to happen again, it would truly be a severe blow to the United States' reputation.
The first time, they could still find an excuse, but they didn't expect the enemy to use such despicable tactics. But this time, the situation is completely different.
They had made thorough preparations and deployed numerous interceptor missiles, yet the result was a failure, allowing the enemy to penetrate unimpeded all the way to Arlington County, Virginia, and blow up the Pentagon? And last time, it was just one plane crashing into the building.
This time, it's completely different. This time, it was a missile. Missiles traveling at 26 Mach. How much explosives were loaded inside? How powerful will the explosion be? Will it level the Pentagon to the ground? Is there still time to evacuate? Admiral William almost let out a painful groan. General, there's no time. His subordinate replied decisively.
General William knew full well that time was insufficient.
Changing his mind, he asked, "Have you identified which country launched it?" His subordinate immediately replied, "We've identified it, it's from China."
Upon hearing this, William clenched his teeth. Contact the high-ranking officials of China immediately.
I need to ask them what they're trying to do.
Yes. The subordinate immediately agreed and hurried off to make arrangements.
Chapter 149, a replay? The Elder Council of Huagua.
When the high-ranking officials once again caught sight of the Dongfeng one, they were utterly speechless with shock. They stared in disbelief, then looked at each other in silence, unable to speak.
What was going on?
Just moments ago, there had been such a violent explosion that everything within the blast radius seemed to have been torn to shreds.
Moreover, the Dongfeng one was already an extremely volatile bomb. Yet it was completely undamaged? How was that possible? After a long while, someone finally spoke, their words still betraying disbelief. That's great. Our missile is still intact. This is truly a miracle. It actually dodged it. Ha, that's wonderful. What a pleasant surprise. That's right, well done.
We should award them a first-class merit, no, a special merit.
No, we have to ask how they did it.
Tao Shiyu, the Minister of War, seemed to have sparks in his eyes as he repeated the question. Other high-ranking officials also reacted, nodding in agreement.
Yes, yes. We must ask immediately. This is a major achievement. Despite the United States' extremely tight blockade, they managed to evade it.
If we know how they did it, then breaking through their defenses in the future will be a piece of cake. Their so-called advanced interception system would be as flimsy as paper. A secretary was about to call the Military Research Institute to inquire about the details. However, whether by some unspoken understanding, the call hadn't even been dialed yet when Qin Guang's call came in.
Before Qin Guang could speak, several elders eagerly began asking questions.
They seemed incredibly urgent.
Elders, please calm down. I called to report this matter to you.
His words finally calmed the elders' excitement, and they listened to his explanation. Qin Guang didn't waste any time and immediately explained that Tang Wanru was the one controlling the situation, emphasizing her status as a perfect new human with superhuman reaction speed.
Everyone finally understood.
Tang Wanru, relying on her powerful reaction speed and exceptional computational abilities, diverted the missiles at a sharp angle just 1 second before they were set off by the interceptor missiles in the United States, causing them to dive downward at a 90-degree angle. Before being caught in the explosion, the Dongfeng one had already been maneuvered out of the blast radius under her control. Its speed did not even decrease, maintaining an ultra-high speed of 26 Mach. Although it appeared as though the explosion's flames had engulfed it, it had not been detonated. Upon learning of Tang Wanru's maneuver, the high-ranking officials were all left speechless in awe.
This Tang Wanru is truly our lucky star. Indeed, a true lucky star. Women are no less capable than men.
Ha, it should be said that it's the power of technology. Brave yet meticulous, and the most crucial factor behind her success is her lightning-fast reaction time.
That's exactly right. It's no wonder everyone is amazed.
Diving at 26 Mach is an extremely risky maneuver in itself. Keep in mind that the missile was already very close to the ground at that point. And she also had to avoid the interceptor missiles. One misstep, and the missile would explode directly on the ground.
And this could all happen in just a matter of seconds.
If that were to happen, all her efforts would be in vain. After overcoming countless obstacles, to fall victim to the latest wave of interceptors would be truly tragic.
Fortunately, Tang Wanru managed to pull it up in time, bringing it into low-altitude flight mode.
Plunging from an altitude of 10,000 meters at supersonic speeds exceeding 8,000 meters per second, it was somehow pulled back up again. Additionally, Qin Guang mentioned the changes he had made in the latest design, making the Dongfeng one less susceptible to being detonated by external impacts. He specifically implemented desensitization measures in the Dongfeng one's control system, enabling it to evade conventional explosions to some extent.
The experts once again praised Qin Guang's approach with admiration.
Ah, one must admit, this was a perfect collaboration between technology and superhuman reaction speed.
Indeed, a flawless collaborative performance.
At that moment, as they watched the Dongfeng one, they had no doubts that it could reach the Pentagon. At that moment, they all stared intently at the large screen, eagerly awaiting its completion of its mission.
Of course, they could also see Tang Wanru's series of control maneuvers.
Her lightning-fast reflexes and dazzlingly complex operations left them in awe, unable to help but marvel at her skill.
However, the operators, aware of the elders' focus, proactively made adjustments to allow the elders to observe Tang Wanru's operations.
Sure enough, this small gesture earned the unanimous praise of the elders. Just then, the secretary approached the Supreme Commander to report, "Supreme Commander, General William from the United States is requesting a call."
Oh?
The Supreme Commander exchanged glances with the other high-ranking officials. Then he smiled and said, "It seems the beautiful country is in a hurry for a general's request.
Let's agree to it. Let's see what they want."
Meanwhile, the secretary had already handed the phone to the Supreme Commander.
The call connected.
Immediately, General William's voice came through, "Your Excellency."
What exactly does your country want? The urgency in his tone was clear even over the phone.
The Supreme Leader merely smiled, seemingly unaffected by the other party's emotions.
He spoke, "You know exactly what we want. You should be well aware of that."
General William's voice turned cold. "We have already determined that the missiles originated from your country.
What you are doing is provoking a conflict. It is a serious provocation against the United States.
Your country will pay the price for this action, a price you cannot afford to pay."
The Supreme Commander's expression grew cold. The expressions of the other high-ranking officials also grew as cold as ice. Do you think you can just send your fleet into our territorial waters and flex your muscles? Let you know that China is no longer the China of 100 years ago. China has risen. The Supreme Commander coldly said, "Who is provoking us?"
"It was your fleet that first invaded our southeastern coastal waters. It was your bioengineered soldiers who first invaded our country, and it was your spies who caused trouble within our borders. And don't forget that 2 of your aircraft carriers were sunk, 1 was captured. And now, instead of reflecting on your actions, you dare to threaten us.
Let us wait and see what consequences China will face."
After speaking, the Supreme Commander hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to respond.
Click. General William was furious.
He never expected the Supreme Commander's tone to be so firm, completely unlike before, with no room for compromise. This made his eyes turn red with anger. His anger boiled over, and he slammed the phone onto the ground.
Shards flew everywhere.
He stood there, breathing heavily. Just then, his subordinate reported urgently, "General, the missile is only 300 kilometers away from the Pentagon."
General William took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "How much time do we have?" "Only 35 seconds.
General William's expression grew even more grim.
General Sat's expression also darkened.
He thought for a moment and hurriedly said, "After the bombing incident, the Pentagon has strengthened its air defense and is equipped with the world's most advanced defense systems. It must be able to withstand the explosion of this missile."
At that moment, what else could General Williams say? If the interception fails, the consequences. He clenched his teeth and said, "Notify the Pentagon to prepare for the worst."
Yes.
Chapter 150, Target, Pentagon.
At that moment, many countries were watching the showdown between the United States and the mysterious missile via satellite. They all wanted to know who would emerge victorious. At that moment, they were all tracking the missile's flight path to predict its ultimate target. Then, many nations were shocked to realize that its target was the Pentagon.
Gall, are they going to bomb it again? The United States is in trouble this time. Ha ha. Han's country, the Pentagon has become the target again.
I wonder if it can escape this time, but I don't think it's likely.
Eagle Nation. Prime Minister Sukna and numerous lawmakers were equally stunned. They never imagined that any country would dare to directly challenge the United States. MP Dupuy said in disbelief, "I wonder which country is so bold."
Prime Minister Sukna pondered for a moment and said, "I suspect that the country behind this incident is China. Because, aside from China, which has been creating miracles one after another, no other country has achieved such a significant breakthrough recently."
MP Forzer frowned for a moment before saying, "Again, China? That barbaric nation? This is truly unbelievable." Another MP, List, spoke up, "Barbarian tribes defeating civilized nations isn't unheard of in history. It's just history repeating itself." Force smiled faintly, "You all think China is a barbarian nation, but how could a barbarian nation achieve such consecutive technological breakthroughs?" Prime Minister Sukna nodded.
"Even if their technology is advanced, without civilized progress in national governance, without democracy and freedom, and without learning from Western nations, it remains a barbaric civilization. Therefore, we must understand what China truly intends to do. Does it seek to provoke a world war?
Dubois, I'm skeptical, but China probably doesn't have the audacity to do that. After all, the United States is still the world's superpower. China isn't strong enough to challenge it. Furs, why not?
Now that the United States has failed to intercept them, it proves China's strength.
Do you think China, with its current strength, would still fear the United States? It's just a barbarian tribe." Congressman List spoke up. "You're right. China might not fear the United States attacks.
After all, it has achieved several consecutive victories.
However, I'm concerned about the possibility of a nuclear war."
His words sent a chill through the room.
"If that happens, the entire Blue Star could be destroyed." Sukna pondered for a moment before speaking. "The rivalry between the United States and China should not escalate to a nuclear war. Let us hope so."
"I hope the United States can accept the fact that its strength is declining, its status is being challenged, and it may eventually lose its position as the dominant power." Meanwhile, many other nations are also discussing the potential consequences of this situation. And they are all watching to see if this bomb will actually hit the Pentagon.
If the Pentagon is attacked, how will the United States respond? A crucial point is how this incident will alter the international landscape. Or, regardless of how things unfold, what countermeasures will our country adopt to address the resulting changes in the international landscape? Everyone wants to bring the United States down from its position of hegemony, but when that day finally arrives, how will one position oneself, and will interests be compromised? Time is ticking away under the watchful eyes of numerous nations.
Only 40 kilometers remain, and at that missile's speed, it would take just 4 seconds to reach its target. At this moment, military personnel from the United States are anxiously awaiting the outcome. General Williams' eyes are fixed on the satellite feed, enduring the agonizing wait.
4, 3, 2, 1. Time finally ran out.
Under the watchful eyes of people around the world, the missile had indeed reached the skies above the Pentagon. Then, many satellites captured an utterly baffling scene. The missile continued to fly at high speed without slowing down.
Then, it suddenly changed direction, making a near 90-degree turn, diving straight down toward the Pentagon.
The entire world erupted in chaos.
Eagle Nation, oh my god. Are they really going to blow up the Pentagon? France, the Pentagon is finished. Hans, oh no, the Pentagon is doomed. Bear Nation, hurrah. That was incredible. It dodged so many missile interceptors. Which country's missile is that? Send someone to find out, we need that missile.
In no time, rumors about the Pentagon being in trouble spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the United States received the news and were equally startled, all watching the live broadcast with concern. Especially those in the White House, including the President and the Director of the Intelligence Agency, Harry. Both of their eyes were fixed on the satellite footage. They were filled with immense anxiety and endless anger. Biden was so enraged that he trembled all over.
The Chinese really don't think much of us Americans. They'll pay for this. Director Harry even slammed his cup down. China, you dare to do this.
Just moments ago, they had also received confirmation that the missile had been launched by the Chinese and was their doing. At that moment, for some reason, a phrase spoken by Napoleon suddenly came to her mind.
China is a sleeping lion. Once it awakens, the entire world will tremble. Thank God it continues to sleep. Napoleon's prophecy has come true, but unfortunately, his prayer has already failed. China is about to awaken and will no longer continue to sleep. And when it awakens, the first target it will challenge is the United States. Harry could not tolerate this.
Her mind raced, searching for a countermeasure. However, in the face of absolute speed and power, coming up with a perfect countermeasure was truly difficult. Just then, her subordinates knocked on the door and hurried in to report, "Mr. Prime Minister, Director, our communication with the Pentagon has been cut off."
Harry spun around abruptly. Something major has happened.
She stared intently at her subordinate. What had happened? Activate the emergency communication line and inquire about the specifics.
Yes, sir.
The subordinate saluted and hurried out. Meanwhile, Miss Harry picked up the phone on her desk and dialed General Williams' number. The call connected quickly, and she began questioning him. William replied immediately, "I estimate that China has used electromagnetic interference technology to disrupt communications at the Pentagon." The Pentagon's most prideful defense system had failed, leaving no opportunity to respond. His words made Harry feel an immense pressure on his heart.
Admiral William continued in a low voice. They are powerless against the enemy's missiles. Now, we can only hope that the ground-based firepower deployed there will be effective. Chapter 151, Direct Strike. Upon hearing General Williams' words, Harry's expression also darkened.
Near the Pentagon, the THAAD system had also been deployed. As soon as it was discovered that the target of the mysterious missile was the Pentagon, the SAM system here was activated. Ground-based X-band radars continuously scanned the area, tracking the missile signal. Finally, they achieved lock-on. Cheers erupted in the control room. Next, it was up to the interceptor launch system and the missile launch team. The relevant signals were quickly transmitted to the interceptor system.
Fire!
The commander gave the order. Immediately, the 6 nearest 8 tube launchers fired their missiles one after another. A total of 48 interceptor missiles, spewing flames, soared into the sky, heading straight for the mysterious missile. At the same time, other nearby SAD systems also launched missiles, launching their own attacks. At that moment, everyone watched nervously as the missiles followed their trajectories, heading toward the mysterious missile. American soldiers and their commanders, along with all levels of leadership, were on edge, hoping for a successful outcome.
It is important to note that the SAD missile defense system is the most powerful air defense system in the world.
Even if it cannot intercept at the farthest range, it has the capability to intercept at the last moment through ground-to-air interception. This is because it is equipped with the most advanced radar and fire control systems.
In any case, up until now, many American soldiers still firmly believe that the United States air defense missile system is the strongest in existence. However, now that the final moment has arrived, General William and Yuri, the commander of the SAD system, who are privy to the inner workings, are overcome with a strong sense of unease. It can be said that the recent failure of the long-range interception has shattered their pride. Nevertheless, as soldiers, they refuse to give up until the very last moment. They only hope that the ground-based intercept will succeed. However, the missile from China is moving too fast, 26 Mach, and the US missiles cannot catch up to it, leaving them no choice but to intercept it head-on. Therefore, the difficulty of the intercept had skyrocketed. All they can do now is pray to God for mercy and hope that the missile defense system will function properly. There is little else they can do. To be honest, Harry, who had just started paying attention to this mysterious missile, felt uneasy. He thought to himself, China, are you really willing to detonate this missile? If you do, it will lead to a full-scale confrontation with the United States. Do the Chinese really have the courage to do that? She didn't know, but she refused to believe that the Chinese would dare to do such a thing, openly challenging the United States. Although the enemy had already achieved a significant victory, killing one of their own bioengineered soldiers and sinking one of their aircraft carriers while capturing another. As she thought about this, her eyes remained fixed on the satellite feed. The next second, the mysterious missile struck the Pentagon directly. Boom! A swirling orange-red flame erupted before her eyes. The flames shot skyward. That was an explosion. It really blew up. The Pentagon, the largest single building in the world, was no longer a single, intact structure. It was missing an entire corner. Its southwest side had been blown out. Thus, the Pentagon had become shaped like the letter C. The scene was in complete chaos. Sirens wail incessantly. Screams and cries filled the air. The surrounding crowd stood frozen, staring at the horrific scene before them, tears welling in their eyes, hands pressed to their foreheads, expressions filled with sorrow and confusion. Harry's eyes were wide with shock, her fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. How dare they? Huagua! Bai Deng's eyes also widened. How dare they? Are they declaring war? Suddenly, his expression turned bitter. Meanwhile, Ms. Harry couldn't help but furrow her brows as a foul odor entered her nostrils. She turned her head and looked at Bai Deng. The old man had done it again. The staff members nearby immediately rushed over and helped Old Bai to the restroom. Old Bai staggered, trembling, pretending nothing was wrong. At that moment, the entire world was trembling. Eagle Nation. As he watched the massive gaping hole in the Pentagon, General Sukna couldn't believe his eyes. This country, China, daring to blow up the Pentagon? Are they trying to start a war with the United States? Forzer was equally stunned. Let's see what actions the United States takes next. List also found the incident utterly exaggerated. However, this situation has severely damaged the United States' international image. I'm truly concerned that the escalation of tensions between the United States and China could lead to dire consequences. Could it trigger a third world war? Gall! It's hard to believe that the Pentagon has been bombed again. Those arrogant Americans have finally been taught a lesson? Which country's missile was that? What? It's almost certainly China's. But when did China acquire such technology not only capable of such high speeds but also able to evade the United States THAAD system and ground-based interceptor systems? I wonder what reaction the United States will have and how they will respond to China. If a full-scale confrontation begins, what consequences will it bring? How should our country respond? Their country. Well done. The people of Huagua dare to directly challenge the United States. Where do they get the nerve to do this? With just a few technological achievements, they have such power? Qatar. Although it's a small country with weak military power, it's rich. So it rented Han's satellite, allowing them to witness the intense battle between the United States and that mysterious missile. The United States has been pressuring our country to join their THAAD missile defense system. Now look at this is the intercept capability of THAAD. The Emir head of state and supreme commander of the armed forces said with a pleased expression. That's right. The Pentagon was bombed, proving the THAAD system is ineffective against advanced missiles. Do we really need to deploy it anymore? An official remarked. But what if the United States insists on pushing through the THAAD system? Another official remained unconvinced. Don't worry. The United States can't even defend its own territory. How dare they push for the deployment of the THAAD system? The Emir said confidently. Exactly. Kimchi country. Their top leader, Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un, and a group of lawmakers are also closely monitoring the situation in the United States. Kim Min-un tried to remain calm, but the beads of sweat on his forehead gave him away. Have the people of China gone mad? Lawmaker Lee Jae-sung looked utterly dismayed. He couldn't believe that China dared to bomb the Pentagon, and more importantly, they actually succeeded. They must have done it because of the THAAD system. We just deployed the THAAD missile defense system, and China has already struck the United States. This isn't just a warning shot, it's cutting off the enemy's supply. MP Park Chang-fan, with his dark, puffy eyes, looked dejected. Supreme Leader, should we consider removing the THAAD system? Otherwise, if China launches a missile at us, we won't be able to withstand it.
After Lee Jae-sung and Park Chang-fan finished speaking, the parliamentary hall erupted into chaos, with many people looking panicked and disoriented. Many others showed signs of fear on their faces and began to echo the words of the two lawmakers.
Kim Min-eun also looked helpless. China's missiles are even too much for our American allies to handle. We certainly can't withstand them. Not to mention, the THAAD system is all show and no substance.
Finally, they reached a decision. Immediately dismantle the THAAD system, and we must immediately contact the Chinese leadership to explain our decision and restore our relationship with China, becoming their friends.
We absolutely cannot provoke China at this critical moment, this powerful neighboring nation. Chapter 152, Launching the Dragon Slaying Plan. The Pentagon.
The place was already in complete chaos. In the distance, countless passing cars came to a halt. Drivers got out of their cars, staring at the massive hole blown out by the explosion, unable to believe what they were seeing. They stood there motionless, tears welling up in their eyes.
Another national tragedy.
Some recalled the bombings, and others even thought of the Pearl Harbor attack. Many people kept making the sign of the cross on their chests, murmuring prayers. Many wanted to go over to help with the rescue, but they were quickly stopped by soldiers who had arrived on the scene. They were worried about further explosions or the collapse of buildings. However, the real reason was that they had evacuated too hastily, leaving many classified documents behind. If any classified documents fell into the hands of foreign spies or those with ulterior motives, it would be another major loss for the United States. The wailing sirens of fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars echoed across the sky, reminding everyone of the horrific events unfolding. Through the gradually dissipating smoke, people discovered that the Pentagon was missing a corner, having been reduced from a single structure to a C-shaped ruin, resembling a post-apocalyptic wasteland. From time to time, concrete and rebar fell from great heights. Though it was just a missile, it left a profound impression, as if everyone had suddenly been transported back to wartime.
Underground shelters.
This area had also been affected by the missile explosion, with the ground shaking violently, as if an earthquake had struck. War Minister Miller scrambled to his feet, his face covered in dust, and his once snow-white shirt now gray and soiled. His face was flushed red with anger. How dare they attack our beautiful country?
This is forcing the United States to declare war.
Just minutes earlier, upon learning that missiles were heading toward the Pentagon and might breach the THAAD missile defense system, he made the decision to evacuate everyone immediately. Soon, the piercing sound of air raid sirens filled the air, and the broadcast began issuing evacuation orders. All departments, attention! The Pentagon is about to be hit by missiles. Evacuate immediately to designated shelters. This is not a drill.
Repeat, this is not a drill.
However, evacuating important personnel from such a large building in just a few minutes was extremely challenging. Fortunately, most of the people here were military personnel, who obeyed orders and acted swiftly. They immediately sprang into action, gathering classified documents and retreating to the underground shelters. Those outside the building also left the Pentagon's vicinity and sought shelter in more distant areas. Miller took a deep breath, composed himself, and ordered personnel to immediately assess the damage. Simultaneously, he dispatched teams to conduct search and rescue operations, assess losses, secure classified documents and critical assets, and prevent further casualties and damage.
Several subordinates immediately took their orders and departed.
Soon after, subordinates reported that the situation was under control. After speaking, he also emerged from the shelter, escorted by numerous soldiers, and made his way to the ground. Upon seeing the situation on the ground, Miller was furious.
This was a humiliating defeat for our great nation. China must pay the price.
Beside him, countless high-ranking military officers from the War Department were also filled with righteous indignation, shouting angrily,
"We must retaliate. Punish them. Defend the United States. Eliminate the terrorists. How dare they attack our beautiful country and bomb the Pentagon? We must cut off the heads of our enemies."
At Sadr headquarters. Whether it was Sadr's Supreme Commander Yuri or General William, both were pale-faced at that moment. Both were seated in their chairs, though Yuri sat there motionless, while General William had collapsed into his seat. Their faces were ashen, and their minds were in chaos.
It's over.
The Pentagon has been attacked again, and this time, despite all the effort they had put into surrounding and blocking the attackers.
They couldn't believe that China would be so reckless as to openly launch an attack on the United States.
What was most critical was that they had succeeded. It was clear that the United States SAM system was outdated and powerless against China's missiles.
At least in the field of missile technology, China had far surpassed the United States.
After a long time, the commander-in-chief, Yuri, finally snapped out of his daze and muttered, "From now on, the United States' advantage over China will be completely gone." His words seemed to awaken General William, who took a deep breath and remained silent for a moment. In the end, he could only say one word, China.
Yes, China can launch missiles at the United States at any time and from any location, while we are unable to defend against them and can only passively endure the attacks. This is the worst-case scenario. No matter how advanced the United States is in other military technologies, China only needs to launch missiles to pose a massive threat to the entire United States. Not to mention that their bioengineered soldiers cannot match the new humans of the enemy. This is equivalent to the other side gaining another strategic-level weapon. Let's hope the White House can come up with a response plan. The White House press secretary quickly held a press conference. They expressed condolences for the victims of the attack, characterized the missile strike as a terrorist attack, strongly condemned it, and stated that the United States would certainly track down the perpetrators and hold them accountable. They also stated that the United States has the capability and confidence to protect its citizens. However, the spokesperson's remarks sparked widespread skepticism among journalists. Meanwhile, senior officials gathered at the White House. Among them were General Yuri and General William, who had directly intercepted the missiles from China, as well as Ms. Harry, the head of intelligence for the United States, Secretary of Defense Miller, and top advisors from professional policy research institutions such as the Foreign Policy Council. Old Biden personally chaired the meeting. The atmosphere was tense. At the meeting, William first explained the entire incident to everyone, after which everyone joined the discussion. After an 8-hour meeting, they finally reached a consensus and established 2 plans. First, cancel the plan to deploy the SATA system globally. Second, launch the Dragon Slaying Plan. Since China dared to reveal their perfect new humans to the world, the United States bioengineered humans no longer needed to be kept hidden. All 13 bioengineered humans were to be deployed to China immediately to carry out the operation. It was late at night when the United States held another press conference. At the press conference, the spokesperson announced that we have decided to temporarily suspend the global deployment of the THAAD missile defense system. The world was in an uproar. All nations speculated that after suffering this missile attack, the United States would inevitably adjust or cancel its plans to deploy the THAAD system. Upon learning that it had indeed done so, they were overjoyed. Especially Qatar, which had always wanted to align itself with China. Previously, out of fear of the United States, they had been forced to purchase a batch of military equipment from China to demonstrate their defiance to the United States. Now, the United States had voluntarily abandoned its plans. Qatari leaders were overjoyed, almost dancing with excitement. This is wonderful. Our national sovereignty has been preserved. Thank you, China. China is truly our savior. We must express our sincere gratitude to China, invite their high-ranking officials to visit, and place more orders. As for the Kimchi nation, the situation is quite different. Their high-ranking officials are ungrateful. They have a love-hate relationship with the United States, and now they must face Huagua. They truly do not know how to handle the situation. However, among the general public, it has long been rumored that the missile was actually developed by China, so they are very grateful to China. However, gratitude aside, some people still speak nonsense. This missile technology is so advanced, how could it possibly be invented by China? It must be our Kimchi country's invention. We should apply for a patent. That's right, only our country has such advanced technology. The Bear Nation is indeed impressive. President Putin immediately reached out to China to verify whether the missile was indeed Chinese. After receiving a positive response, Putin immediately expressed his congratulations. Then, he proposed that you sell us one Dongfeng 1 missile to enhance our national defense capabilities, deter Ukraine, and extricate ourselves from the quagmire, so we can stand together with you to confront the United States. Chapter 153, Worshipped as a Deity. Regarding Bear Nation's request to purchase the Dongfeng 1, the Chinese high-ranking officials held a special meeting to discuss the matter. At that moment, all the senior officials present at the meeting wore smiles on their faces. They were overjoyed, never having imagined that the Dongfeng 1 could be so effective, actually striking the US mainland and breaking through multiple layers of defense to destroy the Pentagon. War Minister Tao Shiyu slapped Qin Guang on the shoulder with a thud, laughing heartily. "Good job, little Qin." This has left the United States completely stunned, and it has shown the world just how weak their military strength really is. Most importantly, the world has seen the military might of our Chinese nation. Qin Guang remained humble. Finally, they discussed whether to sell the Dongfeng 1 to the Bear Nation. A leader from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spoke up. "I think we should agree. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And our relationship with the Bear Nation is still decent." Another elderly official spoke up. "Yes, we began to make a name for ourselves on the international stage, and we need to have our own steadfast allies." However, the leader of the equipment department looked solemn. "But if the Bear Nation copies our Dongfeng 1, won't that lead to technology leakage, and we won't be able to maintain our leading position?" Upon hearing this, everyone, including the Supreme Commander, turned to Qin Guang. Qin Guang, facing the concerned gazes of everyone, smiled slightly. "Don't worry, leaders. This missile technology, I can guarantee, no one else can replicate it besides me. Even if they copy it exactly, they won't succeed." Joking aside, Qin Guang is a man with access to the system.
The blueprints he obtained from the system, combined with his extraordinary talent, are what made this possible.
Others simply cannot replicate it.
Many leaders had some doubts, but seeing Qin Guang, the person involved, so confident, they also put their minds at ease.
Thus, the top leader finally made the decision: sell it to Xiongwa. They then discussed the mass production of the Dongfeng 1 missile in detail.
And this was also approved without any surprises. As War Ministry Minister Tao put it, now that we have such a reliable weapon, of course we should produce more of them.
The elder in charge of the equipment department was grinning from ear to ear. Indeed, we should produce more of them.
Such a useful weapon deserves to be produced in greater quantities. Now that the Pentagon has set the example, our Dongfeng 1 is now world-renowned.
This was absolutely true.
At that moment, including the leaders and people of China, the entire world was in a state of shock. They simply couldn't accept that China had mastered such advanced black technology, capable of breaching the US's THAAD missile defense system, flying so fast that even the US's interceptor missiles couldn't catch up, and then easily evading them when confronted head-on. All of this boils down to one thing: China's military strength has significantly increased.
China's missile technology is now leading the world and by a wide margin.
As for Qin Guang, after the perfect new humans emerged, dealt a crushing blow to the US fleet, and the Dongfeng 1 achieved remarkable feats, he became famous overnight. Online, many people have already begun to worship Qin Guang as a deity. Some have even gone so far as to call him Qin the Great. Netizens are posting various comments, all of which are overwhelmingly praising Qin Guang.
China has been shrouded in darkness for ages, but with Qin Guang's emergence, every day is now bright. Qin Guang, you are my idol, I want to have your children. Qin the Great, please accept my kneel. Qin the Great, you are the strongest backbone of China. Qin Guang didn't take the online commotion seriously.
However, as it was time to leave the Military Research Institute, he did feel a touch of reluctance.
The reason was simple: conducting research here was incredibly convenient.
He could access top-tier talent, state-of-the-art equipment, and rare materials at any time, all within easy reach. Without such resources, it would have been impossible to develop the Dongfeng 1 in just 4.5 days and then complete all the necessary tests at such a rapid pace. However, he had his own family to consider. The director of the Military Research Institute, Liu, had been eyeing Qin Guang for some time and had repeatedly tried to persuade him to stay.
Qin Guang, you really need to think this through.
If you agree to stay, we will definitely provide you with the best research team and the best equipment. As for your leadership position, you have nothing to worry about.
Additionally, there is relocation allowance.
Seeing that Qin Guang remained unmoved, Liu, the director, even gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, looked around, and leaned close to Qin Guang's ear, whispering,
"And, you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? If you have your eye on someone, I can introduce you.
By the way, I have a niece who is around your age, she's good-looking, has a great personality, and is very smart.
If you're interested, I can introduce you."
Qin Guang, seeing the usually stern and serious Liu director say such things, couldn't help but laugh and refuse politely. Finally, Liu even said, "Alright, Xiao Qin, I'll keep the office of the Deputy Director of the Military Industry Institute for you.
From now on, you're the Honorary Deputy Director of the Military Industry Institute. Whenever you want to come back, you're welcome.
If there's any project you need help with, just let us know." Qin Guang, seeing this, could only express his gratitude.
Rest assured, if there's anything good, I'll never forget the Military Industry Institute. President Liu finally felt at ease.
However, he still accompanied Qin Guang, making every effort to strengthen their relationship. It wasn't until evening that President Hao personally came to the Military Industry Institute to escort him back to school, at which point Liu, the director, finally let him go. Principal Hao, noticing Liu's expression, knew what he was up to and felt quite annoyed. After exchanging a few polite words with Liu, he quickly took Qin Guang and left. The speed at which they left was as if they were being chased by a wolf. This time, when facing Qin Guang, Principal Hao was even more respectful than before. His gaze toward Qin Guang was as if he were looking at a great man. Accompanying Principal Hao was National Security Captain Fan Jun. Behind Fan Jun was a group of several dozen fully armed men. As soon as they met, they immediately saluted Qin Guang, Academician Qin. These Special Forces members fixed their gaze on Qin Guang, their expressions filled with admiration, their eyes burning with intensity, as if Qin Guang were their idol. Qin Guang looked at these Special Forces soldiers and couldn't help but be amazed. They were all towering men over 6 feet tall, with arms that could carry a horse, and they could tear a tiger apart with their bare hands. At that moment, the Special Forces members surrounded Qin Guang, protecting him tightly in a formation designed to safeguard a VIP. At the same time, their eyes darted warily around the area, not missing the slightest movement. However, although Qin Guang wasn't short either, he could only look up at the Special Forces soldiers. He couldn't help but smile wryly and said to Fan Jun, "There's no need for this, it's like you're protecting a national leader." Fan Jun knew Qin Guang didn't like this, but he could only smile wryly. "I can't help it. The Supreme Commander personally instructed us to protect you according to his standards. Now, you are recognized as a hero throughout the entire country." The Supreme Commander even said that a hero like you only comes along once every few hundred or even a few thousand years, but national leaders are always in short supply.
By the way, you probably don't know this yet, but there are now organizations abroad that worship you.
After all, you are the only person in the past century who has dared to challenge the United States status. With your own strength, you defeated the United States without giving them a chance to fight back.